translating to English. I crossed over to the world of Demon Slayer, and the system actually made me, someone who knows nothing, go and take down LowerMoon 5, Rue. Thankfully, the beginner's gift pack boosted my strength significantly. When I arrived at the battlefield, I decisively dealt with the controlled team members, saved Zenitsu, and finally used a single move, Great Sun, to obliterate Rue, and I even obtained the 8 gates of Duinjia. Just as I returned, I ran into Shinobu Kocho, wanting to kill Nezuko. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was simply incredible. LowerMoon 5, that little demon named Rue, thought he had everything under control and wanted to play psychological games with me. What happened? I directly used Shave to flash in front of his face, wrapped my arm color around my sword, and executed a move I learned from One Piece, Great Sun, which cut him in half from head to toe. Goodness, he died on the spot. Even in death, he stared wide-eyed, probably thinking this script isn't right. This story is quite long, and it all starts from when I just arrived in this hellish place. Let me tell you, 1 second, I was passionately debating at a drinking table, and the next second, everything went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a desolate mountain wilderness. Immediately, a voice echoed in my head, welcoming me to Demon Slayer. I am Yagyu Ichin, the adopted son of Flame Hashira Kaidro Rengoku, but because I was too weak and hadn't even learned the breathing techniques, I was advised to quit. Family, who understands? I was completely thrown off. Just after crossing over, the system told me that my first task was to go to Mount Spider and help Tanjiro and Nezuko take down LowerMoon 5, Rue. I completely exploded, yelling at the air, damn it, just say you want me to die? That's LowerMoon 5. A tough character that even Tanjiro couldn't defeat after using the Fire God dance. Me, a total newbie, going up there was just asking to die. I was so anxious that I struck a pose and shouted in a melodramatic manner, come at me. Guess what? It really came. The beginner's gift pack hit me in the face, and my strength skyrocketed to Quasi-Hashira level, about the same as Shinobu Kocho. Then I got the Navy 6 styles, 2-color Haki, and a Nichiren blade, all the essentials. The system kindly informed me that the plot was currently at the point where Tanjiro and Inosuke were being tortured by Rui's mother's puppet strings. Could I tolerate that? I closed my eyes, activated my observation Haki, and instantly saw every movement in the entire mountain. Over there, I locked onto the location and dashed over. When I arrived, the scene was horrific. Tanjiro, the good brother in the green checkered shirt carrying his sister, was staring at a female team member who was hanging by strings, her bones twisted at odd angles, looking conflicted. Beside him, the boar-headed boy Inosuke was panicking, shouting that these people were beyond saving. So why were they still hesitating? Tanjiro, with a saintly heart, was still thinking of hanging her on a tree to save her. Let me tell you, that female team member was probably singing thank you in her heart. She was in so much pain, yet he was still torturing her like this. Just as Tanjiro was about to act on his unrealistic idea, I couldn't watch any longer. I dashed over with Shave, and with a swift motion, swoosh, I put the female team member out of her misery. Before she fell, she even said thank you to me. Family, do you think I did the right thing? Tanjiro exploded on the spot, pointing at me with red eyes. What are you doing? I couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and with a flicker, I used 2 more strikes to deal with the remaining 2 control team members. Inosuke, the wild boar, actually appreciated me, thinking I was decisive and manly. Tanjiro rushed over, trembling with anger. They were living people. I shot him a sideways glance and said, they are people, but they're also people who are destined to die. Your self-righteous kindness will only increase their suffering. Instead of arguing with me, why not think about how to kill demons? Saving one more is better than none. Inosuke agreed with me and started to persuade Tanjiro. With no other choice, Tanjiro could only glare at me fiercely, temporarily letting this matter slide. Inosuke was just about to plant his sword in the ground to use his beast breathing to find the demon when I spoke up. Don't waste your effort, it's 2 kilometers straight ahead. With that, I took the lead and charged forward. Inosuke shouted from behind, hey, are you reliable? I didn't look back. Don't worry, my perception ability is no worse than your beast breathing. This left the boar-headed boy speechless. He must have been thinking, how does this guy know everything? In just a few seconds, I had disappeared from their sight. By the time they caught up, I was already back holding the head of that spider mother. Watching that demoness head turn to ash in my hand, I was as calm as if I had just stepped on an ant. At that moment, the system chimed in again, giving me a side quest to save my wife Zenitsu before Shinobu Kocho, rewarding me with the sword technique Great Sun. Goodness, that's Zoro's move, I had to get it. So without hesitation, I turned and ran towards Zenitsu. Because I had just shown off my skills, Tanjiro and Inosuke didn't say anything this time and obediently followed behind me. We hadn't run far when we heard a heart-wrenching Yamako from the other side of the forest. When I arrived, that little guy Zenitsu was being chased by a spider monster with a human face, crying out in despair, saying he was going to turn into a spider and cursing that the spider monster's household registration book was no more than 1 page. Then he touched his head and realized he was starting to lose hair out of fear, collapsing and shouting, "What the hell? This is too sudden, right?" I couldn't help but laugh. The spider monster was still there gloating, so I directly used Moonwalk to step into the air and ascend. The spider monster was dumbfounded, probably thinking what kind of divine operation was this. I didn't give it any time to react, appearing beneath it, wrapping my armed color around my sword, and delivering a plain but powerful strike that severed its head cleanly. I was just complaining about my technique lacking effects and being too cheap. Then guess what? Suddenly, I heard thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Zenitsu, in a state of unconsciousness, had activated his ultimate move and charged at me like a bolt of lightning. I was like, "Kid, you died and now you're trying to show off? I know you're a budget warrior, but can you not be so flashy about it?" I hurriedly used Shave and Moonwalk to evade, landing back on the ground. Zenitsu, however, fainted on the rooftop. I quickly told Tanjiro and the others, "They'll go deal with the rest, you take care of him," and headed straight toward Rue. On the way, I was thinking, please don't steal my kill, Ju. But as luck would have it, when I found Rui's location, I saw a gigantic spider brute Rui's father smashing a big wooden stake toward me. I barely dodged when a faster figure zipped past me. Goodness, it was Ju Tomioka. With a single water surface slash, he instantly took down Rui's father. Seeing the opportunity, I dashed past him, leaving a remark, "Ju, this guy is all yours." I could sense Ju was stunned, probably thinking, "This kid is teaching me how to do my job?" Once I shook him off, I finally found the real deal, LowerMoon 5, Rue. At that moment, there was a clueless Demon Slayer team member making a victory speech, saying something about getting famous and making big money, only to be sliced into chunks by Rui's spider silk. I had no intention of saving him. You can't dissuade someone who seeks death. Rue looked at me with a calm expression and seemed a bit surprised. I directly mocked him. Hey, classic villain killing minions to set the mood, right? Enough with the theatrics, time to get on with it. This little demon was quite interesting, actually saying, "Hey, why don't you be my family?" Directly retorted, "TSK, is your household register just 1 page? Recognizing relatives everywhere? You really must be lacking love." With that one sentence, I broke through his defenses. His killing intent instantly skyrocketed. But I wasn't intimidated at all. He wasn't enough to scare me. As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished. And when I reappeared, I was already in front of his face. His pupils shook. He never expected my speed to be this fast. With a single move of Great Morning Shock, I locked onto him, rendering him unable to move. He tried to use a thread to sever his own head to survive, but I changed the trajectory of my blade and directly cleave him in half. Mission accomplished. The system rewards arrived. 8 gates of ninja techniques. How delightful. At that moment, Ju also arrived, looking at the ashes with an incredulous expression. I smiled and said to him, "Ju, you were a step too late." Then I began to analyze with him the necessity of bringing Nezuko back to headquarters, saying I would handle it, and that I could guarantee convincing the Lord and the Hashira. Ju was persuaded by my combo of arguments, and I immediately activated my observation Haki and rushed back to Tanjiro's side. When I arrived, Shinobu was just about to stab Nezuko. Tanjiro and Inosuke were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they couldn't stop Shinobu, who was a Hashira. "Don't worry, it won't be particularly painful." The tip of Shinobu's blade glimmered with the poison of wisteria, and it was about to pierce Nezuko. However, bang, a flash of light from the blade, and I directly deflected Shinobu's sword, appearing firmly in front of her and protecting Nezuko behind me. What perfect timing. Let me tell you, just as the tip of Shinobu's blade was a millimeter away from Nezuko's neck, I slid in with a low kick, and with a clang, I used my own sword to knock hers away. Shinobu was momentarily stunned, staring at me as if to say, "Who are you?" I introduced myself as Yagyu-Ichin. She suddenly remembered, using a tone that was both gentle and prickly, saying, "Oh, aren't you the adopted son of Mr. Rengoku, the one who couldn't even learn the breathing techniques and was sent home?" Wow, this girl really had a sharp tongue. She warned me that I was harboring a demon, which was against the team rules. I shot back, "Of course I know. However, this particular demon is different. She has not fed on humans for 2 years. This situation is unprecedented. Do you understand? She might just be the hidden skin we need to defeat Muzan. Her fate must be determined by our esteemed leader." I brought her back to headquarters. This cannot be considered a violation, right? With a single remark, I rendered Butterfly Shinobu speechless. She had no choice but to turn to Tanjiro and ask, "Does he agree?" Tanjiro was in a state of turmoil. Who could understand the struggle of family? On one hand, there is his little sister, and on the other, the lives of his master and fellow disciples. Seeing his earnestness, I decided to push him a bit. Tanjiro, if it were me, I would confront this head-on. Your sister has been fine for 2 years. Does returning to headquarters suddenly mean she will go mad and bite someone? You must trust her. My words resonated with Tanjiro, and with tears in his eyes, he nodded in agreement. Thus, we were escorted back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. On the way, I spotted a particularly demure girl standing beside Butterfly Shinobu, with a side ponytail and a white cloak. My heavens, it was Kanao. At that moment, I resolved to forge a bond with Tanjiro. After all, it was 2025, and who isn't a pure-hearted warrior? Though my love might be broader, those who understand, understand. Upon our return to headquarters, dawn was breaking. Tanjiro, the box containing Nezuko, and I were brought directly before the Hashira. Goodness, the atmosphere was akin to a tribunal. I immediately spotted my former mentor, Rengoku Kyujiro. Rushing to explain, I stated that my encounter at the Spider Mountain was purely accidental. To my surprise, he clapped me on the shoulder, his booming voice nearly lifting the roof. I have heard. You, my boy, have done well. You single-handedly defeated a lower-ranked demon. It seems I misjudged you. I apologize. Come back and continue being my adopted son. His laughter felt less like an apology and more like a spirited call to arms. Just as he finished speaking, a snide voice interjected. Oh, protecting a demon and daring to oppose the Hashira. Tell me, how should we punish you? I turned to find the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes like a mummy. I retorted without hesitation. How you choose to punish me is up to the leader to decide. You lack the authority. Beside him, the love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, nearly had heart-shaped eyes, covering her face in infatuation. My mentor, Rengoku, insisted that I apologize for my insolence. Yet, the serpent Hashira, disregarding the rules of combat, launched an attack on me. Attempting to ambush? Not a chance. My observation Haki had already predicted his move. I retaliated with an armament-hardened punch, knocking him back. Blood gushed from his nose, staining the bandages on his face, a sight that was painful to behold. I mocked him. Unarmed, you're no match for me. The serpent Hashira was clearly rattled, reaching for his blade, when another formidable figure appeared. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. His face was twisted with rage, his body covered in scars. His expression contorted like a master of grimaces. Clenching his fists, he prepared to strike, and I grew bolder. Don't think you two can take me on alone. Even together, as long as you don't draw your blades, I could easily defeat you both. At this moment, the love Hashira was in awe. While the two men turned pale, the tension escalating as if a fight was imminent. Suddenly, the strongest of them all, the stone Hashira, Haimajima Jiomiai, declared that I was possessed by a demon and required exorcism. The aura he exuded was so oppressive that both the wind and serpent Hashira broke into a cold sweat. Did I fear him? I stood my ground and countered his aura. I proclaimed, without drawing blades, I might not necessarily lose. The morality of my actions is for our esteemed leader to judge. You do not possess the authority to condemn me. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, our esteemed leader arrived. Everyone knelt, and the wind Hashira even went so far as to press Tanjiro's head down, fearing he might lose his composure. I, being perceptive, was the first to greet our leader, intercepting the words of the love Hashira, much to the annoyance of the wind Hashira, who glared at me. I got straight to the point, inquiring about Nezuko. The leader acknowledged he was aware of the situation and praised me for defeating a lower-ranked demon. Offer me a CPU as reward. Yet, the wind Hashira and the others were unconvinced and insisted on killing Nezuko. The leader countered with logic, asserting that they could not prove she would harm anyone. Upon hearing this, the wind Hashira prepared to draw blood to lure Nezuko out. Would I allow him to overshadow me? I dashed forward, snatched the box, and entered the room, slicing my own arm with a blade, blood gushing forth. The expression on the wind Hashira's face was priceless, as if he had prepared for an event only to have someone else steal his thunder, leaving him dumbfounded. Nezuko emerged from the box, gazing at my blood, drooling with an intense, murderous glare. I quickly called out, Nezuko, think of your brother. Think of your family. Tanjiro was shouting outside as well. And guess what? The little girl did not bite me. Instead, she extended her tiny hand and healed my wound with a burst of flame. Blood demon art, blood burst. It was incredible, instantly replenishing my strength. Everyone was left in shock, especially the wind and serpent Hashira, their jaws likely hitting the ground in disbelief. Nezuko, ever obedient, allowed me to pat her head before returning to her box to sleep. At that moment, no one had anything left to say. Our leader decisively proclaimed, "Nezuko lives." Tanjiro was beside himself with excitement, declaring he would vanquish Muzan. The leader teased him. First, take down a LowerMoon before making such claims. The room erupted in suppressed laughter, and Tanjiro's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. Then came the Hashira meeting, and we mere soldiers were sent off to rest. Butterfly Shinobu suggested that we undergo special training at her butterfly mansion, to which my mentor Rengoku agreed, saying I should challenge them. He even personally apologized, admitting he had misjudged me. Naturally, I forgave him. My perspective had broadened, after all. Thus, we were packed off to the butterfly mansion, ready to commence our grueling training. Upon arrival, a resounding chime echoed in my mind. To my astonishment, the system gifted me a massive reward. The 8 gates of opening had been unlocked to the 5th gate, along with a bundle of C-rank fire-style techniques, including Sasuke's Chidori set. With this arsenal of skills, I was instantly revitalized, feeling invigorated. The moving train, right? The flame Ashira, right? The third brother, Akaza, right? Just wait. I will protect this wave. Not even Jesus could stop me, I swear. With newfound confidence, we began rehabilitation training at the Butterfly Mansion. The training regimen for Tanjiro and his companions was amusing. They were subjected to 3 little girls stretching their limbs and splashing water while competing for a teacup with Kanao, resembling a playful game. Zenitsu was even more ridiculous. Upon learning that there would be girls present, his eyes lit up, eagerly volunteering himself for punishment, claiming it was intimate contact. Who could understand this? His LSP traits seemed ingrained in his DNA. As for me, I was outright banned by Butterfly Shinobu. I was prohibited from participating in any form of training. Why? A few days prior, I had gotten a bit too enthusiastic while warming up in the room and accidentally broke through the ceiling, getting stuck in a beam for quite some time. It took everyone's effort to pull me down. Later, when I attempted to lift stones in the yard for strength training, one of the stones flew off and nearly hit Aoi, who was hanging laundry. Since that incident, Butterfly Shinobu's gaze towards me changed. She strictly forbade me from engaging in any physical training within the Butterfly Mansion, fearing I might demolish her home. Thus, I became the first idler in the Butterfly Mansion, lounging on the grass, chewing on a blade of grass under the sun, bored to the point of growing mushrooms. I watched as Tanjiro returned, defeated and disheartened after being bested by Kanao. Just as I entered the room, I overheard Aoi fuming, declaring that if Inosuke and Zenitsu did not arrive for training soon, they should never return. Hearing this, I seized the opportunity, clearing my throat and preparing for my performance. I approached Aoi and assured her, "Don't worry, they will come eventually." Xiao Kuei gazed at me with skepticism, prompting me to tilt my head at a 45-degree angle and assume the most melancholic expression. After all, if even someone as inept as I, who cannot even master the art of breathing, could achieve this level through sheer effort, those with innate talent would undoubtedly surpass me. I must say, my smile at that moment was both radiant and humble, and Xiao Kuei's gaze towards me shifted dramatically, as if a startled fawn was about to leap from her heart. How splendid! I nearly convinced myself with this highbrow display of humble bragging. Later, Xiao Kuei confided in me about her past, revealing that although she had once passed the selection process, she was too frightened to engage in battle, a coward at heart. As if I could remain oblivious to that. Having perused the script, I poured forth a bowl of encouragement. Coward, you are the backbone of our logistics. Without your care for the wounded, we would have perished on the front lines. Each of my words left Xiao Kuei momentarily stunned, and when she glanced back at my silhouette, her eyes began to shimmer with admiration. Having secured the support of the logistics chief, I set my sights on our enigmatic beauty, Xiang Naihu. That day, I observed her in the courtyard, tossing a coin, deliberating whether to speak to me. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed over and intercepted the coin mid-air before she could react. I found money. Xiang Naihu was taken aback. That coin was a cherished memento of her sister. And what did I do? I bolted away, teasing her as I ran. If you want it, come and take it. Make your own decisions. I must admit, I was the epitome of a rogue at that moment, perfectly enacting a scene of chase where he flees and she pursues, an uncatchable specter. Even Butterfly's ninja nearby couldn't contain their amusement, grinning widely. Ultimately, she reclaimed the coin, and I borrowed it back, tossing it gently into the air. As she anxiously watched the coin, I caught it effortlessly, returning it without even a glance. See, when you yearn for a specific outcome, your heart has already made its decision. After that smooth little trick, The way Xiangnai, who looked at me, transformed entirely. I had her in the palm of my hand. Alas, I had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. In the ensuing month, Xiao Kuei devised various ways to shower me with attention, while Xiangnai, who occasionally initiated conversations with me. Even Nezuko, upon awakening, clung to me affectionately. Tanjiro and the others watched with envy, their expressions indicating a shared sentiment. Wow. Do you even deserve this luck? Jealousy can distort appearances and drive one to train relentlessly. Finally, we reached the climax of our real combat training, and the way they looked at me was as if they intended to devour me whole. Zenitsu, furious, abandoned sleep to unleash a furious attack, roaring the thunder-breathing technique at me. I was taken aback. Was this the power of women? Terrifying indeed. In response, I did not even draw my sword. Instead, I unleashed an armed Haki, effortlessly halting his wooden sword and sending him flying several yards away. Soon after, Tanjiro and Inosuke flanked me, their blades dancing in the air. I held my ground, and with two resounding clashes, their wooden swords shattered against mine, and I remained unscathed. Those who understand know that physical immunity is utterly unreasonable. Just as I was reveling in my prowess, a crow suddenly swooped down, squawking, "Orders! Orders! Yama Ishin! Proceed immediately to Hanuji and eliminate the monsters there." My mind raced with disbelief. What? Are you joking? The Infinity Train is about to depart. The elder brother is in danger. You choose now to summon me away? This is outrageous. No time to waste. I needed to act decisively. I bid a hasty farewell to Tanjiro and the others, then rushed off. In just 2 days, I eradicated the minor demons at Hanuji. Afterward, I spent an entire day and night without sleep, sprinting towards the Infinity Train. I tell you, when the elder brother perished in the original story, my tears flowed freely, and I cursed the author for their callousness. But this time I was determined. I would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. After running for several miles, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance, and I knew the train had derailed. With the nightmare just slain, the third brother was about to make his entrance. I pushed myself to the limit, summoning every ounce of strength. When I arrived at the scene, the devastation was unbearable. The elder brother was drenched in blood. One eye ruined, several ribs broken, yet still clinging to life. Enmu was taunting him, insisting Shinazugawa become a demon. As I witnessed my elder brother igniting the last remnants of his life force, preparing to unleash the ninth form, Purgatory, ready to exchange blows with Enmu, I sprang into action. I dashed to my elder brother's side, grasped his cloak, and shouted, "Rest now, elder brother. Leave the rest to me." I flung him to safety. Then, before Enmu, I unleashed a furious barrage of Haki, enveloping my right hand in energy, and launched my own thousand birds attack against his destructive onslaught. With a thunderous crash, I was jolted backward, blood spurting from my mouth, and I stumbled several steps before regaining my footing. The disparity in raw power was evident, and having run for a day and night, my stamina was severely depleted. Enmu mockingly derided me, claiming I was far inferior to my elder brother. I smiled faintly, wiping the blood from my lips. Indeed, my strength paled in comparison to that of Rengoku. However, that did not diminish my resolve to protect them. Enmu, can you withstand my determination to fight tooth and nail for their sake? No sooner had I finished speaking than I felt an explosive surge within me. My elder brother called out, "Ishin, you are the hope for the future. You cannot perish here." I thought, brother, if the future's hope only knows how to flee, what kind of hope is that? I forcibly restrained my surging bloodlust. In that instant, I felt several locks within me snap open. Open the gate. Release the door. Unlock the life gate. Unbar the pathway. All of them open wide. I tell you, after unleashing those cries, I transformed entirely. My skin flushed a vivid crimson. A green aura erupted around me, and my hair stood on end, resembling a super scion. The surrounding grass and trees were swept up in a whirlwind of energy. Tanjiro and the others stood in stunned silence, likely pondering, who is this guy? Is this power even human? Who is truly the demon here? Enmu, on the other hand, was exhilarated, howling, "What a spirit! I acknowledge you. You are the strongest of those I have faced." With that, he launched himself at me. Yet, I tell you, to me, his speed appeared like slow motion. The moment he moved, I vanished from my spot, and in the next heartbeat, I was right in front of him. A punch imbued with Haki struck him solidly. He flew through the air like a ragged sack, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. He wiped his mouth and charged at me again, shouting something about his destructive techniques. In that moment, the air was filled with his shadowy kicks, rendering them nearly invisible. But to me, they posed no threat. With a single hand, I swatted them away as if swatting flies, and with each block, I broke one of his legs. Yet, this fellow had an absurd recovery ability. As soon as one leg was broken, the other healed in an instant. Utterly ridiculous. I realized that to defeat him, I would need the Nikron blade. Moreover, his obsession was so profound that in the original story, even beheaded, he continued to fight. It was wiser to wait until dawn. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, he became frantic, unleashing a devastating attack from above, like a hammer crashing down. I assure you, that strike obliterated the ground within 100 meters. My elder brother, witnessing the chaos, was eager to assist. Yet, as he took a few steps, he halted, for I had already leaped into the air. As he was swung his fist and missed. I swiftly lifted my head and delivered a powerful flying kick straight to his face. Half of his visage shattered, sending him hurtling backwards. Yet, I did not relent. I immediately followed up with a barrage of new combo strikes, delivering a relentless flurry of blows, culminating in a final upward kick that propelled him into the air. In mid-flight, he spewed blood from his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could he find himself utterly powerless before me? Naturally, I had already darted behind him. The Sunwheel blade inexplicably in my grasp. With both hands gripping the blade, I unleashed an overwhelming aura that bore down upon him, rendering him immobile under the immense pressure. Cold sweat poured down his face as he could only watch helplessly as my darkened Sunwheel blade descended toward his neck with lethal intent. With a swift strike, akin to slicing through tofu, I severed his head cleanly from his body. The world spun before his eyes as he beheld his own dismembered form plummeting. Filled with existential doubt, how could he, the third upper moon, be defeated by a mere child? With a resounding thud, his body and head fell to the ground. Anxious sighs escaped from Akaza and the others, believing the ordeal had come to an end. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon me, and I sank to my knees, gasping for breath. Having already expended significant energy on our arduous journey, my body was on the brink of collapse after forcibly opening the fifth gate. Thankfully, I had refrained from utilizing the Renua. Otherwise, my bones and muscles would have shattered, and even Shinobu could not have salvaged me. But just then, I noticed Iwa's decapitated corpse slowly rising to its feet. My heart sank. I wanted to move, but my body felt as heavy as lead. Wait, how could he still be moving? Tanjiro was the first to sense something amiss, utterly bewildered. A headless body could still function? This was beyond his comprehension. Iwa's body trembled violently, and to our collective horror, his head gradually reformed before our eyes. What a joke. He was not dead. Even Akaza felt despair. He was out of strength, and Tanjiro and the others were gravely injured. It seemed we were destined for total annihilation. At that moment, gritting my teeth, I dragged my weary body once more to shield them. Iwa's, since you cannot accept defeat, then come at me. Even if I perish today, I vow to end you. Having faced death once, I had long since come to terms with it. I simply did not wish to witness further regrets unfold before me. Akaza and the others struggled to rise, determined to fight alongside me. Yet, oddly, Iwa's appeared momentarily stunned. My declaration seemed to press a button deep within him, unleashing a memory he had nearly forgotten. His life, I must say, was one of profound melancholy. His true name was Komaji, who, from a young age, had been branded a demon child due to his sharp fangs. To cure his ailing father, he resorted to theft, enduring daily beatings. His father, believing he was a burden, took his own life. With the loss of his only belief, he fell into despair, convinced the world was utterly rotten. Just as he was about to relinquish hope, he encountered a benefactor, Master Keizo, who took him as a disciple and entrusted him with the care of his frail daughter, Rin Shui. The girl, like a beam of light, illuminated his life. Eventually, the master arranged for his daughter to marry him, and he thought he could finally live a good life. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on him. On the eve of his wedding, he returned to pay respects at his father's grave, only to discover that, driven by jealousy, their neighbors had poisoned the well, resulting in the deaths of both his master and fiancée. Once again, he failed to protect those dear to him, leading to his complete breakdown. Alone and unarmed, he slaughtered 67 members of the rival dojo, leaving no body intact. In his moment of desperation, he encountered Muzan. Recognizing his potential, Muzan transformed him into a demon, rebirthing him as Iwa's, leaving him consumed by the singular obsession of becoming stronger. His disdain for the weak stemmed from the fact that those individuals had never dared to confront him honorably, resorting instead to cowardly tactics. Yet now, having been decapitated in a fair fight, how was he different from those he despised? Clarity dawned upon him. "Thank you, young one," he said with a smile. And then he activated his self-destructive technique. A punch struck his own body, piercing through his upper half. He was about to take his own life. Tanjiro and the others stood in shock, confused as to why he would choose such a fate when he could live. But I understood. He had reclaimed his dignity. Just then, Muzin's voice echoed in his mind. "Do you wish to give up? If you die, you can no longer grow stronger." Iwa's confusion returned, and his body began to regenerate once more. "Muzin Kibutsuji, would you continue to trample on his dignity?" My anger surged as I realized that a coward, solely yearning for survival, could never comprehend the pride of a martial artist. For reasons unknown, the pain from my wounds subsided, and my once weak hands brimmed with renewed strength. I gripped my blade tightly, electricity crackling around me. "Evil Tsul, I shall grant you a swift end." With the last of my strength, I surged forward, my electrified blade aimed fiercely at his neck. Behind me, Tanjiro seemed to grasp the situation, roaring as he forced himself to move. The sword in his hand transformed from flowing water into roaring flames. The dance of the fire god awakened. He shouted, "I will protect my family. I will sever this despair," and charged alongside me. My blade struck Iwa's neck, but due to my exhaustion, it only severed a portion. Muzin's consciousness still manipulated him, compelling him to hold his head in place, awaiting regeneration. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of being consumed, two hands enveloped him. It was the apparition of Rinshue. "Em sore, Koumeji." "No, Iwa's." He wept like a child in her embrace. "Welcome back." My husband, Rinshue, gently consoled him. The apparition of Master Keizo also appeared. "Thank you." Iwa's closed his eyes, having vanquished his inner demons. Muzin could no longer control him. At that moment, Tanjiro arrived. The dance of the fire god swirled. The blazing sunwell blade finally severed Iwa's neck. This time, his body did not regenerate, but instead transformed into ashes in an embrace. It was over. I watched this scene with a sense of relief, closing my eyes, and then I knew nothing more. When I regained consciousness, I heard Inosuke shouting in excitement, akin to a lively atmosphere creator. Akaza lifted me onto his back and said to Inosuke, "Pig-headed fool, bring along Kamadu. We must deal with the aftermath." The sun rose behind us, warming the air. Simultaneously, the news spread like wildfire throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu and Kane, upon hearing the crow's report in the streets, were left in astonishment. Tanjiro and the others killed the third Upper Moon? Shinobu's eyes shifted. Kane quietly produced a coin, lost in thought. Small Kana tightened her fists in anger. That brat actually soloed an Upper Moon? Trying to put pressure on me. Huh? Just wait. I'll take down the second Upper Moon. The stone pillar, Jyomi-I, wept as he recited Buddhist chants. The wind pillar, Sanemi's brother, Jinya, looked on in disbelief, thinking back to his prior statements at the meeting. Meanwhile, Sanemi himself smirked at the news. "Well done. I can't fall behind." The love pillar, Mitsuri, clasped her hands together, her face filled with admiration. I knew Tanjiro could do it. Ju, the water pillar, upon hearing the news, maintained his usual icy demeanor. But the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as long as you return alive. The sound pillar, Tenjin, was bursting with excitement. That battle must have been magnificent. All right, let me carry out the next task with flair. The head of the Kenroji family was so ecstatic he nearly bled from excitement. The first victory over an Upper Moon in a century. Our generation may truly eliminate Muzin. Meanwhile, after Akaza carried me to the Butterfly Mansion, he too returned home to recuperate. Upon entering, his younger brother Kianshuru rushed to greet him. Upon seeing his brother's eyes bandaged, he was filled with deep concern. However, Zingshura, his elder brother, stood proudly, pointing to his injured eye and declaring, "This is proof of my battle against the Upper Moon. I have lost one eye, yet one of the 12 Kazuki has been vanquished. What a worthy sacrifice." He then went to visit his father, a notorious drinker. His father, in a muffled tone, asked, "Back already?" Zingshura respectfully reported his achievements, hoping for a word of acknowledgement. Instead, his father merely replied, "Mediocre at best. Once your injuries heal, continue learning the breath of flame from me." At those words, Zingshura was so moved that he knelt down and bowed. After the two brothers left, their father, the man known as Maki Shuru, trembled, unable to hold his liquor. tears streaming down his cheeks. That rascal! It's truly wonderful that he returned alive. Later, Xing Shura knelt before his mother-esque grave, recounting everything. He mentioned that it was a child named Yisen who had protected him, feeling a bit ashamed. Yet, he reignited his fighting spirit, vowing to continue battling as long as he drew breath. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "My child, I am proud of you." Xing Shura was momentarily stunned. When his brother inquired what was wrong, he smiled and replied, "Nothing, just reminiscing about something joyful." Unbeknownst to them, a spectral figure was tenderly watching them depart. After an indeterminate time, I finally awakened. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of Zhang sitting by my bedside, her anxious gaze almost brimming with tears. I blinked, my consciousness still foggy, and asked Zhang. Suddenly, I realized I was back at the Butterfly Mansion, recognizing the familiar ceiling. It seemed that after battling the Upper Moon 3 and forcefully exhausting my stamina with 1,000 birds flow, my body had succumbed to exhaustion. Feeling the intense pain throughout my body, I understood the gravity of my condition. Zhang Nao's words rendered me speechless. "You have been in a deep slumber for over half a month. Who could comprehend what my family endured?" Awakening after such a prolonged sleep was staggering. She reproached gently, stating that if it weren't for my monstrous constitution and timely treatment, I would likely be facing a lifetime in a wheelchair. It was the first time I had heard her speak so much in one breath, and I chuckled, saying, how reassuring." Zhang Naihu remained silent, her expression a blend of exasperation and amusement, undoubtedly thinking, why does this guy enjoy pushing himself to the brink? She informed me that she would accompany me in my rehabilitation training. In a moment of impulsiveness, I blurted out, "Is this exercise you mentioned legitimate?" Her confusion was palpable. At her age, how could she grasp such a concept? I quickly cleared my throat, forcing a wry smile. "Oh, never mind. It seems I am destined to be drenched by your tea." To my surprise, she teasingly replied, "I shall be gentler." Just then, Tanjiro and the others entered. Upon seeing Xingnaho beside me, Tanjiro's expression was one of bewilderment, though he couldn't articulate why. I noticed his green haori seemed particularly fitting today, as though tailored for him. Ignoring his odd demeanor, I promptly inquired about Rengoku. Tanjiro informed me that Rengoku had returned home to recuperate and sent his regards. He then presented me with a long cloth-wrapped package, saying, "This is something Rengoku-san asked me to deliver to you." Upon unwrapping it, I gasped in awe. It was a magnificent Nichiren blade of Rengoku, adorned with striking orange flame patterns, absolutely stunning. Tanjiro conveyed that Rengoku acknowledged I had surpassed him in strength. As he was unable to fight for the time being, he hoped I would wield his blade and continue the duty of the strong in protecting the weak. After Tanjiro and the others departed, Zhang Naihu asked me about the battle details she had heard from him. She expressed confusion as to why I chose to personally escort Akaza, who was on the brink of demise under the sun. I needed to articulate my thoughts carefully. After a moment of silence, I explained, in truth, I possess a unique ability that allows me to glimpse my opponent's past during battle. I then recounted the tragic life of Kamachi in its entirety. Zhang Naihu, quick to understand, grasped my intent. "So, you sought to prevent him from being reborn, honoring his final moments of realization." "Indeed," I nodded, unwilling to let Muzin's lineage trample his dignity. From a moment he conceded, he was merely a valiant warrior who had fallen before me. Zhangna's gaze shifted as she regarded me anew. Within days, I was able to rise and move about. Then came the momentous news. My abilities had manifested. Techniques such as Thunder Clone, Shadow Clone, the complete set of Wind Release Jutsu, and even the one-handed hand seals. Moreover, dear ones, I had acquired the clan's Byakugan, the kind that offers a 360-degree view without the blind spots characteristic of the branch family. My power soared to the pinnacle of gold tier, on par with the Hashira. Under Zhangnaya's guidance, I swiftly regained 70% of my strength. During this time, Koko occasionally brought me meals, and even Izuko would visit me during the night. This provoked a sense of great urgency in Zenitsu, compelling him to drag Tanjiro and Inosuke out to undertake missions. Observing their departure, I knew the narrative was about to shift. One morning upon rising, I was startled by Koko's scream, exclaiming, "What a mess! Hanasaki! Yamechide!" Recognizing the voice of the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, I quickly dressed and rushed outside, only to find him hoisting Koko over his shoulder. I called out, "Mr. Tenjin, I understand your intentions, but please release them. I shall accompany you on this outing." Yuzui Tenjin appeared taken aback, his expression one of incredulity, as if to say, "Why are you monitoring my home? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, stating, "What matters is that I require 3 girls to masquerade as courtesans to gather intelligence." I activated my keen perception. "I know you seek to find your 3 missing wives. However, you need not extract information. My sensory abilities are sufficient to locate MarineSix." At that moment, a wave of envy washed over me. 3 wives. I envied not the lovers nor the immortals. Merely the sound Hashira's daily existence. Yuzui Tenjin was utterly baffled. How did this fellow know everything? Had he read the script? Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor, explaining that this mission bore great danger, and even if I were to vanquish LowerMoon 3, I must remain vigilant. I responded, "I understand. Yet I hope you can trust me just this once. After all, I am quite formidable." Though he was displeased, he found no counter-argument. I added, "If you remain apprehensive, you may bring Xiang Naihu along." I turned to Xiang Naihu, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. The poor girl was torn. Deciding her fate felt more challenging than a life-or-death situation. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. In this critical moment, it was Sister Shinobu who stepped in as a divine assist, advising Xiang Naihu, "Your desire to go or not lies within your heart." Xiang Naihu closed her eyes, reflecting on our shared moments, and finally, with determined eyes, she declared, "Yaisen, I do not wish to merely wait for your safe return from battle. I yearn to truly assist you. I believe there is something I can contribute to this mission." I silently nodded in appreciation of Sister Shinobu's timely intervention, recognizing the significance of this moment. Before departing, Sister Rin specifically warned me not to overdraw my physical strength with that technique, Ba Min Dunjia, as my body has yet to fully recover, and the consequences of using it again would be dire. While Xiao Kuei went to fetch some provisions, I seized the opportunity to address Yu Sui Tian Yuan. "Mr. Tian Yuan, you were once a ninja, correct? Might I borrow some ninjutsu tools? To be honest, I have a slight understanding of some ninjutsu." Yu Sui Tian Yuan gazed at me as if I were a creature from another realm, his eyes seemingly questioning what I was incapable of. Nevertheless, he generously tossed me a ninjutsu toolkit. Xiao Kuei returned with a generous supply of rice balls and dumplings, urging me to return alive. For some reason, Kanaihu, watching from the side, wore an expression that suggested she felt somewhat uncomfortable. With everything prepared, Yu Sui Tian Yuan grinned widely. "Let us set forth. We shall rescue my 3 wives in a splendid manner and eliminate the LowerMoon demon along the way." I rolled my eyes at his exuberance. "Fine. Considering my esteemed presence, I shall spare you a grievous fate this time." Before long, our party arrived at Yoshiwara. Gazing upon the vibrant and indulgent flower streets, I was instantly filled with exhilaration. Was this not the paradise of men? Yu Sui Tian Yuan wore a disapproving expression, as if I were a country bumpkin. However, the next moment, I closed my eyes and then opened them wide, activating my Byakugan. Veins bulged at the corners of my eyes, presenting a rather intimidating sight. This left both of them utterly astonished. Yu Sui Tian Yuan likely thought, "My goodness, is that cataracts?" Having read the original text, I was already aware that his wives were imprisoned underground. Following this lead, I initiated a 360-degree perspective scan and swiftly pinpointed their location. "Follow me." I beckoned them as we dashed toward an underground warehouse. Upon arrival, without a moment's hesitation, I leaped into the air and swiftly formed hand seals. Kitan. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Immediately following that, I unleashed Futon de Tapa, the fireball combined with the air cannon, the wind fueling the flames, resulting in a resounding explosion that created a gaping hole in the ground. Of course, I controlled the force, ensuring that no harm befell those inside. This display left Yu Sui Tian Yuan and Kanaihu utterly astounded for 20 years. Their minds must have nearly short-circuited, wondering what on earth kind of sorcery this was. Spewing fire from my mouth? Was this truly the breath of flame? We leaped into the warehouse, where a foreboding atmosphere prevailed, adorned with silken ribbons and littered with white bones. Kanaihu pointed to the ribbons, revealing numerous portraits of people within them. Yu Sui Tian Yuan's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized his 3 wives. Observing the 3 beautiful women within the ribbons, I instinctively inhaled. I must say, those legs were truly magnificent. Prime Minister, I have come to enlightenment. Suddenly, I sensed a murderous intent from the corner of my eye. Turning my head, I saw Kanaihu smiling sweetly at me, though that smile carried an unsettling undertone. Just as Yu Sui Tian Yuan's anger peaked, the ribbon sprang to life, lunging toward us. Indeed, these were the avatars of Daki. I snorted coldly, Futon, Shinkasen, drawing the blade, gifted by my brother. I blew forcefully upon its surface, enveloping the Nichiren blade in a layer of Haki, turning it pitch black. I darted forward, the blade dancing in a flurry, severing the ribbons entirely. Yusui Tianyuan also drew his dual blades, magnificently rescuing his 3 wives. As soon as they emerged, one named Suma clung to him, weeping uncontrollably, only to be kicked on the back of the head by another named Maki, resulting in a cascade of colorful language. What ludicrous sight! At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "You wretched beings, how dare you release my food?" We turned to see a scantily clad woman with white hair standing behind us, her striking face brimming with murderous intent. The LowerMoon Daki. I crossed my arms, taking a moment to appreciate her utterly devoid of survival instincts. Her attire revealing all that could be revealed, clearly the original version from the Flying Saucer Society, rather than a censored variant. Impressive. The author truly understands the readers. The Nichiren blade in my hand began to crackle with electric energy as I taunted. "Your aura appears remarkably feeble, with such strength. How do you dare to be an LowerMoon? I offer you a chance. Reveal all your trump cards before you disgrace yourself." Daki immediately fumed. "What do you mean? Do not be so complacent. I have devoured 7 of your Ashira." Daki shouted in rage. "I shall unleash the Chidori flow upon all of you." Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar resonated in my ears. In the next instant, I had already passed by her side, the electrified Nichiren blade swiftly severing her neck and decapitating her. Huh? Daki stared in a daze at the swirling world and her own headless body, her mind malfunctioning. To ensure she grasped her own weakness, I deliberately added, "Please, you are truly weak. Now you know who the true master is, don't you?" This statement, while not physically harmful, carried a profound insult. Daki shattered, her head rolling on the ground like a fallen star, filling the air with a fragrant ambience. I cleared my ears, delivering another substantial blow. "Your words are foul. Compared to Kanaihu, you truly fall short." The most piercing realization was that Kanaihu, standing by, seemed to recall something joyful, covering her face as she chuckled. "Huh? I will kill you. I will kill you." Daki's head nearly soared from the ground. My tone grew increasingly impatient. All right, I understand your LowerMoon. I acknowledge your beheading was due to your carelessness, and yes, I know you devoured 7 Hashira. So, can you now reveal your trump cards? Beside me, Yusui Tianyuan and his 3 lively companions were left dumbfounded, pondering how my taunts surpassed even Daki's. Daki finally broke down, wailing, "I'm LowerMoon. I am truly strong, dear brother. Please come assist me." While Yusui Tianyuan was puzzled as to why she had not yet perished, suddenly, a head emerged from Daki's back. Yusui Tianyuan's expression changed dramatically as he charged forward, but his blade struck only air. An exceedingly hideous demon, wielding 2 grotesque scythes, appeared before Daki. Her brother. Jitaro. That voice, it was excruciating. What a ghastly sound. Yusui Tianyuan attempted another strike, but I swiftly appeared beside him, pulling him away just in time to evade Jitaro's nearly instantaneous scythe strike. How swift! Yusui Tianyuan ses pupilles dilated. What shocked him further was that my speed surpassed even Jitaro's, allowing me to rescue him from danger. It could be said that without my intervention, his forehead would have been cleaved open. Jitaro was also taken aback, gazing at me. "Recently, I heard from Lord Musin that someone has slain LowerMoon. That person must be you, correct? It seems this will be a fierce battle," he said, his expression turning grave. "Indeed, I had already devised a plan to deal with you." I rested the Nichiren blade upon my shoulder, grinning confidently. "As long as I decapitate both of you simultaneously, your demise is assured, is it not?" Daki continued to sob, yet I had no patience left. "If you do not wish to fight, then I shall take your lives." "Itoriyu Daikakin." I gripped the Nichiren blade, and in the next moment, the blade's light flashed before Jitaro. His pupils constricted, and as blood erupted from his hands, forming flying sickles, he attempted to ambush me from behind, shouting, "Why are you all still dawdling? Help me fight." Only then did Daki react. Jitaro, with his hands entwined in blood energy, barely managed to fend off my thunderous strike. Boom! The moment the blade collided with the blood energy, Jitaro's feet sank deeply into the ground, leaving behind deep grooves as he slid backward. In terms of both strength and speed, I had completely overpowered him. How is this possible? Daki was utterly flabbergasted. In her eyes, her invincible brother was being dominated by a seemingly mere boy of 15 or 16. She suddenly recalled that this was the very monster who had defeated Upper Moon 3. Oh no! Doji's face revealed an expression of terror as the silken ribbons behind her surged towards me. Simultaneously, Yusue, Tenjin, and Kanaihu shattered the incoming blood sickles, preparing to lend their support. A cold smile adorned my face as I suppressed Jifutaro, continuing my verbal taunts. What's the matter, you little mutt? I haven't heard your tale of slaying 7 Hashira for 5 minutes now. Is this all you have? How infuriating. I could hardly swallow my frustration. Jifutaro, incensed, could not tolerate being humiliated, for I was an Upper Moon, having claimed the heads of 7 Hashira. Fueled by fury, he unleashed a devastating attack, blood erupting from his body like a torrent, transforming into countless blood blades that swept through the air in all directions. In an instant, I witnessed Ichin's brother being cleaved into numerous pieces without a moment's notice. Kanaihu's eyes reddened with rage, nearly compelling her to unleash her ultimate technique. My heart sank. This was disastrous. But you know what happened next? A hand swiftly pressed down on Kanaihu's shoulder, and Ichin, with a cheerful demeanor, stood beside her, reassuring her. Don't be alarmed. I am unscathed. Those who understand the gravity of the situation would realize that the one who was shredded was merely a clone. In the next moment, those fragments surged forth, transforming into lightning that struck Jifutaro, leaving him convulsing as if caught in a violent tremor, creating a chaotic spectacle. Yusue Tenjin, the sound Hashira, stood dumbfounded, internally lamenting. Wasn't it said that they wouldn't use breathing techniques? Fire, air cannons, and now electricity? This is 1,000 times more extravagant than my techniques. This is more agonizing than being slain. Yet, Ichin paid him no heed. He turned to rally his companions with unwavering determination. Tenjin, Kanaihu, their sickles are venomous. Be cautious not to make contact. Then, he ignited with fervor, declaring, upon witnessing Rengoku's struggle to wield his sword, I vowed that even at the cost of my life, I will ensure that all of you live to embrace a world devoid of demons. Such a proclamation nearly compelled me to pledge my allegiance. Tenjin was left in astonishment, likely pondering, how did he ignite with such passion? Someone bring me Boruto to calm down. Kanaihu was utterly enchanted, gripping her blade and proclaiming, Ichin, let us return together. Jifutaro, completely unhinged, caught sight of Tungin's 3 wives, his jealousy distorting his visage, and he lunged forward with a roar, while his sister unleashed numerous silken ribbons from behind, resembling an octopus in her assault. The battle was upon us. Ichin rubbed his hands together, unleashing a barrage of fireballs imbued with shuriken, igniting Doji's ribbons. Jifutaro, witnessing his sister's misfortune, frantically hurled his blood sickles. Ichin countered with wind-enhanced shuriken, akin to chainsaws, compelling Jifutaro to retreat and protect his sister. This was the moment. I tell you, this opportunity was exquisite. At the instant their weapons collided, Ichin accelerated, his right hand crackling with electricity, blinding me momentarily as he executed the 1,000 birds technique, skewering the sibling duo like candied hawthorn. Now, he bellowed, and Tenjin and Kanaihu understood the signal. Their blades descended upon the siblings' necks. Jifutaro, in sheer desperation, attempted to sneak attack Tenjin with a sickle aimed at his chin. But guess what? Ichin's left hand morphed, cloaked in Haki, and he effortlessly grasped the sickle. With mere centimeters to spare from Tungin's chin, Tenjin remained unfazed, wholly focused on the execution. Jifutaro was utterly bewildered. How could this boy multitask while unleashing his ultimate techniques? His last hope was to launch a second sickle towards Kanaihu's back, intending to force Ichin to intervene. He calculated that Ichin must be fatigued, believing that merely prolonging the battle would lead to his victory. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. Ichin regarded him with a smirk, forming hand seals with one hand, summoning a shadow clone that appeared behind Kanaihu, blocking the blood sickle. Jifutaro's expression was akin to encountering a specter, his inner thoughts likely screaming, Who is the true demon here? Wasn't it said that humans only wield breathing techniques? Yet, you conjure fire, lightning, and clones. Did you traverse dimensions? Doji, terrified, began to weep. Brother, think of something. But it was futile. Yusue, Tenjin, and Kanaihu, driven by the faith of all, strained every sinew. And with a resounding snap, 2 heads soared into the air. They succeeded. Just as they uttered their triumph, Ichin abruptly withdrew his arms, grasping both heads and using the body flicker technique to evade into a subterranean hideout. In the next moment, The entire underground warehouse was obliterated by the explosive blood blades of Jifutaro, who perished. Had we not fled swiftly, the three of us would have met our end there. Tenjin surveyed himself, unscathed, then glanced at Ichin, who lay exhausted on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Meanwhile, the severed heads on the ground commenced a heated exchange. You useless brother, and you're not useless? You were slain in an instant. Please, for once, be of some use, my foolish sister. How'd I end up with such an ugly brother? Will my life have taken this turn without you? Why don't you just die? Just as Jifutaro was about to utter even more vile words, Ichin approached and covered his mouth. Enough, do not speak further. In hell, you shall be each other's sole support. He regarded the sibling duo softly. You are siblings. You shall never be apart. In that moment, both siblings were taken aback, and tears began to fall. Amidst their final screams of defiance, their heads dissolved into ash. Kanai, who observed this scene, her gaze complex, as the lines between good and evil blurred. Yet Ichin smiled, declaring, the world is indeed filled with contradictions. I severed their lives due to their wickedness. However, I also hope that in the end, they cease to harm one another. At that moment, I sensed Kanaihu's gaze upon Ichin, an intensity that could almost draw threads. In another realm, shrouded in darkness, Jifutaro urged his sister, May, to venture towards the light, while he prepared to descend into hell. But May clung to him from behind. Weeping, I refuse. We promise to never part. No matter how many times we start anew, I will always be your sister. Jifutaro froze, recalling that snowy day when they huddled together for warmth, vowing to remain together forever. Ultimately, he smiled resignedly, carrying May on his back as they stepped towards the inferno of hell. For May, a world without her brother was the true hell. At that moment, outside the flower district, the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, finally arrived, his words dripping with sarcasm. Oh, Yusue, quite impressive, managing to eliminate an upper moon, albeit the weakest. I suppose I can grudgingly commend you. Tungin's wife immediately engaged in a quarrel with him, creating a rather ludicrous scene. Tenjin, uninterested, pointed towards Ichin in the distance, stating, do not underestimate newcomers. That lad can certainly take you on. Iguro's eyes narrowed with intent, silently vowing to remember. Ujetsu Ichin, I shall not forget. Meanwhile, within Infinity Castle, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. Muzan snapped his fingers, summoning all upper moons. Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo with 6 eyes, emanated an oppressive aura. Upper Moon 2, Doma, bore a sinister smile, exuding malice. The newly arrived, Kaigaku, stood nervously, unsure where to place his hands. Doma approached him with a grin. Oh, a newcomer? With a Kazagon? Are you here to fill his shoes? Beside him, Kokoshibo rested his hand on the hilt of his blade, coldly observing the scene, nearly on the verge of drawing his sword. I must tell you, the atmosphere at that moment was so tense that I dared not even breathe. And guess what happened? The newcomer, named Kwaiyue, executed a sliding kneel with unparalleled smoothness. Oh, Lord Tomo, you jest. I am unworthy of such praise. Just to catch a glimpse of Lord Muzan would be enough for me to boast for a lifetime. Such humility, driven by an overwhelming desire to survive. Upon hearing this, Haishimo nodded in approval, finally withdrawing his hand from the blade. Tomo, however, wore an expression of utter disinterest, deeming the newcomer a coward, lacking excitement. Just then, the sound of a pipa echoed twice, sending a jolt through my heart. The main event had arrived. A woman clad in a black kimono, her hair obscuring half her face, stood there exuding an entirely different aura. The future Upper Moon 4, Mingv. As Haishimo had barely uttered Muzan's name, the man himself appeared in a flash. Clad in a white shirt and gray vest, with a middle-parted hairstyle, he radiated an air of corporate manipulation. He opened with a deathly inquiry. 2 upper moons lost in a month? And to the same person? Was my blood given freely? What are you all doing? The one called Yuhu, resembling a peculiar pot, rushed forward to curry favor, saying, No, Lord Muzan. Kabutsuji and the others are newly ascended, lacking in strength. Lord Akaza must have been too careless, if he had been serious. His flattery backfired. Muzan shot him a deadly glare, retorting, Oh? So you're implying that my blood is insufficiently potent to prevent Akaza from easily defeating those Hashira. Is that it? I was utterly bewildered. Who could fathom how to respond to such a query? Any answer would lead to death. Muzan was not done yet, delivering another blow. Furthermore, Tomo is one I personally trained, and his blood also originates from me. So you're indirectly suggesting that I am weak? Yuhu froze in place, likely repeating Q in his mind 1,000 times. Just as he contemplated begging for mercy, Hashimo could no longer bear to watch. In a swift motion, he drew his sword, creating a gash on Yuhu's face, effectively silencing him. Lord Muzin, Hashimo spoke with utmost respect. Yuhu, after all, possesses combat strength. Now, that young man remains oblivious. With all 9 Hashiras still alive, another loss among the upper moons would be detrimental to your plans regarding the blue spider lily. I must say, although Muzin was clearly displeased, he dared not challenge Hashimo. After all, the latter's strength was undeniable. He could only stifle his anger, assigning Yuhu and Hantengoku the task of searching for the blue spider lily. Then, he grew frantic, truly frantic. He commanded Ming to summon all the demons, intending to administer blood infusions for upgrades. What an absurd strategy. Hashimo's expression at that moment could be summarized in 4 words: desperate and out of options. Meanwhile, on our side, the Demon Slayer Corps was practically celebrating with champagne. Battle reports. Battle reports. Ichinos led Yuzui Tenjin and Kanawo to successfully eliminate Upper Moon 6. Once the news spread, the entire headquarters erupted in excitement. The ever-competitive Iguro Abanai, upon hearing my report, turned dark, swinging his blade with such speed that it left afterimages. Muttering, "Why is it always that kid? I must personally slay Muzin to prove my superiority." The atmosphere was growing increasingly absurd. My nominal mentor, Rengoku Kaijiro, upon receiving the news, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Truly my son, such spirit." With that, he donned his cloak and prepared to leave. His brother, Senjuro, inquired about his destination, to which he replied that he was nearly healed and would head to headquarters to teach others swordsmanship, ensuring even the weak had a chance to grow stronger. What a bastion of righteousness! Even his father, who often indulged in alcohol, silently picked up a wooden sword, resuming his practice of total concentration. Our leader, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, was so exhilarated that he coughed up blood while gripping his wife's hand, declaring, "Tianin, do you understand? The gears of destiny are beginning to turn. This is a sign. We shall surely defeat Muzin." He immediately ordered a Hashira meeting in 2 months to prepare for the final battle. 2 months later, Kanawo and I returned to the Butterfly Mansion, chattering merrily, only to bump into Tanjiro. The little angel gazed at us with an expression of profound emptiness. Upon seeing him, I felt a twinge of guilt. I had not only stolen his spotlight, but also taken his sister. Had this been a different protagonist, he might have succumbed to darkness right then and there. Yet, he smiled and congratulated me. "Ichinos, you're truly impressive. It feels like Nezuko's return to humanity is closer." I patted him on the shoulder and noticed he was unarmed. "Curious?" I asked, and he sighed. "My sword broke again." I realized, according to the original story, this was his 3rd broken blade, followed by 2 instances of being hunted by the blacksmith, all of which I had managed to avoid. He was now troubled about how to travel to the swordsmith village to request another sword. Upon hearing this, I knew I had to accompany him. I mean, the swordsmith village was a hotspot for Upper Moon 4 and Upper Moon 5 to rack up achievements. I couldn't let him go alone. What if the blacksmith, Kocho Shinobu's friend, ended up with only him injured? That simply wouldn't do. I immediately declared, "All right, let's travel together." Upon hearing that I would join, Kanawo's face fell. Seeing her expression, I guess it was likely that Kocho Shinobu had left her with a final message, a plan to fill her body with wisteria poison and perish alongside Tomo. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder and smiled, saying, "Do not worry. I understand your concerns, and I will not allow anything to frighten you." The young girl's pupils widened in shock, and she nodded, choosing to trust me. Sighing, I glanced at the 2 of them, while Tanjiro quietly tightened his green Haori, likely contemplating whether he was somewhat superfluous. Before long, I, along with Tanjiro and Nezuko, arrived at the foot of the Swordsmith Village mountain. Upon arrival, we heard a commotion. Moving closer, I saw a masked child arguing with the Mist Hashira, Takedo Machiro. Takedo Machiro was quite arrogant, lazily stating, "If the combat doll is broken, then so be it. It was always a consumable. Do you realize how many swordsmen will sacrifice themselves while you waste my time? Hand over the key. Aside from crafting blades, you hold no value to the Demon Slayer Corps." His words ignited Tanjiro's fury, and he charged forward, knocking Takedo's hand away, shouting, "Apologize. The swordsmiths are our guarantee. Without Nicaran blades, how would you face the Upper Moons?" Takedo couldn't be bothered to respond, his figure flickering as he attempted to strike Tanjiro with a hand chop aimed at his neck. "Oh, so you think you can act so haughtily?" I swiftly appeared between them, grasping Takedo's wrist and throwing him several meters away. Yoshiyuki Ichinos, I advise you to recognize your place. My tone was calm, yet impatience seeped through. I'm afraid I cannot comply, I replied with a smile. If you seek to practice against that zero-type combat doll, how about I serve as your opponent? A flicker of excitement ignited in his otherwise indifferent eyes. Defeating 2 upper moons does make you a worthy opponent. Very well. If you lose, you must apologize to that little swordsmith. Just because you're fighting on the front lines does not give you the right to belittle the existence of those in support. On what grounds? On the grounds that I, Yoshiyuki Ichinos, can defeat you to your satisfaction. As soon as my words fell, my aura erupted, locking onto Takedo Michiro. The immense pressure instantly drew sweat from his brow. This was a sensation he had only felt from the stone Hashira. Jiomi Himejima, I advise you draw your blade. Otherwise, before I finish speaking, I will already be upon you with a hand chop aimed at your neck. Zulfust. His pupils dilated, instinctively drawing his sword to counterattack with the third form of mist-breathing, misty swirls. A dazzling arc of light spun towards me. At that moment I smirked, transforming my hand into claws. My Haki and iron block activated simultaneously, rendering my entire right hand pitch black, and with a clang, I caught the blade empty-handed. Takedo Michiro was left dumbfounded. His strike, executed with a breathing technique, was effortlessly subdued by my bare flesh, the blade unable to move an inch. In that instant, he realized he had lost, completely and utterly. Upon my defeat, he, being a solitary individual, promptly sheathed his sword, bowed to the little swordsmith, and with a defiant tone uttered an apology. I am not at fault. I merely honor the wager. With that, he turned to leave. Behind him, the little swordsmith, infuriated, shouted, "Hey, why the arrogance after losing? Your words are tougher than a boiled duck." The little swordsmith expressed immense gratitude towards us, declaring his intention to let Tanjiro practice with the zero-type doll. Tanjiro, momentarily taken aback, inquired whether that wasn't a rather significant item. The little swordsmith, coming to a realization, remarked, "No matter how precious the doll, it cannot outweigh the life of a swordsman." He further added, "Mr. Yishin's strength has already surpassed that of the Kasumi pillar. The doll offers him little enhancement." At that moment, Tanjiro fell silent. Dear family, is this what true emotional pain feels like? Yet, he soon found solace and followed the little swordsmith for training. As for me, I was guided by the villagers to the hot springs. Upon arrival, I was greeted by a familiar scream. "Oh no, I've been rejected again." The love pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri, immediately threw herself into my arms, sobbing, "Yishin, that guy Jinya has scorned me. Am I too ugly?" I quickly pushed her away. Who could withstand that? While attempting to reassure her, I said, Jinya is simply an unyielding man. Besides, haven't you noticed? Mr. Ihei has been secretly infatuated with you. Every time someone gazes at you, his eyes are like daggers. Filled with deep emotion, Mitsuri paused, recalling the ever-watchful Ihei Kobain, her cheeks flushed with crimson. With a shriek, she grabbed my hand and dragged me to dinner. As we devoured our meal, she asked whether Jinya and Shinji were brothers. I couldn't reveal that, so I deftly changed the subject and asked her why she joined the Demon Slayer Corps. The moment I did, her face turned red, and she unabashedly replied, "I merely seek someone with whom to grow old, to share heartfelt conversations under the moonlight and develop together." I nearly choked on my food. Was she truly that bold? After our meal, Mitsuri went to fetch a new sword, offering me encouragement as she departed. "Yishin, you are strong. I believe Muzan will fall to your hands." "Indeed," I replied with a smile. "My strength is solely to ensure no regrets linger in your lives." After bidding Mitsuri farewell, I was assigned to a resting room. Upon opening the door, I found myself locking eyes with Jinya. His scarred face, devoid of eyebrows, glared at me as he growled, "What are you staring at? Why hide your gentle heart behind such a fierce facade?" I smiled and sat down, thinking it idle time for conversation. "Let us discuss your brother, Mr. Shinji." He immediately became agitated, throwing a punch in my direction, which I effortlessly caught. "Come on, it's common knowledge that one is named Jinya and the other Shinji. You two are brothers. Your joining the Demon Slayer Corps is merely to earn your brother's approval." I assented it. I struck a nerve, and to my surprise, a faint blush appeared on his fierce face. Under my gentle coaxing, he eventually divulged the tragic misunderstanding between them. The mother had turned into a demon, and in an attempt to protect him, his brother had slain her, leading to Jinya's misinterpretation of his brother as a murderer and creating a rift between them. His dream was to become a Hashira, to gain his brother's acknowledgement, and to apologize personally. Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. You perceive your brother as existing on the second tier, while in reality, he dwells in the stratosphere. He looked bewildered. What do you mean? Perhaps his deliberate distance is an attempt to keep you away from the dangers of the Demon Slayer core, allowing you to lead a normal life? I leaned against the wall, adopting the guise of a life mentor. His estrangement is a consequence of your disobedience. Your insistence on learning the craft pushed him away. He lowered his gaze. Even so, that is hardly a dilemma. I interjected, a broad smile adorning my face. Simply eradicate all demons, defeat Muzan. And once peace reigns, the Demon Slayer core will naturally disband. At that point, regardless of the rift between you two, you will have a lifetime to reconcile. Jinya stared at me, his gaze fixed, as if I had just claimed that 1 + 1 = 3. Please, I merely helped you see through that thin veil of misunderstanding. Your brother dismisses you. The core is fraught with issues. How tiresome is that? So what to do? It's simple. Eliminate all demons, and the core will dissolve, allowing you and your brother to return home and live your lives. Isn't that a straightforward solution? I suspected my straightforwardness had left him dumbfounded. Regardless, as soon as I finished speaking, I collapsed into sleep, snoring thunderously. The next morning, upon opening my eyes, Jinya had already vanished, likely off training in some corner. As I stepped outside, I was met with the sight of a bruised Tanjiro. I couldn't hold back my laughter. Well, little brother, who did you tangle with? To my surprise, he appeared quite proud, hands on his hips, boasting. Let me tell you, I took down that Zero-type combat doll. I even found a rusty blade inside, rumored to be used by the former Yorichi. Mr. Kanemoto has already taken it to help me reforge it. I nodded, acknowledging his achievement, then lowered my voice, leaning in conspiratorially. Tanjiro, how about embarking on a grand adventure? Perhaps confronting an Upper Moon? He was momentarily stunned. I'm interested, but Upper Moons aren't something you just casually confront. My Kinbunchika Haki has detected something. 2 Upper Moon-level demons are lurking around the village outskirts. We are likely to encounter them tonight. This statement wasn't entirely boastful. I just needed him to comprehend. Tanjiro's expression turned serious. Understood. Should we notify Mr. Michiro and Ms. Mitsuri? I rolled my eyes. Do you think they would believe us? Besides, just the 2 of us are sufficient. There's no need to make it a grand affair. My mind was racing with another thought. If we summon them and they trigger their mark, it would be a self-inflicted debuff. The cost of activating the mark is far too great. With me involved, I cannot allow my comrades to shorten their lifespans. That is simply unacceptable. Tanjiro nodded, albeit somewhat confused, feeling as though I had just shown him something profound. Thus, we spent a day resting. As night fell, we positioned ourselves on the outskirts of the swordsmith village. In the stillness of the night, an unfortunate swordsmith rushed towards the village, but his poor eyesight led him to investigate a broken pot by the roadside. In the next moment, he was sucked into it, followed by a spray of blood. Another one. Emerging from the pot was an exceedingly peculiar-looking creature, a demon named Tamayo. On the rooftop beside him lay an even uglier figure, Hantengu, sporting an expression of melancholic despair, watching Tamayo engage in what he deemed performance art. Tanjiro and I leaped from the shadows. Alas, we were a moment too late. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, I felt displeased. There was no other option but to avenge this gentleman. Oh, another pair of Demon Slayer Corps members seeking death. Tamayo sneered. Hantengu chimed in sarcastically. What uses it to kill more Hashira? Without finding the blue spider lily, we shall still face Muzan's wrath. Spare the chatter. Attack. Tamayo, provoked, unleashed his ultimate technique. From the pot, he summoned 2 enormous goldfish, their mouths agape, releasing a torrential downpour of golden poisonous needles towards us. I glanced back at Tanjiro, and without a word, kicked him towards Hantengu. As he soared through the air, Tanjiro appeared bewildered, likely filled with questions. Following my kick, I executed a spinning maneuver, invoking the 8 trigrams palm. A cerulean chakra shield materialized instantaneously, ringing as it deflected all the poison needles. Yuhu was momentarily taken aback, likely pondering the nature of this individual. What kind of power allows one to unleash AoE without a blade? Seizing the moment, Tanjiro also reacted, suspended in midair, utilizing the force of my prior kick to strike at the freshly landed Hantengoku with a decisive blow. Kagura of the Fire God, circular dance. With a crack, Hantengoku's neck was severed. Tanjiro landed, still somewhat bewildered. Had he succeeded? I felt a surge of joy. The young lad remained naive. Indeed, the very next moment, the severed body of Hantengoku sprouted a new head, while the decapitated head grew a body of its own, splitting into two. As anticipated, Tanjiro's face paled. I had foreseen this and immediately instructed him. Tanjiro, listen. The one wielding the staff can summon lightning, while the one with the fan can conjure winds. Do not attempt to sever their necks. It will be futile. Hold them off while I eliminate this vessel. Then I shall assist you. Upon hearing my words, the thunderous doppelganger, named Jinnu, felt his blood pressure rise, likely pondering how I possessed such omniscient insight into his abilities. Confused yet sensing danger, he unleashed a bolt of lightning in my direction. Yuhu seized the opportunity, encasing me in a water sphere, attempting to drown me within a watery prison. Is that all you've got? I scoffed, a flash of electricity sparking in my hand as I conjured a lightning spear several meters long, Chidori sharp light. With one thrust, the water prison and the lightning were both pierced effortlessly. Yuhu was left dumbfounded, trembling within his vessel. I flashed him a smile. As a swordsman, it is only reasonable to possess some magical prowess, is it not? Utilize your abilities quickly, lest you regret it once I dispatch you. For there are others here who have yet to exert their full strength. Do not underestimate anyone. Yuhu, thoroughly provoked by my attitude, unleashed a torrent of toothy, adhesive fish resembling piranhas, surging forth in a dark wave. I split off 2 shadow clones to assist Tanjiro, while my main body inhaled deeply. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A torrent of flames erupted, incinerating the multitude of fish into crispy morsels, even vaporizing the poisonous gas. As the flames dissipated, I drew my sword, closing the distance to Yuhu's face, and with one swift stroke, severed his head. Yet in the next instant, his remaining body seemed to soften like molting skin, as a more robust and grotesque form leaped down from the trees, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Why are you not afraid, you little wretch? He bellowed in frustration. True strength never indulges in unnecessary actions. I slowly closed my eyes, activating my observation Haki. Your flamboyant theatrics are transparent. I anticipated his position and, in a swift counter, released a blade of energy that forced him to reveal his true form. Just as he leaped away, I had already teleported before him. My expression won a mockery. What delusion led you to believe my speed could possibly rival yours? One sword style, great earthquake, with a spinning slash in midair. I executed a clean and decisive strike. I cannot believe I was bested by a lowly wretch. Yuhu's head tumbled to the ground, and he broke down, launching into a tirade of passionate insults that lasted a full half-minute, spewing abstract rhetoric. Annoyed by his noise, I approached and crushed him underfoot. The world fell silent, incompetent and loud. I cleared my ears and turned to hasten towards Tanjiro. My 2 shadow clones had bravely sacrificed themselves, one absorbing a lightning strike for Tanjiro, while the other erected earth and water barriers to shield against the hurricane. As I arrived, I witnessed Jinnu and Kale executing another combination attack aimed at Tanjiro. Wind release, great breakthrough. From a distance, I unleashed an air cannon, dispersing their assault. You strike, then I will. As my words fell, Nezuko sprang from her box, and the siblings charged towards Kale. My approach was simpler, enduring Jinnu's lightning. I imbued my Nichiren blade with Chidori flow and, with a swift motion, claimed another head. The moment Jinnu began to split, I followed up with another blade of energy, clearing the path for Tanjiro. Nezuko delivered a kick that knocked Kale unconscious, while Tanjiro followed up with a radiant strike, cleaving Kale into several pieces. Is it over? Tanjiro gasped. I yanked him and Nezuko behind me. It cannot be that simple. As expected, the 2 severed doppelgangers reformed, morphing into the embodiments of joy and sorrow. My word, the 4 heavenly kings of emotions had assembled. The 4 doppelgangers launched simultaneous attacks from all directions. Lightning, winds, sound waves, and gunfire, creating a veritable barrage. One sword style, 360 troublesome winds. I inhaled deeply, channeling my Nichiren blade with armament Haki and Chidori flow. With a single swing, a colossal blade of energy cleaved through their combined onslaught. Boom! A tremendous explosion érupted, birthing a mushroom cloud. Tanjiro stood in astonishment, but I ignored him, dashing into the smoke. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. From beneath their feet, my hands emerged, dragging them into the ground, leaving only their heads above, resembling freshly planted radishes. This exertion drained a considerable amount of my chakra, leaving me slightly pale. Tanjiro seized the opportunity, fired God Kagura, illusory, sun rainbow, His form transformed into countless afterimages, slashing 4 times, resulting in the heads flying off once more. Success. Tanjiro beamed with excitement. Yet, I pointed toward a swiftly fleeing figure deep within the forest, shouting, Tanjiro, Nezuko, pursue that. That small, rodent-like creature is the true body. Have Nezuko use her explosive blood to ignite your blade to sever its head. Although Tanjiro was filled with questions, he immediately chased after with Nezuko in tow. Meanwhile, the decapitated Jinnu began to move once more, absorbing the other 3 doppelgangers into his body, merging into a final form with a grotesque visage and a row of taiko drums on his back. Zenpateon. Despicable ants. He sneered, adopting the tone of a classic villain. Now behold despair. I couldn't help but laugh. Surely you do not believe that 4 combined are more formidable than 4 separate? Surely not. Is your understanding of mathematics taught by a gym teacher? This is merely a display of diminished intelligence. You seek death. His defense was shattered by my words, as sound waves and lightning surged towards me. Not enough. I unleashed a swirling green cyclone from my body, 8 gates opening of the 3rd gate. My stamina replenished instantly. Gripping my sword with both hands, I effortlessly shattered his attack with a single stroke of troublesome wind. He was left dumbfounded, and I had no time for idle chatter. I engaged in a battle of attrition, slashing through wooden dragons as he attempted to wear me down. Finally, he seized an opportunity to strike me at close range with a lethal sound wave. A crooked smile spread across his face, thinking he had me bested. Did he believe I was weak? Though my body had been ravaged by sound waves, a smile crept onto my face. Unfortunately for him, it was merely an act. Lightning release. Lightning clone technique. My body erupted into a burst of lightning, leaving him convulsing, eyes rolling back. Who was the real demon? That thought must have flashed through his mind. I had already appeared before him. One sword style, great earthquake. Swish. The blade gleamed, and Zenpateon's head was cleanly severed. Job done. I exhaled, a wave of fatigue washing over me. The remaining task lay with Tanjiro. That young man indeed did not disappoint. Imitating Zenitsu's thunderclap and flash, propelled himself like a rocket to pursue the true body, with Nezuko providing support through her blood, summoning her blade to cleave Hanten Goku's head from his shoulders. As Hanten Goku completely dissipated, a chime echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated Upper Moon 5U, Hu, and Upper Moon 4 Hanten Goku. Reward. Strength increased to diamond level, comparable to Kokushibo. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami, Amaterasu. Kimui, Izanagi, Susin. Reward. Conqueror's Haki. Reward. Swordsmanship. Crescent Moon Slash. Reward. One of the 8 unique techniques. Wind afterward, dual completion. I was utterly astonished. Ah, what a splendid achievement. A grand slam indeed. An eternal kaleidoscope. The color of the Supreme King. The Crescent Moon's charge. And let's not forget Feng Ho Chimin and Shuangchuan Shou. As I peruse the introduction of Shuangchuan Shou, which can directly alter the physical structure of others, a sudden realization dawned upon me. This technique is precisely designed to counteract Muzin's infinite regeneration ability. With this power in hand, why must I wait for dawn? I could vanquish him on the spot. Just as excitement surged within me, the voice of the system echoed in my ears once more. Host, let me inform you. Once you eliminate Muzin, regardless of whether he lives or dies, you must depart from this world and ascend to the next dimension. Therefore, if there are any unfinished matters, hurry and resolve them, so you do not leave any regrets. I was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the system bestowed such a significant beginner's boon upon me. It was indeed the final chance. All the bonds I had painstakingly forged, and the affection I had just captured from Kanaihu, suddenly weighed heavily on my heart. Just then, the system spoke again. Host, although you cannot remain, you may take with you one person you hold dear. My eyes instantly brightened. Was this not a divine assist? System, you truly are my savior. A plan began to form in my mind. Meanwhile, I could wager that Muzin, in Infinity City, must have a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. After all, Hantion Dog and Yuhu were both crafted by his own hands, bearing his DNA. He could surely witness our battle through their shared perspective. I could vividly imagine his clenched teeth and trembling rage. This little brat. How could someone so young possess such strength? It was laughable. I need not mention Yuhu's incompetence, but Hantion Dog was notoriously difficult to handle. Even Black Death Mu had to exert effort to contend with him. And yet, before me, he appeared as flimsy as paper. I dare say that Muzin, the ancient recluse, for the first time, felt what true fear was emanating from a mere 15-year-old boy. Beside him, Black Death Mu must have been equally intimidated, hastily advising his master, Lord Musin, we cannot allow him to grow stronger. We must quickly find the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and eliminate him in his cradle. And guess what? The usually arrogant Musin surprisingly did not retort Black Death Mu, but instead began to ponder deeply. He inquired how many demons remained under his command. Black Death Mu responded with utmost respect, listing their numbers: 500 lower moons, 50 lower moons, 2 upper moons filled, and over 1,000 cannon fodder. Rest assured, Lord Musin, even if the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps doubled, they would never stand a chance against us. Very well, Musin scoffed coldly, his gaze fixated on me through the eyes of Hantion Dog, which had not yet fully disappeared. Another Yuan? That accursed man left a scar on me that still aches. I cannot allow you to grow. Ah, so you wish to spy from afar? I felt his gaze upon me, and directly facing that eye, made a throat-cutting gesture. Kabutsuji Musin, heed my words. You, a timid wretch who has survived for centuries, shall soon taste once more the terror and trepidation that Yuan brought upon you in your youth. I shall witness your face, so self-righteous, when death approaches. Though he could not hear me, he surely understood the gesture. I am confident his lungs were about to burst with rage, wishing to shred me into pieces with his octopus-like appendages. Yagyu-ichin, I shall certainly slay you. Absolutely. TCH, who will kill whom remains to be seen. Upon returning to the dining hall of the Swordsmith village, I must say, the scene was quite lively. The love Hashira, Mitsuri, raised the decibel level to its peak. Her voice nearly whisking me away. What? You 3 managed to defeat Upper Moon 4 and Upper Moon 5? Indeed. I casually munched on a rice ball, nonchalantly informing Tanjiro, not only that, but I believe I have a solution for Nezuko. While I cannot guarantee her return to humanity, I can assure you she will no longer fear the sun. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's fatigue vanished instantly. He seized my arm, his eyes wide as saucers. Really, Ichin? You can truly help Nezuko? I nodded affirmatively. Yes. Though I was uncertain if my butterfly would disrupt the narrative of Miss Tamayo's medicine, I knew I must resolve Nezuko's predicament before I departed. An hour later, I emerged from my room with Nezuko. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and our family, oblivious to the situation, gathered around, each person as tense as if in a delivery room, fixated on Nezuko. Tanjiro clenched his fists so tightly that the veins bulged, prepared to leap in at the first sign of danger should Nezuko be harmed by sunlight. Finally, Nezuko took that step, bathing in the sunlight. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Nezuko even extended her hand, wearing a blissful expression, softly exclaiming, so warm. Nezuko could speak. Tanjiro, unable to contain himself, rushed forward and embraced his sister, weeping uncontrollably. Ah, this is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Ichin, you are forever a god. Mitsuri joined in the tears, enveloping the two in a hug. How fortuitous. Just as I returned, Zenitsu rushed over from the butterfly mansion. Upon seeing Nezuko standing in the sunlight, able to speak, he transformed into a dramatic figure, embracing Nezuko and bursting into tears. My Nezuko, you are so adorable. Your cuteness is enough to send me to my demise. In the background, Aoi brandished a kitchen knife, scolding, then hurry up and die. You old pervert, spare us your nonsense. Yet Zenitsu paid no mind, grasping Nezuko's hand and proposing. Woo, Nezuko, you must have returned for me, right? Where shall we hold our wedding? Then came the iconic moment. Nezuko, adorned with a sweet smile, gazed at me and declared, word for word, Brother Ichin, I like you the most. I tell you, the entire scene fell into silence. Even the wind ceased to blow. Zenitsu's face was a sight to behold. The atmosphere around him shifted, crackling with energy, resembling a super scion. I have lost my love. My heart is shattered. The pain, it is unbearable. In the next moment, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging out of the butterfly mansion towards me in a frenzied rush for love. Yagyu-ichin, I demand a duel. Just as I effortlessly dealt with this lovesick fool, the semi-annual Hashira meeting commenced, and to my surprise, I was summoned to attend. Why? Because not only had I slain 2 upper moons, but I had also healed Nezuko with my Xuanchuan show. The mistress, Tainin, specifically called for me, hoping I could likewise heal Lord Ubuyashiki-oya. Upon entering, I could sense the tension among the Hashira outside. Particularly, the serpent Hashira and wind Hashira had their hands resting on their swords, likely ready to strike me down at the slightest misstep. Shortly thereafter, I emerged from the room, All eyes immediately fixed upon me. Even Ju and Wichiru could not suppress a gulp. I smiled and slowly stepped aside. Behold, who is this? Slowly, Ubuyashiki Yoya emerged from behind me. The spectacle was extraordinary. All the chaotic curse marks on his face had vanished. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and he appeared remarkably handsome. My apologies for causing you all concern. He spoke in his gentle voice, yet the impact was akin to a bombshell. Master, the entire assembly, including Lady Tynean, stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated my ability to create miracles, but never did they expect such a miraculous restoration. Lord Master, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. So you were this handsome all along. Mitsuri's infatuation flared once more. Beside me, Ihei Xiaobane glanced at our master, and then at me Li, silently suppressing his murderous intent. Who understands the plight of the family? The rival is too formidable, and it places me in a difficult position. Nakanaga Washimi, this irascible fellow, had tears welling in his eyes. Rengoku, on the other hand, was overly excited. Master, you look quite spirited. How wonderful. Our master smiled and said, Children, the one we should be most thankful for is EXIN. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, since my arrival, the performance indicators of the Demon Slayer Corps had soared. In just 6 months, we had eliminated 4 upper moons, a feat that was once unimaginable. Just as we were basking in this camaraderie, a flash of lightning surged into the assembly hall from afar, accompanied by a voice shouting, Focus! Reach the pinnacle. It was Zenitsu again. His timing for logging in from another location was quite peculiar. Without turning my head, I had already locked onto him with my Kinbunchika Haki and swiftly executed a spinning kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Our master observed this scene and chuckled. It seems our victory over Muzan is just around the corner. At that moment, the rock pillar proposed a full-scale training session to enhance everyone's abilities. The master agreed and then turned to me, asking earnestly, EXIN, could you impart your skills to the other swordsmen? I found myself in a quandary. Master, my abilities are a gift from the system. How can I teach them? Should I start a tutoring program? I could only respond, Master, my skills are innate. I cannot teach them. Although the master was disappointed, he did not press further and instead made another request. Could I ask you to personally spar with all the Hashira to elevate their strength? This I could certainly do. I was invigorated by the thought. Battling against 7 Hashira, with Iyong and Kochu Shinobu absent, was far more thrilling than taking on the upper moons, right? Nakanaga Washimi was immediately thrilled, his fists cracking with excitement. Rengoku was brimming with fighting spirit. Ihei Xiaobane squinted, likely plotting how to trouble me further. Only Yuzui Tenjin appeared dazed. He would rather lose an arm to an upper moon than face me, this monster. Soon, the Hashira conference concluded, and the 7 of us, along with myself, proceeded directly to the training grounds. To simulate real combat, I suggested we all use real blades. Initially, they thought I was reckless, but when I dispatched the rock and wind pillars, who were armed with wooden swords, with ease using my fists and feet, they quickly changed their tune and obediently switched to Nichiren blades. Nakanaga Washimi, seeing that I still wielded a wooden sword, shouted in frustration, Hey, can you be a bit more serious? Very well, I nodded, then drew 2 wooden swords. Dual wielding, I am quite serious. They all responded in unison. The second round commenced. I must say, it was not combat. It was an overwhelming display of dominance. With my eyes wide open, I established a 360-degree defense, utilizing my Sharingan and Kinbunchika Haki. Their strikes appeared to me as though played in slow motion. No matter how they approached from awkward angles, I effortlessly dispelled their attacks, even rendering their wooden swords incapable of breaking mine. Before long, all 7 Hashira were kneeling on the ground, exhausted like dogs. Yuzui Tenjin lay flat, exclaiming, Your growth in strength is astonishing. Before you, I cannot even shine. Rengoku laughed heartily. EXIN has become incredibly strong. It seems the time for Muzan to tremble is near. Even the mightiest rock pillar could not help but praise you, Liu Shang. Must be the child sent by the heavens to end the demons. After this sparring session, everyone returned to prepare for the upcoming full-scale training and agreed to have me accompany them regularly to enhance their strength. Although it was embarrassing to be thoroughly defeated by me, everyone understood that such an opportunity for growth was rare. However, 2 individuals did not partake in the training, Ju Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho. On Ju's end, Tanjiro had already entered stalker mode, even blocking the door when Ju went to the restroom, so that was not my concern. What I needed to address was Shinobu. She was Kanao's sister, and I could not allow her to embrace a fatal resolution to confront the upper moon too, Doma. One day, after concluding my rigorous training with Yuzui Tenjin, I returned to the butterfly mansion and found Kanao in a state of distraction. I approached and gently tapped her shoulder, saying, "I am back." Startled, she finally realized it was me. I took her hand and led her to a secluded corner. "Kanao, tell me honestly, did Miss Shinobu confide anything to you?" I asked seriously. Her expression turned grave, yet she remained silent. I pressed further. Is she planning to sacrifice herself in a fatal confrontation with Doma? She abruptly lifted her head, shock etched on her face. I laid it bare. I possess a certain ability that reveals a substantial amount of toxins within her. She is currently a living poison. Doma has a penchant for consuming young women. She intends to sacrifice herself, allowing you to deliver the killing blow after weakening Doma, correct? Kanao was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated my accuracy. I understood the feeling of helplessness looking at her, but she should not bottle it up or permit her sister to follow through with such a plan. She hesitated, believing this was the only way to defeat Doma. I gazed into her eyes and earnestly said, "Kanao, have you not noticed that with every battle, I only grow stronger?" She paused, as though realizing the truth in my words. "Kanao, would you like to hear my story?" I decided to reveal my truth to her. I told her that I hailed from a world entirely different from this one, where I was once so ordinary that I could not be found in a crowd. That feeling was akin to questioning one's existence, having no impact on the world. Kanao instantly empathized, recalling her tragic childhood. "Xin, I can understand your feelings." She murmured. "Thank you," I nodded and continued. "Then I was brought to this world. In truth, I have long known of everything that has transpired here, past, present, and even future." Although she was astonished, she did not contest my words, as my previous predictions had all come to pass. I had seen the fates of each Hashira, and I sighed. With a few exceptions, all the Hashira, along with Jinya, would perish. The cost was too great. Perhaps I was sent here to change this tragic fate. Thus, if a sacrifice were truly necessary, I would willingly give my own life to ensure that everyone witnessed my struggle for this world. At that moment, Kanao clasped my hand tightly and said with profound sincerity, "Xin, if a sacrifice is required, at least I will accompany you. No matter the outcome, we shall face it together." We lingered in each other's embrace for a while before parting. "Kanao, let's go speak with Miss Shinobu. We must not allow her to embrace death." "Yes, Xin, I beg of you. She is my most important family member, and I do not wish to lose her again." This was the first time Kanao made a decision that went against Shinobu's wishes. I felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. I took Kanao to Shinobu's residence and knocked on the door. "Miss Shinobu, it is I." "Xin, are you not in training?" Her voice held surprise. I got straight to the point. "Miss Shinobu, I am aware that both you and Tamayo are inside, and I understand your intention not to participate in the training. I hope we can have a sincere discussion." A sudden silence enveloped the room. Kanao joined in. "Sister Shinobu, this is also my wish. Both Xin and I do not want you to face that scoundrel Doma in a fatal confrontation. So, Kanao has shared everything with you, has she?" Shinobu sighed. "Komin." We entered, and indeed, Tamayo was present. I greeted her first. "Miss Tamayo, this should be our first meeting." Her expression shifted. "How do you know my name?" I smiled and replied, "Not only do I know your name, but I also have a profound understanding of your endeavors. The medicine you are developing is intended to combat Musin. It can induce aging, disrupt his cellular division, and even trigger the scars left by Mr. Yorichi to resurface. Am I mistaken?" My words left both Zhu Shi and the nearby butterfly Shinobu utterly bewildered. If I knew that butterfly Shinobu's plans had been leaked by Kanao, how could I possibly possess such intricate knowledge about Zhu Shi's affairs? With the situation unfolding as it did, I resolved to drop the pretense. Gazing at their shocked faces, I took a deep breath and revealed the greatest secret. "In truth, I do not belong to this world. I came to prevent both of you from sacrificing yourselves." Both Butterfly Shinobu and Miss Zhu Shi were taken aback, covering their mouths with wide eyes, likely experiencing a cognitive overload. I looked at them and stated clearly, "Miss Shinobu, Miss Zhu Shi, I am laying my cards on the table. I have seen the script of this world. I know you both have secretly prepared a last resort move to perish alongside Doma and Musin. But why should that be? Why must you die after eradicating the demons? Would it not be more appealing to embark on a new life in a world devoid of demons?" Despite my words, Miss Shinobu's gaze dimmed. Her heart was solely focused on avenging her sister and reuniting in another world. "And what about me?" "Kanao, in a state of desperation, spoke with a quivering voice. Does Sister Shinobu intend to leave me behind? Butterfly Shinobu glanced at Kanawo, then at me, her expression a whirlwind of complexity. Yet she maintained her defiance. You are no longer alone. You now have a heart. What was this sudden matchmaking? Kanawo grew more anxious, exclaiming. Precisely because I have feelings now. I cannot bear to watch you throw your life away. Working together? Butterfly Shinobu's expression was one of bitterness. You have no idea how formidable LowerMoon is. Even if we win, the cost will be tremendous. No, I interjected resolutely. She was taken aback, staring at me intently. What gives you such confidence? I grinned and unleashed my trump card. It is because I have seen the script. It is because my current strength rivals that of the Yorichi, who once made Muzan flee in terror. The mention of Yorichi's name caused Miss Zhu Shi to tremble, her eyes igniting with a flicker of hope. I looked at them, firmly asserting, your lives should not end here. I promise I will personally eliminate Muzan, and none of you will have to sacrifice yourselves. The new life you yearn for will soon arrive. With that, I dramatically turned and strode out, leaving them to ponder their existence. Of course, there was one thought I left unspoken, though I might not witness that new world myself. In the days that followed, I embarked on a whirlwind tour as the Hashira's emergency consultant. Each of these main characters harbored their own inner demons. How could they hope to triumph in the final battle without healing? My first stop was the snake Hashira, Iguro Abanai. Upon arriving at his doorstep, without uttering a word, he lunged at me with a peculiar Nicaran blade like a Malaysian sword. Let me tell you, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wished to engrave the words Shangshi Lao Chun vinegar onto my face. Was it merely because I had exchanged a few words with Love Hashira Mitsuri during our training? What episode was he imagining? I easily dodged and laid my cards on the table. Calm down, my friend. My heart belongs to Kanawo, and Mitsuri is not my type. And guess what? He exploded even further. What did you say? Mitsuri's allure pales in comparison to that laundry board? What the hell? Insulting my future wife in front of me? I couldn't tolerate this. I swiftly delivered a contemporary martial arts technique, knocking him to the ground, leaving him questioning his life choices. I then crouched beside him, adopting a mentor's tone. If you like her, then confess. What good does it do to rant at me? He finally began to emote, sharing his troubled past. In summary, he hailed from a peculiar family that sacrificed their kin to the snake demon for monetary gain. As the only boy, he was raised as a reserve food source, with his face scarred, feeling unworthy of the sunshine that was Mitsuri. I was left speechless and promptly smacked the back of his head. Wake up. Does Mitsuri care about such things? She's just a sweet and innocent girl. She won't understand unless you tell her. The final battle is upon us. Do you want to face it with regrets? Seeing him still stuck in his emo phase, I added another punch. Stop being so sentimental and get up. Let me see if you have the strength to be the man who protects Mitsuri. Having dealt with the Jealousy King, my next stop was the Wind Hashira Shinazuga Sanemi. When I arrived, chaos erupted. He was shouting threats at his younger brother, Genya, accusing him of straying down the wrong path to keep up with his older brother. In the next moment, he viciously jabbed his fingers toward Genya's eyes. Who understands this? This was not brotherly love. This was sheer brutality. Tanjiro leaped in to save him, and the scene descended into pandemonium. I could no longer bear to watch. I flashed in front of him and grasped his fist. Calm down, my friend. He resisted, wanting to fight me. I was done talking, unleashing my conqueror's Haki. With a resounding boom, everyone in the vicinity, including Tanjiro, fell to the ground, eyes rolling back in shock. I stared at his astonished face and queried, "What are you playing at? You are clearly afraid for his life, yet you insist on using the most hurtful words. Do you think he doesn't understand? I tell you, the battle is imminent. Must you wait until one falls before the other to shed tears of regret?" I had just revealed one of the greatest unresolved emotional conflicts in the original story. He fell silent, looking as if his soul had been siphoned away. I dusted off my hands and left him with a parting line. Rest assured, as long as I am here, neither of you will die. My final destination was the strongest Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. This was a heavyweight encounter. When I found him, he was carrying a boulder engulfed in flames, murmuring that tranquility brings coolness. Without hesitation, I initiated the battle. I suppressed my power to train with him, pushing him to his limits. Indeed, he achieved enlightenment, entering a state of clarity, claiming he could see through my body's internal structure. I thought to myself, this is merely a downgraded version of observation Haki. Success. After our spar, he began to open up, sharing how he had been betrayed by a child he once fostered, leading him to distrust all children, believing them to be inherently selfish. I interrupted him. Mr. Kanroji, I believe you are mistaken. Just because one child deceived you does not mean all children are wicked. Over the years, you never sought out that surviving girl. Perhaps the truth is not as you perceive it? I needed to offer him a window out of this deadlock. Otherwise, this emotional knot would last a lifetime. After addressing each of these troubled souls, I could finally catch my breath and return to the butterfly mansion to find Kanawo. She was still diligently practicing her swordsmanship, her little face flushed with exhaustion. My heart ached at the sight, so I extended an invitation. Come, let us dine. Her face flushed even deeper, like a ripe apple, yet she obediently nodded. We found a roadside stall, and recalling the script, I ordered her favorite marble soda. The astonishment and delight in her eyes nearly melted me. Seizing the moment, I declared a cheesy line. It is because our hearts are in sync. See? This emotional value was instantly maximized. After our meal, as we strolled down the street, I summoned all my courage and grasped her delicate hand. I was so anxious that my palms were drenched in sweat. After holding back for what felt like an eternity, I finally blurted out, I'm afraid your hands are cold. To my surprise, she earnestly replied, but it's summer now. At that moment, I was rendered utterly speechless. The atmosphere became so awkward that I could have dug out an entire 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Ultimately, I decided to abandon all pretense and tighten my grip instead. All right, I reveal my cards. It was merely an excuse. I simply wanted to hold your hand, and that was that. I gazed into her eyes and earnestly declared, once we defeat Musin, I intend to hold your hand like this every single day. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and nodded vigorously yes. It's a promise. You mustn't back out. In that moment, all notions of time travel and final battles faded away. I just wanted to hold her hand even tighter. However, just as I was lost in the moment, Nezuko came barreling in like a little cannonball, joyfully shouting and clinging to my arm, chanting Isin. Isin. The scene was utterly chaotic. Tanjiro and the others followed closely behind. I affectionately ruffled Nezuko's hair and inquired if Miss Tamayo's medication was ready. Tanjiro nodded, assuring me that Nezuko would soon revert to her human form. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over me, and I exclaimed, that's wonderful. Once she becomes human again, you can all return home to live peacefully. Then I added, so I will ensure you all survive, absolutely. The moment those words left my mouth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Who could understand the fearful look in Kanao's eyes as she clutched my sleeve tightly? Her voice trembling as she implored, promise me, we must all survive in a world without demons. What could I do? I grasped her hand in return and reassured her, of course we will. Yet, internally, I had already apologized 1,000 times. I had deceived her. It was a necessity. The eerie tension made it unbearable for everyone. And they quickly dispersed. Just as I parted from Kanao and was about to retreat to my room for a moment of respite, suddenly my heart dropped, and an intense feeling of foreboding exploded within me. My Kinbunchaku Haki spread out in an instant, and my radar went off the charts. 5 kilometers away, an overwhelmingly powerful presence was surging towards us, accompanied by a horde of demons, charging directly towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Here they come. Musin Kibbutz Suji. Without a second to lose, I donned my gear, and in a flash, I transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the room. I vowed that I would never allow another soul to perish at Musin's hands. Upon reaching the outskirts of the headquarters, the sight was daunting, an immense crowd. Leading them was a figure clad in an ostentatious outfit, sporting a kelp-like hairstyle, adorned with a devil-may-care grin that was all too familiar. Musin himself. Flanking him were 2 formidable others. To his left, the fan-wielding Upper Moon 2, Doma. To his right, the 6-eyed katana-bearing Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo. What a perilous assembly had arrived at our doorstep. Following closely was the traitor, Zenitsu's former master, now the newly appointed Upper Moon 6, Kagaku. If they breached our headquarters, it would spell disaster. Upon noticing me standing alone, Musin squinted, saying, Yagyu-isin? Just you? Have you really killed so many Upper Moons? This must be a joke. I couldn't be bothered to engage him in conversation. I closed my eyes and opened them once more, activating my Sharingan. Instantly, my conqueror's Haki erupted without reservation. A deafening wave surged forth, incapacitating all lower-ranking demons, including some lower moons, leaving them foaming at the mouth. Cold sweat began to bead on the faces of Kokoshibo and Doma. Muzan was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What kind of power is this?" With narrowed eyes, I advanced step by step towards him, stating, "You haven't witnessed my full potential yet, have you? Allow me to show you my resolve." No sooner had I spoken than the remaining demons charged at me with a wild roar. I was consumed by a frenzy, my body moving as if unleashed from all restraint. Every joint, my fists, elbows, and knees became weapons. A swift kick sent a LowerMoon flying. In one fluid motion, I threw a shuriken imbued with wind-release chakra, which swiftly severed a head. Drawing my Nichiren blade, I became a brutal engine of destruction. My Sharingan predicting every attack with precision, effortlessly slicing through the throngs of foes. I leapt into the air, executing a split, and my shoes unleashed hidden blades that cleanly decapitated 2 demons. Just then, a bolt of black lightning surged towards me. Kaigaku's thunder-breathing, 4th form, rumble. I couldn't help but chuckle. Did he wish to dance with me? I countered with a reverse Chidori, my body transforming into a streak of lightning that collided with his. Let me tell you, he paled in comparison to the brother duo, Daki and Jitaro. In the fleeting moment of our clash, I seized his throat, delivering a vicious toss, followed by my Nichiren blade, which cut through him. MarineSix eliminated. Kokoshibo erupted in fury, bellowing at me as he unleashed a massive crescent sword strike. I promptly covered my blade with armament Haki, executing a powerful strike that shattered his attack. Then, I taunted, "Not bad for the brother of the legendary Yorichi, though your son breathing pales in comparison." Upon hearing my words, Kokoshibo's face darkened, the color of liver, his 6 eyes brimming with murderous intent. Muzan shivered in fear. The name Yorichi was a trigger for his PTSD. Without granting them a moment's respite, I formed seals with both hands, exclaiming, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." A torrent of flames erupted forth. Doma hastily conjured ice to shield himself, summoning 2 ice golems to blow cold air. I combined wind release with fire release to create an enhanced dragon fire technique, and as the fire dragon surged forward, it expanded dramatically. The dozen or so demons skilled in ice and water attempted to withstand the onslaught with their blood demon arts, while Kokoshibo retaliated with a sweeping moon dragon tail, cleaving my enhanced fire dragon in 2. He bellowed, "Yagyu-isin, your only fate is death." I chuckled coldly, already airborne, surrounded by a multitude of massive fireballs. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireballs rained down upon the demons, igniting a vast inferno. Who truly are the demons here? Muzan watched from a distance, his teeth almost grinding to dust. Doma's ice vines emerged from the ground, attempting to ensnare me, but I easily evaded them. Kokoshibo unleashed a large-scale vortex of moon blades, while a newly appointed upper moon transformed his hands into massive crystals, resembling 2 small mountains, crashing down towards me. Very well. No more pretense. It was time to reveal my true strength. I glared, activating my Mangekyo Sharingan, and a deep blue Susanoo rose majestically. One punch sent the crystal demon flying, while my other hand drew forth an energy blade, blocking Kokoshibo's strike with a resounding clang. Kokoshibo stared, bewildered. What on earth is this? However, my incomplete Susanoo had its limitations, and the backlash was overwhelming. I clutched my eyes in agony. At that moment, Kokoshibo and the crystalline upper moon launched their most powerful strikes, while Doma summoned a colossal ice Buddha, attacking me from 3 sides with a thunderous crash, shattering my Susanoo. Kokoshibo sneered, "Is this where it ends? You are still unworthy." 2 spinning moon blades aimed directly for my head, while the crystal demon's fists barreled towards me like cannonballs. Unworthy? I scoffed, my right eye targeting their assault. Kamui. A spatial vortex materialized, instantly absorbing all incoming attacks. Amaterasu. Blood tears streamed from my left eye, igniting Kokoshibo and the crystal demon in unquenchable black flames. Seizing the moment of their disorientation, I unleashed the one-sword style, 360 troublesome winds, sending a massive wave of sword energy that cleaved Doma and his ice Buddha in half. As he faced his demise, he laughed, proclaiming that the sensation of death was exquisite. I swiftly crushed his skull beneath my foot. Such sociopathic tendencies deserved to be stomped out. Kokoshibo, more ruthless, severed his own burning flesh, relying on regeneration to restore himself. The other upper moon shed a layer of crystal armor. Haikizumu gazed into my eyes, believing he had discovered my weakness, and shouted, "Charge! Exhaust him!" The minions were quite bothersome, and I sighed. The Rundal emitted a dark blade aura, and with a swift strike, Atenchong unleashed a black sword energy that swept over hundreds of meters, a dimensional strike, if you will. The approaching demons were instantly annihilated. The crystal on Sangshan evaporated on the spot. Haikizamu's blade shattered, and his upper body was reduced to ashes. Yet, this old fellow was not dead. In a desperate bid for survival, he broke through his limits, sprouting an ugly, dinosaur-like head from his lower body. Thinking he could orchestrate a plot twist, I instantly appeared before him, activating my left eye Zudu. I pulled him into an illusion, forcing him to confront his grotesque reflection, and summoned the phantom of his brother. Brother, how pitiful you are. His resolve shattered right then and there. Seizing the opportunity, I executed the Song Chancho to dismantle his regeneration abilities. With a swing of the Lundal, he was completely reduced to ash. Alas, what a pity, brother. Just as I dealt with Haikizamu, darkness enveloped me, and I was rendered blind. Muzin, the sixth of his kind, finally emerged, clapping his hands mockingly. Fool, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. You blind fool, do you still think you can strike me? 9 tendrils shot out from behind him. I scoffed and retorted with a clever quip from 2025, I know you're eager. But hold your horses. Let us exchange a few blows first. He was thrown off guard. The tendrils lashed out like a storm, but with my supreme observation Haki, I evaded his relentless onslaught. It appeared that my usual tactics were insufficient. Taking a deep breath, I hesitated not, Umunkai. Upon opening the 6th gate, green steam erupted from my body, my skin flushed red, and my pupils vanished. The overwhelming pressure instilled a sense of dread in Muzin. As my voice resonated, I vanished. By the time he reacted, my palm had already struck his chest. With a thunderous boom, he was sent flying like a cannonball, a gaping hole puncturing his torso. Though he quickly healed, his shock was palpable. I slowly approached him, smirking. Reveal your trump card. Show me those 8 tendrils on your legs, or you'll miss your chance. Muzin was thoroughly flustered, unveiling the 8 tendrils concealed on his legs. Remarkably, he wielded a total of 17, resembling a sea urchin, attacking from various angles with fervor. Excellent. I aim to compel you to unleash your full power. Chao Kong Chi. My fists enveloped an armed Haki, surged forward, striking with such ferocity that flames erupted from the friction with the air. Countless fist shadows collided directly with his 17 tendrils. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with deafening explosions. Muzin was left dumbfounded as his whip-like tendrils, faster than bullets, were met head-on by my fists. Let me tell you, that old chap was utterly bewildered, his mind buzzing in confusion. Just moments ago, I had been nimbly dodging his tendrils like a playful monkey, and now, in the blink of an eye, I was countering him directly. I afforded him no time to react. With one final punch, I shattered his tendril, then gracefully withdrew, leaving an impressive silhouette behind. His face darkened, likely pondering, so my whips are ineffective? You wish to provoke me? Then I shall unleash my ultimate attack. I wondered if he truly had an ultimate move left. Without hesitation, I initiated my own ultimate attack. Li Nai Nai Chao Men Kai. Upon opening the 7th gate, my sweat transformed into blue steam, enveloping my entire being, raising my aura to its zenith. Muzin's eyes nearly bulged out, muttering, his power has once again doubled. Terrified, he hastily crossed his arms over his chest, preparing to unleash his most potent blood demon technique, a full-screen AoE shockwave, hoping to trade blows with me. He believed that in his prime, this move could obliterate me. However, I did not grant him the luxury of completing his incantation. In an instant, I surged forward, the pressure from my charge scattering the newly sprouted fragments of his tendrils effortlessly. There was no chance for recovery. Nanny, he exclaimed, astonished. Just as a shockwave was conjured, I had already closed the distance. He attempted to unleash it, but I chuckled. Did you think I hadn't calculated this? With a swift motion, I formed a striking gesture, and the surrounding air was instantly vacuumed. A magnificent white tiger materialized, roaring as it collided with the shockwave. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted between us. Nearby, several buildings were instantly leveled, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Muzin flew away like a tattered sack, rolling 8 times before finally halting, blood spewing from his mouth. He sought to recover, but to his dismay, he found his skills on cooldown. Not just that, but rendered ineffective. His once proud regeneration ability had been utterly nullified. Pointing at me, his voice hoarse from rage, he cried, "You bastard! What have you done to me?" I approached him, gasping for breath, swaying slightly, Oh, nothing much. Just performed a minor regeneration removal procedure. How does it feel? Are you planning to use your old trick? The golden cicada shedding its shell to escape? Unfortunately, I won't grant you that opportunity. Sumenkai? Red steam erupted from my body, and I assure you, even my blood began to evaporate. Musin was completely defenseless. Dear friends, who understands this? I had pierced through his greatest trump card. He attempted to force a split, only to discover he was paralyzed, firmly held in place by the aura of the 8 gates. When he looked up and saw me, sheer terror washed over him. My upper body was tattered, muscles laced with blood, hair standing on end like a super scion, and red steam coiling behind me like a colossal dragon. In his mind, he was likely inundated with thoughts. This is impossible. How can a human possess such power? Even Kagaya Yuruchi would be defeated in one blow. Slowly, I uttered the classic line. Witness my final youth Musin. Yekai. Then, I transformed into a streak of red light, delivering a simple yet powerful kick squarely to his chest. With a thunderous boom, we soared through the air like cannonballs, carving a canyon several kilometers long into the earth. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone was still busy dealing with the minions, puzzled as to the whereabouts of the main forces. Suddenly, a barely functional crow flew in, gasping for its last breath. Battle report. Liu Sheng Yixin has single-handedly taken down Sang Xianyi, Sang Xianar, and 2 newcomers. He is now engaged in a duel with Musin. Everyone was stunned. What on earth? We had just fought valiantly, losing 2 pillars of strength to take down a counterfeit upper rank. And now you tell me that Yixin single-handedly dispatched 4 legitimate ones and is now facing the final boss? This is absurd. Even Lord Ubuyashiki was flabbergasted. He had prepared to sacrifice himself for a one-for-one exchange, only to find that I had drawn the boss away to face him alone. Kanai was in a flurry, rushing towards me first. When we finally halted, the scene was utterly devastating. Musin was reduced to just a head attached to half a shoulder, and I was nearly in the same state, my body resembling a charred remnant. The leg I had kicked him with completely carbonized, on the verge of demise. But guess what? Musin looked at me and suddenly became emotional. He even shed tears. He spoke of how the human spirit is eternally undying, lamenting that I had transformed into a creature more fearsome than demons in my quest to kill him. And he was moved. I was utterly taken aback. Then he declared that his own will was eternal, wanting me to inherit his legacy. With his last ounce of strength, he plunged his claws into my body, infusing me with the blood of the Demon King. Liu Sheng Yixin, transform, become the ultimate Demon King that conquers sunlight, and live on in my stead. My heart, which had momentarily ceased, thumped back to life. Just then, Kanai was the first to arrive at the scene. Seeing our dire state, she collapsed, wailing uncontrollably as she embraced me. Musin continues to laugh maniacally, proclaiming that he is about to become the strongest Demon King. In a fit of rage, Xiang Naihu draws her sword and swiftly reduces him to mere dumpling filling. By the time she turns around, I'm already on my feet, my injuries healed, though my eyes have transformed into those of a demon, with pink pupils resembling those of a cat. Overwhelmed with despair, she raises her blade once more. However, I speak up, explaining the situation, which brings her to tears. Clenching her teeth, she declares, Isin, regardless of the outcome, I will bear it with you. If they demand your death, I shall die alongside you. My family, who can withstand such emotions? Before long, the main group arrives. Shimi and the snake Hashira draw their swords but hesitate to strike, given that I have just saved the world. Everyone is torn between fear and gratitude towards me. I urge them to remain calm, assuring them that my mind is still clear. Just as the Lord arrives, declaring that there is a medicine to revert me. A chime sounds, the system is online. A beam of light descends from above, and a mechanical voice announces that it is about to transport me away. I decide to drop the pretense and reveal the truth. I have traversed from another world, and now that my mission is complete, I must depart. Everyone wears expressions of realization. Thus begins a grand farewell. Xiang Naihu, in tears, asks what will happen next. I extend my hand and inquire, to a more perilous world. Are you willing to accompany me? She glances at Sister Nin, who nods through tears and takes her place beside me. Tanjiro stands nearby, heartbroken. Nezuko has returned to her human form and, blushing, asks if she can join. I gently pat her head, advising her that the other side is too dangerous and urging her to live well. Zenitsu, standing by, is practically bursting with excitement. As the light envelopes us, Tanjiro chases after us, shouting to Xiang Naihu, will we meet again? She responds affirmatively. He continues, then when you do, you must be happy. Just as we disappear, he breaks down, kneeling and crying out, Naizi, how can I live without you, Naizi? Please take me with you, Naizi. The surrounding Ashura look on in silence, as if this scene is eerily familiar. Ultimately, Xiang Naihu and I vanish from their sight. The Demon Slayer Corps is officially disbanded, and everyone receives a substantial sum of money, scattering in different directions. Iyong and his master retire to enjoy their old age. Shiming resolves misunderstandings and returns to monastic life. The eldest brother goes home to revitalize the family business. Tenjin hosts daily parties with his wives. The Snake and Love Ashira open a dessert shop and marry. While the Kanroji brothers, having been dismissed for their intimidating appearances, end up serving as bodyguards. Tanjiro returns home with Zenitsu and Inosuke. Zenitsu, determined, spends 6 months writing love letters to Nezuko. Finally, a response arrives. Shaking with excitement, he believes he is about to succeed and has even chosen a name for their child. However, upon opening the letter, he finds a single line, Zenitsu, please do not write to me again. I fear that Brother Isin might misunderstand. Not Nezuko. Zenitsu cries, collapsing to his knees. Snowflakes flutter down, the northern winds howl, and the world is enveloped in desolation. Tanjiro quietly approaches and drapes his green checkered cloak over Zenitsu's shoulders. Zenitsu looks at Tanjiro and suddenly asks, Tanjiro, do you think I may be too rigid about gender? Tanjiro solemnly replies, I think so too. Just when I believed these two were about to embark on a forbidden romance transcending gender, the scene shifts dramatically. Suddenly, I am sucked into a vibrant time-space tunnel, and the system in my mind begins showering me with gold coins as if it were addicted to opening blind boxes. Ding! Demon Slayer world cleared. Next stop, Naruto. Considering that Naruto has a 2.5-year gap, we can enjoy the story until the end of the young chapter. Upon hearing 2.5 years, I marvel at the hidden potential within this system. I did not expect it to be an icon. My affection for it grows. Then comes the main event. The system begins to dispense year-end rewards. Reward for Lu Sheng Isin, Demon King traits. Without hesitation, I am granted an ultimate luxury package. Immunity to sunlight, infinite stamina, immunity to physical attacks, and the ability to eat anything delicious. However, to prevent me from overwhelming the narrative from the start, my powers are temporarily capped at the level of a Chunin. Alright, a gradual progression it is. Next, we have my beloved Xiang Naihu. Let me tell you, the system truly adores her. Her abilities are also raised to Chunin level, but she is bestowed with the skills of all breathing styles and all demon blood arts. Who among you understands what this ultimate amalgamation of support entails? Her combat prowess skyrockets instantly. But that is not all. I receive a new sword named Muramasa. Xiang Naihu acquires new gear, the Kikuchimanji. Most astonishingly, the system grants me a divine artifact called the Essence of Demons, awakening the ability to manifest a demon god. Xiang Naihu, standing beside me, is overwhelmed by this surge of power, struggling to maintain her stance, emitting a terrible moan, her entire being weakening. At that moment, I sense something amiss. It appears that a new tenant has taken residence in my mental realm. As I delve deeper into my consciousness, guess who I encounter? Muzan. That rascal is cowering in a corner, trembling. I find it amusing and taunt him. Oh, is this not our esteemed demon king? What brings you to my abode as a squatter? Am I not but an ant in your eyes? Muzan appears exceedingly awkward, clearing his throat. Ahem, brother. I admit my previous voice may have been a tad too loud. I must continue to tease him. Do not change. I prefer your rebellious demeanor. I feign a motion to crush him, warning that should I be displeased, your consciousness would be formatted on the spot. Please, please. From now on, life is my treasure. His pleading expression is simply comical. To be honest, I feel quite helpless. As long as I'm not human, this fellow will likely linger in my mind indefinitely. However, considering this is the world of Naruto, where divine beings clash later on, without some kind of cheat, I might perish in some unknown AoE attack. Keeping him around could potentially serve as a power bank in the future. Fine, it's settled. In the next moment, a flash of white light envelopes us. And Xiang Naihu and I land. The system announces, arrive in the land of waves. The timeline is set before Team Kakashi receives their mission. This time, there is no main storyline. Please feel free to explore. Free exploration? I like that. I survey my surroundings and am struck by the dreary atmosphere, as if the village were enveloped in a black and white filter. A sense of despair permeates the air, as if all hope has been extinguished. I am well aware that this place has been monopolized by a heartless capitalist named Gado, who has severed the only bridge connecting the islands, choking the entire nation's economy. To break the deadlock, the first step is to locate the courageous bridge builder, Tizuna. I seize a passerby and demand, "Good sir, where is Tizuna's residence?" Xiang Naihu watches me with an expression that says, "Here we go again," as she has grown accustomed to my seemingly omniscient behavior. The passerby informs me that Tizuna is preparing to leave for the Hidden Leaf Village to hire ninjas. Timing could not be better. I immediately drag Xiang Naihu, rushing over. Upon reaching his doorstep, we spot an elderly man with glasses, carrying a bag and preparing for a journey. This must be him. "Mr. Tizuna, we see you are heading to the Hidden Leaf for help, correct?" He pauses, scrutinizing us with a gaze akin to that of a man assessing two runaway youngsters. "Children, go home and play, do not disturb." I exchange a knowing glance with Xiang Naihu. "Xiang Naihu, showcase your skills." "Understood." Xiang Naihu comprehends immediately, slowly drawing her kikuchimanji. Flames erupt along the blade. Breath of flame, fourth form, flame tiger. As her words resonate, a massive flaming tiger roars forth, distorting the surrounding air. Tizuna's eyes nearly pop out, sweat pouring down his face from the heat wave. I smile broadly at him. "Now, do you believe we are worthy?" In a moment of bravado, Xiang Naihu executed a striking maneuver, and I promptly followed suit, forming hand seals with both hands to unleash a C-rank Suetun technique, extinguishing the flames while displaying my muscles. "Mr. Tizuna, I believe you have no other choice." I began to play on his emotions, considering the dire economic situation in the land of waves. Even if he pooled all the village's resources, he could hardly afford the remuneration for an A-rank mission. "You wish to spend C-rank money to draw an SSR from Konoha? What if Kakashi and his team arrive, only to discover they have been deceived? What will you do then?" Tizuna was momentarily taken aback, as if I had revealed the password to his bank card. He dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table. "So, are you willing to accept the payment for a C-rank mission?" My request was simple. I extended one finger and stated, "I do not wish for a single coin now. Once the bridge is completed, we shall settle the account at the rate of an S-rank mission." It was no jest. In the early days of the Naruto world, currency was indeed a hard commodity, and I needed funds to establish my own influence. Tizuna snorted derisively, "Do not get ahead of yourself. We shall see how it goes when the fighting begins." I offered a devilish smile, "Of course, do not even think of reneging on your promise. With my strength, dismantling the bridge you have labored your entire life to build would be a matter of mere moments." Tizuna's body shuddered, his face turning pale. This young man possessed a truly venomous wit. Thus, we took residence in Tizuna's home. At the dinner table, a small boy wearing a hat, Tizuna's grandson Inari, immediately confronted us. "Humph, are you two here to play the heroes again? You should leave quickly, lest you be killed." I noticed Xiang Naihu's expression shift dramatically. In that child, she seemed to see a reflection of her own former despair. Grasping her hand, I nodded gently, signaling that I would handle the situation. Tizuna hurriedly led Inari back to his room and then explained to us. It turned out that Inari's father, Kaisha, was a hero of the village who was publicly executed for leading the resistance against Kato. Inari had desperately sought help from the villagers to save his father, but no one dared to step forward. He had to watch helplessly as his hero perished before his very eyes. From that day forth, he lost faith in heroes. After listening, I understood the situation clearly. I turned to Xiang Naihu. "Xiang Naihu, please talk to that child and help him resolve his inner turmoil. No one is better suited for this task than you." She nodded, understanding my intent. After dinner, Xiang Naihu approached Inari's door. "Inari, I wish to speak with you." "What is there to discuss?" "Don't waste my time. I don't believe you can save this country." His awkward voice echoed from within. Yet, Xiang Naihu did not depart. She spoke softly. "Inari, I understand your pain, the despair that comes when faith crumbles. I wish to share my past with you. After you hear it, you may not view your life as so hopeless." Indeed, her words proved effective. A moment of silence passed before Inari replied, "Then go ahead and tell your story." Thus, Xiang Naihu began recounting her memories, being beaten by her parents, sold away, adopted by Xiang Naihue, and witnessing Xiang Naihue's murder, feeling unable to express her grief. That recollection was a profound agony for her. Inari remained silent for a long while before finally responding. "So what? What does that prove? Are you worse off than I?" "No." Xiang Naihu's voice was gentle. "I merely wish to convey that no matter how tragic life may be, we must confront reality. Perhaps your father is watching over you from another world, And you would not want to disappoint him, would you? She paused, turning to leave, confident that there would be someone in your life who would once again become your source of strength. Though she did not complete her thought, the smile on her lips conveyed everything. I leaned against the corridor door, and as she passed, we exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding between us. The following morning, we accompanied Dizuna as he departed. As soon as we entered the forest, the mist thickened unnaturally. Have they arrived? I narrowed my eyes slightly. There was no need for ocular prowess. My kin Bunchaku had already detected the chilling aura of impending danger. No sooner had I spoken than the sound of slicing air pierced through. A massive beheading sword grazed Dizuna's face, embedding itself in a tree. In the next instant, a man with a bare upper body and bandaged face stood firmly on the sword's hilt, glaring down at us with a ferocious gaze. It was the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Zabuza Momochi. I chuckled. Kato has truly spared no expense in summoning you. It seems you are willing to partake in any dirty work for the sake of your ambitions. Zabuza's eyes narrowed, clearly surprised by my knowledge of him. However, he merely sneered. What can two inexperienced boys possibly do? In a flash, he vanished from sight. Let us take one down. A cold voice echoed from behind me, and the beheading sword swung toward my back. Say Mata. I feigned shock, only to be effortlessly cleaved in two. Dizuna fell to the ground in terror, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside. However, Xiang Naihu remained unfazed as she drew her sword. Hee, the me that got sliced in half. I wore a mocking smile as my body transformed into a crackling bolt of lightning, crashing directly into Zabuza. Raihi Nobunsin. A voice of surprise resounded from afar. Zabuza's form exploded into a puddle of water. Byakugan. My veins throbbed as the mist before my eyes turned crystalline clear. I swiftly locked onto his true form. There! Xiang Naihu, protect Mr. Dizuna. Before I could finish my command, I charged forward. Do you dismiss me so easily? Zabuza roared, swinging his beheading sword toward me. If memory serves, water conducts electricity, does it not? My right hand flickered with electricity as I struck down toward his blade. To be truthful, I had no desire to kill him. He could prove useful later. Zabuza's eyelid twitched, realizing his predicament. He had no choice but to release a water barrier while retreating onto the water surface. My Chidori sliced through the water wall with ease, landing firmly on the surface. He gaped in astonishment as I moved across the water as if it were solid ground. Do not play your water clone games with me. They're futile. I have Byakugan. I can discern which is real and which is false with a glance at your chakra levels. Have I been seen through? Zabuza grunted, swiftly forming hand seals. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. A gigantic water dragon roared as it surged toward me. You intend to break the stalemate with a wide-ranging ninjutsu? You are mistaken. In addition to lightning techniques, I have my own arsenal. I pulled out Murakumo and drove it forcefully into the ground. Ashidin aura érupté d'instantané. Ice release. Zabuza was left dumbstruck. The imposing water dragon, upon reaching me, was immediately frozen into a massive ice sculpture. The very water beneath his feet began to freeze. He was utterly bewildered. The Hyuga clan possesses Byakugan, and they can use ice release as well. Who exactly is this boy? Now was the moment to determine the victor. I smirked. It is time to showcase my true skills. Zabuza realized that his Suetun was ineffective and had no choice but to engage me in close combat. Did I have a death wish? Why would I not utilize my elemental advantage? I leaped, snapping my fingers midair. A massive ice sphere, the size of a small mountain, materialized above him, crashing down. What? He hurriedly formed seals to erect a water barrier for defense. The least wise choice. With a crack, the water barrier froze upon contact with the ice sphere, then exploded with a resounding boom. Countless ice shards rained down upon him, causing him to cough up blood. Good opportunity. At that moment, several shuriken suddenly flew in from the side, embedding themselves into Zabuza's body. Ugh! Zabuza groaned, collapsing to the ground. In the next instant, a boy clad in a dark green long coat appeared beside him. Haku has arrived. You are part of the assassination unit from Kirigakure? I feigned ignorance, fully aware of the truth. Indeed, we have been pursuing him relentlessly, thanks to your assistance, Haku replied as he prepared to carry Zabuza's body away. This corpse is classified. I must take it. You have no objections, I trust? I burst into laughter, exclaiming, Hey, the assassination squad is recovering the bodies to prevent leaks of confidential information. What secrets could he possibly have, being devoid of a bloodline limit? Just sever his head and take it away, right? You are his accomplice, aren't you? Trying to rescue him in this manner? Bai's body stiffened. He didn't expect me to grasp the unspoken rules of the ninja world so thoroughly. Indeed, it was as I said. He ceased to feign ignorance, asking, "Can I take him with me? He is the most important person to me." I scoffed. "Do you think that's feasible? Let you go, only for you to return and cause trouble in a few days?" Bai fell silent, fully aware that Kato had paid them handsomely, and they had to complete the mission. "Kanna," I sheathed my blade. "You should entertain him for a while." I leaned close to her ear, briefly explaining Bai's abilities. "Then it's time for an all-out battle." Bai's hands moved like lightning as he formed seals. The puddles beneath us surged, transforming into countless sharp water needles. Secret technique, 1,000-kill water flight, god of fire, Kagura round dance. Kanna moved almost simultaneously, executing a graceful turn that unleashed a circular wave of fiery sword energy, evaporating all the water needles. Bai's expression changed, and he had no choice but to unleash his most powerful technique. Ice release, demon mirror, ice crystal. Massive ice mirrors rose from the ground, encircling us completely. "Goodness, he comes out swinging," I exclaimed. "Regardless, I will not allow you to kill Mr. Zabuza." Bai's voice echoed from all directions. "I concur, I réplique." Slamming my hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth emerged, blocking the first wave of needles. But Kanna had no patience for his games of hide-and-seek. Breath of lightning. First form, thunderclap. She inhaled deeply, executing a six-fold strike. As her words fell, Kanna transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, darting madly between the ice mirrors. With a thunderous crash, the sheer force shattered all the mirrors. Bai's figure became visible, his face a mask of disbelief. He attempted to escape using the mist concealment technique. However, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "Do not make any rash movements. My blade is coated in deadly poison. One strike and he is gone." As I spoke, I pressed my blade against Zabuza's neck, realizing how familiar this line sounded. The child Bai was instantly paralyzed with fear. He dared not gamble. What if my blade was truly smeared with lethal poison? Zabuza was the only light in his life. Although their bond had not yet reached the point of wielding swords together, who could understand the unique redemption found in a dark existence? Seeing his conflicted expression, I couldn't help but smile, presenting my terms. "If you wish for me to spare him, it's simple. Reveal the whereabouts of that fellow Kato, and you both will join me from now on." I assure you, my expression at that moment radiated triumph. "What choice do you have?" Bai gritted his teeth in frustration, but there was little he could do. He was at the mercy of my whims. Betraying his benefactor would tarnish his reputation in the underworld, making it impossible for him to secure future jobs. But to refuse? Zabuza would meet his demise right then and there. Was there really any choice? His mind likely flashed back through countless episodes of tragic dramas, recalling how he was pursued by the entire village for possessing a bloodline limit, abandoned by his parents, reduced to scavenging food from dogs, only to be rescued by Zabuza, who treated him like a son. This was not merely a master-servant relationship. It was akin to a second chance at life. Thus, he almost instantaneously replied, "All right." What remarkable efficiency. Our group swiftly made our way to Kato's lair. I rolled my eyes, having already spotted a short, portly man with a cane, grinning like a fool, as if the entire land of waves were his backyard. Upon seeing Bai return, Kato appeared puzzled. "Oh, Bai, finished so soon? Where is Zabuza?" Bai's gaze turned icy, and he flung several Simban needles at Kato, stating, "I'm sorry, but for the sake of Mr. Zabuza, you must die." With a series of piercing sounds, Kato was instantly covered in needles, emitting a cry akin to a slaughtered pig. "Ah, Bai, you traitorous scoundrel!" As he wailed, he commanded everyone attack. As the 100 or so warriors behind him drew their blades, I unleashed a fire release. Great fireball technique. I tell you, the scene was surreal. A massive fireball descended from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The world fell silent. I was momentarily stunned, realizing, heavens, fire release can indeed kill. I'd always thought it merely a means of massage. Kato, who was reputed to be incredibly wealthy, could do no better than this? What a farce. Apart from Zabuza, who were these pathetic individuals he had employed? The scene was left with only Kato, his body riddled with needles, trembling backward, collapsing to his knees, pleading, "Don't kill me. I'll pay you whatever amount you desire." I couldn't help but chuckle. "You, a miser who exploits even the impoverished land of waves. What wealth could you possibly possess?" Having resolved to act heroically, I had to eradicate the root of the problem. Without further ado, I swung my blade, Murakumo, straight through his body. The old man wore a look of unwillingness as strange seals spread across his body, and he fell. Lifeless. Task completed. I immediately grew wary, as if anticipating that I might next turn against him. I reassured him, "Rest easy, I am a man of my word." I turned to Uncle Dasna beside me, asking, "These two, they should not have directly participated in attacking the Land of Waves, correct?" Uncle Dasna nodded, confirming that they hadn't even had the chance to act before I subdued them. "Very well, Mr. Dasna. I shall take charge of these two. I assure you, they possess some combat capability, and I will keep them for future use. In return, we will continue protecting you until the bridge is completed. What do you say?" Uncle Dasna, being kind-hearted, agreed. Just then, Zabuza let out a loud cry, awakening from his feigned death. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately beheld Kato's corpse. His eyes turned red, and he shouted at bye-bye. "How could you ally with him?" I quickly intervened. Hey, don't get agitated." I threatened him to force his hand. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's expression softened. After all these years, he had grown to see Bai as family. Bai's self-sacrifice to save him must have deeply moved him. I was about to say something when a rush of villagers burst in, led by a young boy named E, who brandished a small crossbow, shouting, "We will no longer tolerate this oppression." Before he could finish, he caught sight of Kato's cold body. The boy froze, tears streaming down his face. "Father, did you see? Kato is dead." The villagers shared the same disbelief, and in the next moment, they surged forward, lifting Kana and me into the air, shouting words of heroism and saviors. The atmosphere felt like a celebration, brimming with joy. A few days later, as the bridge neared completion, I leaned against a tree, gazing into the distance, and said to Zabuza, "Kato is dead, and your reputation is tarnished. Securing future work is impossible. Why not join us? I will help you reclaim the village of Mist." Zabuza's eyes turned icy. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He likely never imagined that his secure position could be shattered by a mere youth like me. I looked at him sideways, a mocking smile on my face. "What else can you do? Together, you and Bai cannot defeat me. With no funds, what revolution do you hope to incite? Do you have any other options?" Zabuza's face turned a deep shade of green, his gaze fixed on me, speechless. How infuriating it must be to feel so thoroughly cornered. That sense of being utterly dominated sent his blood pressure soaring. I continued to press the advantage. "Mr. Zabuza, the strength I used against you is merely a fraction of my true power. You may choose to follow me and observe my capabilities." He could only snort in response. "Boy, you had better keep your promises. Otherwise, I would transform into a ghost." I interrupted him with a wave of my hand, urging him to save his breath and refrain from making empty threats. At this moment, what could you possibly do besides placing your unwavering trust in me? If you don't cut your temper, you might just have a heart attack. My words, devoid of any foul language, were indeed piercing to the heart. Once this matter was concluded, the system chimed, elevating both Mai and Xiang Naihu's powers to the pinnacle of Chunin. I contemplated that the next step would be the Chunin exam. I needed to stir things up in my village. After all, the Hyuga family's branch house system and that old schemer Danzo deserved to meet their demise. Just in time, the system provided me with a map to the land of grass. What a stroke of luck. On the day the bridge was completed, Uncle Dazuna gazed at the magnificent structure with a look of satisfaction. I approached him, producing a shuriken bound with an explosive tag, and grinned with pure delight. "Uncle, the bridge is finished. Remember to settle the remuneration for the S-rank mission once the village earns its share. Otherwise," Uncle's face twitched. But considering he couldn't have completed the bridge without my help, he acquiesced. He even told me emotionally, "By the way, everyone has named this bridge Shinai Bridge." Shinai Bridge? I was taken aback, but soon realized it combined my name with Xiang Naihu's. Turning to look, I noticed Xiang Naihu's cheeks were flushed, yet she instinctively tightened her grip on my hand. Who understands, family? This officially sanctioned sweetness is truly delightful. That brat either even ran over to make a promise to Xiang Naihu. "Sister Xiang Naihu, I will strive to build a new land of waves. You must also work hard to become strong enough to protect everyone." Xiang Naihu nodded with a smile. "It's a promise. Within 3 years, I and E will quell all turmoil in the ninja world." Nearby, Zaibu Zhan and Bai were left dumbfounded, their expressions resembling. What is going on here? If only they had a peanut to look at me, I would nod in agreement. They probably felt a jolt in their hearts, realizing they might have boarded a pirate ship. After bidding farewell to Dazuna, we headed straight to the land of grass. 2 weeks later, in the grass ninja village, Xiang Naihu sheathed her sword, panting as she informed me. "All the ninjas of Grass Ninja Village are down here. I had specifically instructed her to use the back of the blade. After all, we came to claim spots, not to exterminate families. A trembling grass ninja, Jonin, nervously asked us, what do you want? I replied confidently, quite simple, we seek qualifications for the Chunin exam. In return, I can ensure your village remains free from the ravages of war. The Jonin chuckled in disbelief. What a joke. Any major nation could wipe us out. What makes you think you can? I shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I'll take action regardless. The crowd thought I resembled a lunatic. Yet they had no choice but to obediently grant Xiang Naihu, Bai, and the Xiang Lin I was about to recruit the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam. I led the group alongside the altered Zaibujan. Days later, we finally arrived at my village. Gazing at the buildings identical to those in the anime, I felt an exhilarating rush. This time, I would make a name for myself with the collapse of my Zaibujan prudently stayed at the inn. Being a rogue ninja, it wouldn't be wise to wander about. I, however, took Xiang Naihu and Bai to the streets, intending to savor the legendary Ichiraku ramen. I boasted to them, I'll tell you, if that ramen isn't delicious, I'll perform a 360-degree Thomas spin at the entrance of my. They both looked at me in disbelief, and Xiang Naihu explained to Bai. He always likes to say strange things, just get used to it. As we walked, a ruckus erupted ahead. Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, collided headfirst into a guy adorned with purple patterns. That guy was Kankuro from Sunagakure, known for his fiery temper, who promptly seized Konohamaru by the collar, preparing to give him a beating. Naruto, seeing his little brother being bullied, rushed to the rescue, only to find himself tripped by Kankuro's chakra threads, landing face first on the ground. Naruto scrambled up, shouting, "What's wrong with you? Wearing so much black in this heat. Are you going to a funeral?" Kankuro was immediately enraged, unleashing a string of curses, ready to retaliate. Sasuke, perched on a tree, couldn't bear to watch. Just as he prepared to throw a stone to show off, another stone whizzed past, striking Kankuro's wrist with precision. Kankuro, in pain, released Konohamaru and roared, "Who?" I jumped down from another tree, with Xiang Naihu and Bai, smiling as I spoke. A friend from Sunagakure should at least show some respect in another's territory, right? Naruto stared at the forehead protector on my arm, confused. Huh? I've never seen this forehead protector before. Sakura, about to mock him for being illiterate, quickly realized she was equally baffled. What village is this? Talk about a knowledge blind spot. I smiled slightly, introducing myself. I am Yuang Isen, a Jonin from the Grass Ninja Village. These three are my teammates, Xiang Naihu, Xiang Lin, and Bai. I brought them to experience this. Temari, standing nearby, blushed upon seeing me, likely thinking how handsome I was. However, Naruto and Sasuke were not pleased. Another one stealing the spotlight. Sasuke jumped down from the tree, fists clenched, looking provocatively at me. "Kid, we don't need outsiders meddling in our affairs." I shrugged. "Hey, just a casual thing." Sasuke became even more irate. "Casual? You seem quite confident in your abilities." He drew a shuriken and charged at me. Let me tell you, I was too lazy to even glance at him. In the next instant, I flashed behind him, grasping his wrist with one hand while pressing the shuriken he held against the back of his head with the other. The crowd fell silent. Kankuro and Temari's eyes nearly popped out. Such speed was beyond the capabilities of an average Jonin. Konohamaru immediately switched sides. Whoa. Awesome, Brother Isen. Naruto and Sakura were struck with PTSD, recalling the fear of being dominated by Kakashi. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but before he could even process my movements, he found himself subdued, feeling completely immobilized. I patted his shoulder, speaking calmly like an elder. "You possess great potential. With 10 or 8 years of training, you could surely surpass me." Upon hearing this, Sasuke was infuriated, feeling deeply humiliated. Naruto, noticing Sasuke being bullied, roared and unleashed his shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of Narutos charging in our direction. I chuckled. Shadow clones? Not a problem. As I released my grip on Sasuke's hand, I formed a hand sign with one hand, and in the next moment, thousands of me appeared on rooftops, tree branches, and the streets, completely blocking the thoroughfare. Naruto was left dumbfounded. Wow, his signature move seemed trivial in comparison to mine. Kankuro, Temari, and Bai gasped in astonishment. Performing such a large-scale technique with one hand? This was simply monstrous. Observing the stunned expressions all around, I dispelled the clones and cheerfully waved. "All right, calm down. I'll treat you all to Ichiraku ramen. I hear it's a major specialty of mine." I assented. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Ichiraku ramen is the best. I laughed heartily, dismissing the shadow clones with a grand gesture. Let us go. Today it's on me. Just kidding, I just acquired a hefty sum from Kato. Equivalent to several S-rank missions, I'm overflowing with wealth. Not only can I treat you to ramen, but I could also buy half of my yacht. Naruto jumped up excitedly, forgetting all about Sasuke, who had just defended him. I must say, Sasuke's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. The feeling of defeat was practically spilling over. He had thought that after activating his Sharingan, his power would soar, and even if he couldn't defeat Kakashi, it would be this dismal. The outcome here left me with no opportunity to react, which was truly stifling. Thankfully, Xiao Sakura demonstrated her discernment and keen insight. Upon noticing Sasuke's expression, which hinted at impending withdrawal, she promptly delivered a punch to Naruto's head. With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto questioned her motive for the assault, to which Sakura retorted, "Are you not aware? He is our rival, and in the Chunin exams, it's a matter of life and death." Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto transformed into a theatrical figure, striking a pose and declaring, "Indeed, Yagyu-ichin is it? I shall undoubtedly defeat your subordinates in the Chunin exams." I smiled in response. "Very well, I shall eagerly anticipate it." However, my comrade Kanjuro was not pleased and confidently interjected, "Humph, you little novices shall be dealt with in no time." He believed he could overpower me, yet he doubted the capabilities of my subordinates. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling voice drifted from afar. "Hey, stop embarrassing yourself, Kanjiro." At the sound of this voice, Kanjiro froze, his body trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face. Instinctively, we turned to see the source of the disturbance. Lo and behold, hanging upside down from a large tree behind Sasuke was a figure. This individual sported a head of crimson hair, thick black circles under his eyes as if painted on, a vivid red character for love emblazoned on his forehead, and a large, earthy-hued gourd slung across his back. With arms crossed and poised in an inverted stance upon the tree branch, he emanated an aura of intimidation that was simply overwhelming. It was Gaara. I was relieved to finally see him. "Are you a ninja from Konoha?" he inquired with a deadly glare. "Be cautious, for I may just decide to take your life at any moment." The cold ruthlessness in his demeanor left no doubt that he was capable of such threats. Kanjiro immediately cowered, lowering his head in silence. I found amusement in this, thinking that the main character had finally arrived. Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, was indeed a formidable presence. His browless gaze turned toward me, and with a menacing tone, he warned, "Konoha's ninja, is it? Beware, for I might just end your life at any time." As he spoke, blood vessels erupted in his eyes, and his smile was grotesque. I responded nonchalantly, "The Chunin exams are merely a contest between you and my subordinates. According to the rules, you lack the qualifications to engage with me." I could almost hear Gaara's blood pressure rising. Fortunately, his sister Temari, possessing keen judgment, quickly interjected, "Gaara, let us leave. After all, this is their territory." Gaara shot her a glare, but ultimately refrained from violence, retreating with Kanjiro and the others as if fleeing. Once this tumult subsided, Naruto and his companions lost their motivation to linger, offering quick farewells before departing. Kanaihu mused beside me, remarking on the complexity of human relationships in this world, contrasting it with the simplicity of their previous battles against demons. I squinted and replied, "Indeed, this world knows no absolute good or evil. Everyone merely stands from their own perspective, ourselves included." Kanaihu grasped my hand, her gaze resolute. Not far off, I sensed Shanfeng's heart racing, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, yearning to approach, yet held back by her insecurities regarding her own strength. Before long, we arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. I observed the noodle-making uncle, my mind racing with a singular thought. Is the legend of Otsutsuki Ichiraku truly authentic? Consider this. Konoha had faced destruction at the hands of pain numerous times, yet this ramen shop remains unyielding, with the proprietor unfazed, effortlessly serving bowls of noodles. Such resilience is commendable. One cannot provoke such a figure lightly. I refrained from using my Byakugan indiscriminately, lest I trigger some unforeseen glitch. Yet, his daughter Shobu was quite adorable. However, Kanaihu cast a knowing glance my way, prompting me to bury my head into my bowl of noodles, feigning ignorance. Shobu leaned in, eager to gossip. "Hey there, handsome. Seems you're quite the catch, surrounded by 3 kunoichi. This is a first for me." I nearly spewed my noodles, utterly flabbergasted. "Miss, you are mistaken. Bai is actually a male." "What?" Shobu's expression shifted to one of disbelief, her gaze directed at Bai, as if questioning the very nature of the world around her. After finishing our meal, I escorted them to the exam site. Upon arrival, I spotted Sasuke facing off against a boy with a watermelon head, bushy eyebrows, and clad in a tight, forgiving green suit. This was Rock Lee, a paragon of Konoha's 12 ninja elite, an embodiment of raw physical prowess. I must say, this fellow was a formidable contender, having knocked Naruto unconscious against a wall, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Lee insisted on challenging Sasuke, only to be swiftly defeated in 2 moves. At this moment, Lee was passionately expounding his philosophy of hard work versus innate talent to Sasuke. With the rain ceased and the skies cleared, Sasuke felt reinvigorated after my previous admonitions and attempted to regain his confidence by declaring, "In 5 minutes, I shall defeat him." And what happened next? He was sent soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Sasuke was left in a daze. Despite his defensive stance, he could not comprehend how he was struck. In disbelief, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his eyes transforming from black to red. Kanaihu, astonished, remarked, "Your Sharingan resembles his." I chuckled lightly. "Indeed, you should spar with him shortly, to familiarize yourself with your opponent." Kanaihu's expression reflected skepticism. After all, her battles against demons in the world of Demon Slayer were of life and death stakes, making these youthful ninjas seem trivial by comparison. As we spoke with a resounding thud, Sasuke found himself airborne once more. He was utterly bewildered. Why couldn't he evade even with the Sharingan activated? Lee confidently explained, "Your Sharingan may perceive ninjutsu and illusions, but physical techniques differ. Even if you can see my strikes, your body cannot keep pace with my speed." Sasuke, undeterred, attempted to charge once more. I could no longer remain silent and interjected, "Enough, my friend, preserve your dignity. While you are indeed talented, his dedication surpasses yours." Sasuke was about to retort when I revealed Lee's grueling training regimen. "Can you manage 5,000 weighted push-ups each day? Or run 500 laps around Konoha if you cannot?" Sasuke was left speechless, and even Lee was astonished. "Wait, are you spying on me?" I crossed my arms, gazing at Lee. "Your efforts are commendable, but my disciple possesses something you lack: years of life and death combat experience." I encouraged Kanaihu to exchange a few moves with Lee, specifically instructing her, "Remember to use the back of your blade. Do not injure anyone unnecessarily. We must maintain cordial relations." I must say, my prowess in subterfuge would leave Sasuke calling me master. However, even Lee, with his amiable temperament, was incensed and assumed a fighting stance, inviting us to witness his skills. Kanaihu grasped her sword as hilt, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her, honed through countless battles. Lee, overwhelmed, began to perspire. He had never encountered such an aura. Kanaihu coolly stated, "If you do not make a move, I shall initiate the attack." No sooner had she finished speaking than she unleashed the first form of the thunder-breathing technique, transforming into a streak of golden lightning. In an instant, the back of her blade was poised firmly against Lee's neck. Had I used a blade's edge, you'd be dead. The onlookers, aside from us, were left in utter disbelief. Just as Naruto regained consciousness, he witnessed this scene, his jaw agape in shock, exclaiming, "This is truly beyond comprehension." Sasuke, too, was questioning his reality, feeling as though his Sharingan might malfunction. What kind of monsters are we facing? At that moment, with a resounding crash, a large red tortoise appeared out of nowhere, followed by a watermelon-headed man with a philosophical grin. Might Guy had arrived. Upon seeing his mentor, Lee erupted in tears. "Kaizen-sai, I have failed." Guy placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, gazing into the distance at the setting sun, delivering an inspirational monologue about the essence of youth. Before penalizing Lee with 500 laps around the field, I gazed at Zwishu, his expression seemingly conveying, "I can't believe I've lost to such an oddity. This is truly outrageous." Observing the comical duo of master and apprentice, I reminded them that the examination was about to commence, allowing Xiangnaihu and her companions to enter the examination hall. The first examiner was Mori no Ibiki, and let me tell you, his appearance was quite striking, with several deep scars adorning his face. Standing there, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a mafia enforcer collecting protection fees, capable of scaring children into submission. However, the examination turned out to be a written test. Naruto's face turned pale on the spot. The rules were particularly harsh: team battles, with a deduction of 2 points for each act of cheating. and if one person was eliminated, the entire team would be disqualified. But here's the crux. The essence of this examination lay in cheating. Ibiki and the proctors, who were Chunin, essentially turned a blind eye to various acts of dishonesty. Gaara directly opened his Suna no Mi to sneak a glance, while Niji utilized his Byakugan to copy Hinata's answers. Everyone was showcasing their unique skills. Over on our side, Xiang Naihu demonstrated her prowess by using her forehead protector as a mirror in conjunction with Xiang Lin's answers. It was quite professional. Once everyone had nearly finished copying, Ibiki initiated a psychological tactic, presenting the 10th question, asking whether one dared to wager their future. Opting out meant returning next year. But if one chose to continue answering and failed, they would remain a genin for life. The pressure was palpable, and some could not bear it and opted to withdraw. The outcome? As long as you did not falter and chose to stay, you would pass. Xiang Naihu was left speechless, removing her forehead protector with a look of disbelief. Indeed, compared to the life and death selections of the Demon Slayer Corps, this was akin to childish play. While Ibiki was passionately expounding on the true meaning of the examination, suddenly, with a loud crash, a ponytailed lady, complete with her own backdrop, burst through the window, directly blocking the examiner. This lady was Yutsu Washiakane, who immediately declared her intent to squeeze every last drop out of us rookies. Goodness, her lines were utterly terrible. She then energetically whisked all of us who had passed to a place known as the 44th Training Ground, also referred to as the Forest of Death. I can tell you, that place was eerie, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, filled with towering trees and marshy grounds, with the occasional growl of wild beasts sending chills down one's spine. In the next moment, the examiner, Akane, stood before us. I must say this woman, clad in fishnet and a trench coat, was strikingly alluring, yet her words were darker than the forest itself. With a smile, she raised a stack of papers and said, "Now, before the examination begins, please sign this death consent form." Goodness, I was taken aback. She added, "After all, you might just drop dead later." I certainly don't want to be held accountable. Those who understood could feel the chilling smile behind her words. She then began explaining the rules. There were a total of 78 participants divided into 26 teams, tasked with traversing 10 kilometers to reach the tower at the center of the forest within 5 days. It sounded quite simple, didn't it? I thought so too. 5 days to walk 10 kilometers was akin to a leisurely stroll. However, that lady smiled again and flicked her long tongue through the air, which gave me goosebumps. She continued, "Of course, it's not that simple. The main event was upon us." She revealed that of the 26 teams, half would receive the Heaven Scroll, while the other half would receive the Earth Scroll. To pass, your team must possess both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls simultaneously. The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere fell into a tense silence. The camaraderie that had just existed dissipated, as everyone began eyeing each other with hostility and calculation, as if gazing upon rivals. In essence, this was a blatant competition for theft, and the examiner stated that no one was monitoring in the forest, allowing any means to achieve victory. Now, this was getting interesting. I finally understood why EXIN had said this examination was worth participating in. I glanced at Bai and Xiang Lin beside me. They remained remarkably composed. After all, one had been trained by Zabuza, and the other had grown up amidst chaos. Such a scenario was merely a light drizzle for them. Our team received a Heaven Scroll and entered through entrance 12. Upon entering the forest, I immediately instructed Xiang Lin to sense the positions of Naruto and Zuoshu. EXIN's orders were clear. The perverse Orochimaru aimed for them, and we needed to remain nearby. Xiang Lin quickly pinpointed the direction. 7 o'clock, 2 kilometers away. We three immediately took to the treetops with great speed. However, we hadn't run far when, lo and behold, familiar faces appeared. Lee, Niji, Tion, and Gaia's trio of mischief makers. I raised an eyebrow. Although our primary mission was to monitor Orochimaru, we had to pass ourselves. If we failed, what reason would we have to stay in Mai? So apologies, everyone, but your scrolls are now ours. I landed right before them. Getting straight to the point, we meet again. Do your utmost to protect your scroll. With that, I promptly assigned tasks. Bai, handle that one named Tion. Xiang Lin, you're on lookout and support. I'll take care of these two lads. Lee, not one to take it lightly, retorted, "You're underestimating us. This time, it won't be so easy." I smiled. "I know, the 8 gates, right? Bring it on." Lee was momentarily stunned, likely pondering how this secret weapon was common knowledge. Niji then began his usual philosophical spiel about destiny, determining whether one was a genius or a mediocre talent, before charging at me with his gentle fist technique. His speed was akin to a sewing machine, relentless and impenetrable. Yet, I merely closed my eyes and casually stated, "Breath of water, 11th form, Nagi, I assure you." At that instant, the air around me transformed into a perfectly still surface of water. Niji's strikes landed on an invisible barrier, failing to touch a single hair on my body. He stood there dumbfounded. With a smirk, I declared, "If this is all you have, then allow me to take my turn." Breath of thunder, 5th form, raging thunder. Several bolts of black lightning appeared seemingly from nowhere, hurtling toward Niji's face. Alarmed, he quickly activated his Kaiten, spinning like a top to barely fend it off. The moment he stopped, I was already before him, delivering a strike with my sheathed sword to the back of his neck. The result? A loud crash, revealing it to be a substitution technique. This trick was truly overpowered in the early stages. Niji emerged several meters away, looking bewildered, likely questioning what my unhanded black lightning truly was. Just then, Lee came at me from the side with a leaf great whirlwind. With a thought, I activated my technique, unfold. A snowflake compass unfolded beneath my feet, employing a Wazawa's signature skill, automatically locking onto the enemy. Lee's movements appeared to slow down dramatically in my eyes. I ducked to evade his kick and retaliated with a backhand swipe of my sword sheath, sending him flying several meters away. Lee stood up, his face a mask of disbelief. "Do you have eyes in the back of your head?" With determination, he leaped onto a branch and removed the weights from his legs. I heard 2 loud thuds as those weights struck the ground, creating 2 massive craters that shook the earth. Xianglin was left dumbfounded, and Niji and Tian stared in shock. My thoughts were simply, "Is that how heavy your weights are? Those are practically 2 miniature meteors. I won't allow you to insult my sensei." Lee shouted, and in the next moment he vanished. His speed was indeed impressive. I employed the same tactic again, activating Nagi. Suddenly, a series of ripples erupted around me, and Lee's figure was so swift that all I could see was an afterimage, yet he couldn't breach my defenses. EXIN had instructed me to ensure he didn't open the 6th gate, or he might end up gravely injured. It seemed I needed to end this quickly. Just as Lee appeared to be resolved to open the 8 gates, I made my move first. Breath of thunder, 1st form, thunderclap. A flash of golden lightning streaked past, and Lee had no time to react before he was struck squarely in the back, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle had concluded as well. Tian was pierced by several shuriken, having been effortlessly subdued by Bai. Her ninja tools were utterly incapable of breaching Bai's magical mirror ice crystal. I plunged the blade into the ground and gazed at Ningxi, demanding, "Hand over the scroll. You still have a chance. Stubbornly resisting will only lead to your complete downfall." Ningxi clenched his teeth, likely feeling that his fate was worse than mine, and ultimately tossed the earth scroll to me. "Thank you." With the scroll in hand, we swiftly departed to pursue Naruto and the others. The next morning, just as Naruto and his team were preparing to set off, this lively character insisted on taking a bathroom break and took a sweet time returning. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly asked, "Naruto, what is the code?" Without hesitation, Naruto recited the lengthy and convoluted code flawlessly. I sensed something was amiss. Sure enough, Sasuke swiftly launched a shuriken. Sakura was taken aback, questioning his actions. Sasuke coldly replied, "The fact that he could recite it indicates a problem. That fool can remember such a long code. He would probably claim he forgot. Such a ruthless tactic." Naruto dodged the attack with a smirk. "Did I overlook the habits of that fox boy? Very well, no more pretense." With a resounding bang, the smoke cleared to reveal a figure that was neither distinctly male nor female, with a pallid complexion, adorned with the forehead protector of Odo and possessing snake-like eyes. The most repulsive sight was his long tongue, which he used to lick the blood from the gash on my eras. No Sasuke's cheek. I was utterly disgusted, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. This was Orochimaru. The murderous aura he exuded was as thick as unyielding ink, rendering Sasuke and Sakura paralyzed with fear. Just then, the 3 of us descended from above, positioning ourselves in front of them. I sensed Orochimaru's chakra, cold and immense, yet felt manageable. Just moments ago, the system had notified me of my elevation to Special Jonin, unlocking the MarineSix styles and Observation Haki. Perfect, I would test my new abilities on you. Upon noticing us, Orochimaru, irritated, formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A colossal air cannon charged towards us. I seized the hilt of my blade and swiftly drew it. Breath of the wind. 9th form. Vaishravana Typhoon. A similarly massive tornado collided with his air cannon. resulting in a thunderous explosion that severed nearby trees. Sasuke and Sakura stared in disbelief, likely pondering the nature of my unsealed technique. Orochimaru, taken aback, realized I was no ordinary genin and withdrew a Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Before he could assume a stance, I was already upon him. I had been informed that this individual possessed numerous life-saving skills, but his combat prowess was quite lacking. There was no need for mercy. I executed a shave, moving at a speed he could barely track. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed violently, sparks flying. Even with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke struggled to discern my movements. Seizing an opening, I delivered a sweeping kick that threw him off balance, followed by a direct thrust that sent him flying. Orochimaru stared at the festering wounds on his body, bewildered. I rested the blade upon my shoulder and smiled at him. I believe retreating would be your wisest choice. Otherwise, I shall demonstrate my true strength. Goodness, one of the legendary Sannin, reduced to mockery by a mere girl. He immediately lost his composure, slamming his hands to the ground and unleashing a multitude of snakes from his mouth. The scene was utterly entertaining. I sighed. It seems one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Breath of the Moon, 14th form, ominous transformation, celestial moon. A massive crescent erupted, instantly obliterating the swarm of snakes into a pulpy mass. Following this, I surged forward like a tempest, and while he attempted to defend with his serpentine hands, I utilized the water-breathing technique to slice through both the snakes and his hands alike. He attempted to escape using the body replacement technique, but my observation Haki had already locked onto him. Blood demon technique, lotus leaf ice. I unleashed a blade of icy mist, which spread towards his hiding place. The mist could freeze lung tissue. If he dared to inhale, he would suffocate instantly. Orochimaru clumsily evaded, his expression twisted in distress. I appeared before him, blocking his path, then stepped aside. I advise you not to perform Edo Tensei here. Depart. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. This was all part of a larger strategy. The aim was to ensure that Danzo and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would meet their demise amidst the invasion of Suna and Odo into Konoha. Then, I would smoothly elevate Jiraiya to power, securing control of Konoha for myself. I must confess, I harbor no fondness for that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He annihilated the Uchiha clan based on a non-existent charge. What a travesty. Even more infuriating was Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki who sealed the Nine Tails. Yet, he resides in a dilapidated one-room apartment, barely scraping by with meager living expenses, forced to catch and cook fish by the river. Yet, that old man still dares to occasionally mooch off the child. Such a person should not be allowed to linger. Should they not be sent away promptly? Of course, Orochimaru was unaware of these grand plans at the time. He watched as Zainahu stepped aside, feeling extremely frustrated. However, he was well aware that engaging with Zainahu would be futile. Even if he revealed all his trump cards and emerged victorious, what would it matter? Outside were the ninja of Konoha, and his meticulously crafted plan to destabilize Konoha would be rendered null and void. With a flick of his tongue, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. I can assure you, that gaze was akin to finding treasure at a second-hand market. He had not anticipated that among these youngsters, one such genius existed. He calculated furiously in his mind. The Sharingan was enticing, but this body before him also seemed quite promising. With that thought, Orochimaru vanished in a flash. All was well. Zainahu finally exhaled, revealing signs of fatigue. After all, she was merely at the level of a special jonin, and that barrage of techniques had drained her considerably. Zainahu, hurry, recover. Xianglin understood all too well, without a word. She rolled up her sleeve and extended her arm towards Zainahu's mouth. To those in the know, she had been summoned to serve as a mobile blood bank. Zainahu wasted no time, biting down. The next moment, Xianglin emitted a soft moan, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. That sound, I can assure you, would drive even a child to flee home overnight. Goodness, the nearby Sakura and her companions were left in a state of goosebumps. Xianglin's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. Was it really necessary? Even Zainahu appeared speechless, quickly regaining some stamina before rising to her feet. We're off to deliver the scroll. You all manage yourselves. With that, Zainahu tossed the statement over her shoulder and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Sasuke suddenly called out from behind them. His handsome face was as cold as ice. Who exactly are you? Why are you here at such an opportune moment? And how do you know so much about that guy? Zainahu was taken aback. This Sasuke indeed had keen observational skills, just as I had indicated. You don't need to know that now, she retorted. All you need to understand is that if you wish to revive your clan and seek vengeance against that man, we can assist you. What? Sasuke's pupils dilated. How'd they know this? Who were these people? Xiang Naihu was disinclined to engage in further conversation. Just as she was about to depart, a loud voice called out, Sasuke, I'm here to save you. I narrow my eyes. There was Naruto charging towards Xiang Naihu like a headstrong fool, fist raised. Sorry, I forgot the code you gave me. But no worries from now on. I'm activating my king mode and preparing for takeoff. This boy had likely envisioned himself delivering a flying punch to Xiang Naihu, prompting Sakura to fall in love with his act right there. Xiang Naihu sighed helplessly. It seemed trouble was brewing once more. Breath of lightning, first form, thunderclap. A flash of lightning streaked across, and Xiang Naihu instantly teleported behind Naruto. Naruto, bewildered, exclaimed, huh? In the next instant, he caught a glimpse of Xiang Naihu behind him, and a chill ran down his spine. What kind of divine speed was this? This was beyond mere skill. It felt like cheating. Naruhodo's mind likely echoed the classic line, Uchiha Itachi, do not cheat. There, Xiang Naihu had her fingers pressed together, murmuring the secret body technique of Konoha. A flash of red light gleamed in her eyes as her hands instantaneously hardened with Haki, turning pitch black. The long-buried memories surged back to Naruhodo, invoking the terror he felt under Kakashi's domination. Yumi die. Unfortunately, it was too late. 3 years of constipation. Xiang Naihu delivered a reinforced version of the 1,000 years of pain, sending Naruhodo soaring into the air. Witnessing this familiar scene, Sakura's mouth twitched violently, while Sasuke stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. Oh, what were you about to ask me? Xiang Naihu smiled crookedly, her eyes glowing red as she turned to Sasuke. I admit, my voice was a bit loud just now. Sasuke quickly conceded, fearing he would be the next one to take flight. I observed this scene from the shadows, my eyelids twitching. Could this girl truly possess a second personality? After stunning Sasuke and the others, Xiang Naihu finally led by and Xianglin towards the finish line. Her mission was to prevent Orochimaru from placing a curse mark on Sasuke. With the task completed and the scrolls in hand, there was no need to linger. Just then, the system's voice echoed in our minds. Ding! Due to Xiang Naihu altering the storyline, the entire team's strength has increased. Xiang Naihu has been promoted to a full-fledged Jonin. Bai is at the pinnacle of Chunin. Xianglin has become an elite Chunin. Xiang Naihu's Kiku Ikamanji has automatically upgraded to a Zanpakuto, now possessing the Shurikai Divine Spear. Bai has acquired the Ice Fruit, with no side effects, permanently awakening stripes. Xianglin has awakened the skill of Jing Ting Fist. Yuan has obtained the second of the 8 wonders, Chi Body Source Flow, and Spirit Binding Technique. What a delightful surprise. I was elated. The Divine Spear, similar to Ikamaru Jin's extendable sword. The Ice Fruit, akin to Akiji's. The Jing Ting Fist, reminiscent of Huzi's Happy Fist. And my Chi Body Source Flow, along with Spirit Binding Technique. This wave of rewards was akin to an auspicious beginning. With these, my plans were destined to succeed. We soon arrived at the end of the Forest of Death. Utilizing our kin Bunchika Haki, we prioritized evasion, thus avoiding any conflicts. By this time, the Jonin instructors from various villages were already waiting at the finish line. Upon seeing us three, unscathed and as clean as if we had merely been on an outing, Kakashi and the others were taken aback. Just half a day had passed, and Kakashi was left speechless, recalling how he never moved this quickly during the Third Great Ninja War. Yuhi Karina glanced at us with a grave expression. It seems that this year's Chunin exams, she was probably thinking of her team. Aside from Shino, the other two were essentially just filler, and encountering us would seal their fate. Relax, I never expected them to become Chunin this year anyway. Asuma was rather optimistic, considering his 3 subordinates were well aware of the situation. I don't appreciate that. Might Guy ignited with fervor, as if the sunset and the sea were behind him. I believe in my students. They will fight with all their youth until the very last moment. At that moment, Xiang Naihu casually added, I just remembered, I have a pair of scrolls that I snatched from your student. He has some strength, but not much, which only made me take him slightly seriously. Huh? Guy's eyes instantly widened, turning to stone. Kakashi and the others looked at him as though he were a fool. The slap to his face was swifter than a whirlwind. Just then, Gaara and his team arrived, and upon seeing us there first, Kankuro wore a look of astonishment. Once he recognized us, his expression grew serious, confirming our presence. He understood that we were not to be trifled with. Gaara's gaze bore a hint of murderous intent and excitement, as if he had found a toy more intriguing than Sasuke. Having passed ahead of schedule, we rested in Konoha, taking the opportunity to explore. That evening, upon returning to my quarters, I found Zabuza seated on the edge of the bed, drinking, gazing out at the sunset with a melancholic expression. Missing home? I pulled up a chair to sit beside him. He remained silent, but his eyes spoke volumes. Observing the peace of Konoha, and reflecting on the chaotic mist of his own village, could he not feel troubled? I placed the taiyaki I had bought for him on the table. This is from Bai. This guy spends money so recklessly. I interrupted him. Do you truly believe that controlling the shadowy figures behind the Mizukage can be resolved by hiring a few rogue ninjas? I smiled, for deep down, he understood that he had no other options left. Zabuza's temper flared instantly, grasping the scroll of his decapitation blade, ready to strike. Don't be so angry. I put away my smile, turning serious. I intend to use this Chunin exam to gain control over Konoha. With Konoha's influence, restoring order to the Mist Village is not impossible. Yuen, if you dare utter another word, I will do everything in my power to kill you. Zabuza's killing intent nearly overflowed. As I said, you can only choose to trust me. I stood up and walked outside, leaving him with my back. My purpose for existing is to ensure that this ninja world knows no more conflict. For this, I am willing to pay any price, including my life. Thus, you need only to perform your role under my guidance and wait to return to the Mist Village with Bai to live a good life. Nothing more. I closed the door, leaving him alone in the room, lost in thought. After a while, he slowly picked up the taiyaki, took a bite, and murmured, "You better fulfill your promise." 2 days later, the exam concluded, and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi team was surprisingly eliminated. The world line had indeed changed. We successful candidates were summoned to participate in the preliminary round of the third exam. Sasuke and his group faced a grim situation, crawling out of the forest, exhausted, only to be ushered directly to the examination hall. In the towering hall, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the 6 successful teams, most of whom were from Konoha, nodding with satisfaction before launching into a lengthy speech about the village's prestige, the need to perform beautifully, and how to make the sponsors willingly open their wallets, droning on, making me yawn uncontrollably. Following that, a sickly-looking examiner, Moonlight Kazekage, emerged to explain the rules. He coughed as if he might pass away at any moment, prompting Naruhodo to comment. This examiner seems too weak, just like our Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi shot him a glare, and Naruhodo promptly fell silent. At that moment, Kabuto, the living fossil of the Konoha Chunin, suddenly raised his hand and said, I choose to withdraw. Naruhodo, still naive, asked why, and Kabuto merely smiled bitterly, claiming he lacked the strength before walking away. I scoffed internally, thinking, keep pretending. Moonlight Kazekage announced that the next phase would be a 1v1 elimination match, with 17 contestants, and one lucky individual would get a bye. The screen flashed, revealing 2 names, Kuri Hanabi versus Temari. Wow, starting off with a major clash. Kakashi and the others nearly popped the champagne, for with these 2 monsters facing off, their students were assured safety. Don't let her get too hurt, I shouted towards Xiangnaihu. Temari's eyes sharpened like blades as she heard me. I'll do my best, Xiangnai nodded, her figure vanishing as she appeared on the stage, her speed causing Kakashi to change his expression. Temari, sensing the urgency, did not dare to be careless and immediately opened her fan, revealing 3 stars, indicating her intent to get serious. I acknowledge your strength, but the ninjas of Sunagakure are not to be underestimated. Wind release user, I'll use my breath of wind to defeat you, Xiangnaihu declared as she gripped the hilt of her sword. Breath of wind? What is that? Temari questioned, bewildered. In the next moment, Xiangnaihu provided her with an answer. Breath of wind, 5th form, cold autumn falls. In an instant, she soared into the air, and as she drew her blade, a massive tornado surged towards Shoju's face. What a joke. Shoju's expression changed drastically. She exerted every ounce of her strength to unleash a gust, performing the wind release, Great Kamaitachi. The 2 colossal storms collided, and the scene was such that Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain seated, shouting to protect the audience. Just as Kakashi was about to form hand seals, I swiftly clapped my hands, and a towering ice wall erupted from the ground, encircling the entire arena, ensuring both safety and an unobstructed view of the spectacle. Sarutobi's gaze towards me shifted, This old fox was likely pondering the emergence of such a formidable character from our village, Kusanagi. I couldn't help but chuckle coldly. How narrow-minded. Third Hokage. On the field, the first round of combat concluded, and Shoju bore wounds. It was no surprise. How could a Chunin compete against the already Jonin-level Kanaho? Kanaho showed no mercy, twisting in the air to unleash a new technique. The breath of wind, fourth form, rising sandstorm, harnessing the force of her spin. She slashed out 5 enormous wind blades aimed directly at Shoju. Shoju's face turned pale with fright. Her mind had gone blank, completely forgetting how to counter. She felt like a mere bronze statue facing a fully leveled opponent. The speed so overwhelming that she couldn't even process her next move, her body paralyzed by despair. That sense of helplessness. Who among you understands? It was excruciating. And then, with a deafening crash, those 5 terrifying wind blades grazed Shoju's body, leaving 5 deep gashes on the ground beside her. Even the thick ice wall crafted by Isin was left riddled with holes by that move. Then, Kanaho's blade floated delicately above Shoju's head. You have lost. Those words were spoken casually, followed by her retracting the blade and turning to leave. Shoju stood frozen for several seconds before slowly raising her hand, conceding. A defeat is a defeat. The gap in strength was undeniable. Kuri Hanabi Kanaho victory. The spectators, including the Jonin, Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy, looked ashen. They all understood that this girl's prowess surpassed even their own. If they couldn't handle it, how could Naruto and the others? Even the usually arrogant Sasuke was subdued, his eyes filled with shock. Could this disparity be bridged by mere effort? Upon returning to the audience, Shoju, filled with remorse, addressed Gaara. I'm sorry I lost. Gaara's gaze was chilling, veins bulging, as he coldly uttered, waste. Kankuro attempted to mediate, but Gaara's presence silenced him. Gaara fixed his unwavering stare on Kanaho, likely imagining an epic narrative unfolding in his mind. Woman, you have captivated my attention. Soon after, the draw for the second match commenced. The screen flashed. Bai versus Hyuga Niji. Another spotlight battle. Niji, the prodigy of Team 10, the pride of the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, after Kanaho's overwhelming display, expectations were sky-high from our Kusanagi village. What happened next? Guy could hardly contain his excitement. Clapping Niji on the shoulder with a serious expression. Regardless of the outcome, give it your all. In other words, kid, if you can't win, don't push it. We must preserve our vitality. Remarkably, Niji did not retort and leaped to the center of the arena. Bai had been waiting. Her innocent visage masked a piercing statement. Hyuga Niji, a close combat specialist, is it? Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. I will resolve this swiftly. Barely had she finished speaking when Bai formed hand seals, enveloping the arena in a thick fog, initiating the hidden mist technique. Niji, feeling a surge of anxiety, activated his Byakugan to locate her. Yet, in an instant, he found himself encircled by 6 ice mirrors. Another ice release. The third Hokage could no longer remain composed. Gasping in shock, what exactly was this Kusanagi village capable of? He began devising plans to have Danzo eliminate us once the exams concluded. From all directions, Bai's voice echoed. Water release. 1,000 killing water feathers. Instantly, the fog thickened with countless water droplets, transforming into sharp sunbon that rained down upon Niji. 8 trigrams, revolving heaven. Without hesitation, Niji activated his ultimate technique, spinning like a top, encasing himself in chakra as he deflected the onslaught of water sunbon. Then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. It became a pure contest of chakra. Bai unleashed an endless barrage of water sunbon. Niji, desperate, spun at a frenzied pace, his chakra nearly depleted. It was merely a matter of whose chakra would extinguish first. And guess what? Niji's chakra was no match for Bai's relentless assault. With the advantage of the ice fruit, her chakra consumption was significantly lower. In no time, Niji could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground. From the outset, this was an unwinnable scenario. The victor was Bai of Kusanagi. The faces of the Leaf Village turned grim. Next, the third match, Hinata versus Sakura, was straightforward. As soon as Hinata activated her Byakugan, Sakura was defeated. Hinata finally secured a victory for Konoha. In the fourth match, Yamanaka Shino faced Kankuro. It was another swift defeat. Shino's army of insects dismantled Kankuro's puppets and drained his chakra, rendering him unconscious. The Sand Village was turning pale, witnessing an impending disaster. In the fifth match, Gaara faced off against Sakan. The audience anticipated another fierce battle. However, as soon as Sakan stepped onto the stage, he raised his hand and declared, "I'm sorry, I concede. Who among you understands?" Gaara's murderous intent was palpable, ready to unleash his fury on Sakan, only to be met with immediate surrender. He was left utterly flabbergasted, blood pressure soaring, as he hurled a mass of sand at Sakan. Hey, attacking someone who has conceded is excessive. Just then, Isin appeared before Sakan, forming a single-hand seal, unleashing the 8 Wonders technique, Chi Body Source Flow. The mass of sand fell to the ground as if severed from an unseen tether. Gaara's eyes turned crimson, his rage boiling. Isin clapped his hands together, invoking another 8 Wonders technique, Spirit Binding. A strange force penetrated Gaara's body, subduing the still sleeping Shikaku within him. Calm down. Isin's tone remained steady, yet the presence of Shikaku instantly quieted. Gaara, stunned, couldn't comprehend the source of this power. How could the opponent merely restrain the tailed beast within him without any overt action? By the time he regained his composure, Isin had escorted Sakan back to the audience, transforming into an unassuming figure. As for the remaining matches, truth be told, after witnessing the preceding divine clashes, these seemed dull and lackluster. Ultimately, Sasuke, Naruto, Lee, and Tintin advanced, stepping over lesser opponents. In the end, 9 individuals progressed, leaving 1 extra, necessitating a draw to determine who would receive a bye. As names were drawn, Tsukiyakari Shippu shouted, "Hey, isn't there one more person advancing? Hurry up a draw." The arena fell silent. Shino, adjusting his sunglasses, stiffly approached. A look of existential dismay plastered on his face. Hilariously, this man truly embodied the essence of invisibility in the ninja world. Thus, the preliminaries concluded, with the final showdown set for a month later. I understood that this month would be rife with hidden currents. I allowed Kanaho and the others to roam freely while I sought out Naruto, using my observation haki. Upon arriving at the entrance, I overheard Naruto exclaiming, "Why do I have to be taught by this brooding old pervert?" Kakashi was attempting to placate him. "Naruto, Ebisu is an elite teacher. Your fundamentals are lacking and need reinforcement." I couldn't help but scoff at such pretentiousness. You, the disciple of the 4th Hokage, have shown a blatant favoritism towards Sasuke, to the point of absurdity. Now, you resort to a mere mediocre ninja who is easily defeated by Naruto's harem technique to placate him. How can you face yourself? I shall make a grand entrance. Allow me to instruct him instead. Kakashi immediately grew wary. Kusanagi Village's Jonin, Yagyu Ikki, is indeed I. I nodded and commenced my display, producing a kunai and enveloping it with wind chakra, exuding sharpness that could be felt from a distance. I then unleashed a barrage of attacks towards Naruto. Naruto, do you wish to learn this technique? The wind chakra within you is perfectly suited for it. Following my lead is your shortcut to becoming Hokage. Kakashi, in a state of alarm, retorted, Naruto, your fundamentals are weak. You cannot learn this recklessly. I interrupted him. Mr. Kakashi, you are mistaken. While we understand your desire to teach your ultimate technique, Raikiri, to Sasuke, you cannot simply dismiss Naruto by assigning him a lackluster mentor. The one named Hibisuk faltered, attempting to form hand signs for a great fireball technique. I swiftly executed a chi body flow, rendering him incapacitated, unable to produce even a sound. I raised an eyebrow. Is that all? I will grant you another opportunity. Once more, he yelled, but still fell silent. I turned to Naruto, aggressively instilling doubt. See? I told you he was inadequate. Allowing him to teach you will lead you astray. Naruto was visibly overwhelmed, his mind racing. He glanced at Kakashi, who was clearly biased, then back at my formidable prowess, and contemplated how Kanaho and the others decimated their opponents. It was then that he could no longer suppress his existential crisis. I sensed the moment was ripe and feigned an intention to depart. It seems you are unwilling. Very well, farewell. Suddenly, Naruto spoke up, his expression a tumult of emotions. I wish to learn from Mr. Ikki. I know you favor Sasuke more, but it is my choice whom to learn from. You cannot label me a rogue ninja simply for choosing him. Goodness, Naruto, your thoughts are perilously dangerous. Kakashi was rendered speechless, having been cornered by the truth of his bias. Thus, I led Naruto away. Upon reaching the outskirts, I instructed him on chakra nature transformation. However, I was aware that the 9 tails within him was causing turmoil. Hence, I formed hand signs, summoning a spirit to confront it. Instantly, I entered his consciousness. exerting the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan to subdue the Nine Tails, demanding its compliance. Upon emerging, Naruto attempted again, and his control over chakra surged instantly. He was astonished, grinning like a carefree child. Observing his naive demeanor, I resolved it was time to reveal some adult secrets. I adopted a serious expression. Naruto, I must share something significant with you. What is it? Your father is, in fact, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. The kunai slipped from Naruto's grasp, his face a mask of disbelief. I sighed and recounted the events of that fateful day when a masked man controlled the Nine Tails to assault Konoha. I detailed how Minato and his wife sacrificed themselves to protect the village and their newborn son, transforming him into a Jinchuriki. I also hinted at how the third Hokage, under the guise of protection, allowed you to be ostracized by the entire village, living in conditions worse than a low-income household. Naruto's mind was in disarray. Before he could process this revelation, I pressed on, Naruto, do you know why Sasuke seeks to avenge his clan? Without waiting for a reply, I revealed how Uchiha Itachi was manipulated by the third Hokage and Danzo to massacre his entire clan, leaving only Sasuke alive for the so-called protection of Konoha. Hearing all this, Naruto's mind was overwhelmed. He sat in silence for a long time before looking at me, his eyes filled with confusion and anguish. Mr. Ikki, what should I do? It is simple. I gently ruffled his hair, strive to become stronger, strong enough to become Hokage. When your strength surpasses all, you can alter everyone else's perception. Upon learning the truth, Naruto transformed, dedicating himself to training with fervor. In just 3 days, he mastered the wind release, great breakthrough, and gale palm. Observing his progress, I planned to teach him earth release, fire release, and even advanced Haki techniques alongside controlling the Nine Tails power. However, my plans were soon disrupted by an unwelcome meddler. This individual was none other than Kakashi. Seeing Naruto constantly by my side, his sense of urgency surged, prompting him to rush to inform the third Hokage. The old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always held a disdain for me, wore a grave expression as he listened to Kakashi's report, nearly igniting his pipe with the embers of his anxiety. He analyzed. Yagyu Ikki possesses unfathomable strength, and the Nine Tails within Naruto is a ticking time bomb. Kakashi fanned the flames further. Third Hokage, I believe he knows too much. Perhaps I should keep him under surveillance? Sarutobi rebuffed him. Aren't you supposed to be training Sasuke? Focus on that. Our village's reputation is at stake in the upcoming Chunin exams. You must present a proper facade. Kakashi fell silent, realizing the truth behind the incompetence of our lower-ranked ninjas, who were fierce against their own, yet faltered against outsiders. Ultimately, the old man concluded, as for Naruto, it is time he returns. Let Jiraiya assess the situation. Meanwhile, I was holding hands with Kanoho, watching Naruto practice the great fireball technique, while Kanoho, with a hint of jealousy, commented on my favoritism. Just as I intended to address her jealousy without sparking any ship wars, a loud, boisterous voice erupted. I am one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, a gallant hero known for curing the loneliness of women. I turned to see a white-haired elder, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, striking a pose he believed to be charming. Unable to contain myself, I blurted out, "What a ridiculous entrance." Jiraiya's facade shattered, and he nearly lunged at me in indignation. I found no interest in engaging in banter. I cut straight to the point. The third Hokage sent you, did he not? Fearing my strength, my knowledge, and my mentorship of Naruto, he wishes to eliminate me before I can become a threat. Am I correct? Jiraiya was rendered speechless. Deep down, he understood the unfairness of the situation. Merely due to a potential threat, my existence was to be extinguished? What kind of reasoning was that? Jiraiya, I grinned like a villain. Do not attempt to strike me, for should you do so, it will be your demise. As soon as the words left my mouth, I unleashed a Tsukuyami upon him. Within his mind, I provided a VIP experience, immersing him in a reality where I defeated him. In that vision, I summoned my complete Susanoo, and no matter how fiercely he fought, he could not breach my defenses. Ultimately, with a single crescent moon strike, I reduced him to ashes. Once he regained his senses, I continued to exert my influence. Change within Konoha is imperative. You do not wish for me to act and risk the destruction of your precious village, do you? Do not forget, Naruto is currently aligned with me. I informed him that the Uchiha's grievances must be avenged, and both Sarutobi and Danzo must pay with their lives. I also revealed the conspiracy of Tsunagakure and Otogaikure to orchestrate Konoha's downfall, disclosing that Orochimaru was the mastermind behind all. This revelation utterly fried Jiraiya's circuits. After living for so long, he had never encountered such a scenario. Two formidable ninja villages, combined with my overwhelming presence, posed an insurmountable threat to Konoha. He broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing with panic. Observing his reaction, I knew my plan had succeeded. I released the Tsukuyomi. In the real world, only a second had passed. Jiraiya emerged, drenched, as if he had just been pulled from a river. Naruto, oblivious, inquired about his condition. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a complex blend of emotions. Ultimately, he said nothing, sighed heavily, and departed. He chose to prioritize the preservation of the village, leaving the fate of his master to the winds of chance. Having dealt with Jiraiya, my next target is Hyuga Neji. That same night, I stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga estate. Neji, a diligent practitioner, was tirelessly honing his techniques even in the dead of night. As soon as I revealed myself, he launched a shuriken, which I effortlessly caught. Truly, he is a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. I began to taunt him, lamenting that as a branch family member, his Byakugan would forever have a blind spot. Wouldn't he it? My words struck a nerve, causing Neji to erupt in anger as he unleashed a gentle fist strike aimed at my face. I sidestepped and seized his arm. Oh, have I touched a nerve? I thought you had resigned yourself to your fate. It appears you yearn to break free from this cage. Stop your self-righteousness, he shouted, taking a stance and initiating the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. His fist descended like a relentless rain. However, before my observation Haki, his attacks resembled a slow-motion replay, and I effortlessly evaded every blow. Neji, stunned, could hardly comprehend how I remained unscathed, a feat that would have left even Lee vulnerable without opening the 8 gates. Have you vented enough? I grasped his fist and swiftly brought him down. Approaching him, I extended my hand. I know about your father's death and your destiny as a member of the clan. Are you interested in becoming the new head of the Hyuga family? What nonsense are you spouting? Neji angrily swatted my hand away, trembling with rage. I smiled and snapped my fingers. Kunai, Shiro, and even Naruto emerged from behind me. Neji's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing Naruto. Yet, he remained defiant. You think you can overturn Konohagakure with just the likes of you? Not all, I replied, shaking my head with a smile. As an eerie blue light emanated from my left hand and pressed against his forehead. 8 trigrams dual technique. Chi body source flow. I told him, combining these 2 skills was akin to wielding a cheat code. Neji felt a sharp pain in his head, and the curse mark of the caged bird inscribed upon him was immediately erased. Now, try opening your Byakugan. Skeptically, Neji activated his eyes and was instantly astonished. His vision, once flawed, was now perfect in all directions. After showcasing my prowess, I employed a Mahobitomo, pausing time and departing gracefully, leaving Neji alone in the courtyard, questioning his existence. With Neji dealt with, I swiftly accompanied Kunai to the guest house in Sunagakure. My time management was impeccable. I kicked open the door to find Maki and Temari plotting. I interrupted them. Well, your plan looks promising. Maki reacted quickly, sending a wind blade toward me. I countered by forming an iron block, catching the blade barehanded and crushing it, then delivering a swift hand chop to Gaara, who was ready to blow up. Of course, the naive fool was an exception. I assured them that I would not sabotage their plan, but would assist them. Temari remained skeptical, so I activated my Sharingan. Maki, the seasoned veteran, understood immediately. An Uchiha scion seeking revenge on the higher-ups of Konoha. Such motivation was entirely reasonable. I casually criticized the 4th Kazekage, Raza, who had been ambushed by Orochimaru, declaring the situation a collapse of power that Kishimoto must take responsibility for. Finally, I warned them not to engage in any underhanded tactics before the exam, especially not to eliminate Kage, as I did not wish to see Yuzuki Yuyusuke mourning. Having completed all of this, I awaited the grand performance of the Chunin exams. Over the past half-month, I had Naruto and Neji training relentlessly. Naruto, now adept in both fire and wind release, combined a great fireball with a gale palm, creating flames so fierce that Neji could hardly defend against them. Then, with a shadow clone jutsu, thousands of Narutos surged forward, and I added in a voiceover, "Surrender, Neji. They're all Naruto out there." A genius like Neji was being thoroughly overwhelmed, and his mentality began to crumble. Initially, he insisted, "I'd rather be crushed here than learn from you." But after I taught him the 8 trigrams, empty palm, and armament Haki, addressing his weaknesses in ranged attacks and defense, he found himself muttering, "This is actually quite effective. At last, the highly anticipated final stage of the exam arrived. The arena was packed, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage seated in the VIP section, exchanging pleasantries that filled the air with an unsettling vibe. In the first match, Uchiha Sasuke faced off against Sound Ninja Sakan. Sasuke, feeling confident after a few days of intense training with Kakashi, showcased a series of Lion's Barrage that swiftly defeated Sakan. Then came the classic moment. With hands in pockets, he struck a pose of a crooked-mouthed warrior, boasting to the crowd, "I barely exerted myself to know your limits." I was ignorant of what it meant to have a rival. In the audience, Sakura and Ino erupted into frenzied cheers, akin to fans encountering their idol. Sasuke, relishing the moment, glanced toward Naruto, eager to witness a hint of jealousy. To his surprise, Naruto merely dug in his ear, nonchalantly responding, "Is that it?" Kakashi-sensei's training wasn't that impressive. This irritated Sasuke, who thought Naruto was just pretending. Clinging to his last shred of pride, he provocatively remarked, "Don't lose your next match." Naruto was set to face Tenten, a skilled user of ninja tools, and Sasuke believed Naruto would surely falter. However, Naruto stood up and walked toward the arena, casually tossing over his shoulder, "If I can't defeat her in a minute, I forfeit." Over the past month, he had devoted himself to training with Yagyu-Ichin, and it seemed he had encountered no setbacks. Honestly, as a teacher, Kakashi felt a tinge of frustration watching his student train with others. "Let me see what you've learned beside Ichin," he thought internally. It appeared he was fortunate. This victory was one he intended to seize. Tenten's face mirrored excitement. With Niji defeated, she aimed to win this match for him. Hidden Weapons Barrage. Just as she finished speaking, a scroll appeared in Tenten's hands, unleashing a deluge of shuriken and kunai toward Naruto's direction. This was her signature move, utilizing scrolls to summon an array of ninja tools to attack her opponent. She was known as the little rich girl of Konoha, after all. Ninja tools were indeed costly. During his practice sessions with Ichin, Naruto had simulated various combat scenarios, becoming intimately familiar with them. Immediately, he began to form hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto puffed up his cheeks and unleashed a powerful air cannon that blasted toward the incoming weapons. Instantly, the sky filled with shuriken and kunai scattered everywhere. What? Tenten's face displayed shock. A month ago, this boy had been merely flailing around with shadow clones. In just 1 month, he had mastered such a high-level technique. Kakashi was equally astonished. Naruto's progress was truly beyond his expectations. Is this real? Sasuke and Sakura were equally dumbfounded. Was this really Naruto? Wasn't he supposed to only know the shadow clone technique? Only Ichin wore a faint smile, appreciating the results of his careful instruction. You excel in overwhelming firepower with ninja tools, don't you? Yet, Naruto's movements did not cease. He continued forming hand seals. Victory through quantity over quality. Is it? Indeed, do not blame me for my lack of prowess, for it merely acknowledges your strength. Tion's expression grew grave as she soared into the air, producing 2 scrolls. The intricate patterns and colors of the scrolls indicated their value was significantly higher than that of the previous one. Clearly, upon witnessing Naruto's formidable long-range attack, Tion understood that she could no longer hold back. "Double Rising Dragon," she exclaimed, tearing open the scrolls and summoning thousands of ninja tools. The scale was dozens of times greater than before. It was evident that such a multitude of ninja tools could not be easily countered by a mere breakthrough. In response, Naruto formed hand seals, shadow, clone technique. Instantly, dozens of Narutos appeared in the center of the arena. "Ha, no more tricks?" As Naruto showcased his trademark technique once again, Sasuke wore a look of schadenfreude. When in doubt, summon shadow clones. This is Naruto's fighting style. Yet the next moment, his amusement faded. The multitude of Narutos produced shuriken from their hands, gently exhaling upon them. The shuriken began to spin rapidly at their fingertips, resembling a translucent disc that, without touching the ground, left shallow scratches upon it. Wind release, shuriken. Not only Kakashi, but even Guy, Asuma, Yuhi Kurinai, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed astonishment on their faces. This kid had actually harnessed wind release to such a degree. Moreover, it was a simultaneous release from dozens of shadow clones. One immense reservoir of chakra this required. Tion, do not feel it is unfair. Bring it on. At that moment, Naruto glanced at Tion in midair and executed a single-handed gesture. In the air, Tion's heart raced wildly. It is well known that hard work cannot rival financial prowess, and financial prowess cannot outmatch external aids. Thus, it seemed reasonable for her to concede defeat to Naruto. I admit defeat, she said, descending with a downcast expression, revealing a look of resignation. Truly terrifying. To gather wind, release chakra simultaneously with so many shadow clones, that must require the level of a seasoned jonin. Naruto, with an air of confidence, thrust his hands into his pockets. Back in the day, I had no idea what a worthy opponent was. How utterly juvenile, Tion remarked. Shall we let this fool take the stage? Sasuke suggested. At that moment, the audience erupted in astonishment, their sentiments shifting instantly. Is this truly that demon fox boy? He has reached such heights without relying on the fox's power? How formidable! The crowd cheered, chanting his name. Lift off, let's fly. Naruto flapped his arms and began to sprint around the arena in a frenzy. Observing Naruto's exuberance at finally receiving recognition, Ichin reflected deeply. Is this the reason you took him as your disciple? Kunai couldn't help but display a hint of admiration, enduring so many cold stares, yet maintaining such a positive outlook. He truly deserves this reward. Ichin glanced at Kunai with a hint of curiosity, as if Tanjiro were forcing his green cloak upon him. Are you feeling jealous? Kunai shot Ichin a playful glare, happily turning her head away, reminiscent of an old married couple. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the banter between Ichin and Kunai, his expression growing increasingly serious. In just a month's time, he has trained Naruto to this extent. Should this individual return to the grass village and inadvertently discover one or two talents to nurture, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once this Chunin exam concludes, I shall have Danzo and the Umbu properly engage with them, he resolved. If it can be achieved, all the better. If not, then it must be destroyed. The next match was between Bai and Rock Lee. As Bai approached the arena, she instinctively glanced at the audience, catching sight of Zabuza hiding in the corner. Sensing her gaze, Zabuza turned his head towards the sky. A smile crept onto Bai's lips as she vanished in a flash. Arriving at the center of the arena where Rock Lee awaited. We both know our abilities. Let's not conceal them any longer. Having previously clashed in the Forest of Death, Bai wasted no time and got straight to the point. Understood. Rock Lee's face grew serious as he glanced at Guy not far away. Go all out, ignite your youth. After a pause, Guy added, do not leave any regrets. After all, Niji had barely put up a fight against Bai, failing to reveal the extent of her abilities. He was uncertain whether the opened 8 gates would enable Lee to triumph over her. Noting Guy's lack of confidence, a hint of disappointment flickered in Lee's eyes. Yet, he quickly replaced it with determination. Guy-sensei, I know you harbor doubts about me. However, I will win this battle. With that declaration, Lee discarded his weighted attire and opened the 4th gate. Lee's skin turned a deep crimson, his hair standing on end, radiating green chakra. The stones on the ground seemed to be lifted by the surge of energy, floating into the air. Chakra can be released externally? Kakashi observed in surprise, turning to Guy. Guy, you have gone too far. Lee had something precious to protect. He sought to prove that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he could be an excellent ninja. Observing Lee's willingness to sacrifice his own bodily integrity to enhance his strength, Guy felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he understood Lee's determination to prove himself. May he emerge victorious, Kakashi sighed as he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. He wished to discern Lee's movements and assess the extent of the enhancement provided by the 8 gates. In an instant, Lee vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already before Bai, delivering a punch aimed at her face. Zulfast, not far away, Niji's expression turned to one of shock. Truth be told, he felt utterly incapable of defending against that punch. Lee, is this truly your full strength? Niji's heart surged with turmoil. He could not help but recall Lee's declaration of intent to defeat him. This was not merely a challenge. It was a life-threatening assault. In the next moment, Lee's fist struck directly towards Bai's face. He was filled with confidence that this punch, honed over years, could potentially be fatal. Yet his fist passed straight through Bai's head, which transformed into a flurry of ice flowers, dissipating into the air. What has happened? The anticipated sensation of impact did not resonate with Shaoli. More accurately, it was as if his fist, upon striking his opponent, found that the opponent's head had already evaded the attack, becoming ethereal in nature. Indeed, this was the case. Bai, who possessed the power of the Hai no Mi, could effortlessly render parts of his body into an elemental form. unless the opponent wielded Busashoka Haki or certain ninjutsu. It was impossible to make contact with Bai's corporeal form. Hastily retracting his fist, Shaoli attempted a sweeping kick aimed at Bai's waist. Yet again, Bai's waist transformed into crystalline ice, his body appearing as though it had been cleaved in two. His legs remained grounded while his upper half floated in the air, allowing Xiao Li's leg to pass through the space between the two halves once more. How could this be? A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Li's face. His assault had yielded no effect on Bai whatsoever. In desperation, Xiao Li pulled a detonating seal with a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it fiercely at Bai. Unfortunately, it too sailed through without consequence, resulting in a massive explosion behind him. "Are you done making a scene?" Bai remarked, and with a flick of his wrist, ice began to creep slowly over Xiao Li, ultimately encasing him entirely in frost. Chapter 084, The Focal Battle. Witnessing Bai's bizarre ability to freeze someone with but a gesture, a profound silence fell over the spectators. Was this truly a ninja? At that moment, everyone wanted to shout, "I'm utterly done," while proving oneself as a ninja was undoubtedly important. Possessing the courage to confront failure and strive anew was even more essential. Continuing to fight would only demonstrate an inability to accept defeat. After delivering his words, Bai dispelled the eyes from Xiao Li, fearing that prolonged freezing would render Xiao Li a fragile ice sculpture. Trembling from the cold, Xiao Li had already undone his 8 gates. He remained silent for a considerable time before turning to leave. Clearly, Bai's words had struck him deeply. Yet in any world, such unfairness prevails. Those favored by fate are destined to shine brilliantly. Whether it be Xiao Li or Kai, despite their utmost efforts, they could only attain a fleeting moment of glory, for they were not the protagonists. In fact, aside from Kai, no one truly cared about Xiao Li's thoughts. Even Sakura, Ino, or even Tintin would only offer a momentary sympathy before forgetting the incident entirely. Accepting reality and identifying one's place was the only choice left for Xiao Li. The Jonin of Konoha had become utterly desensitized to this matter. Kakashi could only be thankful that Sasuke was up against Saku. The monsters of Sunagakure. Out of the corner of his eye, Kakashi noticed Sasuke clenching his fists, prompting him to speak. Feeling defeated, are you? Yet this is the reality. There are many who are more talented and work harder than you. When you feel weary, think of that Xiao Li. If you believe yourself a genius, look at Bai. Sasuke had no retort. Although he often insisted, "Do not undermine my efforts with the label of genius," he had to acknowledge that today, as competitors, had thoroughly outclassed him, whether through hard work or talent. At that moment, Kuri Hanalu and Gaara had already taken their positions in the center of the arena. The next match was Kuri Hanalu versus Gaara. As Suki no Kaze announced the matchup and made his way toward the audience, his gaze lingered on the two, eager to see what sparks would ignite between the strongest from their respective villages. The previous 3 battles had concluded in mere moments, almost instantaneously revealing their outcomes. It was evident that the audience felt cheated out of their tickets. Even the daimyos of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Having traveled such a distance to witness a contest of equivalent strength, rather than a mere 5-second encounter that determined the victor. Yet, they could only pray that the disparity in strength between Kuri Hanalu and Gaara would not be too vast. Just how many hidden cards does Kuri Hanalu have yet to reveal? Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, slightly narrowed his eyes. He no longer concealed his intentions. He desired Kuri Hanalu's formidable physique and exquisite swordsmanship. Of course, having transcended base desires, he did not harbor the same twisted thoughts as those lecherous souls before the screen. If circumstances allowed, he would gladly accept Kuri Hanalu's powerful body and exceptional blade technique. After all, he was no longer human. Why must he adhere to rigid gender norms? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also intently observing Kuri Hanalu. He hoped the two would engage in a fierce battle, as this would provide insight into the strength of Gaara's Shikaku. Moreover, wearing down Kuri Hanalu's stamina would facilitate his own plans for forced recruitment. Watching the subtle expressions of the two, Ichin spoke with a half-smile. Together, they possessed an abundance of cunning. However, he instructed Kuri Hanalu not to defeat Gaara, but to provoke him into a berserk state. According to the original plot, once Gaara went berserk, Maki would remain behind to buy time, while Temari and Kankuro assisted in Gaara's retreat. Meanwhile, Naruto and Bai would remain to adapt to the situation, while Kuri Hanalu would execute the capture of Gaara. Although Gaara housed Shikaku, he could control the beast's movements through the technique of ninjutsu sleep. Yet, The weakness was glaringly apparent. After casting the technique, Gaara would reveal his true form atop Shikaku's head. Should he be attacked, he would awaken, and Shikaku would inevitably vanish. After relaying this weakness to Kuri Hanalu, she would undoubtedly triumph over Shikaku with ease. Just as Ichin contemplated this, Kuri Hanalu made her move. With Kikuchimanji in hand, she swiftly appeared behind Gaara, striking him with the back of her blade. However, the sand surrounding Gaara seemed to possess a will of its own, launching itself toward Kuri Hanalu. If ensnared by sand, she would be instantly bound by the Suna Shirbari, her bones twisted asunder. Kuri Hanalu quickly assessed the situation and, at the moment the sand approached, unleashed her technique. Sound breathing, fourth form, resonant strike. The Kikuchimanji in her grasp erupted in sparks before violently exploding, scattering the sand before her and sending Gaara flying. What? Maki and her companions were taken aback. While they recognized Kuri Hanalu's strength, they did not expect such a seemingly mundane slash to generate such formidable power and hurl Gaara away. An ominous premonition began to spread within their hearts. They were not worried about Gaara's potential defeat, but rather feared that he might go berserk during the confrontation, jeopardizing their meticulously laid plans. After all, the forces of Sunagakure and Otogakure were still en route and had yet to arrive. This fellow, Gaara's eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Kuri Hanalu. Had he not swiftly shielded himself with a sand armor, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries from Kuri Hanalu's strike. With this thought, a surge of inexplicable murderous intent welled up within Gaara. Controlling the sand, he relentlessly pressed the attack against Kuri Hanalu. Regrettably, his sand speed is rather astonishing. One can see Xiang Nai, who darting and weaving, completely eluding any contact with AI Luo. With Kin Bunchiku Haki and the sixth form Shave, AI Luo stands no chance of catching Xiang Nai who, since you delight in substitute attacks, I shall indulge you in this game. Xiang Nai, who bites her own finger, forms seals with her hands and presses them onto the ground. Summoning technique, commence. Summoning technique, eju. Summoning technique, kele. Summoning technique yinu. Although these are blood demon techniques, Xiang Nai who wishes to conceal her true abilities from others. Thus, she pretends to form seals and summons the 4 doppelgangers of Shang Xianji Ban Tiango. These 4 doppelgangers are more than sufficient to drive AI Luo into a state of frenzy. Chapter 085. The collapse plan of Mu Yi commence. Summoning technique. Observing the 4 summoning beasts, which bear a striking resemblance to humans, yet appear more malevolent, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression reflects astonishment. The ability to summon 4 beasts in one breath indicates an impressive chakra reserve. Not only the Jonin in the audience, but even Naruto and the others must concede that Xiang Nai who indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Jinu is the first to aim the scepter in hand at AI Luo, transforming it into several fierce bolts of lightning that speed toward him. Wind release, sand shield. AI Luo forms seals with one hand, and sand swiftly envelopes him, creating an egg-like protective barrier that secures him within. Instantly, countless bolts of electricity strike the exterior of the sand shield, yet fail to inflict any damage. In this world, wind counters lightning. According to elemental attributes, wind represents wood, while lightning represents metal. Wood is overpowered by metal. One can only say that Kishimoto defies the odds. Clearly, Xiang Nai, who senses something amiss and hurriedly directs Kong, Shi, and AI Ju to launch an attack on AI Luo. Blood Demon Technique. Kwang Ming. Blood Demon Technique. Gile Situ. Kong Shi suddenly opens her mouth, unleashing a high-decibel sound wave capable of wreaking havoc on the human body. The piercing sound forces the audience to cover their ears. Under the tremors of the sound wave, AI Luo's mind becomes blank. Blood pours from his 7 orifices, and both the sand armor and sand shield lose control, scattering into ordinary sand on the ground. In the next moment, countless sharp air currents pierce directly toward AI Luo. This is bad. The expressions of Maki and the others drastically change. Such an attack could not possibly be withstood by AI Luo's physical body. Unless he transforms into Shikaku's vessel, he is certain to perish from this strike. In the next instant, Maki prepares to intervene. Simultaneously, Shikamaru and the others stand ready for action. Should Maki engage, they will undoubtedly follow suit without hesitation. As ninjas of Sunagakure, they have long accepted the possibility of dying for their village, provided that the collapse plan of Konoha succeeds. At the same time, A tremendous transformation occurs within AI Luo. His body morphs into a monstrous entity of sand, nearly unrecognizable as human. Only one pair of human legs remains partially visible. With a rush, sand continuously erupts from AI Luo, enveloping him and exponentially amplifying his presence. In an instant, a dreadful aura of ferocity envelopes the entire arena. Is this the vessel form? Xiang Naihu squints her eyes slightly. In the next moment, AI Luo swings his massive arm, deflecting all the energy blades launched by AI Ju. Is it about to spiral out of control? Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly bites down on his pipe, rising to his feet with an expression of grave concern. If AI Luo transforms into Shikaku here, everyone in the venue will face peril. However, at that moment, Isan acts with remarkable speed. He forms seals with both hands, activating the binding spirit technique to suppress Shikaku within AI Luo. Calm down, Isan utters firmly. Instantly, AI Luo's heart races violently, and just as he intended to activate the false sleep technique, he regains awareness once more. Xiang Naihu immediately understands, seizing AI Luo's body and fleeing towards the outskirts of the arena. Pursue. Witnessing this scene, Maki and the others display expressions of terror. AI Luo is their secret weapon from Sunagakure. Should he fall into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, Maki and the others leap from the arena, chasing after Xiang Naihu. The rapidity of the changes catches everyone off guard. By the time Kakashi and the others react, Maki and his companions have already vanished from the venue. Lord Kazekage, you must explain this to me later. Hiruzen's expression shifts dramatically, his aura becoming sharp and imposing. Aside from being the amiable and cultured master of ninjutsu, he is also a renowned ninja, although, well, he's somewhat aged. I do not know why Kazekage suddenly bursts into an eerie laugh, but I know that you certainly cannot intervene. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changes, and he flashes away to a distance of several meters. Have you still not realized who I am? Orochimaru's voice morphs back to its original tone. It is you. That hoarse and low, serpent-like voice finally causes Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to shift. Seizing the moment of the latter's shock, Orochimaru's body suddenly elongates like a serpent, moving with incredible speed to ensnare Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subsequently, Kazekage drags Sarutobi Hiruzen's body vertically into the sky. They break through the ceiling and roof tiles, ultimately landing atop the roof of the main spectator seating. The two guards who had been behind Kazekage follow closely, landing in 4 distinct locations at the edges of the nearly 100-meter rooftop. With similar seal motions, they strike the ground forcefully. A massive purple square barrier spreads out, encapsulating the two at the center. Secret technique: 4 purple flames formation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru finally unveils his true visage, revealing his pale, androgynous face. His serpentine eyes and elongated tongue twist in the air. Long time no see, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru's arm tightens around Hiruzen's throat, greeting him coldly. Orochimaru, is it? Hiruzen's expression regains composure as he permits the latter to constrict his neck, the winds atop the platform rustling his Hokage cloak. Observing the sound ninja positioned at the corners of the barrier, it appears that Orochimaru does not intend to allow anyone else to intervene in their confrontation. Crack! The kunai in Orochimaru's other hand plunges into his palm, blood flowing freely. I harm myself. The scent of blood intoxicates Orochimaru as he slowly releases Sarutobi Hiruzen. Standing face to face with him, he gazed calmly at his former master, now the enemy he fervently wished to annihilate, and finally spoke. Yuanfei Laoshi. Konoha will be utterly destroyed today. Upon hearing these words, the expression on Yuanfei Risen's face remained serene, yet a flicker of sorrow and indignation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 086. Revenge for Grudges. The spectators, including Kakashi, finally sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, but before he could finish his thought, a multitude of feathers began to ominously drift through the vast arena, dense as rain and enveloping everyone in sight. In the next instant, a wave of drowsiness surged over them. What is happening? As the foremost technician of Konoha, Kakashi exchanged glances with Kai, and they simultaneously formed hand seals in front of themselves, uttering in unison, release. Their internal chakra surged, dispelling the encroaching slumber. This was an illusion technique, the Nirvana Sanctuary technique. It was a vast area genjutsu with no offensive capability, merely causing those who beheld the feathers to succumb to a deep slumber. Who is casting this genjutsu? Observing the numerous collapsed bystanders around them, Kakashi's brow furrowed tightly. Release! Release! Beside him, Sakura and her companions hurriedly executed the technique to dispel the illusion. Due to the extensive coverage of this genjutsu, its potency against a single target was not particularly formidable, likely requiring only a genin's full resistance to counteract it. Suddenly, dozens of ninjas clad in camouflage and wearing masks leaped onto the spectator stands. The musical note insignia on their forehead protectors indicated their allegiance. They were ninjas from Odoin village. Wait, when did so many Odoin ninjas infiltrate here? Behind him, Kai cautiously laid the unconscious Lee on a nearby seat, standing up with a furrowed brow. This has escalated into a war between nations, hasn't it? The entire circular arena was now occupied by Odoin ninjas in great numbers. Simultaneously, several Konoha ninjas concealed among the audience had dispelled the genjutsu, standing in opposition to them. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura, having never witnessed such a scene, cried out in terror. Sakura, go and dispel the genjutsu for a few classmates and prepare for evacuation. This is no longer a battle you can partake in. Kakashi, without turning his head, sternly reminded her. He and Kai stood back to back, shielding one another, as numerous ninjas began to emerge from the rear of the spectator stands. Typically, during warfare, genins are tasked with protecting the populace, not engaging in combat. But now they had no choice but to act. Kakashi and Kai surged forward, using their raw physical prowess to incapacitate several Odoin ninjas with bone-crushing blows. Their actions were extremely fierce and violent. These ninjas were merely chunin, posing no real threat to them. However, as they observed the Odoin ninjas gathering around them like a swarm of locusts, Kakashi's focus did not linger on them. The decisive factor of his conflict lay with the Hokage above. Given the multitude of Odoin ninjas surrounding them, it was highly likely that the so-called Kazekage was actually Orochimaru in disguise. Konoha was truly on the brink of upheaval. Kakashi silently sighed within. Then his gaze sharpened as he and Kai charged toward the foes before them. In the center of the arena, Tsukiyakatsuki swiftly dispatched two Odoin chunin, shouting toward the stunned genins in the audience. Hurry, catch up to Kana and me. Wind release, great breakthrough. No sooner had he spoken than a massive air cannon shot directly toward Tsukiyakatsuki. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly dodged the blast. Boom! The ground where he had just stood was blasted into a crater. Why? Tsukiyakatsuki's face reflected confusion as he looked at Naruto. Tsukiyakatsuki-sensei, for the sake of Konoha, the one-tail, Shikaku, must fall into our hands. Naruto's eyes suddenly filled with determination. Even if it means stopping you here, that fox boy seems to embody a truly malevolent force. Tsukiyakatsuki coughed lightly, tightening his grip on his katana. How dare you? Kakashi's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing Naruto actively attack Tsukiyakatsuki. Could it be that his disciple had truly betrayed Konoha and allied with the Village of Grass? What stance did the Village of Grass actually hold? The others swiftly descended from the center of the arena to confront Naruto. Why? Sakura, bewildered, glared at Naruto, yelling in fury. Do you even understand what you are doing? How dare you attack our comrade? You, who constantly refers to me as an orphan, have no right to judge me. Recently, having followed Ikari closely, Naruto had been enlightened greatly. He now felt no lingering affection for Sakura. Sakura was taken aback. She had not expected Naruto to retort against her. Even when she had hurled insults or resorted to physical confrontation in the past, he had always smiled and remained by her side. What had changed in him today? A profound sense of loss washed over her. How dare you? Sasuke's expression turned cold. Since you have chosen to stand against us, allow me to advise you. Do not act recklessly. You are not his match now. At that moment, Niji unexpectedly stepped forward from the ranks. Niji. Tion's face showed a look of terror as she beheld him. I am Soru, Tian. I am well aware of your kindness towards me. However, from now on, I must bring my life to a conclusion, Niji declared, leaping toward Hyuga Hisashi. Hisashi, repay my father's life. Veins bulged at the sides of Niji's eyes, his murderous intent boiling forth. His father's willingness to sacrifice for that old dog was not a constraint of fate. Don't even joke about it. As Niji charged forth, Hisashi sighed softly. What is destined to come, will come. For the sake of the clan, you must die, Hyuga Niji. Hisashi's face twisted in a grimace as he formed seals, attempting to activate the caged bird curse mark. Yet, Niji showed no signs of hesitation. floating effortlessly to stand before Hizashi. You. Hizashi's expression darkened. Why? Why has the caged bird curse mark failed? Facing the utterly bewildered Hizashi, Niji smiled faintly and began to unravel the bandages around his head. As Hizashi beheld the smooth forehead of Niji, where the azure mark had vanished, his pupils constricted. Your caged bird curse mark has been lifted? Chapter 087. Even if transformed into a demon, did you ever expect this? Ningxi cast aside the bandages, reattaching his ninja forehead protector. Hyuga Hizashi, I shall resolve our fated conflict here and alter the destiny of our branch family. Hizashi opened his mouth, intending to utter some persuasive words, but was abruptly interrupted by Ningxi. There is no need to explain the traditions passed down through the Hyuga clan. Their only purpose is to prevent any capable individuals from our branch family from threatening the safety of your main family. A grim expression surfaced on Ningxi's face. Such rules must be shattered. Hizashi exhaled deeply. Forgive me, dear brother. Since your son is so oblivious, he shall have to meet you in the afterlife. Father, brother Ningxi. Not far away, Hinata joined them, her face a mixture of shock and sorrow. Why must you fight? The enemies outside have already breached our defenses. Konoha is in peril. Do not concern yourself, Hinata-sama. Although the grievances between the main and branch families do not directly involve you, the unfortunate truth is that as Hizashi's daughter, you are destined to endure the pain of losing your father and your status as the heiress. Hizashi's face darkened with a chilling expression. Forgive me, Hinata. What is to come, you must not witness. With that, he swiftly moved beside Hinata, delivering a blow that rendered her unconscious. Laying her gently on the ground, Hizashi sighed. I understand that there are many capable individuals in your branch family, their talents overshadowing those of the main family. However, power possesses an insatiable allure that is difficult to relinquish. Hizashi candidly faced Ningxi. Thus, for the sake of the main family and the power I wield, I accept your challenge. 8 trigrams mountain-crushing strike. No sooner had he spoken than Hizashi leaped, launching a powerful punch toward Ningxi. This was a technique that concentrated a vast amount of chakra into a single, formidable strike. Though not as exaggerated as Tsunade's punch, its destructive potential was considerable. However, in the face of such an onslaught, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of Ningxi's lips. The next instant, Hizashi's strike landed squarely upon him. Yet, Hizashi's pupils constricted in disbelief. His chakra failed to obstruct Ningxi's, and through his Byakugan, he could see Ningxi's internal injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Ningxi's hands transformed, taking on a black hue akin to steel. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hizashi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily withdrew his right hand, but it was too late. Ningxi unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon him, akin to a tempest. Hizashi was forced backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he stumbled under the force of Ningxi's assault. The empowered 8 trigrams, 64 palms not only inflicted damage upon his chakra points, sealing his chakra and causing internal injury, but also delivered devastating physical blows. Having endured Ningxi's complete set of strikes, Hizashi had little hope of survival. I commend your candor. May you meet a swift end. With one final palm strike, Hizashi coughed up blood and internal organs, his body hurtling away, crashing through several interconnected chairs before collapsing to the ground. Why? Hizashi gazed at Ningxi, disbelief etched across his face. How could your strength have surged so dramatically? Because Master Isin transformed me into a demon, Ningxi replied, pulling down his eyelid to reveal the pattern of the first moon. Time rewinds to 10 days earlier. At that level, defeating Hyuga Hizashi would have been an arduous task. Observing the exhausted Ningxi on the ground, Isin sighed. You are indeed a genius. But time is too short. Even if you train harder than Lee, Hizashi has lived several more years than you. That gap cannot be easily bridged. Never mind. I shall take over. You need only ascend as the new leader of the Hyuga clan after his demise. Indeed, Ningxi was merely an ordinary genius, unlike Naruto, who possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, abundant chakra, and could effortlessly master powerful ninjutsu while suppressing the Nine Tails. He could only hone his skills gradually, striving to strengthen himself. Yet, the notion of defeating Hizashi seemed utterly fantastical, but I desired to kill him with my own hands. Ningxi understood that solely through diligent training, achieving the power to vanquish Hizashi was an unrealistic dream. There is but one method that can grant you the ability to triumph over him in a short span. Isin exhaled heavily. What method? Upon hearing this, Ningxi clung to the prospect as if it were a lifeline. However, This method would require a significant sacrifice. For instance, you will only be able to survive on flesh and blood henceforth. Isen's expression turned grave. I shall ask you one last time. Is it truly so vital to slay Hyuga Hizashi with your own hands? Must you take action yourself? Indeed, I will pay any price. Ningxi's gaze was resolute. This is an opportunity to alter the fate of the branch family. It is also a chance to reshape my own destiny. Very well. Isen produced a kunai, slicing into his left hand, blood flowing forth. Drink it, and you shall acquire greater power and eternal life. Transformed into a demon, I did not harbor a profound aversion to the sunlight. I became the second immortal demon after Master Isen. Ningxi approached Hizashi. Even if I become a demon, I shall sever the Hyuga clan's abhorrent main branch system. From this moment forth, merit shall prevail. Upon hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed Hizashi's eyes. Is that so? Perhaps this day was long overdue. Ningxi, I entrust the Hyuga clan to you. Hizashi slowly closed his eyes. As Ningxi beheld Hizashi's lifeless form, the last remnants of his hatred dissipated. Though he bore the justification for Hizashi's death, he recognized that Hizashi had merely been adhering to the traditions passed down through the Hyuga clan for centuries. I, Hyuga Ningxi, shall undoubtedly transform the structure of the Hyuga clan and follow Master Isen, ensuring that the entire ninja world is free from war. Chapter 088. My foolish Sasuke in another battlefield, but I had completely isolated the others, rendering them unable to breach the ice wall he had erected for the time being. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto stood at the center of the arena, silently confronting one another. What are you doing, Sasuke? Which side are you truly on? Sasuke gazed at Naruto, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. More importantly, he was struck by an inexplicable sensation. This was something he could undoubtedly accomplish. It felt as though their positions had suddenly reversed. Sasuke, you have always yearned for a contest with me. Naruto spoke, extending his right hand and lightly tapping his forehead protector with his thumb. But alas, now you cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon me. Sasuke responded with a puzzled expression. Are you jesting with me? In that moment, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals with both hands and puffed up his cheeks. Gaton, Gaki no Jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling towards Naruto. Immediately following, he charged at Naruto from another direction, under Kakashi's tutelage. Sasuke had not only mastered Chidori, but had also significantly enhanced his physical prowess and combat capabilities. The Gokaki no Jutsu was merely a feint. However, the next moment, Naruto's actions left Sasuke dumbfounded. Suiton, Suijin Hiki. Naruto also completed his hand seals, conjuring a wall of water that withstood Sasuke's fireball, dissipating into mist. Within the fog, both warriors charged towards one another. One possessed the Sharingan, rendering the mist an inconsequential barrier, while the other wielded Kinbunchiko Haki, allowing him to sense his opponent's position even without sight. The sounds of fists, feet, and shinobi tools colliding echoed through the haze. A spark flared as both combatants emerged from the mist, landing on solid ground. Sasuke bore multiple scratches on his clothing, with traces of blood seeping through, while Naruto had several footprints on him, and half of his face was swollen. Both had sustained minor injuries during their exchange. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, realizing with astonishment that Naruto had evidently undergone significant training during this time, mastering numerous techniques. His Sharingan had evolved from a single tomo to 3 tomo, reflecting Naruto's enhanced strength, which now posed considerable pressure on him. Sasuke, taken aback, suggested, why not unleash your strongest technique, and let us settle this once and for all? Without waiting for a response, he leaped onto a high wall, utilizing chakra to stand upon it. Upon witnessing this familiar stance, Sasuke's pupils constricted. Could it be? Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, and a dazzling lightning bolt appeared in his right hand, forcefully striking the wall. Given that Naruto possessed chakra affinities for wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and yang, it was entirely reasonable for him to learn Chidori from Kakashi. Furthermore, thanks to his Kinbunchiko Haki, Naruto could master this technique even without the Sharingan. How is it possible? How can you learn that technique? Sasuke roared at Naruto. Isn't that a secret skill imparted solely to me by Kakashi? Naruto remained silent, channeling his Haki into Chidori. The once blue lightning instantly transformed into a deep black. Witnessing this, Sasuke dared not underestimate his opponent any longer and leaped onto the high wall, unleashing his own Chidori. Kuchiyos, Sasuke, both surged toward each other. The clash of their electric powers resulted in a tremendous shockwave, causing cracks to form in the nearby ice walls, threatening to collapse. Sasuke was the first to be propelled backward, rolling several times on the ground before crashing against the wall. His right arm had fractured under the immense force, leaving him utterly incapacitated. I heard that back in the day, you stood with your hands in your pockets, oblivious to the meaning of an opponent. Naruto approached, casting a disdainful glance at Sasuke. What a pity that now you cover your head, unaware of the concept of retaliation. Sasuke, though feeling irked, found himself unable to refute. My foolish self, Sasuke, do not limit your aspirations to a clan or a village. The purpose of a ninja is to eradicate those malevolent individuals intent on inciting turmoil within the ninja world, severing all shackles of sorrow. As Naruto spoke, he walked towards the direction of the Shichibukai formation. Everything I do is not solely for Konoha, but for the entire ninja world. Observing Naruto's retreating figure, Sasuke, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, suddenly realized the limitations of his own perspective. Could it be that his actions were truly for the sake of Konoha? Sasuke contemplated silently. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru remained locked in confrontation. I have been feeling somewhat drowsy since earlier, but now I am beginning to regain my clarity. Orochimaru wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Whether this was due to genuine sorrow over Sarutobi Hiruzen's impending demise, or merely a crocodile's tear remained uncertain. Sarutobi scoffed, you do not act out of hatred, lacking both purpose and motivation. I merely wish to observe what changes this world of ninjas might undergo amidst the winds of destruction aimed at Konoha. A smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. Clinging to power, believing oneself to be protecting Konoha, yet continuously weakening its own strength. Konoha needs a change. But Orochimaru, do you truly possess the resolve to kill the third Hokage and alter Konoha? Okage, kasenoki, jinayonoki eripsidon. As the words left his mouth, a figure floated up from the ground. Yagyu Isshin, with Muramasa at his waist and a toothpick in his mouth, gazed at Orochimaru and Sarutobi. The Chi-Ryu technique, akin to the sintered decapitation technique, allowed one to burrow underground. Isshin did not wish to disrupt the Shichibukai formation. At the very least, he did not want others to interfere with his battle against Orochimaru and Sarutobi. Thus, he attempted to utilize the Chi-Ryu technique to tunnel in, and to his surprise, he succeeded. You finally made your appearance. Sarutobi squinted his eyes at the approaching Isshin. Indeed, I have arrived. Isshin slowly drew Muramasa, Lord Third Hokage, in facing me. I hope you can set aside any playful demeanor. After all, I am quite formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, Isshin unleashed his Haki. A formidable pressure enveloped both Orochimaru and Sarutobi. Chapter 089. The Life and Death Proposition. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. Orochimaru and Sarutobi felt as if a heavy burden had been placed upon them, with cold sweat flowing uncontrollably down their backs. Could mere presence achieve such an effect? Just how powerful a being is Yagyu Isshin? Orochimaru, I offer you the opportunity to utilize the Edo Tensei. A peculiar smile crossed Isshin's face. How does he know I would use Edo Tensei? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that this fellow has gathered intel on me beforehand, and now seeks to lure me into using Edo Tensei, setting a trap? As one of the legendary Sannin, a seasoned and battle-hardened ninja, Orochimaru quickly considered this possibility. Yet, Isshin had no intention of laying any traps. Instead, he presented a life-or-death proposition. Without the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru was undoubtedly no match for Isshin's individual prowess. However, with Edo Tensei, Isshin could summon and control the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru, how will you choose? Isshin chuckled slyly. He has already chosen Orochimaru as his subordinate, the second of the upper moons. After all, this fellow possesses an insatiable desire for survival. It is believed that for the sake of immortality, he would not hesitate to drink his own blood and transform into a specter. Once he becomes a specter, he will be at the mercy of my whims. Mr. Orochimaru, you might think I am merely sowing seeds of doubt, but my intention is simply to deter you from employing the Edo Tensei. You may speculate on what thoughts I truly harbor. Orochimaru's blood pressure surged, igniting a storm of thoughts in his mind. He never anticipated that I would push the limits of psychological warfare to such an extent. Shadow Krun Technique. Seizing the moment when Orochimaru fell silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly launched a shuriken, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. The shuriken split into two, then into 4, ultimately hurtling towards me like a tempest. Indeed, I form hand seals, water release, water barrier. A wall of water materialized from thin air, effectively blocking the assault of the shuriken. Earth release, earth flow river. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals once more, transforming the ground beneath into a torrent of mud and stones, rushing towards me. Regrettably, I merely drew my sword, Murakumo, and cleaved the mudslide in two. Instantly, the debris flowed past me, reduced to a puddle of sludge. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen's assault did not cease. He combined two entirely disparate elemental jutsu into a searing conflagration, propelling it toward me. Wind release, great breakthrough. I puffed my cheeks and unleashed a blast of air. However, upon contact with the flames, the air cannon was engulfed, inadvertently augmenting the ferocity of the fire. It seems his skills are quite rudimentary. Sarutobi Hiruzen gained a preliminary understanding of my prowess. If this is all he is capable of, it is no wonder he is a jutsu professor. While lacking any extraordinary abilities, his fundamentals are indeed impressive. I couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Then, gripping Murakumo tightly, I faced the oncoming flames and struck once more. One sword style, 108 disturbances. A spiraling blade of wind shot forth, piercing through Sarutobi Hiruzen's flames and aiming directly for his core. This fellow's swordsmanship is as terrifying as that girl's. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted, hastily conjuring 3 earth flow walls to block my strike. Boom! The first 2 walls shattered, while the third bore uneven gashes, but it ultimately absorbed the force of my blow. Lightning release, Chidori sharp light. Suddenly, a sizzling sound filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, followed by a piercing bolt of electricity that penetrated his body. Is it truly that easy? A smile crept onto my lips. After all, he is the 3rd Hokage, and it would be no simple task to bring him down. Just as the thought crossed my mind, I noticed a glint of determination in my eyes. I reversed my grip on Murakumo and swiftly deflected the staff Sarutobi Hiruzen swung at me. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, struck by the Chidori sharp light, transformed into a log. Body replacement technique. Is this a case of 2 flowers blooming? I couldn't help but marvel. The Vajra staff summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen had transformed into the spirit beast, Inma. In a sense, it was akin to a tale from Chinese mythology. Yet now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had aged, his staff techniques remained astoundingly sharp, executing an array of dazzling attacks with ease. Even I had to rely on my Kinbunchika Haki to respond effectively. How can this kid seem to predict my every move? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen fought, the more he sensed something was amiss. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, yet he still could not breach my defenses. Conversely, I gradually gained the upper hand, utilizing my Kinbunchiku Haki to my advantage. Orochimaru, are you not going to make a move? If I am defeated, we shall both perish at his hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen was becoming frantic. It was not that he lacked the courage to fight to the death, but rather that dying in my hands held no value for him. At the very least, he intended to take either Orochimaru or me with him before his demise. To achieve this goal, there was no alternative but to employ that technique. Are you out of tricks, 3rd Hokage? A serene smile graced my face as I seized the fleeting opportunity, kicking Sarutobi Hiruzen away. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru, who had been hesitating over whether to utilize Edo Tensei, no longer hesitated. He began forming hand seals with determination. He was convinced that my previous statement was merely a psychological gamble. Completing the final seal, Orochimaru coldly declared, Edo Tensei. As his words fell, a purple dimensional gate materialized from the ground before him. Within, 2 coffins slowly floated forth. It appeared he was preparing to get serious. I wore an expression of keen interest, all the while defending against Sarutobi Hiruzen's attacks, glancing toward the coffins in the distance. I was genuinely curious if the 4th coffin would indeed contain the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Naruto's father. However, as the coffin opened, out stepped Rashi, who had only recently met his demise within the storyline. Chapter 90, 1 against 5? Upon seeing Rashi, I was momentarily taken aback, but I quickly accepted the reality. The Shinigami had sealed the Nine Tails using the dead demon consuming seal, sacrificing his soul. How could he possibly be summoned through Edo Tensei? Due to my failure to prevent the 3rd coffin from being opened, the storyline had been altered, leading to Rashi's appearance after the fall of Konoha. Such an opportunity to confront 4 Kages, along with a ninja of significant caliber, is quite rare. A smile spread across my face. At that moment, 2 ninjas emerged from the coffins. They, like Rashi, bore pale complexions and tattered skin, resembling the undead. Edo Tensei has summoned us, has it? Quite impressive. The silver-haired man on the right, with red eyes and a face adorned with a metallic mask, spoke first. He was none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, brother of the first Hokage. It seems we shall be enemies now, Hiruzen. The man on the left, with black hair and a standard Konoha headband, dressed in red armor and possessing bronze skin, chimed in. This man was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the love of his life. How strikingly familiar. Seeing my 2 mentors, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Yet, he quickly composed himself and stated, "No, our common enemy is that youth." Indeed, Orochimaru declared as he produced 3 shuriken inscribed with seals, positioning himself behind the 2. The idle chatter should come to an end. Orochimaru wore a sinister grin on his face. Not waiting for the 3 to speak, he directly plunged a shuriken into the back of their heads. Immediately, steam began to rise from their bodies. Their skin regained its former rosy hue, infused with a semblance of vitality. Simultaneously, Isen sensed that the light had faded from their eyes, indicating that Orochimaru had utilized a special ninjutsu to obliterate their consciousness, resulting in this outcome. Is it over? Then it is time for me to intervene. No sooner had Isen uttered these words than his figure vanished from spot. So swift, Orochimaru's naked eye could not discern Isen's movements, as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. Only the debris, shaken by the turbulent air currents, testified that Isen had not employed any space-time ninjutsu, but rather sheer speed. Suiton, suisai no tate. Tobarama merely formed 2 hand seals before unleashing the water barrier. A torrent of water swirled around him, spinning wildly. He intended to use this technique to obstruct Isen's advance. Even at a mere 10th of his peak strength, this scale of Suidon would be more than enough to overwhelm Zabuza. Given Zabuza's capabilities, even in a water-rich environment, he might not be able to conjure such an extensive water barrier. Moreover, Tobarama was the only ninja capable of making the water barrier rotate around himself, forming a complete 360-degree defense. Regrettably, he was up against Yagyu Isen, who wielded multidimensional abilities. Itoryu, Sambiakafu. As soon as the words left his lips, a colossal wave of sword energy pierced through the water barrier, surging towards the trio. Magnet release, Sandgold. Rasha slammed his hands onto the ground. An immense chakra instantaneously decomposed the rubble and the wall beneath, transforming them into golden sand. This was the essence of Rasha's Kekiai Genkai. Magnet release, Sandgold. In the next moment, a wall of golden sand rose before Orochimaru, barely halting the onslaught of Isen's sword energy. However, the 3 were directly cleaved into fragments by Isen's strike. Yet, the most formidable aspect of Edo Tensei lies in its boundless regeneration. Soon, the 3 restored themselves to their original forms and resumed their assault on Isen. Suiton, Suida no Ache. Tobarama realized that large-scale jutsu would have little effect on Isen. Thus, he expelled a sharp stream of water from his mouth. This was his strongest single-target killing technique, compressing chakra to its maximum to create a water blade capable of severing anything. Simultaneously, Rasha activated his own ninjutsu. Magnet release, Sand Gold Spear. The surrounding sand converged frantically, coalescing into a golden spear, which Rasha hurled fiercely towards Isen. A single-point breakthrough? If you were at your peak, I might need to regard you with some caution. Alas, Isen infused his armed Haki into Murakumo and struck down fiercely. In an instant, both the spear and the water blade were cleaved in 2 by Isen. Mokuton, Sinku no Stai. The iconic Hashirama clapped his hands together, and lo and behold, the ground beneath Isen began to tremble as enormous branches surged upward from below. This was likely the most powerful wood release that Hashirama could currently unleash. The branches seemed to possess a will of their own, stretching and curling as they sought to ensnare Isen midair. Yet, Isen, employing his agile movements and Kenbunchika Haki, continuously dodged and weaved, severing branches that were unavoidable with his sword, rendering the technique ineffective against him. As the tide finally turned against me, below, Orochimaru's face displayed a glimmer of excitement as he licked his lips. At this pace, exhausting Isen would merely be a matter of time. He did not believe that this boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, could sustain his chakra for an extended battle. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly sought an opportunity to strike. Although he would relish witnessing Isen's exhaustion, if Isen were to perish, he would then face a combined assault from 3 shadow-level warriors, with no chance of victory. What a predicament! In that instant, Isen activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, simultaneously exclaiming, Amaterasu! Immediately, the surrounding branches ignited in black flames. The branches withered away, and the flames, upon contacting the remnants of the water barrier, continued to blaze, showing no signs of extinguishing. Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Having experienced the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails in Konoha, he was well aware of what this signified. Before him stood Yagyu Isen, a scion of the Uchiha clan. It was only reasonable for him to seek vengeance against me. You are not just Yagyu Isen. You are Uchiha Isen. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. I never imagined there would be such a loose end from the Uchiha clan all those years ago. Ha ha. Back then, you forced the Uchiha clan into a corner, driving them to rebellion under baseless accusations, only to have Itachi eradicate them. Did you think I was unaware? A cold expression surfaced on Isen's face. Furthermore, after the fourth demise, why did you not seek the 5th Hokage? Because to you, the 4th was merely your puppet, obedient to your every command. Apart from a 4th, you have not nurtured a single loyal subordinate. Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st. Jiraiya has no intention of inheriting the Hokage title. Konohamaru is still a child, and your son Asuma lacks the necessary talent. Does he not? Chapter 091. The Death of Orochimaru. You have hit the nail on the head regarding my thoughts, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance turned quite uncomfortable. Not far off, Orochimaru, upon hearing such explosive revelations, instinctively wished to eavesdrop. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had only recently assumed the mantle of Hokage before betraying Konoha. While he could guess the general idea, he was unaware of the full truth. Now, with a living survivor from the Uchiha clan before him, he was indeed eager to uncover the grim tales of his mentor's past. However, Isen's words interrupted his musings. And Naruto, as the son of the 4th Hokage, how could you allow him to reside in such dilapidated quarters, even letting him go hungry? Your treatment of a hero's son is quite peculiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood dumbfounded. How did this fellow even know Naruto's identity? Yet, with the Umbu present, he could not allow Isen to continue, and could only vehemently defend himself. That is because I cannot let the members of Akatsuki know that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Oh, yet the entire village is aware that he is the demon fox. How does that work? Isen's words caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind to malfunction. Simultaneously, a certain manga artist's brain also momentarily crashed. Why does it always feel like there's something amiss with the plot? Damn it, left speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only grit his teeth and charge forward with his Rui Jingu Bang, seeking to eliminate Isen at the earliest opportunity. Very well, you're in a hurry, and I too have had my fill of games. Isen yawned, his expression suddenly turning serious. Just then, Orochimaru hastily commanded the 3 to attack Isen. Magnet release, sand tsunami. It seems I must put an end to your troublesome sand. Isen activated his left eye's Kamui, drawing the sand into the dimension of Kamui. Dato, allow me to express my gratitude, for your presence has warmed all 4 seasons. Bye. Suetun, Suryuden. The moment Tobirama unleashed a colossal water dragon, a heartbeat later, Isen snapped his fingers, and the water dragon instantly transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Curse be, I had forgotten he possessed ice release. Sarutobi Hiruzen thrust his Rui Jingu Bang into the ground, swiftly forming hand seals while puffing up his cheeks. Katan Horyuin, Futon Daito Piru, Doton Doradin. This trifecta of ninjutsu represented the pinnacle of Sarutobi Hiruzen's offensive prowess. The immense fire dragon, imbued with 3 elemental properties, surged forth toward Isen, creating shockwaves that even caused the sturdy Shichioso to show signs of cracking. Hakijutsu Fugokimen, elemental dominance, where water conquers fire, wood, wind, and earth. In the next moment, a grand Bagua wheel materialized beneath Isen's feet. The composition appeared at his feet, while the positions representing wind, fire, and earth, Li, Jin, and Sun, overlapped beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was the essence of Fugokimen, capable of altering all relationships of dominance. And Isen embodied the very direction itself. Suiton, Ifen no Jutsu. With the kin position firmly established beneath him, Ishin's water chakra surged tremendously. Despite the minimal water surrounding him, the waterfall he conjured matched the scale of Tobarama's water barrier. Instantly, the fire dragon was extinguished by the torrent, sweeping Sarutobi Hiruzen far away. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a shadow-level ninja, soared skyward even beneath the deluge, gathering chakra in his feet to stand upon the water's surface. How could this be? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in disbelief at the distant Ishin. This fellow neutralized his triad of techniques with merely one? Yet at that moment, Ishin had no time to regard Sarutobi Hiruzen. He formed hand seals and murmured softly, Hakijutsu, Kirai Kinkan. Instantly, the three figures of Hashirama trembled violently, ceasing their assault upon him. Kirai Kinkan exerts forceful control over all spiritual beings, including those of the Edo Tensei. Thus, your Edo Tensei may be commendable, but they now belong to me. A smirk crept across Ishin's lips. Reminiscent of a battle-hardened deity, go forth. Send the third Hokage on his journey. In the next instant, amidst the horror and despair reflected on Orochimaru's face, three shadow-level masters obediently surged toward Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing Orochimaru's increasingly ashen complexion, Ishin advanced slowly, gripping Murakumo. Orochimaru, you must be eager to cling to life. I advise you to accept my power and become my servant. That is your only path to survival. What jest is this? One of the legendary Sannin, Kakashi, who would sooner embrace mutual destruction, is mocked by a mere child of 14 or 15. Orochimaru's defenses crumbled instantly as he drew the Kusanagi, engaging Ishin in a fierce melee. Yet, Orochimaru's swordsmanship was evidently subpar, falling far short of Ishin's prowess. After several exchanges, Ishin's blade struck true. However, the most irksome aspect of Orochimaru lay in his multitude of survival techniques. Techniques such as the snake substitution and snake clones. Ishin, demonstrating remarkable patience, utilized his kin Bunchika Haki to effortlessly locate Orochimaru's position, resuming his pursuit. No matter how skilled he was at evasion, he would inevitably exhaust his life-saving abilities. Finally, Ishin seized the moment when Orochimaru had exhausted his snake substitution, piercing his body with a single stroke. You cannot hope to kill me with such a trivial wound. Orochimaru sneered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ishin chuckled in return. You have tasted the blade of Kanai, experiencing the agony of an injury that never heals. Have you not? This time, I shall allow you to savor the sensation of a fatal blow. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru felt a chilling dread as an eerie poison began to spread within him. This was a unique trait of Murakumo, heralded as a one-hit kill. To be struck by this blade means to be afflicted with cursed poison from the wound, leading to a swift demise, with no antidote available. Yet, this blade is ineffective against corpses and spirits. Perhaps it would not be particularly effective against demons either. Thus, Ishin intended to use this blade to wound Orochimaru, compelling him to drink his blood and transform into a new Upper Moon demon. In this manner, he would have slain Sarutobi Hiruzen while possessing Naruto, the Jinchuriki, and Orochimaru. A significant threat. If Kanai could successfully retrieve Gaara, then not only Konoha, but even Sunagakure would be beholden to him. He could consolidate the national powers of both villages, forcibly halting the entire shinobi world's warfare. Chapter 092, The Power of the Gods. Wait a moment. Terror crept across Orochimaru's face. Stop. Do you wish to live? Ishin whispered devilishly into Orochimaru's ear. Orochimaru instinctively nodded. Receiving the affirmative response, the corners of Ishin's mouth curled into a battle-hardened grin once more. If you wish to survive, then drink this bowl of blood. As he spoke, Ishin released his grip on Murakumo, slicing his palm once more. Blood flowed freely from his hand. Gazing at the blood pooling in Ishin's palm, Orochimaru understood that drinking it would come at a significant cost. Yet, he had no other choice. He had yet to master many jutsu, and there were vast unknowns in this world he wished to explore. He did not want to perish so soon. He had no choice but to bring his mouth to Ishin's palm and slowly drink the blood. The moment the blood was swallowed, Ishin drew his Murakumo, turning his gaze toward the battlefield not far away. At that moment, Sarutobi was besieged by three assailants, trapped in a desperate struggle. In his frail old age, he could not endure for long and would soon be overwhelmed and killed. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the Shiki Fujin, sealing Hashirama and Tobarama at the cost of his own life. These were his most revered teachers, and he had to send them back to another world, granting them release. Yet, a historic moment unfolded with Rashi. As Sarutobi attempted to seal him, his strength gradually waned, resulting in a stalemate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the sake of Konoha, you have done enough. But the mistakes you once made cannot be repaid with merely these deeds, Isshin proclaimed, his figure flickering, accompanied by a flash of his blade. Cutting the flesh of Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Blood gushed forth from a wound. Do not worry. I will ensure that Jiraiya succeeds you as the 5th Hokage. Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, shall witness true peace. After your demise, I shall ensure that Shimura Danzo accompanies you. In the fleeting moments of Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, Isshin whispered into his ear. The latter stared blankly ahead, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips before he collapsed. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, Rashi too transformed into a pile of ash. As Orochimaru slowly rose to his feet, there were no significant alterations to his appearance, save for the markings of the second upper moon etched upon his eyes and his teeth, which had sharpened to a deadly point. Was this the power of immortality? He raised his hands, a sudden excitement illuminating his face. Thus, the end of life culminates in becoming a specter. Isshin remarked, a mad scientist, indeed. Regardless, Orochimaru had ascended to the rank of the second among the 12 Kizuki. Whether he cared for the position of the first upper moon would depend on his discourse with Ningxi. From this moment onward, he would serve Konoha. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. You know, Jiraiya is my brother. We have fought side by side, alongside Kakashi and Guy, who can hold their own against anyone. Thus, I shall bring my talents and scientific achievements back to Konoha. As for my former partner, Danzo, I wish him well in his endeavors at the Sage Mountain. Isshin commanded, what nonsense is this? You lot, disperse the 4 Red Suns formation. In a good mood, Orochimaru directly ordered the first 4 members of the Sound Ninja to comply. Mr. Isshin, what are your next intentions? Having become an upper moon demon, Orochimaru's will begin to align with Isshin's influence, rendering him increasingly obedient. As the 4 Red Suns formation dissipated, the battlefields revealed a stark reality. Among the elite shinobi of Konoha, aside from Tsukumi, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma, Kakashi, Guy, and Narashikamaru, the rest of the Umbu and Special Jonin had perished in this place. Among the 12 little giants, Naruto and Ningxi stood with Isshin, while Hinata lay unconscious and Sasuke was gravely wounded. The remaining 8 had been frozen by Bai's ice fruit, rendered immobile. The situation was overwhelmingly dire. Upon witnessing the dissolution of the 4 Red Suns formation, the heart of the 3rd Hokage sank. Who would have thought that even a formidable figure like Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, would succumb to this? Moreover, why did Orochimaru obey Isshin so readily? What had transpired? Most importantly, why had the rogue ninja Zabuza from the Mist Village also allied with Isshin? What charm does this young man possess that could draw together so many who originally belonged to disparate factions? In the next moment, Baikirin, Zabuza, Orochimaru, Ningxi, and Naruto gathered behind Isshin. Esteemed guests, I hereby formally declare that Jiraiya shall succeed as the 5th Hokage, with Naruto as the 6th Hokage in waiting. Ningxi will inherit the position of head of the Hyuga clan. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall be responsible for the defense of Konoha. The Umbu shall be disbanded. As the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is now deceased, and the next target will be Danzo. Upon hearing Isshin's proclamation, Kakashi and the others felt as though Isshin had lost his mind. How dare an outsider make such declarations? Kakashi shouted in anger. By what right do you presume to dictate the fates of others? Because I am Uchiha Isshin. With that, Isshin snapped his fingers in midair, witnessed the power of the divine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal ice sphere, measuring over 100 meters in diameter, broke through the clouds, hurtling violently towards Kakashi and the others. What is this? Kurenai stood frozen in despair, gazing at the sky. The ice sphere seemed to eclipse the sun itself, descending ominously upon their position. This must be a jest. Cold sweat beaded on Tsukumi's brow. Even if he struck it 100 times, he could never hope to shatter such a massive ice ball. The power of a deity? Even Narashikamaru was left dumbfounded. However, Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy, being elite Jonin, sprang into action. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, ash pile burning. The dense smoke emitted by Asuma collided with Kakashi's great fireball technique, erupting into a conflagration that clashed fiercely with the ice sphere above. Instantly, The very heavens seemed to tremble. Beneath the searing flames, the ice sphere began to melt, gradually transforming into layers of steam. Yet even so, a substantial portion of the ice sphere continued its descent. Damn it! Asuma's expression turned grave. There was no time to unleash another fire-style technique. Kakashi's right hand crackled with brilliant lightning. At this juncture, their only recourse was to open the gate of life. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in Kakashi's ear. Chapter 093. Do you still wish to dance? Guy. Kakashi turned in astonishment to find Guy had activated the sixth gate. His body radiating an overwhelming chakra that even caused the ground around him to erupt. Morning Peacock, Guy bellowed, leaping into the air, launching a flurry of powerful strikes against the remaining ice sphere. Boom! 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 Waves of fire erupted from Guy's fists, propelled by the rapid friction with the air, pummeling the ice sphere until it was riddled with holes. With a final blow, Guy shattered the remaining ice fragments. Success! Witnessing this, the expressions of the onlookers brightened with renewed confidence. This fellow Guy is indeed capable. A smile tugged at the corners of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had perished, these Konoha shinobi would fight valiantly to protect their home. Very well, what do you plan to do about the second sphere? Isen's voice interrupted their thoughts, his arms crossed, a curious smile gracing his face. Above him, a second ice sphere pierced through the clouds, hurtling menacingly towards Kakashi's position. Damn it! Scatter! The group hurriedly dispersed, striving to lead the spectators to safety. Yet in that fleeting moment, Isen snapped his fingers once more, and the ice sphere shattered in midair. Now, recognize the disparity in our strengths and act according to my will. Upon finishing his statement, Isen unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping Kakashi and the others. Instantly, those with lesser strength, including Narashika, Hutsukuyami, and Kurinai, collapsed, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. Kakashi and Asuma knelt, gasping for breath, clearly struggling to resist. Only Guy, having opened the sixth gate, remained standing, resisting Isen's overwhelming pressure with the chakra. Excellent, Isen remarked, a look of approval crossing his face. At this level, I acknowledge your potential, but as soon as the words left his lips, Isen pressed his palms together and shouted, "The death gate, open!" In an instant, crimson chakra enveloped Isen, a fierce gale, even sending Zabuza and the others flying. Even Isen's hair transformed into a fiery red, flickering like flames atop his head. What say you? Do you still wish to dance? As he gazed at the astonished Guy, Isen withdrew the crimson chakra, returning to his usual form. As the Demon King, he could wield the 8 gates as if they were mere ordinary skills enhanced with buffs. At this moment, Kai fell silent. He could activate the 8 gates and engage in a life-or-death battle with Isen. However, sacrificing himself only to be reduced to ash while the opponent remained vibrant and full of life rendered such a sacrifice meaningless. Moreover, continuing the fight would merely deplete Konoha's own strength. Isen sighed, lamenting that Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown old. In recent years, his strategies, primarily aimed at preserving his own power rather than fostering Konoha's growth, ultimately rendering the village weaker. In terms of magnanimity, he paled in comparison to his disciple Jiraiya, which was the very reason I resolved to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and allow Jiraiya to inherit the title of Hokage. Kakashi fell into silence. Although he felt a deep discontent, he found no grounds for rebuttal, even if he could not provide a counterargument. The underlying reason was undoubtedly Isen's overwhelming strength. Yet, what he said held truth. The intention was never to destroy Konoha, and persisting in battle would only exhaust the village's own resources. Was there any necessity to continue this conflict? Very well, this battle shall come to an end. At that moment, a plume of smoke appeared out of thin air. Jiraiya, burdened with a scroll, appeared before everyone, his face marked by exhaustion. Although he had long anticipated Isen's intentions, witnessing Jiraiya's demise still pierced him with anguish. Turning to his former comrade, Orochimaru, a whirlwind of emotions engulfed him. Congratulations, Jiraiya. You have become the 5th Hokage. A cryptic smile graced Orochimaru's face. Perhaps he felt sorrow for Sarutobi's death. Yet he must also find joy in this successful transformation of Konoha. Jiraiya closed his eyes and sighed, acknowledging, I understand, I will accept the position of the 5th Hokage. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi hesitated, yet ultimately chose silence. Indeed, with the loss of the 3rd Hokage, the Hyuga clan, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under control, Could Konoha truly triumph over Isin and his cohorts? At that moment, the figure of Gaara was seen rushing back, carried on the shoulders of Kanna. The mission is complete. Kanna bore some injuries, indicating that overcoming Shikaku had not been an easy feat for her. Well done. Isin's face radiated with satisfaction. Now, both Jinchuriki were under his control. Even Jiraiya fell silent. It seemed that not only Konoha, but also Sunagakure would soon fall under Isin's dominion. Of course, all this was thanks to Kanna's successful retrieval of Gaara, the Jinchuriki. Half an hour earlier, Kanna led Ijue, carrying Gaara's body forward while leaving Kongshi, Jinnu, and Kale behind to confront Maki and others. The raging winds, lightning, and sound waves obstructed their movements. Naturally, Isin had no intention of taking their lives. Detaining them was sufficient. Just then, Gaara, resting upon Ijue's shoulder, abruptly awakened, his face a mask of fury. Kanna's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated over 100 meters. In the very spot she had stood, a surge of white smoke erupted. Steadying herself, Kanna beheld a massive creature resembling a tanuki, adorned with blue markings, which appeared surprisingly adorable, evoking an instinctual desire to nurture it. Shikaku had emerged, exhibiting its whimsical nature. I have finally arrived. From this moment forth, I shall be invincible and divine. Kanna responded, "What is this?" Simultaneously, Gaara's half-formed body emerged atop Shikaku's head, still trapped in slumber, having activated the sleep technique. Fully awakening Shikaku. Finally awake? Kanna's face turned grave, yet she exhaled a sigh of relief. According to Isin, as long as I awaken him, this technique should be dispelled. Chapter 094. The Divine bestowed me power. Seeing Shikaku's immense size, Kanna dared not underestimate it, and promptly unleashed her Blood Demon technique. Blood Demon technique. Mist Ice Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva, Kanna shouted, forming hand seals. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, gradually coalescing into a formidable mass of ice, culminating in the formation of a colossal bodhisattva figure. This was the ultimate technique of Donma, the most effective means for Kanna to confront Shikaku. Engaging in direct battle with Shikaku would allow Kanna to seek an opportunity for a decisive strike. You think you can contend with me by conjuring such a thing? How absurd. Shikaku's voice rang with derisive laughter as it unleashed colossal blasts of air toward the sleeping lotus bodhisattva. However, the bodhisattva merely opened its mouth, releasing a vast expanse of ice crystals that surged forth to meet the air blasts. Instantly, the air blasts were encased in frigid ice, transforming into clusters of ice balls that tumbled to the ground. Kanna's expression paled at once. The sleeping lotus bodhisattva was inherently a technique that demanded immense energy. Engaging with a creature of Shikaku's caliber intensified the strain on her. Moreover, she had summoned 4 splits of the Tengu, holding back the pursuers behind her. She remained human, with limited chakra reserves. Thus, she had to approach this battle with utmost caution. Kanna landed atop the shoulder of the sleeping lotus bodhisattva, drawing forth her Kikuchimanji and silently reciting the incantation for its release. Slay him, divine spear. No sooner had the words left her lips than Kanna's Kikuchimanji extended dramatically, the blade stretching to pierce through a nearby mountain. This fellow, who had once been so arrogant, now displayed a flicker of doubt upon witnessing the fearsome length of the blade. Breath of Fire, 9th form, Purgatory. Kanna unleashed one of her most potent breathing techniques. Fiery flames erupted from her Kikuchimanji, forming a blazing blade nearly 100 meters long, painting the sky crimson in a breathtaking spectacle. This was precisely why Kanna had boldly volunteered to capture Gaara alone. This move was one that even Shikaku could not endure. As anticipated upon witnessing this technique, Shikaku was taken aback. Is this truly a ninja? This is utterly beyond comprehension. Wind release, vacuum sphere. It hastily unleashed a barrage of air blasts, but the sleeping lotus bodhisattva raised its left hand to block several of them. Yet, the final blast shattered its left hand, and the remaining 4 slammed into Kanna. 6 styles, Iron Block. Kanna activated Iron Block, enveloping herself in armed Haki, bracing herself against the impact. However, the violent gusts still left numerous wounds upon her. Indeed, the tailed beast possesses remarkable strength, even when unable to unleash its full potential. Zhang gritted her teeth, firmly grounding herself, and with all her might, swung the Kikuchimanji, emitting a fierce battle cry. Hiya! The blade of flame, stretching 100 meters, sliced down towards Shikaku before her. What nonsense! Do you think you can take my life with such a strike? Anger flickered across Shikaku's face as he raised an arm to block Zhang Naihu's attack. Boom! The flaming sword cleaved into Shikaku's arm, the tremendous force causing his body to shudder uncontrollably. Clearly, the blow inflicted significant damage. Seizing the moment while Shikaku was still immobilized, Zhang Naihu retracted her weapon, shifting back to Kikuchimonji, and with a swift step, launched herself at Shikaku. Vacuum wave. Shikaku unleashed a series of small air waves, a technique that, though limited in range, bore tremendous destructive power capable of delivering a lethal blow to Zhang Naihu in an instant. However, Shikaku overlooked one crucial detail. A smaller range also meant it was easier to evade. Swish, swish. Utilizing the Shunshin technique from the Six Paths, Zhang Naihu flickered away, effortlessly dodging the airwaves, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Gaara. Take this. Zhang Naihu's right hand, enveloped in armament Haki, turned pitch black. She clenched her fist, timing her strike perfectly, and delivered a punch straight to Gaara's face just as Shikaku's sand dispersed to bind her. Ugh! Gaara's head buzzed, but he quickly regained his senses. Staring incredulously at Zhang Naihu, he couldn't believe this girl, seemingly younger than Temari and Kankuro, had effortlessly knocked him awake. Damn it! As Gaara regained consciousness, he could no longer maintain Shikaku's form. The latter, filled with resentment, slowly began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming back into a pile of sand. Success! Zhang Naihu hoisted Gaara onto her shoulder, took a deep breath, and headed back towards Konoha. At that moment, Maki and his companions, overwhelmed by the clones created by Han, glanced at Zhang Naihu carrying Gaara, their faces instantly darkening. You! Maki glared at Zhang Naihu, utterly astonished that this seemingly diminutive child could single-handedly capture Gaara. The Jinchuriki of One Tail is in our grasp. It would be wise for you to obediently return to Konoha with me. With that, Zhang Naihu vanished from the scene, leaving Maki and his group helplessly watching Gaara's departure. Thus, Jiraiya ascended to the position of Hokage. Upon receiving the news, Danzo and his comrades hastily fled Konoha. What a joke! With both Sarutobi and Orochimaru unable to contend with a single Yagyu Ishin, how could they hope to face him? As for Tsunade, well, she could continue her blissful life as a gambler. Tsunade, are you polite? My intention is simple, to forcibly rule the 5 nations through strength. Under the deterrence of my power, with the 5 great nations leading the way, no faction would dare to initiate war recklessly. In the Hokage's office, Ishin stood before Jiraiya and proclaimed, because of war, tragedies like that of the Uchiha clan occur. As long as there is a way to end war, such tragedies will not recur. What nonsense are you speaking? Jiraiya found Ishin's words naively optimistic. But Ishin smiled. As I said, I am Uchiha Ishin, and the divine has bestowed upon me the power to bring peace to this ninja world. Chapter 095. This is my ninja way. Do not boast so recklessly. The ninja world is vast. Can you guarantee you will never encounter a rival? Do not forget, the Akatsuki organization has been stirring in recent years. Jiraiya's expression grew serious, especially regarding the Akatsuki, whose members possessed unfathomable strength. Akatsuki? A smile curled at the corner of Ishin's mouth. Soon, you will witness the battle between me and the Akatsuki members. Having once promised to protect Sasuke, Sarutobi had already perished, even if Danzo fled. With Konoha now in the hands of this enigmatic youth, the likelihood of Sasuke encountering danger was significant. Thus, that individual would inevitably appear to issue a warning, advising Ishin against any reckless actions. What are you saying? Jiraiya's face reflected shock. It's nothing. I have some matters to attend to. After a pause, Ishin turned his back to Jiraiya and said, I have laid the foundation for Naruto. As the son of the 4th Hokage, I hope you will teach him well. With that, Ishin departed from Jiraiya's sight. How do you know everything? Watching Ishin's retreating figure, Jiraiya wore a look of bewilderment. Soon, Ishin arrived at the hospital. Due to the severe injuries inflicted by Naruto, Sasuke was currently receiving treatment within. Sasuke, don't be so downcast. I believe you must have been careless and failed to evade, allowing that unprincipled Naruto to defeat you. As he approached the door, Sakura's voice echoed. For reasons unknown, Ishin wished to hasten the transition to Boruto. Compared to the mature Sakura in Boruto, this younger version felt somewhat irksome. Pushing the door open, he found Sakura peeling fruit for Sasuke. Sakura, could you step outside for a moment? Ishin's tone brooked no argument. You. Upon seeing Ishin, Sakura was overcome with a genuine sense of dread. This was the man who had killed the third Hokage. What do you intend to do with Sasuke? However, seeing Sasuke behind her, Sakura instinctively positioned herself in front of Isshin, resolutely staring at him. No matter what, I will not allow you. I have no intention of harming him, Isshin replied, effortlessly pushing Sakura aside and taking a seat. Sasuke, you must know my identity. Therefore, you likely wish to speak with me privately. Isshin placed significant emphasis on the reincarnation of Indra. Even though he had traversed to this world, this individual would, to some degree, determine the future trajectory of the ninja world. Sasuke remained silent for a moment before giving Sakura a glance, signaling her to leave. Sakura opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose silence and exited the hospital room. You are indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke squinted. I know nearly all the Uchiha clan members, yet I have never encountered you. Why is that? Quite simply, a smile graced Isshin's face. Because I belong to the same era as Uchiha Madara. How could you possibly recognize me? Uchiha Madara? Sasuke's expression transformed into one of shock. What are you talking about? If Uchiha Madara were still alive, he would be nearly 100 years old by now. How could you possibly be so young? Isshin sighed deeply. Explaining the situation, he fabricated a tale, claiming that a century ago, during the Warring States period, he had developed an exceedingly perilous space-time ninjutsu to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan. This endeavor, however, inadvertently transported him to another realm, and he has only recently regained most of his strength to return. Most absurdly, upon departing this world, the memories of his former clansmen were inexplicably erased, which is why his name is absent from the family tree. During his journey back, he gradually learned of the events that transpired in the ninja world in recent years. To substantiate his claims, Isshin elaborated on the history of the Uchiha clan, including the enmity between Madara and Hashirama, and how the Nine Tails, controlled by Bido, attacked the ninja world. He even recounted the series of contingency plans left behind by Madara in their entirety. Finally, Isshin sighed again, remarking, unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to uphold his authority as Hokage, colluded with Danzo and incited your brother to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Even now, your brother naively believes he is safeguarding Konoha. Sasuke was taken aback, rendered speechless. The brother he had loathed for so many years, the one he had tirelessly trained to avenge, was merely a pawn of others. Besides Itachi, Obito had also been complicit. Isshin's tone grew serious, regardless of the circumstances. Your brother and Obito must pay the price for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. He should not arrogantly dictate your life without allowing you to consider the meaning of a ninja's existence from an equal standpoint. After a moment, Sasuke spoke. You say Madara wishes to plunge this world into a beautiful dream through the infinite Tsukuyomi, thereby eradicating war entirely. Everything Itachi did was to protect the village. Obito, on the other hand, deems this world to be illusory and seeks to create one where true love exists. After finishing his thoughts, Sasuke turned to Isshin. Then what is it that you desire? In another realm, I happen upon a glimpse of your future. After enduring numerous trials, you will face your ultimate choice. What choice? Sasuke had begun to believe Isshin's words with considerable conviction. If this were merely a fabricated story, how could Isshin weave it with such authenticity? Moreover, his Sharingan was genuinely real. You have become Hokage, shouldering all the hatred alone, making the entire ninja world your adversary. Although this method is exceedingly radical, you indeed realize the ideal of eliminating internal conflict within the ninja world. This is an arduous yet admirable path of the ninja. Sasuke, you and Naruto must relentlessly strive to become strong enough to lead this ninja world, so that under your influence, no further wars will ensue. Upon finishing his words, Isshin walked toward the hospital door. I could not ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan. This is my path to redemption. Sasuke, if you are willing to support my ideals, follow me, and I will teach you the ninjutsu that will empower you. Chapter 096. The Healing Truth Watching Isshin's Departing Figure. Sasuke leaned against the headboard, lost in contemplation. Is this to be his ninja path? But why did he insist that he and Naruto must confront it together? Could it be that he and Naruto held the key to altering the structure of this ninja world? As Isshin exited the hospital room, he glanced at Sakura, who stood at the door, still displaying a hint of trepidation. Even a powerful figure like Isshin, standing before her with an air of nonchalance, suffocated her under an immense weight of pressure, akin to being crushed beneath a 58-year-old lowly. You have feelings for him, do you not? Considering Sakura's character in Boruto, she stands as one of the few esteemed wives among women. Isin resolved to encourage her growth ahead of time. Reader, is this growth legitimate? I declare it is. Do you believe me? All right, there is nothing wrong with admitting it. Such is the nature of a pubescent girl. A smile emerged on Isin's face. However, you must understand one thing. If your power pales in comparison to his, even if one day you find yourself standing beside him, it will be a profoundly painful experience for you. Upon hearing Isin's words, Sakura could not help but lower her head. She had to acknowledge that there was a degree of truth in what he said, leaving her without a counterargument. Was she not so insignificant now that she lacked the courage to confess her feelings? All of this stemmed from her own weakness. She felt unworthy to stand by his side. Your fundamentals are commendable. You wield the basic knowledge and ninjutsu of all ninjas with ease. Yet, this is insufficient. When time permits, I will find you a teacher to guide you properly. For instance, I just captured Kabuto and confined him in Konoha. Compared to Tsunade, who can only rely on brute strength, Kabuto excels in water style, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. In the original storyline, Kakashi had repeatedly mentioned that Sakura possessed the potential to become a genjutsu specialist, and her talent for discerning genjutsu had manifested numerous times in the narrative. Regrettably, in the later stages of the story, as the era of the Sharingan dominated, those basic genjutsu became less applicable. Nevertheless, Isin still intended to steer Sakura down this path, for it might yield surprising results. Thank you, Sakura expressed gratitude, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. If she truly wished to stand beside him, she would have to exert greater effort. I do not expect you to be like Lee, but at the very least, do not rely solely on words. I understand, Sakura affirmed with determination. Isin then revealed a smile and turned to leave her sight. Watching him depart, Sakura clenched her fists. Just wait, Sasuke and Naruto. I will strive to grow stronger and catch up to you both. Sakura resolved firmly. I now invite you to remain in Konoha as a Konoha ninja. Listen closely. It is as a Konoha ninja, not as a spy for any nation. Konoha is your rightful home, and each person in this village is your comrade. Addressing Kabuto, who was confined in the dungeon, Isin spoke. Ha! A look of disdain crossed Kabuto's face. Konoha ninja? Ha ha! How utterly laughable! Why should I believe your words? Seeing Kabuto's expression of anger mingled with laughter, Isin sighed inwardly. He understood Kabuto's plight. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kabuto was taken in by the orphanage director, Yakushi Nanoyu, without knowing his parents or his name. As a child, he was exceptionally gifted, yet his vision was poor, prompting the director to give him her glasses while teaching him medical ninjutsu. Thus, he still wears those glasses to this day, perhaps a cherished memento. Regrettably, he was later taken in by Danzo, trained as a spy for the other four nations, and was even forced to kill the very director who had once taken him in. Subsequently, he became a subordinate of Orochimaru, who coveted Sasuke's body, only to be ultimately slain by Sasuke. Losing his final sense of belonging, he transplanted Orochimaru's cells and learned a plethora of sage techniques in the Ryuchi cave, ultimately invoking the Fourth Great Ninja War using the large-scale and pure world reincarnation, all in a desperate bid to validate his existence. It is fair to say that Kabuto's childhood was exceedingly tragic. If he were to be granted an unassailable sense of belonging, perhaps he would not have ventured down such an extreme path. Therefore, is it solely because Tuanzong compelled you to act as a spy for the four nations, leading you to inadvertently slay the very headmaster who once sheltered you, that you feel devoid of belonging? EXIN sighed. If your life is entirely defined by the actions of a few misguided individuals, is that not a profound tragedy? What do you wish to convey? Do's expression darkened considerably. What I wish to express is that my decision to retain you within my is not born of sympathy or pity, but rather because you possess exceptional abilities. Your genjutsu and medical ninjutsu rank among the finest, although you disguised yourself as a low-ranking ninja for several years. In truth, you already possess the capabilities of a jounin. This village requires your strength. EXIN's words plunged Do into a contemplative silence. Observing Do's expression, EXIN's lips curled into a smile that radiated warmth, akin to the sun after a long winter. Naruto, your skills are truly invaluable. I have an individual here whom I wish you to guide. I hope you can cultivate her into a ninja capable of standing on her own. Should you succeed in mentoring her, you may officially lead the newly graduated ninjas from the academy. With that, EXIN turned to Ibiki and said, Release her. I trust that he will no longer engage in actions detrimental to the village. Ibiki cast a glance at EXIN, his expression somewhat displeased, yet he complied. Perhaps, as he suggested, the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since come to a close. A young man with such vigor and determination to improve the village appears far more suited to the position of Hokage. Regrettably, his aspirations likely transcend this role. Yet, this may ultimately prove beneficial for the entire ninja world. In another cell within the dungeon, the ceiling class had completely subdued Gaara, forcing him to sit on the cold ground, staring blankly ahead. One-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara. Ikexen approached Gaara, a hint of remorse etched upon his face. I apologize, but I cannot release you just yet. Kill me. Gaara's eyes, tinged with bloodshot fury, glared at Ikexen. At that moment, Ikexen's left eye transformed into the pattern of the Manjikyu Sharingan, directly unleashing Tsukuyami upon Gaara. Chapter 097. You will become Kazekage. In the next instant, an image materialized before Gaara. A golden-haired youth sat alone on a swing, while those around him recoiled at the sight, leaving only whispers to surround his ears. How could a mere fox become a ninja? It is indeed the greatest misfortune for the village. The boy said nothing, silently enduring it all, for he understood that he was not the protagonist of a tragic tale. To alter his fate, he could only rely on himself. Whining for sympathy would never yield compassion from others. Seeing the golden-haired boy, Gaara's expression shifted dramatically, for he recognized Naruto. In the second act, Kakashi's team had just defeated Zabuza and returned to Mai after completing their mission in the Land of Waves. I hear that the Nine-Tails brat showcased remarkable prowess during this mission. He was merely the anchor. It's a wonder he didn't hold us back. Surely, he must have clung to Kakashi's coattails to accomplish the task. Faced with such disparaging remarks, Naruto resolutely signed the Chunin exam commitment form. He understood that alongside the critics, there were those who silently supported him. Iruka, Kakashi, and the Naruto Bridge. No matter how dark his path may be, there would always be a ray of light to guide him, a voice deep within urging him not to give up. Why, despite facing such adversity, does he still seek the validation of others? Gaara stared in bewilderment at the image before him, unable to comprehend why Naruto, having endured so much hardship, remained steadfast in his pursuit of hope. Is he akin to the Leshan giant Buddha? This lad has even made it to the finals of the Chunin exam. How unexpectedly capable. Let us hope the Nine-Tails within him doesn't go berserk. When Naruto forced Tenten to surrender with his wind-release shuriken, the crowd was left in astonishment. This boy, by mere force of will, triumphed over his opponent effortlessly. It was indeed a match of unparalleled brilliance. As he observed Naruto's exhilarated smile and tossed kisses to the audience, Gaara finally recognized that Naruto, through his unwavering resolve and dedication to the path of the ninja, was reshaping the perceptions of those around him. Is this truly Uzumaki Naruto? For the sake of gaining others' acknowledgement, is he capable of such feats? Why is it that, despite sharing a similarly tragic childhood, I find myself ensnared in a vortex of hatred, unable to escape? If your desire for violence stems from your father, let me remind you that he has passed, and the enmity between you two should end here. At that moment, Gaara became aware that he had returned to reality, while Ikexen stood at the dungeon door. Speaking to himself, Gaara fell into deep contemplation. Just then, a familiar voice, laced with fury, echoed in Gaara's ears. Clang! Gaara turned and saw Temari at the dungeon entrance. Her hands gripping the bars tightly, worry etched across her face. Kankuro, meanwhile, swung his fist at Ikexen's visage. Yet, an ice wall materialized before Kankuro, blocking his strike. How foolish to think of attacking me when you've even lost your puppet. Clearly, you truly care for him. A smile crept upon Ikexen's face. Upon seeing that Ikexen bore no ill intent, Kankuro finally relaxed his fist. Uchiha Ikexen, what do you intend to do with Gaara? Temari inquired, her expression one of confusion. It is simple. I intend to allow him 2 years of training here, after which he will return to Sunagakure to inherit the title of Kazekage. Ikexen articulated his purpose. Though in the original narrative, Gaara ultimately became Kazekage through his own efforts, he wished for Gaara to be grateful not just to Naruto, but to him as well. Since he had come to this world, he must ensure that his existence is remembered in various ways. Temari regarded him with a mix of skepticism. Why should I trust you? You could mobilize the entire Sunagakure, and still, it might not suffice to defeat me. Ikexen's face radiated confidence. What? Do you intend to incite a second war, further depleting your village's resources? You may agree, But the higher-ups in Sunagakure may not share your sentiments. Temari fell silent once more. You have no choice, thus you must place your trust in me. Everything I do is for the peace of the ninja world. With your strength, I could obliterate you in an instant. Why waste words on you? Although Isin's words may be harsh and his emotional intelligence requires improvement, the reality is undeniably cruel. Is it necessary to discuss emotional intelligence between the strong and the weak? If you're truly concerned, you are welcome to stay by his side. I will not restrict your actions. Frankly, I would prefer if you did so. If the goal is to become the Kazekage, you will undoubtedly need a few capable aides beside him, and you can also refine yourselves here. As for whether Gaara will return to Sunagakure and become the Kazekage, that is for me to decide. As long as he possesses the necessary qualifications, I will handle those old geezers in Sunagakure. Isin's statement finally allowed Kanjiro and Shoju to temporarily lower their guard. At least there was some truth in Isin's words. If he truly harbored ulterior motives, would he waste extra energy on himself? If there are no objections, starting tomorrow, the three of you will follow Jiraiya. Isin turned to Gaara, whose eyes no longer held resentment or murderous intent, replaced instead by a sense of tranquility. He understood that Gaara would no longer allow the seeds of slaughter to grow within him. He could now control Shikaka within him. Upon leaving the dungeon, Isin spotted Kana at the door, a smile gracing his face. Have you detected the positions of Itachi and Kisame? Yes, through Kin Bunchiko Haki. I sense that they have entered the village, but they have yet to take action. That is good. Isin nodded. Since these two had made no moves, there was no need to act hastily. Their appearance served only to remind Jiraiya or himself of their presence, acting as a deterrent to the village. And it was sufficient to remain unflappable. With this thought, Isin looked at Kana. You've been training hard lately. How about accompanying me to a certain place? As dusk approached, a lazy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The sunlight and breeze were gentle. Even the leaves dancing in the wind seemed reluctant to fall. Isin and Kana arrived at a mountain near Konoha, rumored to offer a panoramic view of the village. As they walked side by side along the narrow mountain path, conversation was sparse. It appeared that since arriving in this world, they had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving little time to engage as a couple. I am tired. Carry me. Kana broke the silence, yet without a hint of complaint. She was well aware that Isin was a rather passive individual, while he could engage in idle banter. When it came to serious matters, he was not as courageous as he claimed. Isin chuckled, fully understanding that Kana was not genuinely incapable of walking, but rather seeking to deepen their emotional bond. Thus, he crouched down, and Kana swiftly leaped onto his back, instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist. Why does this feel a bit off? You're suffocating me. Are you a snake? Isin complained jokingly, yet his heart brimmed with sweetness. Suffocate that old ox, and this tender grass will not be consumed. Kana giggled behind him. The mountain path was rugged, and Isin proceeded slowly, wishing to savor their time alone together. Are you tired? Kana reached out to wipe Isin's brow, only to realize that her gesture was unnecessary. Being the king of ghosts, how could he possibly sweat? How could not be tired? Feeling Kana's tenderness warmed Isin's heart, and he instinctively exclaimed, You are my entire world. Of course, I will be tired. Contrary to his expectations, Kana did not respond with the anticipated display of emotion. Instead, she laughed heartily and playfully smacked the back of his neck. You are quite greasy. Even Tian Yiming cannot compare. Ha ha. Isin joined in her laughter, his affection for Kana deepening. She was truly a unique girl, untouched by the cliched flattery meant for lesser maidens. The stony path was littered with obstacles as Isin carried Kana, progressing with difficulty. The seemingly short journey became arduous, perhaps because he was bearing the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders. At last, they reached the mountaintop. To accommodate visitors and promote local productivity, several pavilions had been constructed for rest. As dusk painted the sky, the distant buildings shimmered in the sunset, as if adorned with a layer of gold dust, appearing particularly resplendent. The gentle evening sunlight bathed Isin and Kana, while a few leaves that had danced in the air finally settled beside them. The still beauty surrounding them seemed to accentuate their unspoken connection. As Kana slowly closed her eyes, allowing the evening breeze to caress her face, she murmured a line of poetry that Isin had once taught her. Yet, at that moment, Isin interrupted the tranquility with a rather unbecoming remark. Damn it. I think I drank too much water before coming up. I need to relieve myself. Do you want to join me? You go if you want. I want to accompany you to ruin the environment. Kana, inherently a modest woman, could not utter such crude words as Isin, blushing as she shot him a glare. Isin laughed heartily, reaching to poke Kanna's stomach. You just drank a large cup of juice. Can you really hold it? Kanna deftly evaded his hand, retaliating with a playful slap to his head. Can you not be so tiresome for just one day? There's a saying that goes, hell is empty, and all the devils are here. In response to Isin's shamelessness, Kanna scoffed. When you say that to me, it shows your cowardice. I will give you a beating each day until you comply. While you still possess a sense of urgency, it would be best to treat me well. I have my methods, but I truly cannot hold it any longer. Once I relieve myself, we could discuss this matter thoroughly, Isin said as he dashed behind a tree, unfastening his pants and relieving himself. Unbeknownst to him, Kanna would regard him with a complex gaze, yet he relished this moment of carefree abandon in her presence. As night fell, the wind picked up, yet the two remained silent, sitting side by side on a bench, watching the stars shift and the distant lights flicker to life. Let us go. It's time for us to return. After we descend, I will treat you to something delicious. Kanna obediently followed behind Isin as they made their way down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Konoha was illuminated with bright lights. Isin's gaze inadvertently fell upon a nearby food stall selling odin and dorayaki. Do you want to eat? Isin inquired, as Kanna had never sampled the street food. Yes. Kanna nodded, and they approached the stall, ordering 2 servings of odin and 2 servings of dorayaki. Kanna's cheeks were puffed with delight as she savored the taste of the dorayaki. Isin promptly handed the marble soda he had purchased on the way to Xiangnihu. Upon realizing that the other still remembered his preferences, Xiangnihu felt a sweetness in her heart and accepted the drink from Isin's hand. If we ever have the chance to traverse to my former realm, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. Isin regaled Xiangnihu with tales of the northeastern delicacies, such as gobura, dala pie, and Zyajin mushrooms, which left her enraptured and her appetite further whetted. Hold on, Isin said, retrieving a tissue to gently wipe Xiangnihu's mouth. You're covered in crumbs. Xiangnihu beamed a silly smile, allowing Isin to clean her up. Her gaze then fell upon the last remaining dorayaki in Isin's possession. Indeed, moments prior, she had consumed Isin's portion of odin as well. Oh dear, it's closing time. At that moment, a nearby vendor was leisurely packing up his stall. What coincidence. Author, don't play games with me. I'm still hungry. No, I'm hungry too. I'll buy you something else later. Isin wasn't genuinely starving. He merely wished to tease Xiangnihu while clutching the dorayaki tightly. Come here. Xiangnihu pretended to snatch it, but Isin evaded her grasp. Thus, the pair began to chase each other, he fleeing and she pursuing, with him barely able to escape her clutches. Come back. Isin turned to beckon her with a finger, but Xiangnihu exclaimed, Wait. Alas, it was too late. Bang. Isin's shoulder collided with a telephone pole, the sudden force causing him to tumble to the ground. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he clung tightly to the pancake, fearful of any dust sullying it. Chapter 099. Uchiha Tachi, are you alright? Xiangnihu rushed to Isin's side, helping him to his feet. I'm fine, not dead yet. Isin chuckled bitterly. You really are something. At your age, can't you show a bit of maturity? Xiangnihu rolled her eyes. It was just a dorayaki. Is it really that serious? I merely intended to tease you. And here I am, the fool. Well, I'll let you have it. Isin sighed with a bittersweet smile as he glanced at the dorayaki in his hands. Thankfully, it remained unblemished. At least she still had something to enjoy. What about you? I wasn't particularly hungry. I can manage with whatever later. Isin rubbed his shoulder, a grimace of pain on his face. Let us split it. Xiangnihu tore her pancake in half, giving one portion to Isin while she busily devoured her share. Her cheeks puffed with food, and her face illuminated with joy, creating an unforgettable tableau in Isin's eyes. After a night's rest, the following morning, Isin established a research department dedicated to Orochimaru. However, he imposed a strict limitation: no living subjects for experiments, as he would periodically provide corpses. After all, obtaining the remains of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Obito was not an insurmountable task. His subordinates, the Sound Ninjas, remained in Konohagakure, bolstering its defenses. In a few days, someone would escort Kimimaro to him, and he would use his dual healing abilities to cure his ailment. As for Kabuto, he had become Sakura's mentor. With a shift in technological advancements, unexpected surprises might arise. Gaara trailed behind Jiraiya, begrudgingly learning his methods for managing the village, much to Jiraiya's dismay. Already overwhelmed by the mountain of documents, Jiraiya felt as if he might perish. Yet, at that moment, Isin had no time to spare. He was training with Sasuke in the practice field. Sasuke was honing his water release techniques, while Isin closed his eyes, receiving rewards from the system. Due to Lia Isin's alterations to the storylines of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, the following rewards are bestowed. Lia Isin and Kirahana Zangnaihu elevated to the level of Quasi-Kage, while by ascends to the rank of full Jonin. Isin, Sage Mode Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu, Kido from 1 to 20, Heido Bakudo. Zangnai Bankai, Shinso, Starburst Stream, Nature Type, Thunderfruit. By Zanpakudo, Shirayuki, Shurkai, Shirayuki. Upon seeing these rewards, Isin's lips curved into a smirk reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior. Indeed, he was about to confront the Akatsuki, where even the weakest Titan possessed the strength of a Quasi-Kage. Acquiring additional abilities could only bode well. However, at that moment, Isin's expression shifted slightly. What's wrong? Sasuke, who had just mastered the water barrier technique, looked at Isin with confusion. Your brother is here. Isin's words left Sasuke in silence. He has arrived? With the truth unveiled, Sasuke began to introspect, pondering what course of action to take regarding the brother who had decimated the Uchiha clan. If you are uncertain how to confront him, remain here and leave it to me. No, I will accompany you. Sasuke's gaze grew resolute. Though it may sound pretentious, I must make my own decisions. No one can usurp my will. Such words were far from pretentious. A smile graced Isin's face. This is precisely what I hoped you would achieve. Since you have made up your mind, let us proceed. All right. Sasuke slightly squinted his eyes. Brother, I wish to see you with my own eyes and then arrive at my conclusion from the depths of my heart. Before long, Isin led Sasuke to the battlefield. At that moment, Asuma bore a bleeding wound on his shoulder, while Kurenai stared anxiously at Itachi before them. Kakashi knelt upon the water's surface, clutching his head in agony. Opposite them stood two men clad in long black cloaks adorned with red cloud patterns. The man on the left sported black hair tied back, with long eyelashes framing his exquisitely defined features, and a mocking glint in his Sharingan. He was none other than Sasuke's brother, the rogue ninja of Konoha and Akatsuki's sixth member, Uchiha Itachi. The larger man on the right possessed deep blue hair and a shark-like visage, with sharp teeth and golden pupils. Upon first glance, most would remark on his peculiar appearance. This man was none other than the Akatsuki's most ruthless member, who would go so far as to summon sharks to devour his own comrades to protect information. Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi, these opponents are truly weak. They deserve to be swept aside in our legacy. Kisame sneered. At this moment, Asuma had already been injured by his own technique, and Kurenai had fallen victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu. As for the man claiming to be evenly matched with Itachi, he was being ruthlessly attacked by him. With his hands shoved in his pockets, he was oblivious to what it meant to face a true adversary. It was only when two familiar figures emerged before Itachi and Kisame that the atmosphere began to shift. In our village, causing trouble, you are quite courageous. Xiang Naihu's eyes directly assisted Haidai, as her hand slowly pressed against the handle of the blade. Uchiha Itachi, the rogue ninja from my village. One of the culprits behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Isin once remarked that Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu was exceedingly absurd. Perhaps merely locking eyes with him would plunge one into a Jinjutsu without awareness. However, Xiang Naihu possessed Kinbunchika Haki, allowing her to engage in combat without the need for sight. Meanwhile, Bai faced off against Kisame. As the saying goes, each field has its specialist. When confronting Kisame, it was necessary to let Bai, adept in ice techniques, take the lead. Not far away, Isin and Sasuke had arrived behind Kakashi and the others. Witnessing Kakashi's utter inability to fight back, a look of astonishment crossed Sasuke's face. Was the gap between himself and Itachi truly so vast? Could be as Isin stated, that unless he killed those he cherished, he would never attain the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to reach Itachi's level? Upon seeing Sasuke, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. You remained so weak, merely hiding behind others. Taking a deep breath, Itachi began to strategize. Danzo had already fled and Orochimaru had pledged allegiance to that boy named Uchiha Isin, making the path of Sasuke aligning with Orochimaru unfeasible. Although he was uncertain of where this Uchiha Isin had emerged from, he knew he must issue a warning to remind him of the threat he posed, ensuring that he could not easily manipulate Sasuke. Faced with Itachi's provocation, Sasuke simply inhaled deeply. Nisan, I now understand that your intention in annihilating the Uchiha clan was to protect Itachi? He actually knows about this? Damn it. Could it be that Danzo had revealed this to him? Are you pondering that Danzo truly has a loose tongue, divulging this matter to Sasuke? Apologies, but it was I who informed him. Furthermore, I am aware that the true leader of Akatsuki is not Pain, but Uchiha Obito. This time not just Itachi, but even Kisame displayed a look of astonishment. The former was understandable, as the massacre of the Uchiha clan was indeed a collaboration with Obito. Through various details, Itachi had vaguely deduced Obito's disguised identity as Uchiha Madara. The latter, however, was completely unaware of this, as Pain had always been the publicly recognized leader of Akatsuki. Who exactly are you? Itachi's expression turned serious. This was a core secret of their organization, known only to Konan, Pain, and himself. Uchiha Isen, strictly speaking, belonged to the same era as Uchiha Madara. A smile crept upon Isen's lips. And you are confused as to why your Jinjutsu has no effect on me, correct? What? Itachi's expression shifted drastically. For the moment he locked eyes with Isen. He had already unleashed his Jinjutsu. Yet, despite Isen's apparent lack of defenses, his Jinjutsu had no effect. At the culmination of techniques, chi, and essence flow, Isen uttered a phrase. Of course, you may not comprehend what this means. So let me clarify. The Jinjutsu holds no power over me. After speaking, Isen turned to Sasuke. Make your choice. Ni-san, Sasuke murmured. I now grasp the measure you speak of. It extends beyond a single clan, encompassing the entire village. Yet how much greater is your vision compared to that of a clan? Itachi frowned. A clan comprises merely hundreds, at most 1,000 individuals. A village, however, encompasses tens of thousands. Their scales are incomparable. But at that moment, Sasuke spoke up. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately stemmed from war. Protecting a village bears no significance, for as long as war persists, bloodshed and sacrifice shall continue unabated. Sasuke closed his eyes, his tone suddenly igniting with fervor, transforming into a manifestation of his true essence. I will surpass you, surpass Uchiha Obito, surpass Uchiha Madara, and lead this ninja world towards peace, towards the pinnacle. It will be I, and the power to surpass you lies before me. Sasuke's demeanor suddenly eclipsed Itachi's, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ni-san, to me, you are the new light. The mutual slaughter between friends and lovers is the inevitable fate of possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan has been a bloody and ugly lineage since its inception. Come, Ni-san, hand over your Mangekyo Sharingan to me. I shall wield these eyes to attain the power that brings peace to the ninja world. Was this not your intention as well? Ni-san, for 2 or 3 seconds, Itachi's mind plunged into a void. No, his head was buzzing. He vaguely felt as though his lines had been stolen by Sasuke. But is this truly the path you wish to take? Itachi sighed, glancing at Isen beside him. Is this the ideology you instilled in him? Strictly speaking, not entirely. Isen gazed intently at Itachi. I merely revealed the truth to him, allowing him to make what he deems the correct choice. Perhaps his thoughts are extreme, but if it is for the peace of the ninja world, being extreme is not a concern. He couldn't help but recall the events following Naruto's ascension to Hokage. He had failed Neji, as the fate of the Hyuga clan remained unchanged. He had failed Konan, for the Rain Village had become a shell of its former self, still ravaged by war in the era of Boruto, despite Naruto's constant emphasis on mutual understanding and bonds between people. The disparities between different nations and villages due to overall national strength remained insurmountable. Weaker villages might deteriorate further, while stronger villages prospered, with resource allocation issues unresolved. Ironically, even after Naruto became Hokage, the Fire Country's daimyo reduced the military budget for Konoha. Rather than being the Hokage of Konoha, it would be more accurate to say Naruto served as the security chief of the Fire Country. Since Naruto's path proved unfeasible, perhaps Sasuke's path should be explored. Let all factions be compelled to unite in mutual defense against them. After a brief silence, Itachi let out a cold laugh. If you wish to take my eyes, you must possess the strength to do so. Uchiha Isen, if you truly have the power to lead the ninja world towards peace, then prove it to me. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Let the two of them become your opponents. Isen declared, signaling Xiang Naihu and Bai. The two exchanged a knowing glance and charged towards their respective adversaries. Are they really coming at me head-on? A glimmer of coldness appeared in Itachi's eyes. Even if he could not use Tsukuyami against Xiang Naihu, his overall capabilities were still formidable. Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, launching a great fireball towards Xiang Naihu. Fifth form of the breath of wind. Cold autumn s falling wind. Xiang Naihu gripped her Kiku Ikamanji, sweeping the blade in the air, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that collided with Itachi's great fireball technique. In the next moment, the massive fireball was engulfed by Xiang Naihu's whirlwind, transforming into a colossal flaming tornado that surged back towards Itachi. Water release, water bullet. Yo, with a single hand forming seals, caused the tranquil surface of the water to suddenly churn with two colossal currents, blocking the fiery tornado. Yet in the next moment, Xiang Naihu's figure had already materialized behind him. Kagura, flame dance of the god of fire. An inferno erupted from Xiang Naihu's blade as she delivered a powerful slash towards Yo. However, in an instant, Yo's form transformed into a puddle of water, scattering across the surface and creating ripples. Was it the water clone technique? As his thought crossed her mind, Xiang Naihu instinctively darted backward. Immediately, an explosion erupted at the location where Yo's water clone had just stood, sending torrents of water soaring into the air. The foresight to plant an explosive tag on the water clone was indeed a testament to his experience. Having passed the Chunin exam at the tender age of 10, Xiang Naihu marveled at this, but soon her expression shifted to a smirk. However, I have emerged from countless battles to reach this point. Moon breathing, 16th form. Moon rainbow, solitary moon. Xiang Naihu twirled in midair, her Kikuchimanji slashing at various angles, transforming into a plethora of moon blades that rained down menacingly towards the spot where Yo had landed. Chapter 101. I still love you upon emerging. Yo's countenance shifted drastically upon witnessing the multitude of descending moon blades. This extensive sword technique evidently surpassed his comprehension. It is well known that in the anime Naruto, there is no distinction between a warrior and a fool. At that moment, he could not afford to release any jutsu and could only grit his teeth to activate Susanoo. Instantly, a blood-red skeletal figure towering over 10 meters enveloped Yo, shielding him from all the moon blades. Yet, he could not contain the blood gushing from his mouth. Witnessing this, Isen felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. According to the original storyline, after releasing Amaterasu, Yo had summoned the toad, Gamabunta, and burned its esophagus to escape. At that moment, Yo's eyes had briefly reverted to their original black pupils. It seemed that Kishimoto had not yet endowed this period of Yo with the ability of Susanoo. The appearance of Isen and others had altered the original narrative, thus necessitating a patch in the storyline. During this period, Yo should have been afflicted by a terminal illness, relying on medication to sustain his life. Each use of the Sharingan's ocular power would impose a tremendous burden on his body, continuing the fight, even if it were a drawn-out affair. Xiang Naihu could ultimately wear Yo down, couldn't she? Xiang Naihu. Contemplating this, Isen drew his sword, Muramesa, and tossed it to Xiang Naihu. She deftly caught it, instantly comprehending his intent. Breath of wind, breath of flame. Xiang Naihu enveloped her blades with the most formidable offensive techniques. In an instant, both of her swords were cloaked in fire and flowing wind. Amaterasu, sensing Xiang Naihu's readiness to strike, Yo's heart filled with a sense of urgency as he activated the ability of his right eye. Unfortunately, in the face of Kin Bunchaku Haki, any subtle movements he made were rendered futile. In the next moment, Xiang Naihu's form vanished from sight, leaving behind only a black flame burning in midair. She reappeared behind Yo, poised for an attack. My Amaterasu cannot keep up with her speed? Yo's pupils constricted, but he soon realized that his instantaneous Amaterasu was not slower than Xiang Naihu's movement. Rather, it seemed that she had anticipated his next action, positioning herself accordingly to evade him. How could she achieve this without the Sharingan? Yet, it was too late to ponder such questions now. A cold cry escaped Xiang Naihu's lips. Starburst, atmospheric blade. As her words fell, Xiang Naihu unleashed a flurry of fierce slashes towards Yo. The clashing sound of metal echoed as the first stage of Susanoo proved utterly fragile under her onslaught, accumulating countless scratches in the blink of an eye and showing signs of imminent collapse. Ugh! Yo coughed up another mouthful of blood, his pupils flickering with signs of fading consciousness. Nevertheless, he maneuvered Susanoo to throw a powerful punch, forcing Xiang Naihu back. In the next moment, thick armor enveloped Susanoo, and the Yada mirror and Tatsuka blade appeared in its hands. Is this the second stage of Susanoo? Xiang Naihu narrowed her eyes as lightning crackled around her. Since he had revealed his full strength, she too would not hold back. It was time to settle this. Her expression turned solemn as she channeled chakra into her feet, ensuring she would not be hindered by the devil fruit's aversion to water. Clearly, for her, Yo was an exceptionally formidable opponent. Do you still have a trump card? Yo gasped, a trace of despondency evident in his eyes. It seemed he could no longer instill any fear in Konoha. But just then, Xiang Naihu tossed her twin swords towards the riverbank and slowly raised her right hand. Perish with the thunder. Divine judgment. As her words concluded, the sky darkened. Heavy storm clouds enveloping the horizon, with flashes of lightning flickering within. In the next moment, a brilliant beam of lightning descended, crashing heavily upon Yo's second stage, Susanoo. Boom! The tremendous force obliterated the entire riverbed, with a colossal shockwave surging outward in all directions. Is such a commotion truly necessary? Isin sighed in mild dissatisfaction, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing his palms to the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. As soon as he uttered the incantation, walls shot up from all sides, completely blocking the shockwave. However, at that moment, Sasuke surged forth, leaping over the earth flow wall, his chakra surging as he sprinted toward the battlefield. At this moment, as the smoke cleared from the front lines, only a flicker of red light remained on Yo's form, swaying gently. Clearly, under the might of Xiang Naihu's divine judgment, which far surpassed the power of Sasuke's initial Kirin, coupled with his body nearing its limits, Susanoo could no longer be sustained. Is this your true strength? Yo gasped, his pupils now black and beginning to lose focus. Yet he still perceived a figure, enveloped in lightning, charging toward him. Sasuke, is this your choice? A serene smile graced Yo's face. If this was to be his final resolution, was there any need for him to persist? In the next instant, Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Yo's body. Crimson blood splattered across Sasuke's face, and his tear-filled eyes underwent a transformation. The three tomo of his Sharingan intertwined, taking on a blade-like form. Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Nisan, go in peace. My aspirations lie not within Konoha, but throughout the entire shinobi world. Only by eradicating war can Konoha truly flourish. Sasuke gritted his teeth, forcing his voice to remain calm. Uchiha Obito, Shimura Danzo, I shall not spare a single one of those who have wreaked havoc upon this ninja world. I apologize for the lies I have repeatedly told you, for always seeking your forgiveness, and for pushing you away to prevent you from being drawn into this chaos. If I had confided in you from the outset, revealing everything and discussing the truth as equals, could the outcome have been different? Itachi, with sheer willpower, slowly lifted his right hand and placed it upon Sasuke's forehead, infusing his final ocular power into him. Perhaps I am the true failure, and you may never forgive me. But regardless of what you become, Itachi pressed his hand against the back of Sasuke's head, resting his forehead against Sasuke's. I will always love you. Chapter 102, A Rare Moment of Tenderness. Upon uttering these words, Itachi collapsed on Sasuke's shoulder, who instinctively caught him. I know, Sasuke murmured, as if to himself, uttering this phrase. On another battlefield, Kisame and Haku were locked in a fierce struggle. The primary challenge lay in Kisame's overwhelming chakra reserves, and the peculiar blade, known as Samahata, which relentlessly siphoned his chakra. Were it not for Haku's ice, which countered water, he would certainly not stand a chance against Kisame. Mr. Itachi, as Kisame watched Itachi fall, a complex expression flickered across his face. This is the end. At that moment, Ichigo appeared between the two. With Uchiha Itachi deceased, what purpose do you have remaining here? Upon hearing Ichigo's words, Kisame could only sheath Samahata, a cryptic smile appearing on his face. I never expected even Mr. Itachi to perish at your hands. I am curious to see how the future of the ninja world will transform. In the next instant, Kisame's form dissolved into a pool of water, vanishing from the surface. Immediately thereafter, Ichigo approached Sasuke from behind. Though this may not sound pleasant, I believe it is time to transfer Itachi's eyes to me, and then, as a Konoha ninja, grant him a proper burial. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Ichigo nodded. This child, unlike the one portrayed in the Shippuden, has shed his pretenses. Rest assured, I will handle Itachi's affairs well, and I will arrange for Kabuto to perform the eye transplant for you. Ichigo patted Sasuke's shoulder, refraining from offering further words of comfort, for they would hold no significance. A true ninja often walks the path alone. Since Sasuke has chosen this road, he must possess the resolve to reach its end. Soon, matters settled. After witnessing the battle between Kanoho and Itachi, no one dared to underestimate Ichigo any longer. They even began to believe that he indeed possessed the strength to bring peace to the ninja world. After all, the confrontation between Kanaho and Itachi had transcended the understanding of ordinary ninjas. If Kanaho had reached such heights, one could only imagine the true extent of Ichigo's power. Even Kakashi hesitated to assert that he could match Ichigo evenly. Itachi was interred beneath the soil of Konoha. The sins of his clan's massacre squarely placed upon the shoulders of the third Hokage and Danzo. This tragedy, wrought by the two of them, was rightfully theirs to bear. Under Ichigo's arrangements, Kabuto extracted Itachi's eyes and transplanted them into Sasuke. However, regaining sight would still require some time. As for Jiraiya, he had gradually grown accustomed to the role of Hokage. Yet, from this point onward, the lecherous old man who delighted in peeping at beautiful women would likely vanish forever. After attending to a myriad of trivial matters, Ichigo found Zabuza. Now, I must fulfill the promise I made to you. Ichigo addressed Zabuza. Prepare yourself, for we shall depart tomorrow to reclaim the village hidden in the mist. I thought you had forgotten about this. Zabuza scoffed, maintaining a facade of calm, yet inwardly feeling quite anxious. For if Ichigo were to break his word, Zabuza would have no recourse. The most pressing concern was whether, facing such superhuman strength, he could truly afford to hire other rogue ninjas to secure victory. It seemed even the most seasoned mercenaries would hesitate to accept this job. My original intention was to ensure that no further wars would plague the ninja world. Thus, reclaiming the village hidden in the mist is an integral part of my plan. You certainly do not lack in audacity, Zabuza chuckled, yet he found himself looking forward to the future of the village hidden in the mist. After bidding farewell to Zabuza, Ichigo strolled through Konoha with Kanaho. Before we leave, let's enjoy a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, Ichigo suggested to Kanaho. She nodded in agreement. Though Ichiraku ramen was relatively inexpensive, it was undeniably a specialty of Konoha. Upon arriving outside Ichiraku ramen, Ichigo caught sight of several familiar figures through the curtain. I never expected the ramen here to be so delicious. Temari's voice drifted from within. Indeed, Miss Shino is quite discerning. Kankuro laughed heartily. Why does it feel so strange? Temari's tone brimmed with skepticism. Not at all. Clearly, it is you who is misinterpreting. Kankuro retorted loudly. Upon hearing their exchange, Ichigo instinctively activated his Byakugan. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kanaho employing her Kinbunshika Haki, peering into the situation inside. Indeed, gossiping seems to be a woman's nature. Ichigo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Through his Byakugan, he observed Temari transferring all the char siu from her bowl into Gaara's. Thank you, Gaara lowered his head. And I apologize for my past transgressions. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, both astonished by Gaara's sudden shift in demeanor. Clearly, they were not yet accustomed to such a transformation in his attitude. After a moment, Temari managed a dry laugh. There is no need for thanks among us. We are family, and this is what we ought to do. Indeed, Gaara nodded. Subsequently, he placed the side dishes from his bowl into Temari's. Temari looked at Gaara with a hint of confusion. Good things should be shared. A smile of satisfaction graced Temari's face. This child, Gaara, has finally matured. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Ichigo exchanged a smile with Kanaho. Unfortunately, that evening, they would have to seek sustenance elsewhere. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Ichigo, Kanaho, Haku, and Zabuza set off on their journey to the village hidden in the mist. Upon learning that Ichigo intended to assist Zabuza in reclaiming the village, Jiraiya pondered for a moment before making a significant decision. He ordered Kakashi Guy and other elite jonin to stand by at the periphery of the village hidden in the mist. Should Ichigo launch an assault within, they would be ready to provide immediate support. Jiraiya was, in fact, quite supportive of Ichigo's desire to eradicate warfare from the ninja world, perhaps in the realm of shinobi. Without the specter of war, the existence of ninjas would hold no significance. Yet, in this world, how many individuals truly embody the spirit of a warmonger? How many are unwilling to dwell in a peaceful world alongside their beloved, friends, and family, accepting the natural cycle of life and death? Therefore, should Isin possess the genuine ability to usher the shinobi world into an era of tranquility, he would undoubtedly exert every effort, leaving no reservations in his pursuit. Chapter 103. This prosperous age has long been as you desired on the boundless expanse of the sea. The waters churned violently amidst a shroud of mist. Despite it being broad daylight, this maritime realm appeared as dark as night, enveloped in a grayish gloom that evoked an eerie atmosphere. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a small wooden vessel sped forth. Isin, positioned at the rear, incessantly unleashed powerful gusts of wind to propel the boat forward. It was only he, endowed with the vastness of the azure sky, who was most suited for such a task. The Land of Water is a colossal island, with Kirigakure nestled in its southwestern direction, close to the ocean. According to the summons, ninjas are required to disembark on the western coastline of the Land of Water, where a rigorous identity check must be conducted upon arrival. In contrast, ordinary citizens may land on the eastern coast and gain entry into the country provided they exhibit no traces of chakra. Under the leadership of Terumi Mei, Kirigakure is currently undergoing significant reforms, embracing openness to attract talent back into its fold. Nevertheless, vigilance against reconnaissance from enemy nations remains of utmost importance. The Land of Water is arguably the most unique nation, situated on an isolated island far from the mainland of the shinobi world, making it easy to defend and difficult to assault. The tumultuous currents and dense fog serve as a perfect natural barrier. Even during the 3 great shinobi wars that impacted the 5 great nations, Kirigakure suffered little in the way of substantial damage. Had it not been for the blunders of the 4th Mizukage, Kirigakure, now in possession of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen and a diverse array of bloodline limit users, would have been fully capable of contending for supremacy among the 5 great nations. Now, behold this small shinobi world, where the likes of Suna and Kiri stand as remarkable counterparts, an impressive sight indeed. On the western coastline of the Land of Water, the small boat grounded itself on the shore, and from a distance of several hundred meters, the entrance to a village could already be discerned. Isen disembarked, leading Kana and the others to the grand gates of Kirigakure. 2 gatekeeper ninjas approached, blocking their passage. Just as they were about to speak, one of them suddenly caught sight of Zabuza's beheading sword and his distinct visage, causing him to tremble in shock. It was the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi. "Stop your nonsense." Lord Zabuza chose to defect to reclaim the village, shouted one of the Kirigakure ninjas. "Have you returned to the village as well? That is splendid news. Kulme, let me take you to meet Lady Terumi Mei." Another chunin from Kirigakure interjected, moving closer to Zabuza. The 7 ninja swordsmen were not figures to be easily impersonated. Zabuza's fearsome demeanor could not be replicated by just anyone. Although Zabuza was publicly regarded as a treacherous rogue, he was privy to certain truths within the shinobi world. With a deep bow, he turned his gaze to Isen and the others. At this moment, Isen and his companions had removed their forehead protectors, rendering them indistinguishable from wandering samurai. "They are my friends," Zabuza declared, suppressing his astonishment. He had mentally prepared himself for a deadly confrontation with his former comrades. To restore Kirigakure to its former glory, he would have shown no mercy even to his erstwhile companions. Yet, the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. "I see." The chunin from Kirigakure nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, Kirigakure had shifted to an open policy to conceal the past transgressions. Former rogue ninjas and capable individuals with ambition could now join the village and contribute to its strength. Observing Isen and Kanna, both adorned with swords at their waists, he mused that they might be of some use. He did not believe that a mere handful of individuals would have the audacity to assault a village. Thus, the chunin slightly inclined his body and led the group into Kirigakure. "I forgot to mention something." Isen shrugged and whispered to Zabuza, "Lady Terumi Mei has long sensed that the 4th Mizukage was ensnared in an illusion during the 3rd Shinobi War and had someone break the spell." "What did you say?" Zabuza's pupils constricted. This was a conclusion he had never anticipated. With such significant events unfolding in Kirigakure, why had he been completely unaware? His surveillance of the village had never ceased over the years. Zabuza restrained his tone, striving not to let the chunin overhear their conversation. "Lady Terumi Mei excels in counterintelligence and information concealment. The 4th Mizukage has long since perished. The current actual power holders are Lady Terumi Mei and the Elder Council of Kirigakure. Otherwise, do you think a rogue ninja like you and a few outsiders could gain entry into this village?" Isen patted Zabuza on the shoulder. "In truth, this prosperous age has long been as you desired. It has always been your fixation on reclaiming the village." Zabuza shot a piercing look at Isen. "Why are you only telling me this now?" "I returned with the resolve to reclaim Kirigakure, prepared to face death. What is the purpose of fighting and killing?" Isen scoffed. Seeing this scene, "Do you still yearn for war?" Zabuza fell silent, raising his head to gaze through the mist at the distant rising sun. "How wonderful it is to witness this moment of life. The transformation of Kirigakure is indeed remarkable." Along the way, Zabuza shouldering his beheading sword, curiously surveyed his surroundings. The entire Kirigakure seemed to dwell within the sea, shrouded in mist. In the distance, one could faintly discern the encircling mountains. The village's architecture differed from that of Kanahagakure, predominantly consisting of stone houses or cylindrical stone towers supported by pillars. The dense fog rendered the entire village exceedingly humid. Wooden structures would decay within a few years. Observing the passers-by on the streets, Zabuza noted that even the faces behind masks had changed. Although it was the same place, the atmosphere felt entirely different. In the past, his status here had been akin to that of a despised rat. Many individuals, upon seeing the beheading sword resting on Zabuza's shoulder, craned their necks in curiosity. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Is that Momochi Zabuza? Isn't he the rogue ninja from Kirigakure? He looks rather fearsome. Zabuza's countenance darkened. He did not appreciate being the subject of such scrutiny. As his ominous aura radiated, the surrounding onlookers recoiled in fear, retreating their heads. Noticing the commotion Zabuza had stirred, the guiding Chunin hastened his pace, leading the group to the heart of Kirigakure, where a grand stone tower loomed. This structure resembled an arched stone bridge, with a spacious circular platform atop it, from which 3 or 4 tiers of short, wide stone towers rose. The group entered the building housing the Mizuki's office. In the hall, 2 figures stood waiting, seemingly anticipating their approach, as if they had been aware of the news long before. Chapter 104. Alliance. The woman on the left appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in a deep blue long robe that elegantly revealed her alluring shoulders, accentuating her profound cleavage. The robe was slid up to her waist, exposing her thighs clad in sheer stockings. Her long, dark brown hair cascaded down in a manner reminiscent of branching tree limbs, partially obscuring one of her beguiling eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. This was Terumi Mei, the most suitable candidate for the next 5th Hokage and the de facto ruler of Kirigakure. Such a woman was indeed an anomaly amidst the prevailing male dominance. A man beside her donned a traditional dark blue Kirigakure attire, his light blue hair neatly styled, presenting an air of maturity and seriousness. With a black eye patch over his right eye, he took a respectful step back behind Terumi Mei. This was Ao, a jonin of Kirigakure and a trusted subordinate of Terumi Mei. Zabuza Momochi approached them, unable to restrain himself from speaking first. Ah, you must be the legendary Terumi Mei, praised as the savior of Kirigakure and the land of water. Zabuza, brash and impetuous, launched a provocation. Momochi Zabuza, I have heard of your reputation. Ao raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased, while Terumi Mei simply smiled at Zabuza. They were all revolutionaries opposing the 4th Mizuki, with the sole distinction that she had succeeded, while Zabuza had failed and fled the village. Terumi Mei, shrouded in secrecy, had refrained from acting until she was absolutely certain she could overthrow the current Mizuki, Kagaya Zetsu. In any case, welcome back to Kirigakure, she said, lightly caressing her enticing lips and bowing slightly to Zabuza in a display of humility. This demeanor momentarily stifled Zabuza's initial urge to assert dominance. Once Zabuza was rendered speechless, Terumi Mei shifted her focus to the man beside her. Oh, you are quite the appealing gentleman, aren't you? How about a more in-depth exchange with your sister tonight? She licked her lips after making the proposition. Auntie, while you may be sweet or savory, I am not some little puppy. A heartfelt retort came from a man named Yui, suppressing his flirtation upon noticing the increasingly dangerous glint in Kanaho's eyes. Mind your words. Ao's expression darkened. Even Terumi Mei's face showed signs of strain, her lips twitching uncontrollably. I'm not yet 30. How dare you call me auntie? If Kirigakure were not in dire need of talent, I would have turned you to ashes with my dissolution technique. Let's return to the matter at hand. Yui's face turned serious. I am here today for 2 reasons. First, I have brought Zabuza back to you. Additionally, this white, although a ninja taken in by Zabuza, is my protege and a gift to your village as a token of our meeting. White rolled his eyes but said nothing. He was well aware of the power dynamics at play. However, some truths are best left unspoken, especially when one cannot compete. The second matter is to inform the future Mizuki that, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, an everlasting alliance between Kanahagakure and Sunagakure is imperative. Should anyone dare to disrupt this alliance, they will face execution, and the high-ranking officials of Kirigakure, including the Mizuki, will not be spared. How audacious! Ao was left speechless. A boy of 14 or 15 years had the audacity to openly challenge the future Mizuki, even if their village had endured a prolonged period of darkness. Such insolence was intolerable. Chojiro, Ao called out. No sooner had he spoken than a somewhat subdued voice whispered in Yui's ear. Ryoko no kais. The moment the words left his lips, a massive blue energy blade shattered the window and hurtled toward Yui. However, Yui stood with his hands in his pockets, while White raised his left hand, erecting an ice wall that solidly intercepted the attack. How is this possible? The blue-gray-haired youth, taken aback, stood beside Terumi Mei, his youthful face displaying shock. He had failed to perceive White's hand seals, yet the ice wall had effortlessly thwarted his assault. Look, I am genuinely sincere. What village wouldn't covet a ninja of this caliber? Yui shrugged. Miss Terumi Mei, I advise you to temper your anger. War is fraught with risks and does not guarantee rewards, particularly given Kirigakure's economic conditions. You may be bold, little boy, but to expect Kirigakure to ally with Konohagakure and Sunagakure based solely on your word is somewhat far-fetched. Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes. While the masked youth was not weak, she, as the future 5th Mizukage, was far from defenseless. Possessing 2 bloodline limits, she was more than capable of handling these youngsters. Yet in the next instant, Yui's Tsukuyami made her realize how absurd her thoughts were. Just a momentary lapse in concentration, as she found herself ensnared in an illusion. Before her eyes unfolded the scenes of Yui effortlessly defeating Orochimaru and slaying the 3rd Hokage, along with Kanoho capturing Gaara and cornering Itachi. Witnessing their battles, which transcended human capability, left Terumi Mei trembling in fear, cold sweat cascading down her brow. Was this truly the power a human could possess? Moments latte. She returned to reality, swaying unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ao and Chojiro swiftly supported her, both staring in astonishment at Yui's Sharingan, their faces reflecting profound shock. The Sharingan. You are from the Uchiha clan. A tempest of emotions surged within them. Their intelligence reports had long claimed that the Uchiha clan had been nearly annihilated by the traitor Itachi Uchiha, leaving only the young Sasuke Uchiha. Could it be that this boy before them was Sasuke Uchiha? Indeed, I am of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Yui. Miss Terumi Mei, you have just witnessed my capabilities. With 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki at my disposal, coupled with Kanoho and myself, flattening your Kirigakure should not pose a challenge. P.S. As the festive season approaches, I shall provide a few extra chapters. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May all your endeavors in work, studies, and life proceed smoothly. And may 2023 be a year without wishes unmet. Chapter 105. Journey to Amigakure. Before Terumi Mei could react to Yui's declaration, Zabuza had already placed his right hand upon the hilt of his blade. Observing this, White also summoned ice with his right hand, poised to strike at any moment against Yui and Kanoho. For Zabuza, this was merely a matter of survival. They were in a relationship of mutual utility. Yui had preemptively defeated him, allowing Zabuza to evade the fate of being crippled by Kakashi and ultimately perishing at the hands of Kato S. Mob. In a way, he had indirectly saved White's life as well. In the plan for the collapse of Mai, they contributed significantly. It was through the relentless efforts of Terumi Mei that Kirigakure returned to its original state, with little connection to Ichinin's endeavors. Thus, their grievances had long been resolved. Should Ichinin dare to act rashly, despite any disparity in strength, there would be no hesitation on their part, for this is their homeland. As for Haku, his thoughts were much simpler. Whatever Zabuza wished to do, he would follow suit. Miss Terumi Mei, you should be aware that even with the addition of those two, they would not stand a chance against me and Kanoho. Ichinin spoke truthfully. Others might find Haku's freezing fruit ineffective, but he and Kanoho possessed the power of Busashoka Haki. And as for Shirkai, apologies, but they had already mastered Bankai. Terumi Mei shied helplessly. Ichinin's words were indeed truthful, yet they were also a blatant display of power. After all, Zabuza and Haku were the most vital talents of Kirigakure, and she could not easily allow them to meet their demise. I understand, we Kirigakure agree to cooperate with Konoha and Sunagakure. Terumi Mei conceded. It was imperative for her, as the prospective Mizukage, to expedite the revival of Kirigakure's economy and cultivate more formidable ninjas. Very well, a month from now, I request Miss Terumi Mei to visit Konoha and sign a peace treaty with the newly appointed 5th Hokage, Jiraiya. Ichinin nodded in satisfaction. I believe Miss Terumi Mei will not willingly violate the pact. Now that matters have been settled, Zabuza, Haku, it was time for us to bid farewell on our upcoming journey. With that, Ichinin and Kanoho strode towards the exit of the hall. Hey! Ao and Chojiro were utterly taken aback. So, just like that, an alliance was formed? How hastily done. It is well known that to establish a pact between villages, one must meticulously revise agreements to maximize mutual benefits. Yet now, solely based on Ichinin's threat, they had conceded? Se em inglês sem aos fortes, Zabuza scoffed. I know what you were thinking, but what else could be done? Given the absolute disparity in strength, achieving such a result is already commendable. Unless, of course, you wish to see the recently revived Kirigakure suffer calamities far worse than before. Ao felt quite displeased, but found himself at a loss for counterarguments. Just a single glance had utterly extinguished Terumi Mays will the fight. He could not fathom who else in Kirigakure could rival Ichinin. What could he possibly desire? Terumi Mai pondered. Would you believe me if I said he seeks world peace? She chuckled, recalling a joyous memory covering her mouth. A mere child dared to dream so extravagantly? The first time I heard him utter such words, I too laughed. Zabuza said candidly. But who could have anticipated that he alone could slay the third Hokage, turn one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, into his subordinate, and even bring down the Akatsuki's Itachi Uchiha at the hands of his companion? Pausing, Zabuza gazed at the misty sky, where it seemed a ray of light was attempting to penetrate the layers of fog, illuminating the world. Perhaps his emergence signified the impending end of the ninja era, which had been marred by warfare for centuries. Where shall our next destination be? On the vessel departing from Kirigakure, Kanaho inquired of Ichinin. Naturally, we shall head to Amigakure to meet their esteemed leader. Ichinin replied, adopting a serious demeanor, one bag of rice to carry up to the second floor. Kanaho couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, she looked at Ichinin with curiosity. Are you in such a rush? Indeed, I have sensed that our time in this world is nearing its conclusion, Ichinin affirmed, validating Kanaho's speculation. Although the narrative of this dimension remains incomplete, we must accomplish as much as possible before entering the Shippuden arc. For instance, eliminating the threat posed by pain in advance. This way, Jiraiya should not fall. If fortune favors us, we might even be able to dispatch Uchiha Obito, which would be a cause for universal rejoicing. After all, with my current strength, dealing with the dancing king of the old disco, Uchiha Madara, would be quite troublesome. At the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, continuing forward would lead them directly into the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, nestled between three great nations, is also bordered by several smaller nations such as the Land of Rivers, the Land of Birds, and the Land of Grass. During each of the Ninja World Wars, Amigakure, located nearly at the center of the ninja map, often became the focal point of battle. Even if not the center of attention, it would inevitably be impacted by the surrounding flames of war. Historically, it has been a nation plagued by conflict, until the emergence of the demigod of the ninja world, the Salamander, who not only brought an end to Amigakure's internal strife, but also boldly declared war against the three nations, temporarily ushering Amigakure into a period of stable development. At this moment, Ichinin and Kanaho stood at the edge of the Land of Rain. In the distance, they could already see the area that was perpetually drenched in rain. The dim, gray sky clashed with the surrounding scenery. Kanaho, this time, without any strategy, we shall charge in and defeat all six paths of pain, Ichinin declared, drawing his Murakumo and stepping towards Amigakure. Kanaho also unsheathed her sword, following closely behind Ichinin. The rain had thoroughly soaked their hair and drenched their clothes, cascading down their cheeks. Simultaneously, they had fallen victim to Pain's Shower Tiger technique. This so-called Shower Tiger technique is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, where Deva Path Pain infuses his chakra into the rain, allowing him to sense and manipulate it freely. The moment they are doused by the rain, Pain would immediately sense their location and launch an attack against them. As expected, Ichinin and Kanaho encountered an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 106. Kakuzu and Haiden defeated instantly? At that moment, two individuals clad in red cloud black robes appeared before Ichinin and Kanaho. The one on the left, with his head wrapped tightly, red-eye whites, and green pupils, was holding a box, clearly identifiable as the Akatsuki's caretaker, Kaku. The one on the right, sporting white slick-back hair and a nonchalant smile, wielded a red, three-pronged scythe with a rope attached to it. This person was undoubtedly Kakuzu's partner, Haiden, the immortal duo. Upon seeing Haiden and Kakuzu, Ichinin and Kanaho exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Unexpectedly, they had not encountered Pain, but instead these two. But why were they in such a place? Who are you? Haiden asked, scratching his ear, looking bewildered. They had just dispatched an S-rank fugitive and were on their way to deliver the bounty, having earned 200 million Rio, returning to their long-standing base in Amigakure. However, to my surprise, upon my arrival here, I unexpectedly encountered Exian and the others. Regardless of who they were, the priority was to eliminate these invaders. Jiao Du declared, placing the box he held onto the ground. Leave Jiao Du to me. You deal with Fei Duan swiftly. Although Fei Duan was immortal, there remained a distinct disparity between him and his own demonic form. A careless loss of an arm or a leg, or even a head, would render him incapable of recovery without Jiao Du's assistance. Fei Duan, apart from his curse technique, relied on self-mutilation or allowing others to harm him to retaliate, leaving him with little more than a scythe for direct combat. In contrast, Jiao Du, with his 5 lives, was genuinely formidable. Each of his other 4 hearts possessed independent offensive capabilities, making him exceedingly troublesome. It was most fitting for someone with a more versatile skill set like myself to confront him. These 2 inexperienced brats dare to wreak havoc here, Jiao Du remarked, charging towards Exian. Clearly, he intended to test his physical prowess before unleashing a powerful attack. Unfortunately for him, Exian, as a transcendent outsider, had no intentions of adhering to any martial code. One sword style, 360 troublesome winds. Exian grasped his blade with both hands and struck forward, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved the ground in half, surging towards Jiao Du like an unstoppable wave. What is this power? Jiao Du was momentarily stunned, unable to activate his grudge mode in time. He hastily cast a substitution technique, followed by an earth-style technique to evade the most ferocious of assaults, fortifying his body just enough to withstand the residual force of the strike. Nevertheless, he was still propelled a considerable distance, sustaining jagged wounds across his body. Such a terrifying slash. Jiao Du's forehead was drenched with cold sweat. Had he braved that strike, he might have found himself memorialized by Fei Duan the following year. Perhaps with the words, once a dear friend, now a grave overgrown with grass. However, before Jiao Du could recover, Exian unleashed his second wave of attacks. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. 8 unique techniques. Wind after the strange gate. Strengthen, wind and fire. In the next moment, an 8-trigram pattern appeared beneath Exian's feet. A fireball, comparable to a small nuclear explosion, hurtled towards Jiao Du Boom. The overwhelming force enveloped an area of 100 meters in flames. A colossal pillar of fire surged to a height of 100 meters, causing even the rain to momentarily cease in awe of the spectacle. Observing from outer space, one could witness a small glimmer of light on Earth. With this strike, not only Jiao Du, but even the likes of Wu Can would be incinerated. As expected, amidst the raging inferno, Jiao Du emitted a heart-rending scream, his body disintegrating as if subjected to data fragmentation, ultimately vanishing in the flames. What the hell? This is rigged. Fei Duan, witnessing his partner's instant demise, was left dumbfounded. What are you staring at? Xiang Nai, whose expression grew cold as she approached Fei Duan, engaging him in an intense close-quarters combat with her Kiku Ikemanji. This girl wields formidable swordsmanship. Fei Duan's brow furrowed, feeling the pressure mounting against him. You possess the trait of immortality, yet your greatest flaw lies in your dependence on others. In a one-on-one scenario, your technique is rendered useless. Am I correct? Exian's words left Fei Duan stunned, as his abilities had been seen through. Clenching his teeth, he sought to stall for time, hoping to hold out until pain arrived for a chance to turn the tide. Unfortunately, Xiang Nai, who offered no opportunity for such delay, pierced him divine gun. Xiang Nai, who recited the incantation for her sword's release, causing her Kiku Ikemanji to extend 100-fold, transforming into a colossal blade that pierced through Fei Duan's body. Starburst stream, slash. Before Fei Duan could react, Xiang Nai, whose right hand became a blur, the elongated Kiku Ikemanji morphing into a flurry of swordlight that cleaved everything in its path to shreds. In an instant, Fei Duan was reduced to a pile of minced flesh, unable to utter a single word. You lot are quite capable, aren't you? Just as the two had finished their bout, 7 familiar silhouettes appeared atop a nearby building, overlooking Exian and Xiang Nai, who from above. The leader bore a striking resemblance to an adult Naruto, though with orange hair, adorned with numerous small iron rods in his face, and his eyes were distinctly the Rinnegan. Beside him was a woman with short purple hair, dressed like an aged version of Gothic girl, complete with blue eyeshadow and a lip piercing. These two were none other than Pain and Conan, the prominent figures of the Akatsuki. The main event has arrived. The Exin narrowed his eyes slightly. You should have appeared sooner. With you here, perhaps 2 less from the Akatsuki would have perished. As the harbinger of war, since you have laid waste to Yin village, I shall ensure you experience pain in kind. With that, Pain commanded, and along with his 5 other bodies, they surged towards Exin and Xiangnaihu. Chapter 107. Fierce Battle. In the moment of descent, the Azura path extended its 5 fingers towards Exin. The 5 fingers detached from the palm, transforming into miniature missiles, hurtling towards Exin and Xiangnaihu. Alas, such trivial toys posed no threat to the 2 of them now. With a couple of swift slashes, they shattered the incoming missiles, using armored Haki to evade the ensuing explosions flawlessly. Their defensive capabilities are astonishing. The look of surprise crossed Tendo's face as he observed Exin and Xiangnai, who effortlessly repel his assault. The missiles from the Azura path could easily collapse 2 buildings, capable of overpowering several explosive tags. Realizing this, Tendo cast a glance at Exin and Xiangnaihu, confirming they were not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, the 6 landed, leaving only Conan standing back, observing the battle, poised for the next strategic move. Summoning technique, Edkab. Summoning technique, Chambrion. Summoning technique, Elund. The 2 animal paths unleashed their summoning techniques, conjuring forth a horde of monstrous creatures, bubble-blowing giant crabs, 3-headed hellhounds, and lizard-like beasts. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Exin wasted no time. Blood streamed from his right eye, morphing into black flames that engulfed the summoned beasts. Though Amaterasu could not kill, it was more than capable of incinerating a few summoned creatures. In the blink of an eye, the summoned beasts lay writhing on the ground, unable to contain their agonizing shrieks. Soon, they could no longer withstand the searing of the black flames, one by one transforming into smoke, vanishing before Isin and Xiangnaihu. The face of Tiandao, who could only unleash black flames through his Sharingan, displayed a look of astonishment. Kisame returned with intel, stating that a boy around 14 or 15 years of age has slain Itachi. This boy must be you, correct? Surely. It is not until this moment that you have come to realize it. Isin narrowed his eyes and advised, I suggest you promptly take us to Nagato. I intend to launch my Bakudo and Koten Zanshin against him. Should you insist on resisting, do not blame us for eliminating you. Tiandao raised both hands, launching a vicious attack towards Isin. What a stubborn fool. This could have been avoided. Isin sighed helplessly, exchanging glances with Xiangnaihu. Bunky. In the next moment, the Muramasa in Isin's hand transformed into a new form. The blade turned black, its guard inscribed with the symbol, and the hilt was adorned with a chain. Simultaneously, Isin donned a sleek black outfit, his spiritual pressure radiating fiercely. Tengoku no Sita. With a powerful shout, Isin gripped the hilt and swung it forward. Instantly, a massive wave of black and white energy burst forth from the blade. Isin's Getsuga Tensho collided fiercely with Tiandao's Shinra Tensei. The 2 forces, transcending human capabilities, clashed violently. The blade's energy slowed as if it had encountered an immense barrier, inching forward. Clearly, the Getsuga Tensho, which did not belong to this ninja realm, had the upper hand. The blade of energy forcefully cleaved through the wall of air, striking towards Tiandao. His strike actually surpassed my Shinra Tensei? Tiandao's expression shifted dramatically, as this outcome was utterly unforeseen. He swiftly dodged the remnants of the energy, the shockwave from the explosion sending him tumbling far away, rolling on the ground until he barely regained his footing. At that moment, Xiangnaihu, who had yet to make a move, sprang into action. The first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap and flash, eightfold. With a sudden motion, Xiangnaihu sheathed her Kikuchimanji, and upon opening her eyes, a flash of lightning appeared within them. She darted forward like a bolt of golden electricity, almost instantaneously arriving before Azura, severing his neck with a single stroke. Without a moment's pause, akin to a lightning bolt, Xiangnaihu closed the distance to the 2 creatures of the animal path, now merely a few dozen centimeters away. So swift. The 2 had barely registered her presence before they too were cleaved in twain. In the face of absolute power and speed, their techniques proved utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, Xiangnaihu eliminated the hungry ghosts and hell beings, leaving only Tiandao, who stood dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that Xiangnaihu would employ such straightforward methods to eliminate her 5 comrades. Your Shinra Tensei has only a 5-second gap, correct? A triumphant smile graced Isen's face. Yet even if your Shinra Tensei could be unleashed endlessly, it would not be able to withstand us. Tiandao begrudgingly acknowledged this. Unable to find a counterargument. We merely wish to converse with Nagato. I even possess a method to alter his circumstances. Isen turned away from Tiandao, directly addressing Conan with piercing clarity. Given his present condition, he should not have much longer to live, correct? Conan's expression shifted immediately, falling into contemplation. Though she was unaware of how Isen came to know this information, he claimed to have a way to change Nagato's situation. If I truly wished to harm him, I would not be wasting my breath here with you. Killing you would leave him unattended, and he would perish all the same. Isen sighed, with no other options. Why not trust me this once? Conan closed her eyes and pondered for a moment before responding. Follow me. However, I advise you not to attempt any tricks, or else. I understand. 1 trillion explosive tags. Rest assured, such a large-scale explosion would undoubtedly obliterate even the two of us. Conan's expression darkened once more, troubled by the knowledge of their secrets. Who are these people? How can they know even the most confidential matters? Is it true they possess 1 trillion explosive tags? Xiangnao interjected. If we calculate 100 per tag, 1 trillion tags would only serve to break your heart for Kakuzu. Sending him off might indeed grant him some relief. Otherwise, remaining in Akatsuki would surely drain even his bile. My body has turned to ash. Can we cease this mockery? Soon, Conan led Isen and Xiangnaihu into a concealed building, where they formally encountered Nagato. Chapter 108. Instantaneous Elimination of Obito. Before them sat a white-haired man in a mechanical apparatus. Upon seeing Nagato, Isen could not help but express his astonishment. How many rewards must one attain to achieve such a result? Kid, you've arrived, Nagato said, followed by a fit of harsh coughing, struggling for breath. I never imagined mere boy would reach such heights, but it matters not. I will intervene. Cast aside your hostility. There is no need to recount your past. I'm already aware. Your master is Jiraiya, and you have endured the ravages of war on this land. Losing family. Your founding of Akatsuki was merely an attempt to achieve peace without the scourge of war. However, during your negotiations with Hanzo, you fell victim to Danzo's schemes, leading to Yahiko's death. Am I correct? Isen's words left both in stunned silence. How could he know all this? Then a masked man informed you that if you could gather all 9-tailed beasts and summoned the 10 Tails Outer Path, you could initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, ushering the world into true peace. A resigned smile spread across Isen's face. That masked man believes hearsay to be gospel. Such power is beyond human control. Do you not fear its backlash? Nagato fell silent. Damn it, why does it feel like this kid has a point? Indeed, relying solely on the 6 Paths' power had nearly exhausted him. Could the strength of the Outer Path truly be controlled by humanity? Rather than trusting Obito, trust me. Ultimately, our goals align. To make the world feel pain, to ensure they never forget the terrifying consequences of war. Isen then turned to Conan. Since you are already aware that I killed Itachi, you must also know that I was responsible for the death of the 3rd Hokage and that I possess 2-tailed beasts. Indeed, I did not expect a mere boy to wield such strength. Conan sighed softly. However, this merely attests to your formidable abilities. Yet, no one can obstruct my annihilation and subsequent recreation of this world. As the words fell, the air suddenly warped, followed by a powerful voice proclaiming, Hotan, Bakukuzuru. In an instant, a flame akin to a tornado spiraled forth from the distorted space, swiftly targeting EXN. The next moment, the flames engulfed EXIN's form entirely. One down, the caster revealed himself, a man clad in a black bodysuit and wearing a mask. The flames had emerged from the alternate dimension created by his right eye. This individual was none other than the nefarious source of chaos in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito. Pain, Conan, have you been swayed by his words? Do not forget, only I possess the power to summon the Outer Path Geto statue, allowing you to truly wield the ability to make the world feel pain. We have not betrayed. Although Conan verbally affirmed this, EXIN's recent statements had indeed caused her to waver to some extent. You better not. Obito nodded, shifting his gaze toward Kanna. I never anticipated that the One Tail would fall into your hands. However, it is regrettable that with Konoha's willingness to sacrifice others, even if you were captured, they would never trade the tailed beast for your lives. That is indeed the case. Kanna nodded, but if it were us, we would not do such a thing either. People tend to weigh the pros and cons, ultimately choosing to pursue benefits while avoiding harm. In truth, your desire to create a world with Rin is not an easy task. I have a method that could facilitate your meeting with her. As her words settled, a figure emerged slowly from the flames. How about I escort you to see her? Exen lightly brushed off the dust from his attire, sighing. My clothes are all burnt now. It is impossible. That fire clearly engulfed you. Upon witnessing Exen emerge unscathed from the flames, Abito's expression darkened, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Setting aside the question of whether the fire could kill, none of your current techniques can harm me. As soon as Exen's words concluded, his figure vanished from sight. Saimata, Abito's pupils constricted as he instinctively prepared to use Kamui. However, Exen formed hand seals with one hand, chanting, Hakijutsu, Kiki Tyran. With a thud, Abito felt his heart race, and his chakra seemed to stagnate momentarily. The Kamui he had just gathered collapsed and dissipated in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Exen's Murakumo sliced through Abito's neck. He then extended his left hand, shattering Abito's mask and extracting both his Sharingan and Rinnegan. A lethal strike, Exen muttered, and a sinister black glyph began to spread across Abito's body. Abito endured the excruciating pain of losing his eyes, only to be swiftly overcome by the cursed poison invading his organs, causing him to collapse to the ground. Exen carefully stored away the Rinnegan and Sharingan, intending to transplant them onto Kana. Uchiha Abito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you slaughtered your own family alongside Itachi, all while feigning righteousness, constantly spouting about this cause and that. I have witnessed enough of this grotesque facade. I truly hope you can reunite with Rin in hell. However, such a wonderful girl should not be condemned to hell. Faced with Exen's heartless words, Abito opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately drew his last breath. Nagato Konan, do you know why I spared you? It is because you have yet to commit any heinous acts. Exen's assertion was fairly accurate. After all, Nagato had only killed Hanzo of the Salamander and taken control of Amage Cure, and they had not yet begun capturing tailed beasts. As for the death of Jiraiya and the destruction of most of Konoha, Exen believed it was somewhat unfair to hold them accountable for actions that had not yet occurred. If he could stop them before they committed such acts, they would be innocent. With this thought, Exen's tone grew increasingly ominous. Now that the true leader of Akatsuki is dead, I shall grant you both one final opportunity. Join us, or perish by my hand. Chapter 109. The pinnacle of Nagato faced with Exen's blatant threat, Nagato and Konan fell into silence. Even their true leader, Akatsuki's Tobi, had succumbed to Exen. What chance did they have against him now? I hope what you say is true. After a long pause, Konan finally sighed, conceding to reality. The facts were evident. Even if she and Nagato fought to the bitter end, they would merely achieve a meaningless sacrifice. Naturally, upon finishing, Exen extended his right hand gently upon Nagato. Hakijutsu, Shwankwenshu. In the next moment, a peculiar energy wave spread across Nagato. His battered body, ravaged by the outer path Geto statue, began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. His face, which he had rewarded himself countless times, gradually regained its youthfulness and vitality. Try to emerge from the mechanical body. Yikin instrushtet, Nagato. The latter nodded, cautiously testing his ability to exit the mechanical shell. He took tentative steps, finding no issues, and his face blossomed with shock and joy. I am restored. Nagato could not contain his exhilaration. Nearby, Konan also displayed a joyful expression, tears welling in her eyes. Having endured the pain of losing Yahiko for many years, she had suppressed her anguish to care for Nagato, aiding him in realizing his vision of making the world feel pain. Yet, despite her strength, she was still a woman, capable of feeling vulnerable and helpless. Now, witnessing Nagato's revival, a significant weight seemed to lift from her heart, the relief almost overwhelming her to tears. Konan, you have truly borne a heavy burden during this time. You shall no longer be alone. Nagato placed his hands on Konan's shoulders, fully aware of the sacrifices she had made for him over the years. It was a warm scene, yet, beholding this moment, Exen suddenly drew his Murakumo and hurled it fiercely. In an instant, the blade cleaved through the body of Kurizetsu. Attempting to retreat underground, watching the anguished expressions of Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu, Exen narrowed his eyes. Did you think I had forgotten your existence? Rest assured, as long as you exist, you pose a threat to this ninja world. Hence Saniai. As soon as the words left his lips, Exen's right eye transformed again into the Sharingan. The black flames engulfed Zetsu's form. Ah, ah, ah. A chilling scream emanated from the black flames, and moments later, both Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu simultaneously ceased to exist. Today I, Liu Sheng Exen, shall vindicate Amaterasu. This technique can indeed claim lives. Now, if you wish to join Konoha, I welcome you with open arms. If you prefer to remain in Amage Cure, that is acceptable as well. I will have Jiraiya dispatch several advisors to assist in your development of Amage Cure. After a brief pause, Isin added, "Of course, I am merely here to assist you. No one will be watching over you." Upon hearing this, Nagato exchanged a glance with Konan, completely relieved. Their primary concern was their safety, and they felt powerless against someone as formidable as Isin. Let us find an auspicious day to disband Akatsuki. The choice of its members to stay or leave is beyond my concern. After Isin spoke, he departed from Yuin village with Konan. Not long after they left, Isin remarked, "By the way, if you have the time, you might consider visiting Konoha. It has been quite a while since you last saw your teacher, hasn't it?" The two were momentarily taken aback, falling into a contemplative silence. Indeed, since they had mastered their skills under Jiraiya, they had not crossed paths again. "Yes, we should find the time to return and pay a visit," Nagato said, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his tone. After a moment, he inquired of Isin's retreating figure. "You still haven't told me your name or what your plans entail." "My plan is quite simple. To become powerful enough to instill fear across the entire shinobi world and to gain control over individuals of your caliber. When that time comes, the entire shinobi world will naturally unite against us." Isin's declaration was filled with an air of dominance. "Is that so?" Nagato suddenly smiled. "Very well. I find that notion acceptable. As long as you agree." Isin nodded, and with that, he and Konan left the area. "Shall we proceed to Kumobakure next?" Konan asked Isin as they had just departed from Yuin village. "There are still 10 days before we leave this realm. If there is anything you need to address, please do so promptly. When we return, it will be the era of the wind." At that moment, the system's voice fortuitously resonated in Isin and Conan's ears. "The next realm we will be visiting will be during the Marineford War arc of One Piece. It is advisable to bring some capable personnel." "Understood," Isin replied with a wry smile, glancing at Konan. "Let us return to Konoha first." He then summoned a carrier pigeon to send a message to Kirigakure, intending to temporarily request the assistance of Haku. To participate in the Marineford War, one must possess formidable allies, the likes of the Fleet Admiral, the Three Admirals, the Warlords of the Sea, Whitebeard, the future Blackbeard, and his captains, any of whom could easily contend with members of Akatsuki. Without bringing along some strong personnel, it would be quite challenging to make an impact. Before heading to the battle, it would be prudent for Konan to undergo a transplantation to further enhance her strength. With this in mind, Isin hastened his return to Konoha, anxious not to waste any time. In just 3 days, Isin and Konan returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, the support team dispatched by Jiraiya had been closely following Isin and his companions. Thus, they were well informed about Isin's activities in Kirigakure and Yuin village. Unfortunately, when Kakashi and his team wished to join the battle, they realized the overwhelming magnitude of the situation and recognized their lack of qualification to intervene in the clash between Isin and Pain. They could only return with the battle report for Jiraiya. Chapter 110. The hero returns. When Kakashi reported back, his shock was palpable. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that Isin and Konan had nearly dismantled the Akatsuki organization single-handedly. However, the truth was undeniable, and Kakashi could only relay what he had seen to Jiraiya. After hearing Kakashi's report, Jiraiya fell silent. What manner of beings were these two? He felt a wave of relief that he had intervened when Kakashi and others sought to confront Isin. Otherwise, it was likely that they would have met a tragic fate. What? 50-50 odds? They can hold their own against anyone? Nonsense. The moment those two brats appeared, all order in the shinobi world was thrown into chaos. Fire release could kill, and what chance did Kakashi stand? "Gather the villagers to welcome our heroes back," Jiraiya sighed. Having eliminated so many Akatsuki members, Isin's reputation must be soaring. We might as well embrace the situation and nominate him as a hero. It would be a gesture of goodwill. Understood, Kakashi nodded. Soon, the ninjas of Konoha gathered at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting Isin and his companions' return. As Isin and Konan approached the gates, they were met with a throng of people. "What a grand spectacle!" Isin exclaimed. "It seems we have become heroes." Konan smiled at Isin, sharing in the sentiment. Despite the chaos they had unleashed by eliminating the third Hokage and causing great panic in Konoha, she harbored no regrets. To rectify the shinobi world, sacrifices were necessary, and some individuals who did not align with the ideals of this realm had to perish. From their perspective, they too were seen as sources of turmoil within the shinobi world, just as the third Hokage had been. Both had their motivations, one for the peace of the shinobi world, the other for the tranquility of Konoha. However, while the third sought to eradicate them and Orochimaru to become a hero of Konoha, he ultimately failed. In contrast, they succeeded in making Konoha stronger, even eradicating Akatsuki and ushering in a temporary peace in the shinobi world. That was all there was to it. Uchiha Isin is back. A child's shout broke through the crowd, and a group of children rushed toward Isin, encircling him. Hey, Isin and I, were those Akatsuki members strong? Isin and I, you weren't hurt, were you? Wow, Isin and I want to be a ninja like you when I grow up. These children, fresh from entering the ninja academy, gazed at Isin with reverence. Their eyes filled with admiration. They had never looked at the third Hokage with such awe. Observing Isin surrounded by admirers, Kakashi couldn't help but remark, the tides of talent are ever-changing. It seems the old man is due for retirement. Asuma exhaled a long puff of smoke, transforming into a doting father figure. Perhaps as the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had often felt the pressure of expectations, with the weight of being the heir to the Hokage legacy constantly thrust upon him. It was only after realizing his son lacked the talent and had no desire to become Hokage that he chose to relinquish those expectations. Thus, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a sorrowful event for Asuma. It was perhaps more of a release. A hand gently clasped Asuma's from his side. Turning, he found Kurenai gazing at him with warmth in her eyes. Perhaps in the future, I can truly cast aside these burdens and live peacefully with my beloved. Kaisei. Shaoli gazed at Iexin, suddenly overwhelmed with tears. I must strive doubly hard to become as formidable a ninja as Iexin. Yo, did you see that? That is the reward bestowed upon him by youth after its fervent blaze. From this moment forth, I shall commence rigorous training with you. Are you prepared? Kai, gripping Xiao Li's shoulder, also shed tears abundantly. Kaisei. Xiao Li clenched his fists, and the two turned their gaze toward the distant sunset, the crashing waves, and the erupting volcano. That was their lost youth. Looking at the spirited Xiao Li, Lumaru could not help but display a hint of helplessness on his face. He could already foresee that Naruto, that underachiever, and Sasuke, that genius, would undoubtedly be stirred emotionally by EXIN before him. Subsequently, they would transform into the embodiment of competition, fervently striving against each other. How troublesome. Sure enough, not far away, Naruto and Sasuke gazed at EXIN's figure, their faces reflecting a fervent spirit. Sasuke, I'm preparing to leave the village for training. Naruto looked at Sasuke and declared, I plan to head to Myobokuzen to master Sage Mode and find a way to harness the power of the Nine Tails within me. What about you? Same. A determined expression appeared on Sasuke's still somewhat youthful face. Although I've recently uncovered many truths, some answers I must seek for myself. I will leave Konohagakure to better master my Sharingan and acquire the answers I desire. We shall still be rivals. As Naruto extended his right fist toward Sasuke, he proclaimed, When I return, I will be stronger than you. Humph. Underachiever, still the same old line, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Sasuke scoffed, maintaining his flair for the dramatic. The two then turned away from each other, a subtle spark of electricity and tension lingering between them. Finally, this grand welcome party had come to a complete conclusion. EXIN dared not delay for a moment and immediately instructed Do to arrange for Xiong Nai, whose eye transplant surgery. Although they would no longer see Xiong Nai, whose pink pupils, there was no alternative. To continue traversing through other realms with her, they must relentlessly grow stronger. Simultaneously, the Mist Village successfully transported by Over. Likewise, the intelligence department brought back news of EXIN's tumultuous escapade in the Rain Village. Upon learning that 4 members of Akatsuki had been slain by EXIN and Xiong Naihu, and that the remaining Pain and Konan had been coerced into submission, the Mist Village dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. After all, the Mist Village was the weakest among the 5 great nations. If EXIN possessed such power, then he alone could undoubtedly annihilate the village. Upon meeting Bai, EXIN promptly transformed all 5 individuals under Orochimaru's command into ghosts, and with Orochimaru included. Their team's strength should be sufficient to participate in the Great War at the summit and create a significant upheaval. Chapter 111, The Final Answer. Having accomplished all this, The 10 days had nearly elapsed. Seizing the last moments, the Xin sought out Jiraiya for a brief conversation. Lord Jiraiya, I must take my leave for a time. Really? You stir up chaos in this ninja world and then just walk away? Jiraiya rolled his eyes. I will soon send Naruto to find Tsunade and bring her back to assume the position of Hokage. Her political acumen far exceeds mine. This way, I can concentrate on training Naruto at Myobokuzen. At this point, Jiraiya sighed, but do not forget, the current peace in the ninja world is maintained because of your presence. If you leave, the remaining half of his sentence lingered unspoken, yet Xin comprehended his meaning. Without his deterrent, no one could guarantee that Sunagakure and Kirigakure would not harbor ulterior motives. That is also the purpose of my visit, Xin stated, producing 2 scrolls and tossing them to Jiraiya. Within these scrolls are clones created by Orochimaru using my cells, possessing roughly 2/3 of my original strength. Xin continued, if necessary, unseal them. Although they lack self-awareness, they should suffice to intimidate others. That dangerous fellow Jiraiya reluctantly accepted the sealed scrolls. Rest assured, for this departure, I plan to take him along with the Sound Five. Xin seemed to perceive Jiraiya's doubts and directly addressed them. Upon hearing Xin's words, Jiraiya's expression softened slightly. By the way, I have followed through with your request. I dispatched some specialists to guide the Rain Village's development. I believe it won't be long before their economic level catches up. Yes, henceforth, they will no longer commit evil under the name of Akatsuki. Xin nodded. The prerequisite is that you do not initiate attacks against other nations under any pretext. Of course, if Kumogakure and Iwagakure provoke trouble, Nagato and Konan should side with you. It seems you have successfully conveyed your ideology to them. Jiraiya chuckled. You are quite audacious. Are you not fearful that one day you may ultimately fall to the collective onslaught of the entire ninja world? Perhaps, but even so, before that day arrives, my deterrent can ensure peace in the ninja world for at least a day, and that is my contribution to this realm. Oh, and do find time to visit Nagato and Konan, for they are also your disciples. After delivering these words, the Xin turned to leave. Those 2 little brats? It has been many years since I last saw them. Watching the Xin's departing figure, Jiraiya sighed. I should hasten to find Tsunade. I miss the days when I sought inspiration for my writing by gazing at beautiful sisters. Having exited the Hokage building, the Xin contemplated before proceeding to the Hyuga clan. Lord Xin, at that moment, Niji, now transformed into a ghost, had completely eradicated the stubborn elements within the main family, abolished the branch family system, and entirely erased the caged bird curse mark. The current Hyuga clan operated on a meritocratic basis, allowing the capable to rise and the weak to fall, fostering a healthy overall development. However, with reform inevitably comes bloodshed and sorrow. Hinata and Hanabi, having lost their father and their status as the main family members of the Hyuga clan, were subsequently imprisoned. I never expected you would spare those 2. A look of astonishment crossed Xin's face. I thought you would kill them. Ultimately, they are of the same bloodline and pose no threat to me. As long as they are willing to abandon their desire for revenge, I can still provide them with a stable life until their end. Niji sighed softly. From now on, I will lead the Hyuga clan in practicing the 6 styles you imparted, striving to elevate our clan's strength further. That is as it should be. Xin patted Niji's shoulder. While Gentle Fist and Byakugan are the hallmarks of the Hyuga clan, to strengthen a family, one must absorb the strengths of others, continually learn, and improve oneself. Stagnation will only precipitate a family's demise. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Xin. Ningsu nodded humbly. Leaving the Hyuga clan, he wholeheartedly embarked on mastering the Kinbunchika Haki, and found Naruto and Irika enjoying ramen at Ichiraku. Are you preparing to go train? He inquired. He observed Irika placing pieces of chashu into Naruto's bowl one by one. Of course, though that Ichin is quite insufferable, he is right. Only by possessing power that surpasses this ninja world can we deter others from waging war. Naruto slurped his ramen. Irika-sensei, I do not know if this path is right or wrong, but it is better than remaining lost. Perhaps I am mistaken in my actions, but one day, someone will rise to correct my errors, and I will leave it to them. At this point, Naruto's gaze grew resolute, dispelling any confusion. Irika, who had intended to offer some words of caution, fell into a brief silence before patting Naruto's shoulder. As for whether the path you choose is right or wrong, I cannot say, but I hope you understand that regardless of how this journey unfolds, I will unwaveringly support you. Haha, then Irika-sensei, you should pay for this bowl of noodles now. and I will repay you when I achieve great success." The young man grinned, and after a brief smile, Ichin turned to leave. Just a few steps out, he encountered Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes no longer bore the previous arrogance. Instead, they reflected a newfound steadiness, reminiscent of his demeanor after the battle against Naruto in the Shippuden series. It seems that knowing the truth ahead of time has rendered him more mature. "Regardless, we hail from the same clan, and I have a gift for you," Ichin said, removing the Murakumo from his waist and tossing it to Sasuke. "Your Chidori can evolve into various forms, and this blade suits you well." Sasuke caught it effortlessly, puzzled. "And what about you? Do you not require anything? I'm as sharp as the blades." A confident smile graced Ichin's face as he walked towards the outskirts of Konoha. Kanahu, having received the transplanted eyes, awaited him at the gate, accompanied by Bai, Karin, and Orochimaru. They were also preparing to embark. "What a show!" Sasuke scoffed, and then addressed Ichin. "When you return, Naruto and I will seek you out for a rematch. By then, we may not lose to you. I shall await your return. While I am away, the ninja world will be in your hands." Ichin smiled, joining Kanahu and the others as they departed. Watching them leave, Sasuke's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "I will use these eyes to uncover the ultimate truth of this ninja world." Chapter 112. The eve of the war on the summit soon. Ichin and his companions entered the time-space tunnel. "Adventurers, congratulations on temporarily completing the storyline of the Naruto world. Rewards are now being distributed. Yagyu Ichin, reward, 1 Rinnegan. I technique, Tensegan, all techniques between 20 and 50 in breaking, returning, and binding, full set of Rasengan. Kurakara Kanahu, reward, I technique, Shinra Tensei, universal attraction, and planetary devastation. Reward, sword technique, March of the Dead. Bai, reward, innate absolute defense. Orochimaru, awaken bloodline technique. Green, reward, Baika no Jutsu, reward, Sakura Rus. All of the above individuals have their strength elevated to that of a general. Kimimaro and others have their strength elevated to that of a lieutenant. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ichin let out a slight sigh of relief. The backdrop of the war on the summit involves the popular character Pork Ass D, Ace from One Piece, who, during the capture of Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, was unfortunately defeated and imprisoned and impelled down. The Navy then decided to execute Ace, just as they had his father, the pirate King Joel D. Roger. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, is the son of the Pirate King and the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest human. Even in his twilight years, burdened with old wounds and weakened, he could still severely injure a Kainu, the strongest of the Navy's 3 admirals, and nearly kill Blackbeard. With a punch powered by the Gura no Mi, he flattened a significant portion of the Navy headquarters, embodying a monstrous being. His captains were formidable as well, especially Marco, the 1st Division commander, who awakened the strongest mythical Zoan-type fruit, the Phoenix. Although he still had a gap compared to the admirals, he could easily stand among the 7 warlords of the sea. Likewise, the Navy had made ample preparations to confront Whitebeard. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admirals were well prepared. Unfortunately, aside from Akainu, the others were lackluster, particularly Kazu, who seemed to wear his paycheck on his face, showing little pretense. The same applied to the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile and Jinbei had been removed, and Boa Hancock, being Luffy's admirer, contributed somewhat to the war, but also had her share of friendly fire. Even Mihawk merely responded symbolically, hardly taking the battle seriously, which severely diminished his prestige, turning him into a nightmare for himself. Despite the internal issues within the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates nearly faced total annihilation, with both Whitebeard and Ace ultimately perishing in the conflict. In terms of sheer power display, the strength in One Piece undeniably surpasses that in Naruto. At least in episode 720 of Shippuden, no character can casually destroy a significant portion of a Navy headquarters with a single punch, not even Kagaya. The war on the summit is merely a chapter in the mid-phase of One Piece. If Ichin does not enhance himself promptly, altering the course of this war, such as saving Ace or ensuring Whitebeard as safe retreat, would clearly be unrealistic. Next, the host will automatically board a ship heading to the Navy headquarters, directly proceeding to the battlefield of the war on the summit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ichin slightly narrowed his eyes and addressed his companions. A fierce battle awaits us. Everyone must be fully prepared. Understood. At the same time, in the conference room of the Navy headquarters. What? You're summoning us, the 7 warlords of the sea. To battle Whitebeard? First of all, I have not provoked any of you, so why must I undertake such a perilous task? Moria, large in stature and resembling a demon, was utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing this news, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. That is Whitebeard, a monster capable of ending his livelihood with a single punch. He desperately wished this was a jest. However, the Navy outside was preparing for war, ruthlessly shattering his hopes. The Navy was indeed gearing up to engage the Whitebeard pirates. I hope you all understand the immense benefits of becoming the 7 warlords of the sea. Therefore, when the Navy requires your assistance, please align your attitudes and fight wholeheartedly for the Navy. Upon observing the reluctant demeanor of Moria, a certain vice admiral's expression soured as he spoke. He could hardly comprehend how the Navy could enlist such a motley crew of misfits to assist in maintaining world order. How dare you say that so lightly? That is Whitebeard we are talking about. Moria, seemingly possessed by a spirit of belligerence, launched into a tirade against the vice admiral. I have fought against Kaido before. They are a terrifying bunch of monsters. The strength of Whitebeard, who is on par with Kaido, must be equally formidable. The vice admiral's blood pressure skyrocketed in response to this insolence. These rascals, who normally basked in the protection of the Navy, were now proving to be utterly unreliable when truly needed. Why on earth does the Navy keep such a useless lot? At that moment, a boisterous laughter, honed over 2.5 years, echoed in the ears of those present. Turning around, they beheld a burly man adorned with numerous rings, wiping grease from his mouth. May I use the restroom? This man was none other than Blackbeard, who had captured Ace and presented him to the Navy as a token of his allegiance to the Shichibukai. He continued, "Next, we shall head to Impel Down, where a host of formidable prisoners are held. If we can recruit them to my fleet, we shall soar to new heights." Blackbeard chuckled ominously to his subordinate, Van Augur. "It seems we shall soon have some dangerous individuals joining our ranks." Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sengoku observed the swift mobilization of the Navy outside the window, a cryptic gleam flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware that this battle would likely claim the lives of many Marines, yet he understood that whatever the cost, if it meant keeping the man known as the strongest forever in this place, then all losses incurred by the Navy would be worthwhile. At that moment, a knock echoed in Sengoku's ears. Turning around, he saw Vice Admiral Tsuru entering the room. "Sengoku, all the Marine Vice Admirals scattered across various locations have been summoned back. The Pacifista unit led by Kizaru is also en route." Upon hearing the information brought by Tsuru, Sengoku nodded slightly. Although the Pacifista's combat capabilities did not pose a threat to Whitebeard or the captain-level figures, they were more than adequate for dealing with ordinary Marines. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Tsuru could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Sengoku, how confident are you about this battle?" Sengoku rubbed his temples, evidently lacking certainty regarding the impending conflict. After all, while Kizaru and Akainu had assured him that they would exert their utmost effort, their personality suggested that merely letting them put on a show would be a considerable achievement. As for the Shichibukai, their true allegiances were well understood. Apart from Kuma, it was likely that the others would not fight with all their strength. Sengoku could even envision their behavior on the battlefield, giving it their all against the small fry, only to turn the war against Whitebeard into a grand spectacle. "By the way, Sengoku, I have some bad news." Tsuru's expression turned serious. "The Celestial Dragons are preparing to send an observation team, demanding that we broadcast the entire battle live." "What?" Sengoku could no longer maintain his composure, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet. "What nonsense is this? At such a critical moment, the Celestial Dragons wish to witness this war? Do they not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Many lives will be lost. To them, how could this be anything but a jest?" Despite his fury, Sengoku forced himself to regain composure, for he understood that the Celestial Dragons had likely utilized their connections within the world government to make such a brazen demand. He had no choice but to comply. Embracing the principle of enduring hardship with acceptance rather than resistance, Sengoku could only issue orders to ensure the safety of the Celestial Dragons. Should anything happen to them during this war, it would spell trouble for him. Understood. Observing Sengoku gradually regain his calm, Tsuru nodded in agreement. Yet, just as one wave settled, another rose. A messenger arrived with news that Blackbeard had commandeered a vessel, heading towards Impel Down. Sengoku's composure shattered, transforming him into a whirlwind of chaos as he overturned everything on his desk. The appearance of that scoundrel Blackbeard at this critical juncture was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Navy's morale. With only a few hours remaining until Ace's execution, The impending Marineford War had captured the attention of the entire New World. This battle would undoubtedly be the largest and most spectacular since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. On one side stood the Navy, mobilizing all available forces. On the other, Whitebeard's formidable alliance of 43 pirate crews. It was no exaggeration to say that the outcome of this conflict would significantly alter the landscape of the New World, as Whitebeard was potentially the last candidate to succeed Gold Roger as the Pirate King. In light of this impending war, Sengoku dared not falter. Meticulously preparing and erecting a fortified wall of specially designed alloy at the Marine headquarters, determined to ensure that the Whitebeard pirates would not return. Furthermore, all available combat forces within the Navy had been summoned back, standing ready to face the impending confrontation. All these preparations were made solely to welcome the strongest man, Whitebeard. Ace was brought from the dungeon and escorted to the execution platform. At this moment, Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were already positioned on the high platform, while below them stood 5 members of the Shichibukai and hundreds of thousands of elite Marines summoned from across the globe. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku picked up a din-din mushi capable of connecting to the entire world and announced that Ace's execution was about to commence. Simultaneously, this marked the commencement of the largest-scale war in history. Is it possible that a mere 2nd Division captain could truly summon Whitebeard? Doflamingo, a man who had previously struck deals with the 4 emperors, understood their nature all too well. Unless under extraordinarily special circumstances, they would seldom venture far from their territories. Would Whitebeard, who had dominated the New World for so long, really engage in such foolishness? However, seeing Sengoku's unwavering confidence, it was as if he had already secured Whitebeard's defeat, leaving Doflamingo to harbor doubts. It appears these Marines are truly serious about this. It is imperative that I contemplate my escape route. In the mind of Dualyulang Minga, calculations have already begun. The strongest man in the world? I am indeed curious as to the extent of his strength. Eagle-Eye rubbed his hands together, and within his hawk-like eyes, a profound battle intent emerged. He accepted the invitation of the 7 warlords for a rather simple reason. He wished to ascertain the gap between himself and Whitebeard. As for this war, merely a facade to uphold. The thoughts of Empress Boa Hancock were equally straightforward: to protect the island of Nine Snake. She had no choice but to respond to the summons of the Navy government. It can be said that even before the onset of the Paramount War, the warlords of the sea each harbored their own ulterior motives. Seizing the opportunity before the Whitebeard pirates made their appearance, Sengoku sought out Carp to inquire about his mental state. After all, Ace was Carp's adopted grandson. It was essential to bolster Carp's psychological fortitude. Otherwise, if he were to become despondent, the consequences could be dire. Carp, being a seasoned Navy veteran, surely did not wish to tarnish the notion of justice for the sake of personal sentiments, did he? Such textbook moral coercion would leave anyone bewildered. Carp, however, merely dismissed Sengoku with a single statement, asserting that he would not interfere with the execution. Sengoku, recognizing the futility, ascended the platform and announced that Ace was indeed the son of Roger. This revelation swiftly spread across the world via the Den Mushi. Not only the mere civilians, but even the Navy fell into silence. To speak candidly, Sengoku had maximized his promotional efforts for this war. Tremors, panic, fervor, and gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the globe, with reactions varying drastically across different locales. Chapter 114. The Beginning. Sengoku. Who would have thought you would unveil such a monumental secret? Dualyulang Minga displayed a crooked grin akin to that of a battle god, his excitement palpable. Since Sengoku had initiated such a grand revelation, it was only fitting that Whitebeard would soon make his appearance. Just as Dualyulang Minga contemplated this, a commotion erupted in the distant waters. The sound of immense bubbles bursting resonated, and from the depths, one colossal warship after another emerged. The flagship resembled a white whale. Grand in scale, adorned with the iconic crossbones and Whitebeard's crescent mustache. Following closely were hundreds, even thousands of vessels, which swiftly surged toward the Navy headquarters harbor. The Paramount War, a spectacle of great magnitude, was finally set in motion. The entrance of the Whitebeard pirates and their 43 subordinate crews unfolded in a manner that far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Thus, the cannons positioned to intercept the Whitebeard pirates became mere decorations in that moment. Before those cannons could deplete the combat strength of the Whitebeard pirates, the conflict escalated into a fierce melee. Cursed be Whitebeard! Sengoku's teeth ground together in frustration. The infiltration into the Navy headquarters harbor from beneath the waves was a scenario he had never envisioned. It must be said, the battle-hardened Whitebeard was indeed a genius. The man, towering at 6 meters with his massive sword, Song Yunxia, wore a philosophical and confident smile. Merely standing there exuded an almost suffocating pressure. This was Edward Newgate, the spokesperson of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and potentially the strongest human who could become the next pirate king. Sengoku, my son is here with you. There should be no issues, right? Whitebeard's tone was remarkably calm, akin to casual conversation. Yet, Sengoku understood that for the sake of his so-called son, Whitebeard would not hesitate to overturn the entire Navy headquarters. The very act of Whitebeard speaking was a torment akin to hell for the Navy. Their hands trembled uncontrollably, as if they might faint at any moment. On the execution platform, Ace's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the arrival of Whitebeard and his crew, and he hurriedly shouted toward them. Alas, even he recognized the futility of his efforts. If Whitebeard could truly hear him and simply leave, he would not have committed his entire crew to confront the Navy headquarters head-on. At this juncture, can you still speak so nonchalantly? Before long, you and your Whitebeard pirates will be forever entombed here. Although witnessing the assembly of such a formidable force was unexpected, the essence of humanity is to remain obstinate. Sengoku managed a harsh retort, attempting to rally the morale of his side. Everything hinged upon this battle, even if it cost many Navy lives. Sengoku vowed to drag Whitebeard and his sons down with the sacrifices of the fallen. There was no need for further words from Ace. Now that we are here, we shall certainly take you home. Marco spoke cheerfully, his tone as light as air, as if it were merely a matter of circling around to rescue Ace. Behind him, Diamond Jaws, Flower Sword Vista, and other captain-level figures stood ready for battle. Whitebeard uttered no more words, but instead swung his fist down with great force. Though his fist struck the air, fissures in space opened up. Subsequently, the waters on either side surged as if compelled by a terrifying force, rising high into the air and transforming into towering waves that rushed toward the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest human, showcased his monstrous power for the first time to the world, summoning a tsunami with sheer human strength. This strongest of individuals truly lived up to his name. What in the world? Morio was dumbfounded. Is this truly the power of a human? Even if you brought in the likes of Whitebeard, he would have to concede the title of the strongest. Wait, is this a mix-up? The entire Navy formation was thrown into chaos. Having only been accustomed to battles with swords, guns, and the use of Haki, they had never encountered such a phenomenon that transcended nature. Terrified, they huddled together, utterly at a loss. Only the 3 admirals, Carp, Sengoku, Eagle Eye, Hancock, and others remained composed. At that moment, Akiji made his move. He leapt upward, arms outstretched, and shouted, "Ice Age." As his voice fell, 2 icy blasts shot forth from his hands, merging with the towering waves. The next instant, the colossal waves were frozen solid, and Akiji gracefully returned to his place, exuding an air of cool nonchalance. As soon as Akiji settled back, Kizaru sprang into action. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into light, dashing toward the sky with brilliant radiance. With his hands striking an enigmatic pose, countless luminous specks cascaded toward the direction of Baihuzi. It was time for me to make my move. Marco let out a cold huff, morphing into a cerulean phoenix, flapping his enormous wings to shield against the torrent of glowing particles, before confronting Huang Yuan. With a swift turn, he harnessed the momentum of his spin and delivered a powerful kick, sending Huang Yuan hurtling toward the ground. Unfortunately, for someone of Huang Yuan's stature, this kick was merely a drop in the ocean. In an instant, he returned to the ground, hands casually tucked into his pockets, a resigned smile gracing his face. It seemed that obtaining Ace's head would not be an easy feat. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan's mind began to calculate. Sustaining a minor injury from Marco, a captain-level adversary, which subsequently hampers my combat effectiveness. This is quite reasonable, isn't it? As a paragon of the early days of slacking off, Huang Yuan was already crafting justifications for his nonchalance. In the next moment, Diamond Jaws raised a massive block of ice, akin to uprooting a willow tree, and hurled it toward the 3 admirals. Is he attempting to lure us all into a frontal assault, leaving the rear defenseless? The diligent Akina scoffed, his right fist igniting in a searing magma as he struck the descending ice block with tremendous force. Chapter 115. A new arrival? A roaring inferno. In the next instant, Akainu's fist transformed into a colossal magma punch, shattering the falling ice block. The residual force of the magma fist remained formidable, morphing into countless molten fragments that rained down upon the pirates. Instantly, the pirates were thrown into disarray, fleeing in all directions. Among the fiery debris, the largest chunk of lava soared toward Baihuzi. With a swift motion, Baihuzi raised its Songyun Xie and cleaved through the molten block. TSK, how audacious to set fire so openly. This trivial flame is better suited for your birthday candles, young one. As his words fell, Baihuzi blew gently, transforming the lava into mere stone. Do you not favor extravagant funerals? Akainu's face displayed a hint of derision, akin to a climber mocking a descender. Now, allow me to witness the disparity between myself and this man. At that moment, Hawkeye leaped onto the ice. Raising his black blade, Yuru, high above, he executed a swift strike. In that instant, the world seemed to turn a pale blue as a colossal green blade of energy cleaved through the battlefield. Aiming directly at Baihuzi, Jaws scoffed, preparing to utilize his brilliant fruit to intercept the blow, when suddenly a melodious voice chimed in. Shinra Tensei, a young girl, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, appeared before Jaws, extending a hand and murmuring the incantation. The overwhelming blade of energy halted abruptly as if meeting an unseen barrier, creating a standoff with an invisible wall of air. Who are you? Jaws stared in astonishment at the silhouette of Kaname, finally managing to ask. I am Kaname, the vice captain of the Yagyu pirate crew. Our purpose here is straightforward, to gain renown through this war. For instance, slaying a marine admiral or aiding in your rescue of Ace would significantly enhance our bounty. Upon finishing her declaration, Kaname clenched her fist. Shinra Tensei shattered Hawkeye's blade of energy with a resounding force. What grandiose ambitions you possess. Nevertheless, I find them delightful. A smile spread across Jaw's face. At this critical juncture, the presence of an additional force would undoubtedly increase their chances of rescuing Ace. If there are others, let them reveal themselves as well. Baihuzi remained remarkably composed, arms crossed over his chest, his tone steady. As his words faded, a naval warship materialized in the distance. Then, several figures leaped from the ship, landing beside Kaname. They were Orochimaru, Shiro, Shanfeng, and the 5 members of the E-Ninja. Among them, one figure stepped forward, slowly rising and displaying a grin. If I hadn't shown up soon, readers might have thought my author misplaced me. This person was Yagyu Ichin. Wow, can we really gather a crew like this? Does Little Black want some oil cakes? Gene, fetch the salt. Let's create a ruckus and aim for a bounty of 10 billion berries. Ichin proclaimed, launching into the rhetoric of a top-tier pirate. Upon seeing Ichin and the others appear, Sengoku's expression darkened significantly. He realized they had entered through the front port, which signified indeed, a panicked voice came through the den mushy. Not good, Admiral. A powerful force has surged in, and the outer defenses have been nearly obliterated. Hearing this, Sengoku felt his teeth grind in frustration. He had not anticipated such a formidable ally arriving at this critical moment. Did this mean the scales of victory would tip in Baihuzi's favor? No. With 3 admirals and the warlords of the sea under his command, he would not openly confront them, and with himself stationed here. How could the emergence of another force alter the outcome? Regardless of the sacrifices, Baihuzi must be eradicated. Boom! Just then, the giant oars swung his weapon, toppling a marine rear admiral, then sent a female giant marine officer flying with a punch, striding confidently toward the execution platform. Suddenly, a crackling sound resonated as a figure emerged, adorned with a trapezoidal hat and brown polka dots, donning frameless glasses and possessing an imposing physique. He slowly extended his arms. Like the paws of a bear, bubbles began to coalesce, drifting toward oars. Confronted with the bubbles, oars neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he advanced. It was not that he was incapable of evasion, but rather his immense size rendered him clumsy, leaving him with no recourse but to endure. However, with Ichin's arrival, oars would not suffer the same fate as in the original tale, where he was grievously wounded by Bartholomew Kuma. In the blink of an eye, Ichin dashed into the midst of the marine ranks. As the surrounding marines prepared to encircle him, Ichin activated his right eye's Sharingan ability. Tenshin Shoten. In the next moment, Ichin and the airborne bubble exchanged positions. Ichin found himself suspended in the air, while the bubble materialized among the marine soldiers. I am truly perplexed. The Marines barely had time to utter a shocked exclamation before being propelled away by the explosive force of the bubble. Even if they survived, they would be left with only half a life. In Jiaochong, seeing Kuma's initial attack thwarted, Moria seized the opportunity to make a significant contribution. With a powerful thrust of his hands, countless bats surged forth, coalescing into a black spear that pierced toward oars. Breath of Thunder, 7th Form, Fire Thunder God. As the voice of Xiong Naihu echoed, a strikingly handsome arc of lightning sliced through the air, severing Moria's shadow spear with great force. What? Gazing at the gracefully descending Xiong Naihu, Moria was left in a state of bewilderment. What astonishing speed is this? He could barely comprehend how Xiong Naihu had executed her attack before his shadow spear had already been cleaved in two. How about this? The line fruit. 5 colored threads. Suddenly, Doflamingo appeared midair, arms outstretched. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as if he could already envision Little Oars having his right leg severed by his threads. Unfortunately, the moment Doflamingo initiated his assault, Isen's reincarnation, I had already switched to the Byakugan, revealing the nearly imperceptible threads. Utilizing the essence of the devil fruit, he conjured an ice sword in his hand, directly enveloping it in Haki, and vanished from his position. Having perfected the 6-style shave, he effortlessly flickered and severed all of Doflamingo's threads. Chapter 116. The battle commences. What? Witnessing Isen easily cut through his threads, Doflamingo's face displayed an expression of shock. This kid appears to be merely 15 or 16 years old. How can he possess such formidable strength? This defies reason. Yet, Isen did not pause for a moment but shouted towards Little Oars. I will do my utmost to protect you. Rescue Ace. Without hesitation, Little Oars nodded in agreement. His character was inherently simple-hearted, treating Ace as family. Seeing his kin being persecuted, he could not stand idly by. Even if it meant collaborating with a stranger, he would not be deterred from rescuing Ace. Such grand ambitions. And you too think you can protect him? Observing Isen and Xiong Naihu effortlessly neutralizing the attacks of 3 warlords of the sea, Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly. This battle was being broadcast live. If these youngsters were allowed to trample the Navy's authority with impunity, it would be quite troublesome. With this thought, Akainu transformed his fists into molten lava and fiercely hurled them towards Little Oars. Instantly, Akainu's fists erupted with magma, transforming into massive lava boulders. Intending to widen the attack range and render it impossible for Isen and Xiong Naihu to defend themselves simultaneously. He was acutely aware that targeting Isen and Xiong Naihu was futile. Their agility had been showcased earlier. However, Little Oars was different. He was enormous and quite clumsy. By focusing on him, Isen and Xiong Naihu would inevitably be distracted while attempting to shield Little Oars. Once distracted, the other warlords would have the opportunity to either eliminate Little Oars or severely injure Isen and Xiong Naihu, thus undermining the morale of the White Beard Pirates. Regrettably, Akainu's focus remained solely on Isen and Xiong Naihu. He seemed to have forgotten that Isen did not come alone. Absolute defense of Sequence 9. At that moment, Bai's voice suddenly rang out. He had somehow positioned himself on Little Oar's shoulder. Slowly extending his hands, he conjured a massive square shield that enveloped Little Oars. Akainu's molten fist struck against the shield, creating ripples, yet yielded no other effect. Absolute defense of Sequence 9, a talent possessed by Bai, the elder of the Qilin Guild in Beast Maze, was later inherited by the protagonist's father, Gao Shou. Its purpose was to create a protective barrier that could withstand all attacks, and Bai had once used it to shield an entire building. Given Bai's current strength, safeguarding Little Oars was effortlessly within his capabilities. Oh ho ho! Are the newcomers really this formidable? Witnessing the prowess of Isen and others, the originally pleased Kizuru felt a tumult of emotions. Your display of strength makes my situation quite challenging. I still rely on this job for my livelihood. It is impossible for me not to act. With a sigh, Kizuru launched himself into the air once more, utilizing the 8 Shakukogu. Countless points of light cascaded down upon the absolute defense shield, causing another wave of disturbance. Inside the shield, Bai was beginning to sweat from the intensity of the combined assault from 2 admirals. Of course, Kizaru was also acting. Had he utilized the more concentrated attack of the Tengu Cloud Sword in conjunction with Akainu's fiery onslaught, Bai would likely have needed Isen or Xiong Naihu to come to his aid by now. Truly, these are 2 admirals. Isen sighed. extending his right hand as chakra rapidly condensed in his palm, continuously compressing and swirling into a colossal sphere. Simultaneously, an orange hue appeared around his eyelids, and his pupils elongated and flattened like a frog's. Sage mode activated. In the next moment, Isin infused Haki into the enormous sphere, and as it turned completely black, he leapt fiercely towards Akainu. Sage Art, Super Rasen Shuriken. With a roar, Isin hurled the colossal Rasen Shuriken down upon Akainu on the platform. Magma Fruit, Infernal Dog. Faced with Isin's powerful strike, Akainu did not dare to be careless. His right fist was once again enveloped in scorching magma, energy fluctuations warping the very fabric of space, clearly indicating that he had gathered all his strength into this blow. Huh! Akainu bellowed, his fist suddenly extending several times in length, colliding fiercely with Isin's colossal Rasen Shuriken. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed, as the entire world seemed to tremble beneath the impact of their assaults. Enormous fissures began to spread from beneath Akainu's feet. Nearby, Akiji swiftly unleashed Ice Age, freezing the pillars of the platform to prevent its collapse. Meanwhile, the clash between Isin and Akainu continued to rage in the air, their strengths appearing evenly matched. Are you joking? This kid can actually hold his own against one of the three admirals, Akainu. This must be a sci-fi film. I asked the author, and he said this is scripted for the plot. Whether Navy or pirates, all were transformed into spectators, unable to believe the unfolding spectacle. This kid's strength is simply otherworldly. Observing the fierce duel in the distance, Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with a glint of brilliance. A crescent smile curled upon his lips. Gakagog, this lad possesses the bearing of a pirate king. Whitebeard mused, history is poised to sweep us old-timers away. Yet a new era will undoubtedly become the stage for these audacious youngsters. Uyaxi, do not say such things. With your strength, another decade or so of battle is certainly within your grasp. Malgao offered a word of consolation, yet he was utterly astonished by Isin's performance. At over 40 years of age, he merely possessed the level of a warlord of the sea, still significantly distant from the admirals. However, this child, seemingly in his teens, had achieved such remarkable heights. It must be said that after this battle, regardless of whether the Whitebeard pirates could maintain their structure, a shift in the era was inevitable. A flaw. Success. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Whitebeard's ear. Chapter 117. The initial clash with Carp seizing the opportunity. A giant rear admiral swung his massive axe fiercely towards Whitebeard. How foolish! Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and swiftly extended his right hand, pressing it against the giant's helmet. Instantly, the power of the Gura Gura no Mi was unleashed, and the rear admiral was struck with such force that blood streamed from his orifices, even causing his helmet to shatter as he collapsed to the ground. Rolling his eyes, Whitebeard seized his head and casually tossed him aside as though discarding refuse. This blow was executed with merely 30% of his strength. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far more severe. Boom! Meanwhile, the initial skirmish between Isin and Akainu had concluded. As their powers clashed, Akainu staggered back 3 steps, while Isin leapt back a distance, returning to the back of Little Oars. Indeed, having just ascended to the level of admiral, it would be somewhat disrespectful to engage him with standard strength. A wry smile appeared on Isin's face, while Akainu's expression was one of grave seriousness. He had not anticipated that these young individuals possessed such terrifying strength. They were already formidable opponents, and yet a powerful figure like Whitebeard was present to back them up. This battle was not going to be easy. Below, Kanu had already confronted both Don Quixote Doflamingo and Moria. The Ito no Mi strings. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and a myriad of nearly invisible threads soared from his hands, encircling Kanu from various angles. His plan was straightforward. If he could manipulate Kanu, Moria would attack her. After all, he was merely cooperating with the Navy in this battle, exerting minimal effort without the need to risk his life against these individuals. Unfortunately, in the world of Naruto, the battle-hardened Kanu had already mastered Kenbunshika Haki to an extraordinary degree. Even as Doflamingo conceived this idea, she had already predicted his movements. The moment his threads were released, she snapped her fingers at him. Thunder God's judgment. As the words left her mouth, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, and the world seemed to descend into apocalyptic chaos. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning, over 20 meters thick, struck down from the heavens, accurately hitting Doflamingo mid-air. Boom! The lightning struck Doflamingo directly, causing his body to convulse in the electric shock, his skin charred black, and even his red sunglasses shattered as he fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. This man was still a user of a Logia fruit? Moria was stunned, his mind racing. The strength Kanu displayed was already overwhelming. And to think she still possessed such a trump card. How could they possibly contend with her? At that moment, Moria forced a friendly smile and admitted, well, I acknowledge that my earlier attitude. Boom! A lightning strike knocked Moria unconscious as well. If Doflamingo had fallen due to a lack of information, unaware of Kanu's peculiar abilities, then Moria was simply incompetent. Among the warlords of the sea, aside from Crocodile, he was the one who should have withdrawn from the group. Such a troublesome opponent. Witnessing Kanu effortlessly defeat two warlords of the sea in an instant, Sengoku's expression darkened. Where on earth did these monsters come from? Why had there been no word of them in the new world prior to their appearance? But the pressing matter at hand was to dispatch someone to halt their advance. Kizaru and Akiji were still obstructing Little Oars. Although Whitebeard was no match for the two, he could evidently hold out for a while. Sengoku and Carp needed to conserve their energy for confronting Whitebeard and his captains. They could only hope that the remaining warlords would hold their ground. Sengoku cast a glance around, his blood pressure rising. He observed Mihawk engaged in combat with Vista, while Hancock's perfume femur indiscriminately attacked both Navy and pirates alike. Smoker, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, temporarily blocked Hancock's actions. Only Bartholomew Kuma continued to lead the pacifistas in eliminating other pirates. It seemed that I had no choice but to stop her. A hint of helplessness crossed Sengoku's face. Let me handle this. At that moment, Carp's voice suddenly rang in Sengoku's ear. As the fleet admiral, you must oversee the entire situation. With that, Carp's figure vanished from sight. As a Marine Vice Admiral, shouldn't he be capable of using the 6 power Soru? Having just defeated Moria and Doflamingo, Kanu barely had time to catch her breath before she felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. How formidable! Sensing the terrifying aura, Kanu's pupils constricted slightly. She covered her sword, Kikuchimanji, with Busashoka Haki, igniting it in fierce flames. Breath of fire, 9th form, purgatory, Kanu shouted, flames erupting from her blade. As she clashed fiercely with Carp's fist, boom! Blood gushed from her hands as Carp's seemingly unremarkable punch struck her, injuring her palms. Yet, surprise flickered across Carp's face. The punch he had anticipated to send Kanu flying had resulted in a near draw. At your age, to possess such strength and yet choose the path of a pirate is truly tragic. As he spoke, a wave of sorrow welled up in Carp's heart. He had poured his utmost efforts into raising Ace and Luffy, hoping that one day they could become great Marines. Yet, perhaps due to inheriting their father's bloodlines, they had both become pirates. Now, he had to helplessly witness Ace's impending execution. Such feelings were beyond words. Whether pirate or Marine, each choice stemmed from personal conviction. Kanu tightened her grip on her sword, her voice resolute. As a Marine Vice Admiral, you should understand the ugliness of the world government, and that the Navy is not entirely just. If that is the case, my aspiration to become a pirate, making a name for myself in the new world, must not be at odds with my own heart, nor should I become merely a pawn in someone else's game. At that moment, a hint of derision appeared on Kanu's face. You wish for Ace and Luffy to live their lives in peace. Yet you fail to consider that their true pursuit lies in sailing the seas, exploring the unknown, seeking the thrill of adventure, and ultimately aspiring to become the Pirate King. To extinguish their dreams is far more cruel than outright killing them. Chapter 118. The first appearance of Snow White. Upon hearing Kanu's words, Carp momentarily fell into a trance. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Kana's words rendered him utterly unable to refute her. This was the moment. Observing the confusion in Carp's eyes, Kana seized the fleeting opportunity. Channeling the full force of her Rinnegan, with her left hand aimed directly at Carp, she unleashed the enhanced Shinra Tensei. This was a more potent version of the original Shinra Tensei, which Pain had previously used to devastate a significant portion of Konoha. However, Kana compressed the power of this technique into a singular point, directing it solely at Carp. While the attack's range was drastically reduced, its destructive capability was amplified by several-fold. Seeing the might of Kana's technique, Carp's expression shifted. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, even with his Kinbunshika Haki, Carp found himself a fraction too slow against someone of Kana's caliber. That single moment was sufficient to determine the outcome of their clash. In the next instant, a colossal blast of air engulfed Carp's form, propelling him like a cannonball several thousand meters away, crashing through multiple Navy warships before finally plunging into the sea. Undoubtedly, this blow would not be fatal, nor would it inflict significant harm upon Karp. However, for the time being, he would be unable to return to the battlefield. The other Navy members, including the 3 admirals, were left in disbelief. The legendary Navy hero, Monkey D. Karp, who had repeatedly cornered Roger, had been sent flying by a mere 15 or 16-year-old girl. "Well done," remarked White, a hint of a resigned smile gracing his face as he witnessed Kanna's extraordinary prowess. It seemed he would have to reveal his true abilities lest he be overshadowed. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a katana materialized in White's right hand. "Dance, Shirohack." As he recited the incantation for its shurikai, a radiant white light enveloped the blade, transforming its form. The blade, guard, and hilt gleamed in pure white, the tsuba taking on elliptical shape with 6 intricate cutouts. The hilt bore ornate designs, ending with a white satin ribbon. This was the shurikai of Rukia Kachiki's Zanpakuto. Shirohack, from the realm of soul reapers. Does this fellow possess further abilities? Akiji, engaged in combat, could not suppress his astonishment. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the chilling blade, akin to his own ice fruit. First dance, Tsukabana. White dispelled his absolute defense, descending from the air. Akiji, locked in battle with Akainu, keenly sensed White's intent to cease feigning, prompting him to activate his Renegade's ability. Divine Hand. In an instant, little Oz's form vanished, replaced by Smoker, who was grappling with Hancock. "What has happened?" Smoker exclaimed, bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, White landed gracefully, embedding Shirohack into the ground. Instantly, the temperature plummeted across a radius of several hundred meters, dipping below -90 degrees. Smoker, still reeling from the sudden change, found himself encased in ice. Naturally, White had no intention of ending his life. He merely froze Smoker solid. Everything around had succumbed to the freeze, a chilling aura enveloping nearby Navy and pirate alike, causing frost to form upon their bodies. 6. As White prepared to unveil his true capabilities, Akainu retaliated, forcing Akiji back with a punch, followed by a barrage of magma-fueled attacks aimed at White. The molten fists seemed capable of melting anything, coloring half the sky crimson. Where the extreme cold had reigned, temperatures began to rise, steam appearing in the air, only to be swiftly vaporized by the intense heat. As Akainu's molten punch neared White's frozen domain, it began to succumb to the overwhelming cold, gradually freezing in place. "Is this guy able to withstand my assault with mere cold?" Akainu's expression darkened. "Let me handle this." "Your fruit abilities appear to be countered by him." Akiji interposed, gathering cold energy in his right hand and directing it toward White. Icebird. The moment he spoke, a malevolent chill radiated outward, transforming into a colossal ice bird hurtling toward White. The surrounding atmosphere descended into an even more frigid state than before, freezing both Navy and pirates alike. 6. Dance, Shirakawa. White exhaled a breath of icy air before abruptly swinging Shirohack. Instantly, a blade of frigid energy collided with Akiji's Icebird. To Akiji's astonishment, the Icebird halted mid-air, crystallizing in layers of frost before crashing to the ground in shattered fragments. "My ice has been frozen." Akiji stared in disbelief at the spectacle before him. If his ice could be frozen, the temperature of the opposing domain must be unimaginable. 3rd Dance, Shirataki. With a fierce cry, White summoned a blade of ice, drawing moisture from the air as he unleashed a powerful slash toward the 3 admirals. Following this strike, White staggered, collapsing to the ground as Shirohack vanished from his grasp. The exertion from his absolute defense and 3 powerful attacks had nearly depleted his strength. After all, he was facing the 3 admirals. As he fell, Aishin appeared behind him, catching his form and tossing him toward the nearby Shanfoam. The latter instinctively caught White and rolled up her sleeve, placing it near White's lips. A series of unpleasant sounds ensued as White's stamina visibly began to recover. In the distance, Aishin shuddered, she blushing like a teapot. Turning around, Aishin observed the 3 admirals standing resolutely, their hands raised, palms enveloped in Haki. Clearly, as Navy admirals, they could not rely solely on their devil fruit abilities. Their inherent strength was formidable even before acquiring them. It seemed that the time had come for him to truly engage with them. Aishin clenched his fists, a smile spreading across his face. Through their encounters, he had discerned the limits of the 3 admirals' powers. While he may not rival Whitebeard, he He possessed boundless stamina and regenerative abilities, standing at the peak of his condition. Even in a war of attrition, he could outlast them. Chapter 119. The Arrival of Luffy. How audacious! Akainu sneered, a sinister grin on his face. Do you truly believe that exchanging a few blows with us means you could defeat us? Let's find out. Shall we? Aishin replied cheerfully, suddenly extending his right hand while shouting, Bankai! Black spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, swiftly forming a Zanpakuto. The blade is entirely black, adorned with a swastika emblem at the guard, while chains entwine the hilt. Simultaneously, the Exion's attire transforms into a sleek black ensemble that dances in the wind, exuding an aura of striking elegance. The pressure emanating from this individual has intensified once more. As Akainu senses the immense power radiating from Exion, he furrows his brow. Has this young man been concealing his trump card all along? In that moment, even Akiji and Kizaru can no longer maintain their facade. Continuing the act could truly lead to dire consequences. Why not simply live? Kizaru lets out a sigh, his right hand shimmering with golden light, transforming into a longsword. One of the signature moves of the Pika Pika no Mi, the Amitsukami sword. How intriguing. Akiji's hands radiate an aura of extreme cold. Attack! Akainu is the first to unleash his ability, his arms turning to molten lava, forming a massive doghead of magma that lunges at Exion. Simultaneously, Akiji releases an icy shockwave, maintaining a safe distance from the magma beast as it surges towards Exion. Kizaru appears instantaneously beside Exion, swinging the Amitsukami sword with fierce intent. The three admirals unleash their most powerful attacks simultaneously. With a fierce strike, Exion channels his Busashoka Haki into the slash of the crescent moon. The originally pitch-black blade erupts into a dazzling violet lightning, a manifestation only achievable when Busashoka Haki is mastered to its pinnacle. The colossal sword Shi, a blend of black and white, surges forth with Exion's full might, transforming into a beam of light over 100 meters wide. In the next instant, this beam collides violently with Kizaru's Amitsukami sword, Akainu's magma beast, and Akiji's icy shockwave. Boom! The Marine headquarters fissures open, countless cracks spreading wildly, the force rivaling the shockwave witnessed by Whitebeard when he witnessed Ace's demise. Where their attacks collide has morphed into a realm of energy capable of annihilating all. Anything that comes into contact with this domain is obliterated to ashes. Even Kaido would be flayed alive. Is this for real? Nearby, even Marco and others dare not boast about their father. To battle the three admirals to such an extent, even the young Whitebeard might not achieve this. A terrifying little demon has appeared. The days of the Marines are numbered. A mischievous grin spreads across Whitebeard's face as he raises the Amitsukami sword. Men, assist Yugen Exion in defeating the Marines and rescuing Ace. With Whitebeard's commanding shout, the pirates led by Marco excitedly leap from their ships, launching an assault on the stunned Marines, who remain unresponsive. Instantly, the Marines are thrown into disarray. The battle, which was previously evenly matched, now tilting overwhelmingly in favor of the pirates. However, the pacifists soon begin to clear the field, modified by the Marines. These bear-like artificial weapons possess some abilities of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. They slowly open their mouths, a brilliant golden light emerging, transforming into dazzling laser beams that sweep in all directions. Ordinary pirates cannot withstand such an onslaught, being blasted away with great force. Some unfortunate souls are entirely engulfed by the laser, their ashes scattered far and wide. Dust clouds rise as the pirates scramble for safety, and the Marines momentarily regain the upper hand. Witnessing his crew in peril, Whitebeard furrows his brow, preparing to intervene. But at that moment, another Marine warship plummets from the sky, accompanied by a flurry of figures. Through his Kinbunshiku Haki, Whitebeard recognizes former warlord Jinbe, along with Crocodile, and alongside them are Buggy the Clown, the cross-dressing King Ivankov, and a host of others clad in prisoner garb. Have these ruffians escaped from Impel Down? Then, Whitebeard spots a young man with a straw hat, round eyes, and an agape mouth. Bang! These figures crash to the ground. Luffy shakily rises, shouting at Ace, who stares in shock. Ace. Luffy's voice is filled with an impressive lung capacity, evoking a sense of sympathy. Ace gazes at Luffy, overwhelmed with astonishment, yet deeply moved and regretful. He had never imagined that his brother would infiltrate Impel Down and fight his way to this place to rescue him. Yet, the more he thinks of this, the more regretful he becomes. Had he not impulsively pursued Blackbeard, had he confronted the reality of Blackbeard possessing the Yami Yami no Mi, he would not have been captured and would not have put Whitebeard and others in danger to save him. Taking a deep breath, Ace resolves within himself. He knows he cannot dissuade Whitebeard and the others. Yet at the very least, he cannot allow his brother to leap into this fiery pit alongside him. Luffy, you must leave this place at once. My capture by Blackbeard is my own fault, a consequence of my own recklessness. This is my pirate's journey, and you have no right to interfere. Ace shouts at Luffy. However, Luffy remains unmoved by Ace's words. You have your pirate's journey, and I have my own resolve. Since your capture is a result of your own choices, my decision to save you is mine alone, and you have no right to interfere. Luffy's words leave Ace speechless. Just as Carp finally returns to shore, he overhears his grandson's declaration, nearly suffering a stroke from anger, falling back into the water. These wretches, these wretches! Carp laments inwardly. At that moment, the battle in the distance finally reaches a conclusion. The three admirals retreat a distance, their faces glistening with cold sweat, clearly finding it difficult to withstand EXIN's strike. EXIN, however, is sent flying far away, rolling several times on the ground before barely stabilizing himself. Clearly, facing the three admirals simultaneously has placed him at an absolute disadvantage. Chapter 120. The Duel of Swordsman EXIN. Although aware that EXIN possesses the Oni King body, rendering mere fatal wounds inconsequential, the instinct to protect EXIN runs deep within Kanna's marrow. Upon witnessing EXIN being flung away, Kanna rushes towards his direction. I will be your opponent. But at that moment, a familiar figure appears before Kanna. Mihawk has evaded Bista and swings his black blade, imbued with green sword chi, fiercely towards Kanna. Bang! Kanna hastily envelopes his Kikuchimanji in Busashoka Haki, clashing against Mihawk's black blade. Boom! The clash between the two further devastates the already ruined ground, creating fissures and cracks. In the next moment, they both retreat and assume a standoff position. Jansher, what is your name? A rare glimmer of battle intent appeared in the eyes of Yin. Although he had sent Cap off flying, it was due to the latter's leniency. However, the combat technique that had previously blocked Cap's punch had caught his attention. After a brief exchange of blows, the two locked eyes, both having reached the pinnacle in the realm of swords. Since the moment the red-haired Shanks had lost an arm, Yin had not encountered a swordsman as formidable as Kanahui. If he could engage in a serious duel with this swordsman during the war, it would not be in vain. Kanahui cast a glance, and with a cough, he noticed Isin brushing off the dust from his attire and slowly rising to his feet. The burns, frostbite, and penetrating injuries caused by laser light on his body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This was the physique of the Demon King. Having overcome his only weakness to sunlight, Isin had become an immortal entity. At least with the attacks from the three admirals, he could not be killed. Truly terrifying. Had it not been for this body, I would have perished. A wry smile appeared on Isin's face. Indeed, it is unlikely that even Kaido could handle three admirals with just one person as strength, right? He then turned to Kanahui, a smile gracing his features. If you wish to play, then so be it. These three cannot kill me. Very well. Kanahui finally felt relieved and turned his gaze toward Yin. Shala Kemihua. Kanahui rested Kikuchimanji upon his shoulder, releasing the fighting spirit characteristic of a swordsman. Kirihana Raku Kanahui. Remember this name, for it will not be long before this name's bounty surpasses yours. Huh. A smile unexpectedly broke across Yin's face. Then let me witness whether you possess the qualifications to utter such arrogant words. Without uttering a word, Kanahui, always one of action, directly responded to Yin's doubts with a combat technique. Wind breathing ninth form, Tiantai Wei to all wind. With a sweeping strike of Kikuchimanji, a massive typhoon surged toward Yin. This strike is commendable. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yin's eyes as he swung his sword forward with great force, cleaving through the typhoon, leaving only a violent gust of air that rustled his coat. Yet, after his initial strike, Yin did not pause, but rather executed a backward slash. Kanahui had just appeared in that spot and was already predicted by Yin's Kenbunchika Haki, leaving him no choice but to retaliate with his own strike. Once again clashing with Yin. Bang! After the resounding clash, they separated in an instant. A few beads of sweat trickled down Kanahui's face, yet his countenance bore a fervent smile. In contrast, Yin's eyes sparkled with interest, and even his grip on the black blade tightened slightly. In the next moment, both figures vanished from their original positions. Only the continuous sound of blades clashing echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, the chaotic and rapid flashes, accompanied by various sharp blade auras and afterimages, generated powerful gusts of wind that swept through the area. The ground beneath them was left in utter disarray. They had long entered a state of oblivion, where all things ceased to exist, leaving only the fervent obsession of attacking relentlessly, observing Kanahui reveling in battle. Isin couldn't help but smile, vanishing from his spot. Whoosh! Huang Yuan appeared before Isin, his sword Amino Takanu already slicing toward him. Zizizizi. A flurry of lightning enveloped Isin's Tiansua Zhanyu as he transformed into black and white electric light, continuously flashing and colliding with Huang Yuan in midair. Bang! In the final strike, amidst the sparks, Isin countered with a reverse slash, cleaving through Huang Yuan's Amino Takanu, simultaneously delivering a spinning kick that sent Huang Yuan flying 8 zhang away. After so many years as an admiral, and after so much time fishing, Huang Yuan's combat instincts had significantly deteriorated. In a one-on-one, even without slacking off, he was no match for Isin. Ice Frozen Bird. Xingji flung his hands, conjuring yet another gigantic ice bird that charged at Isin. Sharply, having awakened the Rinnegan, Isin possessed abilities akin to Pain's, raising his left hand. An invisible shockwave shattered Xingji's ice bird. Magma Hellhound. At that moment, Akainu's molten fist had also arrived. His full-force strike transformed the area within hundreds of meters into a fiery arena, sealing off Isin's escape route. Oomph! Isin scoffed, activating the capability of his Sharingan, switching places with Xingji in midair. Boom! Akainu's punch landed squarely on Xingji's waist, nearly delivering a fatal blow. You bastard! Before Xingji could unleash his high-output attack, Isin in midair transformed into dozens of figures, each holding a large orb. Sage Art's Super Toad Stomach. In midair, Isin, along with his shadow clones, hurled the orbs downward. Instantly, the area within 2 kilometers transformed into a massive explosion site, where anything touched would disintegrate into ash. In the distance, Whitebeard could not help but be astonished. He pondered whether he had been as terrifying in his youth. Long time no see, Whitebeard. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind him. Immediately, Crocodile swung his hook toward himself with great force. Truly forgetful, Whitebeard sighed, preparing to intervene. But in the next instant, Luffy appeared behind Whitebeard, delivering a kick that sent Crocodile flying. Chapter 121. Even so, I love you. Bang! Crocodile was sent sprawling far away, while Luffy's skin shimmered with a reddish-purple glow. This was his newly developed ability from the Gum Gum Fruit's second gear, significantly enhancing his strength and speed. Kid, your straw hat looks quite familiar. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, recalling the arm that Shanks had lost, and he vaguely guessed that the severed arm was undoubtedly related to this young boy. Uncle, do you know Shanks? This hat was given to me by him. Once I become the Pirate King, he will reclaim it. A smile broke across Luffy's face as he gently placed his right hand on his hat. Are you here to save your brother? Whitebeard's tone carried a hint of disdain. You should hurry home, kid. Look at those participating in this war. Each one is a monster. Don't go too far and end up getting killed by an unknown AoE. Stop rambling. I am destined to become the Pirate King, and if I do not dare to save my own brother, what kind of pirate am I? Luffy's declaration left Ivankov and the others utterly speechless. The Straw Hat Kid actually dared to speak to Whitebeard on equal footing. Has he lost his mind? Bai Huzi cast a fleeting glance at Luffy, a crooked grin reminiscent of a battle-hardened deity curling at the corners of his mouth. How audacious, he thought with a scoff. Snail, you'd best not hinder me, or I shall personally execute you. Luffy, unfazed, charged towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Whitebeard prepared to confront Sengoku directly. Just then, a long-haired man with a spider tattoo on his head dashed in front of Whitebeard, drawing his long knife and viciously aiming for Whitebeard's abdomen. This man was none other than Skuyard. His pirate crew had been annihilated by Roger, and Whitebeard's concealment of Ace's lineage as Roger's son only fueled Skuyard's resentment, especially after being incited by Akainu. Seizing this war as an opportunity, he aimed to ambush Whitebeard. This was the perfect moment. Skuyard envisioned the scene of his blade piercing Whitebeard's chest, possibly ending his life with a single strike. However, with a resounding crash, a Kusanagi sword intercepted Skuyard's long knife, revealing Orochimaru standing protectively in front of Whitebeard. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Serpent. The Kusanagi transformed into a grotesque blood serpent, opening its gaping maw to viciously bite down on Skuyard. This was Orochimaru's awakened blood demon technique, capable of conjuring a serpent infused with his own blood. A successful bite would ignite the victim's blood, ultimately leading to their fiery demise. At that instant, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch, sending Orochimaru flying. "What are you doing, Skuyard?" Vista shouted angrily, witnessing the ambush on Whitebeard. "You must have known Ace is Roger's son." Skuyard glared coldly at Whitebeard. "Why did you conceal this from us? Have you truly colluded with the Kainu, ensuring no losses for your crew, while sacrificing all the allied pirate crews?" As he posed this question, Skuyard felt no fear. He had already resolved himself to face death when he planned the ambush. "Skuyard, do you still possess a conscience? Father brought us here to rescue Ace because he is our family. How can we not save family in peril?" Marco shouted vehemently at Skuyard. Hearing Marco's words, Skuyard hesitated. Had he truly misunderstood his father? "You foolish son." At that moment, Whitebeard extended his left arm towards Skuyard. "It's over," Skuyard thought, despair filling him as he closed his eyes. Regardless of whether Whitebeard was as Akainu claimed, he believed Whitebeard would not spare him. Yet the next moment, Whitebeard embraced Skuyard tightly. "Even so, I still love you, my foolish son." Whitebeard's voice held an unexpected tenderness. "Father." Tears streamed down Skuyard's face, filled with regret and relief. He regretted doubting his father, who had sacrificed so much for him. Fortunately, he had not inflicted severe harm upon him. "Father, I will atone for my mistakes through my actions." Skuyard's resolve solidified. "I know what you're thinking," Whitebeard replied. "If you feel remorse, then live well. As your father, while I still draw breath, I shall not allow you to perish first." With that, Whitebeard leaped from the deck, striding towards Sengoku. Even in his failing body, he was determined to do something for his children. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the confrontation between the three admirals and Yikin had reached a stalemate, both sides bracing for the next move. Akainu, panting heavily, stared in disbelief at Yikin. How absurd! Does this fellow possess inexhaustible stamina? Even Kizaru and Akiji were gasping for breath. In truth, they had long stopped pretending and had been reduced to a passive position, unable to retaliate. Yet, Yikin seemed to recover from his injuries almost instantaneously and continued to exhibit boundless energy. "Come on, keep going. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Can't you dance anymore? No other tricks?" Yikin's face was alight with excitement. "If there are no other tricks, I shall commence in earnest." As he spoke, Yikin unleashed the power of his Sharingan, summoning a colossal energy being that enveloped him, transforming into a purple demon clad in armor. Complete Susanoo. Yikin unveiled his ultimate technique. Feel despair. This is Yagyu Yikin, the power of God. Standing atop the Susanoo, Yikin wore a cold smile, truly resembling a deity gazing down upon the three admirals below. "What is this?" Akainu was taken aback. "Does this guy's trump card have no limits? He has hidden this level of power all along." Kizaru, breathless and exasperated, lamented, "I only wanted to sip tea, read the newspaper, and enjoy a leisurely retirement. Why must I at this age exert myself?" Though reluctant, he readied himself to confront Yikin's assault. Indra's arrow. Yikin shot forth several purple arrows, imbued with the flames of Amaterasu, hurtling towards the trio. Yet, he spared Kizaru and Akiji some measure of mercy. Only for Akainu did Yikin imbue the arrows with Haki, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Why, you ask? Could it be that someone truly wishes for Akainu to survive? Akainu was bewildered. Why is this guy targeting me so fiercely? However, there was no time for such musings. Akainu swiftly transformed part of his body to evade Yikin's arrows. Before he could fully react, Yikin manipulated Susanoo, using the heavenly hand power to swap with a chair beside him and appeared right next to Akainu. With a series of thunderous punches, Susanoo's fists coated with Haki hammered relentlessly upon Akainu's head. Instantly, Akainu was nailed to the ground as if he were a mere nail. The blows left his head ringing, nearly leading to his demise. Yikin, too, was astonished. The tales of the Pirate King's unparalleled resilience were evidently true. Is it possible for them not to perish under such onslaught? Let them dissipate with the thunder. Exian abruptly raised his right hand, and Susanoo mirrored the gesture, lightning crackling above. At that moment, a colossal Buddha materialized before Exian, extending its vast golden arm to seize Susanoo's limb forcefully. Zhonghua, upon recognizing the owner of that golden hand, a grave expression settled upon Exian's face. Has he also joined the fray? 3 admirals and a commander. If I were to confront all 4 at once, I would have no choice but to unleash the 8 gates. Just then, a resonant voice echoed in his ear. Zhanghua, your opponent is me. As the words fell, Song Yun Chie's enormous blade surged forth, imbued with the tremor of the Zhenzhen fruit, slicing towards Zhanghua. Curse be it! Faced with Whitebeard's strike, Zhanghua could not afford to be careless. He swiftly swung his fist to clash against Whitebeard's blade. The collision unleashed a shockwave that sent EXIN, even under Susanu's protection, reeling a great distance away. The three admirals were sent flying as well. Of course, in their prime, they could have effortlessly withstood the aftershocks of such a confrontation with their armed Haki. Alas, after engaging with EXIN, they were already at the end of their strength. Whitebeard, after years of battling, it is time we reach a conclusion. A smile unexpectedly graced Zhan's heavily lined face. After so many years as rivals, it would be remiss not to have formed some bond. If either he or Whitebeard were to fall today, it would mark the end of their long-standing enmity. In this forthcoming new era, our vessels can no longer carry us. Thus, let's fight fervently in this moment of regime change. Whitebeard's face mirrored the fervent smile, wildly swinging his sword as he clashed with Zhanghua. Boom! The clash of deities leads to the suffering of mortals. Where the two battled, not a single soul remained alive. Even the Marine headquarters had been shattered into countless pieces. Behind Ace, two executioners were paralyzed with terror, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, at that moment, one executioner wielded his long-handled blade, piercing through the form of his fellow executioner. You, the one pierced through the chest, gazed in disbelief at his comrade. But in the next instant, he beheld a middle-aged man with tattered eyes and a ring of stubble. You old fool! Filled with resentment, he took his last breath and collapsed. Humph! Have you never heard that the protagonist always makes their entrance last? This man was none other than Mr. 3, Galdino, who had escaped from Impel Down, disguised as an executioner. His heart racing. Trembling hands fashioned a key made of sea stone from the candle fruit. Ace, I'm here to free you, Mr. 3 murmured, nervously preparing to unlock the sea stone shackles binding Ace. You're dreaming. The voice of Kizuru suddenly rang out nearby. Following that, a laser beam shot towards the key, revealing his true colors as an actor. After all, who would believe that a key capable of penetrating sea stone could miss such a large submarine? However, one cannot overact. In broad daylight, neglecting such a scene would likely endanger his retirement. Just then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the laser beam just in time. After a faint explosion, the laser's power was neutralized. There stood the battle-worn Xiang Nai, who, slowly raising her right hand from a distance. Further away, Hawkeye had planted his black blade in the ground, panting heavily, his body adorned with various wounds. Fortunately, Xiang Nai, who had shown mercy, enveloping the blade of Kiku Ito in her breathing technique, preventing any irreparable damage to Hawkeye. Otherwise, this renowned swordsman of the New World would have been rendered utterly incapacitated. After defeating Hawkeye, Xiang Nai, who had rushed to the scene, unleashing divine retribution. Yet, after expending her energy, she nearly collapsed backward. One opportunity, not far off. Zhan Tao Wan's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Xiang Nai, who faint, raising his axe to strike fiercely in her direction. Blood demon technique, 10-finger explosive bullets. Just then, a sudden gust of wind surged from afar. 10 bone-like objects hurtled through the air, striking Zhan Tao Wan squarely. Boom! 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 A flurry of sparks erupted from Zhan Tao Wan's form. Blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent flying far away, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. The attack had come too abruptly. Even though he had sensed it through Kin Bunchaku, anticipating the assault and coating himself with armed Haki, he was still propelled away by the explosive force of the bone projectiles. Nearby, Junma Lu lifted his left hand, casually pulling down his lower eyelid to reveal a crescent moon symbol. What splendid genes! My abilities have received a comprehensive upgrade. Junma Lu nodded in satisfaction. This technique, originally named 10-finger penetration, allows the bone fingers to be launched like bullets, utilizing the powers of the Shikatsumiyaku, enabling the bones to regenerate indefinitely, even after all have been fired. However, after consuming EXIN's blood, this attack now possesses explosive properties, making it formidable, especially since Junma Lu had also been training in armed Haki during this time. Zhan Tao was unable to withstand the onslaught. Kizuru, the admiral, A spark of battle intent flashed in Junma Lu's eyes. Orochimaru had expressed hope for him to shine brilliantly in this battle, and as a fervent admirer of Orochimaru, he resolved to fulfill that expectation. He had already dismantled 5 pacifistas, and next, he would engage in a proper duel with this legendary Marine Admiral. With that thought, Juma Lu activated Moonwalk, rapidly closing the distance to Kizaru. His right hand extended, bones thrusting outward to form a bone blade, enveloped in armed Haki, fiercely slashing towards Kizaru. TSK. Faced with Juma Lu's assault, Kizaru's composure began to falter. At his level, one could discern an opponent's prowess with just a single strike. Upon witnessing Zhang Tao Wan's devastating injury, Kizaru realized this adversary's strength was at least that of a vice admiral, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of an admiral. Ah well, since a challenger has been arranged for me, I shall continue to play my part. Huang Yuan let out a sigh as the Tian Song Yun Jin materialized in his hand, clashing with Juma Lu. What a hassle! Xiang Lin complained as she stealthily appeared beside Xiang Nai, who, lifting the unconscious Xiang Nai, who on her back, and retreating to safety. Not far away Bai, having regained his strength, returned to the battlefield, directing his gaze towards Qing Ji. There is more to say, but you should understand, I will ensure that fellow saves Ace. After all, I owe him a favor. With that, Bai looked towards EXN, who was confronting Qi Jiu not far away. Without him, Mr. Zhan would never have witnessed the current state of the mist-hidden village. Let this battle serve to repay that debt. Qing Ji sighed, having no choice but to re-engage Bai. Fortunately, Bai's stamina was greatly depleted, and the two transformed into a fierce battle of wits, with no clear victor emerging for the time being. Seizing the moment, Mr. 3 hurriedly unlocked Ace's sea-stone shackles with a key. Nearby, Carp was preparing to intervene. But at that moment, Grandpa, I'm coming. The words had barely left his mouth when the filial grandson Luffy soared towards Carp, activating his gear 3rd. Mobile Mokukagun. Luffy swung a fist as large as a small mountain, crashing down on Carp. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Carp was sent flying, despite his grandson's heartfelt filial piety. That colossal fist struck Carp's face with tremendous force, propelling him into the ground like a cannonball. Not far away, Ace, having just regained his freedom, stared in shock at Luffy sending Carp flying, a look of guilt crossing his face. Sorry, old man. As Ace returned to his original state, Qi Jiu's expression darkened, and he prepared to unleash a move, aiming to strike Ace while he was still adjusting to the return of his powers. But at that moment, EXIN's voice echoed in Qi Jiu's ear. Mr. Qi Jiu, it's about time to determine a victor, don't you think? Observing the situation clarifying, Exin gradually relaxed, a hint of malice appearing in his gaze towards Qi Jiu. Facing one opponent was somewhat taxing, but one-on-one was a different story. Open the death gate. EXIN unleashed his ultimate technique, the blood-red chakra transforming into a dragon that enveloped his body. Crimson markings appeared on EXIN's face, yet due to his Anahan physique, he quickly returned to his original state. This guy, feeling the terrifying energy swirling around EXIN, Qi Jiu experienced fear for the first time in his life. Through his Kinbunshika Haki, he glimpsed the most terrifying scene of his existence. He would die. Swiftly, EXIN's figure appeared above Qi Jiu. I refuse to believe I can't defeat you today, EXIN declared, delivering a fierce punch towards Qi Jiu on the ground. Xiang, Yizu, boom! The sheer force of the punch created a vacuum, enveloping Qi Jiu's body. Qi Jiu was pinned down, unable to move, his facial muscles contorting from the pressure of the air. Under the onslaught of EXIN's armed Haki, Qi Jiu's magma fruit was utterly powerless to evade EXIN's assault. Forced to endure the blows, Erzu, Sanzu, Sizu, EXIN's figure danced in midair, unleashing a barrage of vacuum punches that relentlessly suppressed Qi Jiu. Under the oppressive air pressure, Qi Jiu's 7 orifices and even every pore began to bleed, his body showing signs of impending collapse. For the final strike, EXIN reappeared on the ground, his body leaning forward, muscles taut, poised to unleash his power. This was the prelude to the strongest move of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Night Kai. Night Kai, EXIN roared, launching himself forward, the surrounding blood-colored steam coiling into a blood-red dragon that surged alongside him. Zinniai. In the next instant, EXIN leapt, delivering a powerful kick towards the distant Qi Jiu. The mere force of the punch seemed to immobilize him. Meanwhile, Qi Jiu, who had just survived the 4th Xian, was still in shock, but the surrounding air suddenly felt as if it had been sucked away, his body once again firmly anchored in place. Then he witnessed EXIN, with his blood-red short hair and surrounded by a colossal dragon, charging towards him with a devastating kick. Chapter 124. The death of Qi Jiu. What in the world? Is this power? Chijio, filled with terror, realized that he could not move at all. It was as if the very fabric of space had been twisted, everything around him forcibly stilled by Exian. Moreover, even though Exian's foot was still a considerable distance away, he could feel his muscles beginning to tear. The next moment, Exian's kick landed solidly on Chijio, propelling him forward. The ground of Marine headquarters crumbled beneath them, the entire harbor cleaved in two by the force of Exian's kick. The Bird Marine building could no longer withstand the power of Exian's blow, collapsing into a heap of ruins. Such terrifying strength. Witnessing the horrifying spectacle, Huang Yuan and others, forced to halt their battle, gazed at the distant scene, unable to suppress their astonishment. A hint of sorrow flickered in Qing Ji's eyes. He understood well that enduring this kick would not only be fatal for Chijio, even Kaido would likely suffer broken ribs. Having escaped, Ace met up with Luffy and beheld the earth-shattering scene behind them. Both fell into silence, deeply shaken by the sight before them. At merely 17 and 20 years of age, respectively, they had carved out a name for themselves in the new world through their own strength. Yet, standing before Exian, who was even younger than them, yet capable of cornering 3 admirals, they felt a twinge of defeat within their hearts. He is powerful. Even Luffy, who rarely conceded to anyone, could not help but utter this truth. But we will eventually surpass him. At that moment, Ace patted Luffy's shoulder. Then, he turned his gaze towards Whitebeard, not far away. After a fierce clash with Sengoku, fatigue was evident on his face, beads of cold sweat trickling down his weathered visage. This is bad. Father's condition is deteriorating. Ace's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, at over 70 years of age, he had endured far more battles and injuries than Sengoku. In the midst of such intense combat, Whitebeard's stamina was evidently waning. However, Sengoku was not in a much better state. His massive Buddha-like form was also riddled with wounds, and even a piece of his glasses had shattered. Whitebeard, it seems you are not faring well. Sengoku sneered. In response to Sengoku's provocation, Whitebeard remained unfazed, gazing at the distant ruins of the Marine headquarters, sighing heavily. The era is destined to change. Yet what weighs heavily on his heart is the realization that he had prepared himself for a final stand, ready to embrace the end of the Whitebeard pirate's reign. However, unexpectedly, he remains unscathed, not even a single hair out of place. Perhaps this battle did not require his sacrifice after all, for Ace has successfully retreated, and the tide of war has shifted, instigated by the arrival of Lu Sheng Exian. The Navy is on the brink of defeat. Following this battle, Lu Sheng Exian and the Lu Sheng pirates are destined to overshadow the Whitebeard pirates, emerging as formidable contenders among the 4 emperors. Such a transition of eras must evoke a tinge of regret within him. Yet soon after, Whitebeard reveals a smile. There must come a day like this. Since it has arrived, one must accept it with composure. Sengoku, take a good look. Your beloved commander has perished. A mocking grin reappears at the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly turns his head. Before him lies a scene of unimaginable horror. The Navy headquarters has completely collapsed, reduced to mere ruins. Amidst the debris stands a figure, with half of another body lying on the ground. Indeed, it is a half-body. At this moment, Akainu is left with only a portion of his body, desperately clinging to life. Exian's kick has obliterated him, reminiscent of Musen's fate. Akainu's labored breaths resemble a broken bellows, gradually fading away. In his final moments, he cannot help but reflect on his life. From the ambitious aspirations upon joining the Navy, to fleeting moments of confusion, and ultimately to a relentless pursuit of naval justice, eradicating all pirates. Has he truly lived his life with clarity? For reasons unknown, he finds himself envious of Kizaru. It turns out this old fellow is the one who has lived most freely within the Navy. Perhaps he also envies Ace and Luffy, for their ideals stem from the purest depths of their hearts. Thus, they remain unclouded and relentlessly pursue their goals. Well, this too can be seen as a form of liberation. A look of relief crosses Akainu's face as he eternally closes his eyes. Observing the fallen Akainu, having lifted the death's door, cannot help but express his sentiments. This is the world of the Pirate King. It is not merely black and white, but rather a realm that leans towards a perspective devoid of right and wrong, focusing instead on strength and weakness. Is Akainu truly at fault? He merely sought to eliminate all pirates, erasing what he deemed as evil. Were Ace and Whitebeard without fault? No one knows the origins of the Whitebeard pirates. whether they harmed innocent civilians or plundered the wealth of merchants along the way. Perhaps when he watched the Pirate King, he felt rage at Akainu for killing Ace and inflicting severe damage on Whitebeard. Yet, at this moment, EXIN finds genuine admiration for this iron-willed soldier. At the very least, he dedicated everything for the Navy. Akainu, although I harbor disdain for you, in my eyes, you are a true man and an exceptional Navy officer. With a slight bow, EXIN materializes behind Sengoku. Old man, although the victory is not achieved through honor, I wish to conclude this battle swiftly. My crew cannot hold on much longer. EXIN allows no room for Whitebeard's refusal and speaks directly. Whitebeard remains silent, yet a hint of displeasure flickers in his eyes. The audacity of the younger generation is truly remarkable. Sengoku's expression becomes increasingly grave. Upon learning of Akainu's demise, he surveys the other battlefields. The pacifists have been decimated by Orochimaru and the captains under Whitebeard's command. Even Bartholomew Kuma has fallen at Orochimaru's hands. Moria, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Smoker are severely injured and unable to continue fighting. Hancock is engaged in a standoff with Jinbe, both seemingly performing a theatrical duel. Akiji and Kizuru are on the brink of collapse, sustained only by sheer will. Kizuru is being pressed back by Komodori and has even sustained injuries. All signs indicate that the Whitebeard pirates have gained the upper hand. The Navy's defeat is merely a matter of time. Chapter 125. This is also part of the plan. Sengoku, you appear flustered. A meaningful smile graces Whitebeard's face. Are you afraid that in the event of defeat, you will have no explanation for the celestial dragons? Indeed, a dog cannot please its master, and how can a master show kindness in return? Confronted with Whitebeard's blatant mockery, Sengoku nearly loses his composure. He suppresses the tumultuous anger within and gazes resolutely at Whitebeard. Rest assured, even if the entire Navy perishes here today, we will ensure that the Whitebeard pirates pay the price. Indeed, at this moment, a familiar voice resonates. Carp has appeared behind Sengoku. He gazes at the distant fallen Akainu, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Though he often looks down upon this self-deceiving zealot, witnessing his commitment to the Navy until the very end stirs emotions within him. Carp, Sengoku sighs. Given the circumstances, I do not expect you to retrieve Ace and the others. But at least I understand. A glint of determination fills Carp's eyes. Whitebeard. Lusheng EXIN, you shall not leave here today. As soon as he speaks, Carp unleashes his conqueror's Haki, enveloping EXIN and Whitebeard in an oppressive aura. Indeed, as Luffy's grandfather, it is only natural for him to possess such power. Similarly, Sengoku's own conqueror's Haki erupts, creating an overwhelming pressure that bears down on Whitebeard and EXIN. Little brat, do you see? These two emerge from a sea of corpses and blood. The individuals they trained were all monstrous beings. If you are afraid, perhaps it is best to withdraw from this battle early. Hearing Whitebeard's words, EXIN wears a smile that borders on a smirk. Uncle, attempting to make me withdraw from the battle in such a manner, leaving you to face the aftermath alone, is rather uncouth. You have a whole family behind you. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself? Are you not concerned that they will be devoured by the other three emperors after your demise? Whitebeard falls silent. Indeed, he had envisioned the Summit War as the final stage of his life. Yet, EXIN's words strike a chord within him. Shouldn't he consider paving the way for those children before departing from this world? Though they will inevitably one day leave his protection to confront the world alone. This is the sentiment of a father. Knowing this, he still wishes to exert his final strength to shield them from the storm for just a little longer. Mr. Zhanghua, Mr. Kapu, this war in essence is merely a sideshow in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Must we truly deplete the Navy's resources for their sake? With unwavering focus on Zhanghua and Kapu, One Heart declared, you must be acutely aware that even if you exert your utmost effort, given the current circumstances, the best you can achieve is mutual destruction. The primary objective of this battle has lost its significance. The ensuing conflict is solely to uphold the integrity of the justice inscribed upon my back. As Zhanghua spoke, fervor ignited in his eyes. Let us dispense with meaningless words and engage in battle. One Heart's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. Perhaps Zhanghua and Kapu are not as obstinate as Akainu. However, should they bow to the Navy, they would cease to be the legendary Kapu and Zhanghua. The sword Tian Sha Yu reappeared in One Heart's grasp, and with a fierce shout, a crescent moon strike surged forth towards Kapu. Yet, Kapu effortlessly deflected the sword's energy with a single strike of his iron fist, leading to an intense close-quarters battle between them. Similarly, Zhangguo and Whitebeard engaged in a philosophical duel. The overwhelming presence of the four warriors left others paralyzed, unable to approach. They felt as if crushed beneath a camel, merely sighing in despair. Just how agile can one be? At that moment, a group of individuals stealthily emerged. What is happening? Blackbeard stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Although he had anticipated that the yellow ape would play tricks and Kapu would make concessions for his personal affairs, he never imagined that the Navy, despite its overwhelming strength, would be steadily pushed back by the Whitebeard pirates. No, to be precise, it was that seemingly 15 or 16-year-old youth. Where did this terrifying monster come from? Captain, what should we do? Van Oka cast an inquiring glance at Blackbeard. After a brief moment of shock, Blackbeard immediately conjured a follow-up plan. Of course, we will maneuver repeatedly to eliminate these pirates and then pledge allegiance to the Navy. After all, this is part of my strategy. Van Oka. I can't believe you old rascal. Yet he had to concede that Blackbeard's choice was indeed astute. After all, having killed Sachi, Whitebeard harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. How could he possibly accept Blackbeard's goodwill? If he assisted Whitebeard in completely obliterating the pirates, Whitebeard would likely turn around and seek vengeance against him. Meanwhile, the Navy had suffered significant losses, with Akainu and Kuma falling in battle, and the remaining warlords of the sea severely injured, while Akiji and Kizuru struggled to hold on. At this juncture, aiding the Navy would undoubtedly be akin to sharing resources in a snowstorm. Most importantly, the Navy was in dire need of combat power, so they would certainly accept Blackbeard's offer of allegiance once more. However, Van Oka understood that Blackbeard's motivations extended beyond mere self-interest. He harbored an intense, almost fanatical admiration for power. Thus, he could not tolerate the once mighty Whitebeard, now a frail old man. Very well, let us do battle. A look of resignation crossed Van Oka's face as he vanished in a flash, utilizing his Shun no Mi, propelling himself 100 meters away, aiming his weapon at the recovering Kanahui not far off. Just then, Kanahui, having regained some strength, sensed danger through her kin Bunshika Haki, instantly vanishing from her spot. When she reappeared, she was already behind Van Oka, her sword Kiku Ikamanji poised to slice through his throat. Chapter 126. The death of Blackbeard, how is this possible? Van Oka clutched his throat in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had been dispatched by a mere girl with golden hair. He felt as though he were trapped within a science fiction narrative, yet no amount of reluctance could prevent him from collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. After slaying Van Oka, Kanahui turned her gaze towards Blackbeard, tightening her grip on Kiku Ikamanji. Just then, Blackbeard chuckled. You crazy girl, you got some skills. His smile was laced with malice and fury. Had it not been for this interference, perhaps he would have already seized the opportunity. Why must he now maneuver and attempt to ingratiate himself with the Navy? Yet alas, you're no longer capable. A glimmer of greed crossed Blackbeard's face. That ability you use to thwart Kazuo must belong to a devil fruit, right? Surrender your powers and your life. Before uttering these words, shouldn't we settle our past grievances? As Blackbeard finished speaking, a vibrant voice rang in his ear. His expression shifted slightly, for Ace had now entered his line of sight. Standing beside Ace was Luffy. Were it not for you, this war atop the summit would never have occurred. Ace's face was icy. I shall avenge Sachi and all those who perished in this war, even if it costs me my life. Your affairs are now my own. Luffy prepared himself to face Blackbeard. Though your courage is commendable, it is best to avoid the notion of fair play in a brawl. After all, everyone is here to rescue you. Should anything happen to you, they would be no better than jesters. Kanahui's expression hardened as she addressed Blackbeard, seeking to pledge allegiance to the Navy. One and all, none shall pass. With her words, Orochimaru and others emerged behind Kanahui. Let us escort Blackbeard's crew. Kanahui issued the command. Just as intended, let me test my blood demon art on them. Orochimaru smirked, leading the others toward Blackbeard's crew. You three are all devil fruit users, perfectly countered by my abilities. Prepare to meet your doom. A sinister smile spread across Blackbeard's face as he conjured sticky black energy. The signature move of the Yami Yami no Mi, Dark Water, Mirror Flame, Ace shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames directed towards Blackbeard. However, the inferno was quickly absorbed by Blackbeard's viscous black energy. This is the peculiar nature of the Yami Yami no Mi. Its black energy can nullify all offensive devil fruit abilities, absorbing their attacks. Yet, as a cost, the user cannot elementalize themselves, meaning they must withstand incoming attacks. Suffering damage even without Haki. Gum Gum Jet Pistol. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy extended his arms backward, stretching like rubber, and with the force of the rebound, struck fiercely at Blackbeard. Bang! The formidable force of the blow caused Heihuzi to grimace in pain. He possessed two unique physical traits that set him apart from others. Firstly, he had no need for sleep, seemingly impervious to fatigue, allowing him to live significantly longer than his peers. Secondly, he experienced pain at double the intensity of an ordinary person. This particular aspect was especially lethal for Heihuzi. You little brat. That punch really hurt. His face contorted with rage as he aimed his right hand at the airborne Luffy, intending to draw him closer with his dark water. Sna Latin Shna. However, before he could unleash his devil fruit ability, a powerful shockwave sent him flying far away. His massive body rolled several times on the ground before he managed to come to a stop. What has happened? Heihuzi stared blankly ahead, only to see Xiang Naihu aiming at him with one hand, her voice cold as she exclaimed, "Wan Xiang Qianin." Before Heihuzi could react, he was propelled backward in astonishing speed, while Xiang Naihu's Kiku Ikemanji was poised to strike. With a swift motion, the blade of Kiku Ikemanji pierced deeply into Heihuzi's body. He winced in agony, but with his arm cloaked in dark water and infused with the armament Haki, he retaliated fiercely against Xiang Naihu. "Ha ha! This little injury won't do anything to me." His voice was frenzied, and the force behind his punch intensified. Xiang Naihu activated her observation Haki, deftly evading Heihuzi's punch, a smirk of derision gracing her lips. "Oh really? Then how about this? Ipsidonene zeta aka, x si zeta aka, xing zeta aka ene wujan." Gripping Kiku Ikemanji tightly, she executed a powerful slash, causing Heihuzi to feel the blade churning within his organs. The doubled agony nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet the nightmare was far from over. With a thunderous roar, a fiery explosion erupted from Kiku Ikemanji, tearing Heihuzi apart and sending him hurtling backward. Pooh! Heihuzi's eyes rolled back as blood gushed from his mouth. All he could see was a sea of crimson. Beyond the excruciating pain, he lost all other sensations. The torment rendered him incapable of controlling his body or activating his devil fruit powers. Great Flame Ring. Third gear, rubber giant pistol. A colossal fireball enveloped Luffy's fist, crashing forcefully into Heihuzi. Bang! Without the dark water to absorb their attacks, Heihuzi took the full brunt of the blow. His bones shattered, and the flames surged through the wound caused by Xiang Naihu, mercilessly incinerating his internal organs. Ugh! Hi! Heihuzi screamed with the last of his strength as he slammed heavily onto the ground. Gasping for breath, he suddenly found himself confronted by a familiar sight. He saw the younger Whitebeard, with his golden hair and a gentle smile, reaching out to him. "How about being my son?" Heihuzi paused for a moment. Then a fervent smile returned to his face as he grasped Whitebeard's hand. "Old man, this is the you I wish to follow." In his dying moments, a satisfied smile spread across Heihuzi's lips as he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 127. I will win back, observing the content expression on Heihuzi's face in death. Xiang Naihu sighed silently within. He had been burdened by his own obsessions, forever striving to make Whitebeard embody the ideal he had envisioned. Life is a journey of ascents and descents. One may stand atop the world, marveling at its splendor, only to inevitably plummet into the abyss. Even if one clings desperately to protruding rocks, blood streaming and bones visible, one cannot halt the slow decline. How could there possibly be anyone in this world who is immortal? She swayed slightly, fatigue evident on her face as she gazed toward the distant battlefield. It is coming to an end. Bang! The clash of Ishin's Tien Sua Zhan Yue met Carp's fist once more. The sheer force of their collision generated violet sparks in the air. Well, now that the two grandsons are gone, you're done pretending, right? A resigned smile appeared on Ishin's face. Humph, I am quite greedy. I wish to be a good grandfather and an excellent Navy officer. I'll let those two go, but I intend to keep you here. Carp's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he launched another punch at Ishin. Boom! The immense force struck Ishin, piercing through his body and sending his innards flying. Yet, to Carp's astonishment, Ishin's body swiftly healed, returning to its original state. Ha! Ishin's Tien Sua Zhan Yue crackled with black electricity as it struck Carp. Tiekwai, mastered to perfection. The iron could be concentrated at will in any part of his body. Carp covered the injured area with iron, and with a resounding clang, Ishin's Tien Sua Zhan Yue was knocked aside. Karp then sent Ishin flying with a punch. Boom! Ishin carved a path of over 100 meters along the ground before coming to a halt, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Clearly, the Demon King's body was not entirely invincible in this world. Infinite regeneration and boundless stamina were beginning to show signs of faltering against such a formidable foe. Kid, you are strong. At least among those I know, none of your age possess strength that surpasses yours. Karp scoffed, but relying on your strength to become a pirate, foolishly dreaming of dominating this world, is a grave error. There are plenty of beings in this new world capable of killing you. Do not be too arrogant. I am well aware. Ishin slowly rose to his feet. But everyone has their own world and ideals. You may obstruct them, but persuading others to relinquish their dreams is the most laughable act. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Karp. Just as you believe in the Navy's justice, which is merely a spectacle for the celestial dragons and the world government, you continue to pursue what you deem right. Everyone in this world is the same. What right do you have to question their beliefs? You claim there are beings who can kill me. I do not deny it. At my current level, any one of the 4 emperors could easily surpass me. But it matters not. I can accept defeat. As long as I live, whether it be the 4 emperors or all the powerful beings in this world, I believe that one day I shall defeat them all. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of spiritual and chakra energy erupted from Ishin, merging into a force far greater than before. Host, you have fully awakened the current technique. Your Tian Sua Zhan Yue has evolved into the 2nd generation Tian Sua Zhan Yue. You have awakened a new skill, Moon Crescent Cross Charge. The Death Gate opened. Ishin activated the Death Gate once more, blood-red steam enveloping him as immense power instantly shrouded the entire naval headquarters. However, this time, the crimson steam completely coalesced upon Iyuan's Tian Sua Zhan Yue. The originally black blade transformed into a deep scarlet hue under the influence of the blood-colored steam. Even Baihuzi and Zhanghua were compelled to cease their battle, directing their gazes toward Iyuan's position. What manner of creature is this? Cold sweat instantly streamed down Zhanghua's face. He had a foreboding that Iyuan's strike was something that Karp alone could not withstand. Consequently, Zhanghua temporarily abandoned his confrontation with Baihuzi and stood beside Karp. They exchanged a solemn glance, each reflecting the weight of the moment in their eyes. Instantly, they heightened their armed Haki to its utmost limit, enveloped in a tangible black energy. Guigasi Sichon, Iyuan unleashed 2 swift strikes, releasing blood-golden cross-shaped sword energy that thundered forth. Where the sword energy passed, not only did the Marine headquarters tremble, but even the sea beneath was cleaved in 2, and the clouds above were parted, revealing faint rifts in the sky. With a roar, Karp and Zhanghua dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, striking out with their fists against the oncoming sword energy. 3 unparalleled energies collided in a deafening explosion. Boom! The eruption of flames instantly engulfed a radius of several kilometers. Within a kilometer of the explosion's epicenter, buildings succumbed to the devastating force, collapsing under the tremendous shockwave. Had the populace not been evacuated beforehand, the casualties would have been unfathomable. Indeed, from outer space, one could clearly observe a fiery glow erupting from the earth, gradually dissipating. Earth, another day of devastation. Baihuzi's feet etched long grooves into the ground as he was forced backward. Nearby, Huang Yuan and Qing Ji, along with Bai and Zhuma Lu, were blown away, desperately clinging to the ground to avoid being swept into the sea. A whirlwind formed around them, lifting thousands of Marines into the air. Given their physical prowess, it was unlikely they would escape unscathed. How could this happen? Not far away, gripping the mast of a warship, Kabi and Shilu Maibua endured the piercing winds. Gazing toward the distant battlefield, they were fortunate. In the moment they were swept away, they fortuitously landed on a warship's mast, holding on tightly to avoid plunging into the ocean. Yet, witnessing the earth-shattering spectacle in the distance left Kabi bewildered. What is the purpose of this war? To assert the authority of the Marines? To save one's family? But in the face of countless lives, is that truly so significant? Each individual emitted beast-like roars, perhaps. In that moment, the distinction between human and demon was rendered moot. But what, ultimately, is the significance of this? Burdened with such doubts, Kabi surveyed the other battlefields. The faces of the pirates revealed a bloodthirsty delight as they wielded their weapons, slaughtering the Marines who had lost all will to fight. As targets of Marine bounties, they had long been on the run, consistently beaten back by the Marines. Perhaps they truly viewed Ace as family. and their initial intent in coming here was to rescue him. Yet, in the moment of their bloodlust, especially after Ace had been rescued, their motivations had shifted. Now, they simply wished to unleash the pent-up frustration and fury accumulated from years of persecution, determined to annihilate every Marine in sight. Haha, kill! Even Bista and others momentarily succumbed to the frenzy of slaughter, ruthlessly cutting down the surrounding Marines. But this is war, particularly one initiated by the Marines against a trapped enemy. These Marines may not be the instigators of the conflict, but they have reaped the benefits of being Marines and must pay the price in this battle. On the other side of the battlefield, Orochimaru and his allies had thoroughly eliminated Blackbeard's subordinates. Who could have anticipated that Blackbeard's demise signified the fall of one of the future four emperors? At this moment, the Marines were isolated and defenseless. Jun Malu's bone spike was pressed against Huang Yuan's neck. With a mere flick of his will, he could take Huang Yuan's life at any moment. Meanwhile, Qing Ji was already battered and bruised. Bai, adorned in his snowy white attire, possessed absolute defense. While Qing Ji had endured multiple fierce battles and was now at the end of his strength, trapped within Bai's enchanted ice, forced to suffer blows passively. Witnessing this scene, Kabi did not hesitate and charged forward. Hey! Upon seeing his friend, who had joined the Marines alongside him, rush forth, Shalom Maibua's face displayed a look of shock. He wished to intervene, but found it too late. In the main battlefield, the towering flames finally began to subside. As the smoke cleared, the forms of three individuals gradually emerged. Iyuan's face was pallid, with injuries slowly mending. Within him, Muzan had transformed into the literary star, bombarding Iyuan with a tirade of complaints. Lu Sheng Iyuan, I'm just a cute little darling. I love you, blah blah blah. After a barrage of high-caliber output, Muzan's tone turned exceedingly humble. Brother, I beg you, if this continues, my cells won't hold out. Though having become the Demon King, Iyuan could maintain his physical condition through the consumption of regular food. It could never compare to the efficacy of blood and flesh. However, after enduring intense battles, the scant nutrition he had taken in was now entirely exhausted, and he was relying solely on his internal reserves. Unless something unexpected occurred, sustaining a few more heavy injuries would render Iyuan's regenerative powers ineffective. Enough of the chatter. Iyuan suppressed Muzan with his mental fortitude and slowly rose to his feet. Not far away, Zhang Guo stood tall, the strike from Iyuan having forced him to relinquish his Buddha form. His body was riddled with wounds, and he bore a deep cross-shaped scar that exposed bone. His eyes were tightly shut, his breath shallow, as if he could lose his life at any moment. Behind him, Carp, equally battered, stared in disbelief at Zhang Guo, his teeth nearly ground to dust. Had Zhang Guo not used his Buddha form to shield him from that blow, Carp would have been either dead or maimed. Using his Kenbunchika Haki, he distinctly sensed Zhang Guo's life signs diminishing. If he did not receive immediate medical attention, Carp stepped forward, positioning himself before Zhang Guo, facing Iyuan from distance. Iyuan, too, staggered to his feet, unable to maintain the death door in full manifestation. Reverting to his original state, even the black battle attire had vanished, replaced by his traditional kimono. The Tian Suajanyu in his grasp had transformed into a series of black light points, dissipating from his hand. Carp, will you fight again? Breathing heavily, Exin declared, if this battle continues, I shall accompany you until the last of the Navy here is utterly vanquished. Perhaps in your eyes, we are merely the lapdogs of the Tenryubito, but I am the Navy hero, Carp. I may fall, but I will never bow down. Carp's fists were enveloped in Haki, even as his vision began to blur and his body felt as though it were laden with lead. And even though his insides felt like they were filled with countless blades that caused him sharp agony with every movement, his towering figure remained steadfast. If you bow to us, then you cease to be Carp. A smile crept upon Exin's lips, and the fiery spirit of battle ignited once more in his eyes. Kulme, his fists, too, were shrouded in Haki as he charged towards Carp. With cries of determination, the two combatants fought like madmen, exchanging blows upon one another. Exin unleashed a powerful punch, and Carp, dazed from his injuries, could not evade it in time. Exin's fist struck Carp squarely in the face. The sound of impact was thunderous as Carp staggered back several steps, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Exin attempted to follow up with another strike, but was caught by Carp's counter. You little brat, do not become too complacent. I am Carp, the hero of the Navy. Carp retaliated with a fierce punch that landed solidly on Exin's nose. Back in my day, when I battled alongside Roger, you were still playing in the mud. You have your pirate dreams, while I have my unwavering commitment to the Navy. Carp roared, landing a solid hit, seizing EXIN's arm and executing a throw that slammed him into the ground. Let us fight for our respective ideals until the very last moment. EXIN lifted his legs and wrapped them around Carp's neck, delivering another punch to his head. With eyes blazing, Carp stood up abruptly, causing EXIN to lose his balance, and he was forcefully slammed to the ground. Taking advantage of EXIN's vulnerable state, Carp delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Ha ha ha, is this all you have to kill me? Not nearly enough. Bloodied and battered, EXIN laughed maniacally, rising once more to charge at Carp. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed as they continued to attack each other relentlessly. Blood splattered profusely and injuries mounted. Yet both fighters seemed oblivious, akin to feral beasts fighting to the death. Chapter 129. What right do you have? What are you fighting for, Carp? EXIN's fists rained down upon Carp's face in rapid succession, culminating in a devastating blow that caved Carp's features inward. Carp was sent flying, but quickly regained his footing, charging at EXIN once more. I wear the Navy cloak, and all I do is for the sake of a clear conscience, for the justice that lies behind it. Carp seized EXIN's head and delivered a knee strike that sent blood gushing from EXIN's mouth, propelling him into the air. Yet, as soon as he had knocked EXIN away, Carp coughed up blood, bracing himself against the ground, gasping for breath. Old man, in shock at Carp's faltering state, Ace and Luffy rushed toward him, but a large hand obstructed their path. Watch closely this battle and remember how they fought valiantly for their ideals until the last moment. Whitebeard stood as an observer, reflecting on the dying Sengoku and the barely surviving Carp, feeling a profound sense of admiration. Perhaps on the battlefield, they would fight each other to the bitter end, yet in their hearts, they held mutual respect for one another. They were individuals willing to give everything for their dreams. Ace and Luffy could only watch from a distance, powerless to intervene. At that moment, both fighters landed a punch on each other's faces, sending them both flying back. Ha ha ha! EXIN, lying on the ground, suddenly burst into laughter. What a thrill! Carp chuckled in response. Gradually, he sat up and looked at EXIN. Can you still fight? Of course, EXIN replied, struggling to stand. A heavy heartbeat resonated, and EXIN's vision blurred, nearly causing him to collapse. In the midst of relentless combat, his body had finally reached its limit. EXIN. At that moment, Xiangnai, who appeared at his side, supporting him. She hastily tore away part of her kimono, revealing her pristine shoulder. Quick, drink my blood. EXIN lifted his head with great effort, biting down hard on Xiangnai, whose shoulder. She let out a muffled groan, enduring the pain as EXIN drank from her wound. The sweet, metallic liquid flowed into his mouth, down his throat, and he felt his strength returning. His previously waning vigor was restored, and his injuries healed at a visible pace. Seeing EXIN recover successfully, Xiangnai, who sighed in relief, closed her eyes and fainted in his arms. Gently laying her on the ground, EXIN rose once more, preparing to re-engage Carp. Yet, at that moment, a desperate voice pierced the air. Stop! It was KB, arms outstretched, blocking EXIN's path, his face streaked with tears and snot, resembling a river lord. You have already rescued Ace. Admiral Akainu is dead, and the others have been gravely injured. Even if you're filled with rage, isn't it time to let it go? KB shouted at EXIN. A battle that has already been settled should not continue endlessly until one side is completely annihilated. Do you not consider your crew as family? When they die, do you not feel sorrow? Do you not remember the days and nights spent together with them? Looking at KB, EXIN's eyes reflected disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. He recalled vividly how, in the original narrative during the Marineford War, aside from being knocked unconscious by Luffy, he had done nothing else of significance. The Navy had made tremendous sacrifices, almost annihilating the Whitebeard pirates. Yet KB had emerged at that critical moment to impede Akainu's slaughter. Perhaps from the perspective of the Whitebeard pirates, KB might seem brave, destined to become an honorable pirate. Yet regrettably, EXIN would no longer view KB's actions through the naive lens of his former self. While battling Sengoku and the others, I observe your every move with my observation Haki. Yet you, throughout, acted as a coward, coldly watching your comrades perish. EXIN gazed coldly at KB. You should take a good look at your comrades, your superiors, and witness how they fought to the death for their steadfast beliefs. As soon as he finished speaking, EXIN had already appeared before KB. They are merely insulting their sacrifices. With a fierce roar, Isin, enveloped in the aura of Haki, unleashed a powerful punch that struck KB squarely in the face. In an instant, several of KB's teeth were sent flying, his eyes rolling back in agony. Karp clenched his teeth as he watched KB being sent hurtling away, struggling to articulate a response. Yet, Isen's words rendered him speechless. In my eyes, you are nothing but a feeble, morally verbose wastrel. What qualifications do you possess to speak so grandly here? Isen approached KB, placing a foot on his head. The overwhelming humiliation and defeat eclipsed KB's physical pain. He suddenly felt the absurdity of being a mere child, too cowardly to even slay his enemies while uttering such words. With a kick, Isen sent KB flying, his eyes filled with disdain. What you ought to do is aspire to become an admiral of the Navy, fighting us with all your might, whether you kill us or perish at our hands. That is the pride of your position as a Navy officer. Indeed, well said, young pirate. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure stepped in front of Isen, shielding Karp and the others behind him. This individual, with his crimson hair and 3 small scars near his left eye, sported a stubbled beard, wore a half-buttoned white shirt, a black cape, brown crop pants adorned with patterns, flip-flops, and a western sword at his waist. Upon his arrival, even Whitebeard's expression shifted. This man was none other than the newly appointed Yonko and a former crew member of Roger, Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. Mr. Shanks, is it? Isen let out a slight breath of relief. To be honest, he had no desire to kill Karp or Sengoku. He had no reason to demand their deaths. However, both had already resolved to face death, and turning his back on them would be an immense insult. Thus, Isen could only fight to the end. Fortunately, he had managed to stall until the red-haired pirates arrived. The man possessing the Mienzi no Mi brought an instant sense of stability to the situation. Chapter 130. The bounty must be set high. Mr. Shanks, are you here to bring this war to an end? Isen was the first to speak. Shanks did not respond immediately, instead surveying the surroundings. The warlords of the sea, with the exception of Hancock, were all gravely injured. The half-corpse of Akainu, along with the bodies of Blackbeard and Bartholomew Kuma, caught Shanks' attention. Kizaru was being held captive by a white-haired youth, while Akiji was ensnared within layers of white ice crystals. Sengoku's fate remained uncertain, and Karp was severely wounded. In stark contrast, Whitebeard's crew members were all lively, and even Whitebeard himself had only sustained minor injuries, appearing relatively unscathed. How powerful must this youth be to have transformed a situation that should have led to mutual destruction, or even the Navy's unilateral annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates, into the current state of affairs? Aside from shock, Shanks also felt a tinge of awkwardness. In truth, his original intention for coming here was to assist the Whitebeard pirates, hoping the Navy would grant him a favor by sparing the remnants of their crew. However, witnessing the Navy in such dire straits left him momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Shanks, if you are here to persuade us not to annihilate the Navy, then I must suggest you speak to Vice Admiral Karp instead. Isen shrugged. I am here solely to make a name for myself and gain the world's attention. I have already slain Akainu and aided the Whitebeard pirates in rescuing Ace. I have long since achieved victory. As long as Admiral Karp is willing to cease hostilities, I have no objections. With this declaration, Shanks turned his gaze towards Karp. I have come today to bring this war to a close. If anyone wishes to cause further chaos, then the red-haired pirates will be their adversaries. I kindly ask everyone to grant me this favor. Karp fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, finally spoke with great difficulty. I agree to cease hostilities. This war is over. Had Shanks not intervened, Karp would have undoubtedly contemplated how to perish alongside Isen. However, he now believed that continuing this conflict held no further significance. The Navy had already suffered nearly a third of their ranks, with Akainu dead, Kuma deceased, Kizaru and Akiji gravely wounded, and Sengoku on the brink of death. If they were to persist, no one from the Navy headquarters would survive to leave today. Moreover, Ace had returned to Whitebeard's side, marking the failure of their mission from that moment onward. As the remaining authority figure on the battlefield, Karp's only decision was to minimize the sacrifices made by the Navy, allowing more of them to return to their families, loved ones, and friends. Observing the dazed Navy personnel around him, Karp understood that his decision would take them a moment to process. He then spoke once more. I declare, the war is over. Oh, it is over. We have survived. How wonderful it is to be alive. Upon hearing these words, the Navy personnel erupted into tears of joy, embracing one another and shouting incessantly. Before the battle commenced, they may have harbored a sense of justice, believing that even if they lost their lives, they would eradicate the Whitebeard pirates and uphold the Navy's righteousness. Yet, once the battle began, witnessing their comrades fall one after another made them acutely aware of the war's brutality, although they felt guilt for wearing the Navy uniform. At this moment, they could not help but feel grateful and elated to be alive. "Whitebeard, what do you have to say?" Shanks turned to Whitebeard. The latter scanned the surrounding Navy, observing the relief etched on their faces, and his expression softened slightly. As the father of a large family, he could empathize with these Navy personnel. Perhaps the Navy was their mortal enemy, but these soldiers were merely following orders. They too yearned to survive after each battle and reunite with their families. This sentiment was mutual. "My purpose has been fulfilled. Let this be the end." "Thank you." Shanks nodded and, turning to Eason, added, "Please have your crew retreat. That is certainly not an issue, but there is one matter I must ensure Mr. Shanks understands." As soon as Eason finished speaking, his left eye activated the Tsukuyami, enveloping Shanks within its grasp. In the next moment, Shanks found Eason's figure suddenly behind him, and his neck was swiftly cut by a sharp blade. However, being one of the Yonko, Shanks quickly broke free from the illusion and regarded Eason with a newfound gravity. This youth is formidable. At the very least, he did not have the confidence to defeat the individual before him. "I have the ability to kill you, but I have chosen to grant you this courtesy." At that moment, Eason's voice echoed in Shanks' ear. "Then I thank you." A look of helplessness crossed Shanks' face. "Humph, how truly arrogant." Whitebeard scoffed, yet his eyes brimmed with approval. "If I were not young and reckless, what difference would there be between me and you old fellows? It is precisely at my age, with valor and fearlessness, that I can, on the day of my twilight, possess a multitude of cherished memories." The earnest words of Eason instantly evoked a hearty laughter from the old man with the white beard. "Ah, I quite fancy you, young lad. How about sharing a drink aboard my ship?" "Of course," Eason replied with a smile, then turned to Kapu. "Mr. Kapu, I forgot to convey something. Please set my bounty a bit higher. If it falls below 10 digits the next time I arrive, it will merely be a matter of eliminating an admiral." Upon finishing, a crooked smile, reminiscent of a war god, graced Eason's lips. "Did you see that, Sai? This is true concealment." Kapu felt his blood pressure surge. Just when he had managed to deal with one Roger, another troublesome fellow had emerged. Truly a formidable lad. His antics could once again alter the dynamics of the new world. Observing Eason's retreating figure, Xianx also wore a smile. The future may well become even more intriguing. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Eason's ear. "Liushing Eason." Kobe stood up, tears and snot still adorning his face. Yet his gaze had transformed into one of determination as he shouted towards Eason. "Just you wait. I will no longer be a coward. When we meet again, I shall undoubtedly become an admiral of the Navy. Even if it costs me my life, I will capture you." Chapter 131. Remember today's lesson. I am indeed looking forward to it. A smile appeared on Eason's face. "You must live to see that day. Then we shall settle our scores. It's a promise." Kobe clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with a fiery resolve. He had made up his mind to become stronger, without fail. Quickly tend to the injured. Immediately summoned the finest doctors to treat the generals. Watching Eason and his companions depart, Kapu hastily directed the scene, sighing inwardly. The Navy, renowned as the overlord of the seas, had today encountered such a significant setback. It felt as if a barrel's effect had been triggered. In the future, an increasing number of pirate factions would brazenly oppose the Navy, and numerous new forces would rise amidst the chaos. All of these would pose a threat to the Navy. No, perhaps after this great war, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn quietly. This could very well mark the beginning of the Navy's decline. Yet, it mattered not. As long as Kapu remained alive, he would steadfastly defend the Navy until the very last moment. Upon departing from the Navy headquarters, Xianx and his companions took their leave. In his words, he had made a promise to Lu Fei. Once Lu Fei became an exceptional pirate, he would return the hat to him. However, at present, Lu Fei was still far from being an outstanding pirate, so their meeting would have to wait. Upon boarding the ship of the white-bearded man, Eason and his companions had scarcely sailed far when they spotted the submarine of the Heart Pirates. "You guys actually escaped." The astonished expression on Ro's face was evident upon seeing Lu Fei aboard the white-bearded ship. "Is that you, Ro?" Lu Fei beamed, waving at Ro unreservedly. "Uncle Whitebeard is treating us to drinks. You should join us." Though Lu Fei was boisterous, Whitebeard was inherently a hospitable man, allowing Ro and his companion Beibao to stay. "Ah, little ones, drink freely today. Whitebeard raised his enormous wine bowl, a hint of happiness illuminating his face. His life's desire was for his family to live in peace. Now that Ace had been rescued and the Whitebeard pirates had sustained minimal losses, what could be more fulfilling than this? Oh, Biceta and Margao, among others, excitedly raised their wine cups. Uncle, your body can hardly bear the strain. After this battle, it is likely to impose a significant burden on your health. I have a method to reconstruct your bodily structure, allowing you to regain the strength of your youth. At that moment, Isin interjected. Should Whitebeard consume his blood, he would become the true overlord of the seas, impervious even to the likes of Kaido. Even if Whitebeard were unwilling to transform into a demon, he could still alleviate his injuries to some extent by using his full strength. So, what is the purpose of healing my injuries? Whitebeard chuckled. In my lifetime, I have been a Yonko, engaged countless times against Kapu and Wongwa, accumulated immeasurable wealth, and cherished my beloved family. It is precisely because life brings aging, sickness, and death that these experiences become especially precious. If you were to restore me to my youth, would it not devalue my life's journey? You truly speak like an uncle. Isin responded with a smile, raising his wine cup. We shall undoubtedly make our names known in the new world. Uncle, just await the day we replace your Whitebeard pirates. Ah, indeed. Whitebeard viewed the matter with great openness. There exists no eternal dynasty in this world. The rise of one force inevitably signifies the fall of another. The Whitebeard pirates had once stood atop the summit and could certainly accept the moment of their curtain call. Do not speak so definitively. A spirited smile blossomed on Ace's face. With us new generation forces still here, do not think you can dominate this new world. Indeed, that is true. Isin nodded, then turned to Ace, his tone suddenly becoming serious. While it may seem inappropriate to educate you in front of your father, rest assured, Uncle will be forgiving. He will not mention your transgressions. Therefore, I hope you understand that some actions cannot be taken impulsively. When you pursue Blackbeard, you must consider the impact your actions will have on the Whitebeard pirates. At this juncture, Isin could not help but sigh. Loyalty and righteousness were double-edged swords for Ace. This trait rendered him a remarkably charismatic character within the realm of pirates. Yet, it was also this very trait that led to the near annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates in the original narrative. The most outrageous aspect was that, despite the sacrifice of so many, he willingly squandered it all, rendering every sacrifice and effort futile. If he does not rectify this flaw, it will inevitably bring calamity not only to Whitebeard, but also to himself in the future. Following this great war, the Empress and Kaido would surely take action against the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates could not endure any further losses. Ace fell into silence, offering no rebuttal to Isin's words. For youth, the education from adults often does not lead to greater maturity. Only when one truly faces setbacks in society do they comprehend the foolishness of their actions and the grave consequences that follow. Just like Ace now, even if he is still a hot-headed youth, he must realize how perilous it is for Whitebeard to expend all his efforts to save him. Indeed, had Isin and the others not appeared, the consequences would have been dire. Even Whitebeard remained silent, which evidently signified his tacit approval of Isin's admonishment towards Ace. As a father, he has indulged his children, and there are certain words he cannot express. Thus, he can only rely on EXINS words to help AIC understand this principle. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is favorable. Luffy chuckled while patting AIC on the shoulder, stating that regret serves no purpose. It is essential to firmly remember this lesson. IC nodded seriously, gazing intently at Baihu Z, promising to thoughtfully consider the consequences of his actions in the future. Baihu Z laughed heartily, pleased with AIC's understanding. So, what are your next plans, Captain of the Straw Hats? Luo arrived at the Navy headquarters with the intention of requesting a favor from Luffy, hoping that he might assist him in the future. I will also visit New Erdao to teach you how to harness Haki alongside Rayleigh. At that moment, however, EXIN interjected, suggesting that both Luo and Luffy, as supernovas of the New World, might have numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future. Luo frowned slightly. Although he indeed had thoughts of potential collaboration with Luffy, he felt somewhat displeased that EXIN had expressed it so bluntly. Is that true? I must master Haki, Luffy exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. Previously, when contending with his uncle, Kizu, he was unable to even touch a strand of his uncle's clothing without Haki. Had it not been for Kizuru's formidable techniques and his own infamous threats, he might have already met his demise. Therefore, mastering Haki is of utmost importance. I see, Luffy. I have another piece of news for you. EXIN's tone suddenly turned serious. If there is something to share, please do not hesitate, they responded, their expressions becoming grave. What I am about to reveal should not instill fear in you. Rest assured, we are pirates and fear no one, AIC declared. Thumping his chest, Sabo is alive. Who is Sabo? As Luffy was about to mimic the two police officers, AIC delivered a heavy punch to his head. Can we not joke around at such a time? AIC exclaimed excitedly, gripping EXIN's arm, his composure slipping away. What did you say? Sabo is alive? Is he the one with golden hair, a penchant for hats, and a chipped tooth? Yes, he is currently with the Revolutionary Army and has been rescued by the leader. Dragon, Yikin affirmet. AIC released EXIN's arm, leaning against the ship's wall, a smile breaking across his face as tears streamed down uncontrollably. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. I knew that guy wouldn't go down so easily. AIC wiped his tears, laughing and choking up simultaneously. Sabo is alive. Luffy, overwhelmed with joy, nearly leaped into the sea, only to be restrained by Jinbei, who wore a bemused expression. I suppose I cannot remain on the same ship as this fellow in the future. For reasons unknown, a foreboding sensation gripped Jinbei's heart. The Revolutionary Army and Dragon. Huh? Baihuzi mused as he sipped his drink, recalling that the individual was likely the son of Garp, unable to suppress a chuckle at his misfortune. Garp is truly unfortunate. Both of his grandsons aspire to be pirates, while his son leads the Revolutionary Army. One must care for the empty nester, lest waiting turns into regret. Thus, the celebration came to a close. AIC bid farewell to EXIN once more, pledging that they would both grow stronger. Perhaps they would become rivals in the future. AIC donned his hat, a familiar, mischievous grin on his face. Regardless of the circumstances, the bond of brotherhood remains unaffected by a shift in allegiance. Luffy extended his fist towards AIC, who met it with a smile. Beneath the setting sun, the brothers embarked once again on their individual journeys. EXIN, accompanied by Xiang Nai Hu and others, boarded Luo's submarine, sailing alongside Luffy towards New Erqua, where Luffy would confront new challenges. As the War of the Best concluded, the Navy faced immense pressure. Sengoku was still in recovery, while the Celestial Dragons began to exert pressure, demanding Sengoku's removal and a new admiral's appointment. This inadvertently paved the way for Aokiji. With Akainu deceased and Kizaru seeking retirement, Fujitora and Green Bull yet to arrive, Aokiji naturally ascended to the position of admiral. With high aspirations, he resolved to transform the Navy's structure, striving for a day when they would no longer serve as mere pawns of the Celestial Dragons. In contrast, Garp bore little responsibility for the war's outcome. Observing from a distance, Xiang Nai Hu and EXIN appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Attempting to reclaim AIC from their grasp seemed akin to an impossible dream. Hence, the blame for the war could not fall upon a vice admiral. Nonetheless, to avoid suspicion, Garp adhered to the original storyline, becoming a Navy instructor to nurture new talent. With Aokiji as admiral, the positions of the three admirals were suddenly vacated, compelling Fujitora and Green Bull to step up. The first decree from Aokiji as admiral was to publicly disclose the entire process of the battle to the world, sincerely summarizing its flaws, including insufficient intelligence on EXIN and others, a lack of resolve in eradicating pirates, and inadequate bravery in combat. He assured that they would remember this lesson and strive to capture more pirates, redeeming the disgrace brought by this battle. Aokiji understood that the War of the Best had been broadcast live, with the audience witnessing EXIN slaying Akainu and the Whitebeard pirates severely wounding the Navy. Altering the narrative would only invite further resentment. Thus, it was better to be forthright and mend the situation. Simultaneously, this approach would more effectively restore the Navy's morale. Unexpectedly, Aokiji's decision garnered Fujitora's favor, providing him with a capable ally in the future. In the days that followed, Aokiji personally donned his battle gear, commanding the Navy to quell pirate uprisings and restore its reputation to the heights it had once enjoyed before the War of the Best. 20 billion berries. Not bad at all. Inside the submarine, Bai observed the recently published newspaper utilizing Luo's first mate, Beibao, as a translator. Coming from the world of Naruto, he knew little beyond the language of the Empire, relying on others for translations. I have 25 billion berries. It seems my collaboration with AIC and Luffy to defeat Blackbeard and vanquish Mihawk has garnered the Navy's significant attention. Hearing Bei Bao's report, Xiang Nai, who felt immense satisfaction with her bounty. To her surprise, she also had a bounty of 1 billion berries. It appeared that the large bear was quite valuable. Orochimaru's face reflected excitement as he gazed at Bei Bao, who resembled a polar bear, growing increasingly tempted. A talking polar bear is quite extraordinary. If possible, I would like to dissect it for research. Oh, do not study my first mate. If you are interested, you may join our pirate crew. I believe we could share many common interests. At that moment, Luo spoke up. During this period, he had been conversing with Dashiman regarding core technologies, showing great interest in Dashiman's research outcomes. At this moment, he seized the opportunity to extend a gesture of goodwill towards Dashiman. Nevertheless, he cast a questioning glance at Isin, for Dashiman was indeed Isin's associate, and whether he could be utilized depended on Isin's opinion. Upon hearing Luo's words, Isin directly addressed Dashiman. If you are willing to go, then you may proceed. An expression of excitement immediately illuminated Dashiman's face as he extended his long, slender tongue. How splendid! In that world, Isin maintained stringent control over Dashiman's experiments. Aside from the corpses of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Obito, he had scarcely any contact with living individuals, thus hindering his ability to conduct live experiments. However, in the world of pirates, the demise of a few ordinary pirates or marines was utterly inconsequential. For Isin, leaving Dashiman and his subordinates in this place would bring him peace of mind, allowing him to focus on his research. Perhaps it could even alter the landscape of the pirate world, which could be seen as a favor to Luo. Let us express our gratitude to the Yagyu clan. A smile graced Luo's face. If there comes a time when you find use for my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Rest assured, our collaboration shall not be distant. Just then, Isin's words were interrupted by Kanahu's exclamation. Is this for real? Isin, your bounty. Kanahu glanced at Isin with a peculiar expression, as if she were struggling to find the right words. No joke. I am the one who killed Akainu after all. How courageous. Isin leaned in closer. Let me see, is my bounty 3 times that a card too? However, Isin's smile froze upon seeing his own photograph on the bounty poster, with a mere 501 berries inscribed below. Sengoku, I demand a rematch. Isin was utterly flabbergasted, ready to storm out of the submarine to confront Sengoku. Stop him. Luo, taken aback, hurriedly instructed Luffy to restrain him. No joke, there are several devil fruit users on the submarine. I truly cannot afford to let them go. Suddenly, Luo's peripheral vision caught sight of Bei Bao, who was curled up on the ground, drawing circles. Why does he have 1 more berry than me? Bei Bao lamented. Assigning Isin a bounty of 501 berries is not only infuriating for Isin, but also for himself. As the vice captain of the Heart Pirates, he had been treated as a pet by the Navy due to his non-combatant status, his bounty remaining stagnant at 500 berries. Goodness, they even managed to make him emo. Amidst laughter and merriment, the group arrived at the island of the daughters. Hancock had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Luffy return unscathed, she first sighed in relief, and then approached Luffy with a flattering demeanor. Luffy, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. Hancock activated her romantic mindset, clasping her hands together against her left cheek. Upon noticing Luo and the others, her expression shifted dramatically, her posture becoming haughty as she pointed at Luo. Who permitted you to set foot on this island? Your Majesty, no matter the circumstances. I must claim a share of the credit for ensuring that Luffy and his brother left Marine headquarters unharmed. At that moment, Isin emerged from the submarine, a smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Isin, Hancock fell into a brief silence before huffing. Humph. On your account, I shall allow them to come aboard. On one hand, Isin was indeed correct. Without him, the Whitebeard pirates would have suffered immensely, and whether Ace and Luffy could return safely remained uncertain. On the other hand, Isin's displayed strength during the Marineford War was evident to all. He had single-handedly defeated Akainu, severely injured Sengoku, and held his own against Garp. In the entire New World, no Yonko would dare claim they could overcome him. There was no need for her to offend Isin, thus creating a formidable enemy for her Kuja pirates and her nation. Although the Island of Women had a long-standing rule against allowing men to set foot on it, Luffy had already shattered this rule. More importantly, such regulations only served to restrain those weaker than their creators. The strong would always be afforded certain privileges. Once on the island, Luffy eagerly inquired of Isin next. Will you be guiding me in mastering Haki? Indeed, Isin nodded. Mr. Rayleigh should be mentoring you. As for me, I have a task to attend to. What task? You must remain here for 2 years, allowing yourself the time to reflect. Isin's tone was solemn. Surely you have witnessed the monstrous beings present during this conflict. It is imperative that you take this time to strengthen yourself. I understand. A hint of disappointment shadowed Luffy's expression. After all, he had participated in the Marineford War to rescue Ace. Though Ace had been saved, Luffy felt almost invisible during the conflict. He loathed his own impotence. Thus, he must grow stronger, as must his comrades. Only then could their Straw Hat Pirates venture further. That is good. After concluding his statement, Isin turned to Kanaho. Let us proceed to seek out Luffy's comrades. All right, Kano nodded, following closely behind Isin. At that moment, Luffy's voice suddenly rang out from behind Isin. Isin, I have a question for you. Isin turned to face Luffy. Why do you choose to assist me? Are you not afraid that one day I may become your rival? Even defeat you? Luffy voiced the confusion that troubled his heart. A confident smile emerged on Isin's face. I, Yagyu Isin, aspire to make my name in the new world. I fear no opposing force, nor am I intimidated by youth yet to mature. With that, Isin turned and departed from Luffy's sight. How arrogant! Hancock gritted her teeth. Her expression sour, yet he spoke the truth. A smile appeared on Luffy's face. If we let fear of this and that consume us, we might as well abandon the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Luffy, you are absolutely right. Hancock, displaying her double standards, immediately transformed into a love-struck visage, eagerly agreeing with him. After escorting Isin and the others to Karaikana Island, Luo took his leave. For the Heart Pirates had their own matters to attend to and could not remain with Isin indefinitely. Upon arriving on the island, Isin's kin Bunchiko Haki detected a notably weak presence. It appears you have inflicted significant harm. A helpless smile graced Isin's face. The injury inflicted upon Hawkeye by Kanaho would undoubtedly have a considerable impact on the ensuing events. At the very least, Hawkeye would be unable to instruct Zoro in swordsmanship for the foreseeable future. On the face of Xiong Naihu, a trace of helplessness appeared as he smiled. He insisted on challenging me to a duel in swordsmanship, and, out of courtesy, I had no choice but to injure him. EXIN remarked, Young lady, engaging in idle chatter like this can lead to trouble, you know? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, EXIN, accompanied by Xiong Naihu and the others, followed the path guided by Kin Bunchika Haki to find Eagle Eye and his companions. At this moment, Eagle Eye was still clad in his long coat, yet was wrapped tightly with bandages, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. Nearby, a girl dressed in Gothic attire, wielding a wine-red umbrella and sporting twin ponytails, wore a mocking expression as she tended to Eagle Eye's wounds. Is this not the renowned Eagle Eye of the New World? After a few days apart, how has he become so disheveled? This individual was none other than Moonlight Moria's former subordinate, who had nearly obliterated the Straw Hat Pirates with his ghost fruit, only to be thwarted by Usopp's clever tactics against Perona. Eagle Eye showed little interest in replying to Perona, choosing instead to indulge in his drink while observing Zoro, who was bound like a mummy before him. You must have seen the reports regarding the Marineford War, correct? He inquired. Indeed, I have, Zoro replied, his eyes filled with astonishment. I never would have imagined such a creature would appear at the Marine headquarters, and even you were defeated one-on-one. Are you reveling in my misfortune? Eagle Eye scoffed. In this world, no one remains invincible forever. Even if you reach the pinnacle, there is always someone stronger waiting to usurp you. I feel it as a pity. You ought to have been defeated at my hands. Zoro's eyes blazed with fierce determination. However, this may be a blessing. After I conquer you, I will have even greater goals ahead. At present, aside from your words, there is nothing remarkable about you. Although Eagle Eye's words were biting, his eyes sparkled with approval. This young man reminded him of his own youth. Do you wish to see us? Then we have arrived. At that moment, EXIN's voice rang out. He and Xiong Nai, who stepped before the group. Upon seeing their arrival, Eagle Eye felt a hint of surprise, but soon addressed Zoro. This is the female swordsman who defeated me. If you wish to grow stronger, consider seeking her guidance in swordsmanship. A look of astonishment crossed Xiong Naihu's face. She had hoped to remain by EXIN's side, and if she stayed to teach Zoro, stay here. Eagle Eye has just been bested by you, and his pride would never allow him to become Zoro's swordsmanship instructor after such a defeat. Just then, the system's voice echoed in EXIN's mind. He was about to depart this realm and venture into the next, Zhan Qihong Jitong. As the combat prowess of this realm had diminished significantly, EXIN felt confident that even without Xiong Naihu, he could easily navigate the plot of this world. Conversely, if Zoro did not have anyone to teach him swordsmanship, the ramifications for the Straw Hat Pirates in the future were uncertain. Very well, be cautious. After all, if anything happens, I will not be there to support you. EXIN advised. Hearing this, Xiang Nai, who felt she had no choice but to stay for the time being. TCH, you're the swordsman who defeated Eagle Eye? What a joke. You look younger than I am. At that moment, Perona's voice piped up, her expression one of skepticism as she scrutinized Xiang Nai, who then activated her devil fruit ability. Ghost fruit, negative ghost. As the words left her lips, wisps of ghostly energy floated from her hand, penetrating Xiang Nai, whose body. After a brief moment of shock, Xiang Nai, who collapsed to the ground, 3 black lines marring her face, and the atmosphere turned overwhelmingly negative. EXIN no longer wants me. He wishes to abandon me and fly solo. He no longer loves me. Xiang Nai, who muttered incessantly. EXIN interjected. What are you talking about? Delusions of persecution. Perona retorted, could you refrain from using your love knife against me? Her heart was deeply wounded. At that moment, her only thought was, I am unhappy, and you shall not find joy either. Subsequently, she engulfed Xiang Nai, who in her ghostly energy. EXIN has feelings for Xiang Nai, who, while I, being so ordinary, could never attract his attention. Xiang Nai, who lamented, lying on the ground and continuing her muttering. Perona joined in. What is this? After a lengthy internal monologue filled with high levels of self-pity, Perona also lay down, questioning why so many people were fond of him. Hey, I'm about to embark on a new adventure. Would you like to join me? EXIN extended his hand to Perona. The allure of her abilities was far more important than any physical attraction, aside from Usopp, who was even more despondent than her. He believed no one could counteract her powers. What? You want me to join you? Perona found herself momentarily conflicted. However, at that moment, Xiang Nai, who suddenly detected something, springing to her feet and glaring at EXIN with eyes shining red. Ahem, I merely require her abilities. Do not misunderstand. EXIN felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his face. You better mean it, Xiang Nai, who smiled sweetly as she patted EXIN's shoulder. Dare to betray me, and I shall end you. EXIN felt a chill run down his spine. This girl indeed possessed a dual personality, and the dominant one was fiercely possessive. I agree. Yet just then, Perona spoke up. Miss Perona, I hope you harbor no ill intentions towards my EXIN. Xiang Nai, whose tone remained gentle. Yet her right hand was firmly placed on the hilt of her sword. Yagyu Jubii. Perona scoffed derisively. Is that so? I advise you not to court disaster. Eagle Eye sighed. What? Do you believe I cannot defeat her? As Perona spoke, she began to unleash her ghosts. Yet in the next instant, a sword imbued with Busashoka Haki was pressed against her neck. I have issued my warning. Do not test my patience, Xiang Nai, whose voice resonated behind Perona. Perona's cold sweat began to flow. What had Xiang Nai, who positioned herself behind her? In Chapter 135, Zhan Qihong Ji Tong, Xiang Nai, who dismissed Perona's antics. With your little tricks, were I not inclined to fall for them, you would never land a hit. She disdainfully sheathed her sword. In the distance, EXIN felt utterly exhausted. He could already sense that Xiang Nai, who would likely create discord among the female members of his team in the future. Very well. It is time to promptly inform the members of Straw Hat Pirates. Yikin Sikit Kuyuthi, devoid of law's submarine. He and his companions could only seek out a carrier pigeon, conveying Luffy's situation through written correspondence. Visalia Sky Island. Oh, Luffy wants us to train separately for 2 years. Upon reading the letter, Nami's face reflected determination. As the helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, I must admit that my current abilities are insufficient. Luffy and everyone else, when we meet again, I will undoubtedly become stronger. Labor Island. The letter addressed to Luobin bears a somewhat unique significance. It consists of 2 letters. One is meant for Luobin to reassure her to diligently cultivate herself over the next 2 years. The other is a request for Luobin to pass it along, who will then forward it to Sabo. The content of the second letter is rather simple. A photograph of the 3 of us enjoying drinks together. In the original story, Sabo recalled Ace upon seeing the news of his death in the newspaper, which stirred his emotions. If his memories were not awakened, it was uncertain whether it would be for better or worse. After careful consideration, I decided to allow Sabo to recover this memory. Luobin promptly delivered the letter intended for Sabo to Long. Soon, news arrived that Sabo had fainted from excitement. Makabaka, the kingdom of Kamabaka. Spare me. Having been relentlessly pursued by the transvestites, Sanji had just escaped when he received the letter. What? 2 years? Are you truly trying to kill me? Luffy. Sanji glanced despairingly at the pursuers behind him, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Did I somehow break the heavens in my past life? Boinley Island. Oh, Is Luffy asking us to reunite in 2 years? After running a short distance and gasping for breath, Usopp's chubby face was filled with indomitable spirit. Rest assured, I will be even more negative than before. Notifications continued to be relayed one after another. What? Why was the latter part omitted? Don't ask. The author is simply too lazy to write it, yet seeks a commendable excuse for the lack of content. Not convinced? Then go report it. With all messages relayed, Yueying Isin set off with Perona and by towards the next realm. Congratulations, host, for temporarily completing the Marineford War arc. Yueying Isin has acquired the Reincarnation Sharingan, 80 Divine Airstrike, 9 Sword Style Azura, Sword-wielding Dead Play, Fox Fireflow Flame Rending Slash, and Fire Willow Flash. Bai has obtained the Bankai, White Mist Punishment. Perona has acquired the lesser name, Bai Gu Na. The next realm to venture into is Akame Ga Kill. Due to the generally low combat power in this realm, everyone's strength is suppressed by 90%. Yueying Isin's Demon King form is temporarily sealed, reverting to human form. The time in this realm is 6 months. After the realm's storyline concludes, Kurahara Kanao will automatically return to the host side. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Isin's expression was one of incredulity. This was a peculiar mix of enhancement and reduction. However, it was still somewhat reasonable. If the strength to defeat Akainu and Sengoku were to be displayed, arriving in Akame Ga Kill would amount to a dimensional crushing. Nonetheless, with the abilities I possess, there should be no one in Akame Ga Kill who could rival me. Thus, this task should prove exceedingly easy. Moreover, upon completion of this realm storyline, Kanao would return directly, alleviating the need to wait for the next opportunity to enter the pirate world to find her. Before long, a beam of white light appeared before Isin. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a deserted street, illuminated only by a few houses, indicating that the city was inhabited. This is the imperial capital? Isin quickly realized that this place must be the capital of the empire. Without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan. Given his significantly diminished strength, it was no longer realistic to quickly ascertain the situation through Kenbunchika Haki. Before long, Isin noticed flashes of gunfire erupting 2 kilometers outside the city in the suburbs. A girl with pink twin tails, dressed in a light pink dress, was wildly shooting with an extraordinarily styled gun. This person must be Main, a member of the Night Raid in Akame Ga Kill and a love interest of the male protagonist, Tatsumi. The gun she wielded was likely the Imperial tool, the romance cannon, previously used by the Night Raid's boss, Najinda. Opposite Main stood a brown-haired girl in combat attire, skillfully dodging several bullets. Her face marked by a cold demeanor. She was a member of the Imperial Guard, later part of the hunting organization established by the Empire, Seiryu Ubiquitous. An extreme justice fanatic, her interpretation of justice was obsessively distorted. The first casualty of Night Raid, Hill, had met her end at her hands. Tori fallen, Seiryu scoffed, extending her right hand, Puppy. Suddenly, a dog beside her transformed into a massive hound, lunging fiercely at Main. Bang, bang, bang. Main fired her romance cannon in rapid succession, riddling the giant dog with wounds. Yet a horrifying scene soon unfolded. The injuries on the giant hound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Bang! In the next moment, the giant hound seized Main, preparing to crush her in its grasp. Main let out a desperate scream, acutely aware that her bones were being gradually crushed, threatening to shatter at any moment. Just then, in a critical moment, a glimmer of cold light swept past Puppy. Subsequently, Puppy was bisected while clutching Main's arm. Hill, thank you so much, Main exclaimed, filled with gratitude as she looked at the woman who had intervened. The woman possessed cascading purple hair and purple eyes, donned in a dress reminiscent of a chi pao, exuding an aura of a mature woman. She wielded enormous scissors, one of the Imperial tools, capable of severing anything, invulnerable to destruction. Finally arrived, Hill wiped the sweat from her brow, ready to speak to Main. Yet in the next moment, Main's pupils constricted in alarm as she shouted, Hill, quickly, bang. However, before she could finish her sentence, a figure appeared behind Hill, effortlessly catching the incoming tranquilizer dart. At the same time, the enraged Puppy opened its gaping maw, lunging at the assailant. Unfortunately, it was sent flying with a single punch. As a member of Night Raid, casually conversing during battle, you truly have no regard for your lives. Isin wore an expression of helplessness. In the original narrative, Hill met her demise at Seiryu's hands. Such a gentle older sister left no remains, directly becoming sustenance for Puppy. One could only say that the author of Akame Ga Kill understood the blade, even better than crocodile. Chapter 136. The Death of Saryu. Upon witnessing Isin intervene to block the attack, both Main and Hill were momentarily stunned. Who is this person, given that he saved both of them? He must be an enemy of the Empire. But why does Night Raid have no information on such a formidable individual? It was as though he had appeared from thin air. Oh, come on, we just arrived, and you want to start a fight? Can't we avoid this? Pai Lorna, breathless and visibly displeased, arrived at the scene. I furrowed his brows. Since arriving in this world, he had distinctly sensed a significant diminishment of his powers. Consequently, he remained on high alert, wary of any negligence. After all, he was not a man who had perused the script, and in light of his unfamiliarity with the strength hierarchy of this realm, it was prudent to refrain from reckless actions. Rest assured, the combat prowess of this dimension pales in comparison to the world of the shinobi you hail from. Engage without hesitation, Exin proclaimed, a cold smile gracing his face as he summoned an icy blade into his right hand. My dear friend, I am grateful for your timely assistance. We, a few, wish to join the Night Raid to dismantle the Empire's tyranny. This serves as our declaration of intent. Exin stated his purpose outright. Upon witnessing Exin's assertiveness, Sierra was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had intended to extend an olive branch and engage in some persuasion, but now those thoughts were rendered moot. To her astonishment, with such formidable power, they sought to join the Night Raid. Sai Lu's expression contorted into one of exaggerated disbelief, transforming her into a caricature of astonishment. Then you all shall remain here. With that, Xiaobai erupted into a frenzy, charging towards Exin. Negative Ghost. Upon her command, a multitude of specters surged forth from her palm, racing toward Sai Lu. Alas, upon contact, nothing transpired. How could this be? Perona exclaimed, dumbfounded. Except for Usopp. Her negative ghosts had never failed to manifest their effects. Yet Exin comprehended that Sai Lu had been influenced since childhood by her father and mentor, instilling in her the belief that any force opposing the Empire was inherently evil. Such a warped sense of justice had taken deep root in her heart, impervious to external influence. I have heard that your Imperial artifact can regenerate infinitely unless its core is shattered. I shall see if it can withstand this strike, Exin declared, unleashing the power of his Rinnesh Sharingan. Instantly, Xiaobai was engulfed in black flames. A mournful howl escaped Xiaobai as her cells incessantly regenerated, only to be seared away by the black flames. The two forces seemed to engage in a relentless tug of war. Unfortunately, before the eternal flames of Amaterasu, her regeneration merely prolonged her annihilation. What? Amaterasu cannot kill? However, the target of his flames was an Imperial artifact. Today, he would exact retribution for Amaterasu. Exin clutched his head, grappling with a sudden wave of dizziness. The ceiling of 80% of his power and the Demon King's body had drained him significantly, even a single use of Amaterasu taking a toll on his stamina. Oh no, I have been thoroughly depleted. It was evident that these abilities were excessively overpowering. To utilize them, one must carefully gauge their own stamina and deploy them at opportune moments. Nevertheless, the single use of Amaterasu was already sufficient. Xiaobai was rendered immobile, leaving only Sai Lu, who stood at a distance, staring blankly at her. What was happening? The look of astonishment vanished from Sai Lu's face, replaced by shock. That man had ignited her Xiaobai with but a glance? Was it some ocular Imperial artifact akin to a prosthetic eye? Yet in the next moment, Exin appeared before Sai Lu. Do not underestimate others. Justice shall prevail. Witnessing the disdain etched upon Exin's face, Sai Lu's defenses crumbled instantly. Her right arm shattered, morphing into a machine gun aimed directly at Exin. With a rapid succession of gunfire, brilliant flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. However, the continuous barrage of bullets merely pierced the air, failing to graze even a corner of Exin's attire. How is this possible? Sai Lu found herself utterly stunned. The abilities possessed by this unexpected man surpassed her comprehension. With a swift motion, Exin's icy blade sliced across Sai Lu's neck, severing her trachea. Blood gushed forth as she clutched her neck, her pupils constricting in disbelief as the world around her turned crimson. She could not fathom why, despite steadfastly upholding justice, she was so effortlessly defeated. Why did the malevolent faction possess such a formidable adversary? Why? Was her unwavering belief in justice misplaced? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Sai Lu slowly collapsed. Exin remained unguarded, for according to the current narrative, her body had yet to be fully transformed. Thus, her trump card, the Ten Kings Judgment, could not be activated at this juncture. He had no need to worry about her self-detonating. Not far away, Xiaobai struggled with all her might. Having reverted to her diminutive canine form, she desperately crawled towards her master, wishing to perish alongside her. Yet the ice blade, enveloped in armed Haki, mercilessly pierced her body, shattering her core. She was indeed a pitiful creature, born into a warped environment that led to her dogged adherence to her misguided sense of justice. Exin sighed softly. Indeed, this city was rife with tragedies. In such a distorted and bloody realm, even a sane individual would likely be driven to madness. Sienna's face also bore a trace of melancholy. Yet it is precisely for this reason that our existence in the night raid holds significance. We must overthrow the Empire's tyranny, allowing the citizens of this city to live as true human beings. Main, clench your fists and then turn to Exin. What is your name? I am Yuang Exin, and this is Perona. That one is Bai. Exin introduced them in turn, then articulated the rationale he had long contemplated. I have trained for several years, seeking to make a name for myself and achieve something significant, which led me to the imperial capital. However, I never anticipated the extent of its corruption. The seemingly harmless child conceals numerous tortured corpses in the cellar, while ministers obstruct nobles within the palace from stripping the clothes off innocent civilians and pursuing them like beasts. An empire such as this holds no justification for existence. Bai and Perona exchanged looks of disdain towards Exin. Truly, they would not watch the Oscars without him. Chapter 137. Night Raid. Thus, Exin and his companions returned to the Night Raid's base alongside Main and the others, navigating through the undulating mountains and lush forests. Exin finally arrived at a concealed location resembling a palace. At this moment, a young man in his 20s, bare-chested, was vigorously wielding a wooden spear. The air was thick with philosophical energy. His hair, styled with gel, was arranged in concentric circles, extending forward into an unusual quiff. This individual was none other than Brand, the most formidable member of the Night Raid and the leader of the protagonist, Tasmi, who referred to him as Big Brother. Similarly, akin to the character Rengoku in Gue Mieji-Run, he is a figure that evokes a sense of unresolved sorrow. Although I have encountered him in the anime, witnessing the real person compelled me to utter a phrase of disgust. Exin's face displayed an expression of disbelief. My dear brother, did you not find your former long hair appealing? Why have you transformed yourself into something so grotesque? Ah, you have returned. Upon seeing Mai and Xier, Brand's face once again bore a philosophical smile, remarking, You seem unharmed. The mission must have proceeded smoothly, correct? Well, somewhat, Mai replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. After all, in this battle, not only was she grievously injured, but she nearly cost Xier her life. Had Exin and the others not arrived in time to intervene, Xier might have already been laid to rest. Who are these individuals? At this moment, Brand's gaze shifted toward Exin and his companions. Allow me to introduce. This is Lu Sheng Exin, Bai, and Pei Luona. Our salvation in this endeavor is largely thanks to them. Xier recounted to Brand the harrowing encounter with Sai Lu in the outskirts of the imperial capital, where they nearly faced death, only to be rescued by Exin. It seems our night raid is about to welcome a few new members. With that, Brand approached Exin and patted his arm, saying, Not bad. You have quite a sturdy physique. Exin's body trembled violently. Truly, he is renowned as the openly gay gentleman of Zhan Qihong Jitong, and his reputation is well-deserved. Oh no, I have become Awe. Oh, are you blushing? At your age, why are you still so shy? I dare say you hardly qualify as a man. Brand placed his hand on Exin's shoulder, declaring, Burn with passion and contribute to the overthrow of the imperial tyranny. Kai, is this another world for me? Yi Musit. Although I learned about the Night Raid organization through the anime years ago, I found that there is hardly a normal individual among them after experiencing it firsthand. It is indeed somewhat daunting. All right, we must hasten to introduce you to the boss. We can converse further afterward. Xier quickly intervened for Exin and led him and the others away. Soon, they arrived at the conference room. It appeared that news had already reached the members of Night Raid, who had gathered in anticipation of Exin's arrival. The first figure to catch Exin's eye was a youth with a forgiving green-parted hairstyle, obscured by goggles worn as a headband, clad in a green coat. This individual must be Riboku, known as the lone testicle warrior within Night Raid. The origin of this moniker stems from the manga's narrative, where he infiltrated the imperial capital and, during a rendezvous with Tasmi, was captured by the son of an imperial minister, subjected to unspeakable torture, and ultimately had one of his testicles crushed by pliers, leading to his demise when he was cleaved in half during his escape. However, the anime portrayed him with greater favor, depicting his battle with the minister where, after defeating him, he exhausted all his threads and fell from the sky, ultimately pierced by a soldier's spear. His proclivities are akin to Jiraiya's. He has a penchant for observing charming young women, particularly those in the bath. Should he venture into the world of Hokage, he might well consider becoming Jiraiya's assistant, potentially boosting the sales of Intimate Paradise. Beside him stood a stunning beauty with golden long hair and golden eyes, adorned with a pair of adorable cat ears. This was the cat girl Leonai, who had recruited Tasmi into Night Raid, possessing formidable healing abilities and close combat skills, ultimately perishing alongside the minister. However, despite her exquisite appearance, EXIN's gaze lingered for several moments on the large display of sin before him. Meanwhile, Kane, who was training Zoro, suddenly sensed an unusual presence. While she was engaged in a duel with Zoro, a sudden gust of wind enveloped her Kiku Ikamanji. Breath of the Wind, 9th form, Heavenly Wind. In the next instant, a tremendous whirlwind ensnared Zoro, lifting him skyward. "Hey, can you at least give me a heads up before unleashing a big move? This is hardly fair," came Zoro's curse from midair. "EXIN, what are you doing?" Kane stared into the distance, lost in thought. Nearby sat a boy clad in a white coat over a beige sweater, his brown hair short and tousled, his gaze exuding innocence. This, of course, was Tasmi, the male protagonist often regarded as one of the least competent in the anime world, who, it seemed, had never truly stood tall and ultimately met his demise in the penultimate episode. Opposite him sat a charming girl with long black hair and red eyes, adorned in a black sleeveless dress with a high collar. This was the true protagonist of Zhan Qihong Ji Tong. Akame. The Muramesa that EXIN had acquired was her imperial weapon. With mere flesh and blood, should she strike even the slightest wound, it would be instantly infused with cursed poison, leading to inevitable death. In the original narrative, she was also one of the only 2 surviving members, alongside the ailing Najida. She was an extraordinary assassin. Despite losing all her companions and bearing immense sorrow, she resolutely eliminated its death, adding a significant weight to the Revolutionary Army's ultimate victory. After the Revolutionary Army toppled the Empire's tyranny, she alone bore the dark side of the revolutionaries, continuing to slay the wicked in the shadows, bringing peace to the new world as a solitary hero. Finally, seated at the head of the table was a mature woman with silver short hair, clad in a black suit. With a patch over her right eye and a mechanical arm, EXIN instantly recognized her as Najida, the leader of Night Raid. Lu Sheng EXIN, I received reports from Shi Air that you rescued those 2. I'm truly grateful. Taking a deep drag from her cigarette, Najida's tone was sincere. Our Revolutionary Army requires talents like you. So what do you say? Are you interested in joining us to topple the imperial tyranny? Chapter 138. Conflict indeed. That is precisely our purpose for being here. EXIN nodded and shook Najida's hand. However, while you have joined Night Raid, we currently lack imperial weapons for you. We can only find a way to equip you once we obtain them. A hint of regret crossed Najida's face. Yet, EXIN burst into laughter. Fear not. With our strength, the absence of imperial weapons will hardly impede our endeavors. Oh, come now. Do not exaggerate as if you were extraordinarily powerful. If you have the capability, why not venture to the imperial capital and confront his death right now? Mai's expression reflected her dissatisfaction. His death, you say? EXIN's lips curled into a peculiar smile, and he slowly extended his right hand. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, a crystalline ice blade materialized from EXIN's hand. This is... Najida's pupils dilated. The familiar chill was one she had deeply felt years ago. She had once campaigned alongside Isdeth in the southwestern border, witnessing firsthand as Isdeth utilized this ability to freeze a vast river, subsequently leading her troops to obliterate enemy territory and ravage their citizens. How do you possess the imperial weapon known as the Demon S Essence? Najitar, S expression darkened as she questioned, who exactly are you? Are you a spy sent by the imperial capital? Before she could finish her words, Chudong swiftly unsheathed her imperial weapon, Muramesa, and charged toward Isin. Quite an impressive momentum, Isin thought, as a serene smile graced his face. With his right hand enveloped in armed color Haki, he effortlessly caught the blade that Frutong swung at him with a single hand. How can this person's skin be so resilient? Is she a modified human? A look of astonishment crossed her face as she quickly withdrew MarineSix, pivoting to deliver a kick toward Isin's face. With a thud, Isin seemed to anticipate this move, raising his left hand to block her attack. Shouldn't utilize the force of her kick to retreat, but Isin had already appeared before her, reaching for the hilt of MarineSix. Is this a manifestation of the evil spirit's cloaking ability? Suddenly, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Isin's mouth. His advance halted abruptly as he sidestepped, seemingly evading something. Yet, what he grasped was not air, but rather something tangible. How did he see through my invisibility? In the next moment, Bulin's figure emerged before Isin, clad in shimmering silver armor. However, within his helmet, his eyes were filled with shock. As a formidable force, second only to Kavu, he excelled at concealing his presence. Why had he revealed no trace of murderous intent before approaching Isin? Unbeknownst to him, Isin had honed his observation Haki to an extraordinary level, foreseeing Bulin's activation of the evil spirit's power and his subsequent invisible state moments prior, thus allowing him to predict Bulin's attack in advance. Therefore, even if Bulindua became invisible, it held no sway over him. Though my strength has been significantly diminished, it is more than sufficient to deal with you, Isin declared, forcefully casting aside Bulindua's crimson spear. Arms outstretched and body slightly bent, he intoned, gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. As soon as his words fell, a verdant bagua symbol appeared beneath his feet, and his hands, imbued with armed color Haki, ruthlessly struck toward Bua. 2 palms for palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Initially, Bulanda managed to counter Isin's tempestuous onslaught through instinct and reflex, but soon he found himself on the defensive. By the time the 64th palm landed, Bulanda bore several indentations on his body, looking utterly disheveled. Raging wind, white thunder. Isin soared into the air with a sudden burst, executing a 180-degree spin before launching a kick downward, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy towards the on the ground. What ability is this? Is it fighting spirit? Bulanda's face displayed astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed someone transform their internal strength into a tangible energy attack without relying on an imperial weapon. Just then, Leonai appeared before Bua, intercepting the kick and instantly spouting a torrent of blood, which healed almost immediately. Is this the imperial weapon Beast King transformation? Isin narrowed his eyes. This weapon could be likened to a youthful version of the Demon King's body. Once activated, any injury, whether a severed limb or blinded eye, would heal autonomously, alongside a significant enhancement in physical attributes and senses. At that moment, Churtong charged once more. The Muramesa in her hand transformed into a tempest of blade light, seeking to exploit Isin's weaknesses. Lacking any comprehension of armed color Haki and the indestructible nature of the iron block, she remained oblivious to Isin's capability for comprehensive self-defense. In her perspective, no matter how formidable the defense, there must exist a flaw. If she could uncover that flaw, her Muramesa would deliver a fatal blow. However, to T's despair, every strike she attempted against Isin's body met with unyielding resistance, as solid as rock, rendering her efforts futile. Instead, she was sent flying a zhang away, crashing through a wall. Upon witnessing T's defeat, his face contorted with fury as she charged at Isin, engaging him in a fierce close-quarters brawl. Alas, with his observation Haki and reincarnation Sharingan, Isin had already seen T's every move. After deftly evading several of her attacks, he seized her right claw, countering with a powerful blow to her face, swiftly following up with a devastating kick that sent her hurtling away. Can you keep up with my speed? Isin vanished from his previous position. A few strands of silk appeared where he had stood moments ago. In the next instant, Labokur found himself encircled by numerous afterimages of Isin. What incredible speed! Cold sweat cascaded down Labokur's brow as he struggled to swallow, utterly unable to discern which was Isin's true form. Here, just as he spoke, Isin manifested behind Lu, delivering a precise strike that rendered him unconscious. Chapter 139, A New Mission. Can you all calm down now? Isin began to speak upon Sever, lying motionless on the ground. However, the next moment, he noticed Min raising her romantic cannon, aiming it directly at him. Simultaneously, she positioned Wan Wu Lang Don before herself, adopting a posture of readiness. One by one, the others began to rise, reforming a siege that encircled them. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this still the top war, where one is said to be killed if their bounty is not in double digits, just for confronting Lo Sheng Yixin? Why has it changed so drastically in this new realm? Observing Isin conserving energy by relying solely on his physical prowess against Feng and the others, could not help but show a hint of derision. Yet, she also discerned that upon entering this realm, her own strength had inexplicably been sealed to a significant extent while she had acquired new abilities. Could it be that the lower combat power of this dimension had similarly suppressed their own? Calm down. Bai nodded and suddenly formed hand seals, commanding. Water style, mist concealment technique. Now, Bai's strength had been diminished to a level comparable to that of Zabuza, be it the ice fruit's powers or Snow White's sleeves. He could not recklessly utilize them, for they would consume vast amounts of energy, and such powers would result in either death or injury, making their use unnecessary in this context. The magic mirror ice crystal could not be deployed in such a confined space. After much contemplation, he could only resort to this less lethal yet devastatingly effective ninjutsu against these low-tier warriors. Instantly, dense fog enveloped the entire conference room. Panic etched itself across the faces of all present, as the loss of visibility posed a perilous threat that was all too apparent. In that moment, countless shurikens surged from all directions toward Yushi and the others. Clang, clang, clang. Relying on her keen sense of hearing, Qitong managed to parry several of Bai's shurikens alongside Brand. However, the angles of Bai's attacks were exceedingly cunning, compounded by the obscuring mist that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. The onlookers hesitated to swing their weapons with any significant arc, and before long, they found themselves struck by the shurikens. Fortunately, Bai had already mastered Kinbunchika Haki, allowing her to dodge vital areas with each strike. Her intention was straightforward, to demonstrate her prowess and showcase her talents to the night raid. As the fog dissipated, the group reemerged into view, each adorned with multiple shurikens, looking rather disheveled. I understand that my possession of an imperial weapon akin to Esthetha's may lead you to believe I have ties to her. However, I must assert that with my current strength, taking your lives would be a trivial endeavor. Observing Nagetta, half kneeling on the ground, a look of exasperation crossed Ichin's face. So, can we engage in a calm discussion now? After a brief silence, Nagetta grasped the underlying meaning. Indeed, had Ichin truly desired the lives of the Night Raid members, she could have simply killed them without hesitation, avoiding the need to target non-vital areas. The seemingly handsome use assassination techniques appeared more as a display of skill than a lethal intent. I believe you sincerely wish to join the Night Raid. On behalf of the organization, I extend a warm welcome to you. Nagetta struggled to rise, addressing Qitong. Please tend to the wounded, and then arrange a welcoming banquet while briefing them on their tasks. With the misunderstanding resolved, Nagetta hosted a reception for Ichin and her companions, simultaneously assigning them a new mission. Recently, several conscientious officials had fallen victim to assassinations by the Empire's imperial weapon wielders. These individuals represented the Revolutionary Army's future potential, and Nagetta wished to prevent their untimely demise. Thus, she requested Ichin and her group to lay in wait near the dragon boat to intercept the imperial weapon wielders targeting the officials. Nagetta reorganized the teams, pairing Qitong with Bai and Bran with Ichin. Although Ichin and her comrades had indeed demonstrated their sincerity, Nagetta remained cautious. Yet, she recognized the futility of her wariness. After all, Bran and Qitong were the strongest forces available to the Night Raid. As for Perona, she was kept as a hostage at the Night Raid's base. One must acknowledge that Nagetta's position as the leader of the Night Raid stemmed from a considerable intellect. This arrangement was, however, in line with Ichin's intentions. In the original narrative, Bran partnered with Tasmi for this mission. They encountered 3 imperial weapon wielders, Didas, Neo, and General Riva, while aboard the dragon boat. As a rare protagonist lacking any remarkable abilities, Tasmi merely observed Bran's impressive performance until Bran met his demise, at which point Tasmi inherited his burdens and claimed the final kill. However, Tasmi had only recently joined the Night Raid, and his lack of an imperial weapon contributed to this awkward situation. One could argue that the author focused too heavily on Qitong, exhibiting undue malice towards Tasmi. Upon arriving at the dragon boat, Ichin, reminiscent of the original Tasmi, indulged in pastries and wine while surveying the surroundings. Behind her, Bran's voice broke the silence. "You're remarkably composed. You hardly exhibit any signs of tension. Well done. You are quite adept at masquerading." Upon hearing Bran's remark, a smirk tugged at Ichin's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. "My confidence stems from my considerable strength. Thus, I remain unfazed." A surge of irritation welled up within Brand. He yearned to deliver a beating. Suppressing this impulse, Brand lingered behind Ichin, awaiting the impending encounter. Suddenly, a flying axe hurtled toward a nearby official. Water release, water barrier. Ichin swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a formidable wall of water that shielded the official, who promptly fainted in fright. The axe struck the surface of the water wall with tremendous force, but upon contact, it lost all its momentum, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. An astonished voice broke through the tension. You possess the same ability as General Riva? A burly man, clad in a suit and bearing a rugged appearance, emerged on the deck, accompanied by the enchanting sound of a flute. Yet, this melody seemed to possess an enchanting quality, lulling Ichin into a drowsy stupor, threatening to incapacitate her at any moment. Without hesitation, Ichin conjured an ice blade, plunging it deep into her arm. As blood gushed forth, her consciousness sharpened, and she regarded the newcomer with a chilling gaze. Chapter 140. Opposing Stances. Military music, you say? Upon hearing the flute, Ichin instantly recognized its source, a sardonic smile gracing her features. The military music is an imperial weapon that can manipulate the emotions of its listeners. Although renowned for its ability to boost morale on the battlefield, it can influence a multitude of emotions. However, repeated exposure breeds resistance to its tunes. Its secret technique enhances the user's own demonic summons through performance, categorizing it as a support-type imperial weapon. Regrettably, Ichin had previously witnessed Brand endure the sonic assault through self-harm, prompting her to follow suit, liberating herself from the melody's grasp. The axe, known as Belvark, is an imperial weapon wielded only by those with exceptional strength, capable of being split into two throwing axes that can pursue enemies as long as the wielder possesses the strength. Thus, those who utilize this weapon typically exhibit robust physiques. Why do you employ General Riva's abilities? Deodas, the muscular man wielding the axe, inquired coldly. I possess a plethora of abilities. If I were to showcase them one by one, it would certainly entertain you for quite some time. Ichin replied with a playful grin. Let us face each other together. This way, I can swiftly dispatch you and return a rest. Enough with the bravado. Deodas removed the long sword from his back and tossed it to Ichin. You appear formidable. I should gain ample experience points by defeating you. A fervent smile spread across Deodas's face. Ichin, an internet-addicted uncle, is it? She caught the flying sword, unable to resist, mocking the original storyline. In the original tale, Tasmi boarded the dragon boat unarmed, yet this man fortuitously carried a sword. Had he somehow predicted Tasmi's lack of weaponry and prepared accordingly? Such inquiries were futile. This was merely how the plot unfolded. It is no wonder the author faced criticism for this manga's reception in their homeland. I require no such weapon to deal with you. Ichin, hands in her pockets, regarded him with a defiant demeanor. Bring it on. Seeking death, are you? Anger flashed across Deodas's face as he swung the axe with tremendous force, aiming for Ichin's neck. Bang! Ichin reached out, effortlessly catching Deodas's axe. Please, you are quite weak. Ichin effortlessly hurled Deodas across the battlefield, the latter crashing heavily onto the ground. Infuriated by the realization that he was utterly overpowered in strength, Deodas's expression contorted in anger as he relentlessly swung his axe towards Ichin. It seems your desire to cleave has taken over, hasn't it? Ichin gracefully evaded Deodas's strikes with leisurely movements. However, at that moment, torrents suddenly surged from the sea, rushing towards Ichin's direction. Water Dragon's Manifestation. Leva, have you finally made your move? Water Dragon's Manifestation, the imperial artifact, crafted from the organs that manipulate water currents of aquatic creatures, allows the wielder to freely control the liquid present in their surroundings. The secret technique utilizes one's own blood as a weapon, forming a blood blade. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Ichin formed seals with both hands and struck the ground. Instantly, a massive earthen wall shot up towards the sky, propelling Ichin into the air. The torrents emerging from the sea crashed violently against the earth wall he had conjured, shattering it into fragments. In the next moment, 3 torrents surged towards Ichin, who was descending from the sky. Moonstep, unfazed by the rushing torrents. Ichin swiftly maneuvered in the air, avoiding the oncoming water and reappearing before Deodas. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and a thunderous blade appeared in Ichin's hand, swiftly severing Deodas's head. After such an extensive period, Ichin had completely mastered the transformation of Chidori. Conjuring the blade was hardly an exaggeration. Was it? Lightning? What kind of power is this? Daidas' vision blurred crimson as he beheld Isin's mocking expression alongside the electrical energy crackling in his grasp. Who exactly is he? Even if he is an Imperial artifact wielder, it is unfathomable for him to possess such a multitude of artifacts. The remaining two should show themselves now. And where is Brother Brandy? Just as Isin's words faded, Brandy appeared behind him, evidently having concluded his period of invisibility due to the curse of the evil spirit. To think you are so formidable, I feel rather insignificant. A hint of resignation crossed Brandy's face. Isin, your fervor blinds me. Isin responded, what about the Hellfire Hanjaru? At that moment, two figures clad in suits emerged before Isin and Brandy. It was indeed astonishing to encounter such terrifying strength amidst the night raid. A middle-aged man, his white hair meticulously styled and two wisps of facial hair adorning his chin, stepped forward, adjusting the cross hanging on his chest with a complex smile. Brandy. It has been a long time. General Leva. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Brandy's pupils constricted and shock washed over his face. General Leva? What brings you to this place? With Brandy's exclamation, memories flooded back. General Leva, why, despite our meritorious achievements, have we not ascended in rank, but instead been wrongfully accused and burdened with blame? In a forest engulfed in flames, the young Brandy gazed at Leva, a look of bewilderment etched on his features. He could not comprehend why the Empire had decayed to such an extent. Those who fought valiantly for the Empire found themselves overshadowed by those who merely offered gifts to those in power. Brandy, this is the grim reality of the Empire. We cannot alter it. I will do my utmost to personally meet the Emperor, hoping he may comprehend the situation. Though Leva spoke thus, his despondent expression revealed a lack of confidence. How could a nation so deeply rotten be transformed by mere words? Was that not a folly? General Leva. Brandy's heart sank into despair, a burgeoning desire to abandon the Empire taking root. Subsequently, Brandy was incarcerated in a dungeon, but escaped the Imperial capital using the evil spirit's invisibility ability, ultimately being taken in by Najida into the night raid. Little did he expect to reunite in their lifetimes, and under opposing circumstances, no less. Chapter 141. He too is a pitiful soul, General Leva? Why? How did you become an Imperial artifact wielder under his death's command? Brandy shouted angrily at Leva. For my most desperate hour, she was the one who saved me. Leva replied with a smile, recalling the bleak days in the dungeon, where he had awaited death, thinking there was no other fate for him. Unexpectedly, his death appeared before him. General Leva, I greatly admire your command abilities, and I require a deputy who possesses such leadership. Isdeath said with a smile, but I am a sinner. How can I be granted freedom? Before Leva could finish his sentence, Isdeath's high heel struck his head, blood trickling down the heel. I say you can, and whether you can or not, it matters not. Isdeath proclaimed with authority. Rest assured, you need only tell me your decision. I shall handle the rest. Isdeath extended her hand towards Leva. Become my subordinate, and I will allow you to prove your worth. Leva stared blankly at Isdeath, taken aback. This damned sense of belonging. Thus, General Isdeath saved my life, granting me a renewed purpose to live. Under her command, as long as one achieves sufficient military merit, one is recognized without the need for the insincerities of social niceties. Saying this, Leva once again touched the cross on his chest, raising his hands. Even if it costs me my life today, I will ensure your demise here. Leva, the Empire has decayed to such extents, yet you willingly serve as death. Do you wish for the people to continue suffering in dire straits? Anger and confusion marred Brandy's expression. Brandy, I am a soldier. Obeying orders is my duty. As for what I fight for, that is inconsequential. Leva's face twisted with madness. Even if I stand with them, will they remember my contributions? No. Saying this, Leva once again manipulated his Imperial artifact, conjuring countless torrents from the sea towards Brandy and Isin. I can comprehend your past, and I understand your loyalty to his death. I do not wish to criticize you with misguided loyalty, for I have not endured experiences akin to yours and possess no right to judge. As he beheld the surging torrents before him, Isin sighed and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, to Leva's astonishment, the torrents solidified into ice, halting before Isin. How is this possible? Leva's pupils narrowed. How could this individual possess abilities akin to those of Lady Isdeath? Enough, it is time to conclude. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Isin appeared behind Leva, locking his grip around the latter's neck. With the enhancement of armed color and iron, Eason exerted a slight force, snapping Leva's neck with ease. The reason for this method of execution was simple. This individual not only controlled water, but could also manipulate other liquids, such as blood. His blood knife can transform liquids into sharp blades to ambush his opponents. With his current strength, coupled with the absence of the Ghost King body, he can no longer afford to act recklessly. Thus, he must naturally adopt a more cautious approach. Lord Eyesides, Liwa lay on the ground, his face etched with deep resentment. It is truly regrettable that he could not even replace a single member of the Night Raid. Behind him, Brand had also eliminated the last remaining child, Uni. Observing Liwa's lifeless body, Brand's expression was profoundly complex. Once, he too was a commendable general who aspired for the prosperity of the Empire. A hint of melancholy tinged Brand's tone. Yet, he had made no mistake. At that moment, Eason interjected. After all, in such circumstances, it was Eyesides who saved him, not you. Humans are creatures of emotion. No matter the time, we must respect humanity, which always transcends right and wrong. You may stand in your position to kill him, but you cannot condemn him. Although Brand wished to argue, he found himself at a loss for words. He lived with greater clarity than you, for he understands that even if one day the Revolutionary Army overthrows the Empire, eventually the Revolutionary Army will become the next empire. The flow of history has already demonstrated this. Eason's words instantly deepened Brand's sorrow. Eason, if what you say is true, then what is the significance of our efforts? Brand's tone wavered with doubt. The rise and fall of a dynasty is merely a cycle. The once mighty empire has also experienced wise rulers and periods of greatness. And now it simply awaits its inevitable replacement by a new dynasty, in accordance with the course of history. A contemplative expression appeared on Eason's face. Qin Vang, Han Vu, Tang Zong, Song Zhu, Genghis Khan, Zhu Yuanzhong. Does the history of Huaxia not follow this cycle? Hearing Eason's words, a resigned smile emerged on Brand's face. Indeed, even if this is the case, some matters must still be acted upon. Brand extended his right hand to Eason. Thank you, Eason, for helping me understand this truth. The civil minister was rescued, and Brand survived. Thus, the outcome was joyous for all. As they descended from the dragon boat with the civil minister, Eason encountered Chi Tong and Bai. Upon seeing Eason, Chi Tong dashed forward, reaching out with both hands to feel and search. No injuries. Instantly, a joyous smile appeared on Chi Tong's face. Wonderful. Eason, you have returned safely. Just as Eason began to speak, a sudden chill swept over him, as if he were plunged into an icy cavern. Unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable wave of cold surged within his heart. In another realm, Kane wielded her wooden sword with dexterity, and within 10 seconds, Zoro lay on the ground, enveloped in smoke. It's your turn now. Kane's eyes glowed red, radiating a friendly smile as she looked at Mihawk behind her. The sheer magnitude of fighting spirit elicited a moment of awe on Mihawk's face upon seeing Kane. He promptly grasped his black sword and charged towards her. In Chapter 142, Black Eyes, Eason, and Brand, having defeated the 3 Beast Warriors, returned to the Night Raid's base. Eason, you performed admirably. Without you, this battle could have resulted in casualties. Upon receiving the battle report, Najeta offered Eason high praise. With you around, perhaps we could contend with powerful foes like Eyesides. Rabuk, who had been idle, felt a surge of urgency upon hearing this. Likewise, Tasmi, who had not participated in the battle, found his fighting spirit ignited, vowing to play a vital role in the Night Raid one day. Consequently, the two commenced intense physical training. Both shirtless, they performed push-ups in the open space outside. Meanwhile, Leona sat on Rabuk's back, and Chi Tong perched on Tasmi's. Thud! Rabuk succumbed first, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back. I'm done for, I can't continue. Yet Tasmi remained resolute, his hands firmly planted on the ground. His eyes filled with defiance. Although I currently lack a suitable Imperial tool, I must do something, even if it means strengthening my body. Upon hearing Tasmi's words, a smile broke on Brand's face. That's the spirit, Tasmi. Ignite your passion. One day, you will grow as strong as your elder brother. Eason, though uncertain if Tasmi would become as strong as Brand, was certain of one thing. If this continued, he would inevitably become as flamboyant as Brand. However, Rabuk's newfound enthusiasm surprised him. Maine observed the sweat-drenched Rabuk with astonishment. After all, it is just the two of us left. Rabuk was about to speak, but suddenly felt something was amiss. Why did I say there are only 2 men left? Nevertheless, the enemies we face will only grow stronger. We must keep pushing ourselves. After a while, Rabuk managed to utter this phrase, although it sounded commendable. His count of push-ups paled in comparison to Tasmi's. Leona, sitting on Rabuk's back, scoffed. Chi-Tong hesitated but eventually spoke. Is it possible that Leona is simply too much heavier than I am? Bang! Before Chi-Tong could finish her sentence, a heavy punch landed on her head, leaving a large bump. Huh, keep up the good work. Tasmi, your determination to grow stronger is commendable, Najeta remarked as she gathered the weapons of the three beast warriors, intending to take them back to headquarters for processing. By the way, despite the addition of Isin and the others, I had already preemptively requested 2 more personnel from headquarters to prevent any potential sacrifices within our team. You could view this as the final reinforcement from headquarters. Najeta lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, her previous gloom now dissipated. Yue and Isin and Bai are formidable assassins. Perhaps they can bring about the Empire's downfall at minimal cost. At the port of the Imperial capital, a spirited young man clad in a blue leather jacket, carrying a large bag of fresh fish, gazed with ambitious aspirations upon the bustling streets of the Imperial city. His name was Weir, a chosen wielder of Imperial tools, who had transitioned from the Imperial Navy to join the Special Police Force in the Imperial capital. Having never set foot in a metropolis before, he prepared meticulously from head to toe, bringing along a variety of unique seafood in hopes of fostering good relations with his comrades. This is, after all, a task entrusted by my mother from the countryside, and I must not lose my sense of propriety. However, the people around him began to whisper among themselves. Where did this rustic person come from? Your aggression is so weak. What a country bumpkin, more like a mountain donkey. Listening to the hushed murmurs surrounding him, Wei-Er furrowed his brow. Why does it feel like something is amiss? Steadying his mind, Wei-Er arrived at Iside's residence, which also served as the gathering place for the selected members of this special police force. Standing at the entrance of the meeting room, Wei-Er took a deep breath and revealed a confident smile. My master once told me that first impressions are crucial. All right, let us show some presence. Via declared. Then open the door to the meeting room. You're in a hurry. I was transferred from the Imperial Navy. Wei-Er had only spoken halfway when he abruptly halted. He encountered a man clad in a gas mask, his upper body bare, exuding an eerie aura. I must have taken a wrong turn. Wei-Er quickly shut the door, leaning against the wall of the corridor, gasping for breath. Did I truly go the wrong way? This looks like an interrogation room, doesn't it? Wei-Er mused as he reached behind and pulled out a map. No, I haven't gone astray. He calmed himself again and stepped into the room. Regardless of the situation, it was best not to provoke him. Sighing, Wei-Er quietly approached the edge of the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The masked man's gaze gradually fell upon him. Through his peripheral vision, Wei-Er noticed a shadow covering half of his face, making him appear even more sinister. Oh no, this guy's been staring at me since earlier. I want to go home. Wei-Er felt an uncomfortable chill, akin to how Wei felt when Jiegu stared at him while buying beer at a convenience store. Just as Wei-Er felt he could no longer bear it. A girl dressed in a campus-style outfit, a katana hanging from her waist, with short black hair and piercing dark eyes, entered the room. If Tazimi were here, he would be utterly astonished. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Chi-Tong. She was, in fact, Chi-Tong's sister, Haitong. The two had once served the Empire together, but Chi-Tong had betrayed it by joining the Revolutionary Army. She had once invited Haitong to join her, but Haitong felt that Chi-Tong's departure was an act of treachery and harbored hopes of one day executing her with her own hands. However, Wei-Er was blissfully unaware of this history and thought he had finally encountered a normal person. He immediately approached Haitong with a beaming smile and exclaimed, "Hello, my name is Wei-Er." Haitong's eyes suddenly sharpened, her hands clutching the dessert tightly against her chest. "I want to give it to you." Haitong's tone was resolute. Chapter 143. Isides. Is this guy also not normal? Wei-Er's expression instantly darkened, nearly bringing him to tears. "I'm sorry to intrude," he murmured as he quietly returned to his seat. Just then, the meeting room door swung open once more. As it did, a flurry of rose petals wafted in, followed by a figure entering the room. The man wore a white lab coat over a beige suit, his arms crossed over his chest, one hand supporting his chin, and his eyes, adorned with long lashes, bore a philosophical expression. Valuing first impressions is the essence of fashion. This is a mark of a gentleman, he proclaimed. Casting auflitisches Glanz от Vaya. Wei-Er felt as though electricity coursed through him, causing him to convulse in disgust. How repulsive. That was Wei-Er's first impression. Oh, although he appears to be a country bumpkin, he is rather handsome. The man gazed at Wei Er, surprise flickering in his eyes as he winked playfully. I shall hone your skills. Wei Er's thoughts raced. It seemed he was the last to arrive. Just as he contemplated despair, a refined voice resonated in his ears. A man with short golden hair, clad in an outfit reminiscent of ancient knights, adorned with a feather, appeared before everyone. Hello, Wei Er slumped over the table. His expectations for his new companions diminished by the grounded nature of those already present. Hello, my name is Lan. Pleased to meet you. Lan flashed a charming smile. Oh. Upon seeing Lan's demeanor, Wei Er felt invigorated. He almost instantly appeared before Lan, grasping his hands tightly. Wow, a normal person. Oh no, I prepare hot tea for everyone. A cheerful voice chimed in. The man in the gas mask brought forth several cups of hot tea and placed them before everyone. I apologize. Although I was the first to arrive, I remain so quiet because I am shy. I get incredibly nervous when I see unfamiliar faces. But I should be the oldest here. I can't let this continue. The masked man clasped his hands together, leaning on his chin, his demeanor oddly bashful. As fellow users of Imperial tools, let's get along well. I am Boris from the Burning Squad. Wei Er couldn't help but chuckle. The notion of someone like him being shy was amusing. If I were here, I would probably think of something joyous. Shy? You don't seem so when you're torching people. The Burning Squad incinerates both humans and creatures alike. Ah, that explains his attire. It's just unfortunate it doesn't quite align with my aesthetic. The rather flamboyant man displayed a displeased expression. Just then, the door swung open again. All eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance. A woman clad in a white military uniform, her imposing figure accentuated by her long blue hair cascading to her calves, entered the room, donning a military cap and a mask. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor echoed with authority. Who are you? Wei Er's face displayed a look of confusion, but the woman in uniform extended her right hand, pointing at the entire group, and issued a cold, ethereal voice. Why are you all standing here? Oh, we are here according to orders, but before he could finish, the woman unleashed a kick that struck him squarely in the abdomen, nearly forcing him to expel his last meal. The tremendous force sent Wei Er crashing into a wall, leaving him uncertain of the severity of his injuries. Among the rebels, there are also assassins. One must remain vigilant and never let their guard down. The melodious chill resonated as a woman's figure suddenly appeared before Lan. She exchanged a flurry of punches with him, subsequently executing a high, sweeping kick that forced her back. Quite the reflexes. A hint of approval laced her tone. Seizing the moment, Hei Tong swiftly drew her imperial tool, Ba Fong, and slashed towards the woman. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was accompanied by the shattering of a mask. The woman retreated 2 steps, her mask fracturing into 2 halves and falling to the ground. So, this is the imperial tool Ba Fong? It truly is sharp. Had I hesitated for even a moment, I would have been marred. Beneath the mask emerged a stunning and frosty visage. The woman covered half of her face, a hint of exhilaration gracing her lips. It's a pleasure to meet you. How do you find my little welcoming gift? Lordess Death. Brooke was the first to respond, his voice tinged with astonishment. I never expected your entrance to be so extraordinary. The woman before them was none other than Esteth, the most formidable human in the empire and the world of Cha Hong Jitong, known as the sadistic general. Her prowess was undeniably formidable. Nagiata had previously mentioned that to defeat her, one would require at least 50,000 elite troops and over 10 Imperial tool users, including Chi Hong, to stand a chance. This attested to her immense strength. It was even said that the Empire's prolonged dominance was largely attributed to her presence, instilling fear in rival factions. Ouch! Will struggled to rise, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. How infuriating! I intended to make a good impression. Yet, I do not favor mundane greetings, and besides, this battle serves as an excellent opportunity to gauge your capabilities, Esteth remarked, a confident smile gracing her face. Let's proceed to meet His Majesty, after which we shall host a grand celebration. Wait, we are to meet His Majesty so soon after joining the Special Police Force? Will's expression reflected his surprise. What a nerve-wracking schedule. Troublesome matters should be dealt with swiftly, Esteth explained. So, what shall we name our police force? Queried Dr., the somewhat effeminate member. Esteth chuckled, her smile radiating enthusiasm. We are the Special Police Force, dedicated to hunting down the treacherous rebels of the Empire. Thus, our organization shall be called the Hunters. Chapter 144. The terrifying nature of Esteth, due to the Emperor's youth and the minister's reluctance to interfere in Esteth's affairs, the audience with the Emperor was merely a formality. after which a banquet was held at Isteth's residence. Naturally, the feast featured the seafood that Will had brought. To Will's surprise, Brooke revealed exceptional culinary skills, and soon the table overflowed with a lavish array of dishes. Captain, how do you manage your time? Since Sariu had long perished, it was Lon who posed the question this time. Isteth, holding a glass of red wine, pondered momentarily. It primarily involves hunting and interrogation. For training others is a source of amusement for me. Yet, at present, I find myself rather desiring a romantic encounter. Hey Tong and Lon responded in unison. Ah? They could hardly fathom that such a woman would yearn for love. Perhaps I should organize a little entertainment for myself, considering the hunters seem to be somewhat understaffed. Observing the astonished expressions around her, Isteth clasped her hands together, resting her chin on the back of her hands, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Due to his outstanding performance and willingness to volunteer, Nejieda assigned him to gather intelligence in the imperial capital. Upon taking over the role originally assigned to Tatsumi in the source material, he discovered that the water had turned green during his wash. Indeed, the protagonist's halo, which had been of little use, was completely stripped away. Moreover, since the surviving military personnel and intelligence agents of the Empire had yet to see his true appearance, he could still stroll through the streets without fear. Before long, Exin spotted a bookstore where the still-masked Laibach was beckoning to him. Leading Exin to the store, he approached one of the bookshelves and pushed a book inside. Clearly, there was a hidden compartment. As he opened it, Exin heard the sound of the cabinet shifting. A nearby bookshelf revealed a passageway before Exin and Laibach. Quite concealed, reminiscent of a secret base, Exin remarked. Indeed, this is my pride and joy, Laibach replied, eliciting a smirk from Exin, as if he had financed the construction of this secret base himself. Welcome to the designated outpost of the imperial capital. Leonai bellowed with a hearty laugh. Miss Leonai, you truly are carefree. Exin chuckled helplessly before turning to Laibach. I hear that Isteth intends to host a martial arts tournament to recruit new members for the hunters. Indeed, it seems the formation of the hunters is not proceeding as smoothly as we had anticipated, Laibach acknowledged. Yet Exin was acutely aware that his slaying of Sariu had caused a slight deviation in the timeline. According to the original story, Sariu was meant to be a member of the hunters. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness just how powerful Isteth truly is, Exin admitted, a glimmer of combat eagerness in his eyes. After all, he would be pitted against Queen Isteth, and in his current state, he lacked overwhelming strength. Yet he felt a twinge of anticipation. Leonai fell silent, while Laibach sighed. Exin, I acknowledge your strength, but recklessly challenging her is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Although Exin understood Isteth's capabilities, he refrained from letting the atmosphere grow awkward and inquired of Laibach, so, just how strong is Isteth? Allow me to share a tale. Laibach began, delving into his memories. A few years ago, the southwestern tribes rose in rebellion against the Empire's tyranny. In response, the Empire dispatched an army to suppress them. At that time, the Empire sent 12,000 troops against a mere 10,000 from the tribes. The odds of 12 to 1 led many to believe there would be no contest, and the southwestern tribes would not pose any significant challenge. Yet the outcome defied all expectations, as the Imperial Army suffered significant losses at the border. Many of the pampered soldiers had never experienced true combat and were overwhelmed by the tribesmen. The initial offensive quickly devolved into a defensive struggle. Despite being outnumbered, the tribesmen launched a counteroffensive, leaving the Imperial Army in disarray. In desperation, the Empire dispatched Nejieda and Isteth, who was then a general, to quell the southwestern tribes. In a shocking display, Isteth, under Nejieda's astonished gaze, instantaneously froze mountains and rivers, forging a path for the assault. Subsequently, Isides, accompanied by the three beast warriors, completely annihilated the southwestern foreign tribes, leaving only a handful of survivors, whom Isides chose to release. Oh, foolish ants, you have been eradicated by us. The fault lies not with us, but with your own frailty. If you harbor resentment, strive to grow stronger and return to slay me. In Iside's words, her reason for letting them go was the hope that they might rise again and seek vengeance upon her. Thus, she could eternally revel in the chaos of war. At that time, Nejieda could not bear Iside's tyrannical behavior and her fervor for battle, leading her to defect from the Empire. Isides promptly initiated a pursuit against Nejieda. After sacrificing 2 elite Imperial Arm users, along with an eye and an arm, Nejieda managed to escape Iside's relentless chase. Following Rabook's account, Leona, with a tone of reflection, spoke up. I once received a command from the boss to observe Iside's every move. At that time, I fantasized about launching a surprise attack to assassinate her. As she spoke, a hint of cold sweat appeared on Leona's brow. In retrospect, choosing to retreat was indeed a wise decision. The aura she exuded could not be achieved without having slain millions. Even Leona, who seldom bowed to anyone, uttered such words. Unfortunately, Lu Xing was not a denizen of this realm. Even though his power was somewhat restrained, he was not destined to be defeated by Isides. Hearing your words only fuels my excitement, Isin exclaimed, rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Let me truly witness just how formidable that woman is. Leona and Rabook remarked, what a masochist. Yet upon careful consideration, these two indeed seemed quite compatible. At the same time, in the imperial palace, a young boy adorned with a crown, appearing no older than 7 or 8, curiously inquired, Minister, why has General Isides suddenly taken an interest in romance? This young lad was none other than the Emperor of the Empire, a puppet to the ministers, wholly trusting in their words. Regardless of who it is, once they reach a certain age, they inevitably yearn for the opposite sex, chuckled a corpulent minister, voraciously devouring the meat before him, his words muffled. While General Isides seems born for war, ordinary people might assume she would not be interested in such frivolities. Yet, it appears that even she possesses a desire for companionship. A sinister glint flickered in the minister's eyes. As the Emperor matures, we shall encourage him to indulge in the allure of beauty, thus further manipulating him. Indeed, I wish to assist her in finding a partner, but the Emperor nodded, yet as he gazed upon the list of conditions Isides had submitted regarding potential suitors, a troubled expression crossed his face. The document stated, 1. Above all, the most crucial aspect is to value future potential, aspiring to train oneself to reach the rank of general. 2. A willingness to hunt dangerous creatures together, even unarmed. 3. Someone who, like me, was raised not in the capital but in border regions. 4. Younger than myself, so they may be easily influenced. 5. Ideali possessing a purismile. Just the first condition alone was enough to deter any prospective suitor. A resigned smile spread across the Emperor's face. The minister sighed, but she is indeed such a proud individual. Asking her to compromise with those who do not meet her standards is a mere fantasy. What a troublesome matter. The following day, in the capital's gladiatorial arena, the sounds of combat echoed. The two combatants on the stage were engaged in a frenzied exchange, though their movements appeared somewhat lackluster. Even Isides in the audience could not suppress a yawn. Lord Isides, what do you think of these fighters? Lon asked Isides. Yet another tedious match. Truly, individuals of the imperial arm caliber do not simply appear. Isides replied impatiently, wishing to leap into the fray and dispatch these inept warriors herself. As she spoke, the victor was determined. A smile returned to Lan's face. If all goes according to plan, the next match should be the final one. As predicted, the announcer soon declared, next, we have the final pair. From the east, the butcher Calbi. From the west, the wanderer Lu Xing. Haha, quite fitting for his role. Though he's lacking a blade, Leona chuckled from the audience. Isin appeared to be a mere boy, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old. Is it truly acceptable for someone of such youth to join the hunters? A hint of confusion crossed Lan's face. Meanwhile, Isides yawned again, hoping for this dull battle to conclude swiftly. Rather than waste time here, she would prefer to return to experimenting with a new game, or perhaps a fresh method of interrogation. Observing his opponent's nervous demeanor, Isin, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, Brother, I don't mean to target you, but those who fought before you are equally unimpressive. How about we save time and let the victor face off against both of us? Upon hearing Isin's words, Rabook's expression turned sour. What the hell? I entered him into the competition, not to have him show off. This could certainly draw Iside's attention. Leona gasped in disbelief. This kid truly has no fear of death. Upon hearing Isin's challenge, the bull-headed opponent erupted in fury. You think you can mock me? Before he could finish, Isin had already delivered a swift strike to the back of his neck. The bull-headed creature fell to the ground, unconscious. Next, Isin declared disdainfully, surveying the remaining victors. Damn it, he got me. Let's take him down, brothers. Facing the oncoming challengers, Isin let out a resigned sigh. Dujin, Haoyo, Jeja Bulyujin. 10 seconds later, the other challengers lay smoldering upon ground. Reader, author, where are the martial arts scenes? Author, for the sake of advancing the plot, I have omitted them. as I am not one to indulge in excessive word count. Reader, I truly adore you all. Beat him up. Can you give me some intensity, you weaklings? Eason sighed resignedly, then turned his gaze toward Eyesides. Upon meeting Eason's fervent gaze, a peculiar flush appeared on her face. Such fluid movements, such calm eyes. Though lacking a pure smile, the strength emanating from within has deeply captivated her heart. It appears, Lady Aista, that we have successfully identified a candidate for the hunter. A smile graced Land's face. Indeed, we have found one, in more ways than one. Aista rose from her seat and leisurely made her way toward the arena. A fervent smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her burning battle spirit igniting her very soul, causing her to tremble with excitement. She sensed that the individual before her was a formidable opponent worthy of her prowess. As Aista descended from the platform, Eason clenched his fists, equally eager to engage in combat. Just moments ago, readers mocked my father's lackluster writing. Now, the funds have finally arrived. Author, from this point onward, I shall activate my kingly mode. Your name is Lu Sheng Eason, is it? What a splendid name for an Eastern individual. Aista approached Eason, her expression brimming with anticipation. It seems that those earlier contenders failed to convey the joy of battle to you. Thus, I shall personally engage you. It is high time you took to the stage. Confidence radiated from Eason's face as he casually warmed up. Let us skip the pleasantries and delve straight into the matter at hand, shall we? Observing Eason's fearless demeanor and audacious words, the host, Will, stood utterly petrified. The onlookers gasped in shock. To speak thus to Aista was akin to inviting disaster. I admire your forthright personality. Aista let out a characteristic laugh of a sadist and took the initiative to strike, her figure closing in on Eason in the blink of an eye, her stiletto heel aimed menacingly at him. Chapter 146. The Initial Battle with Aista. If you cannot please me, it only proves your weakness. Death shall be your only fate. Aista's face was alight with delight as she pivoted, launching a sweeping kick toward Eason. However, Eason activated his observation Haki, effortlessly dodging Aista's attack. A gust of wind swept through, tousling Eason's hair and sending a prickling sensation across his scalp. Indeed, she is powerful. Her physical prowess is extraordinary. With proper training, she could rival Kanahu. A glimmer of profound interest shone in Eason's eyes. Come forth, Aista, let me witness the depths of your battle instincts. Enveloping his right fist with armament Haki, Eason launched a straightforward punch toward Aista with no ostentation or flair. A direct clash, you say? Aista wore an infatuated smile, but her pupils narrowed in alarm. No. She swiftly raised her hands to shield herself, icy shards forming on her arms, just in time to deflect Eason's incoming blow. A dull thud resonated, followed by the sound of shattering ice. Aista's feet left long grooves upon the ground, the ice on her arms fracturing significantly, her limbs trembling with the aftermath. One could only imagine the sheer force behind that punch. Yet, before she could steady herself, Eason had vanished from her sight. With instinctive reflexes, Aista unsheathed her rapier and spun around. The impact was as though her blade struck steel, and Aista stared in astonishment as Eason blocked her sword with his arm, suffering not even a scratch. What manner of ability is this? How can your skin be so resilient? Aista's face lit up with excitement, her rapier transforming into a flurry of lethal blades that rained down upon Eason. Simultaneously, Eason's fists met Aista's sword, creating sparks that erupted like fireworks. The sound of clashing metal echoing far and wide. Such results could only be achieved through the utmost refinement of one's body. Eason's punch propelled Aista's rapier back several meters while he leapt into the air. Let's see how you handle this. The 8 trigrams air palm. With a sharp exclamation, Eason concentrated an intangible chakra into his right palm and struck at Aista from midair. What is he doing? Clearly, Eason's actions exceeded Aista's comprehension. Her gaze fixed intently on him, poised to anticipate his next move. Yet, in the next instant, as if driven by instinctual danger, Aista reflexively positioned her rapier before her. A resounding impact reverberated as an unseen force collided with the blade. Aista felt her arms tingle from the immense pressure, the force catching her off guard. Could it be that his palm strike generates vibrations through the air, transforming it into an air cannon to assault me? Aista's expression turned grave. Among those she knew, none had attained such a formidable level of martial prowess. She could not afford to hold back any longer and activated her imperial arm, manifesting the authentic demon essence god. Her rapier instantly crystallized into ice and swept before her, conjuring an ice wall that thwarted Isin's successive 8 trigrams air palms. The ground shook. As Isin delivered his final palm strike, the ice wall began to falter under the relentless power of the 8 trigrams, gradually shattering. Yet behind the crumbling frost, Asta was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, startling Isin. Utilizing his observation Haki, he perceived Asta had evaded to another direction, hurling her military cap at him. In quick succession, she maneuvered behind him, thrusting her sword toward him from behind. As anticipated, your tactical application has reached an extraordinary level. A hint of admiration graced Isin's features as he executed a sweeping kick, deflecting the rapier aimed at him. So, you have seen through my sneak attack? A commendable battle strategy indeed. Rather than displaying frustration or anger upon witnessing her ambush thwarted, Isa's excitement only intensified. Lu Sheng Isin, you truly are a worthy adversary. You should remain in the Empire. That way, we can engage in daily battles. Ha ha ha. Isa's rapier continued to conjure ice, launching successive strikes toward Isin. In kind, Isin employed the 8 trigrams palm, engaging Asta in close combat once more. A fervent smile illuminated his face. From a moment he traversed into the realm of Kimetsu no Yaiba. He had never before experienced a battle so evenly matched. Yura Yura Yura. Both warriors shouted in exhilaration, their attack speed escalating, causing the ground beneath them to crack deeply, the fissures creeping toward the edges. This is absurd. Observing the two engaged in a fierce stalemate, even the typically indomitable Riona wore an expression of astonishment. Bolida once remarked that this individual not only possesses an imperial tool akin to that of AC-Disu, but is also capable of conjuring both lightning and water. If he were to unleash his full might, I cannot even begin to fathom the consequences. Upon hearing Riona's words, Lebyuk was left utterly astonished. Yet, a profound sense of crisis soon enveloped him. Would Miss Najida develop an interest in this fellow? Is it true? Well, had already taken refuge beneath the arena. Trembling in fear, the level of combat exhibited had completely surpassed his comprehension, which had yet to advance beyond the rudimentary stages of martial arts. Even Lon, seated in the audience, wore an expression of disbelief. How astonishingly powerful. Is this truly a 15-year-old boy? With such prowess, if he does not align himself with the Empire. It is certain that despite having no ties to the Revolutionary Army or Night Raid, the Empire would strive to eliminate him as a potential threat. This battle would undoubtedly echo throughout the imperial capital within 3 hours, reaching the ears of the ministers. In that very moment, AC-Disu summoned all her strength and delivered a devastating strike against Isin. Although protected by iron, Isin was still propelled a considerable distance by the force of the blow. In midair, he found himself unable to maneuver freely. A perfect opportunity, AC-Disu declared as she placed one hand on the ground. A massive ice spear pierced through the arena, hurtling towards Isin suspended in the air. Seizing the moment, Isin chuckled heartily, retreating while stepping lightly in midair, suddenly vanishing from sight. The ice spear, thus, struck nothing but emptiness, failing even to graze Isin's clothing. Chapter 147. Success? The battle strategy was indeed commendable. Isin reappeared instantaneously before AC-Disu, gently lifting her chin with his finger, only to vanish once more, now several meters away. He taunted, "Are you provoking me? You have ignited my fighting spirit." AC-Disu, her excitement palpable, leaped into the air and snapped her fingers. In an instant, a colossal ice sphere manifested behind her. AC-Disu pivoted in midair, dodging the descending ice sphere, and commanded it to crash down upon Isin with tremendous force. The sphere was large enough to cover a significant portion of the arena. Oh dear, this is getting a bit out of hand, Isin thought. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as a resigned smile crept across his face. There is no need for our battle to endanger the audience, is there? With that, Isin formed a cross seal with his hands, initiating the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, another Isin emerged. The two simultaneously formed seals, unleashing a combined ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The massive fireball, accompanied by a fierce whirlwind, transformed into a towering inferno, crashing violently against the descending ice sphere. In an instant, the intense heat began to melt the ice, the resulting water evaporating into steam and vanishing without a trace. Saved. Observing the ice sphere above, the audience in that area had turned pale with fright. Had Isin not intervened, Not a single person present could have withstood the impact of that ice sphere, which measured a staggering 200 meters in diameter. This fellow possesses abilities related to both wind and fire? Who on earth is he? Riona felt utterly exhausted. In a short span of this duel, she had witnessed far too many surreal occurrences that did not belong to this world. Lebuc had begun to wallow in despair, even imagining the various positions that Najida and Isin might employ in their encounters. Mother, I wish to go home. Working alongside such formidable beings has stripped away my dignity. Will knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the earth, his surroundings morphing into a blur of black lines. The overwhelming power displayed by the two had deeply wounded his sense of self-worth. Isin, do not mind those people. Just as the ice sphere began to melt, Disu reappeared behind him, launching a sweeping kick aimed at his head. Yet before the observation Haki, her sneak attack proved futile. Isin lowered his posture, effortlessly evading Disu's strike. With her initial attempt thwarted, Disu showed no hesitation, swiftly distancing herself from Isin. A flush of excitement colored her cheeks as she gazed at him with an infatuated expression. Focus all your attention on me. All right, Isin replied with a resigned smile, dispersing his shadow clones as he charged once more toward Disu. The two engaged in fierce close-quarters combat for the third time. This time, Isin distinctly sensed Disu's combat experience had markedly improved. Previously, his attacks had easily caught her off guard, leaving her scrambling. However, now she seemed to be keeping pace with his movements. Indeed, she is a genius born for battle. Admiration gleamed in Isin's eyes. Bang! Following their clash, Disu summoned countless ice spears that hurtled toward Isin from all directions. Gale foot, Isin braced himself on the ground, executing a series of rapid spinning kicks, shattering the incoming ice spears with the force of his strikes. Just as he regained his footing, a white high-heeled boot came crashing down toward him. Isin had just activated his observation Haki, preparing to respond, when Disu suddenly altered her attack. She spun in midair, raising her right leg high, transforming it into a Brazilian axe kick, her ankle crashing down toward Isin's head. Simultaneously, Disu's left hand conjured a slender ice spear, hurtling toward Isin's eyes. This fellow has anticipated my attack. Is this the result of his observation Haki awakening, or merely instinct? A hint of surprise flashed across Isin's face as he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the ice spear. However, with Disu's right leg descending, he could do nothing but watch as she stomped heavily upon him. Splash! Isin's form transformed into a puddle of water, scattering across the ground. Water clone technique. Yet, in the next moment, he surrounded Disu, forming a watery prison intended to ensnare her within. However, before Isin's watery prison could fully form, Disu unleashed her demonic essence, causing the water on the ground to instantly freeze into ice. What is this sensation? Disu's face was a mask of astonishment. She distinctly felt that she had gained the ability to anticipate Isin's subsequent actions. This strange sensation defied description. Indeed, in this high-stakes battle, Disu's observation Haki had awakened. Will she attempt a surprise attack from behind? Disu mused internally. As expected, the ground behind her erupted violently, revealing Isin, whose right hand was enveloped in dazzling lightning, thrusting toward her back with formidable force. Chidori, Xian's cold reprimand echoed. A hint of satisfaction curled at the corners of his lips. Indeed, her Kinbunchika Haki had awakened. She was truly a person of great potential. She had already anticipated his movements, so he would play along. Had he succeeded? Lei Onai and La Boka were on the verge of abandoning the composure befitting assassins, nearly rising from their seats. However, it was La Boka who ultimately retained his last shred of rationality, gripping Lei Onai's arm to prevent her from drawing undue attention. Unexpectedly, Xian's earlier words rang true. He indeed possessed the strength to contend with Estes, even pushing her to the brink of despair. Should this attack succeed, the greatest threat to the Empire would vanish. Alarm bells rang. The captain was in danger. Will's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his blade, charging towards Xian. Summoning his imperial weapon, the noble chariot, was no longer an option. He could only rely on his own strength to thwart Xian. Although the odds were slim, Will recognized the necessity of action, for he was a soldier of the Empire. Not only Will, but even Lan in the stands unleashed her imperial weapon. Wan Li Fei Xiang, unfurling her wings in a bid to rescue Estes. Yet the distance was insurmountable. It was too late. Utilizing her Kinbunchika Haki, Estes detected Exion's approach from behind, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Exion, you have been defeated, she declared, spreading her arms wide and chanting an incantation. Montak Kaibo Te Montak. In an instant, an icy chill enveloped the surroundings, freezing all things, even the fabric of time itself. Exion's form hung, suspended in midair, while Will, Lon, and everyone else around them were momentarily immobilized. This was the ultimate terror of the essence of demons. It could even halt time. What an exhilarating battle. Estes mused, stepping before Exion. She slowly raised her left hand, gathering her strength to deliver a swift blow to his neck. The next moment, the freeze on time dissipated. Exion felt as if a heavy object had struck his back. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed forward, losing consciousness. Though it was all an act, that blow truly stung. He thought as the boundless darkness consumed him entirely. His body toppled forward, but was caught by Estes. Why? Knowing full well the danger you pose, I have no desire to kill you. I wish to keep you by my side, she said, hoisting Exion over her shoulder. A faint blush painting her cheeks. What a peculiar sensation. Seeing the sudden reversal of fate, Leonai was left dumbfounded as Exion, who was on the verge of a successful ambush, was now rendered unconscious by Estes. Yet, she and La Boca could do nothing but watch the scene unfold. We must return to inform the boss. La Boca's expression grew grave. Allowing Estes to take Exion away could spell disaster. If he truly fell under her sway, the game would be over. When Exion regained consciousness, he found himself transported to Estes' home in a conference room. He was encased in layers of frost, unable to break free. Clearly, Estes understood well that ropes could never restrain him. Glancing around, he recognized several members of the hunter group, their appearances remarkably akin to their anime counterparts. You are awake? Estes inquired, addressing the others. Has anyone here experienced love? Ah, no, I'm already married. Brooke, wearing a gas mask, awkwardly stepped forward. Really? Will's face displayed astonishment as he turned to Brooke. Though it may be surprising that I could marry in this form. I indeed have a wife and a daughter, Brooke affirmed, his words carrying the weight of sincerity. Is that so? Then please tell me, how does one win over this young man? Estes pointed directly at Exion. Are we truly allowed to scheme so openly about such matters? Yekin Kuidiot. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. However, I believe persistence is key. Brooke scratched his head. In fact, I was rejected by my current wife twice, but I never gave up. And ultimately, we ended up together, haha. This was evidently a source of pride for Brooke, who laughed heartily. The others around him shared in the mirth, smiles gracing their faces. Now, I understand, Estes noted, taking out a notebook and jotting down the crucial points. I have a task for you. Eliminate all nearby rebels tonight. After stating this, her gaze shifted to Exion, a rosy hue appearing on her cheeks. As for you, tonight you shall come to my room. I must supervise you one-on-one. It will also provide an opportunity for us to engage in deeper conversation. Looking at the bashful demeanor of Estes, reminiscent of a coy maiden, Exion cleared his throat. I'm still underage. This could lead to complications. Haha, I know, worry not. I shan't do anything untoward. A simple chat will suffice. Estes laughed heartily. In any case, she had ample time to mentor this young man before her. The thought of him forever at her side, fighting alongside her, strengthening her resolve, and ultimately, one day, being tamed by her own prowess filled her with delight. Ah, life was becoming interesting once more. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Estes' eyes. As the others witnessed this scene, they instinctively exited the conference room. Clearly, what lay ahead was no longer accessible for free. I say, could you please disperse the frost enveloping me? I am quite cold, Exion remarked, his strength significantly diminished, lacking the Demon King's body, and having been encased in ice for hours. Not a chance. Estes shook her head. Your strength is formidable. Had I not seized that fleeting opportunity, I would never have captured you. Therefore, I shall not let you escape again. Sighing in resignation, Exion prepared for what was to come. In the next moment, his right eye activated the Rinna Sharingan, and he switched places with the chair across from him. Seeing the frozen ice resting quietly on the chair, Estes, after a brief moment of shock, once again displayed an expression of fascination. Exion, you retained such a terrifying ability even while sparring with me? Indeed, if it were not for the excessive expenditure of physical strength, Exion would be clutching his head, enduring the sensation of dizziness. How infuriating it is to have 90% of his power sealed, forcing him to carefully manage his chakra. This feeling is truly unsettling. Very well. I shall not resort to such measures to confine you again. However, I will gradually tame you, ensuring you remain by my side. With that, Isaidisu made her way to her room, stating, "You should wait on the bed for a moment. I need to take a bath." Upon hearing Isaidisu's words, EXIN instantly felt wide awake. Although he could not execute his series of moves, such as the unyielding grasp, the dragon's impact, the deadly rhythm, and the torrent of energy, sleeping beside such a captivating older sister seemed quite appealing. Kanaiha would surely forgive him, as this was also for the recruitment of a new member for their team. Chapter 149. Isaidisu's passed at the same time on Kelikana Island. Observing the fallen gorillas strewn across the ground, Eagle Eye lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Zoro had been rendered delirious from the beating. Kanaiha gazed into the distant sky, lost in contemplation. Is it truly impossible to stop EXIN? Kanaiha sighed softly. Perhaps this is the fate of women. She is destined to never possess EXIN solely for herself. If Eagle Eye and Zoro were aware of her current state of mind, they would undoubtedly be filled with tumultuous emotions. What have they done wrong? With the water from the shower head cascading over her, Isaidisu's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. This was the first time she had spent time alone with a young man, and he was significantly younger than herself. Even after years of battling on the battlefield, she found her heart racing. Meanwhile, EXIN was extremely anxious, cold sweat rolling down his forehead as if he were possessed by Zhang Chulan. He forced himself to calm down, intending to persuade Isaidisu to rebel against the Empire and join his side. It was certainly impossible to be as naive as Tazumi. After all, Isaidisu's desire for battle outweighed everything. Even love must yield before war. What could he possibly do to attract Isaidisu? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon EXIN. She yearned to encounter formidable opponents, to grow stronger. If he could provide her with what she needed, she would naturally follow her instincts. As the saying goes, the world is bustling with people seeking profit. Isaidisu remained in the Empire because it had become so corrupt that other factions directed their hostility toward it, resulting in continuous warfare. If the upcoming realms could present her with powerful adversaries, she would find no reason to stay in the Empire. Host, given that you have traversed 3 realms, completing the storyline of this realm will grant you an opportunity to select a realm, but only from those you have previously visited. As if sensing EXIN's thoughts, the system provided a timely reminder. This is splendid. EXIN's face lit up with excitement. His fists clenched tightly as he pressed them down. Yikin, you seem quite pleased. Spending a delightful evening with me must be a wonderful experience, no? Isaidisu's voice suddenly resonated behind him. Upon seeing Isaidisu clad only in a shirt, several buttons undone and her bare legs exposed, EXIN instinctively covered his nose, feeling a rush of warmth within. Such long legs. No, wait, I must explain. Would you like something to drink? Isaidisu inquired gently, taking a seat beside EXIN. No thank you, EXIN stammered, nervously sitting beside her. Are you feeling nervous? You truly are an adorable fellow, completely different from when you were in battle. Isaidisu's gaze became more infatuated. Indeed, we are a pair, our personalities so alike. If only you were an M, that would be even better. EXIN thought to himself. I am utterly perplexed. Although he was unsure of what to do at this moment, he felt that surrendering to the natural instincts of men and women could pose no issue. Isaidisu lowered her head, and despite her words, her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Isaidisu, may I ask you a question? EXIN licked his lips, and, following the storyline, inquired, you must like me, right? Before he could finish, Isaidisu cupped his face and pressed her lips against his. Is this the sensation of a first kiss? Tazumi, I have outdone you. EXIN transformed into a triumphant figure within his mind. In the next moment, Isaidisu pounced on EXIN, pinning him onto the bed, her hands pressing down on either side of his head, creating a rather precarious position. I can't hold back anymore. EXIN inhaled deeply, but at that moment, an inexplicable aura of killing intent surged within him. Then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. I can overlook the first kiss, but if you dare to be taken by her, even across realms, I will unleash my wrath. This voice sent chills down EXIN's spine, prompting him to swiftly evade and sit back up on the bed. Oh, you were able to restrain your desires at such a critical moment? How impressive. Isaidisu, unfazed by EXIN's retreat, appeared even more exhilarated, declaring, "You truly are a perfect man." After exhaling a long breath, Exan turned to Isaidisu and asked, "Isaidisu, you are not from the imperial capital, are you?" Upon hearing this, Isaidisu reclined on the bed. "Do you wish to know about my past? Then, Exin, as a trade, you must also share your past with me." Of course, Exin had indeed planned to reveal his identity to her, as it would pique her interest in joining his team. "I am not from the imperial capital, but rather from the northern borders surrounding it. Have you heard of the Paltas tribe?" "I have not," Exin answered honestly. According to the original storyline, Isaidisu's people had been exterminated during her childhood, so it was understandable that she had no recollection. They were a tribe specifically known for hunting dangerous species. "I was taken in by that tribe and raised." Isaidisu slowly began to recount her lineage to Exin. From a young age, she had been capable of independently hunting formidable creatures. Her adoptive father instilled in her a singular concept: the survival of the fittest. The dangerous species they hunted preyed upon humans, resulting in much suffering. However, this was solely due to the weakness of the humans they consumed, not a fault of the creatures. In the grand scheme of things, labeling dangerous species as cruel was merely a human perspective. Even when her mother fell victim to a dangerous species, her adoptive father clung to this belief. There was no need for hatred or resentment. One must acknowledge their own frailty, strive to survive, and grow stronger. For in this world, the strong would reign supreme, while the weak were destined for extinction. One day, she ultimately hunted down a large dangerous species in the mountains. Upon finally returning to her clan's territory, she was taken aback to discover that her home had been consumed by raging flames. Chapter 150, The Conspiracy. From the lips of a dying clansman, she learned that the northern barbarian tribes had crossed the border and attacked their village. Although her adoptive father valiantly led the charge and defeated numerous foes, he was ultimately outnumbered and gravely injured. After a bout of slaughter and pillaging, the enemies fled without a trace. In her father's final moments, she heard that ideology once more. It is a pitiful fate, is it not? Yet this is the inevitable outcome for the weak. Thus, one must strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming the mightiest can one truly survive in this world. In the aftermath, though she continued to hunt dangerous beasts alone, the threat had dwindled, compelling her to join the Empire in search of new prey. Isdeth recounted this tale with remarkable composure, revealing no signs of distress or negativity. Isin, however, understood that she had been indoctrinated with the philosophy of survival of the fittest since childhood. The death of her adoptive father was merely the consequence of her own frailty, not a testament to the malice of the northern tribes. Even after ascending to the rank of general and following the Empire's orders to subdue the northern barbarians, who were believed to require at least a year to conquer, she buried 400,000 of them alive. In vanquishing her enemies physically, she also shattered their spirits. A once formidable northern prince, renowned for his intelligence and valor, was reduced to a shell of himself after facing her. He knelt before his death, stripped of dignity, licking her high-heeled boots, only to have his skull crushed beneath her boot. Yet, her actions were devoid of hatred. They were merely in accordance with the Empire's directives. The burial of 400,000 clansmen was simply a means to conserve resources, as the Empire lacked the provisions to sustain such a multitude. This is the essence of a woman who reveres strength from within. This is my past. In exchange, it is time you share your lineage with me. A glint of curiosity flickered in Isdeth's eyes. I am genuinely intrigued about the experiences that have forged you into such a formidable individual at this age. What if I told you that I do not belong to this world, and that the prowess I exhibit now is merely a fraction, 1/10, of my true abilities? Isin's declaration momentarily stunned Isdeth. Yet, she swiftly erupted into laughter. You are truly amusing. 1/10 of your strength? If you were to unleash your full power, the Empire, nay, the entire world would bow before you, would it not? Indeed, Isin unabashedly divulged how she traversed various realms, incrementally enhancing her abilities. Initially, Isdeth listened with a dismissive attitude, intending to humor Isin. However, as the narrative unfolded, a serious expression gradually replaced her initial nonchalance. Although lacking concrete evidence, the vividness of Isin's accounts felt far too authentic to be fabricated. Could such a grand tale truly be the product of mere imagination? So, when you arrived in this world, your powers were sealed to a mere 10%, correct? The smile vanished from Isdeth's face. Since you are a member of the Night Raid, it seems your intention in approaching me is to plot the Empire's destruction? That is indeed the case. To be precise, It is a task assigned to me by the system. Without completing the requisite narrative, I cannot depart from this world. Isin nodded. Naturally, I have no desire to remain here indefinitely. There are countless realms awaiting my conquest. To be satisfied with merely exerting power within this empire is not my style. Furthermore, I find no opponent as formidable as you in this world. Must we then stand on opposing sides? Isteth's form blurred as she swiftly dismounted the bed, adopting a confrontational stance against Isin. The bashful demeanor of the petite woman vanished in an instant, replaced by the chilling aura of the sadistic queen. Why stand in opposition? What is your loyalty to the empire based upon? Is it solely the promise of endless warfare? Yet, facing those enemies is akin to harvesting chives. Does it truly bring you joy? Isin coaxed. Ultimately, you yearn for battles against worthy adversaries. Only such conflicts can provide you with genuine exhilaration. Once the empire is obliterated, join me in departing. Together, we shall venture into more realms where exhilarating battles await. Upon hearing Isin's words, Isteth fell into contemplation. After a moment, she sighed. Very well, this unending cycle of warfare indeed bores me. However, how can you assure the safety of my subordinates should the empire fall? Others might find it astonishing that such a battle-hungry individual would concern herself with the lives of her subordinates. Yet, following the death of the three beast warriors, Isteth had mourned their loss and vowed vengeance. In stark contrast to her bloodthirsty tendencies, she exhibited a profound care for her comrades. It is simple. I will speak with them and ensure that Najeta accepts your subordinates. If any are unwilling to follow, I shall find a way to resolve that amicably. Isin alleviated Isteth's concerns and inquired, So, will you choose to stand by my side? I hope you will bring me a life unlike any other. A fierce possessiveness gleamed in Isteth's eyes. Yushing Isin, prepare yourself. I shall shadow you relentlessly until I claim you as my own. The thought of Shangnehu, resonating in her mind, sent a chill down Isin's spine. How on earth would she explain this to Shangnehu upon returning? Nevertheless, Isteth had indeed been persuaded. The next step would be to devise a strategy to collaborate with the night raid and the revolutionary army to dismantle the empire. That very night, Isteth urgently summoned her comrades, planning to hold a meeting to announce their collective betrayal of the empire and joining the night raid organization. Soon, the 5 members of the Hunters arrived in the conference room. Upon witnessing the satisfaction radiating from both Isin and Isteth, the expressions on their faces were laden with unspoken emotions. It appeared that the tide had indeed turned. Chapter 151, A Battle of Wits. Gathering everyone for a meeting at such a late hour was to announce a significant development. Isteth was forthright. I hereby sever my ties with the Hunters, joining the night raid, and will ally with Yushing Isin to overthrow the empire. What? The moment Isteth's words fell, chaos erupted among the group. The empire's general, its very pillar, chose to betray the empire at this critical juncture and align with the notorious assassination organization. The night raid? Surely, this must be a jest. Isteth, do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? Will stood up first, his face flushed with indignation. We are soldiers of the empire, beneficiaries of its bounty. Without the empire, you may not have achieved your current stature. Are you truly willing to forsake the empire that nurtured you and ally with its sworn enemies? Indeed, this is a quintessential example of moral coercion. With arms crossed and a hint of exasperation on her face, Ixin said, I must elucidate a matter to you. My achievements today are a result of my own abilities. Without my leadership in the empire, it would have long since perished. Ixin retorted directly, My relationship with the empire is one of mutual accomplishment. Neither of us owes the other anything. Therefore, do not attempt to constrain me with matters concerning imperial soldiers. Were clenched his teeth, wanting to articulate something, yet found himself rendered speechless by Ixin's rebuttal. But you cannot join such an organization. After a pause, Were managed to utter this phrase. Ask yourself, among those noble officials assassinated at night, which of them was not a villainous fiend? If the laws of the empire could truly punish evil, why would it come to the point of compelling assassins to eliminate them? He was genuinely at a loss for words this time. He understood the facts were evident, no matter how he defended himself. He would merely be pulling the last shred of decency over his own shame. Yet, even if the empire were as corrupt as it is, it should not resort to such violent means to forcibly obliterate it. At that moment, Lon stepped forward, his face suffused with anger. I know you were once a teacher. A group of thieves murdered all your students, and thus you comprehend the extreme corruption of the empire. No one values your lives in the slightest. Ixin shrugged, utterly speechless. What kind of character is this? Any rational individual would join forces opposing the empire to overthrow it. Yet this gentleman naively believes he can single-handedly change the empire. This statement evoked thoughts of joyful memories. So, you aspire to alter the empire with your own strength? Wake up and abandon such naivete. Ixin sighed. In terms of martial prowess, you cannot rival Miss Ixin. In terms of connections, you fall far short of the ministers. What do you possess to instigate change? Will you persuade them one by one with your words? Lon fell silent. He had to concede that Ixin spoke the truth. Nevertheless, the image of those students who perished before his eyes still tormented his heart. Is there truly no other way? In this world, achieving anything requires a price. Even if you ultimately succeed in transforming the empire through your efforts, each day, innocent lives will be lost at the hands of the empire. And this is the price of enacting change from within. Ixin's words instantly awakened Lon. Indeed, would there be no sacrifice if the revolutionary army did not storm the imperial capital? It is impossible. Each day, lives are lost in the capital, particularly those of innocent civilians who have become mere playthings for the nobility, whether through slaughter or torment. They are merely stepping stones for these individuals to showcase their power and authority. Furthermore, those factions outside the capital also suffer daily sacrifices, with countless lives lost. There will always be sacrifices. How could there be a perfect solution in this world? I understand now. Rather than languishing in confusion, it is far better to channel my own strength into genuinely transforming the empire. Even if it requires sacrifice, if it can hasten the arrival of a new nation, then every effort will be worthwhile. Precisely. Ixin's face bore an expression of teachability. Perhaps you're right, but I still have my wife and daughter. The current empire ensures their safety. If I were to betray the empire, no one can guarantee that they would not suffer due to my actions. Burke sat in his chair, staring blankly ahead, a look of turmoil etched on his face. I comprehend your perspective. Every battle. You strive to return alive because there are those at home awaiting you. Gazing at Burke before him, Ixin sighed softly. In the original narrative, he was killed by a newcomer to the night raid, a girl named Chulsi, who disguised herself as a child using the imperial tool Gaia Foundation. In the animation, his wife and daughter survived until the end, contributing their strengths to the rebuilding of the new nation. However, in the manga, their fate was rather grim, as they were ravaged to death by a minister's son, Sheila. Although the specific details were not elaborated, the horrific state of their bodies indicated their tragic demise. Thus, Ixin directly seized upon this point. Burke, your wife and daughter are indeed beautiful. But consider this, in such a profoundly corrupt empire, as long as you live, no one would dare harm your wife and daughter out of respect for Miss Ixin. However, if you were to die, Miss Ixin would not be able to vigilantly protect them every day. Ixin's words struck directly at Burke's core. To put it another way, if you were to accidentally perish in battle, your wife and daughter would be in greater danger in the capital than anywhere else. Will, as a soldier of the empire, have you ever contemplated what your duties entail? Ixin turned to Weir. I sense a certain bewilderment in your gaze, emblematic of your uncertainty about what you should wield your sword for. Weir candidly admitted his inner thoughts. You are a soldier of the empire. Perhaps you believe that a soldier's duty is to obey orders. But I must tell you, the essence of a soldier's existence is to save the people, especially those in dire straits. Weir responded with a resigned smile. Indeed, as a soldier, I often speak of obedience to orders, yet forget what a soldier's foremost responsibility should be. Weir's eyes finally cleared. I understand now. If this is the only way to rescue the people from peril, I shall not hesitate to sacrifice my life and strength. Then that leaves only you. Ixin directed his gaze towards the one savoring dessert, Hidemo. Chapter 152, Betrayal of the Empire. I cannot possibly join the night raid. Hidemo's face displayed a resolute expression. From the moment my sister betrayed the Empire and joined the Revolutionary Army, I resolved to one day slay her with my own hands. I understand, Ixin nodded. If you insist on settling matters with Chihitomo, I will personally arrange your duel. Upon hearing this, Weir's face instantly registered shock. He had little interaction with Hidemo, and thus was unaware that she and Chihitomo were sisters. However, upon observing Hidemo's features closely, it struck him as entirely reasonable, as the resemblance between the two was strikingly similar. Are you willing to arrange the duel with my sister? Hidemo began to speak, but her complexion suddenly turned ghostly pale, and she gasped for breath. Hidemo, Weir rushed forward to support her delicate frame. You may not have much time left, Ixin sighed. You were once an assassin, so you should understand Chihitomo. Without a specific mission, she would never make an appearance. In fact, you might not even have the opportunity to meet her before your demise. If you wish to resolve matters with her, the best course of action is to seek her out personally. I comprehend. Hei Tong pondered earnestly for a moment and nodded. Such brilliance! At that very instant, Isides clapped her hands, her face adorned with admiration. Who would have thought that not only do you possess formidable strength, but your eloquence is equally remarkable. With the prowess of your silver tongue, you have persuaded them all. Respect for humanity and interests will forever remain the most effective means of communication. Xian's face revealed a hint of pride. After all, prior to traversing into this world, he was a mere office worker, familiar with the subtleties of human interactions. Very well, in the name of conquest, let us march forth and join the night raid. Isides issued her command without hesitation. The following morning, Isides mobilized tens of thousands of her loyal subordinates, along with all members of the hunters, under the pretext of a campaign against the border, advancing towards the outskirts of the city. No one harbored any doubts about Isides' loyalty to the Empire. They believed she would never betray it, for she was the embodiment of the Empire itself. As long as she remained, the Empire would remain unshaken. Regrettably, they overestimated her fidelity and overlooked the fact that individuals are often willing to forsake much in pursuit of their own desires. Thus, unbeknownst to them, the Empire suffered the unwarranted loss of tens of thousands of soldiers, along with a pillar of its strength, while simultaneously welcoming several formidable foes. Meanwhile, due to Najida returning the Imperial gear to the headquarters and needing to summon reinforcements, she temporarily left the Night Raid's ranks. The command of the Night Raid was entrusted to Chi Tong. Originally contemplating how to rescue Xian, Chi Tong abruptly received news of Xian's return. Accompanied by Isides and the entire hunter team, along with tens of thousands of elite soldiers, Chi Tong was perplexed. With Xian bringing back such a multitude, did he join the Empire or was he preparing to annihilate them? You are overthinking it. We have fought before. Your entire Night Raid combined cannot match us. If he wished to eliminate you, he wouldn't need to bring anyone. He could simply present your heads to the Imperial capital for a reward, Perona remarked, holding an umbrella and rolling her eyes as she walked towards the door. Regardless of what this fellow is up to, as long as he does not bring harm to us, it suffices. The group felt a wave of discontent at Perona's words, especially Mayeen, who glared at her with a murderous intent. Unfortunately, in the face of that apathetic specter, Mayeen lacked the courage to raise her voice. After all, a mere touch from that ghost could render her in a state of melancholy for an entire day. Could there be anything more absurd than that? Indeed, I have followed him for quite some time. Previously, I regarded his words as mere boasts, but now I sense he is unexpectedly the most formidable individual. I no longer find his actions surprising. Why he stood up calmly. Perhaps Isides has already been swayed by him, thus bringing the hunters and the Empire's elite to pledge their allegiance. Chi Tong quipped, what a joke. Isides would ever side with the Night Raid. Slowly drawing her Muramesa, she prepared for any potential upheaval. The moment she stepped outside, she was taken aback. For there knelt Isides, the hunters, and tens of thousands of elite soldiers, all half kneeling on the ground, their right fists clenched against their chests, exuding a demeanor of utmost reverence. Xian stood not far in front of Chi Tong, a proud expression gracing his face. So what do you think, Chi Tong? Are you satisfied with the reinforcements I've procured for you? Chi Tong exclaimed, what on earth? Did the Buddha bless that mouth of yours? He had indeed spoken the truth. And what was this gesture? A hard offer, perhaps? What a scene reminiscent of Attack on Titan. Isides am willing to lead all the soldiers under my command, along with the hunters, to join the revolutionary army and serve to overthrow the Empire. Isides spoke with a tone tinged with respect, of course, based on Xian's standing. Although hearing such words from Isides was shocking, Chi Tong felt a tumultuous wave within. Was this a jest? The Grand General of the Empire had defected so easily? Xian, what is the meaning of this? Chi Tong hastily directed her gaze towards Xian. It is quite simple. I have discerned their desires and made corresponding promises. Naturally, I have outlined what they seek on this list. As he spoke, Xian produced a note and handed it to Chi Tong. Upon receiving it, she scanned it briefly, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she turned to the hunter's ranks. Indeed, Hei Tong stood at the side, her left hand resting on the hilt of her blade, exuding an air of battle fervor. So, it was your promises that led her to abandon the Empire? Chi Tong's tone became somewhat complicated. You must understand, a confrontation between you is inevitable. Xian sighed, rather than allowing you to clash in the Imperial capital. It is better for her to depart early, allowing you to resolve matters amongst yourselves. At the very least, she will no longer serve as a force within the imperial capital. You did well. Qitong nodded, then inquired, what promises did you make to Isides? Why did she agree to leave the empire with you? That is not for you to inquire about. Just know that she will undoubtedly assist the revolutionary army in toppling the empire. Once accomplished, I will take her away, and she will pose no threat to the new nation. But have you considered how to handle the relationship between the boss and her? Qitong remained somewhat concerned. After all, Isides had previously maimed her, taking an eye and an arm, and had slain 2 of her comrades. Such was a deep-seated vendetta. Chapter 153, Resolution. You need not worry about this. With boss's intellect, she certainly understands the need to weigh the pros and cons. The addition of Isides to the campaign against the empire would almost guarantee victory. How could she let such an opportunity slip? Hearing Exin's words, Qitong could only let out a gentle sigh. She had to concede that Exin's reasoning held merit. Well then, the next matter at hand concerns my relationship with her. Qitong took a deep breath, slowly withdrawing her muramesa as she approached Haitong. Sister, you should know where to go. Let us engage in a proper love-hate relationship. A hint of joy appeared on Haitong's face as she dashed off into the distance. Qitong closely in poursuite. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Wei Er, after a brief hesitation, followed suit. Then Tasmi, must also take action. But Exin halted him. What are you planning to do? A look of helplessness crossed Exin's face. He recalled that in the original story, when Qitong and Haitong faced off in their final duel, this fellow insisted on intervening, spouting nonsense about their battle being for their respective wills. Consequently, in the manga, Haitong, who had chosen to retreat, was slain by Qitong, dying in vain. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Didn't you notice that fellow's interest in Haitong? Exin shot Tasmi a glare. With that time, it would be wiser to. As he spoke, Exin subtly pointed with his pinky towards Mayin, giving a slight beckon. Tazimi instantly comprehended Isin's intentions, yet his face flushed crimson. You don't think nonsensically. Our relationship is merely that of ordinary friends. A faint smile danced upon Isin's lips as he regarded Tazimi. Thus, Isteth temporarily remained with the night raid, while tens of thousands of elite soldiers were escorted by Brand to the headquarters, where he would elucidate the matter to Negiata. Isin, shall we go inside? Upon entering the room, Isteth entwined her arm with Isin's, her expression filled with infatuation. I'm utterly craving you. The members of Night Raid and the hunters observed. It is said that when women become enamored, men must retreat, and it appears to be true. Isin, allow your sister to embrace you with her boundless warmth. Riona cheerfully pulled Isin's head close, demonstrating what a facial cleanser truly was. Then, she sensed a chilling aura of malice. How daring of you to lay a hand on my beloved? Isteth's face broke into a gentle smile. Although it was said that as long as one could research and transform imperial tools, location mattered little, being surrounded by such foolishness was akin to torture. Dr. slightly exasperated, supported his forehead. However, Lon and Brooke, who had brought his wife and daughter, experienced an unusual warmth. Could it be that an assassin organization could resemble a large family? As the night deepened, Akatsuki finally returned, her face bearing a mix of reluctance and contentment. How is it? The members of the Hunters and Night Raid hurriedly gathered around, inquiring anxiously. Akatsuki paused for a moment, recounting the details of the battle. On the outskirts of the Empire, in the long-abandoned church of the Savage Bull Forest, sister, you follow me. Kurohitsuji halted, her face alight with joy as she produced a piece of confection from her small pouch and offered it to Akatsuki. Here, sister. You must also adore this, right? MHM. Akatsuki smiled as she accepted the cookie from Kurohitsuji's hand, savoring it slowly. They then sat on the ground, gazing up at the luminous moon. Sister, we endured rigorous training in the Empire, yet we were reassigned to different special forces. It was only during the years you defected from the Empire that we reunited. Kurohitsuji's visage reflected nostalgia. After our reunion, we often practiced our swordsmanship here. Indeed, back then, we did everything together, even bathing. Akatsuki's gaze toward Kurohitsuji was filled with affectionate indulgence. As long as I am with you, sister, I feel at ease. Kurohitsuji remarked, gradually unsheathing her blade, Yaho, rising to her feet as she pointed it at Akatsuki. Thus, let us remain together forever. Of course, if you could join us in Night Raid. Akatsuki also stood up slowly, still wishing to make one last effort. Unfortunately, Kurohitsuji decisively declined her. I must demonstrate our strength. To show the Empire how useful we are. For that is the purpose of our existence as assassins. If I were to betray the Empire alongside you, what would it mean for our comrades who fought alongside us? I understand, Akatsuki replied with a bitter smile. Sister, you possess a greater ambition than I. You wish to improve the lives of the people through your actions and bring down the Empire. Such a serious sister. Gripping her hair tightly, Kurohitsuji's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Damn it, why is my mind in such disarray? I clearly cannot forgive my sister, yet I adore her so. Her tone took on a twisted fervor. I do not want anyone but me to kill my sister. It should be I who carries out the act. Using my Yahoo to turn my sister into my beloved doll, that way we can be together forever. In the next moment, beneath the silvery moonlight, the two charged toward one another, each wielding their respective blades. Under the moon's glow, the blades flickered, the sound of clashing weapons resonating through the forest. With a swift motion, Kurohitsuji's Yahoo first carved a line of blood across Akatsuki's shoulder. Does it hurt, sister? I forgot to mention, before arriving here, I had already consumed a strengthening potion. I came here determined to kill you. With a sinister grin, Kurohitsuji unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Akatsuki. Instantly, Akatsuki felt an overwhelming pressure, like a tidal wave crashing upon her. Her coat had been torn in several places, blood seeping from within, indicating severe injury. Akatsuki barely avoided Kurohitsuji's final blow, landing on the ground. The efficacy of that potion is astonishing, enhancing you to such an extent. A solemn expression graced Akatsuki's features. However, I have always considered Muramasa merely an ordinary tool, for I believe that over-reliance on the capabilities of Imperial tools diminishes one's own strength. And now, to eliminate you, I must properly utilize Muramasa's lethal capabilities. Chapter 154, Retreat. Sister, have you finally become serious? Kurohitsuji's smile faded, replaced by a focused demeanor. She needed to proceed with caution. Yahoo, March of the Dead. In the next moment, Kurohitsuji plunged Yahoo into the ground. A wave of purple energy surged outward. Countless corpses slowly emerged from the earth, charging towards Akatsuki. Alas, Akatsuki no longer aimed for a precise strike, but fully utilized Muramasa's one-hit kill feature. As long as she could strike her opponent, it would result in death. Even if some were former comrades she had fought alongside in the Empire, she showed no mercy. She understood that the only course of action now was to eliminate them, granting them true liberation. Damn it, the puppets summoned by Yahoo are utterly insufficient to defeat my sister? Ultimately, I must rely on myself. Kurohitsuji swung Yahoo, engaging Akatsuki in close combat once more. However, Yahoo had already drained much of her stamina, and the effects of the strengthening potion were waning. In the blink of an eye, she found herself at a disadvantage. Losing the ability to counterattack, forced into a passive defense, perilously close to defeat. Once again, the two sides faced each other, Kurohitsuji utterly exhausted. Kneeling on one knee with Yahoo embedded in the ground, evidently lacking the strength to continue fighting. Kurohitsuji, drop your blade. You must understand, you are at your limit. Akatsuki approached Kurohitsuji step by step, Muramasa in hand. Your strengthening potion is nearing its limit. Surrender. No. Kurohitsuji suddenly shouted hoarsely, I will not surrender. I was born to fight. From childhood, I've been nurtured by the Empire. Rather than surrender, I would choose to die in battle. If the strengthening potion fails, then I shall consume another. Before Kurohitsuji could retrieve it, Will appeared beside her, swiftly knocking the potion from her grasp. Will? Kurohitsuji stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Will. Astonishment etched across her face. This ends here. Will grasped Kurohitsuji's right hand, his expression earnest. I will not allow you to continue fighting recklessly. Why? For a prolonged period, I have felt utterly useless. The first time I encountered Ice Disu, I was effortlessly sent flying, lacking any capacity for resistance. Subsequently, during our campaign against the rebels, my performance was rather mediocre. Vale, clad in a layer of black armor, resolutely positioned himself before Haitong, declaring, this time as a comrade, I shall at least protect your life. You wish to prove your strength to the Empire, and I, too, must demonstrate my worth. Spare me your self-indulgence. Haitong abruptly shouted at Vale, I never agreed to your intentions. We barely know each other. Do I truly need your assistance? For reasons unknown. Witnessing the unwavering resolve in his eyes as he expressed his intent to arrange a duel with Chi Tong filled her with profound sorrow. Vale brandished a black lance, proclaiming, Perhaps you have already resolved to engage in a life-or-death battle with Chi Tong, but I will not permit your demise. His eyes shone with steadfast determination as he continued. I shall defeat Chi Tong and then lead you away from this place. Despite previously promising to fight for the people as a soldier, nothing is more paramount than your safety. I cannot escape the Empire. It is beyond my capabilities. Hei Tong knelt, clutching her head in turmoil. You can. As long as I am here, you can. Vale's forceful declarations shattered Hei Tong's defenses. From this moment forth, I shall not allow you to fight, even by force. With that, he seized Hei Tong's weapon and smashed it in two with a single blow. Hei Tong's expression shifted dramatically, her mind a blank slate, save for the image of the one who risked everything for her. Yet, Vale charged forth, engaging Chi Tong with his lance. The clashing of weapons echoed in her ears, chipping away at the deeply ingrained beliefs instilled in her by the Empire. Can I truly leave? Is it possible for me? She incessantly questioned herself. Before long, Vale was also felled to the ground. However, Chi Tong refrained from delivering a lethal blow. She merely incapacitated him. If possible, take Hei Tong and leave. Chi Tong's face bore a hint of reluctance, yet she understood that this was the best outcome. Thank you. Vale returned to Hei Tong, cradling her still confused form. She cast a lingering gaze at Chi Tong before resting her head against Vale's chest, slowly closing her eyes. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a peaceful slumber. It was a release from all her burdens. As she watched the two depart, tears streamed down Chi Tong's cheeks, yet her face bore a smile. This is sufficient. Indeed, their retreat is commendable, Ice Disu remarked, glancing at Exine in the distance. Although the absence of battle renders my life exceedingly dull, I can empathize with their sentiments. She then quietly pondered, if it were Exine, could I also one day relinquish my obsession with combat and simply wish to spend the rest of my days peacefully by his side? The thought brought a smile to her lips, a glimpse of a life filled with anticipation. All right, next, we shall face the Empire in a decisive battle. Yi Qin stood, his face ablaze with fervor. It is time to bring an end to the Empire's long-standing tyranny. Following that, numerous realms awaited his conquest. The mere thought made him eager to hasten the conclusion of this narrative and move on to the next. Most importantly, it seemed that not many had watched this anime, which felt rather awkward. Oops, I accidentally spoke the truth. Soon, Nejieda returned with her new companions, Susanoo and Chelsea. Upon seeing Ice Disu, her expression mirrored the shock of the others. She had not anticipated that Xin had indeed swayed Ice Disu to lead the elite hunter organization to this place. Ice Disu, despite your past deeds for the Empire and the harm you have caused, I still welcome you to join us in overthrowing it. Nejieda extended her hand to Ice Disu. This was not merely due to her grand vision, but rather because her strength was evident, and she stood alongside Xin. Should they turn against Ice Disu, their combined power would render them invincible. At the same time, in the imperial capital, chaos ensued. What? Ice Disu is leading an army to the borders? The ministers' faces reflected disbelief, as there had been no recent conflicts in that region. Is it possible she has fled? The young emperor's countenance darkened. Have I erred in some way? Why would General Ice Disu abandon the capital? Your Majesty, you have been doing exceptionally well. It is Ice Disu's insatiable greed that drives her. The position of Grand General is insufficient. She seeks to betray the Empire and align with the rebels for her own gain. One minister quickly regained composure, recalling the young emperor's secret weapon that remained unused, the Guardian Machine. That was the original Imperial artifact, the most powerful of its kind, designed to protect the Empire. As long as it existed, the Empire would not fall. Your Majesty, our immediate priority is to safeguard the Empire. For the sake of our people, we must utilize that artifact. The minister's face illuminated with fervor and hope. After a brief silence, the young emperor's gaze hardened with resolve. Indeed, as long as that artifact exists, the Empire shall not crumble. Absolutely. Your Majesty is wise. Once we deploy that artifact, even Ice Disu and that Yueying Exan must bow before us. The minister exclaimed excitedly, let us eradicate those treasonous scoundrels. Simultaneously, the Revolutionary Army received intelligence about dangerous entities attacking the villagers in the Empire's outskirts. Nejieda hosted a feast for everyone, sharing her intel and decisions. The task of cooking naturally fell to Susanoo, a humanoid biological imperial artifact, who had awakened after centuries upon encountering Nejieda and had been assigned to her by headquarters. He was an incredibly reliable ally. Most importantly, Susanoo's domestic skills were exceptional. He could chop wood, build houses, clean, and do laundry, mastering over 1,000 recipes, making him an indispensable companion in the household. Soon, Susanoo presented the dishes. To ensure you all can fight better, I have truly gone all out today. Are you ready? Upon hearing Susanoo's words, excitement lit up the faces of the guests. First up, Nagieta's miso ramen, a perfect combination of chicken and salt flavors. It is my pride. Main strawberry Christmas dessert, infused with special herbs. Rabak's exceptionally fresh lobster sashimi. Leonai is a highly esteemed ice wine that pairs wonderfully with a local delicacy. Guangdongzhu. Qitong specializes in various meat dishes, crafted with a unique sauce of my own creation. While others remained silent, they indulged in the special set meal prepared by Su's Wajinan. The others remarked, "Isn't this just a street-side bento for 15 yuan?" It is rather disheartening to see such casualness towards later offerings. Before the meeting commenced, I specifically requested Su Zhuiji-nan to prepare everyone's favorite dishes, allowing us to gather our strength, as many challenging battles lie ahead. Before Nagieta could finish her words, everyone had already begun to devour the meal ravenously. Nagieta lit a cigarette, observing the group with a smile. Indeed, they appeared quite spirited. "Wow, this sundae is delectable." Maya's face flushed as she intended to share a taste with Tazimi. However, Leonai swiftly wrapped her arm around Tazimi's head, her imposing presence looming over him. "Little brother, my drink is empty. You know what to do, right?" I know. I'll pour it for you," Tazimi replied, looking somewhat aggrieved as he filled her glass. "Hey, today's dishes are splendid," Qitong exclaimed, swallowing the last piece of meat with satisfaction. "Yes, it feels as though we cannot survive without Su's Wajinan," Tazimi echoed, a look of reflection on his face. "If you're satisfied, then I am pleased," Su's Wajinan said with a proud smile, then turned his gaze to Tazimi's bowl, suddenly changing his expression. "Tazimi, there is still a grain of rice left in your bowl. Hurry and finish it. I'm overly concerned about this." The group collectively sighed. If only you weren't so fixated on the details. Although our primary task is to breach the imperial capital, I believe it is essential to collaborate with the army to eliminate the surrounding dangerous creatures. They, too, are our future citizens. What do you all think? After satisfying our appetites, Nagieta surveyed the crowd while smoking. "I am indifferent," the Exian shrugged. "I feel the same. As long as there is a battle, I am content." AIC initially maintained her striking image as a dominant queen, but in the next moment, she transformed into a bashful woman, glancing at EXIN with a blush. "If only EXIN could be with me, that would be even better." EXIN replied, "Your Majesty, could you tone it down a bit?" "Come on, don't be so naive," she retorted. At that moment, she interjected, "This matter could easily be handled by the Empire. This way, we can serve our strength while inflicting losses on their military. Why engage in such thankless labor?" Tazimi paused for a moment before responding. "I understand your perspective, but those dangerous creatures continue to attack innocent people. We are assassins, yet we are also companions of the people. I wish to eradicate those threats swiftly to ensure the survival of as many innocent civilians as possible." All right, I understand. Che undicesimo sighed el Plisli. Yet, for some reason, she found these warm-hearted assassins quite intriguing. Perhaps they are unfit to be assassins, but as companions Tazimi certainly knows how to articulate. Su's Wajinan remarked, crossing his arms and nodding in approval. However, his expression shifted once more as he addressed Tazimi. "There is something I need to discuss with you." Su's Wajinan's tone suddenly turned serious. "Sufe, witnessing Suzi, non se yarnes de menor, an ominos premonition surgivitin Tazimi." As expected, Su's Wajinan's voice became stern. "Tazimi, your zipper is undone, and I am exceedingly concerned about it. You must rectify this immediately." Tazimi's face turned as red as liver, as he instinctively shielded his lower region. He glanced around and saw that everyone appeared to recall something amusing. Suppressing laughter. Chapter 156. Your zipper opened for the people the moment Tazimi zipped up. Laughter erupted. "You finally looked handsome for once." And it ended in such a disaster. Leonai was the first to burst out laughing. "Quick, tell me your current mental state. Are you able to pick your toes with your feet?" Rabok chimed in with a jest. "Hey, can we refrain from such embarrassing antics next time?" Maya's face flushed as she found herself strangely fond of this comedic character. I apologize, Tazimi. At that moment, Qitong's face was also bright red as she repeatedly apologized. "I thought this was a Trini style, so I didn't to remind you." "Come on, I'm not a train enthusiast." Tazimi wished he could vanish into thin air. Just then, Chi Tong knelt down, seriously gazing at Tazimi's lower half. I've decided. I will keep a close eye on whether your zipper is up from now on. Tazimi, in despair, covered himself. Suddenly, Rabok raised his fist, striking a cool pose. We are also companions of the people. If your zipper is undone, I shall take action. Do not mind it. Even if the zipper is undone, it is for the people. Lei Onai added with a final jest. Sister, let us be civilized. As the atmosphere shifted to a comedic tone, he XN crossed his arms, glancing at AI C2C, Bai, and Pei Luo Na. What do you think? ISNT it quite amusing? Ah, there is not a hint of an assassin organization here. AI C2C nodded. Indeed, Bai added, a warm smile gracing his face as he recalled his days with Zaibu Zhan. We're a few clowns. What is the fuss? Pei Luo Na's voice dwindled as she began to miss Emolia. Soon, Na Jieta established teams to eradicate the dangerous creatures, striving to save the citizens in the outskirts of the imperial capital. Naturally, EXIN was grouped with AIC2C. It's time for us to be alone again. After slaying several giant dangerous species, AIC2C suddenly embraced EXIN from behind. At present, EXIN was not yet 16, relatively small in stature, with his head reaching AIC2C's chest. Thus, he naturally felt the sensation at the back of his head. AIC2C, please let me go. I come from the countryside, and I lack proper nutrition. EXIN said with a look of helplessness. From here on, we merely need to lie in wait, correct? AIC2C sat on the ground. Her face flushed as she gazed at EXIN. Yes, right now, it is just the two of us. IC2C, Hir Kixtinjadwi's Creamson, looked at EXIN. EXIN, what do you intend to do? This is your destiny, and the choice is yours. Then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in EXIN's ear. The host currently has 3 options. 1. Living here for a while, ISNT bad. 2. No matter what, proceed to the next realm and be together forever. 3. Directly confront AI C2C EXIN. The choice is yours. What kind of choice is this? Indeed, the atmosphere was rather frigid. Observing Isin retreating a considerable distance, Eyesides displayed a sly smile. The more you evade me, the more exhilarated I become. Sooner or later, I shall thoroughly ravage you. Just then, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Following that, a formidable army emerged nearby, accompanied by a resounding shout. Seize every able-bodied man in sight and send them to the imperial capital to enlist. Eyesides had already defected, and it was believed that the revolutionary forces would soon take action, commanding the army to attack the empire. Upon hearing this proclamation, a chill crossed Eyeside's face. To her surprise, it was General Bude. As his words fell, a figure clad in green armor rode forth, appearing before Isin and Eyesides. Behind him trailed thousands of elite soldiers from the empire. This man was none other than General Bude, the empire's other strongest warrior, known for his integrity and unwavering loyalty to the empire, aside from Eyesides. Eyesides, the traitor of the empire. Eyesides observed the righteous fury on Bude's resolute face as he regarded her. The empire has treated you well. Why have you chosen this path? Because the empire's fate is sealed, and besides, my beloved is here in the midst of the night raid. Eyesides replied, her face flushing with a girlish shyness, speaking without any pretense. Hearing her words, Bude turned his gaze to Isin. So it is you who has seduced Eyesides away from the empire? A chill spread across Bude's features. I am well aware of the minister's insurrection against the empire, yet that does not justify your rebellion. You, and she shall return to the empire with me. After we eradicate the traitors, I will personally deal with the ministers and restore peace to the empire. It's too late, Isin shook his head. The root of the empire's current state lies not solely with the ministers. Even the young emperor has succumbed to their corruption and can no longer be a wise ruler. Indeed, an emperor who has been controlled by ministers since his youth, what independence can he muster when they are gone? It is akin to a mama's boy, without his mother. Could he survive in this world? He would likely struggle even to care for himself. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Bude's eyes. It seems the two of you have no intention of returning with me. Indeed, General Bude, since joining the empire, I have yet to face you in battle. Allow me. Eyesides began to draw her western sword, but Isin restrained her hand. Did you not see the contempt in his gaze towards me? Isin chuckled. If I do not defeat him in this battle, he will surely think I am merely riding on your coattails. Of course, this was merely a jest. Isin was indifferent to how Bude perceived him. However, If Eyesides were to engage Bude in combat, the latter would most likely be killed, an outcome Eason did not wish to witness. After all, Bude was merely misguided loyalty, not a villain of great malice. The establishment of a new nation is a time that demands talent. If he were to perish here, it would be a regrettable loss. Chapter 157. Seducing Bude. Truly, the man I have chosen does not shy away in critical moments. Eyeside smiled. You shall engage him in battle. I will handle the rabble. Understood. Eason nodded, drawing Eyeside's western sword and charging towards Bude. Come forth and be frozen by my ice. Eyesides leapt into the air, a colossal ice sphere materializing above her head, which she commanded to crash down upon the soldiers below. Is this truly the power of humanity? It is Eyesides. One cannot measure her by ordinary standards. Enough with the chatter. Run. The soldiers, paralyzed with fear, fled in panic. It was too late. The massive ice sphere had already descended upon the crowd. Countless lives were crushed into a bloody pulp by its immense force. But that was not the end. The frigid ice transformed into an army, charging towards the remaining soldiers, many of whom were frozen solid, while others were pierced by weapons forged from the ice. In less than 3 minutes, over 10,000 troops fell to Eyeside's might. With a long exhale, Eyesides acknowledged the immense toll such a large-scale attack took on her stamina. She sat atop the ice sphere, calmly observing the clash between Eason and Bude. Bang! Bang! The two figures became streaks of lightning, colliding mid-air with relentless ferocity. Each clash ignited a dazzling flash of light. The armored general, equipped with imperial artifacts, possessed the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning for devastating strikes, delivering powerful impacts from a distance, and forming a protective armor of lightning that paralyzed those who came into contact with it, an inherent nemesis for close combat users like Lei, Onai, or Tasmi. Regrettably, although Eason's strength had been diminished by 90%, he remained a close combat specialist and, with his mastery of chambered flow, was able to disregard the paralyzing effects of the imperial artifact. Bang! As the two engaged in their final clash, 2 bolts of lightning etched deep scars into the ground, each revealing their forms as they charged towards one another. The ensuing close-quarters combat was a spectacle to behold. Bang! Eason's western sword struck Bude's eastern staff with tremendous force. Armed with Haki, the sword glistened black with enhanced sharpness. With a slight exertion, Eason severed a corner of Bude's staff. Seizing the moment of Bude's astonishment, Eason executed a spinning kick, propelling Bude away, then followed up with another kick that sent the severed part of the staff hurtling towards him. Yet Bude reacted with lightning speed, evading the incoming fragment as he barreled towards Eason like a war chariot, sending him crashing against a nearby cliff, creating a sizable crater. Just as Eason extracted his sword from the rock crevice, Bude was upon him once more, colliding with him again. Boom! The immense force collapsed one cliff face, then slammed him against the second. Bang! But Eason's form transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing before Bude's eyes. Before Bude could comprehend the nature of this ability, Eason had already appeared behind him, thrusting his western sword through Bude's boot, piercing the ground between his toes, temporarily pinning him in place. Eason nimbly leapt onto Bude's back, producing a kunai that he pressed against the back of Bude's neck. You have lost. However, Bude, with remarkable agility, seized Eason and slammed him into the ground. Boom! The formidable force struck the ground with such intensity that a vast pit was created, shattering the surrounding stones with an imperceptible power. I am a general of the Empire. It is utterly impossible for me to concede to you thieves. The determination etched on Bud's face was resolute, even if it cost me my life. I will ensure your demise here. Prepare yourself. Asta. Yet, before he could finish his declaration, Eason's form transformed once more into a puddle of water. It seemed that reasoning with him was futile. Emerging from behind Asta, Eason, with a tone of contemplation, remarked, if you were to engage without the Imperial tools, you may not stand a chance against him. His close combat abilities are truly extraordinary. Shall I take over? Asta proposed. You just unleashed a technique of that caliber. Using the moke boat might leave you utterly exhausted. Eason replied, gradually raising his right hand. Coincidentally, I have been developing a new technique during this time, and he would make a perfect test subject. As soon as the words left his mouth, an energy sphere composed of chakra materialized in Eason's palm, the very essence of the Rasengan. However, upon closer inspection, one could perceive the subtle flow of wind and lightning attributes within the Rasengan. Oh, what new ability is this? Upon seeing the Rasengan, Asta was instantly invigorated, her face lighting up with excitement. Isin, your abilities are truly diverse. Isin smiled, then hurled the Rasengan forcefully towards Bud. Yet, it vanished before it could reach him. Humph, what kind of attack is this? It hasn't even approached me. Bang! Before Bud could complete his sentence, the Rasengan struck him squarely in the face, sending him soaring through the air for a distance of 8 zhong, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the ground. Curse it, I was careless, I should have dodged. With that final thought, Bud succumbed to unconsciousness. It appeared that the research had borne fruit. A look of exhilaration spread across Isin's face. This was Boruto's signature move. During his training with the Rasengan, he had inadvertently infused it with lightning chakra, resulting in the creation of a disappearing Rasengan. One must admit that in terms of innate talent, even when combined, Sasuke and Naruto could not compare to Boruto. Well then, the Empire has lost another ally. Its fate is sealed, Isin declared, lifting the unconscious Bud onto his shoulder. As for whether Bud would join the Revolutionary Army, that was now a matter for Neji to handle. Chapter 158. The final assault before long. Isin returned with Bud to the headquarters. Naturally, the subsequent matters were beyond his concern. Neji took it upon herself to persuade Bud, eventually convincing the general. However, as a condition, Bud requested that Neji grant the young emperor a dignified exit, ensuring he would not be publicly executed, and that no disparaging remarks regarding the young emperor would be made in the new nation. Although the young emperor was indeed inept, he was but a child of less than 10, manipulated by the ministers. How could he have any independent thoughts? He deserved punishment, but allowing him to depart with dignity would be a final act of compassion for the child. Neji readily agreed to Bud's stipulation. As long as the new nation could be established and the empire overthrown, she would not be fixated on such trivialities. Furthermore, given Bud's unwavering integrity, if this matter could secure his loyalty to the new nation, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. With Bud's defection, preparation for the full assault against the empire were set in motion. Soon, the Revolutionary Army gathered outside the city. Comrades, Neji, riding her warhorse, wore an expression of fervor. Today, we shall bring an end to the Empire's centuries-long tyranny. After this battle, the new nation shall rise. I have but one command for our operation. Eliminate all treacherous ministers who disturb this world, and then survive to witness the birth of the new nation. A resounding cheer erupted as the crowd raised their weapons. Charge! Neji shouted, brandishing the revolutionary flag as she led the charge toward the imperial capital. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army followed closely behind, surging toward the heart of the empire. With the absence of the two great generals, Asta and Bud, the soldiers of the capital had already lost their will to fight, fleeing in terror. Before long, the 4 great gates of the capital were simultaneously breached. Waves of soldiers flooded into the city. Only the loyal imperial guards remained, engaging in street battles, giving a final struggle for the crumbling empire. Yet, it was evident to all that their efforts were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to endure for long before being crushed by the Revolutionary Army's iron will. At that moment, a tremendous roar filled the air. Boom! A colossal mech, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, loomed over the center of the capital. Had it finally appeared? A grave expression crossed Isin's face. This mech was none other than the first imperial tool, the Supreme Throne. The Supreme Throne, initially the strongest of the imperial tools, was both the origin of all imperial tools and their pinnacle, revered as the supreme imperial tool. Legend has it that it possessed powers rivaling those of deities, usable only by one of imperial lineage. Its secret technique, the purification mode, combined alchemy with the characteristics of the imperial tool, transforming its exterior into a dragon form. The user would be consumed by the imperial tool, becoming bloodthirsty, with an increase in both the destructive power and quantity of weapons, as well as enhanced hardness of the armor. Traitorous scum, prepare to die before me, the young emperor within the mech shouted. The mech then unleashed numerous laser beams, indiscriminately incinerating both the advancing revolutionaries and the innocent civilians of the capital into charred remains. Hey, are you willing to sacrifice your own people just to kill us? From a distance, Tazimi witnessed the horror and cried out in outrage, observing the scorched earth and the countless innocent lives lost. A flicker of hesitation crossed the young emperor's face. Although he was deeply convinced by the words of his ministers, at this moment, witnessing the unspeakable carnage before him, it would be impossible to claim that he felt no twinge of compassion. "Your Majesty, please do not be deceived by the words of these rebels." At that moment, a minister stood atop a high building, his face betraying a mad fervor. "Your Majesty, everything you are doing is to protect your empire. Even a small sacrifice is of little consequence." The young emperor fell into a brief silence. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute. "Indeed, the minister is correct. Even if sacrifices must be made, as long as I can protect the empire and prevent you traitorous ministers from trampling upon the land of the capital, what does it matter if sacrifices are required?" The young emperor's expression twisted painfully, his tone becoming frenzied. "Prepare to die." Has the despicable emperor been thoroughly warped by the ministers? Witnessing this scene, Bud's face reflected deep sorrow. In that moment, he finally understood why Nagiata and the others had joined the revolutionary army and sought to overthrow the empire. "Little emperor, for the sake of the people here, to no longer suffer the tyranny of the ministers, I must send you to hell. Rest assured, I will ensure that the instigator, the minister, accompanies you in seeking atonement." A resolute expression gradually emerged on Bude's face. He extended his hands, summoning two colossal spheres of lightning that thundered towards the opposing mech with tremendous force. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted upon the mech, leaving only faint marks, causing minimal damage to the machine itself. How formidable! Witnessing this scene, Bude's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his full-powered strike would fail to breach the mech's defenses. "General Bude, it seems you have also betrayed me. In that case, I shall make you pay." The little emperor's face contorted with malice as he maneuvered the mech, aiming its cannons at Bude. In the next moment, a crimson laser beam surged towards Bude. Before the beam could reach him, Bude felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, instinctively shutting his eyes. Such an assault was beyond what his physical body could withstand. Xinla Diansen. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Bude. A single-minded individual extended a hand towards the laser, and an invisible, colossal force shattered the beam into fragments. Just in time, Xinla panted slightly, but his complexion was visibly less pale than before. Just prior to the decisive battle, the system had rewarded him by altering the storyline of this world, restoring his power to 20%. Though still significantly weaker, at least he was no longer left utterly exhausted by merely casting a skill. "You," Bude gazed at Xinla in disbelief. "You are the Empire's Grand General. Saving even a few of those bewildered soldiers is your duty as the highest commander." Chapter 159. This strike will be impressive. "Understand." A smile crept onto Bude's face. "Such an opponent is beyond my level to contend with. Defeat him. I eagerly await the dawn of a new world." Naturally, a profound combat fervor glimmered in Xinla's eyes. "The Supreme Throne? Even the generals of the warring states must cower beneath my blade. Were you compared to that?" Swish! In an instant, Xinla appeared behind Qi Tong, effortlessly seizing her weapon, Murakumo. "You." Qi Tong's face was etched with surprise. "Allow me to borrow this." "You must find a way for yourself," Xinla declared, then swiftly charged towards the distant Supreme Throne. "Is it you who has altered everything?" As Xinla approached, the little emperor's face twisted with loathing. "You have destroyed my empire. I shall send you to hell." No sooner had he spoken than multiple laser beams bombarded Xinla from all directions. However, with the ability to foresee, Xinla effortlessly predicted the trajectory of the little emperor's lasers, flickering across the ground to evade the incoming beams and the explosive aftermath. "Is this all you can muster?" A cold smile graced Xinla's lips as he ascended into the air. But in the next moment, dozens of laser beams converged mid-air, transforming into a massive laser cannon dozens of meters wide, aimed directly at Xinla. It seemed he had not anticipated the attack, and his figure was engulfed by the immense laser. The violent shockwave even parted the clouds in the sky, revealing a clear blue expanse. The ground below was carved into a deep chasm, with buildings on either side collapsing like toppled blocks. Xinla, Nagiata, invading the city, wore a look of horror. The power of the Supreme Throne is truly terrifying. This level of assault is beyond what any human could endure. Qi Tong gritted her teeth in frustration, filled with hatred for her inadequacy. In such a grand battle, she was utterly powerless to assist. Is this a deity? Others gazed in shock at the terrifying spectacle above, murmuring in disbelief. "It's death, you seem unfazed." Bai appeared unconcerned, casually watching the lasers in the sky with his hands tucked into his sleeves. "He is the man I have chosen. If he were to perish so easily, it would only indicate his weakness, unfit for existence in this world. Isteth's expression remained calm as she slowly drew her western sword. Should he fall in battle, I shall take his place and vanquish the supreme throne. No wonder he chose to include you in our team. Had it been Kana, she would have rushed to save him without hesitation. Kana? During this time, Isteth had heard Shinla mention this woman. She is his beloved. While Isteth possessed a strong sense of possessiveness, she bore no ill will toward Shinla for it. Let be a fair competition. With a weapon in hand, I have heard she is a formidable warrior. I truly look forward to crossing blades with her. With this thought, Isteth covered half of her face, breaking into a delightful laugh. Hee, a friendly reminder. Do not laugh so in front of Xiao Yin. Beep. He is preparing to counterattack. I sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the crimson laser above. Isteth, do take note. What? Isteth was taken aback. This strike will be impressive. Isteth, is it the god-slaying? In the next moment, a familiar voice resonated amidst the laser. Foxfire flowing flame slash. Hearing Shinla's voice, Isteth quickly activated her observation Haki to track Shinla's movements. She beheld Shinla gripping Murakumo tightly amidst the red lasers, which suddenly erupted in violet flames. Huh! Shinla shouted. His armed Haki, Chidori flow, and the crescent moon sword energy enveloping Murakumo's blade as he exerted strength in his arms and slashed fiercely. Swoosh! The sound of the blade slicing through the air rang out. To the astonishment of all, that red laser was cleaved in two by Shinla's might. Is he still human? Even Shi Tong was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Shinla in midair. To sever such a formidable attack is something even Isteth could not achieve. More terrifyingly, the sword energy, entwined with electric light and dark energy, continued unabated, cleaving through the laser while forcefully striking the exterior of the supreme throne. Boom! The tremendous force left a deep scar on the surface of the supreme throne. The supreme throne sustained damage, and within, the little emperor was severely shaken, clutching his head in agony. Why resist me to such an extent? Why? The little emperor bellowed at Shinla. I do not wish to harm my subjects. So obediently perish. Your Majesty, you are indeed a tragic existence. From the moment of your birth until now, your fate has never been within your own control. You have committed no wrong, yet occupying this position is inherently a mistake. Some matters cannot be categorized by right or wrong. Thus, the only thing I could do now is to guide you on your final journey. Should there be a next life, may you not be born into a royal family, for it is far too cruel. As the words fell, a black robe enveloped Yisin, and the weapon Tiansuo Zhanyue appeared in his left hand. He clenched Tiansuo Zhanyue between his teeth and cast a glance at Eyesides. The latter, seemingly sensing the moment, unsheathed a rapier and hurled it towards Yisin. He effortlessly caught it, assuming a stance, and then an extraordinary scene unfolded. Yisin's head astonishingly multiplied into 3, and his arms transformed into 3 pairs. Correspondingly, the 3 blades he wielded now became 9. With the 9 blades flow of Ashura, golden battle aura erupted around Yisin, soaring towards the heavens. This formidable power swept up everything in its vicinity, sending them spiraling into the air. The next moment, Yisin's figure had already appeared behind the supreme throne. His black robe had vanished, and Tiansuo Zhanyue had dissolved into black specks of light, dissipating into the atmosphere. He walked slowly towards Eyesides and the others, holding the rapier and Murakumo. Your Majesty, you have been defeated. As the words echoed, a brilliant explosion erupted from the supreme throne, which then collapsed with a resounding crash. Chapter 160. I shall face death with composure. The supreme throne had fallen. Witnessing the massive mech gradually topple, the ministers stood frozen for a few seconds before frantically tugging at their hair. The emperor has fallen. Terror etched across their faces. They hastily fled towards the palace interior. They were acutely aware of their own worthlessness. They had poisoned the populace and corrupted the empire beyond recognition. Now, anyone would wish for their swift demise. Remaining here could lead to an uncertain end. Frantically rushing into the secret underground passage they had previously opened, the minister's heart calmed slightly. Those in power must always prepare an escape route. Although the situation was dire, as long as he remained alive, he would rise again one day. Just as he was silently relieved, a familiar figure appeared before him. Leona. Oh, is that not the minister? Haven't seen you in a while. You seem quite disheveled. Leona clenched her fists, a benevolent smile gracing her face. Cold sweat streamed down the minister's face in an instant. An hour later, the minister, his son Shira, and a host of ministerial subordinates found themselves imprisoned in a cart, being escorted to the execution ground. The sound of gongs and drums resonated, and the streets of the imperial capital erupted in fervor. The once fearful citizens, the lofty nobility, and the treacherous minister, now in a state of despair, were met with jubilant cheers. "Scoundrel, return my daughter's honor," cried a woman from the crowd, dousing the cart with a bucket of foul-smelling waste. Following her lead, countless vegetables, stones, and other debris rained down upon the cart. The crowd followed the cart to the execution site, which was densely packed with people. As Najida had other matters to attend to, the task of overseeing the execution naturally fell to eyesides. The first to be executed were the convicted criminals. Following 3 cannon blasts, a red wooden token flew onto the platform, accompanied by the deputy executioner's booming command. "The auspicious time has come. Execute." With a swift motion, several executioners doused their blades in strong liquor and raised their weapons high before delivering a lethal strike. The crowd inside and outside the execution ground fell silent. Under the radiant sunlight, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Blurred heads rolled upon the ground. Cheers erupted from the crowd, resounding so loudly it seemed to shake the very heavens. The minister was forcibly restrained by several soldiers, thrust onto an iron chair, and stripped of his garments. Revealing his corpulent form, he appeared utterly horrified, his expression vacant as he stared blankly at the enraged crowd below, devoid of any reaction. Gradually, fear overtook him, and his body, yearning to resist, found itself immobilized. He wished to scream, yet his mouth was silenced. Suddenly, he recalled the faces of the commoners he had tormented during his reign in the imperial capital. They bore a similar expression of despair, awaiting their fateful end. A frail, expressionless old man approached him, carrying a bucket filled with boiling water and a steel brush. Amidst his agonizing screams, the old man poured scalding water over him and began to scrape his skin with the brush. Meanwhile, Eyesides took great interest in the minister's suffering, for this was a newly devised form of torture she had created. In the dungeon, the young emperor pleaded, "I do not wish to die. I have done nothing wrong. Why must I face death? Where is the minister? He promised that as long as I followed him, the empire would never decline. How has it come to this?" Grasping the entrance of the dungeon, terror filled his face. He could not comprehend why the minister, who had once guided him, had now vanished without a trace. Observing the young emperor before her, Najida could not help but reveal a hint of melancholy. From a certain perspective, the young emperor was also a victim. Look at what the minister had inflicted upon these citizens. At that moment, however, Isin beside Najida suddenly opened his left eye, activating moon reading. The next instant, the young emperor beheld a horrifying scene. He saw a dimly lit room where several young boys and girls were suspended, their blood flowing like water from a bottle onto the ground, coalescing into streams. They had been lured to this place under the pretense of finding work, only to be toyed with and bled dry by the nobility of the imperial capital. The next image revealed the minister demanding that the citizens of the imperial capital pay a century's worth of taxes in advance. Failure to comply would result in being stripped naked and hunted down to death by cavalry in the streets. The scenes continue to shift, but all the young emperor could hear were the anguished cries of the citizens and the minister's maniacal laughter. So the minister, whom I had trusted, is truly a nefarious villain? Awakening from moon reading, the young emperor collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly ahead. In an instant, all he had held dear for many years was shattered. His beliefs crumbled. Looking at the young emperor before him, Isin could only let out a silent sigh. Beside him, he displayed a trace of compassion. The young emperor was indeed guilty, had it not been for the emperor's tacit approval. The minister could not have wreaked such havoc in the imperial capital. Yet, what could a child of less than 10 years do? Perhaps, the term misfortune is the only fitting description for the young emperor's life. Your Majesty, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Buddha gritted his teeth and picked up a cup of poison from the tray held by a nearby soldier, extending it to the young emperor. Rest assured, this poison has been specially concocted for you, and it will ensure your departure is devoid of any suffering. However, at that moment, the young emperor regained his clarity. The new nation has yet to be established. I still bear the title of emperor of the empire. At the very least, permit me to undertake one last act for the subjects of the empire. Your Majesty? Buddha was taken aback. Beside him, Nagiata spoke up. What do you wish to do? You request poison, presumably to allow me to leave with dignity? A bittersweet smile graced the young emperor's face. However, since I occupy this throne, I must bear the blame for the current plight of the empire's people. Let my beheading be displayed before others. Should I do so, the new nation will surely garner respect from the populace at its inception. As the last emperor of the empire, it is my duty to shoulder this responsibility. Chapter 161, A New World. Upon hearing the young emperor's words, Nagieta's expression changed, followed by a genuine look of admiration mixed with sorrow. In his final moments, he made such a choice. With the right support, he would undoubtedly have become a wise ruler. Alas, he was a man out of time. Thank you for your contributions to the new nation. Nagieta offered a slight bow. Your Majesty. Buddha's expression was exceedingly complex. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. General Buddha, I have one last decree. A serious expression took hold of the young emperor's face. I command you to be as loyal to the new nation as you were to the empire. If a ruler is foolish as I were to arise again, they would not be spared. Can you fulfill this? I shall obey your Majesty's decree. Willing to face fire and water without hesitation. Tears streamed down Buddha's face. Exan silently observed everything, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The night raid had resulted in the survival of all. Among the hunters, only one, the unchangeable Sai Lu, had perished. Even within the empire, only those deserving met their end, marking a satisfactory conclusion to this journey through the Crimson-Eyed Realm. The next day, the young emperor was publicly beheaded, ending his young life of fewer than 10 years. The task of building the new nation fell to Nagieta. She would be supported by her secret admirer Rabok and her loyal guard Susanoo. Riona, Maine, Tajimi, and Sierra, as per previous agreements, embarked on their artistic careers. As for whether there would be any entangled relationships later, readers may ponder for themselves. Reader, do I lack this bit of traffic? What about the details? Author, who can take my place in enduring the consequences? He Tong departed the imperial capital, assuming the burdens of the dark deeds at the inception of the new nation, night raids and assassinations of various figures. She continued her work as an assassin, targeting anyone who posed a threat to the new nation, such as those seeking to exploit the empire's collapse for rebellion. Exin did not alter her fate. For him, this was a remarkably cool decision. Just as he perceived it, Sasuke's outcome should have been a carefree wanderer of the world, rather than becoming a devoted father, creating a famed scene with a little peanut. Wei Er accompanied He Tong through her final moments, then returned to the new nation, continuing to serve and fulfilling the soldier's promise to protect the people. Likewise, Brant, due to his formidable strength and prior feats in the empire, became a general of the new nation, a future pillar of strength. Chelsea opened a cosmetic shop, becoming a top makeup artist. Bruce, weary of battle, opened a restaurant with his wife and daughter, thriving in business and enjoying a fulfilling life. Lon became the future emperor's personal educator, guiding him toward the right path to prevent the tragedy of the young emperor from recurring. After the empire's fall, it seemed each individual had a bright future ahead, ushering them into a new life. History would undoubtedly record a chapter for them. Oh, is this the path to other worlds? Observing the dimensional portal, Estes displayed a glimmer of excitement. For her beloved, she relinquished all in this world and followed Exin into the dimensional portal, preparing to return to the world of Naruto. At last it is over. Feeling the power returning to his body, Exin let out a slight sigh of relief. This sensation always bestowed a sense of security. Congratulations, host Liu Sheng Exin, for successfully completing the plot of the Crimson-Eyed Realm. Reward, Talent Sequence 1, Dominion. Estes' power has risen to the Shadow level, rewarded with Shuinpa, Armament Haki, and the initial release of Yazunari, along with the Forbidden Realm Sequence 31, Black King's Annihilation. Additional rewards include the White Forbidden Realm Sequence 79, Great Wind Disaster, and the Forbidden Realm Sequence 37, Black Impermanence. Upon witnessing the ability rewards bestowed upon Estes and Bai, Exin felt an overwhelming desire. Good heavens, the rewards for them are top-tier Forbidden Realms. As for mine, well, it seems I could easily surpass both of them. That has no concern, then. Soon, the group returned to the world of Naruto, arriving near the territory of the Land of Fire. At the same time, Exin spotted two familiar figures, Xiong Nai and Xiong Lin. Reader, so, when the plot of One Piece concluded, Exin did not take Xiong Lin with him? Author, given my nature, it would be quite reasonable to forget her, wouldn't it? It must be said, he is remarkably sincere. He truly, I weep. Ahem. Returning to the subject. Upon seeing Estes, Xiong Nai's gaze turned dangerous. Oh, are you Exin's girlfriend? Feeling the surging power within her, Estes could hardly contain her eagerness to engage in battle. Seeing Xiang Nai's formidable strength invigorated Estes, and she drew her sword from her waist. "It seems you wish to spar with me. I am of the same mind." As Xiang Nai spoke, she suddenly drew back her hands, allowing her kimono to fall to her waist, leaving her upper body clad only in a few layers of white wrapping to conceal her essential parts. Her hands, too, were bound in bandages, giving her a somewhat samurai-like appearance. Slowly, she unsheathed her Kiku Ikamanji, gripping it firmly as she assumed a stance. Observing this scene, Exion's face reflected astonishment. Is this not a habit of Zoro? Previously, when Zoro battled Xiang Nai, he always favored this style, prompting Xiang Nai to curiously inquire about it. He said it was the only way to showcase the demeanor of a swordsman. Thus, Xiang Nai adopted this habit, surely intending to impress Exion. "Xiang Nai, have you transformed into Zoro?" Exion fervently called out to the system. "Quickly send me to the world of One Piece. I intend to settle the score." "I'm sorry, host. You have chosen the world of Hua Ingrenja and cannot return for the time being." In a moment of fervent excitement, the two figures simultaneously vanished from their original positions. With a resounding crash, sparks flew as they clashed in a single strike. The surrounding trees, caught in the force of their energy, were effortlessly severed and sent soaring into the air. "Is this the power that follows Exen, which has been bestowed upon me?" Isaidisu's face was alight with fervor. "Exen, you are indeed the one I hold dear. Only you can inspire me to grow ever stronger." Chapter 162. What a battlefield! The sheer force of a mere ordinary attack can reach such heights. Feeling the tumultuous power surging within her, Isaidisu once again exhibited a manic expression. Kanaihu, your strength is formidable, rivaling Exion's. Of course, without sufficient power. What right do I have to stand beside him? Thunder breathing, first form, lightning flash, 8 strikes. Kanaihu's form flickered, transforming into streaks of electricity as she darted toward Isaidisu. Unfortunately, in the instant Kanaihu vanished, Isaidisu closed her eyes, activating her kin Bunshiku Haki. In the next moment, Kanaihu's figure, moving too fast to be seen, clearly manifested within her perception. Quite an impressive ability, Isaidisu mused, as she coated her sword with Busashoka Haki, clashing repeatedly with Kanaihu's blade. In an instant, waves of explosive energy erupted from the ground. The two battled fiercely from Baichao Yuan to Sanwei Shu, with trees and earth exploding and shattering around them, sending countless fragments into the air. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, they finally separated. Isaidisu's frost armor bore multiple fractures, while Kanaihu sported several minor wounds. Not bad at all, Kanaihu thought, displaying a hint of astonishment. It had taken her considerable time to adapt to her enhanced abilities. Yet Isaidisu had already mastered her kin Bunchika Haki to an extraordinary degree. What a terrifying talent. Kanaihu, unleash your full power. Isaidisu suddenly ignited with black flames, her expression becoming even more frenzied. The Black King's decimation, capable of significantly amplifying her combat prowess, came with the severe drawback of rendering her completely unhinged, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Yet, Isaidisu was a born warrior. Even after consuming the blood of a super dangerous species, she retained her sanity, proving that her will was far stronger than that of others. "Are you ready?" Observing Isaidisu's serious demeanor, Kanaihu decided to reveal her true strength as well. A butterfly pattern appeared on her face, and her eyes began to fill with blood. This was her unique pattern and the ultimate technique of Hana no Kokyu. The Beyond Red Eye, the pattern, like the Black King's decimation, also possessed the ability to greatly enhance her power, while the Beyond Red Eye allowed her to slow everything she perceived, proving even more advantageous than the Sharingan in close combat. Moreover, it could stack with Kin Bunchika Haki. In this scenario, even if Isaidisu activated the Black King's decimation, Kanaihu felt entirely unfazed. With a graceful movement, she evaded Isaidisu's ice pillars and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Isaidisu, summoning a lightning blade in her left hand. With a fierce shout, she unleashed the Starburst Airflow Slash. In the next moment, a torrent of sword light, imbued with various attributes and haki, relentlessly struck toward Isaidisu. How delightful! Truly delightful! Isaidisu laughed maniacally, swinging her sword to parry Kanaihu's flurry of attacks. However, with only a single sword against Kanaihu's dual-wielding, lightning-fast onslaught, Isaidisu found herself struck multiple times in the blink of an eye. Despite her attempts to manifest ice and Busashoka Haki, Kanaihu swiftly shattered them. leaving numerous dents even on her sword. Fortunately, it seemed that Kanaihu had no intention of severely injuring her, merely breaking the ice encasing her. After all, if Kikuchimanji struck a person, it would leave a wound that could never heal. Let us see how this goes. Isaidisu prepared to unleash her shuriken. But at that moment, a familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. What was happening? Turning around, they saw Jiraiya, accompanied by Kakashi and several other jonin, appearing before them. The warriors of the Fire Country, patrolling nearby, had observed the earth-shattering battle and, fearing for their lives, quickly notified Konoha. Hence, Jiraiya had brought everyone to this location. Could you refrain from creating such a spectacle? The daimyo might suffer a heart attack from fright. Jiraiya crossed his arms, a look of exasperation on his face. I never imagined you would return. What is going on? Even Kakashi looked utterly speechless. The Exian offered an awkward smile. Well, it's a story about two women competing over one man, seeking to test their strength. At that moment, Bai promptly stepped forward to summarize. Indeed, Isaidisu declared, suddenly shedding her military jacket, revealing only her undergarments beneath, her voluptuous form boldly on display. Little girl, if you wish to compete in physique, I have no objections. The Exian frantically covered his nose, feeling a surge of warmth threatening to escape. Upon hearing this straightforward explanation, everyone immediately understood, their expressions turning even more incredulous. What a battlefield! Gazing at Isaidisu's stunning figure, Kanaihu fell into contemplation. So this is what Exian finds appealing? She glanced at Exian, as if grasping some profound understanding. Exian exclaimed, Can you not present yourself as if you have attained enlightenment? If you find yourselves with nothing to do, prepare yourselves. Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Awagakure have united and may strike at Konoha at any moment. Jiraiya's tone grew serious. Your return is perfectly timed. Without you, Konoha's current strength would be utterly incapable of fending off their assault. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the Exian's face registered surprise. What? Has Kirigakure also broken the treaty? This news was somewhat unexpected. It is based on intelligence gathered by our reconnaissance ninjas. They have chosen to ally with Awagakure and Kumogakure. This signifies that they have unilaterally broken the treaty with us. Jiraiya smiled wryly. Truly, verbal agreements hold no weight at all. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Isin narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, that simplifies matters. Since verbal agreements have proven ineffective, let us proceed according to Nagato's intentions and make them understand the meaning of pain. Chapter 163. I surpass. Bolawe, are you planning to? Isin's declaration left Jiraiya momentarily stunned, before his tone turned serious. Isin, you must comprehend the consequences of instigating war. Even if we emerge victorious, Konoha and Sunagakure will undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. I am well aware of that. Isin nodded, his gaze still brimming with murderous intent. However, I understand even better that only by instilling fear in them can they truly grasp the value of the current peace. But such peace, attained through fear of your power, is fleeting. Jiraiya attempted to interject, but Isin interrupted him. Mr. Jiraiya, I hope you can grasp one fundamental truth. There is no such thing as everlasting peace in this world. Peace often signifies that a formidable force suppresses others, achieving such an outcome. When that force wanes, war inevitably resurfaces. At this point, Isin's resolve solidified. Perhaps my strength can only bring about transient peace. Yet, even so, I must proceed with this course of action. Jiraiya was rendered speechless, compelled to concede to this reality. What is the situation on Pain's side? They remain aligned with us for now, and they intend to use force to compel the other 3 villages to accept peace. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Truly, you madman. After a brief pause, Jiraiya's expression grew earnest. Since we have arrived at this juncture, I shall accompany you to the end. They are currently rallying support from various small nations to prepare for the impending conflict. Should we not take action in advance? There's no need. Let them gather their forces. It will be easier to eradicate them all at once. Isin's face darkened with a chilling expression. He then turned to Bai nearby, speaking gravely. If Kirigakure truly tears up the treaty, Zabuza will undoubtedly stand against us, correct? Bai hesitated, but eventually nodded. You must understand that if you insist on returning to Kirigakure and opposing us, the outcome will only be failure. As Isin spoke, he readied himself for action. If Bai's response did not align with his expectations, he would not hesitate to eliminate him, even if he had once been his comrade. I must say I would unconditionally stand by your side, but I trust you would not believe that. Bai offered a wry smile. However, if you can ensure that Mr. Zabuza survives this battle, I will stand with you. That is precisely the answer I sought, Isin nodded. He could not expect Bai to aid him against Kirigakure without any conditions. He was not so naive as to believe that their bond could surpass the years of affection Zabuza had cultivated in raising him. Thus, he chose to respect human nature and interests. Moreover, Bai's condition was quite simple. Incapacitate Zabuza and confine him. By the time he awakens, Kirigakure would have undergone a regime change, and Isin would have his desired puppet in place. Very well, let us return to the village, Jiraiya declared, leading the group back. Along the way, he recounted the events of the past 6 months since their departure. After their exit, he had taken Naruto to find Tsunade, persuading her to return to Konoha to assume the role of Hokage. Subsequently, Naruto ventured to Mayaboka Mountain to Master Sage mode and gradually began to control the Nine-Tails chakra within him. He had now reached the initial stages of wielding chakra cloaks. To prepare for the forthcoming war, Jiraiya had summoned him back to Konoha. With Tsunade now the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya could devote his attention to training Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, had been training away from the village, determined to find Danzo and exact vengeance for the Uchiha clan. Hearing about their current circumstances, Issa nodded in satisfaction. Everything remained aligned with his original plan. Upon their return to Konoha, Isin spotted 3 familiar figures at the entrance. Isin blinked, and after confirming he was not mistaken, astonishment spread across his face. The figure on the left was Naruto, whose appearance and attire had changed little over the past 6 months, except for a slight increase in height. Opposite him stood a youth clad in a red-orange jacket, sporting a clover-shaped fringe and a facial hair similar to Naruto's. Beside him was a man resembling a Bito, with distinct facial lines, dressed in a magician's robe. These two were indeed heavyweight figures. Isin's eyes widened in disbelief. They were Boruto, Naruto's son, and Sasuke from over a decade later. But wait, how could this be? The timeline had already been altered by him. Hinata could no longer be with Naruto, and Sakura was likely gone as well. Even if they eventually formed their own families, the time discrepancy would render it impossible for their children to be Boruto or Sarada. These two individuals are characters from the parallel world of Boruto. In that timeline, everything unfolded according to the original narrative without any alterations. However, should the host persist in altering the storyline of this world, it is highly probable that characters from the parallel timeline will experience memory disarray, potentially manifesting in this timeline. At that point, the 4th Great Ninja War will become inevitable. Upon hearing the system's words, Isin's expression shifted. If what the system indicated held true, then the mission from the Boruto timeline, even the characters from the parallel Shippuden timeline, would arrive in this world due to his modifications to their story forcibly erasing him. Otherwise, the system would not have declared that the 4th World War was unavoidable. It seemed to have altered everything yet failed to completely change it. Isin sighed silently. Just then, Tsunade appeared. Who are you? Why are you here? Tsunade regarded Boruto and the grown Sasuke with suspicion. Boruto offered an awkward smile, casting a pleading glance at Sasuke, who cleared his throat before stating, "We are traveling performers, possessing some knowledge of ninjutsu, and we simply sought to come to Konoha to earn a living through our art." Isin thought to himself that while there was some truth to this statement, it was not entirely accurate. When they were strong, they could unleash celestial phenomena with one hand, wielding significant power as mere skills. Claiming to have a mere understanding of ninjutsu seemed misleading. After all, if they truly possessed such vast knowledge, who would still rely on the Uchiha clan's grappling techniques? Chapter 164. Tsunade and Jiraiya. Witnessing the exchange between the two, Isin could not help but chuckle softly. Their accidental encounter with a time-space teleportation artifact occurred while pursuing the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan, originally intended to be transported to their parallel spaces past. It inadvertently arrived at this location. In light of this, could Pusher also be nearby? Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. His ambition to recreate the 10 Tails surely brought him here, directed toward the youthful Naruto. The 9 Tails residing within Naruto is the very target of his journey. Alas, although Sasuke has been significantly weakened in the Boruto version, it has not affected our experience of the return of the Ghost King's body. Ian squinted his eyes once more. He intends to achieve what no one else in Boruto has managed to accomplish, to single-handedly take on Otsutsuki. This opportunity also allows him to test the newly acquired Dominion talent. At that moment, Sasuke had already managed to blend into the situation. Tsunade instructed Naruto to take Boruto and Sasuke for a leisurely stroll around the village. Jiraiya, you have returned? At that moment, Tsunade's gaze turned toward Exin and the others. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this the Exin you mentioned? The one who killed the third Hokage and forced the Umbu to disband, along with his companions? Indeed, Jiraiya replied with a faint, resigned smile. They're indeed a terrifying bunch. Humph, for you to say that, it seems they are not to be underestimated, Tsunade remarked, glancing at Exin. Currently, the other 3 great ninja villages may attack Konoha and Sunagakure at any time. During this period, you should refrain from wandering around. After all, it was you who instigated the war. You should be the one to bring it to an end. Of course, Exin shrugged. Since they are unwilling to allow peace to descend upon the ninja world, I must show them the power of a god. As soon as he spoke, 3 immense energies, Haushiko Haki, chakra, and spiritual pressure, immediately formed an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya turned pale, as if burdened by an immense weight and unable to move. What astonishing power! A look of shock appeared on Jiraiya's face. Is this the power capable of altering the very fabric of the ninja world? Tsunade's expression also turned grave. This strength would likely leave even her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, in awe. Not far away, Sasuke, who was secretly protecting Naruto and Boruto, also sensed this power, and his expression changed dramatically. Fushi? No. The pressure he felt from that individual during their battle at the borders of Sunagakure was nowhere near this terrifying. Did something occur in Konoha after he defected? Perhaps the emergence of an extraordinary shadow or even a being of the 6 paths level. He must pay attention to this. Sasuke silently resolved himself. Similarly, hiding near Konoha, ready to strike at any moment, Pushur also felt the immense chakra, and his expression turned grim. How is this possible? Besides Naruto and Sasuke, how could Konoha possess such powerful beings? Furrowing his brows, Pushur silently rejoiced. He distinctly sensed that he had not directly traversed the past, but rather to a parallel past. Thus, he secretly sowed discord with Terumi, Mei, and informed Kumogakure and Awagakure about the dangers of Konoha's monopoly, which led to Kirigakure tearing up the alliance treaty and forming an alliance with Awagakure and Kumogakure, intending to collaborate with Pushur to annihilate Konoha. In the face of such a formidable existence, he believed that only he could contend with it. However, with Sasuke also present, alongside Naruto's Ninetales and numerous elite ninjas in Konoha, engaging in a solo battle would undoubtedly be unwise. Contemplating this, a sinister expression appeared on Pushur's face. Ninetales Jinchuriki. Your life is temporarily spared. When the 3-nation coalition arrives, it shall be your doom. With a retraction of his aura, Exin smiled. Rest assured, the war in the ninja world shall soon conclude. No matter what enemies come, I shall effortlessly vanquish them. Jiraiya and Tsunade. Damn it, we have been fooled again. However, with this individual present, they felt a sense of reassurance. Once the war concludes, shouldn't the personal matters between the two of you be addressed as well? At that moment, Exin abruptly made this head-scratching remark. Instantly, both Tsunade and Jiraiya's faces flushed with embarrassment. You rascal! Jiraiya suddenly grabbed Exin by the neck. His face filled with anger. Hey, what is the deal? If you could talk, then speak more. Bang! Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, Tsunade's fist struck his head. I had just taken on a role of Hokage. Kakashi is not yet capable. Tsunade's face also bore a hint of redness. After spending so many years with Jiraiya, how could she be oblivious to his feelings for her? Yet, it seemed she still could not let go of that man. Observing the expressions of both, a crooked grin appeared on Exin's lips. Those who have watched Shippuden understand the significance of the word Jiraiya spoke to Tsunade when he went to his demise in Amagakure. Had it not been for the awareness that he might never return, Jiraiya may never have expressed such sentiments. These two have left a profound sense of unfulfilled longing for many, including himself. If he could use his abilities to bring them to fulfillment, his journey to this world would not be in vain. After teasing the two, Exin led Isdeth and Konohui into the village. Hey, why does the atmosphere feel so peculiar? Observing Isdeth to Exin's left and Konohui to his right, Perona's curiosity was ignited. This is undoubtedly the ambience of a battlefield, Bai said, hands tucked into his sleeves, his expression unchanged. How do you understand this so well? Perona asked, puzzled. Looking at Bai paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. It feels as if I have been inexplicably redefined and have suddenly become somewhat enigmatic. Perona, is this an official commentary? EXIN, the streets here are completely different from those in the imperial capital. This must be an Eastern nation, right? Observing the surrounding architecture, which exuded an imperial style, Death inquired curiously. EXIN, could you describe what the scenery of the imperial capital is like? Kanahui wore a harmless smile on her face, though the smile carried a hint of mischief. Chapter 165, Sasuke's Revenge. Caught in the middle. EXIN felt as though he were in hell. Why on earth did he provoke his death? Even if these two women were to beat him up now, it would be preferable to being in this incomprehensible atmosphere. Just then, a familiar voice rang out before him. Mr. Isin. As the voice fell, he saw Sakura appear before him. Yet, the next moment, EXIN found himself engulfed in a pitch-black world. Darkness release technique? Seeing Sakura's ninjutsu, a smile spread across EXIN's face. This was the jinjutsu used by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It must have been taught to her by Orochimaru. Indeed, Kakashi once remarked that Sakura possesses an innate talent for jinjutsu, although the latter stages of jinjutsu predominantly rely on the Sharingan. Transforming her into a brute akin to Tsunade feels somewhat like a squandering of her potential. With a smile, he raised two fingers and unleashed the chi body source flow, causing the surrounding darkness to dissipate instantaneously. Sakura's astonished visage appeared before him. Mr. Isin is truly remarkable. After half a year of arduous training in jinjutsu, I find my efforts effortlessly undone by a mere snap of his fingers. Disappointment was etched across Sakura's face. 2 years less, I beg to differ, Isin jested. Sakura, is this never-ending? Fried fish with essence and fragrant wings over rice, right? Yet, I have practiced a technique that will surely astonish Sasuke. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, constantly motivating herself. I wonder what that fellow is up to now, Isin mused silently. Amidst the tempestuous winds and sands, a young man draped in a tattered cloak and wrapped in a headscarf was advancing slowly. This individual was Sasuke, who had departed from Konoha, honing his skills while searching for Danzo. Following Isin's guidance, he was cultivating his dual-colored aura while refining his chakra reserves. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is a tremendous drain on chakra. Thus, prior to seeking out Danzo, Isin had expressly advised Sasuke to refrain from activating Susanoo. Danzo's Izanagi could last a mere 10 minutes at most, and his expertise lay solely in wind release and sealing techniques. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen, his age had significantly diminished his strength. Danzo, after half a year of inquiries, I have finally located your position. Through the swirling sands, Sasuke caught sight of a familiar figure, the traitor Danzo from Konoha. You remnants of the Uchiha clan, I never expected you to pursue me to this place. A frigid expression crossed Danzo's face. But even if you have slain Itachi Uchiha, what can a mere child like you possibly achieve? A mere child? Sasuke slowly drew the blade Muramasa, which Isin had gifted him, pointing it towards Danzo. Now, these eyes can foresee your demise. Is that so? A cold smirk appeared on Danzo's face. Though I've been expelled from Konoha for the sake of its future peace, you, the hidden threat of the Uchiha clan, must be eliminated. As the words left his lips, Danzo suddenly puffed out his cheeks and unleashed 3 vacuum waves toward Sasuke. In an instant, the 3 streams of compressed air converged at cunning angles, hurtling toward Sasuke. His form flickered rapidly as he evaded the incoming blasts, employing the Shunpa technique to appear before Danzo and swung Muramasa downwards with great force. In the next moment, Danzo's figure was cleaved in 2, dark seals spreading across his face, contorting it grotesquely. Is it truly that simple? A cold smile graced Sasuke's lips. As expected, Danzo's form began to twist and dissipate before Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's observation Haki then detected Danzo's sudden appearance behind him, a large hand reaching ferociously for the nape of his neck. Clearly, Danzo intended to execute a binding technique to incapacitate Sasuke. With a swift motion, Sasuke struck again, cleaving Danzo's rushing form in 2. Likewise, this Danzo also transformed into a distorted shadow, vanishing from Sasuke's sight. It seems the information that fellow provided was indeed accurate. Sasuke thought, gaining a measure of confidence. If Danzo's offensive methods are limited to wind release and sealing techniques, I need not activate Susanoo to defeat him. At this moment, Sasuke demonstrated his formidable analytical capabilities. In the original narrative, he had recklessly engaged Susanoo after acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan's power, without knowledge of Danzo's abilities, leading to his eventual blindness. Now, Understanding Danzo's capabilities, Sasuke intended to vanquish him at minimal cost to avoid unnecessary risks. What a troublesome brat. Danzo's brows furrowed deeply. In this brief span, one of his Sharingan had permanently closed, indicating that a minute of Izanagi's time had elapsed. However, the pressure from this boy was overwhelming, making it impossible for him to deactivate Izanagi. If this continued, in no more than 9 minutes, his Izanagi would be rendered utterly ineffective. At that point, with this thought in mind, Danzo's hands swiftly formed seals, summoning a colossal beast. This was Danzo's summoning creature, the Dream Taper. The Dream Taper opened its massive jaws, drawing in everything around it as if it were a vacuum. Sasuke's form soared into the air, heading towards the creature's mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. An immediate plan materialized in Sasuke's mind as he rapidly formed seals, unleashing a gigantic fireball that was engulfed by the Dream Taper's maw. Roar! The Dream Taper emitted a wail as flames erupted from its mouth, transforming it into a cloud of smoke. However, Danzo seized this opportunity to appear behind Sasuke, a twisted smile of a battle-hardened warrior gracing his lips. It's over. With the villain's inevitable downfall proclaimed, Danzo unleashed a massive vacuum sphere towards the descending Sasuke. The enormous air cannon surged towards him. Yet Moon Step, Sasuke executed a virtual step in midair, evading Danzo's vacuum sphere and soaring towards him with astounding speed. What? Danzo was left dumbfounded. How could one perform such maneuvers midair? Wasn't this something only Guy could achieve when opening the 8th gate? I truly am going to die. With a swift motion, Sasuke, surrounded by crackling electricity, once more severed Danzo's head. Chapter 166. The death of Danzo. How could this be? Not far away, Danzo's form reappeared. A grave expression etched upon his face as he regarded Sasuke. Previously, in Konoha, he had observed this boy wielding nothing but basic fire techniques and ninjutsu. How had he become so formidable now? Contemplating this, Danzo felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. Initially, he had been evading capture, having received an invitation from Kyomogakure to join the campaign against Konoha. Of course, the condition was that he would become the new Hokage after Konoha's conquest. A roundabout approach to salvation, one might say. Yet now he found himself confronting this individual. He had thought this boy would be easily dealt with, but he had been pushed to such extremes. Setting aside whether he could win this battle, even if he did, he would be unable to utilize Izanagi again. At that point, if Raikage chose to renege after capturing Konoha, he would have no means of countering. Do you wish to escape? Sasuke's gaze was chillingly cold. Today, your life must end here. Brat, do not be so arrogant. Tuanzong let out a cold snort, yet anxiety gripped his heart. He could only continuously unleash the vacuum waves and vacuum balls to hinder Sasuke's movements, then fled into the distance. In an instant, Sasuke flickered and appeared behind Tuanzong, delivering a swift strike to his back. Izanagi was activated once more. Observing Tuanzang's desperate escape, a sinister smile crept onto Sasuke's face as he continued the pursuit. He fled, he chased. It was a futile endeavor. Ultimately, with the final blow struck, Tuanzong, bereft of Izanagi's protection, was finally hit by Sasuke and collapsed onto the ground. Sasuke was already aware of Tuanzang's last resort, the 4-symbol seal. As the blade fell, Tuanzong had already vanished over 100 meters away. Damn it, Tuanzong thought, feeling the cursed poison begin to corrode his body, his face filled with resentment. Damn it, Konoha is not yet. Tuanzong stammered. Just then, Sasuke interjected, "Stop wallowing in self-pity." Tuanzong looked at him in confusion. "You clearly wish to survive until the opportune moment to become Hokage. You have desperately sought to prove yourself equal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet all these years. Aside from proving your inferiority, what have you achieved? Whether during the Nine Tails incident or Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, he has always been at the forefront, while you have remained a coward lurking in the shadows. Why do you have to feel self-righteous? You have sharpened your wits to become Hokage, but what have you sacrificed for this position?" As he gazed into the despairing eyes of Tuanzong in his final moments, Sasuke squatted before him. "I will instill fear in everyone towards Konoha, making it the dominant force in the shinobi world. As long as Naruto and I are here, anyone who dares to rebel will be executed." Upon hearing this, Tuanzang's face displayed astonishment, followed by a semblance of relief. "Hiruzen, it seems I have truly lost to you by a wide margin." Tuanzong finally closed his eyes, forever slipping into eternal slumber. Sasuke, having slain Tuanzong with his own hands, let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, it is over. Father, mother of my clan, I hope you can forgive me from above. If it were not to protect me, he would not have been driven to such extremes by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke silently sighed within. Then, he turned his gaze towards the village, his eyes betraying a longing to return. It is time to go back and see. With that, Sasuke draped his cloak over his shoulders once more and set off towards Konoha. You've arrived. In the Hokage's council chamber, Kakashi, Naruto, Jiraiya, and other elite ninjas had gathered. Alongside them were the members of the Uchiha clan and Nagato and Konan, who had rushed from the Rain Village. Seeing his mentor, Nagato and Konan felt a tumult of emotions. Once, they had learned ninjutsu from Jiraiya, hoping to resolve conflicts through strength. Yet they had ultimately embarked on a path that forced others to accept peace through war. Let us clarify the situation. Tsunade took the lead. How many forces are currently amassed against us? Currently known, in addition to the 3 great ninja villages, there are the Land of Iron and the remnants of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya's expression darkened. That swordsman named Mikazuki is not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Akatsuki still has Deidara, Sasori, and Kisame remaining. Overall, this battle should not present significant challenges. Although he spoke with assurance, Jiraiya could not help but sigh inwardly, uncertain of the unseen forces at play. Most importantly, after this battle, he feared the number of casualties that would arise. Yet, he understood that regardless of the circumstances, war was now inevitable. Since we cannot find a better solution, let us face it with courage. I believe we should take the initiative. Gaara, who had remained by Jiraiya's side, spoke first. Initiate an attack? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Do you view war as a mere game? The disparity in forces is evident. Initiating an attack is akin to courting death. No, Gaara shook his head. Taking the initiative is the best way to mitigate risks. Hokage, if we merely wait for them to attack, will the Sunagakure forsake its territory and station all its forces in Konoha? Or will Konoha relinquish its land to station in Sunagakure? Tsunade grasped Gaara's intention and could not help but sigh. This was indeed a formidable dilemma. None could abandon their villages, as they were all tangible assets, part of the economy. If the enemy wreaked havoc on their villages, how could they be rebuilt? Yet, remaining on their own territories would surely lead to their downfall. I too support taking the initiative. A defensive battle is essentially a head-on clash. However, in the wild, we could be far more agile than we could be in the village. A hint of helplessness crossed Ichi's face. Moreover, at our level of strength, I truly fear that if we unleash an AoE attack carelessly, the village would be obliterated. Me too. Nagato raised his right hand. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Gaara. Although this display was irritating, they found themselves at a loss for counterarguments. As the battle strategy was established, preparations commenced. To err on the side of caution, Tsunade quickly adjusted her thoughts. Furthermore, if we are to engage, we should strive for a blitzkrieg. The enemy will certainly not anticipate our initiative. If we can capture a village first, it would greatly benefit our position in the war. I will give everyone 5 days. After that, we will mobilize. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Ichi shrugged nonchalantly, for he would take action. Furthermore, his companions were all formidable beings. Let be so. Gaara nodded in agreement. With Konoha's directive, he had tacitly accepted the role of the next Kazekage, naturally holding some authority. Esther accompanied Gaara back to Sunagakure, instructing them to strictly enforce orders and prepare for war alongside Konoha. There was a chilling note in Ichi's voice. Remember, everyone must obey Gaara's commands. Should anyone dare to disobey, you know better than I how to handle it. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on those disobedient fellows. Esther replied with a warm smile. In the realm of the art of killing, even the likes of Sho would have to bow to her. Scorpion? That's merely leftover playthings for her. At the sight of Esther's icy smile, everyone instinctively shivered, especially Kakashi. Even during his first encounter with Orochimaru, he had never felt such an oppressive aura. This woman had undoubtedly taken lives, and many at that. As for Ganso and Law, a trace of sorrow surfaced upon their faces. Although they were ostensibly the highest leaders of the village, it was evident that compared to the individual before them, they were merely puppets. Yet, there was no alternative. In any world, rules are established by those possessing absolute strength, which must be adhered to. If there are no pressing matters, I shall first attend to some troubles. Having spoken, Isen turned and exited the Hokage's chamber. Hyuga clan, it seems you have fully adapted to the power of the demon. Witnessing Ningji's ordinary strike that effortlessly shattered a tree several meters in diameter, Isen could not help but express admiration. It It appears that over the past 6 months, Ningji's strength has indeed surged remarkably. This is all thanks to Isin-sensei. Ningji gradually straightened his posture, looking at Isin with profound respect. Without you, I might still be bowing to the currents of fate. Do not say such things. My blood is not something just anyone can partake in. Since you have consumed it without ill effect, it signifies that you are indeed the chosen one. A smile graced Isin's face. Shall we engage in a match? Very well, Isin-sensei. Allow me to demonstrate my skills. Upon finishing his words, Ningji's hands instantly transformed into a dark hue, and he appeared before Isin in a flash. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Isin. Goodness. Are you relying on my math? Before he could finish his astonishment, Ningji's overwhelming strikes surged towards him, imbued with a fierce energy akin to cannon fire, reminiscent of a storm. Indeed, the 8 trigrams, 256 palms, is known as the youthful version of the 80 divine airstrikes. However, it is well known that a counterfeit can never surpass the authentic. At that moment, countless fists formed from chakra surrounded Isin, clashing violently with Ningji's palms. The entire suburb erupted in explosions, reminiscent of the battles between 2 chunin in the Valley of the End. Given such a scene, onlookers had grown accustomed to it. In fact, many genin and chunin, inspired by this extraordinary display, redoubled their efforts. As the last punch collided, Ningji was the first to be propelled backward. However, his right hand pointed toward Isin, his voice cold as he chanted, Blood Demon Technique, Fuqing Kong. In the next moment, Isin felt an inexplicable centrifugal force enveloping him, swiftly lifting him into the air. Moreover, in midair, he struggled to maintain balance, utterly unable to utilize techniques such as the moon step. 8 trigrams, palm-shattering mountain. Ningji launched a powerful palm strike at the airborne Isin. A luminous, white energy hand shot forth with great force. How intriguing. Observing Ningji's blood demon technique, a look of interest appeared on Isin's face. His right eye, the Rinnegan, suddenly opened, swapping places with Ningji on the ground. Is there such an ability? Ningji, caught in the unexpected centrifugal force, wore a look of astonishment, but soon a smile emerged. As expected of Isin-sensei, truly formidable. He promptly released his palm energy and pressed down toward Isin's hand that had just touched the ground, simultaneously employing the moon step to evade his energy hand. Blood demon technique. Chinyu-koming. Just as Isin appeared on the ground, he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, instantly constraining his movements. Besides the centrifugal force, does he possess an ability akin to gravity technique? Isin's expression grew serious. Then let us engage in a splendid match. As soon as the words left his lips, Isin unleashed his conqueror's Haki, effortlessly shattering Ningji's gravity technique. Witnessing Isin easily break free from his constraints, Ningji's face registered surprise. Yet he immediately activated Fuqing Kong once more. Unfortunately, this technique had a slight delay in release. Thus, Isin easily evaded Ningji's attack as he maneuvered on the ground. Unable to seize me? Then how about this? Seizing the moment as Isin approached, Ningji clasped his hands together, coldly uttering, Blood Demon Technique. Shu Kong Hue Sure. Suddenly, Isin noticed a swirling taiji pattern manifest beneath Ningji's feet, surrounded by the 8 directions of the Bagua. Isin found himself ensnared within the formation, rotating with the taiji pattern. Is this your final trump card? A look of delight returned to Isin's face. Ningji now undoubtedly possessed the strength of a quasi-shadow. But alas, the old lady is knocking. Isin directly opened the 7th gate, unleashing pure energy that shattered Ningji's bindings, landing firmly on the ground. Well done. A smile graced Isin's face as he glanced toward the nearby forest. Come forth. You have been watching long enough. Chapter 168. Sasuke's Confusion. Upon hearing Isin's words, a figure emerged slowly from behind a tree. This individual was none other than a middle-aged Sasuke, now gazing at Isin and Ningji with a guarded expression, a hint of shock on his face. He never expected that there would still be someone in this world possessing the Rinnegan. However, since Ningji had not lived to see the Boruto era, he was unaware that the man before him was Sasuke. Upon seeing the other party, Ningji immediately entered a state of readiness. Isin-sensei, he has been lurking here for quite some time. Relax, he will not pose any harm to us. A playful smile appeared on Isin's face. Am I correct? Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke's face bore an expression of astonishment as he placed a hand on the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. I advise you not to make a move. After all, my strength surpasses yours. Isen's words were eloquent and diplomatic. In this realm, this fellow was someone who couldn't even summon a Gundam, and would suffer from impotence if he unleashed Amaterasu. Sasuke remained silent, merely watching Isen coldly, warily observing his actions. You may find it hard to believe, but you have indeed traversed from a parallel timeline over a decade into the future. Isen's face displayed a hint of helplessness. During this time, you must have sensed that Konoha now differs from the Konoha you knew over a decade ago, correct? Sasuke fell silent once more. He had to admit that Isen spoke the truth. During his training alongside Orochimaru, he had kept an eye on the happenings in the ninja world. For those 2 years, the ninja world had been relatively calm, and even Akatsuki was quite subdued. However, it was clear that Konoha now appeared to be preparing for war. Moreover, he had heard astonishing intelligence from within the village. For instance, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been killed by this young man before him. Orochimaru had mysteriously vanished, and Akatsuki had suffered significant casualties. Remarkably, even the other 3 great nations were preparing to unite against Konoha and Sunagakure. What transpired? Why is the landscape of the ninja world so drastically different from what I knew over a decade ago? Now, upon hearing Isen's explanation, he could only accept Isen's assertion. I am aware that you have come to this place to safeguard Mingren, for Daitong Yupushi intends to extract the chakra from within him, correct? A look of astonishment once again graced Sasuke's face. This individual possesses an uncanny awareness of his circumstances. Who exactly are you? Is this truly a parallel world? How has the landscape of the shinobi world transformed into its current state? Sasuke furrowed his brows. The immense power, the Rinnegan, coupled with his profound understanding of the shinobi realm and the events that transpired over the past decade, is indeed remarkable. I'm also a traveler who has crossed dimensions. Believing that there is no need for concealment, I revealed I have come here to alter the dynamics of the shinobi world, to usher this realm into an era of peace ahead of schedule. Most of the Akatsuki members have met their demise at my hands, including Obito and Kurizetsu. Moreover, Kabuto will no longer venture to the Ryuchi cave, but will instead remain at Konoha village. At this, Sasuke's expression shifted entirely. The death of Obito and Kurizetsu signifies the complete dismantling of Madara's plan. The alteration of Kabuto's storyline further implies that he will be unable to research Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, thus preventing the resurrection of the deceased. The Fourth Shinobi World War would, therefore, be stillborn. The concept of temporal paradoxes has always existed. He was uncertain whether these changes would affect the parallel world. If I were to alter the narrative of this world, leading to a distortion of time and space in another world, the repercussions would be unimaginable. You are indeed reckless. A trace of anger seeped into Sasuke's tone as he admonished. You must be aware that such actions could lead to the complete erasure of certain individuals, never to return. I understand, yet I remain unfazed. Is it merely Boruto's disappearance that matters? After all, Boruto's narrative has already been contingent upon the defense, so let it vanish. Of course, there was no need to voice this in front of Sasuke. I could only feign a helpless demeanor, stating, my initial intention in arriving in this world was to preemptively change the structure of the shinobi realm to avoid certain regrets. For instance, if Jiraiya could be saved, his death would be rendered unnecessary. Similarly, your and Mingren's arms could be preserved, sparing you from becoming like Yonggwa. However, you have gone too far. Upon hearing his wife's name, Sasuke's expression softened slightly. Indeed, you should know that he approached you with a heart set on death, prepared for their confrontation. For him, who is gravely ill, merely enduring until you reached a resolution was already commendable. Consequently, I disclosed to Sasuke my determination to have this world's Sasuke implant Itachi's eyes, embark on a journey of training, and pursue Danzo. Sasuke fell silent, though a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes betrayed him. Having finally arrived here, how could he not desire to see Itachi once more? So, you wish to implement the idea I initially proposed for a revolution in the shinobi world? Sasuke frowned. You must know that Mingren would never consent to this. He surely. No, this time he fully supports your decision, even assisting me when I dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen. A look of exasperation crossed my face as I continued. I foresaw his future, which made him understand that mercy would never allow him to become Hokage. After the conclusion of the Shinobi World War, your and his extraordinary powers temporarily brought peace to the shinobi realm. Yet, do you not wish to know what follows? What? Before Sasuke could inquire further, my left eye's Tsuki no Mi plunged him into an illusionary realm. In that moment, Sasuke witnessed the emergence of the Shell organization, including Kawaki, Amato and Ishiki. He and Mingren were mercilessly battered by Daitongyu Ishiki. Boruto suffered a severed arm and shattered spine, and Mingren was compelled to activate the Baryon mode, collaborating with Kawaki to defeat Ishiki. Just as victory seemed in their grasp, Boruto was possessed by Kinshiki, blinding himself. Kawaki, sacrificing himself through fire release, coerced Kinshiki to absorb chakra, allowing Boruto to regain consciousness. However, the nine tails within Mingren tragically perished due to the Baryon mode. Simultaneously, Boruto faced the imminent threat of complete possession by Kinshiki, while the leaders of several villages, along with his own kin, leaned towards eliminating Boruto to prevent Kinshiki's resurgence in the shinobi realm. Caught between the shinobi world and his son, Mingren found himself ensnared in a harrowing dilemma. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's expression darkened. So, this is the future that awaits him in Mingren? Chapter 169. The New Upper Moon 2. How could this be? Sasuke remained stupefied by the unfolding scene. Kagaya had already been extraordinary, yet Ishiki proved to be even more formidable. He could strike the nine tails with his fists, kick Susan, absorb all ninjutsu, and even shrink objects. Most alarmingly, Mingren found himself deprived of military funding by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Following the demise of the Nine Tails, the other major nations swiftly revealed their true colors, applying pressure on Mingren, urging him to eliminate his own son, Boruto. Now, but do you comprehend? I withdrew my Suki no Mi, revealing a look of resignation. If Mingren's character does not undergo transformation, if you do not gain strength alongside him now, allowing your future self to grow stronger, then the shinobi world is destined for ruin. Sasuke fell into silence, hoping that the future from this space would not impact their world. After all, I had not acted wrongly. Although I had adhered to Mingren's wishes and endeavored to maintain peace within the shinobi realm, the reality proved that such peace is fragile when confronted with self-interest. I shall assist you in this battle. At that moment, Sasuke spoke, though I'm uncertain what price this may exact. Perhaps it will lead to Boruto and Sarada's disappearance. But a decisive glimmer appeared in his eyes, as if the once resolute Sasuke had returned. It is good that you can think this way. My heart was equally complex. With events having unfolded to this point, I could only grit my teeth and carry on with my plans, even if it meant erasing many who ought to have existed. Sasuke departed, resolved to engage in this battle, and proactively sought Tsunade, requesting her aid in restoring his chakra. For conflict of this magnitude, it would be utterly absurd to be unable to manifest even as Susanoo. Mr. Isin, I wish to pose a question. On the way to the Hyuga household, Niji inquired, although this is a parallel space, your alteration of this world has likely led to the disappearance of some who were meant to be born, has it not? Indeed, I offer no concealment. They will all perish. Upon hearing my candidness, Niji sighed. You must harbor some reluctance regarding such occurrences, yet they have already transpired. I understood that I could not mention the system, so I circled back. Sasuke's crossing over has made everything evident. Since it has occurred, there is no need to dwell on it. All sins shall rest upon my shoulders. Understood. Niji nodded. Had it not been for you, my fate would never have changed. Therefore, I shall uphold your beliefs to the very end. Thank you. I smiled, finally following Niji to the chamber where Hinata was held. Hinata, confined in her quarters, sat listlessly on her bed, gazing at the distant sky. She had never anticipated that she would one day become a caged bird. Perhaps this was the anguish that Niji had endured. At that moment, the heavy door of her cell creaked open, and Ichin walked in alongside Niji. Though she could empathize with Niji's stance, the memory of her father's death lingered painfully in her mind, rendering her speechless as she stared at him. I know you harbor a deep-seated hatred for me, Niji sighed. I do not wish to offer any justifications. The Fourth Great Ninja War is imminent, and your safety here is uncertain. Therefore, take Hanabi and the elders of the Hyuga clan and seek refuge together. The mention of the Fourth Great Ninja War startled Hinata, her face betraying her shock. Indeed, Kiri, Kyumo, and IWA had prepared to launch an offensive against them, and Konoha was at risk of a surprise attack at any moment. Niji nodded resolutely, stating, this battle may lead to significant casualties, but if it paves the way for peace in the shinobi world, we will bear the burden of such sins. Is that why you killed my father? To protect the Hyuga clan? Suddenly, Hinata posed this question to Niji. I cannot say that, Niji replied, nodding once more. Your father was merely a victim of the traditions that have plagued the Hyuga clan for centuries. He followed the family rules, but it was we, the branch family, who suffered. This is a conflict of positions, not a matter of right or wrong. I acted according to what I believed was right, abolishing the division between the main and branch families, allowing the capable to rise. And should someone stronger than I emerge from the Hyuga clan in the future, that person may take my place. At this juncture, Niji let out a bitter laugh. I have lost my family. As a ghost, I can no longer bear descendants. Thus, I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to strengthening my abilities, striving to lead the Hyuga clan towards prosperity, and instilling fear in those who would dare to provoke war. Hinata, after a brief silence, finally expressed her resolve. If that is the case, then I too wish to acquire the same strength as you, Niji. Niji stood frozen, astonished by Hinata's declaration. You must understand, once you become a ghost, you can never return to a normal life. If memory serves, your feelings for Naruto are like Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, recalling the golden-haired youth who always radiated positivity. A fleeting warmth flickered in her eyes, but in an instant, it vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. However, I am acutely aware of my own weakness and cowardice, which do not befit someone who aspires to stand alongside him, unyielding and resolute. Hinata's gaze grew more resolute. Thus, I shall grow stronger. Even if I cannot be with him, I will stand at an equal level, watching over him. Niji, rendered speechless, turned to Ichin with a pleading look. Understanding dawned upon Ichin, who nodded and produced a kunai, slicing his palm gently before approaching Hinata. Open your mouth. Hinata hesitated momentarily, but eventually complied, allowing Ichin's blood to drip into her mouth. As she writhed on the ground, trembling and stifling cries of anguish, her body slowly rose. Her pupils transformed from white to a striking golden red, the symbol of the crescent moon etched within her irises, while strange patterns appeared on her face. Her skin pale, yet reminiscent of a wilting rose, embodying a haunting beauty. Is this power? Hinata smirked wickedly, gazing at Niji. Let us together protect the Hyuga clan. On the first day of a new year, I wish for all my readers' desires to be fulfilled, for all they cherish to be possessed, and for all they have lost to be released. In this new year, while good things may not necessarily occur, let be assured that no misfortune shall befall us. Chapter 170. Dusk. As Niji beheld the transformed Hinata, a resigned smile graced his features. I intended to protect you, to lead a tranquil life henceforth. But it seems you have made your choice. As your older brother, I now realize my own naivety. Since this is your resolution, let us shine together on this battlefield. Yes, Niji and I. Observing their determined demeanor, Ichin could not help but smile as he turned to leave. The sky gradually darkened, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue across the heavens. Konoha's Hokage, Tsunade, leaned against the wall while Jiraiya patted her shoulder, both exuding a sense of helplessness. Honestly, how can your tolerance for alcohol be worse than mine? After Tsunade finished retching, Jiraiya guided her to a nearby bench, sitting beside her at a distance that felt both close and oddly distant. I never expected Orochimaru to leave, Tsunade remarked, a complex smile gracing her lips. For years, you have blamed yourself for not bringing him back personally, which is why you have tirelessly sought information about him. Now, you can finally release that burden. Ah, indeed, Jiraiya replied, gazing up at the sky. Though I could not bring him back to Konoha, at least he will no longer be a target of the village's bounty. How unpredictable the world is, Jiraiya continued. Once, Konoha yearned for peace, and now it has become the aggressor, complicating the narrative of our story. At this, Jiraiya teased Tsunade. The once flat-chested Tsunade has transformed into the voluptuous Tsunade. Time changes everything. In the blink of an eye, you have become a woman in her 50s. The memories you hold for the departed have only multiplied, and perhaps in the future, they will grow even more. Tsunade stared blankly at Jiraiya, unsure of how to respond. Had she heard such remarks from him in the past, she would have surely sent him flying with a punch. Yet, inexplicably, she felt inclined to indulge him this time, granting him the privilege to speak as he pleased. But truly, isn't our duty to exert every effort to pave the way for a peaceful world for those who come after us? For this cause, I would gladly face death with a smile. Jiraiya laughed heartily. However, at that moment, Tsunade lowered her head. Do not die. After this battle, we must return alive. Her gaze was laced with fear and melancholy, especially as the dying rays of the sun illuminated her face, highlighting the sorrow of potential parting. If you were to die, would I weep for you? Jiraiya stood, feigning nonchalance as he responded. But surely, it wouldn't be as heart-wrenching as the moment of departure, would it? Bakiaro. Tsunade shot him a glare, and the carefully cultivated atmosphere crumbled, leaving her feeling disheartened. Then let us gamble, as you love to do. Bet that I will die. Your luck is so poor, you are bound to lose. Jiraiya's words only amplified the terror brewing in Tsunade's heart. Yet, what he said next left her mind utterly blank. However, if we all manage to return alive, Tsunade instinctively tightened her grip on her pants, staring vacantly at Jiraiya, her throat undulating nervously, and even her face, flushed either from alcohol or some other reason, began to bead with perspiration. Observing this scene, Jiraiya, who had mustered the courage to speak, found himself unable to voice the words he had long kept buried in his heart. If you all come back alive, I believe the villagers would not mind organizing a wedding for you personally. At that moment, Isin emerged from around the corner, smiling as he observed the two. The love of the elderly is truly a source of anxiety, hidden away yet unspoken. Tsunade shot Isin a glare, while Jiraiya wore an awkward expression, his gaze fixated on Tsunade's reaction. Stop glaring. If I don't say it, you shall never hear it, Isin shrugged. Mr. Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, you will both survive, for I am quite powerful. Still as vain as ever, Jiraiya thought. Originally, their display of bravado was the romance of this group of elders, but had been entirely usurped by this young lad. This left Jiraiya quite displeased. I knew you old fool wouldn't give up. Let us make a pact. Once this battle concludes, we shall marry. At that moment, Tsunade felt a sense of liberation, as if she had broken free from her restraints, soaring like a butterfly toward distant horizons. Regardless of how deeply she had once loved her past, times are changing. Life moves forward, and he would ultimately become but a fragment of her memories, gradually fading into a mere whisper. What she needed to cherish most was the person before her. Although a man ought to possess the grace to brush off such matters with a smile, Tsunade felt compelled to respond, given her own boldness. Jiraiya cleared his throat. In that case, I reluctantly accept your proposal. Tsunade swiftly delivered a punch to Jiraiya's face, sending him flying several meters away. Witnessing their affectionate exchange, Isin smiled and turned away. At that moment, the night sky swallowed the last remnants of the setting sun, descending like a velvet curtain in a theater. The distant buildings and streets illuminated one by one, bringing a sudden brightness to Isin's heart. Indeed, no matter how dark it becomes, there will always be a beam of moonlight, along with a couple of glowing lamps, illuminating the small space and providing refuge. Finished? Under the streetlight, Kanahu, now clad in a samurai outfit, leaned against the wall. Bathed in the light, she gazed at him with a beaming smile. For reasons unknown, Isin suddenly felt as though he hadn't seen Kanahu in many years. Although they had been apart for merely a few months, it felt as if years had passed. Isin approached Kanahu, gently taking her hand. So, we will survive, regardless of the dimensions we traverse or the adversaries we face. And various new women? Kanahu replied with a teasing smile. You are quite bothersome. I have no established relationship with her. She is the one pursuing me. Well, you're a femme fatale. I think you should hurry back to your own world. Isin laughed heartily. Enough of that. Let me treat you to ramen. Why ramen again? You're as poor as Naruto. Politeness, Naruto's fault. Observing Kanahu reveal a rare, feminine side, Isin laughed heartily, holding her hand as they strolled through the night. P.S. Happy New Year. Recently, I've been trying to write more romantic scenes in preparation for my next single female protagonist story in Genshin. Here, as a little spoiler, the female lead in my next book is Eula. What do you think? Chapter 171. Another world of me, Konoha, and Sunagakure were busily preparing for war. Just then, an unexpected obstacle arose. I oppose the initiation of war. Do you understand the enormous toll it brings? In the Hokage's office, the feudal lord of the Fire Country spoke vehemently. Pointing at Tsunade, I demand that you immediately commence peace talks with the opposing side. Should you dare to initiate war without authorization, be wary of your military funding being cut. Cut military funding? At that moment, a familiar figure opened the office door and entered. It was Sasuke, now clad in a green ninja jacket. Sasuke, you've returned, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. I see you're aware that the Fourth Great Ninja War is about to erupt? Yes. Sasuke nodded. I've long heard that Kirigakure has torn up treaties and gathered forces with other countries, poised to act. I initially intended to set aside revenge and return to fight, but I discovered Danzo's whereabouts and took care of him before coming back. With that, Sasuke drew his sword, Muramasa, aiming it at the feudal lord. Is that what you call a feudal lord? What kind of cheap liquor has you in this state? Do you have the strength to compete with us of Konoha? The others murmured, indeed, such complexity in a single statement, when it comes to showing off. No one can match the second son. The feudal lord's face darkened as he glared at Sasuke, yet he could not utter a single word. Indeed, under his rule were merely a few samurai. Even he could not fathom what authority he, the feudal lord of the Fire Country, possessed to challenge the ninjas of Konoha. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man named Kishimoto paused his thoughts once more, faced with the feudal lord's grim expression. Sasuke showed no mercy and continued to apply pressure. I advise you to cease your lofty demeanor, otherwise. At this point, a glint of coldness flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Kakashi bore a look of helplessness on his face. His disciple was becoming increasingly ruthless in his methods. Just then, Naruto interjected. Enough, Sasuke. Regardless, someone from the Fire Country must do the work for us. We are fighters, utterly ignorant of governance. Even Lady Tsunade finds it exceedingly difficult to manage a village. Killing him would bring us no benefit. A bit of intimidation will suffice. Only then did Sasuke sheath his sword. Naruto was correct. Killing the feudal lord would only add countless troubles for them. Besides, how could he ignore his wife's words? I hope you understand that the position of feudal lord is one we have granted you. If you feel you cannot fulfill it, we can replace you at any time. Naruto looked at the feudal lord, his tone carrying a hint of menace. So, I hope you realize your place. You are merely a puppet working for us, understood? Observing his disciple's sudden decisiveness, Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss. Perverted sage, I know what you want to say. Naruto sighed lightly. But compared to the first Hokage, I prefer the second Hokage's way of handling matters. Compassion does not govern armies. This is a lesson Isen has imparted to me. Now that I aspire to be Hokage, I cannot afford to remain naive as before. Understood. Jiraiya silently sighed within himself. Although he was unaccustomed to it, he could comprehend Naruto's choice. So you finally grasped how to become Hokage? Sasuke sheathed Murakumo and strode toward the door, saying, In this battle, you must not falter. Of course, as long as I feel inspired, I will steal the spotlight in this fight. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke abruptly halted, clenching his fists. Are you stealing my lines? He thought to himself. But then again, he is my wife. There's no need for formality. Observing the playful banter between the two, Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly. From a certain perspective, it seemed that they had not changed at all. Outside the office, the mature Sasuke stood with Boruto on a tree branch, listening silently to the sounds from within. If you say this is a parallel world, I truly believe it. Boruto remarked in astonishment. Although Dad hardly comes home due to work, he has a good temper. How could he ever threaten a daimyo? He recalled how, during the Chunin exams, he had transformed into Boruto and engaged in technological pursuits, and Naruto had never raised his voice at him. It seemed utterly unrelated to the near-darkened youth before him. Mature Sasuke gazed through the window, watching as someone left the office, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. In this alternate world, let me witness what the future you can shape in the realm of shinobi. Thus commenced the Fourth Shinobi World War. Excluding lesser ninjas like Iruka and certain specialized talents, everyone else was thrust into battle, including the likes of Sakura and other genin. It is well known that Konoha's genin are the most formidable. Jonin? They merely managed to rival the Chunin at best. Of course, aside from Hatake Kakashi. Everyone embarked on a night march toward the nearest Kirigakure, prepared to settle the score for their betrayal. Boom! Boom! A few hours later, flames erupted around the outskirts of Kirigakure. Anticipating the assault from Konoha and Sunagakure, Kirigakure had already stationed elite ninjas from Kumogakure and Iwagakure in preparation. Once the enemy launched their attack, they would be ready to counterstrike and summon reinforcement from the other two villages and smaller factions. In the blink of an eye, both sides clashed. Ninja tools and techniques filled the air, and many fell without even seeing the enemy's face, succumbing to unknown AoE attacks. Such is the brutality of war. Here, no one cares if you're an elder, a child, or burdened with family. The only path to survival is to eliminate as many visible foes as possible. Soon, the powerful figures from both sides made their appearances. Bang! A swift 8 trigrams palm sent several Chunin flying, and Niji halted, confronted by two figures blocking his path, Chojuro from Kirigakure and Darui from Kumogakure. The future leaders drew exclamations from the audience demanding their removal. Chapter 172. This is the Hyuga clan. So, the elites from Kumogakure and Kirigakure, Darui and Chojuro. A smirk of disdain appeared on Niji's face. Though you are geniuses among your peers, having encountered Mr. Hoshigaki, it is evident you are not my match. This is fate's decree. accept it gracefully. Indeed, members of the Hyuga clan are not easily dealt with, Darui remarked, furrowing his brow. Although he felt considerable discomfort toward Niji, he calmly advised Chojuro. The Hyuga clan excels in close combat. We must keep our distance and rely on ranged attacks. But Chojuro glanced at his sword, caught in hesitation. While he was skilled in Suedun, he excelled in close combat techniques, should he truly avoid his strengths. Unbeknownst to him, Darui was inherently cautious. Since Niji spoke so boldly, it was evident he possessed exceptional abilities, prompting Darui to caution Chojuro against underestimating him. In warfare, it is not merely a contest between two individuals. It is a fight for survival. Just then, Darui made the first move. With swift hand seals, he opened his mouth. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. He unleashed a torrent of water while continuing his hand seals, and brilliant lightning appeared in his grasp. Raitun Reiku. The lightning surged along the water, racing toward Niji. A combination of ninjutsu? Quite impressive. Niji's right hand turned black, coated in Busashoka Haki, and he struck at the approaching torrent with a palm. Instantly, an invisible palm energy cleaved through the current, pushing aside. This man can dismantle my combined ninjutsu with mere taijutsu? Darui's expression turned to one of shock. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Niji materialized before Darui, his right palm aimed directly at Darui's face. Watch out! Suddenly, a foot intervened, sending Darui flying aside. Chojuro swung his sword, enveloped in a faint blue chakra, striking Niji's palm with force. Bang! In the next instant, two powerful forces collided, generating a fierce gust that swept everything around them. Release! Seeing himself locked in a stalemate with Niji, Chojuro gritted his teeth and unleashed a surge of chakra from his sword, intending to launch Niji away. You truly lack strength. With an air of nonchalance, Niji displayed a look of disdain, effortlessly seizing Chojuro's sword and hurling him 8 meters away. Boom! Chojuro's body crashed through a massive stone wall, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Withdraw from the fight, Chojuro. No, perhaps you should reconsider joining this battle. The position of Mizukage is not for you. Niji silently rated Hoshigaki's potential. Faced with the audacity of Niji, Darui's expression grew serious. Rising without hesitation, he activated his Kekii Genkai. Rantun, Renkoso. As the words left his lips, he expelled several beams of light at sharp angles toward Niji. Rantun, a fusion of Raitun and Suedun, was a powerful ninjutsu embodying the destructive force of lightning and the control of water, a fierce and stable technique. Regrettably, Niji's power had long transcended the realm of ordinary ninjas. Kekii Genkai, Fuyo. Niji merely pointed upward with his right hand, and the beams of light soared into the sky. Kekii Genkai, Shanyo. He pressed down again, and the beams rapidly descended toward Darui. This is bad. Darui's face paled. But at that moment, do not underestimate me. Suetun, Daifubuki no Jutsu. Suddenly, a soaring torrent of water shielded Darui, intercepting his own lightning beams. In the distance, Chojuro rose to his feet, fervently performing a series of hand seals, unleashing an array of water-based ninjutsu, as if there were no cost to such extravagance. Observing this, Darui also unveiled his signature technique. Lightning Release, Black Panther. In the next moment, a Black Panther-like bolt of lightning surged towards Niji. If this is your best, then let it end with Blood Demon Technique, Void Destruction. Niji extended his hands to either side, and an invisible force began to whirl wildly around him, manifesting the patterns of Tai Chi and Bagua. The ninjutsu unleashed by Darui and Chojuro merely swirled around Niji like a washing machine. Ultimately, the torrents of water and electric light gradually dissipated, as both Darui and Chojuro succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Watching the two unconscious figures, Niji let out a cold snort, declaring, "This is Konoha. This is the power of the Hyuga clan. Remember this well, and fear me deeply." Having said that, Niji turned his gaze to another battlefield. Hinata, having just adapted to the body of a demon, had yet to awaken her blood demon technique, yet her gentle fist had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once, she could barely leave a shallow mark on a wooden post. Now, a single strike from her hand could shatter a person's ribs, piercing through to their back. Moreover, her invisible chakra even penetrated the body of her target, sending nearby ninjas sprawling far away. Truly, the blood of Akari-sensei flows strongly within her. In just 2 short days, she had grown to such an extent A hint of astonishment crossed Niji's face. I eagerly anticipate the moment you awaken your blood demon technique. If Naruto were to witness your newfound strength, he would undoubtedly be astounded. A smile graced Niji's features as he called out to the nearby members of the Hyuga clan. Slay them mercilessly. Let them know that the Hyuga clan is not inferior to the Uchiha clan. With a chorus of furious shouts, the members of the Hyuga clan launched a savage assault on the surrounding members of the Kirigakure. On the other side of the battlefield, Sakura stood before a somewhat handsome young man with golden, medium-length hair. This individual was none other than Haki, who had previously clashed with Sasuke during the Five Kage Summit. Of course, he had merely cast a Genjutsu on Sasuke before being swiftly defeated by the latter's Sharingan, after which he had faded into obscurity. It could be said that the manga and TV adaptations had done him a disservice by rendering him so strikingly handsome. Beside him stood a white-haired, short-haired ninja, known for his fondness for lollipops. This was Omoi, a ninja from Kumogakure who had made a brief appearance before the Five Kage Summit and during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Sakura mused to herself, acknowledging the gravity of her situation as beads of cold sweat trickled down her face. She continued to bolster her own resolve. Although she had yet to reach the level of Naruto and Sasuke, she was certainly not weak. Over the past 6 months, she had sacrificed makeup and shopping, dedicating all her time to rigorous training. Not only had Don instructed her in ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, but even Lady Tsunade had personally trained her. Furthermore, she had learned to sense the flow of chakra from Niji. Most importantly, before the battle, Ikari had compiled a list of vital information regarding potential combatants, detailing their appearances. According to her deductions, the golden-haired man must be Haki, a master of Genjutsu from Kirigakure, while the white-haired boy to the right was Omoi, skilled in swordsmanship. With her academic prowess at the Ninja Academy, memorizing such details was a breeze. Thus, she was determined not to lose this battle. As she rallied her spirits, Sakura's anxious heart gradually calmed. That woman's psychological guidance is too strong. Something's bound to go wrong, Omoi sighed. Fighting such an opponent leaves me with no confidence. Hey, can you stop being so negative? Heki's face twisted in displeasure. You need to engage him in close combat to create an opportunity for me to cast my Genjutsu. Understood. Understood. Omoi reluctantly acquiesced, drawing his katana and charging towards Sakura. Cloud flow, deception slash. In an instant, Omoi closed the distance, delivering a vertical strike aimed at Sakura. Yet, in his mind, he had already planned to switch to a horizontal slash at the last moment. The follow-through of a vertical slash is minimal, causing most opponents to avoid laterally rather than retreating, which would create distance and hinder counterattack opportunities. Thus, they typically choose to dodge left or right. At that moment, a horizontal slash would undoubtedly be devastating. This was the essence of a deception slash. Unfortunately, over the past 6 months, Sakura had mastered the art of Kinbunshiko Haki to perfection. While she could not predict the future like Luffy or Katakuri, she was more than capable of discerning what would happen in the next instant. As Omoi brought down his vertical slash, Sakura crouched low. Omoi, predicting her movement, attempted to switch to a horizontal slash, but found himself striking nothing but air. What? Omoi stared in shock, unable to see Sakura's figure. His anticipated strike had completely missed. It's my turn now. At that moment, a cold smile crept across Sakura's lips as she produced a kunai from her right hand and swiftly lunged backward. Sizzling sounds erupted as Omoi's form transformed into a burst of electric light, dispersing around him. Lightning Shadow Clone, what an impressive ability. Sakura couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of Kinbunshiko Haki. Just as Heki's astonished gaze fell upon her, Sakura unexpectedly pulled out a red cloth, blindfolding herself. This girl. Heki's expression shifted dramatically. This action was far too evident, directly countering his Genjutsu, lightning illusion, lightning beam. The technique transformed the user into electricity, leading the opponent to mistakenly believe it obstructed their vision, thereby falling prey to the illusion. By utilizing the blinding light as cover, the enemy would unwittingly enter the Genjutsu. However, if she covered her own sight, she would lose her vision, making it impossible to evade Omoi's swordsmanship solely by sound. Even if she could hear it, her body would undoubtedly struggle to keep up. Heki's heart gradually calmed, a confident smile returning to his face. Yet, the next moment, reality dealt him another harsh blow. Omoi reappeared, attacking from various angles, but Sakura easily deflected his strikes with her kunai. Although she was not nearly as agile as Omoi, the advantage of Kinbunshiko Haki allowed her to compensate for that deficiency. With a resounding clash, Sakura and Omoi momentarily distanced themselves from each other. At this moment, she, wielding a kunai, emerged behind Xiao Ying, aiming for her back. Although he specialized in ninjutsu related to illusions, medical techniques, and sensory abilities, this did not imply he was devoid of illusionary skills. Seizing the moment when Xiao Ying was engaged in a clash with LowerMoon, he positioned himself behind her, preparing for a surprise attack. However, Xiao Ying had already preemptively utilized the substitution technique, evading this assault. When she reappeared, she was already 100 meters away. Suiton, Suiryudan no Jutsu. With swift hand seals, Xiao Ying summoned the water from the pond behind her, which surged into the air and transformed into a colossal water dragon. Diving towards LowerMoon and she, possessing water affinity chakra, Xiao Ying's mastery of Suidun techniques was certainly not unwarranted. Both opponents, lacking proficiency in offensive ninjutsu, could only evade. Yet this provided Xiao Ying with the opportunity she sought. Jinjutsu, second persona. Xiao Ying silently invoked a technique she had unconsciously grasped. In an instant, the consciousness of both opponents was drawn into her mental realm. Surrounding them was an abyss of darkness, with only a chalk-drawn version of Xiao Ying before them, endlessly muttering, "Yoshi, I will catch up to Naruto and Sasuke. This time, I will surely surpass Sasuke. Sasuke, Super Me, I am Super Me, the superhero. Now is the time for fantasy." Listening to Xiao Ying's incessant chatter, both opponents were rendered speechless. What kind of ability is this? It felt strange, yet they could not pinpoint what was odd about it. Soon, they realized they could not escape. Under Xiao Ying's dominion, their mental states fluctuated before gradually beginning to unravel. "Master, stop chanting. I was wrong." LowerMoon clutched his head, wailing in despair. She, overwhelmed, proclaimed, "I shall call you the strongest. Please, cease your divine power." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying nodded in satisfaction and released the Jinjutsu. Instantly, both opponents collapsed, rolling their eyes in defeat. I had initially intended to use this move to triumph over Sasuke Sharingan, so he would see me in a new light. A hint of shyness graced Xiao Ying's face. By then, he would surely find me reliable, wouldn't he? Chapter 174. The Awakening of By Not Far Away. Sasuke suddenly felt a chill, sensing he was being watched by something. In another battlefield, Bai gazed at Zai Buzan with a heart full of sorrow. "Lord Zai Buzan, why did you tear apart the peace treaty with Konoha?" From a moral standpoint, the Exian had indeed aided both him and Zai Buzan significantly. Yet Zai Buzan was the one who had sheltered him. At this moment, Bai felt as if he stood at both ends of the scale, glancing left and right, yet uncertain of how to decide. If human desires could truly be satisfied, there would not be so many wars in the ninja world. A bitter smile appeared on Zai Buzan's face. It is evident to all that with the Exian's presence, this ninja world will eventually be unified under Konoha, suppressing all rising forces to maintain peace. Is that not preferable? A world devoid of war, where powerless civilians can live safely without fear. Bai was perplexed as to why no one wished to live such a life. Bai, if this world is free of war, then what is the purpose of a ninja's existence? Zai Buzan posed a profound question. Bai found himself momentarily speechless, unable to respond. This was an unsolvable dilemma. Konoha's desire to dominate the entire ninja world to achieve peace was not inherently wrong. Yet the Mist Village's refusal to submit to Konoha was equally justified. We stand here not because anyone is wrong, but because our positions have changed. As Zai Buzan spoke, he slowly drew his executioner's sword, pointing it towards Bai. "Bai, you are as pure and flawless as snow. You should not be tainted by a demon like me. Give it your all and fight me, then defeat me, and seek your new companions and life." "I understand," Bai nodded, drawing several shuriken and gripping them between his fingers. "Thank you, Lord Zai Buzan, for your nurturing. I will use the assassination techniques you taught me to defeat you." "Excellent." A smile once again graced Zai Buzan's lips as he swung his executioner's sword and charged toward Bai. With a crash beneath the moonlight, their figures intertwined, sparks flying. The sound of clashing weapons evoked memories of their past. On a certain snowy night, after slaying his family and becoming an orphan, Bai rummaged through a trash bin by the street. Suddenly, a wild dog lunged at him, attempting to snatch food from a bin. Yet it was no match for Bai. He easily kicked it aside and continued searching. However, when he turned back, he discovered two smaller wild dogs fiercely guarding the larger one, baring their teeth at him. In that moment, he vaguely grasped the meaning of bonds. With another clash, Bai's thoughts returned to the snowy night when he first encountered Zai Buzan. "Do you want to follow me, little orphan?" The man contemplated as he extended his right hand. After enduring a long period of solitude, I felt a longing for that connection once more. However, I only consider you a tool. I saved you now, but when I need you, you must die for me. Understand? Observing the seemingly cold yet internally warm man, I smiled. Well, as long as Lord Zai-Bu-Zan sees me as a tool, that is sufficient. As their battle continued, the memories of the past relentlessly attacked Bai. It seems you have grown quite a bit during this time. Zai-Bu-Zan observed the numerous broken edges on his executioner's sword, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Lord Zai-Bu-Zan, I have come to understand your intentions. Therefore, I will not perish here. I will follow Yexian and create a ninja world that no longer requires someone like you. A ninja who transforms into a demon for the sake of reclaiming a village. Nor will there be orphans like me. Bai exhaled softly, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Excellent. Zai-Bu-Zan chuckled once more. But it will not be so easy to kill me. As the words left his lips, Zai-Bu-Zan rapidly formed hand seals, directing his chakra towards Bai. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. No sooner had Zai-Bu-Zan spoken than a colossal water dragon surged from the lake behind him, rushing towards Bai. As Bai prepared to form seals, the water dragon in midair began to crystallize, transformed by the chilling aura emanating from him into an ice dragon, blocking its advance entirely. Everything has changed. There is no turning back now. Bai sighed, and suddenly a powerful snowstorm enveloped Zai-Bu-Zan's form. Once, it was his ice release that attracted Zai-Bu-Zan's attention, leading to his adoption. Now, I must bid farewell to Zai-Bu-Zan in the same manner for one final journey. The 79th calamity of the Jin Su series. A tempest of icy winds and snow completely engulfed Zai-Bu-Zan. In the fleeting moment that Zai-Bu-Zan vanished from view, Bai witnessed him remove the bandages from his face, revealing a hint of a contented smile, and then he mouthed his final words to Bai. Bai nodded gently, turning away to continue toward the others in the hidden mist village, not daring to glance back. This was the path Zai-Bu-Zan had chosen for himself. He faced the night wind, gazing at the luminous moon and the profound night sky beyond, where deeper sorrows lingered. Farewell, Mr. Zai-Bu-Zan. I shall let you into my heart, yet one day, your visage may fade from my memory, for I must journey farther still, until the day I can peacefully grow old in this world. When that time comes, I shall set aside everything to accompany you. At the same time, you little brats truly show courage. Watch as I stab you with 7 small blades. Oh yeah. A robust middle-aged man wearing sunglasses was rapping and gesturing with his hands. This individual was none other than the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, Kurabi. Sasuke, we must join forces this time. Upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Sasuke merely nodded in agreement. Perhaps the greatest impact of arriving in this world had been the healing of his arrogance. Chapter 175, Battle with the 8 Tails. Sasuke slowly unsheathed his sword, Murakumo, and activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto clapped his hands, entering Sage mode, with orange eyeshadow and frog-like pupils enveloping his original eyes. Yoshi, let's go. With a fierce shout, Naruto charged towards Kurabi. Sasuke followed closely behind, wielding Murakumo. You lack martial ethics, 2 against 1. I will turn you into a spinning top. Oh yeah. As Kurabi's words fell, all 7 of his blades flew out, forming an eerie stance. Mr. Isin had warned that this fellow's swordsmanship was exceedingly strange. Even the Sharingan might not fully discern it. Enough chatter, I know what to do. Although Sasuke's arrogance had been cured, his haughty nature remained unaltered. He flanked Naruto, attacking Kurabi from both sides. After half a year of honing his Kinbunchika Haki and Busashoka Haki, Sasuke was now nearly indistinguishable from his former self during the Eagle phase. Coupled with Naruto in Sage mode, possessing both Sage Perception and Kinbunchika Haki, their combined assault was making Kurabi struggle immensely. As Kurabi's blade was deflected by Naruto, Sasuke appeared before him and executed a kick that sent Kurabi soaring into the air. What followed was a flurry of aerial strikes, leaving Kurabi unable to retaliate. With a powerful punch, Naruto struck Kurabi's face, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Just as Sasuke and Naruto were poised to deliver the final blow, Kurabi enveloped himself in a crimson aura, clearly the chakra cloak of the 8 Tails. At this moment, Kurabi retained his consciousness, yet the tailed beast chakra distorted his emotions, rendering him violent and aggressive, significantly enhancing his abilities. Simultaneously, the tailed beast chakra would heal any wounds, leaving barely a scar and amplifying his combat prowess. This is serious now, Naruto thought, a hint of gravity settling on his face. After all, he had just begun to master the power of the Nine Tails. And Sasuke had recently activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His chakra reserves were insufficient for prolonged use, necessitating strategic application. At that instant, Kurabi charged at Sasuke, moving so swiftly that even Sasuke's Sharingan could barely track him. Despite having sensed Kurabi's approach with Kinbunchika Haki, his body could not keep pace. The Raijin Shuriken, combined with the tailed beast cloak, would exponentially amplify its power. When the Eagle team had executed their first mission, Sasuke had been severely injured by this very technique. Isen had emphatically warned all vital participants, never withstand this attack with sheer physicality against Kurabi, lest the consequences be dire. How swift! Sasuke had anticipated this, activating the first form of Susanoo almost instantaneously. Purple skeletal armor enveloped him, absorbing Kurabi's assault. The sound of shattering bones echoed as cracks spread like a spider's web, ultimately disintegrating into countless shards. The first stage of Susanoo, alas, proved too fragile. As long as one did not employ tactics akin to stabbing like during the battle with Itachi or engaging in close combat with Kunai as Danzo did, even a powerful taijutsu technique like Sakura's Cherry Blossom Clash could breach this stage of Susanoo. After all, Sasuke's current abilities were still relatively weak at best B rank. How did I inadvertently advertise the Naruto mobile game again? Just then, Naruto's attack arrived. 3 wind attribute shuriken sliced through the air towards Kurabi. Although Naruto's futon Raisin Shuriken held greater potency, he hesitated to deploy it. The technique required several seconds to prepare, and its area of effect could endanger his own allies. Who is the attacker and who is the defender? Answer: Shippuden Naruto is the attacker, Boruto Sasuke is the attacker. This is quite the plot twist. As Kurabi prepared to counterattack after breaking through Susanoo, he was interrupted by Naruto's wind shuriken. With a snort, Kurabi withdrew several blades to deflect the shuriken, albeit at the cost of breaking 2 of his own. Fire release, Hozenka no Jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of small flames while concealing his shuriken within the flames, closing in on Kurabi for a direct assault. The sound of impact echoed as Kurabi's blade swung, deflecting the shuriken as he staggered backward, creating distance. But as he landed, Kurabi felt as if he had stepped on something, producing a hissing sound. Disaster struck as Kurabi's expression shifted dramatically. Beneath his feet lay a detonating talisman. Boom! In a critical moment, Kurabi leapt vigorously, evading the explosion on the ground and soaring into the air. Unfortunately, the sage technique proved exceedingly taxing. Naruto, with his right hand wielding a colossal Rasengan, hurled it down towards Kurabi's landing spot with tremendous force. At this juncture, Kurabi found himself utterly helpless, forced to watch as the massive sphere struck him with immense power. Boom! His body crashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater, blood spilling from his mouth. The chakra cloak of the 8 tails surged around him, continuously mending the damage inflicted by Naruto's recent Rasengan. Following their successful assault, Sasuke and Naruto pressed their advantage, launching Chidori and Rasengan simultaneously towards Kurabi on the ground. Should Kurabi transform into the 8 tails, while they could contend with him, the battle would undoubtedly become exceedingly troublesome. Seizing this opportunity was paramount. Chapter 176. Is the big one back? Despite the tactical prowess exhibited by Sasuke and Naruto, they were ultimately a moment too late. In the next instant, a violent shockwave sent both of them flying far away. Smoke engulfed everything before them. Moments later, as the fog receded, a colossal bull with octopus-like tentacles appeared before the onlookers. This was the 8 tails, Gyuki, a tailed beast second only to the 9 tails. Indeed, this adversary was not easily vanquished. Sasuke furrowed his brow. They could only engage in a full frontal battle now. Naruto, having dispelled his sage mode, took a breath and continued. Kurama, it's time to pay rent. I know it's so annoying. The 9 tails growled in disgruntlement from within. Suddenly, Naruto transformed into a golden energy form, his hair curling into 2 horn-like shapes, 6 tomo appearing at his collar. This was the 9 tails chakra mode, a state Naruto acquired after initially mastering Kurama as chakra. As for how Naruto persuaded Kurama, the author remains uncertain. Upon entering the 9 tails chakra mode, Naruto extended his right hand towards Sasuke. Instantly, Sasuke understood and grasped Naruto's hand. In that moment, the chakra of the nine tails flowed continuously into Sasuke's body. Let them witness the fate of opposing Konoha. A crooked grin of a battle god appeared on Sasuke's face. Naruto nodded in agreement, releasing Sasuke's hand as wind chakra began to gather in his palm, first forming a sphere, then manifesting wind blades around its perimeter. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Yotan, Kakyu. Black flames ignited upon Naruto's Raisin Shuriken, swirling with the wind chakra. Zuko Korin. In the next instant, the black Raisin Shuriken was hurled towards the eight tails before them. However, the eight tails opened its mouth wide, dark purple and red chakra bubbles coalescing, ultimately forming a black sphere of energy. Witnessing this, both Naruto and Sasuke's expressions changed in unison. Tail Beast Bomb. As the eight tails prepared its tailed beast bomb, Naruto and Sasuke swiftly readied their next round of attack and defense. The power of the tailed beast bomb was cataclysmic, not something that could be resolved with just one futon. Raisin Shuriken. Indeed, at the moment the tailed beast bomb was unleashed, the Korin was utterly consumed, and an overwhelming force surged towards the two, capable of triggering landslides and tsunamis. Sasuke hastily activated the second stage of Susanoo, a colossal energy form enveloping him, arms crossed to withstand the impact. Yet, as he unleashed Susanoo, his complexion turned as pale as paper. Although his combat strength was nearly on par with that of his time with the Hawk, his chakra reserves were vastly inadequate. Even with Naruto's support of the Nine Tails chakra, this second stage of Susanoo nearly drained his chakra completely. What the hell? Sasuke shouted, suppressing his weakness. Immediately after, hundreds of Narutos surged towards the eight tails Turnkalabi, each wielding a large Rasengan, prepared to employ a tactic of sheer numbers to crush him. But at that moment, the eight tails unleashed successive tailed beast bombs, sweeping towards Naruto's location. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's clones began to vanish, unable to approach. Damn, is this the power of the eight tails? Naruto's face displayed a look of helplessness. His mouth technique had yet to fully convince Kurama. This creature remained somewhat prideful, unwilling to lend him all its power. As Kakashi's disciple, Sasuke had inherited his master's traits, while he could still barely execute some basic ninjutsu. Attempting to utilize the powers of his Sharingan was an insurmountable challenge. However, his existing fire style and Chidori were insufficient to seriously injure the eight tails. Were there no contingency plans? No hope for victory? Then it was time for action. Even transformed into the eight tails, Kalabi continued to forcefully rhyme, maintaining his composure, which only served to infuriate Sasuke and Naruto. Damn it, he has got us again. Although they felt exasperated, they found themselves at a loss for how to retaliate. Just then, a familiar voice rang in Sasuke's ears. Jabaka Goten. In the next moment, the ground beneath the eight tails erupted with immense buoyancy. It ascended uncontrollably into the air, struggling in vain as it found itself progressively enveloped by massive boulders. Then a colossal meteor loomed in the sky, sealing the eight tails within the Chibaku Tensei. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned to see a figure clad in a black cloak, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, appearing behind them. His left sleeve hung empty, and as he extended his right hand, his exposed right eye bore the pattern of the Rinnegan, adorned with Tomo. Is that the Rinnegan? No. The Rinnegan shouldn't he look like that? Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. He had encountered Nagato before, whose Rinnegan lacked any Tomo. What was the meaning of this? Furthermore, who was the youth beside him with golden clover-like hair resembling Naruto? Very well, go support the other battlefields. The fate of the eight tails is best left to that individual. The man uttered this before departing with the boy, leaving Naruto and Sasuke standing there in a daze. What the hell? If our parallel world truly reflects what that guy presented in his Tsukinomi, then I would rather hope you could change from the very beginning. Even if it means our existence, including yours and mine, would vanish in that timeline. Sasuke's gaze grew resolute as he spoke. Sasuke-sensei, you managed to bring down Urashiki with Amaterasu before. Why have you become so courageous today? Boruto's face was etched with confusion as he inquired of the mature Sasuke. Mature Sasuke contemplated internally. He could not possibly disclose to Boruto that his major account had suddenly been unsealed. At that moment, the stalwart Sasuke spoke up. Mr. Sasuke? Boruto was taken aback, puzzled by why Sasuke had abruptly uttered such words. It's nothing, just continue assisting them. As long as we defeat the three major shadows and subsequently Uchiha, ensuring Naruto's safety from capture, that will suffice. Observing Sasuke's complex expression, Boruto could not suppress his bewilderment any longer. But Uncle Sasuke, before we arrived in this timeline, you specifically instructed us to avoid altering the people and events here as much as possible. Yet now, upon hearing Boruto's inquiry, mature Sasuke fell into a brief silence before finally responding, because this world has already seen alterations to its storyline, which we cannot prevent. Perhaps when we return to our original world, everything will have changed. How could this be? Boruto's face displayed shock. What about Mom and Dad? Boruto, before we leave this world, let us have one last look at Naruto and Hinata, mature Sasuke sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Understanding Sasuke's implication, Boruto, after a brief silence, suddenly broke into an unrestrained laugh. Mr. Sasuke, you truly do consider my feelings. If it were Dad, he would certainly clarify everything directly. Witnessing Boruto's forced smile, Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling helpless. Perhaps it was the desire to reshape this world's narrative, but conversely, was it not also due to Naruto's overly benevolent nature that seemed so discordant that it allowed this desire to manifest in this realm, correcting the storyline? These matters were shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, what had transpired had already occurred. They could only continue to follow the inexorable march of fate. Simultaneously, the power of Konohagakure was indeed immense. A single village possessed independent administrative authority. Even the succession of Hokage could not be dictated by the daimyo. Should such a village continue to grow, would it not eventually consume the entirety of the Land of Fire? A man with long white hair, approximately in his 30s, cast a cold gaze at the approaching forces of Konoha. He was Kamaha, responsible for the protection of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and once a comrade of Asuma, Sarutobi. Upon witnessing the growing power of Konoha, he feared that the authority of the daimyo would be rendered obsolete, thus engaging in fierce battles with Asuma and other conservative factions. Ultimately, all those who stood by his side perished, leaving him to flee from the Land of Fire. Now, he returned with 3 members, seizing the opportunity as Konoha allied with Sunagakure to invade the remaining 3 villages. He joined the alliance formed by Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Awagakure, preparing to slay the Hokage and allow the daimyo of the Land of Fire to fully seize control of Konoha. Let us commence our jutsu. A manic expression appeared on Kamaha's face. After a decade of preparation and the accumulation of thousands of fallen shinobi and civilians, this moment was to overturn Konoha. Behind him stood a captivating woman with long pink hair, an alluring woman with lustrous black waist-length hair, and a robust man, his assembled companions. Earth release, creation of the dead soil. The 4 of them simultaneously formed seals, summoning hellish gates that arose from 4 directions, instantly encircling the coalition of Konoha and Sunagakure. The ground began to crack, and countless undead figures, resembling zombies, crawled forth from the fissures, staggering towards the coalition. What is this? The coalition erupted into chaos upon witnessing the sudden appearance of thousands of undead. What kind of power is this? Goodness, how could characters from the original storyline emerge? Aizen was momentarily stunned, silently reflecting. This illustrated humanity. Konoha was willing to wage war against the remaining 3 major shinobi villages in pursuit of unification. Yet they too could collaborate with various unsavory figures to defeat the coalition. Unfortunately, these individuals were hardly formidable. A resigned smile adorned Aizen's face as he unleashed Shinra Tensei, sending the future leg shadow, Kuratsuchi, soaring into the air, along with a dozen elite shinobi behind her. You have grown stronger since arriving in this world, Aizen remarked to Steph, her admiration evident. At that moment, Steph, utilizing her observation haki, sensed Aizen's intent to harness the power of the demoness essence. With a snap of her fingers, she and Aizen summoned colossal ice orbs, sending them crashing towards the zombies. Boom! As the ice spheres struck the ground, they rapidly expanded, freezing the surrounding undead in solid ice. Merely a minor skill had resulted in the loss of 1/5 of the thousands of zombies. Indeed, I am the only one capable of synchronizing with Aizen. Steph felt a surge of excitement. Not far away, Konoha, sensing imminent danger, stealthily switched the back of her blade to the cutting edge, dispatching several unfortunate elite shinobi into multiple segments. Aizen, I have detected Uchiha's presence. He should be at the 6 paths level. I may not be able to contend with him, Konoha declared, swiftly darting in a specific direction. Observing this, Aizen could only sigh and follow closely behind her. The instinct for survival was evidently heightened. Heh, Aizen, you cannot escape my grasp. His face radiated a sadistic smile as she watched Aizen depart. Although the emergence of zombies caused some turmoil within the coalition, Konoha's relentless slaughter and Sunageki's cunning tactics still allowed them to maintain an advantage. Just then, numerous black dots appeared in the sky, soon followed by an overwhelming barrage of shuriken and kunai, raining down upon the coalition like a hail of gunfire. Konoha and Sunageki's shinobi fell in droves, akin to harvested crops. "What is this?" Kakashi exclaimed, using fire release to dispel a portion of his shuriken, his eyes wide with disbelief. It resembles some kind of metallic winged apparatus. Beside him, Neji activated his Byakugan, discerning the aerial threat, his expression growing grave. "This is troublesome. Even I would find it difficult to strike them." "Damn!" Aizen stared in astonishment at the massive fortress materializing in the distance. "Good heavens! Are the antagonists from a movie emerging as well? Author, is it not enough to have villains to battle? Must you also weave this grand conflict into existence?" Konganen, an organization defeated in the Second Shinobi War, possessed flying machines powered by wind-style chakra, enabling them to attack opponents with projectiles and other weaponry. In an era where celestial beings abound, they indeed represent a formidable existence, nearly leading to the destruction of my village. Pailuna, stop dawdling and swiftly dispatch them. Having already discerned Urashi's movements, Isin and Zainaya dared not linger, hastily pursuing him. If Urashi were defeated, the coalition of the three villages would lose its greatest support, rendering further sacrifices unnecessary. Chapter 178. Version stands by my side under the sun. Pailuna, who had been lounging, could only sigh in resignation, activating her Yurei fruit, transforming her body into a spectral form that floated into the air. Her physical body remained under the watchful eye of Eyesides, ensuring her safety. Negative spirit. Pailuna snapped her fingers, summoning countless specters that swiftly passed through the empty ninjas. The Konoha allied forces are indeed formidable. We surely cannot prevail. Damn, I should have saved the Earth. The Emperor's aircraft plummeted, wretchedly. Those empty ninjas, having been traversed by the specters, instantly succumbed to despair, plummeting towards the ground. While these empty ninjas appeared terrifying, they posed a significant threat only to those ninjas lacking flight capabilities. However, when confronted by someone like Pailuna, who could soar, they became mere trifles, easily manipulated. They rapidly lost the will to survive, cascading one after another towards the earth, landing precisely amidst the horde of zombies. Having completed her task, Pailuna's face beamed with pride as she returned to her physical form. Do you comprehend why the Pirate King refrains from granting Pailuna too much screen time? Her abilities are exceedingly exaggerated, making it difficult to sustain the narrative. Thus, it is reasonable for her to be relegated to a supporting role, is it not? Ha! You were swiftly dispatched. You truly are pathetic. In the air, riding a giant bird, Deidara wore an expression of exhilaration, shouting, "Art is an explosion," as he hurled small bird bombs below. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted in a series of fiery bursts, afflicting the ninjas of the 5 great villages collectively. The 3-village coalition exclaimed, "I am truly flabbergasted." Just as Deidara reveled in his artistry, a massive eagle, carrying Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, soared towards him. This was the summoning beast Sasuke had contracted, and under Sakura's healing ninjutsu, their chakra had nearly fully recovered. As one of the few with aerial capabilities, they took the lead to confront this adversary. "Oof. Once I blow your eagle away, you will be utterly helpless." Deidara sneered at the trio from Team Kakashi, preparing to chew on a piece of clay. Zing! A bolt of lightning flashed as Sasuke's Chidori surged forth, extending several meters to pierce through Deidara's left arm. Immediately, Sasuke thrust upward, severing Deidara's arm cleanly. Yet, at that moment, Deidara suddenly leaped from the giant bird, hurtling towards Naruto and Sasuke. No! Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded the eagle to veer elsewhere. In a critical moment, Naruto unleashed a Raisin Shuriken, intercepting Deidara in midair. Boom! A massive explosion surged forth as Sakura swiftly formed hand seals, inflating her cheeks. Water release, water surge wave. Observing this, Naruto pressed his hand against Sakura's back, infusing her with wind chakra, amplifying the power of the water surge wave several-fold, ultimately neutralizing the explosive flames. I feel I can catch up to them now. Sakura cast her most potent Jinjutsu once more. C4 Karura, not far off. Deidara returned to the back of his giant bird, a cold expression adorning his face. Though these 3 youngsters appeared youthful, Their aerial abilities and potent offensive jutsu warranted immediate resolution. Prolonging the encounter would only spell trouble. With that in mind, Deidara employed his signature technique. He slowly consumed a lump of clay before blowing it out like inflating a balloon, releasing a colossal humanoid effigy towering over 10 meters. Karura is Deidara's most powerful ninjutsu, aside from his starfish transformation. By consuming a lump of explosive clay and expelling it, he formed a massive likeness of himself, within which reside invisible, minute clay spiders. Once the effigy detonates, these spiders disperse throughout the air, embedding themselves into any living being within range, effectively turning them into bombs. The resulting chain of small explosions can gradually dismantle the entire organism from within, achieving complete annihilation. Unless one possesses Byakugan or Sharingan, these minuscule clay spiders remain undetectable, rendering the technique lethal and insidious. How about that? Can you evade this? Since Karura's explosion indiscriminately affects friend and foe alike, Deidara maneuvered his giant bird to soar high, tauntingly proclaiming to Sasuke, "It's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant effigy erupted. The surrounding ninjas, caught in the chaos, had no time to evade, and before they could even scream, they disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. What a terrifying technique. Sakura's face reflected sheer terror. What kind of ability is this? It's utterly absurd. Retreat. Sasuke urgently shouted, commanding the eagle to hastily flee. Unfortunately, the speed of the spider clay far surpassed that of the eagle. In the blink of an eye, amidst their despairing gazes, they, along with the eagle, were completely obliterated by the explosion of the microscopic spider clay. Ha ha! This is my magnum opus. This is my art. Deidara spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally, transforming into an artistic masterpiece. But in the next moment, darkness enveloped Deidara's vision, as the chalk drawing-like Sakura materialized before him. I have truly caught up to them. Why do you not believe me? Do you know how hard I have worked to become Sasuke's knight? I vow never to summon Naruto again, regardless of the circumstances. I have turned over a new leaf. Can you not forgive me? Sakura's second personality incessantly chattered before Deidara. He ceased all thought, unable to maintain his giant bird, which plummeted from the sky. Why? My technique clearly killed those three. Why? Deidara's face was one of confusion as he descended. At that moment, Sasuke, riding the eagle, sped towards him from afar, a contemptuous smile gracing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn it, that eye again. Deidara suddenly comprehended. My apologies. It is now the era of beauty. The version is indeed on my side. With a cold expression, Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Deidara's body. Chapter 179, The Power of the Big One. You witnessed as Zuoshu's Chidori pierced your body, the lightning chakra extending outward, ultimately exterminating all the cells within you. Deidara comprehended the situation. The moment he unleashed his explosive clay clone, he had already fallen victim to Zuoshu's Tsukuyami. Even when he summoned Garuda, or when Sakura cast her illusion upon him, they were merely phantoms created by Zuoshu's Tsukuyami. From start to finish, only Zuoshu's Chidori represented the true battle. This meant that he had lost before the fight even began. How could I have lost so utterly? A look of bitterness filled Deidara's face. I haven't even had the chance to showcase my art. In light of this, allow me to present my final spectacle. As he spoke, Deidara's body began to fade, clearly preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, self-destruction. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in Deidara's ear. You have no more chances. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than Deidara vanished from his position, replaced by a severed tree in the distance. Damn it! Before Deidara could finish cursing, a deafening explosion erupted from afar, consuming everything in its path. The blinding white light compelled onlookers to shield their eyes. In that instant, Deidara transformed into a starfish. Who are you? Glancing back at the mature Zuoshu who had appeared, Deidara noted the look of astonishment on Zuoshu's face. Who exactly are you? I am you from a parallel future. A smile graced the mature Zuoshu's face. I never expected to see my former self in this time and space. If this is the path you wish to tread, I will help you see it through. Just don't hold me back. Zuoshu snorted. The mature Zuoshu responded. So my former self was even more stubborn than Kuenba? After dispatching Deidara, the mature Zuoshu leapt down from the Sanging, landing directly in front of Laying AI. Years ago, he had been repeatedly subdued by AI. Now that he had returned in a great form, he was determined to settle the score. Who would have thought that Konoha harbored such formidable power? A grave expression appeared on AI's face. I will not utter words urging you to surrender, as you would never comply. So let us speak with our strengths. Upon finishing, the mature Zuoshu drew his Kusanagi sword and charged toward AI. Free from the constraints of his spouse, he was now capable of decisive actions akin to ban. The truth had indeed validated his earlier proposal of executing the 5 Kage, realizing that in this world of perpetual conflict, it was the optimal choice. Naruto's ideal world could only exist in dreams. Even if he became Hokage, nothing would ultimately change, especially with this fellow before him. Less than 2 years after the Fourth Great Ninja War, could develop an energy cannon capable of obliterating the moon. To claim he lacked ambition would be sheer folly. He must resolve this invisible threat here and now. With this thought, Zuoshu activated Susanoo, the colossal armor enveloping his form, as he aimed his bow and arrow at AI. Though in his prime, he could overpower 10 Reikage. It did not mean he would engage in a physical confrontation with AI. The current mature Zuoshu was no longer that pretentious youth who spoke as if he were an author. Indra's arrow. Finally recalling his signature move, Zuoshu unleashed a violet energy arrow that hurtled fiercely towards AI. Zulfust. AI's pupils dilated sharply. In an instant, he activated the lightning armor, channeling all his lightning chakra throughout his body, maximizing his cellular activation and evading Zuoshu's Indra's arrow. However, at that moment, Zuoshu's shadow clone appeared at the other side. With swift hand seals, he expelled a torrent of flames skyward. Simultaneously, Zuoshu's main body continued manipulating Susanoo to fire Indra's arrows at AI, leaving him with no room to evade. Lightning release. Kirin. Finally, after AI dodged one Indra's arrow, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. Ugh! AI released all his lightning chakra, straining to withstand the electrical energy. Yet blood began to seep from his orifices and pores. Now's my chance. Zuoshu extended a hand toward AI. Universal pull. In the next moment, AI's body was forcibly drawn from the lightning, hurtling towards Zuoshu. It's over. Zuoshu leaped, his Kusanagi sword enveloped in Chidori, ready to pierce through the now unconscious AI. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Just as the words fell, a translucent white barrier shot towards Zuoshu. Dust release. Original world separation technique. This technique, developed by the second Tsuchikage, is a form of bloodline elimination that surpasses bloodline limits, merging the properties of wind, earth, and fire. Upon clasping his hands together, the user creates a cubic transparent barrier that ensnares the opponent, disassembling them into atomic form, followed by a massive explosion. This was the signature move of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. In the past, Deedala had nearly been disintegrated by this technique during a surprise attack on the 5 Kage summit. Fortunately, Obito had arrived in time, using Kimui to transport him to another space, thus averting disaster. This technique is considered one of the strongest under the 6 paths. Even the Edo Tensei Madara's released Susanoo would be disassembled into fragments. If not for his Edo Tensei body, Madara would never dare act so recklessly before Inoki. Alas, this technique could no longer pose a threat to the mature Zuoshu. Heavenly Hand Power. Zuoshu directly harnessed the power of his right eye, activating the Heavenly Hand Power, swapping positions with Inoki. In the next moment, to Inoki's astonished gaze, he was entirely engulfed by the white rectangular barrier he had unleashed, reducing him to dust. Chapter 180 Battle against Pooh. Sure, that was close. However, Inoki's figure appeared near Zuoshu. The fourth Reikage AI lay unconscious nearby, clearly having suffered gravely from Zuoshu's previous Kirin. I never expected Konoha to have so many terrifying youngsters. A resigned expression crossed Inoki's face. At my age, I still have to fight for my life. Having made my choice, there is no need for regret. Just then, Zuoshu spoke. Save your breath, Terumi Mei. You should also make your entrance. Ah, such a cold-hearted man. Just my type. Terumi Mei descended beside Zuoshu, wearing a look of resignation. Unfortunately, I dare not pursue that. Regrettably, the sealed Sasuke, having unleashed the Shunshin no Jutsu, appeared before Terumi Mei. Clearly, she was far easier to eliminate than Inoki. Tsukuyami. Sasuke activated the Tsukuyami with his left eye and swiftly slashed through Terumi Mei's form. In the blink of an eye, her body transformed into a puddle of water, scattering across the ground. Such rapid Shunshin no Jutsu. Terumi Mei marveled, her face revealing a hint of astonishment. Had I released my water clone a moment later, the next instant, Terumi Mei's eyes widened in horror as she beheld Sasuke's Kusanagi, sword piercing through her body. Her pupils contracting. What you just summoned was merely an illusion I cast upon you. Prepare to meet your end. Without hesitation, Sasuke, gripping the hilt of his sword, formed a hand seal and unleashed the Chidori. In an instant, a powerful electric current surged through Terumi Mei's body, obliterating all her internal organs and cells. Cough. She spat a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Withdrawing the Kusanagi sword, Sasuke turned his icy gaze toward Inoki, declaring, "You're the last one left. Who are you?" Inoki's expression darkened considerably. He could not comprehend how, apart from Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, who perished in Konohagakure, and Uchiha Obito, who died in Amigakure, there could still be members of the Uchiha clan. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that we fight for our respective beliefs. I seek to achieve true peace in the shinobi world through revolution, while you wish to protect your village. Our ideologies cannot coexist, thus combat is our only recourse. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with fervor, reminiscent of the days when he clapped his hands and summoned all 9-tailed beasts. Damn it, Inoki's expression soured to an extreme. Yet, he dared not employ Dust Release, for Sasuke's Tenchi Bridge technique was exceedingly formidable. Once again, Sasuke enveloped himself in his complete Susanoo and unleashed Indra's arrow upon Inoki below. Faced with this relentless barrage, Inoki could do nothing but evade, merely postponing his demise. The final Indra's arrow struck, obliterating half of Inoki's body, leaving only his legs, drenched in blood, to plummet from the sky. This is sufficient, Sasuke nodded, his gaze inadvertently landing upon Gaara, who upon meeting Sasuke's eyes filled with menace and warning, shivered involuntarily. He understood Sasuke's intent. Any deviation in thought would result in the same fate as Inoki. Soon after, Sasuke felt a wave of dizziness as he appeared behind Naruto, who had just sent a Jonin flying, placing his right hand upon Naruto's back. "You." Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise as he felt his chakra being siphoned away, flowing incessantly toward Sasuke. Even the chakra of the Nine Tails was being extracted. "Are you using me as a charging station?" Kurama protested vehemently within Naruto. Sasuke paid no heed to Kurama's complaints, absorbing enough chakra before proceeding toward the direction of Hoshigaki Kisame and Scorpion. As for the main battlefield, he entrusted it to them. Who would have thought such variables would arise? Despicable humans, how have you acquired such immense power? Urashi sneered at the figures of Isshin and Kaname standing before him. Although they appeared formidable, he deemed them mere humans, incapable of rivaling someone of his stature as Otsutsuki. "Like you, I have my own advantages," Isshin replied candidly. Urashi was momentarily at a loss for a retort. If he could not respond, then let the battle commence. As soon as Isshin finished speaking, he vanished from sight, reappearing alongside Kaname at Urashi's flanks. With a resounding impact, Urashi deftly parried their simultaneous assault. "Before my Rinnegan, no matter how swift your speeds are, they bear no significance." Urashi's face bore a look of disdain. "Is that so?" Isshin retorted, exchanging a glance with Kaname, and together they activated the Shun, transforming into two streaks of lightning that collided with Urashi in midair. The ensuing close-quarters combat was a whirlwind of action. How do these two seem to read my movements so effortlessly? Urashi's expression grew grave, feeling their attacks intensify while he found himself ensnared with little room to counterattack. Reluctantly, Urashi resorted to releasing ninjutsu. A Shinra Tensei propelled Kaname away, but as she flew, her blade appeared at her feet, spinning rapidly before she launched it forward. Urashi instinctively blocked the incoming Kikuchimanji, but in doing so, he opened himself to a solid punch from Isshin that sent him soaring. "Tetsumetsu!" Urashi shouted, preparing to retaliate. But the blade he had deflected morphed into Kaname's form, who then delivered a fierce kick to his face. "Tenchi Bridge, is it? I can wield it too." Isshin had just utilized the Tenchi Bridge to swap positions with Kaname, enabling her to descend like a divine weapon beside Urashi. Chapter 181. Urashi's second phase having been kicked away, Urashi dared not be arrogant any longer. Upon landing, he transformed into a black rod, engaging in close-quarters combat once more with the duo. Isshin's fist sent Urashi into the air. Breath of Wind, ninth form, Vado. Kaname seized the opportunity, her Kikuchimanji slicing through the air and unleashing a tempest that left numerous wounds upon Urashi's form. As he adjusted himself in mid-air, Urashi landed on solid ground, only to find Isshin and Kaname before him. "Kaname, Prepare yourself, Ishin declared, summoning a raisin shuriken and hurling it toward Urashi. Unfortunately, Urashi's figure suddenly transformed into several pink origami cranes, vanishing from sight. Is that Shunshin no Jutsu? Ishin narrowed his eyes, diving into the earth. The moment Urashi reappeared, Ishin's voice echoed ominously in his ear. Doton, Chusin no Jutsu. A massive hand emerged beneath Urashi's feet, attempting to seize his ankle. However, Urashi anticipated this and leapt into the air, only to find Kaname descending upon him from above. Breath of Flame, Ninth Form, Rengoku. Kaname's blade erupted in a torrent of flames, painting the sky crimson as she aimed a fierce slash downward at Urashi. As the expression on Pushur's face shifted dramatically, he sought to activate a spatial portal to escape. However, at that very moment, the Xian formed a hand seal aimed directly at Pushur. Bakvei kvei ki yuen lo. In the next instant, Pushur felt the power within him being sealed, as if some mysterious force had constrained the spatial door. Slamming it shut. What? Pushur's pupils contracted, and it was already too late to evade using his flying abilities. The next moment, Xiangnai, whose blade struck Pushur with a decisive force. A piercing scream escaped Pushur's lips, blood gushing forth as he emitted the acrid scent of charred flesh. The searing flame, sword energy penetrated the ground, transforming into a towering pillar of fire. Even the onlookers a kilometer away felt as though they were ensnared in a steamer, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. Some who were closer even found themselves ignited. Ice Age. Bai snapped his fingers, and a colossal ice wall enveloped the fire pillar, preventing the intense heat from harming those nearby. How formidable! Observing Xian and Xiangnai, who subduing Pushur on the ground, and with all three shadows fallen, the remaining ninjas from the three great ninja villages ceased their actions. They understood there was no longer any meaning in resistance. Loyalty to their respective villages? Had the village leaders still been alive, the cultural ties might have wielded some influence, but now that the primary forces of the three villages lay defeated, with even the shadows perished, there was no longer any reason to cling to that feudal loyalty. They would escort all those who wished to surrender back to their villages and assign personnel to supervise them. Tsunade commanded the scene methodically, her gaze constantly searching for that familiar figure. Oh, were you looking for me? Were you anxious just now, thinking I perished? At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind Tsunade, teasing her with a grin. Bakana, would I worry about someone like you? Even if the author were to be overwhelmed by readers on the way home, I wouldn't believe you would come to harm. Although she said this, Tsunade couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, the battle is over. It's time to return and get married. Jiraiya patted Tsunade's shoulder. You confessed to me in front of so many people. There's no turning back now. I'm the 5th Hokage. How could I casually retract my words? Tsunade's cheeks flushed suddenly as she glanced at the distant sky. You will forgive me, won't you? She silently murmured in her heart. Is it over? Not far away. The young Sasuke and Naruto arrived, observing everything that unfolded before them. Just then, the ice wall erupted, revealing the charred Pushur charging towards Naruto. Don't come any closer. Recalling how that uncle had treated him like a charging battery, Naruto was struck with terror. Alas, Pushur pressed his hand against Naruto's abdomen once more, extracting a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. QB 666. After absorbing the chakra, Pushur's form underwent a tremendous transformation. His white eyes turned to gold. A golden rinnegan manifested on his forehead, black horizontal stripes appeared on his face, and massive horns resembling bird wings sprouted from his head, while his hands morphed into wings, rendering him a humanoid avian. Has the second form emerged? Simultaneously, Xian and Xiangnai, who pursued from within the ice wall. The reason they hadn't eliminated him within the ice wall? Well, if they didn't give Naruto and Sasuke some space to showcase their abilities, his own father might truly be at risk. It can only be said he understands the readers. Nearby, after defeating Scorpion and collaborating with the team of 4, Sasuke sheathed his Kusanagi sword and sat down, panting heavily. Although he had returned to his former self, he had fought to the point of exhaustion. If your appearance can genuinely alter the future of the ninja world, then prove it to me, he silently vowed. A bunch of useless fools. I want to witness a true battle. A sinister smile crept across Pushur's black and white face as he kicked Naruto away, sending him flying 8-Jean. What the hell? At that moment, Hinata appeared just in time, catching the airborne Naruto. Even transformed into a demon, The concern on Hinata's delicate face remained evident. Are you alright? Cough, cough. I'm fine. Naruto opened his eyes, gazing at Hinata, whose beauty resembled a wilting rose, revealing a complex expression. Hinata, to protect the Hyuga clan and to grow stronger, strong enough to assist you in everything. Hinata concluded, a hint of despondency flashing in her eyes. I know, this appearance of mine isn't so bad. Naruto suddenly laughed. Even if you become a demon, you remain adorable. With that, Naruto stood up, turning his gaze towards the distant Pushur. Hinata, once this battle concludes, let's train together. What the hell? Is this training serious? Huh? Naruto was taken aback. No. Hinata hurriedly shook her head. Actually, it doesn't have to be serious. Author, I'm awesome. You all are capable, but I'm not punishing you. Chapter 182, a complex composition meanwhile. EXIN and Xiangnai who shielded the youthful Sasuke behind them, forming a standoff against Pushur. Now is the time for reckoning. Reflecting on the earlier instance of being ruthlessly beaten by these two, an inexplicable fury ignited within Pushur. He intended to make a thorough arrangement of these two. The rain has ceased, the sky has cleared, and you think you are formidable now, do you? EXIN clenched his fists. Let us see about that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pushur's figure appeared before EXIN, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. In the face of Pushur's attack capable of shattering a small mountain, EXIN merely extended his right hand, effortlessly catching Pushur's talon-like foot. How is that possible? Witnessing EXIN's pitch-black right hand, a look of astonishment crossed Pushur's face. Without employing any abilities, how could this fellow withstand my kick? I haven't even exerted my full power yet. As EXIN spoke, he flung Pushur away while simultaneously extending his right hand. The one who reigns. The mask of flesh and blood, myriad phenomena, take flight. Those who bear the name of humanity, truth and restraint, stand only as fangs upon the innocent dream wall. EXIN chanted the incantation, raising his voice. Bakudo number 33, Sarayu no Sho. In the next moment, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from EXIN's hand, hurtling towards Pushur. Ninjutsu is it? Watch me. Pushur also raised his hand, intending to absorb EXIN's technique. However, to his astonishment, his six-paths power had no effect on EXIN's technique whatsoever. How can this be? Pushur was utterly bewildered. This is Kido, not the power of this world. EXIN provided the answer. Damn it. Pushur gritted his teeth, unleashing 3 consecutive Shinra Tensei to block the oncoming fire pillar. Shingungnir. At that moment, the Kikuchimanji in Kanahu's hand suddenly elongated 100-fold. This was the manifestation of Shurjima Jin's Shurkai ability, Starburst Stream Slash. In the next instant, a spear enveloped in Haki formed an impenetrable barrier within a 100-meter radius. The ground beneath the sword barrier was marred by terrifying sword scars, leaving no doubt that anyone who entered this sword enclosure would meet a gruesome fate. Tenshuba's red sphere emerged around Yura, providing protection. Yet despite this, the surface of the sphere was marred by numerous cracks. Was this still a battle of ninja caliber? Witnessing the events unfold, the distant observers were left in stunned silence. Even Kakashi hesitated to guarantee that he could employ his 50-50 ability against these two combatants. Ultimately, Yura's protective barrier was shattered by Kanahu's spear, but at that precise moment, her Starburst Stream Slash came to an end, allowing Yura to escape calamity. Damn it! Yura's figure surged into the sky, pointing his right hand towards the heavens as he bellowed, Tenshuba Meteoric Command Box. In an instant, purple beams shot from Yura's palms, enveloping both Kanahu and Yishin. Binding Arts number 39, Circular Fan. Yishin transformed one hand into a palm, aiming at the incoming purple beams. A circular shield appeared in midair, intercepting the beams one by one. Yet, as the beams struck the shield, the ground around Yishin resembled a battlefield ravaged by a cataclysm, forming massive circular craters. Kanahu took a more direct approach, wielding the now restored Kikuchimanji. Various dazzling breathing techniques manifested as she severed the descending beams with precision. Ha ha ha! Yura laughed maniacally upon finally suppressing the two, exclaiming, "That's right, finally right. This is how ants should behave." Yishin remarked, "When will those two arrive? If they don't come soon, he's going to get carried away." Just then, Sasuke and Naruto finally arrived at the scene. Is this the kind of formidable enemy we will face in the future? Naruto's face darkened with concern. Such beings, far beyond the realm of ninjas, are well beyond our current strength. Therefore, we must become stronger. Only by having the other major villages continuously enhance their strength under Konoha's pressure can we face all future upheavals. As he observed the future self, taking down one shadow at a time, and the battle between Yura and the two, Sasuke's thirst for power intensified. Instead of lamenting, "Let's resolve it." At that moment, Yushin appeared behind Sasuke and Naruto, saying, "What do you think? Opportunities to confront strong foes are rare. With our current strength." Naruto's face showed hesitation. "You can unleash a Rasengan first." Yushin smiled. "I'll help you defeat him. Release Chidori." Konoha understood Yushin's intentions and addressed Sasuke. The two exchanged glances and unleashed their ultimate techniques. Lightning and spherical chakra appeared in their hands. Konoha gently placed her right hand on Sasuke's back, infusing him with the power of her Raijin fruit, while Yushin supported Naruto's wrist, channeling his chakra into Naruto's palm. In their astonished gaze, the Rasengan expanded, and the range of Chidori broadened. In the next moment, the figures of Yushin and Konoha began to shift rapidly. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, the Hashira, and Oyakata, Luffy, Zoro, Whitebeard, and Garp, Tazumi, Akato, Negiata, and Brand. Although Naruto and Sasuke were unfamiliar with them, they emanated an aura of formidable power, having just dealt with Kisame. Haku wore a bemused expression at this scene. While others pay homage to the Akatsuki's 720 episodes, you two seem to be replaying a chaotic massacre. Huh? Finally, Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori reached their critical points. The overwhelming energy forced Yura in midair to take the situation seriously. Tenshuba, Meteoric Command Dragon Palace. Yura unleashed his authority, releasing a four-cornered star-shaped purple chakra from his palm, transforming it into a colossal serpentine dragon, which bore a massive purple chakra sphere in its mouth, standing in opposition to Naruto and Sasuke's techniques. In the next moment, the three of them charged forward with their respective attacks, colliding fiercely. The distance between them vanished in an instant. Then, amidst the breathless anticipation of the onlookers, the three terrifying energies clashed violently. Bang! Upon contact, the entire realm fell silent. The energies of the world erupted, swirling in a chaotic storm, seemingly fleeing from the impact zone. The silence lasted merely 2 seconds before a cataclysmic energy storm enveloped an area of 1 kilometer, spreading in all directions. Retreat! All the ninjas were left dumbfounded, hastily fleeing in every direction. An attack of this magnitude would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Even the resilient legends of the Pirate King would struggle to endure it. In the next instant, a colossal Rasengan, intertwined with lightning, broke through the storm. Wounded, Yura screamed in anguish as he was hurled into the air, even piercing through the cloud cover. Then boom! With a resounding explosion, Yura and the lightning-infused Rasengan disintegrated into countless light particles, vanishing into thin air. A beam of sunlight slowly descended upon Sasuke and Naruto. It turned out this battle had persisted throughout the night. Standing side by side, they gazed at the dawn breaking through the night, their eyes gradually filled with determination. Perhaps in the future, they would lose many things, even bearing countless accusations. But it mattered not. The path of a ninja was inherently one that required forging ahead through thorns. Both had endured profound solitude and faced disdain and fear. Therefore, regardless of what awaited them ahead, they would march forward with unwavering resolve. This pair, I shipped them, observing the two figures, Konoha sheathed the Kikuchimanji, a smile gracing her face. "So, you are Fujoshi after all." Yushin tucked his hands into his sleeves, wearing an expression of contemplation. "From here on, all matters of this world will no longer concern us. I have delivered their training capabilities to Jiraiya in scroll form. The rest is up to them. What do you plan to do about that is death?" Konoha's unexpected inquiry caused Yushin to startle. "How about I take her down?" Yushin, driven by a desire to survive, made a gesture across his throat. Of course, with his current abilities, confining his death in a different dimension would be a trivial task. At worst, I could sacrifice my appearance and send a few shadow clones to accompany her in enjoying the new game. Forget it, she is too young. Xiang Naihu let out a helpless sigh and headed towards the direction of the Ninja Alliance. Regardless of whether Pushur has been defeated, there are still numerous matters awaiting our attention. I understood. Isin cheerfully followed behind Xiang Naihu. Readers, didn't we agree there would be no harem? Author claps the fourth great ninja, war has finally come to a close. The losses of the 5 ninja villages were substantial, especially for the relatively weaker Kirigakure and Sunagakure, which lost nearly half of their personnel, while the other villages suffered around a third of their forces. However, The sacrifices made were well worth the returns. Following this war, the villages, under the governance of Konoha, entered a phase of recuperation. Under the guidance of Sasuke and Naruto, Gaara assumed the role of Kazekage, Chojuro became the Mizukage, Kuratsuchi took on the position of Tsuchikage, and Darui became the Raikage. These were mere puppets under the control of Naruto and Sasuke. Of course, given Naruto and Sasuke's current ages, they could not yet serve as Hokage or lead the Yumbu. Sasuke planned to journey to Ryuchi Cave to master true sage arts, while Naruto intended to return to Myobokuzen to continue honing his sage mode. Naturally, they had not forgotten the gifts left to them by Isen. However, before all that, everyone intended to remain and participate in the wedding of Jiraiya and Tsunade before parting ways. In Konoha, the wedding scene had been splendidly arranged by the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. Indeed, shortly after the war concluded, Tsunade stepped down from her position as Hokage to marry Jiraiya. The Konoha 12 and the Sand siblings naturally attended the event. I heard you two are planning to leave Konoha for your training, right? Neji remarked, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke. You are formidable, yet I am not weak either. I shall continue to refine my Byakugan techniques and look forward to our next encounter upon your return. Of course, Naruto extended his fist, lightly bumping it with Neji's. Just don't end up being someone with strength, but unable to manage even a village. Sasuke retorted without hesitation, mocking Naruto, that Isen fellow, rehashing the plot of Boruto, only to be shortchanged on military funds by a mere daimyo. What a fool. Naruto flushed crimson, transforming into a red-skinned duck, tonight at midnight. At the Valley of the End, those who do not show up are cowards. Obito, Hashirama statue, don't come near me. Hinata has worked hard for you. I hope you understand this. At that moment, Neji spoke earnestly. I understand. Naruto nodded, his gaze inadvertently falling upon Sakura nearby. A sudden sense of relief washed over him, with laughter echoing through the mountains. Since she does not see me, why should I be emotionally affected? Cherishing the present allows one to endure all hardships and build a beautiful future. In this moment, Hinata's kindness flooded his mind. Perhaps she is not the perfect person, but being with her provides a sense of stability, doesn't it? Sasuke. Sakura approached Sasuke, her face devoid of her previous infatuation, but instead serious as she said, I used to proclaim my affection for you, yet never made any effort for you, lacking even the most basic qualities of ninja. I know that I currently lack the qualifications to stand on equal ground with you, but I will strive. I promise to work hard. Will you cheer for me? I can wait. Sasuke suddenly extended his right hand, gently poking Sakura's forehead. Itachi, so this is what I taught you, huh? Sakura covered her forehead, gazing at Sasuke in a daze, a genuine smile breaking across her face. At that moment, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Chapter 184. Interaction at a certain spot in the venue. Asuma quietly observed the wedding of Tsunade and Jiraiya, feeling a wave of emotions. Old man, the ninja world has returned to peace. Your wish has been fulfilled. Asuma recalled the old man who wished to protect Konoha, a helpless smile gracing his face. Old man. Such is the unpredictability of life. What you desperately sought has been accomplished by that young man. Asuma, the third Hokage's wish has been realized. He can finally rest in peace. At that moment, Kurenai approached Asuma, taking his hand. Let us hope so. Asuma watched as Jiraiya and Tsunade, dressed in their wedding attire, slowly appeared before the crowd, a hint of envy surfacing on his face. They seem very affectionate. We can achieve that too. Kurenai smiled. At least for the time being, no one in the ninja world will dare to instigate war. Seeing Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, we should no longer hide our feelings. Indeed, Asuma gently wrapped his arm around Kurenai's shoulder, sharing a soft glance. Not far away, Kiba and Ino stood side by side. At this moment, Ino had donned a pink kimono, symbolizing that she had retired from her role as an Anbu ninja. Ahem, what do you plan to do next? Kiba inquired, looking at Ino, who was no longer a ninja. I don't know. Since I became a ninja, I have always been involved in assassination work. Ino tapped her head, feeling a headache. My family has all come from a ninja background, unlike Ino, whose family runs a flower shop. If I were to relinquish my ninja identity, I genuinely cannot think of what to do. Ahem, that's all right. If you can't think of anything, take a break. I will support you. Though Kiba said this, his persistent cough did not inspire a sense of reliability. Oh, Ino squinted her eyes, a teasing smile forming on her lips. Then I shall not hold back. Now that I am no longer a ninja, as a woman, I must take good care of my appearance. So cosmetics and such. Kiba's expression immediately soured. Ha ha ha. Ino laughed heartily. Others are generous, but you seem to be a penny-pinching boss. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Temari found themselves inexplicably drawn to one another. This is quite troublesome. The wedding arrangements are so complicated. Shikamaru's face displayed a look of helplessness. Temari sighed. Indeed, taking care of two younger brothers is already enough of a hassle. The thought of marrying and having children in the future is even more daunting. You're even taking care of two younger brothers. That must be tough for you. Shikamaru looked at Temari sympathetically. Who says it's not? Temari sighed and then glanced at Shikamaru. It's truly wonderful that you can understand me. After a moment, they looked at each other, suddenly feeling a strange sensation, as if there was some fated connection between them. What is your name? Temari was the first to ask. Nara Shikamaru. Say my full name is quite troublesome. Shikamaru scratched his head helplessly. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Tian Mei suddenly covered her face with a smile and extended her hand towards him. After this matter concludes, I shall likely become the leader of the Chunin exams. We will have ample opportunities to meet. You are quite an intriguing individual, so I hope to count on your guidance in the future. Huh? Oh. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then reached out his hand to gently grasp Tian Mei's. For reasons unknown, he felt a remarkable patience when confronted with this woman, despite his usual impatience with other matters. Perhaps some destinies are preordained. Even if the timeline shifts, they will ultimately find each other. This sentiment was mirrored on the other side, where Ino observed the interactions around her, a hint of despondency crossing her features. Miss, are you feeling unwell? A gentle voice whispered in her ear. Turning her head, she beheld a striking young man with a middle-part hairstyle, his complexion pale, yet adorned with a smile, holding a piece of cake in his hand. You are. Ino admitted to herself that she felt a flutter of attraction at first glance. This fellow was undeniably as handsome as Sasuke. I am Sai, formerly of the Root, now officially a Chunin. After the wedding concludes, Lord Sixth Hokage shall assign me new missions. This was Sai, who had previously served under Danzo and briefly been part of Kakashi's team. Having spent years in the Umbu, he was often referred to as a conversational prodigy. Upon learning how to engage with others, he gradually transformed into a warm-hearted individual, successfully winning over Ino. Here, have this cake. Sweets should brighten your spirits, he said with a grin. Such a beautiful girl, and I have the fortune to be the first to approach you. How delightful. As he offered the cake, a peculiar feeling stirred within him. Why did his emotional intelligence seem to surge upon seeing Ino? Ha ha, Sai. You are quite the charmer. I'm not nearly as wonderful as you suggest, Ino replied, her words contradicting the genuine smile that graced her lips, which was broad enough to make her appear comical. Not far away, Yui and Kane exchanged knowing glances, smiles spreading across their faces. How do they appear so familiar with one another, as if there were no prior foundation? Kane couldn't help but quip. What's the matter? A happy ending is certainly preferable to a bitter conclusion. Yui chuckled, taking Kane's hand. As long as our feelings have depth, that is sufficient. Kane reluctantly nodded, acknowledging the author's limited skill in crafting sweeter narratives. Finally, the wedding commenced, with Kakashi, the sixth Hokage, serving as the officiant. After delivering his blessings, the music began to play. Isn't this ridiculous? They've tied the knot, and now we can't sneak a peek while bathing. Yui mused, only to fall silent under Kane's nearly murderous glare. This fool had little else to offer, truly disappointing. The banquet continued late into the night, gradually thinning out as guests departed. Yui found the solitary Haku, who sat beneath a street lamp, gazing blankly ahead. A certain pain had reached its apex, perhaps so profound that even tears would not suffice. Yui took a seat beside Haku, watching moths circle the lamp, before finally speaking. I understand the resolve you held in your heart to end his life. The people of our village have always viewed me, a bearer of the bloodline limit, as a monster, relentlessly seeking my demise. Haku lowered his head, concealing his features. Only Zabuza-sensei was willing to take me in. Even if he regarded me as a tool for killing, I accepted it willingly. Upon hearing Haku's words, Yui nodded thoughtfully. I comprehend that feeling. The most terrifying aspect of this world is not being exploited or betrayed, but rather the absence of anyone who needs you, no one who cares for your existence. Indeed, Haku curled his legs, burying his face in his knees, seemingly wrestling with some inner turmoil. In truth, Zabuza cared for you. In the original timeline, he shed tears for you. Even in his final moments, he wished to lie beside you, pleading with fate to allow him to enter a world with you. He could have chosen surrender, but he understood he should not bind your progress with his own. To him, you were exceptional then, exceptional now, and destined to be even more remarkable in the future. This was his wish, do you understand? I do. Haku's voice trembled with emotion. At that moment, a sound resembling something snapping reached Haku's ears. He raised his tear-streaked face to see Yui offering him an ice pop. Behind Yui stood Kane, Esters, Xianglin, and Perona, each holding one, all smiling at him. Perhaps Zabuza-sensei will forever remain here, but you still have us. We recognize the significance of your existence and require your strength. Yui urged, extending his hand forward with earnestness. Haku regarded Yui, as if making a decision, and finally nodded in agreement. All right. With that, Haku accepted the ice pop. Feeling its chill and sweetness burst forth like a ray of light piercing through the fog in his heart. Seeing the transformation in Haku's expression, Yui beamed and began to walk away. Let us go, he called from distance. Haku finally snapped back to reality, hastily pursuing Yui and the others. The ice pop still in his mouth. Farewell, Zabuza-sensei, he silently declared. After defeating Urashiki, Sasuke departed with Boruto. However, upon emerging from the time-space tunnel, he realized Boruto was nowhere to be found. Boruto! Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. In the next moment, he felt his powers amplify significantly, accompanied by an influx of unfamiliar memories and knowledge flooding his mind. Ugh! Sasuke groaned, clutching his head, lost in the turmoil of the memories for what felt like an eternity before regaining his composure. He breathed heavily, gradually processing the flood of memories. Years had passed since the Fourth Great Ninja War, and due to the pressure from the village, Orochimaru erupted into the Fifth Great Ninja War. Those who had once perished were resurrected, clashing once again with the Ninja Alliance. Regrettably, during this time, the younger generation, including Sakura, Hinata, and Niji, had grown extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, since Kagaya had been eliminated by Yui beforehand, the battles lacked suspense. The reanimated Madara was effortlessly dispatched by Naruto and Sasuke, while Sakura personally dealt the final blow to Orochimaru. The persistent and rebellious Yunin village, undeterred by past consequences, seized the opportunity during the period of Edo Tensei to launch yet another insurrection, which resulted in Naruto's order to annihilate the entire village. However, Naruto's actions instigated widespread anxiety throughout the shinobi world, plunging its inhabitants into perpetual dread, with periodic reports of madness and suicides emerging. In their twilight years, Tsunade and Jiraiya resolved to use force to thwart Naruto's merciless conduct, yet they too were swiftly dispatched to the afterlife by his hand. Even Iruka-sensei, who had always shown him kindness, was not spared. Despite his desperate pleas for Naruto to relent in his final moments, he ultimately succumbed to Naruto's wrath. In a bid to protect the remaining ninjas of Konoha, Kakashi found himself compelled to yield to Naruto, striving to prevent the villagers from committing any rash acts. Naruto soon recognized that such prolonged oppression was utterly contrary to their original vision of peace within the shinobi world. Consequently, he contemplated the concept of infinite Tsukuyomi. The world is indeed round. Thus, they prepared to venture to the moon to seize the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, merge the nine-tailed beasts, and summon the god, tree, once more. However, based on Ishin's accounts, the strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya was formidable. Even the Hyuga siblings, bearing the blood of the Demon King, could not guarantee victory against her. Consequently, the duo made the audacious decision to end their own lives, only to encounter Otsutsuki Kinshiki and acquire the Sage of Six Paths mode and the Rinne Sharingan. Subsequently, they arrived on the moon, vanquished Otsutsuki Kagaya, obtained her Rinnegan, and transplanted it to Naruto. During the creation of the Ten Tails, Momoshiki and Kinshiki appeared in succession. Regrettably, this time they were confronted not by the Naruto and Sasuke of the Boruto era, who could be easily exhausted by mere Amaterasu or Shadow Clone, but by the Naruto and Sasuke who inherited part of Ishin's powers and possessed the combined strength of Kagaya and Kinshiki. The outcome, as one might expect, was quite clear. The two were soundly educated, and the Ten Tails was ultimately completed. Presently, he finds himself in Konoha, in stark contrast to the near-modernized city depicted in Boruto. The village retains the appearance it had over a decade ago. Indeed, the wars have persisted without pause. Even in moments of respite, all resources have been allocated towards military enhancement and the development of powerful weaponry, leaving no leisure for village construction. More critically, Konoha has suffered significant devastation from a towering god tree, with all ninjas suspended among its branches, their eyes tightly shut. He glimpsed familiar figures, such as Kakashi and Guy, all ensnared in slumber, tightly bound by the branches, unable to move. Sasuke, where have you gone? At this juncture, Naruto appeared before Sasuke, his face bearing a matured, yet serious expression. You must understand what we intend to do, right? All that remains is your Rinnegan, and we can complete the infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 186. Infinite Tsukuyomi, gazing at Naruto's indifferent demeanor. Sasuke felt an unfamiliarity wash over him. Was this still the bright youth who, regardless of circumstances, steadfastly adhered to his ninja way, spoke his mind, and charged forth with unwavering resolve? Now, he seemed even more deranged than the Sasuke who once sought vengeance and aimed to obliterate Konoha. What has caused you to become this way? Sasuke furrowed his brow, wearing a look of confusion. What are you talking about? Naruto was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a chuckle. Shouldn't I be this way? Sasuke, we have both endured suffering. Thus, we must do whatever it takes to prevent the outbreak of war. Is there anything wrong with that? Sasuke wanted to argue that the current Naruto bore no difference from the former Madara, yet he held his tongue. Sasuke, you were the one who fervently advocated for revolution, executing anyone who sought to incite war in order to eradicate conflict from this shinobi world. Naruto spread his hands, his tone remarkably calm, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. I followed your method. While the outcome of my approach is evident, I couldn't even protect my son. But now, with Hinata transformed into a specter, Boruto and Himawari no longer exist. Thus my vulnerabilities have diminished, allowing me to pursue my ideals with unwavering resolve. At this juncture, a chilling glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. Or is it that, after you and Sakura bore Sarada, your heart has softened and your resolve has wavered? At this, Sasuke's expression darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. His gaze, once filled with confusion, transformed into unwavering determination. Even the mouth that had gaped in shock slowly closed, revealing a sinister smile. Indeed, since their departure from the parallel realm over a decade ago, their current reality has synchronized with that world. Thus, Boruto's disappearance and Naruto's transformation into this state makes sense. Consequently, he too has become the Sasuke of that world, a decade later. The gentle Uncle Sasuke has been utterly erased. If my resolve has faltered, could I still have permitted her to partake in this infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Sasuke's eyes grew cold. Let us execute the plan. With that, Sasuke activated his moonwalking technique, shooting into the sky, his right eye Sharingan directed at the moon. Illuminate the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the next moment, the moon in the sky manifested several tomo, transforming into a crimson moon. An eerie red light enveloped the entire shinobi world, resembling a cataclysmic feast of the end times. The god tree then slowly extended its branches outward, ensnaring those bound within its grasp. In that instant of coverage, their eyes all transformed into Rinnegan. They had succumbed to the illusionary realm of infinite Tsukuyomi. In this world, their desires would manifest. They would discover the meaning of their existence, and they would gain the acknowledgement of all. Perhaps allowing this wondrous illusion to persist into eternity was the sole path to ushering true peace into the shinobi world. As he landed once more, Naruto nodded in approval. Well done, Sasuke. A fervent glimmer shone in Naruto's eyes. Next, we shall diligently explore the remnants of the Otsutsuki and eliminate them all. Let us go. Sasuke nodded, and together they departed from the shinobi village. Perhaps there never was a singular correct path. Each road is accompanied by darkness and sacrifice. Yet it also paves the way for diverse forms of light. The notions of justice and evil are merely boundaries conjured from the depths of one's heart. The dark conclusion of a Naruto world, the eternal blood moon achieved. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the entire storyline of Naruto. Reward, Yaguichin. Capable of utilizing all demon arts. Reward, Weapon Janbai. Reward, Kanaya's perfect technique. Silent blood attire, perfect technique. Moving blood attire, sword technique. 1 Katajura. Talent sequence. 32 Sword God. Talent sequence. 11 Expert Killer. Weapon, Iyuan. Reward, Bai's talent sequence. 150 and 6 Sensory Judge. Reward, Isdetha's talent sequence. 6 Infinite Evolution. Reward, Xianglin's talent sequence. 10 Equivalent Exchange. Talent sequence. 24 Damage Transfer. Due to Perona's abilities being excessively formidable, no reward is granted. In light of the recent high-intensity battles, the group will first head to the world of Demon Slayer to reunite with old friends and recuperate for a few days. Ichin wore an expression of utter disbelief. Was it merely because the outline was not yet completed that there were no tasks at hand? Was Ning also attempting to create original content, like Boruto? However, upon reflection, since entering the world of One Piece, it seemed they had hardly enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Taking a break was indeed a commendable choice. Upon reopening his eyes, Ichin and Kanaihu found themselves in a vast plain. The others, including his death, remained within the time-space tunnel, awaiting Ichin and the others. After all, the flow of time within the time-space tunnel was far swifter than in any realm. So spending a few days in the world of Demon Slayer would only equate to mere minutes in the tunnel. Not far ahead lay an expansive courtyard resembling a city. Through the signboard, Ichin recognized it as the base of the Kanroji family, which had once served as the headquarters for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, all demons had been eradicated, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were likely long dispersed. Longing for home, a smile crept onto Ichin's face as he inquired of Kanaihu. Though she did not respond verbally, the look of nostalgia on her face betrayed the emotions within. Holding Kanaihu's hand, Ichin led the group to the entrance of the Kanroji estate. Has the Wind Pillar truly fallen to the position of gatekeeper? Has he become so disheveled after just a few days? Upon recognizing the guard at the entrance, Ichin's face contorted into a mocking grin. What kind of gatekeeping is this? That it requires the Wind Pillar himself to oversee? Hearing Ichin's taunt, Nishikawa Sanemi was about to enter a frenzy of indignation. However, upon seeing Ichin, he forcibly restrained himself, merely glaring in frustration. Though internally irked, he knew he was no match for Ichin. Where have you been for the past 2 years? Sanemi furrowed his brow. 2 years? Ichin was taken aback. Then a look of realization dawned upon him. He never anticipated that so much time had passed. Observing Sanemi's somewhat pale complexion and the green windmill pattern on his face, Ichin recalled that during the Great Battle, he had seemingly activated his markings. If he exceeded the age of 25, he would surely perish. With that thought, Ichin's left hand instantaneously unleashed the power of the dual full hand, pressing it against Sanemi. Chapter 187. The current state of affairs. What are you doing? Ah, you rascal, what are you up to? Sanemi's face instantly flared with rage. Yet in the next moment, he was astonished to discover that his body seemed to undergo a certain transformation. A force that had been restricting his physical capabilities had vanished. My markings, Sanemi exclaimed, astonished to find that the markings on his face had indeed disappeared. The demons no longer exist in this world, and your life is no longer confined to slaying demons. Live well, regardless of the pain you have endured, for in the future, you can certainly rebuild your connections. Ichin wore a gentle smile. Mind your own business, murmured Jinya. Snorting before he spoke, come with me. The master happens to be home today. As he spoke, Jinya glanced at Kanaihu beside Ichin. The thought of his younger brother, still being single, troubled him greatly. Entering the room of Kanroji Yoyai, they found the entire family present. Upon seeing Ichin again, Yoyai's face immediately broke into a warm smile. Child, you have returned. After his wife, Aminai, poured a cup of tea for Ichin, Yoyai inquired after leaving this world. You must have experienced a myriad of thrilling adventures, right? Indeed, Ichin nodded, recounting his recent experiences in their entirety to Yoyai. If it weren't for your own words, I would have thought I was listening to someone narrate a novel. Yoyai expressed his astonishment. Such a level of combat is surely beyond our reach. In truth, merely living as an ordinary person was already a significant achievement. Ichin's words were not an act of boasting. Since crossing into this world, he had scarcely experienced anything other than battle, rarely having time to relax. To claim he did not yearn for the simpler life of an ordinary person would be unrealistic. Nevertheless, it was precisely because he had come to this world that he could meet these individuals and undergo such grand experiences, each having its merits and drawbacks. Indeed, our current lives are already quite satisfying, Yoyai remarked, squinting at the sunlight outside. 2 years ago, I was still harboring thoughts of perishing alongside Kibutsuji Musen. Yet now I can gaze upon the scenery outside, see my beautiful wife, and observe the children I once fought alongside. To return to a normal life is something I never dared to dream. Even now that it has come to fruition, it feels surreal. After speaking, Yoyai cast a teasing glance at Ichin and Kanaihu, saying, but you and Kanaihu have gone through so much and can still sit together. I can see the feelings you share for one another. What can I say? If it weren't for me, he would have died countless times, Kanaihu shrugged, displaying a hint of exasperation. Yoyai paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kanaihu, after leaving this world for 2 years, the changes in you are truly remarkable. Me? Kanaihu pointed her own nose, surprised. Indeed, Yoyai nodded. When Shinobu brought you to the Demon Slayer Corps, you were but a soulless puppet, incapable of even possessing self-awareness. Yet now, you experience joy and sorrow, transformed into a being of flesh and blood. This is truly wonderful. Kanayu glanced at Ichin beside her, and a smile suddenly blossomed on her face. Because this fellow barged into my world uninvited, he must take responsibility. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, never depart. Kanayu's gaze and tone grew resolute. Ahem, Ichin suddenly felt his cheeks flush, looking towards the doorway. We're like an old married couple. Why the emotional display? Laughter filled the room. Just then, a servant unexpectedly entered the main hall, kneeling on one knee. Not good, my lord. There are warriors causing a ruckus in our marketplace. What? Such a delightful occurrence? I've long grown weary of standing guard. After remaining silent for a considerable time, Sanemi abruptly rose, clenched his fists, and a benevolent smile spread across his face. In this day and age, who among us does not have a side hustle? Swami, time to get to work. Upon finishing her statement, Shimi hummed an entrepreneurial tune as she exited the main hall. Outside, the rain continued to fall incessantly, reminiscent of my beloved, who has not answered my calls for 3 endless days and nights. Observing Shimi's exuberance, Yaozai helplessly pressed his forehead with his hand. Indeed, it is quite challenging to manage such a spirited child. To lead him to a mundane life is akin to a death sentence. Ha ha! Hearing Yaozai's words, Isin could not contain his laughter. They're indeed a difficult pair, but you seem to handle it well. After exchanging pleasantries, Isin rose from his seat. My lord, I cannot linger here for too long. Before I depart, I intend to visit them. Go ahead. Yaozai understood precisely who Isin referred to. He patted Isin's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. Once, when I formed the Demon Slayer Corps to combat demons, I too questioned the righteousness of my actions, especially when confronted by the gravestones of those who sacrificed themselves, the feeling becoming ever more potent. Isin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. I have lived in guilt for far too long, for the number of sacrificed children is indeed staggering. Yaozai suddenly shifted his tone, yet, if we do not dare to try, Muzin will continue to wreak havoc in this world, resulting in further innocent victims. I believe that every path you choose is a decision made only after recognizing that other options are futile. If you err, bear the responsibility upon your shoulders and forge ahead. That is the true essence of a man's duty. Understood. Isin nodded, expressing his gratitude. In truth, the revolution he initiated in the Naruto world was indeed a quest to explore an alternative path, knowing that Naruto's journey would ultimately lead to the destruction of the ninja realm. Yet in doing so, he had taken countless lives, drastically altering the destinies of Naruto, Sasuke, and their companions. The consequences may indeed be dire, yet he understood he must make different choices. Naruto, Sasuke, should the day come when you harbor resentment towards my decisions, let me bear the weight of your grievances. Chapter 188. Eon the Straight Man. Before long, Isin arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. Upon nearing the vicinity, he spotted Kochu Shinobu and Tomioka Ju preparing medicine. Ju, you've cut your hair. Kochu Shinobu looked at Ju, her face lighting up with anticipation. Did you do it specially for coming here today? Ju lifted his head, meeting Shinobu's eager gaze, then fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. No, I simply felt uncomfortable with long hair, so I had it cut. Shinobu was taken aback, then smiled. It seems every time Ju accompanies me in preparing medicine, I feel so joyful that I can hardly sleep at night. Oh, as a doctor, you cannot even cure your own insomnia? Ju stroked his chin, deep in thought. Should I find you a good doctor in town? Ju, you are quite the conversationalist. Shinobu maintained her smile, yet the veins on her forehead began to throb. Uffed. Outside, Isin was struck dumb, unable to suppress his laughter despite covering his mouth. Even Kanaho found it difficult to hold back but pinched Isin fiercely. Having watched for so long, why not come in? Although Shinobu and Ju had not battled demons for 2 years, their honed instincts remained sharp. They immediately detected Isin and Kanaho's presence. You too? Ju's face displayed a hint of surprise upon seeing Isin and Kanaho enter. Yes, we have returned. Though I cannot stay long, I decided to come and see you. Isin nodded, then inquired, by the way, how is Master Taki? He is well. He is now focused on enjoying retirement. But he often asked me to assist Miss Shinobu at the Butterfly Mansion. Ju fell silent once more in contemplation. Could there be another reason behind this? Shinobu. Isin and Kanaho exchanged silent expressions. Shinobu possessed a certain feminine modesty and pride, making it impossible for her to initiate conversation. However, Facing Ju, a man of pure titanium, her subtle hints fell entirely flat. It seemed this pair would never officially announce their relationship. At that moment, Kanaho suddenly noticed two familiar figures. Although Inosuk's boar mask had vanished, his face remained charming and youthful, while Aoi had gained a more mature demeanor in her attire. It was likely that the boar had been a hindrance. Woohoo! Iyo, you have returned. Inosuk approached Isin, grasping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Without you, my motivation to train has diminished. The demons have been eradicated. You should focus on your studies and live, well, as an ordinary person in this world. Isin chuckled, then turned to Aoi. I entrust this matter to you. Truly, I cannot bear to worry about him. I have a premonition that marrying him will cost me 10 years of my life. Aoi sighed, holding her forehead. My fate is truly unfortunate. Hearing Aoi's words, Kanaho couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. You spoil him, uncle. Now you realize that your sister cannot handle it. Someone must have intentionally made a mistake. By the way, where's Nezuko? Kanaho glanced around, puzzled. I heard that Zenitsu has been continuously confessing to Nezuko. After 2 years, she has finally begun to relent, and they seem to be dating in town. I see. Kanaho nodded. Thank goodness Nezuko is about to agree. I witnessed Zenitsu and Michiru gazing at each other in the snow for an entire night, thinking they might have something going on. Inosuk chimed in. Isin could not help but shudder. What a sin. Thankfully, not taking Nezuko away was a wise decision. At least it is only Tanjiro bearing the brunt. Had they been together, I truly could not bear to witness that scene. After all, among those who ship male pairs, 9 out of 10 are mere talk. Should I actually see that scene, I would likely falter. Oh, you're all here. Just then, a familiar tall figure appeared before them. Oh, Yuyo and Kanaho. The newcomer was Yuzui Tenjin, accompanied by his 3 wives. I envy neither couples nor immortals, but I envy the sound pillar every day. Isin silently mused, glancing at Tungin's 3 voluptuous wives, then at Kanaho, whose figure resembled that of a washboard. Kanaho's eyes gleamed red, startling Isin into a hasty retraction. Youth, unaware of the charm of Lolis, mistakenly takes mature women for treasures. Bang, bang, bang. 10 seconds later, Isin lay on the ground, smoke rising from him. Kochu Shinobu stared blankly at Kanaho. Good heavens, have you transformed from socially anxious to socially adept? This is not merely social anxiety. It is akin to social terrorism. Seeing your spirits so high puts my mind at ease. Yu Sui Tian Yuan chuckled, then suddenly paused, clenching his right fist and striking his left palm. Oh, right. I almost forgot the purpose of my visit today. I intended to invite you all to my home for a soak in the hot springs. If there are no pressing matters, let us go together. After speaking, Yu Sui Tian Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Iyong and discreetly stole a glance at Dai Rin. However, the response he received was Iyong's bewilderment. For the 4th time, he fell into contemplation. What does that glance signify? The group naturally proceeded to the hot springs at Yu Sui Tian Yuan's residence. Ahem. I naturally wish to enjoy a silver pea with my 3 wives, so you all can make yourselves comfortable. Yu Sui Tian Yuan promptly corrected himself, saving the author from a dire fate. After that, he led his 3 wives through the curtain and into one of the hot springs. Come in with me. The married Xiao Kuei tugged at Iyong, pulling him into the 2nd hot spring. Kanai, who followed Exin into the 3rd hot spring. However, compared to Kanai, who Exin appeared quite reserved, entering the hot spring clad in a bathrobe. Kanai, who draped a towel over her shoulders and sat beside Exin. The 2 bore no ill intentions, mainly because the author truly needed to stretch the narrative over several more chapters, extending the timeline by 2 additional years. Thus, only Dai Rin and Iyong remained, standing awkwardly in place. Dai Rin's breath quickened, her head bowed, unable to meet Iyong's gaze. Such an overt hint. He must surely understand, right? Yet Iyong sighed. Have I become someone to be disliked? Chapter 189. A lifetime of waiting for just one chance. Iyong's words left Dai Rin perplexed. If you're not disliked, why would they single me out, providing you with a private hot spring while making me wait outside? Iyong rested his chin on his hand, falling into contemplation for the 5th time. Dai Rin clenched her fists, the veins on her forehead bulging fiercely. Even her smile froze in place. Just because my name is Dai Rin does not mean I can tolerate everything you say. To hell with you. Bang. Dai Rin delivered a punch that sent Iyong flying 8 zhang away, then jumped into the hot spring. The others fell silent. Is there truly someone in this world capable of perfectly evading all the correct answers? 10 minutes later, within the curtain, Dai Ren sat in the water, staring blankly ahead. Outside the curtain, Young sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing the spot on his face where Dai Ren had struck him. Both fell into an awkward silence. In truth, your earlier remarks were merely a facade, were they not? Ren Sait, emphasizing her warning. You had better reveal your true thoughts. If you dare to act like a straight man again, I shall no longer bother with you. How did you know? Eon's face registered shock. He had always considered himself a straightforward man, believing that even if he feigned ignorance, Dai Ren would not easily see through him. Yet, now she had directly pierced through his disguise, leaving him utterly astonished. Even the most steadfast of straight men could not perfectly avoid all the correct answers. Hence, your response leads me to believe you are merely pretending. Ren inquiret, vhy? Why do you persist in evading me? Eon paused for a moment, finally speaking. Would you care to hear about my past? Certainly. Thus, Eon slowly began to recount his past. He had lost his father at a young age and depended on his sister, Fu Gongqianzi, for survival. The siblings lived a meager existence, relying on their father's inheritance. Many years ago, on the eve of his sister's wedding, the Fu Gong family was attacked by demons. Eon survived only because his sister had hidden him. However, he lost all his family, including his sister. At the age of 13, Eon became a disciple of the former water Hashira, Lin Tang's Wajin, and befriended a boy named Yin Tu, who was also his age and similarly orphaned. While training together on the narrow Mist Mountain, Eon often expressed despairing thoughts about wishing he had died in place of his sister, which led Yin Tu to slap him. Yin Tu scolded Eon, declaring that if he spoke such words again, he would sever their friendship. At the same time, Yin Tu encouraged Eon to bravely live on, to fulfill the future entrusted to him by his sister. During the final selection at Fuji Suki Mountain, Eon was initially overwhelmed by an attacking demon, but Yin Tu saved him and entrusted him to others for care. When Eon awoke, he learned that the selection had ended. Despite having failed to slay a single demon, he had passed, while Yin Tu, who had defeated nearly all the demons, was ultimately slain by Muzan. This incident became a source of torment for Eon. It is also the reason he claims to be different from the other Hashira. Perhaps to others, this might seem like a boastful statement, but for him, his so-called difference signifies his deep-seated cowardice, unworthy of standing alongside them. Is this also why you've been afraid to respond to me? Dai Ren finally broke the brief silence. Once, I was a coward, too fearful to do anything but hide in a closet, helplessly watching my mentor being killed. I had never slain a demon, yet inexplicably entered the Demon Slayer Corps, a position earned at the cost of Yin Tu's life. Eon's tone grew somber. In the final battle, I was held back by a horde of lowly demons, forcing EXIN to confront Muzan with the belief of mutual destruction, ultimately transforming me into a demon. Can someone like me truly protect a woman? Can I really establish a family and become a pillar of support? Eon seemed to be asking Dai Ren, yet it felt more like he was interrogating himself. The others quietly changed their clothes and departed, sensing that what followed was not meant for their ears. So, do you intend to keep evading this way? Ren's voice held a blend of anger and compassion. Are you truly going to isolate yourself in a forgotten corner, sealing yourself off from the world? Ignoring her state of undress, she stood up, staring intently at Eon. Eon instinctively turned his head away, but Ren's voice rang in his ears once more. Are you so terrified of facing me? Do you lack the courage to meet my gaze? Eon opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Fu Gong Eon, I will give you one last chance. Dai Ren emerged from the hot spring, drying herself before Eon's eyes and donning a white shirt and black skirt. In a few days, a flower festival will be held in Ueda City. At that time, tell me your decision. If you hesitate once more, we shall not meet again. With that, Ren walked past Fu Gong Eon. Watching her retreating figure, a panic of impending loss spread within Eon's heart. He recalled a line from the author's upcoming novel. Some people can only wait once in a lifetime. Missed opportunities cannot be reclaimed, even if you turn back. She will remain elusive. Contemplating this, he clenched his fists, feeling as if a flame ignited within his chest. When facing demons, you can charge forward fearlessly. Can you not handle this minor challenge? At that moment, Yuzue Tenjin unexpectedly approached Eon, giving his shoulder a firm pat. All right, at tomorrow's flower festival, make sure to win her over splendidly. Even someone like me can land a good catch. You cannot falter, Yuri. Inosuke encouraged from the other side, clapping Eon's shoulder. Mr. Eon, The dislike others may have for you is merely a figment of your imagination. In truth, everyone hopes you can become more cheerful. Ichin's tone was sincere. If you truly have no feelings for Kochu Shinobu, then with your character, you would have directly rejected her. The lack of rejection signifies a desire to be with her. Thus, heed your heart and do not let down the support everyone has given you thus far. Hearing their words, Iyong's expression finally turned resolute. Thank you all. I believe I know what to do now. Yoshi. Yuzue Tenjin displayed a grin of anticipation. Ladies, let us devise a splendid strategy for Iyong to win over Kochu Shinobu. Oh, the three ladies responded in unison. Observing the group rallying to support Iyong, Ichin exchanged a knowing glance with Kanaho, both wearing smiles of understanding. After spending a night at Yuzue Tengin's spacious residence, Ichin and Kanaho set out to visit other members. Their first stop was naturally the Rengoku household. Upon arriving, they spotted Senjuro counting goods in the courtyard. Seeing Ichin and Kanaho, Senjuro was momentarily taken aback before breaking into an excited smile. Ichin, Kanaho, he dashed into the house, shouting, "Father, brother, come see who has arrived." Upon hearing the call, Ichin and Kanaho felt warmth in their hearts, sensing the vibrancy of life around them. Soon after, Kyujiro, with one eye covered by a blindfold, emerged alongside his father, Shinjiro. "Ichin, you've returned," Kyujiro exclaimed with his usual vigor. "Wonderful. After 2 years. You and Kanaho still radiate such energy." Ichin chuckled, another social butterfly. "Rengoku-san, what are these goods?" he asked. "Haha, with the dissolution of the Demon Slayer Corps, our Lord provided us with adequate funds ensuring our livelihood. However, as the current head of the Rengoku family, it is essential not only to maintain my swordsmanship, but also to expand our household." Kyujiro gestured towards the goods. "Following my lord's advice, I established a relay station in Ueda dedicated to transporting goods, and the profits have been quite substantial. Before long, we will match my lord's family in scale. Even without demons, we must live life to the fullest." Shinjiro smiled gratefully. "Thanks to you, Kyujiro can return to my side and share my twilight years." Seeing him set down his Nichiren blade, yet still harbor such ambition compels me, as his father, to abandon my own despondency. Thus, you have indirectly transformed my life. "Haha, Shinjiro-san, you flatter me," Ichin replied, initially taken aback but soon laughing joyfully. Kanaho, however, wore a gentle smile. Regardless of past choices made in error, there will always be a few individuals who remember him with gratitude. After sharing a meal at the Rengoku home, they arranged to meet for the flower festival at Ueda Castle. Ichin and Kanaho arrived at Ueda Castle, intending to visit Mitsuri and Kaneo. Following Kyujiro's directions, they found a dessert shop where they spotted Kaneo in a chef's outfit and Mitsuri with cream smeared all over her face. "Welcome," Mitsuri exclaimed, hastily wiping her mouth upon seeing customers. Yet when she lifted her head, her face lit up with surprise. "It's you." She leaped over the counter, wrapping her arms around Ichin and Kanaho's necks. "Wow, I missed you both so much. It's been ages since you last visited." "Mitsuri-chan, I've missed you too. We were far away until now," Ichin began, but suddenly sensed a wave of hostility. He turned to see Kaneo holding a kitchen knife, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Cough, cough." Ichin recalled that Kaneo was possessive and quickly maintained a safe distance from Mitsuri. Yet Mitsuri glared at Kaneo. "Hey, don't scare them." Kaneo sheathed her knife, but retorted, "So, Kanaho, it seems that even after 2 years, you still look as flat as ever. But then again, you're still young, and it's understandable that you haven't developed yet. You should just accept your flatness." Kanaho's eyes blazed with fury. Had it not been for the knife, she might have retaliated. Ichin interjected, "Goodness, so you're jealous of men, but women too? So, when do you two plan to have children? Now that you've opened a shop?" Ichin attempted to ease the tension. In the next moment, Kaneo appeared to recall some dreadful memory, her face paling as she clutched her abdomen. Past recollections of defeat came flooding back. He had once considered challenging Mitsuri to see who would tire first. But now he yielded, concocting excuses to sleep on the couch, dreading each approaching night. But Mitsuri had no intention of letting him off easy, sneaking goji berries into his meals under the pretext of health. This was far more terrifying than when Ah Wei received a second invitation from Jiege. He felt like a frail dog, possessing immense strength as a Hashira. Yet now, before Mitsuri could finish her thought, Kaneo quickly covered her mouth. Wife, tonight, you have the final say. Please show some mercy." Observing the candid Mitsuri and the panicked Kaneo, Ichin silently sighed. So this is the reality of married life, Terrifying indeed. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kanaho deep in thought, even engaging in conversation with Mitsuri. Ichin's heart raced, his entire being trembling with apprehension. Could she be exchanging insights with Mitsuri? As Ichin and Kanaho left the dessert shop to attend the flower festival, night had fallen. Despite Mitsuri packing plenty of pastries for them, Ichin still intended to take Kanaho for a leisurely stroll through the night market. At that moment, he spotted two familiar figures, Zenitsu and Nezuko. And indeed, genuine feelings are as vast as the prairie, undeterred by layers of wind and rain. The familiar melody echoed in Ichin's ears. What commotion is this? Within Exion's heart, a tumultuous stampede of wild horses surged. It seems this jest cannot be passed. Can it? Just then, Shani abruptly struck his fist against the wall. Shanyige, do not act this way. Nezuko grasped Shani's arm. You mustn't injure your hand. Chapter 191. I am extraordinary? Kitong. I feel so vexed, suddenly transformed into a blubbering fool. Shanyi's voice was laden with sorrow, bereft of any courage or grace befitting a former member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I never anticipated that Exion go would. Do not mention him. Shan-E landed another punch, this time against a tree trunk. Your hand is bleeding, Nezuko exclaimed, clasping Shan-Yi's hand, wishing to soothe his pain. At that moment, however, Shan-E unexpectedly leaned in, attempting to kiss the back of Nezuko's hand. Upon realizing his intention, Nezuko reacted like a startled deer, hastily withdrawing her hands, her face flushed. Turning away from Shan-E, I merely touched your hand, and you, Shan-E glared at Nezuko, in your heart. Do I not compare to that Lu Sheng Exion at all? No, I just need a little time. Nezuko fervently shook her head. Please wait for me, all right? All right, it matters not. I can wait, no matter how long it takes. Before Shan-E could finish his sentence, Exion's voice echoed nearby. Oh, so you are here. Moments later, Exion appeared within their line of sight. Yi Kinge. Nezuko's face instantly lit up with excitement as she dashed towards him. No, no, no. Nezuko. Amidst the swirling snowflakes and howling north wind, as the world lay engulfed in desolation, Shan-E collapsed weakly to the ground, his heart wrenching as he cried out. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, Tanjiro had silently appeared behind him. Tanjiro, my rebellious phase has come to an end. Shan-E, with tear-filled eyes, grasped Tanjiro's sleeve. It's merely a love song. I can sing it. Forgive me, Shan-E. I have come to understand that some matters cannot be forced. A look of relief spread across Tanjiro's face as he stepped aside. Call her sister-in-law. Huh? Shan-E was taken aback. He then beheld, standing behind Tanjiro, a girl clad in a sleeveless black dress, her long hair as dark as night, and her eyes a crimson hue. Hello, my name is Chi-Tong. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Chi-Tong nodded at Shan-E as a form of greeting. Shan-E, I will go greet Exion and the others. Tanjiro patted Shan-Yi's shoulder, then walked off with Chi-Tong towards Exion. No, this is too difficult for me. Love me for who I love, without regrets. This affection shall linger in my heart. Amidst the relentless snowfall and the mournful melody of the flute, as he watched Tanjiro and Chi-Tong depart, Shan-E wept uncontrollably once more. Meanwhile, Exion was engaged in lively conversation with Nezuko, sharing tales of their lives post-victory against Muzan. However, at that moment, Exion caught sight of Chi-Tong and displayed a look of astonishment. Chi-Tong, what brings you here? Exion exclaimed, an unsettling feeling blossoming within him. Seeing Exion, Chi-Tong was momentarily stunned. Yikin, how did you? Then, resting her chin on her hand, Chi-Tong mused. Could it be that you two inadvertently fell through the time-space rift into this world? Time-space rift? Exion whispered to himself, suddenly recalling the middle-aged Sasuke and Boruto who had traversed from a parallel universe, his expression shifting in alarm. Host, due to your frequent travels across various dimensions and your alterations to multiple storylines, time and space have become disordered. Consequently, there exists a probability that, once the storyline in the corresponding dimension concludes, related characters may appear in other realms. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Exion quickly comprehended why Chi-Tong had materialized in this place. Since the tale of Chi-Hong Ji-Tong has concluded, she could be transported through the time-space rift to the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba. Indeed, after the Empire's demise, we followed suit into this realm. Exion felt an immense relief wash over him. Fortunately, his death is not here. Otherwise, given her combative nature, a confrontation would be inevitable. Yes, me too. After the empire collapsed, I initially intended to eliminate those leaders who posed a threat to the new nation. However, following a failed assassination attempt, I found myself sent through the time-space rift to this place. Chi-Tong elucidated her presence here. What about you? Exin glanced at Tanjiro and Chi-Tong, extending his pinky finger. Yes, he is a remarkably warm-hearted individual. A blush graced Chi-Tong's cheeks. I once believed I would never experience love, but encountering someone akin to an angel has gradually drawn me in. How intriguing, Exin nodded thoughtfully. Chi-Tong had spent her life as a merciless assassin, forced to become a heartless killing machine. Having arrived in this place and met the warm-hearted Tanjiro, both having endured profound losses, it was only natural for them to resonate with one another and forge a bond. Indeed, I find it quite reasonable. Author, likewise, seeing Tanjiro discover his ultimate belonging. Kanao's burdens lightened, and she smiled, engaging in conversation with Tanjiro and the others. Meanwhile, Exin seized this opportunity to call Nezuko aside. Yi Kinge. Nezuko's face reflected a hint of anxiety. Nezuko, you must understand that I shall not remain in this world for long. It is possible that this departure may be permanent. Exin placed his hands firmly on Nezuko's shoulders. But your unwavering weight for me truly concerns me. It weighs heavily on my mind. Nezuko lowered her head, a look of despondency crossing her features. Furthermore, there is another person who has been waiting for you, Exin said, directing his gaze towards Sean E in the distance. However, I genuinely do not harbor feelings for him. Nezuko furrowed her brow. He is timid and lecherous, and his self-aggrandizing autobiography is the epitome of a cringe-worthy man. Do not worry. For the sake of love, he will surely strive to transform himself. Exin's tone was filled with encouragement. For my expectations of you, will you grant him a chance? Also, give yourself a chance to live well with him. If this is what Exin Go wishes, then I shall accept. Nezuko seemed to have made a resolute decision, nodding in agreement. Exin, glancing at Sean E in the distance, couldn't help but sigh. Morning bids farewell to the White Emperor amidst colorful clouds, yet a fool remains beside me. Chapter 192, Eong's Confession. Hey, are you still sulking? Exin patted Sean E on the shoulder, a bemused expression gracing his face. As a man, can you not exhibit some magnanimity? Do not spout nonsense. If it were you, standing face to face with the one who has stolen your love, could you maintain your composure? You see, the fact that you can still engage in banter with me indicates that you do not harbor any hatred towards me. Exin, with a cheerful demeanor, placed his arm around Sean Yi's shoulder and said, in reality, after pursuing Nezuko for such an extended period, even someone with a heart of stone cannot remain completely unmoved. Really? Upon hearing Exin broach this topic, Sean E instantly felt invigorated, his face lighting up with excitement. I knew it. Nezuko cannot possibly be so heartless. However, you must recognize the flaws within yourself. Cowardice, lechery, lack of responsibility, and a penchant for boasting. While Exin himself is not markedly superior in the matter of lechery, it does not hinder his double standards. After all, double standards are inherent to human nature. Sean E fell silent. He could not deny Exin's words. Since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he had either been evading reality or was on the path of avoidance. Even during the final battle, he merely dispatched a few demons in a hasty manner. Subsequently, he took up residence in Tanjiro's home, living off his hospitality, indulging in a life of leisure. The only endeavor he undertook was penning an autobiography, the contents of which would make even a dog shake its head. Especially when he wrote about Exin being his subordinate, idolizing him to the point of wishing to gnaw at his calluses. He felt embarrassed even at the thought. Therefore, if you wish for Nezuko to truly develop feelings for you, you must initiate change within yourself. To love someone is not merely to speak of it. It requires genuine action on your part. Exin, I have come to an epiphany. Sean E nodded earnestly. From this moment onward, he vowed to transform himself and earn Nezuko's sincere affection. However, had he overheard Nezuko's words to Exin moments earlier, he might have found himself in a comic book scenario. Having settled matters with Sean E, Exin and the others proceeded to visit Xingming and Mu Yilang's residence, also inviting the Hashira over. Soon, the flower festival at Ueda Castle commenced. Each person held a bag of pink cherry blossom petals, and Sean E even volunteered to take out the shamisen, intending to create a delightful atmosphere for Eong and Kochu Shinobu. The group stealthily followed behind the two, observing Eong and Kochu Shinobu walking side by side, both silent and unsure of how to initiate conversation. Can you manage this? Observing the shamisen in Sean Yi's hands, The others exchanged doubtful glances. What a joke. I am incredibly brave, Shawnee exclaimed, casting a glance at Nezuko. This should impress her, right? As anticipated, Nezuko responded with a gentle smile, causing Shan Yi's heart to race as if he were a startled fawn, wishing he could simply vanish on the spot. Seeing Shan Yi's excitement, Nezuko felt immense joy. After all, this was EXIN's task. After all this time, what exactly do you wish to convey? At that moment, Kochu Shinobu suddenly halted, gazing intently at Ion. Do you truly believe that by prolonging this, you can evade providing me with an answer? I have been pondering what kind of confession I should make in return for your initiative. Ion, the quintessential oblivious male, despite having resolved to be with Shinobu, still struggled to articulate his thoughts. Then why not confess? Could you fetch me some wine? Ion's request caused everyone to facepalm simultaneously. What an absurd conversation, to everyone's surprise. However, Kochu Shinobu actually stood up, went to a nearby shop, and returned with wine for Ion. Here is your wine. Ion appeared momentarily dazed, instinctively reaching out, but missed the bottle. Kochu Shinobu swiftly reclaimed the wine and handed it back to him. Are you nervous? At this juncture, asking you to fetch me wine. There's probably no one else in the world as outrageous as I am. Well, at least you know that, but could you be quicker? Otherwise, I am quite nervous too. What if I confess and you reject me? How would you know the outcome if you do not confess? Upon hearing Kochu Shinobu's words, Ion fell into silence. Yet this time, Kochu Shinobu did not urge him further, displaying remarkable patience without a hint of resentment. Finally, Ion downed the wine in one gulp and turned to Kochu Shinobu. At that moment, however, she handed him another bottle of wine. Perhaps you should take a couple more sips? The courage he had just mustered dissipated entirely, and Ion felt a wave of frustration. Suddenly, overwhelmed by the tension, he pushed Kochu Shinobu against the wall and declared, "Let us both cease being nervous." With that, Ion cupped Kochu Shinobu's face and kissed her deeply. Nice. Now is the moment. Shan Yi's face lit up with excitement as he began to strum the shamisen. Snap! The string broke. What the? Shan Yi's expression turned green with despair, sensing the author's palpable malice toward him. All right, Tanjiro patted Shan Yi on the shoulder. Do not be too hard on yourself. Tanjiro. Shan Yi's face was filled with gratitude. After all, he was a little angel who always came to his rescue during the most awkward of moments. Until Akihito made a sharp comment. The atmosphere between the two was already perfectly set, and there was no need for him to embellish it. Shan Yi felt as if he could hang the author from the southeast branch to welcome guests from all directions. Kochu Shinobu, caught off guard by Ion's kiss, clutched his hand tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. However, at that moment, Ion suddenly halted, biting her lip. Kochu Shinobu closed her eyes, intensifying her grip on Ion's fingers, which made him bite down harder. Eventually, Ion felt her grip threaten to break his skin, but he was too preoccupied with the fear of injuring her to care. Thus, he quickly released her, and she too loosened her grip. I love you and wish to build a family with you, to walk through this life together. Ion gazed into Kochu Shinobu's eyes. I contemplated numerous expressions, but for some reason, this phrase feels the most capable of reaching her heart. A smile graced Kochu Shinobu's face as she looked at Ion. Although the words lacked finesse, they were filled with emotion. Yet at this very moment, they felt perfectly fitting and profoundly resonant. Chapter 193. Together under the moonlit sky, I cannot believe he has finally awakened to his feelings. I am on the verge of tears. Nearby, having overheard their conversation, Yuzui Tenjin displayed a look of excitement. Yes, this confession plan has been splendidly accomplished. What does that have to do with you? Akiyuki, standing by, wore an expression of disbelief. Regardless, success is a good thing. Rengoku Akaza crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. I too must learn from Ion. After all, the Rengoku bloodline must be preserved. The Exin could not help but chuckle. Brother, you truly dare to take such a risk. Do you not fear rendering your studies futile? Woohoo, let us celebrate. At that moment, a look of excitement graced Inosuke's face, one hand cradling a sack while the other scattered sakura petals into the air. Why must I engage in such a task? This is outrageous. Shimi's face was clouded with displeasure, yet he wielded his wooden sword, softly uttering, Feng shi hu shi vu shi xing, han shan lu ki feng. A powerful gust of energy surged forth from the wooden sword, sweeping the scattered sakura petals into the direction of Ion and Shinobu. Wow, there are indeed flowers. The sight of the fluttering petals in the sky ignited excitement among the onlookers, who animatedly discussed the celestial display. Hee, brother, You are truly remarkable. Surely, those two have succeeded now. Beside them, Jinya could not help but chuckle foolishly. Smack! In the next instant, Shimi's hand landed a firm smack on Jinya's head. You brat. When will you resolve your personal issues? The Kocho family cannot afford to have no descendants. You have the audacity to criticize me? Jinya shot a glance at Shimi, noting the latter's benevolent smile, and let out a dry laugh. Brother, I admit I spoke rather loudly just now. How beautiful. It feels as though Mr. Kaneo's initial confession and proposal were rather hasty, Mitsuri remarked, causing Kaneo's expression to shift dramatically. I will take full responsibility. I promise to give you a more heartfelt confession. Kaneo patted his chest, though he felt an unsettling sensation within. It seems I have been manipulated. Youth is truly splendid, yet regrettably, our marriage occurred in an era plagued by demons. Tianyin, I deeply apologize for all the suffering you have endured over the years. Lord Yaozai, do not say such things. Tianyin grasped Yaozai's hand. We have managed to end Muzin's reign, and to live under the sun in this new world. I am already content. Lord Yaozai, please accompany me through this life. Yaozai nodded in agreement. The fervor and romance may fade, perhaps becoming somewhat monotonous, yet it resembles a gentle stream, deep and enduring. This signifies the transformation from love to familial affection. They were united in their resolve with Kaneo, as were Shinobu and Iyon. I'm the most dazzling meteor. Inosuke joyfully dashed through the outskirts, holding 2 bundles of fireworks. Behind him, the 3 little butterflies and the child beside Hayomii laughed and pursued him. Namo Amada, Butsu. Hayomii clasped his hands, smiling beside Ichino's. The scene before us is truly beautiful. Indeed, Ichino's nodded, a smile gracing his face. Perhaps due to the recent battles they had faced, such a sight was rare, and warmth enveloped his heart. Our gathering in this place is inseparable from your contributions. Hayomii patted Ichino's shoulder. Though I am unaware of your origins, I know that your future self will enable many to lead lives as peaceful and joyous as ours. Upon our return to the temple, I shall chant scriptures for you day and night, ensuring you never lose your way on the path ahead. Thank you, Mr. Hayomii. Upon witnessing Ichino's sincere smile, Kanawo felt a wave of warmth within her heart. Having spent so long by Ichino's side, she understood the immense pain and pressure he bore. On his journey forward, he would require the unwavering encouragement of those around him to continue steadfastly. All right, the grand fireworks are about to be launched, so let us make our wishes beforehand. A smile graced Yaozai's face as he addressed everyone. I shall go first, Ichino's exclaimed, rushing to an open space. Shouting towards the sky, I wish to traverse various realms, encounter more thrilling adventures, confront ever stronger foes, and conquer one unknown domain after another. Next was Kanawo, who embraced Ichino's shoulders and joyfully shouted, I wish to accompany this troublesome fellow, following his heart's desires, forging ahead fearlessly. I, Mitsuri, aim to expand our dessert shop, achieving greatness and creating brilliance anew. Then we shall be joyous every day and indulge in sweet treats. Mitsuri linked her arm with Kaneo's, casting a knowing smile at him. Mr. Kaneo, do you have confidence in this? Of course. Kaneo forced a smile. Given Mitsuri's determination, he wondered if he could endure until that day. Moreover, their dessert shop was nearing its limits due to her voracious appetite. I, Rengoku Kyudru, aspire to establish the Rengoku family as the largest logistics conglomerate, ensuring that the entire world relies on us for transportation. Flames engulfed Kyudru's body as the silhouettes of Kai and Brand appear behind him, faintly overlapping. I, Tomioka will shoulder the responsibilities of a family, be a good disciple, care for Urokadaki sensei in his old age, and ensure a life of everlasting happiness with Shinobu. Ju smiled at Shinobu, and their shared gaze spoke volumes. I, Kamadu Tanjiro, will use my strength to warm those who have suffered as I once did. Upon finishing, Tanjiro tightly grasped Nezuko's hand. She smiled warmly and reciprocated the gesture. One day, I shall prove to Nezuko that I am a reliable man. Zenitsu's expression suddenly turned serious as he clenched his fists, earnestly declaring, I acknowledge that I was once frivolous, cowardly, and lacking in responsibility. But starting tomorrow, I will change all that. Then, Zenitsu wore a lovesick expression, gazing at Nezuko. So today, may I indulge in my desires, my lovely Nezuko? The crowd responded. Changing one's nature is indeed difficult. Others also share their wishes. Reader, why has it been omitted? Author, ahem, the CPU burned out. All right, upon our parting tomorrow, Let us meet again in 10 years. Ichinos extended his hand first. We shall realize our aspirations. In 10 years, we will all become masters of life, Kanawo declared, placing her hand atop Ichinos's. Unfettered by the heart, unencumbered by emotions, indifferent to the future, and unburdened by the past, Shinobu placed her hand upon theirs. The others, smiling, placed their hands atop one another's and pressed down firmly. Let's not be separated. Then, the group withdrew their hands simultaneously. At that moment, Inosuke ignited the grand fireworks. As a multitude of vibrant fireworks blossomed in the sky, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers, shouting from the depths of their hearts. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, or even 1,000 years past, countless individuals have countless stories to tell. My family, and those I have never met. Surely, they possess splendid tales known only to them. I'm genuinely curious about what my ancestors were like. I envy those who know. What do they enjoy eating? What is your favorite color? I truly relish listening to their tales, for every individual's life is but a narrative. My own existence, too, belongs solely to me as the protagonist of this story. I am fortunate to have encountered these companions with whom I have fought side by side and survived together. Perhaps we shall never meet again in this lifetime, yet those unforgettable memories will forever be etched in our hearts. My name is Sean E., and this is my story. An ending also signifies a new beginning. The world of Gue Mieji-run has reached a gratifying conclusion. Today, our unit engaged in a team-building event, causing a slight delay in my updates. As a token of my apology, I have added some additional words to the final chapter, and I hope all readers are satisfied with the conclusion of the world of Gue Mieji-run. Chapter 194, The Battle of Karakura Town. Congratulations, host, for completing the entire narrative of Gue Mieji-run. The next dimension we shall venture into is the Bleach Realm, specifically the battle against Aizen. Yagyu-ichin, Kurihara Kane's rank has been elevated to that of captain. Bite and his death have ascended to the rank of captain as well. Xiang Lin and Perona have been promoted to vice captain. Yagyu-ichin and Kurihara Kane have awakened their combined skills. Upon hearing about the confrontation with Aizen, Ichin immediately grasped the storyline he was about to traverse. After betraying the Godii 13, Aizen returned to Hueco Mundo, leading the top 3 Espada members to Karakura Town, intending to harvest the souls of the human realm to forge the Oken and overthrow the Soul King. To thwart Aizen's mad ambition, the captain commander of the Godii 13, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, created a replica of Karakura Town using barriers, luring Aizen and his comrades into battle. After a fierce conflict, Aizen was ultimately sealed away at the cost of Yamamoto's arm, Jin Ikamaru's life, and Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual pressure. However, what truly roused Ichin from his fatigue was not the journey to the Soul Society arc, but rather the notion of fusion. How does one achieve such a fusion? Immortal grasp, soaring, dragon impact, deadly rhythm, energy deluge? Unfortunately, the system offered no response. Where we headed next? A fervent smile appeared on Estetha's face. She had not engaged in battle for several days, and this period had grown exceedingly dull for her. The adversaries we are about to face are indeed far stronger than those before. Ichin spoke the truth. In the world of Naruto, only a handful possess the capability to wreak havoc, while in Bleach, there exist numerous entities even more terrifying. Not to mention Yamamoto. Even Aizen could effortlessly dispatch Uchiha Madara with a single strike. Excellent. Isdeath cracked her knuckles, her smile radiating brighter. Let us create chaos. The battle maniac sighed in resignation. Within the time-space tunnel, Isdeath had already sought to engage him in combat more than once, a source of great vexation for him. Soon, she would be able to unleash her fury, and he could finally catch his breath. Just then, a swirl of colors enveloped them, and when they regained consciousness, they found themselves on the ground of the faux Karakura town. Above them, a fierce confrontation unfolded between some members of the Godii 13 and the top 3 Espada, led by Aizen. Go ahead. I will single-handedly hold off Aizen, Ichin commanded. Then privately instructed Kane, spare the lives of number 1 and number 3, and if conflict arises with the Godii 13, prioritize defeating them. Number 3, known as Tia Halibel, had once been saved by Aizen and granted power. Unfortunately, due to her insufficient strength, she was ultimately treated as a disposable pawn by Aizen. Numero 1, Coyote Staruk, was the strongest entity in Hueco Mundo. Unlike the other Espada, he had attained his rank solely through his own prowess. His potential was immense, and his greatest fear was solitude. His overwhelming strength rendered others unable to approach him, save for his lieutenant, Lilinet, who willingly stayed by his side, unaffected by his aura. During his battle against the Godai 13th 8th Division captain, Kirako Shunsui, the loss of Lilinet led him back into loneliness, stripping him of his will to fight, ultimately resulting in his demise at Kiraku's hands. In truth, most of the Espada had not committed any heinous acts. They merely followed Aizen into Karakura town. This was also Ichin's motivation to rescue both number 1 and number 3. As for number 2, Berrigan Lusenbaron, convincing him to submit was nearly impossible. His sole pleasure in life stemmed from defeating all challengers to prove his supremacy. One battle maniac like Isteth was enough for him to contend with. Not to mention, his regular form resembled an old man, while his Resurrection form was that of a skeletal king. It was best to avoid him altogether. This is the essence of reality. Understood. Kane nodded and hurried toward number 1's battlefield. Isteth, on the other hand, directly approached number 3, where Ichin deceitfully informed her that Tia's fighting style closely resembled her own. After all, Berrigan's abilities were extraordinarily formidable. The black flames engulfing him could cause rapid aging upon mere contact, reducing a person to mere bones or decaying into dust. Isteth's combat style was exuberant. Pitting her against Berrigan would be incredibly disadvantageous. It would be far more prudent to have Bai, skilled in long-range combat, confront Berrigan. Observing from the sidelines, Aizen noticed a figure appearing before him, a youth clad in a black samurai uniform, with a white blade slung at his waist. He furrowed his brow. Who is he? In this battlefield, every enemy's appearance had been anticipated. Moreover, he was confident that even if all his pawns perished, these individuals would not pose a threat to him. The only one capable of challenging him was the old man Yamamoto. Regrettably, he had already devised a strategy to counter him. Yet, this unknown youth unsettled Aizen, for he had never encountered him before and was unaware of his capabilities. Such unpredictability irked Aizen deeply. He despised this state of uncertainty. Leave Aizen to me, Jin Ikamaru said, perplexed by Ichin's sudden appearance. However, to avenge his childhood friend, Rukia, by personally slaying Aizen, he needed to gain Aizen's trust and defeat the individual before him. Thus, when Ichin appeared, Jin positioned himself in front of him. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of making a move just yet, Ichin replied, a calm smile adorning his face. Let us allow them to settle their conflict first. Then we shall engage in our own battle, shall we? Observing Ichin's composed demeanor, Aizen felt a surge of annoyance. A mere boy, appearing no older than 16 or 17, dared to present himself with such confidence before him? Only by mastering the entirety of the situation and possessing a mindset that transcends several dimensions beyond others can one attain such a form. It is precisely due to this pride that Lanran refrained from acting immediately, instead opting to wait alongside Ichigo. Observing Lanran's choice, Ichigo smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield. Chapter 195, a battle of mutual destruction at the battleground against the 3rd Espada, Tia. The conflict had now entered its second phase. Having been defeated and restrained by Hitsugaya Tushu, captain of the 10th Division of the Godai 13, with his ultimate technique, Hayaten Hyakusu, and with the roaring sound waves of Wanda Weiss aiding their escape, the members of the Visored, Yadamara Lisa and Saragaki Hayori, intervened in the duel. Yet the outcome remained indecisive. Tia swung her massive sword, repelling the 3 opponents. At that moment, the figure of Isteth appeared before Tia. Gazing at the imposing blonde woman, Isteth remarked with great interest, "You must be the 3rd Espada, Tia? Come now, impress me with your strength. Stop the grandstanding." Before Tia could respond, a girl with twin ponytails and freckles, resembling a jester, shouted angrily at Isteth in a Kansai dialect. "Who do you think you are, barging into our battle?" This girl was none other than Saragaki Hayori, former vice captain of the 12th Division and director of the Research and Development Bureau, now a member of the Visored. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lanran, having fallen into his trap during an investigation, which was the very reason for their involvement in this battle. 3 against 1 and still only evenly matched? You should really be quiet. Isteth scoffed disdainfully. At such a level, you dare to think you can challenge Lanran? Not even a mirage could provide you with such an illusion. Stop babbling. Hayori, filled with rage, swung her jagged Zanpakuto, Katsubaki, fiercely towards Isteth. How tiresome, Isteth sighed, drawing her western sword and slicing through the air. The pressure of her spiritual energy, comparable to that of Zaraki Kenpachi, enveloped the blade, slicing horizontally and crashing down with tremendous force, creating a shockwave that toppled buildings within a 500-meter radius. Is this my Pawa? Isteth's face was alight with ecstasy. This is my battle with her. Do not interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me for cutting you down. A sinister smile spread across Isteth's face as she turned her gaze towards Tusharu and Hiyori. She seems rather formidable. We should avoid provoking her, Tusharu responded calmly, unfazed by Isteth's words. Though her origins were unclear, her lack of intent to harm Hiyori indicated that her true opponent was Tia, not them. Let us observe and allow them to determine the victor first. Hiyori nodded in agreement, as the most composed member of the Visored, fully endorsing Tusharu's perspective. What had initially been a 3-on-1 skirmish had now transformed into a 1-on-1 confrontation between Tia and Isteth. Your strength is impressive. You are worthy of my challenge, Tia declared earnestly. Your flattery will not earn you any mercy. Perish. Isteth cackled maniacally, launching her western sword at Tia with ferocity. Try to miss. Tia swung her great sword, enveloped in white mist, unleashing 3 slashes directed at Isteth. Boom! The first wave of sword energy was deflected by Isteth. However, the subsequent 2 strikes intersected and struck hard against Isteth's blade. Boom! With the sound of shattering ice flowers, the frost on Isteth's sword was fragmented, and blood seeped from her hands. Oh, the rhythm of battle, Isteth sneered coldly. You have earned my serious attention. With that, Isteth snapped her fingers in midair. A colossal ice orb materialized above her, hurtling down towards Tia. Clearly, you did not witness the previous battle. I told you, ice-based attacks hold no significance against me. Scorching sea flow. As the words left her lips, Tia's great sword erupted with steam, thoroughly melting the descending ice orb. I see. Isteth's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Her western sword, now cloaked in the black hue of her armed color, unleashed a wave of black sword pressure directed at Tia. If ice-based attacks are futile, then let us engage in a test of raw strength. Finally choosing to confront me directly? Tia exclaimed, aligning her great sword against the overwhelming sword pressure, unleashing a golden flash that obliterated it into fragments. In the blink of an eye, Isteth had already positioned herself behind Tia. The 6th style of the Navy, Soru, proved to be no slower than this world's Shuinpa or Horin. Bang, bang, bang. Isteth's western sword transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, incessantly assaulting Tia. Utilizing her armed color and observation color, combined with years of close combat experience, Isteth managed to keep Tia firmly suppressed. To their astonishment, the 3 onlookers watched in disbelief as Isteth dominated Tia in close-quarters combat, leaving her gasping for breath. Given their strong reliance on their Zanpakuto abilities, and with the exception of captains like Shun Shuei and Zaraki Kenpachi, most of them did not place a high value on physical combat. After all, with AoE skills available, who would prefer to rely solely on basic attacks? However, Isteth could see that Tia's close combat abilities were relatively lacking. At the very least, she did not possess the observation color that could easily perceive her opponent's attacks. Yet Isteth understood that such attacks alone could not defeat Tia, although she currently held a significant advantage, having struck Tia several times. The latter remained the 3rd strongest entity in Hueco Mundo. These wounds posed no real threat. Waterfall. In that instant, Tia withstood one of Isteth's strikes. Raising her great sword skyward, a massive torrent of water coiled around her, effectively repelling Isteth's assault, transforming into a powerful stream that surged toward Isteth. Chapter 196. The Emergence of the Black King's Annihilation. I knew it wouldn't be that simple, but it is precisely this challenge that makes the battle all the more exhilarating. Isteth's face radiated with fervor as she extended her left hand, summoning dozens of ice pillars from various angles, driving them forcefully into the oncoming water flow. In the blink of an eye, the icicles shattered, and the torrent of water surged toward Icide. What you do now? Icide conjured an ice wall from thin air, intending to obstruct the deluge unleashed by Tia. However, in mere moments, the ice wall crumbled, and the immense flow of water crashed relentlessly against Icide. A spurt of blood escaped her lips as she was propelled backward. Fortunately, she had enveloped herself in iron and armed color Haki, thus mitigating the severity of her injuries. Your close combat prowess is formidable, yet regrettably, your spiritual pressure pales in comparison to mine. A trace of pity crossed Tia's face. Thus, your fate remains one of defeat. Is that so? Icide wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. and a glimmer of mockery flickered in her eyes. What has led you to this illusion that I have exhausted my full strength to confront you? As her words fell, black flames erupted around ICDC, instantly amplifying her power significantly. The fervor on her face intensified, and her eyes glowed with a red light, revealing a hint of madness. The Black King's annihilation. I'm the 31st in the rankings of the Forbidden Ruins learned in the Asylum of Slain Gods. It is also the most formidable among the top 30 Forbidden Ruins. The Black King was a mortal who failed to reach the Supreme Realm thousands of years ago. Ultimately, he was sealed within a mortal of unique destiny, and whenever the mortal bearing the Black King perished, the Black King would transfer to another mortal of similar fate through the laws of causality. Those mortals who carried the power of the Black King were dubbed a unique Forbidden Ruin, named the Black King's annihilation. Of course, I am invincible beneath the gods, and there is no exchange above them. Although the Black King's power surpasses that of ordinary deities, he cannot truly slay a god due to the absence of Allah's power. Thus, this ability exists in the realm beneath the gods and above mortals. Now, ICDC has liberated the Black King's power and enveloped herself in it. Such immense strength. ICDC's visage transformed into a tapestry of enlightenment, brimming with joy and ecstasy. Subsequently, with a graceful motion, ICDC swung her right hand, unleashing a blade of unparalleled might, far surpassing her previous strike. Directly aimed at Tia, cursed be it. The sword pressure arrived in an instant, leaving Tia no space for resistance. Her form was engulfed by the force. Furthermore, the sword pressure cleaved the ground ahead into two halves over a distance of 2 kilometers. What terrifying power! Dong Shilong wore a look of shock upon his face. This strike would make even the likes of Gengmu Jianba exclaim in admiration. On the ground, Tia, enveloped in smoke and bearing a visage of agony, struggled. Although this blow did not claim her life, it had severely wounded her. How formidable! Tia attempted to rise, but found herself utterly spent. Her injuries were far too grave, making the prospect of continuing the battle utterly unrealistic. Just then, a familiar voice reverberated in Tia's ears. She lifted her gaze to see Lan Ron, hands tucked into his pockets, standing before her. I apologize, Lord Lan Ron. I was careless and did not evade. This time It's all right, you need not fight any longer. For you are truly too weak to the point where I can harbor no further expectations. In Tia's astonished gaze, Lan Ron slowly drew the mirror flower LowerMoon from his waist, as if discussing something trivial. Thus, your feebleness leads to a fate of elimination. Accept your destiny. In the next moment, the mirror flower LowerMoon in Lan Ron's hand came crashing down upon Tia. Bang! A hand, appearing from nowhere, seized Lan Ron's descending wrist. Wan Xin, eyes closed, bore a smile that straddled the line between amusement and mockery. Ah, Mr. Lan Ron, I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. If you wish to fight, I can indulge you. Sensing Lan Ron's surprise, Wan Xin cheerfully elucidated. I cannot allow you the opportunity. Your mirror flower LowerMoon is more tyrannical than my illusions. The moment you draw your blade, if I catch but a glimpse, I will have entered the illusion you create, correct? I shall not grant you such a chance. You this time, Lan Ron's expression finally shifted. Moments ago, he had employed Xuanpa to evade Wan Xin, assuming that even if Wan Xin pursued him, it would take some time. In his estimation, this child, akin in stature to Dong Shilong, could at most rival a squad captain's level, lacking the foundational abilities, including Xuanpa, to match his own. Yet, it now appeared that he was profoundly mistaken. The child before him was genuinely formidable. Ha, come forth. Has another opponent appeared? Upon seeing Lan Ron, ICDC's face lit up with excitement once more, restraining the ferocity of the Black King's annihilation, preventing herself from harming anyone other than Wan Xin. Was no small feat upon witnessing Lan Ron's arrival. She could no longer contain her desire to engage in battle, charging swiftly toward him. Be quiet. Observing that the third of the Espada had been grievously injured by ICDC, Wan Xin wasted no time in activating Suki no Yomi. Instantly, ICDC was drawn into the spiritual realm, engaging in a game far more intense than any new game. Watching ICDC fall, Wan Xin unleashed Shinwei, absorbing both ICDC and the already wounded Tia into his alternate space. After completing this feat, Wan Xin turned to Lan Ron. So what will it be? Shall I continue to spectate, or shall I accompany you in a match? Witnessing Wan Xin's power, Lan Ron's expression darkened considerably. What is with those eyes? Merely casting a glance at ICDC, she collapsed, adopting a most unfortunate posture. Moreover, how did they both vanish into thin air? Contemplating this, Lan Ran regarded Wen Xin. From whence do you hail? Why is it that in my understanding, I am entirely unaware of your existence? A frog in a well can only measure the world with a narrow view. Such a limited perspective is truly minuscule. Wen Xin unreservedly mocked Lan Ran. I possess far greater knowledge of this world's intricacies, yet you remain utterly oblivious to my existence. Merely based on that, you have already lost to me profoundly. Chapter 197. The Six Senses Judge You Bastard. Lan Ran's eyes glowed crimson as he glared furiously at Wen Xin, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Yet, Wen Xin remained composed, showing no sign of disturbance. You are currently in a rush, but as I have stated, do not be hasty. Should you lose your composure and engage me, your chances of victory will diminish even further. Silence your mouth. Lan Ran's face flushed with indignation, and he swung the mirror flower LowerMoon viciously toward Wen Xin. However, the next moment, Lan Ran was taken aback to discover that his blade had merely passed through Wen Xin's form. It was as though Wen Xin had partially phantasmalized his body, allowing the blade to strike only the air. In the next moment, Wen Xin's form solidified, still leisurely standing before Lan Ran. I have told you, your attacks are ineffective against me. Yisun's countenance bore a semblance of a smile, as if caught between mirth and mockery. Fortunately, prior to his arrival in this world, the system had endowed him with spiritual pressure akin to that of the venerable Yamamoto. Had it been a Bito in his stead, he would likely have been rendered incapable of unleashing even his Kamui beneath Aizen's overwhelming spiritual pressure. Suddenly, Aizen regained his composure, even displaying a hint of disdain. Regardless of this individual's capabilities, he now possessed the Hogyoku, capable of infinite evolution, merely required to await its maturation in silence. Yet, unbeknownst to Aizen, as this thought crossed his mind, his prior confidence in his own power began to morph into a relentless whip, striking mercilessly against his face. Simultaneously, on the second battlefield, a plump elder with short pink hair clad in a green suit was evading Yisun's black flames. A skeleton crowned with flames bore a mocking grin upon its bony visage. This rotund figure was Yuzhou Tianbuxian, a former vice-captain of the 13th Division. Over a century ago, he had been dispatched under superior orders to assist in the outskirts of Roka-Hauken with Kubai, attempting to utilize Kido to thwart the holification of Kubai's onslaught against others, only to ultimately suffer grievous injuries and trigger his own holification, subsequently fleeing to the human realm alongside Hirako Shinji and others. Like Shinji, his ultimate goal was to defeat Aizen and seek justice for himself and the 13th Division. Flee, by all means, flee. Baelgang's laughter began to descend into madness. What of it if you escape to the ends of the earth? You are but a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, a defensive barrier enveloped Baelgang, trapping him within. Absolute defense. By position himself before Tianbuxian, I surmise you intend to offer an arm as a sacrifice, allowing him to corrode it before delivering him into Baelgang's grasp. I sighed in resignation. To defeat magic with magic, you 13th Division truly do not regard your own bodies with any seriousness. To vanquish our foes, we are willing to pay any price, Tianbuxian replied politely. Though I am unaware of your identity, I am grateful for your assistance. Now allow me to handle this. I gazed intently at Baelgang, a smile gracing his features. While you may be immortal, one cannot guarantee you will not lose your five senses, can you? No sooner had he spoken than a colossal roulette appeared between Bai and Baelgang. The wheel bore 6 options, each representing a human sense. The Sixth Sense Judge was a unique ability possessed by Huoba, a member of the Baichuan group within the Beast Maze City, granting the ability to randomly deprive an enemy of 2 senses while only sacrificing one of his own. For Bai, irrespective of which sense he might lose, he could compensate with Kinbunchaku. Even if the loss of his 6th sense would seal his Kinbunchaku, it mattered little. He was not a close combat fighter, and with absolute defense in place, any contact with him would lead to rapid decay, yet such defense was not easily breached. In the next moment, the pointer of the roulette landed upon Bai. Olfaction. In an instant, Bai could no longer perceive any sense. Excellent. The least useful of the senses at present. A cunning smile crept across Bai's face as he turned to Baelgang. A 2/5 chance, Mr. Baelgang. How fortunate might you be? Before Baelgang could fathom the meaning behind Bai's words, the roulette's pointer shifted towards him. Vision hearing. In an instant, Baelgang's world plunged into darkness, enveloped in profound silence. He had completely lost his perception of reality. What transpired? Baelgang uttered incoherently, wildly swinging his axe, unleashing his aging power. His strength had become unbalanced. Observing this scene, Tianbo Xian's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Even the temporarily incapacitated Soifan, gradually regaining her combat capabilities, gazed in shock. What had this youth accomplished? I still wish to see if Mr. Baelgang can render an immortal entity to decay, I mused, executing Xuanpa in mid-air to evade Baelgang's flames, while channeling the power of Yama. With a flourish of his hands, numerous black chains emerged from the realm of Yama behind him. In an instant, the frenzied Baelgang found himself ensnared by these chains. Yet, the flame surrounding him posed no threat to Bai's bindings. His chains were impervious to the power of aging. Soifan's pupils constricted sharply. Even as Shinigami who had lived for millennia, they were unable to resist the decay of time. How could Bai's chains accomplish such a feat? Unbeknownst to them, Bai wielded the power of the Black Wuchang, learned in the asylum, a talent from the 37th series of the Forbidden Ruins. Chains of death, severing life, corporeality, soul, and longevity, drawing upon the might of the Yama. The divine could indeed withstand the power of aging, for they too were eternal. In the next moment, the chains converged, transforming into a massive black hand that wrenched the age-infused axe from Baelgang's grasp, before descending upon him with ferocity. With a swift motion, Baelgang's form was cleaved in two. Subsequently, the realm of Yama dissipated, and the effect of the sixth sense judge came to an end. The sense of smell returned to Bai, while Baelgang emitted a wretched scream. Ah! He howled towards the heavens. I am an eternal being. How can this be? How is this possible? Eternal, you say? Bai sighed. Ultimately, you are merely an elderly man, fearful of aging and death. Chapter 198. This game I have played. As Baelgang watched his form gradually dissipate, he ceased his vociferous protests and turned his gaze toward Aizen, not far off. Memories began to resurface in his mind. Once, Baelgang had reigned as the King of Hollows, presiding over the Hueco Mundo until Aizen's arrival led to his downfall. Deceived by Aizen's illusions, witnessing the slaughter of all his subordinates, he was consumed by rage and confronted Aizen directly, only to be ultimately subdued and compelled into servitude. Since then, he had yearned to exact vengeance upon Aizen, harboring profound hatred for him. You sit upon that throne like a true Shinigami, wielding the power to dictate all life. He vividly recalled Aizen's mocking smile as he extended his right hand, inviting him, then become my subordinate and serve me. In retaliation, Baelgang had slain Aizen, Ikimara Jin, and Tosen Kaname, just as he reveled in his perceived triumph, realizing that those three were merely toying with him. The blades of Jin and Kaname against his throat jolted him into clarity. It was all an illusion. In Aizen's eyes, he was naught but a jester. Aizen, you're the one I despise most in this world. As his time drew to a close, Baelgang's consciousness began to fade. Yet he persevered, grasping the colossal axe that had loosened due to the decay of his own body, and with the last remnants of his strength, hurled it towards the distant figure of Aizen with all his might. In an instant, the axe spun through the air, fiercely aimed at Aizen. Observing the approaching weapon, Ichin, with his hands still tucked in his pockets, regarded Aizen as no threat. Aizen's expression remained remarkably calm, even tinged with anticipation, hoping that the axe might strike Ichin. Alas, mere hundreds of meters away, the axe disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the ether. Ichin felt no surprise at this. It was not the result of Kin Bunchika Haki, but rather a scene he had already witnessed through the original narrative, rendering him entirely unperturbed. However, this Baelgang, even at the brink of death, still wished to drag Aizen down with him. His affection for Aizen was profound. Watching Baelgang slowly fade away, Shiro displayed no hesitation as he made his way towards the destination requested by Dongxian. Only Sui Feng and the others remained bewildered in place. Who exactly is this individual? A Quincy? Sui Feng's face was drenched in cold sweat. The Quincy's are an ancient anti-hollow organization with a history spanning thousands of years, harboring a deeply adversarial relationship with the Soul Reapers. Their leader, Yawatch, orchestrated an attack on the Soul Society a millennium ago, only to be defeated by Jinryu Sai, Shigekuni Yamamoto, and fell into a deep slumber. As the Hollows exterminated by the Quincy's vanished entirely, it disrupted the balance of souls, prompting the Soul Society to annihilate the Quincy's 2 centuries ago, though the specifics remain unclear due to possible concealment of facts by the Soul Society. Currently, Aside from Ishida Yuryu, no Quincy's are known to exist. If this truly is that malevolent entity, the Godii 13 cannot allow such beings to escape. But with their terrifying power, can our captains truly contend with them? Even if we are not their match, we still have the captain commander. Suifeng gradually calmed her tumultuous thoughts. Not far away, Yamamoto observed Shiro, Isteth, and Ichin's performances, his grip on his wooden staff tightening with each passing moment. Their adversaries are the Espada members within this Hueco Mundo, and should they dare harbor ill intentions, his Ryujin Jaka would not hesitate to send them to hell. On the first battlefield, a man wielding dual pistols, resembling Lucian, stood in a standoff with Kairako Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro from distance. This individual was none other than the leader of the Espada, Coyote Stark. At this moment, he had entered his Resurrection state, with Lilinet transformed into dual pistols, enabling him to swiftly unleash Zero. However, Kairaka Shunsui had also activated a Shurkai, and the battle had reached a critical juncture. Brother Espada, my ability, Hoten Kokatsu, is rather peculiar. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kairako Shunsui suddenly dashed through Stark's shadow, with a shadow blade piercing directly through Stark's body. This was the ability known as Shadow Ghost, one of the powers of Hoten Kokatsu. Both allies and foes could infiltrate each other's shadows for close-range attacks. The rule of this game is simply, the one who stands on the shadow loses. Since Stark was standing on the ground, and thus on his own shadow, he was defeated by Kairaku Shunsui. Damn it! A displeased expression crossed Stark's face as he pushed himself away, clutching his chest. Stark, are you alright? Lilinet's voice rang in his ears. Be quiet, you're annoying. Stark impatiently tapped his head with the butt of his gun, forcing Lilinet into silence. Number 3 and Number 2 both noted Aizen's complete indifference to their demise, and a complex expression emerged on Stark's face. He understood that Aizen had always regarded them as mere tools. If a tool is useful, it stays. If not, it is discarded without a second thought. Feeling a sense of sorrow for Number 3 and Number 2, he found himself disappointed in Aizen. As this realization struck him, his fighting spirit ebbed away like a receding tide. He was born powerful, not to pursue strength, but because of his inherent solitude. He understood all too well that battles lead to the loss of companions, inflicting pain akin to his own. Brother Espada, if you remain distracted, you will lose. Kairaku Shuinsui's voice held a hint of mockery as he appeared above Stark. My blade is quite mischievous and capricious. The theme of this game is, the one who stands higher will prevail. As he spoke, Kairaku Shunsui swung Hoten Kokatsu downwards towards Stark. Sane, one of the abilities of Hoten Kokatsu. If we stand higher than the enemy, our strikes gain immense power, capable of delivering fatal blows. Conversely, if the enemy stands higher, their strikes will become equally devastating. The rule of this game can be summarized as, the higher ground wins. At this moment, Kairaku Shunsui, having secured the high ground, aimed to deliver a lethal blow to Stark. Bang! Just then, Kename Tozen appeared directly in front of Kairaku Shunsui, his Kiku Ikamanji enveloped in Hogyoku-infused Ryatsu, blocking the strike. This game is quite interesting. Count me in. Chapter 199. And Kai. Oh, another one has arrived? Although Kairaku Shunsui's tone remained nonchalant, a trace of seriousness flickered in his eyes. This individual managed to deflect his Zani eye. This is troublesome, Kairaku Shunsui thought to himself. Sir, perhaps a person devoid of desire for battle should not be killed? Kaname Tozen's face bore an innocuous smile. Activating his Shinigami talent, the power of his blade surged multiple times, pushing Kairaku Shunsui's Hoten Kokatsu aside. Although Zaniai's ability was exceedingly formidable, ultimately, the battles in this realm were merely contests of spiritual pressure. Perhaps Kairaku Shunsui's sword could offer him an edge to compensate for the disparity in spiritual power. However, regrettably, her current strength was on par with Aizen, the man who could withstand Suifeng's 2 guaranteed fatal strikes. Zaniai's ability was insufficient to defeat her. I advise you to obediently heed my words, Kaname Tozen said, turning his back on Stark. You wouldn't want your companions to die alongside you, would you? What kind of island literature is this? Before Stark could respond, Kaname Tozen's left eye activated its Shinkai, drawing Stark into his alternate space. What is this ability? Upon witnessing this scene, Yukitake Jushiro's face displayed astonishment. It appeared that, like that youth, he possessed the power to make people vanish in a thin air. That Aizen is immensely powerful. I counsel you not to seek your own demise. With his strength, he could annihilate you with ease. Kaname Tozen spoke earnestly, 1 strike for each, and it would be no problem. Little girl, while your intentions may be good, as soul reapers, we cannot spare any enemies that threaten the human world. So I advise you to hand them over obediently. Otherwise, we will not be courteous. Although Kaname Tozen's ability was exceedingly peculiar, a warning expression still appeared on Kairaku, Shuinsue's face. Indeed, they are subordinate to Lanran, and no one can guarantee that they will not cause chaos in the human realm in the future. Fuju Shirjo's countenance also bore a grave expression. After all, Stark's abilities are truly terrifying. Allowing him to survive would bode ill for both the human realm and the Soul Society. Well, Kinafu sighed helplessly. It seems that the only way to make them yield is to give them a thorough beating. With this thought, Kinafu slowly drew another blade, Guyuan, from her side. I shall entertain you for a while. A glimmer of interest appeared on Kinafu's face. It must be said that Kiraku Shunsui and Fuju Shirjo indeed make a perfect pair. One excels in melee combat with various underhanded tactics, while the other can absorb long-range attacks and retaliate, both proving to be exceedingly troublesome foes. In light of this, allow me to showcase the third ability of Hanaten Kaboku. Kiraku Shunsui gazed at Kanafu's pink kimono and swiftly discarded his pink cloak, leaving only his black shahakusho. Ankai pink, Kiraku Shunsui murmured to himself. Hearing his words, Kanafu narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a wry smile. Uncle, you are indeed cunning. The rules of Ankai dictate that either party must call out a color, and both can only strike at the corresponding area of color. Should they strike elsewhere, the attack becomes ineffective. Conversely, the greater the area of the corresponding color the opponent possesses, the greater the damage inflicted by the strike. Similarly, if the opponent has a smaller area of the corresponding color, the damage incurred is diminished. This is precisely why Kiraku Shunsui discarded his pink cloak. Do not blame me for being unscrupulous. After all, this is also an acknowledgement of your swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, Kiraku Shunsui's figure swiftly approached Kanafu, and Hanaten Kaboku slashed brutally towards her. This is nothing. Kanafu's form flickered, evading Kiraku Shunsui's attack and creating distance between them. Bakudo número 63, Raiko Ho. Just as she landed, Fuju Shirjo had already aimed his right hand at Kanafu. A massive bolt of lightning surged forth, striking ferociously towards her. Thundershock. Kanafu instantly activated her attack foot, and the shockwave generated by the lightning shattered Fuju Shirjo's Reiko, sending Kiraku Shunsui reeling backward as well. As a swordsman, being able to manipulate lightning is quite reasonable, isn't it? Kanafu pointed her Kigu Ikimoni at Kiraku Shunsui. 60 million volts, Raiden. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal bolt of lightning coalesced beside Kanafu, morphing into a gigantic lightning dragon that charged towards Kiraku Shunsui in the distance. The formidable force even caused the very sky to appear to fracture. How powerful! Feeling the suffocating spiritual pressure, Kiraku Shunsui frowned. This move is far beyond what I can handle at present. At that critical moment, Fuju Shirjo appeared before Kiraku Shunsui, raising his Shiro Uo to absorb the lightning dragon unleashed by Kanafu, which then transformed into a massive bolt of electricity that surged back towards her. Yet, Kanafu's right hand, wielding Guyuan, effortlessly sliced the lightning bolt in half, sending it flying past her on either side. Zhanggue. At that instant, Kiraku Shunsui appeared above Kanafu, aiming a fierce slash at her pink kimono. With Zhanggue combined with Ankai, if this strike connects, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. You are too arrogant. Kanafu's right, I instantly transformed into the Rinnegan, and a powerful air current enveloped Kiraku Shunsui. The latter let out a muffled groan, being propelled 8 zhang away before barely stabilizing himself. What ability is that? Fuju Shirjo's face displayed shock. Why is it that Kanafu could send Kiraku Shunsui flying just by casting her gaze upon him? But at that moment, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on Kanafu's face. Mr. Fuju, your Shiro Uo indeed counters long-range attacks effectively. But I am quite curious. If the attack were to come in rapid succession, would you still manage to absorb them effortlessly? As those words left her lips, Kanafu's right, I turned towards Fuju Shirjo once more. In an instant, a barrage of Shinra Tensei descended upon Fuju Shirjo. With Kanafu's current strength capable of defeating 250 pains, the Shinra Tensei had already achieved 0 cooldown, allowing for continuous release. Why 250? You may ask. Because 250 is equivalent to 205. Chapter 200, One Slice, One Child. What? Before Fuju Shirgyo could react, an overwhelming tide of air currents enveloped both him and Kyuraku Shunsui. Even with their captain's strength, they were swiftly defeated by this unseen, rapid onslaught and were driven into the ground in the blink of an eye. Regrettably, Kannafu did not cease her royal battle tactic. The Shinra Tensei continued to unleash relentlessly. It was not until both of them had lost consciousness that she finally halted. When Kannafu turned her head, she found herself completely surrounded by Tosin Kaname and others. You scoundrel! Gazing at the two unconscious figures lying in the large pit, Tosin's face twisted with anger. You scoundrel! The next moment, Tosin was the first to swing his Hyo-Rimuru towards Kannafu. Truly relentless. An expression of resignation crossed Kannafu's face. Dealing with this fellow does not require such complexity. With a flick of her dual blades, she passed by Tosin-'s figure. In the next instant, blood gushed from Tosin-'s chest, and the ice from his body began to crumble as he fell from the air in disbelief. I have been defeated just like that? Against someone who lacks even a complete Bankai and possesses relatively weak attributes. Kannafu couldn't even be bothered to employ her breathing techniques. Solely relying on her innate talent as a sword deity, she could easily eliminate him. Do not be too arrogant. As soon as the words left her mouth, Kannafu sensed herself surrounded by countless afterimages of Soifin. So swift, Shunpa. Kannafu's eyes filled with admiration. While it may not amount to much, the visual effect is indeed impressive. Is that so? A cold smile adorned Soifin's face. Then let us see whether it is effective or not. Just as those words were spoken, a cold glimmer pierced through Kannafu's body. As blood spurted forth, a B-pattern mark appeared on Kannafu's chest. Two-hit kill. Soifin showed no signs of pausing, thrusting her Suzumabachi through Kannafu's body for the second time. Two-hit kill. Activate. The octagonal B-pattern spread outward from the original mark. A triumphant smile emerged on Soifin's face. You are dead. Is that so? Kannafu sighed. I believe I once mentioned that battles in this world are battles of spiritual pressure. When spiritual pressure reaches a certain threshold, all techniques can be disregarded. Why do you always believe that such an attack could extinguish my life? What? Suifing's expression changed dramatically, and she instantly vanished hundreds of meters away, eyeing Zhang Naihu with caution. My spiritual pressure can undoubtedly suppress your Juefing. The B patterns on Zhang Naihu's body gradually faded. Yet her face bore a look of anticipation. I believe you can unleash your Bankai. Perhaps such an attack could inflict some damage upon me. Suifing's countenance twisted into a grimace. It was no longer a matter of her discomfort. She had already executed her Bankai twice today, and there was not a drop left to spare. If I cannot use it, then it shall be my turn to strike. No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Naihu appeared before Sui Feng, wielding Kikuchimanji, and slashed directly at her. Just at that critical moment, a whip adorned with golden flowers ensnared Zhang Naihu's Kikuchimanji. A man clad in formal attire, with golden hair, politely interjected, I apologize, beautiful lady, but I cannot allow your performance to continue. Is that you, Fengiela Jiolang? Recognizing his identity, a smile crept onto Zhang Nai's lips. How about we join forces? I am of the same mind. Tengu Maru, shatter her. As the words left his mouth, a massive spiked club, reminiscent of a cactus, descended violently towards Zhang Naihu's location. Yet, with effortless grace, Zhang Nu wielded her Guyin, effortlessly blocking the club. Boom! The tremendous force generated a colossal shockwave, shattering the windows of nearby buildings and even tossing some vehicles into the air, which exploded mid-flight. Soon, Rishiri and Marilisa charged in, their weapons simultaneously aimed at Zhang Naihu. Clearly, they intended to take advantage of her temporarily restrained weapon to eliminate her in one fell swoop. Seeing your determination, I shall become somewhat serious. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom! A massive current of air surged forth from Zhang Naihu, radiating in all directions. Others, caught unawares, were sent sprawling far away, while the ground beneath her feet appeared as though layers were being stripped away, spreading outward in a circular fashion. Everything in its path, vehicles and buildings alike, crumbled and collapsed, cast aside like refuse, finally coming to a halt several kilometers away. After unleashing that technique, even Zhang Naihu found herself sweating profusely, breathing heavily. This technique, which had once nearly cost Nagato his life, was not something one could wield casually. Yet, its effect was undeniably significant. Everyone lay half-conscious on the ground. bearing various degrees of injuries, unable to continue fighting for the time being. How is this possible? In the distant sky, a youth with an orange hedgehog hairstyle, dressed in black attire, wore an expression of profound disbelief. This girl, seemingly only 16 or 17, exhibited unparalleled strength akin to Aizen. Within mere seconds of engagement, she had dispatched numerous captains and vice-captains. Was this truly an opponent he could overcome? Moreover, why could he not comprehend the unfolding situation? Nearby, gazing at the puddle of blood that had been Dong Xian Yao, the 7th Division Captain, Komura Zozen, stared at the battleground in the distance, his pupils narrowing involuntarily. Did that girl truly possess power from this world? Yet Komura Zozen quickly shook his head, realizing that with his comrades fallen, he must take charge of the battle. With this thought, he prepared to charge towards Xiang Naihu. However, Bai's figure blocked his path. What? Do you wish to be eliminated as well? Bai mockingly retorted. If I were you, I would remain here quietly and await the outcome rather than rush in like a fool to self-humiliate. Moreover, she harbors no murderous intent towards you. If she truly did, you would have perished long ago. Enough with the nonsense. I'm the captain of the 7th Division of the 13 Corps Guard Squads. How could I stand by and watch my comrades be trampled upon? Komura Zozen let out a fierce roar, brandishing his Zanpakuto as he charged it by. Chapter 201. When did you develop the delusion of hypnotizing me? Truly, there is no helping it, Bai sighed. Faced with someone so intent on seeking death, he found himself unable to restrain him. In that instant, Bai appeared behind Komura Zozen. Following this, several golden lasers erupted explosively from within him. Talent Sequence 15, Radiance. Komura Zozen's face was etched with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Though this individual did not match Xiang Naihu's strength, he was still far beyond Komura Zozen's capability to defeat. With his hands tucked back into his sleeves, Bai gazed skyward. The entire Jinsei Northwest has descended into chaos. It appears you shall be my next opponent. Before him stood a figure with golden bangs, attired in an orange shirt, one hand casually in his pocket, wielding a long blade with a circular ring at its end. This person was none other than the leader of the Visored, Hirako Shinji, also recognized as the strongest Shinigami among the Visored. At this moment, he twirled the blade in his hand, a nonchalant expression adorning his face as he regarded Xiang Naihu. Reverse blade. The power of this sword is exceedingly fearsome. If I catch a whiff of the fragrance emanating from your blade, every direction I perceive and the direction from which I am struck will be inverted. Will it not? Xiang Naihu sighed. You dare to challenge me precisely because of the abilities of that blade, do you not? Indeed, Hirako Shinji grinned widely, revealing a distinct set of pearly white teeth. As of now, you have entered my illusion. You must adapt to the inverted directions while simultaneously fending off my attacks. This must be quite the torment, is it not? It is indeed so. Xiang Nai nodded. At present, I am not your match. My life rests here. Should you wish to claim it, then come forth. Upon hearing Xiang Nai's declaration, an ominous premonition surged within Hirako Shinji. Even if she had fallen victim to his illusion, she had effortlessly defeated so many captains moments ago. How could she choose to surrender when facing him alone? Was there some hidden trickery at play? At that moment, Hirako Shinji found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to proceed. Such a splendid opportunity, yet you fail to cherish it. Xiang Naihu's figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear behind Hirako Shinji. Utilizing her mastery of distance, she moved in the opposite direction of Hirako Shinji, calculating her position to strike from behind. With a swift motion, she aimed a slash at him. Bang! Regrettably, in such a state of complete visual confusion, Xiang Naihu's attack posed little threat. Hirako Shinji effortlessly deflected her strike. It appears you can no longer unleash your full potential. A cold smile graced Hirako Shinji's face. With a swift slash of his reverse blade, he carved a deep gash into Xiang Naihu's body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, creating a scene of breathtaking desolation. The expression on Pingzi Jinzi's face was one of triumphant glee. However, the ability to confound others visually was not exclusive to him. Xiang Naihu's voice suddenly echoed in Pingzi Jinzi's ear. What? He exclaimed, only to realize that his blade had severed Kurosaki Ichigo's body in two. How could this be? Pingzi's pupils constricted as he beheld the disbelief etched on Ichigo's face, who questioned him. What are you doing, you bastard? I didn't mean to. Pingzi stammered, his voice trembling in sheer terror. He had clearly aimed for Xiang Naihu. Why had this outcome transpired? He had believed he had ensnared her in his illusion. So how could she retaliate with such ferocity? When did you convince yourself that you had hypnotized me? At that moment, Xiang Naihu materialized behind Pingzi. The instant you appeared before me, you had already fallen prey to my Suki no Yomi. As soon as she finished speaking, the weapon in her hand struck fiercely against Pingzi's back. Not far away, Ichigo watched in shock as Pingzi remained still, allowing Xiang Naihu to deliver the fatal blow. What was happening? Cold sweat streamed down his face as he found the scene before him utterly bizarre. In truth, from the onset of Pingzi's battle with Xiang Naihu to the moment she struck him, all had been a fabrication of her Suki no Yomi. As Xiang Naihu had asserted, he had lost thoroughly from the very beginning of the skirmish. But why must the Godii 13 risk their lives for just 2 individuals? Is it truly worth sacrificing the lives of an entire squad for 2 inconsequential souls who will not remain in this world? Perhaps it was wiser to await the outcome of this conflict. Senseless sacrifice is indeed foolish. Just as Xiang Naihu's words faded, a towering figure appeared not far from her. Yamamoto-sensei, still squinting, emanated an overwhelming spiritual pressure that distorted the surrounding air, enveloping Xiang Naihu. Indeed, he was formidable. Xiang Naihu's complexion paled slightly, and she was compelled to summon her Haushiko Haki to withstand Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. In an instant, their auras formed an impenetrable domain in the air. Anyone daring to approach this realm would be mercilessly crushed into oblivion. This was absurd. Nearby, Ichigo was drenched in cold sweat. This girl, even under the oppressive force of Yamamoto, still possessed the strength to resist. Unless you clarify your origins and surrender the 2 Espada members, I will not allow you to leave unscathed, Yamamoto declared, his wooden cane shattering into fragments, transforming into a blade of fire aimed at Xiang Naihu. We can discuss our origins at length, but I have no intention of releasing those 2. A spark of eagerness flickered in Xiang Naihu's eyes. Captain Commander, having presided over the Godii 13 for a millennium and being hailed as the strongest Shinigami, I am keen to ascertain the extent of our disparity. Oof. Such arrogance from a mere child. Yamamoto suddenly smiled. Suriidei Ensho. In the next moment, he swung the blade of fire, unleashing flames that engulfed a significant portion of the sky, hurtling towards Xiang Naihu. Chapter 202. Confrontation with Aizen. Truly, the strongest Zanpakuto lived up to its reputation. Such an assault. Xiang Naihu refrained from counterattacking and instead turned her gaze to the ground whereby lay. Bai rolled his eyes and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Xiang Naihu. Ice Age, the ultimate defense. A massive wall of ice materialized instantly before them, followed by a golden defensive barrier behind it. Boom! A torrent of flames collided with the ice wall and defensive barrier. The ice wall melted at a visible rate. Observing this, Bai furrowed his brow. When Akiji had utilized this technique, he had frozen an entire island for an entire week. Yet here, it struggled to withstand even a single attack from Yamamoto. Soon, the ice wall completely melted, and the defensive barrier began to show numerous cracks. This is not something you can handle without using your Bankai, Xiang Naihu remarked, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Do not become complacent. As her words fell, pink patterns appeared on Xiang Naihu's face, instantly bolstering her combat power. Reluctantly, Bai extended his right hand and shouted, Bankai, Hakazai Batsu. As the words left his lips, a radiant white light filled the sky, and the surrounding air turned frigid. A massive disk of luminous white hovered above them. In an instant, Bai's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He donned a white robe, and his hair, eyelashes, and eyebrows turned snow white, as if he had emerged from a realm of ice and snow. He wielded a crystalline blade, poised before him. This was, even Yamamoto, known for his composure, displayed a flicker of astonishment. Bankai. This boy can actually use Bankai. Moreover, that blade bore a striking resemblance to Rukia's Sodi no Shirayuki. Could it be that he possessed Rukia's Zanpakuto and awakened his own Bankai based on it? The ice wall and defensive barrier he had conjured bore no resemblance to any Kido. This suggested he was utilizing something akin to the Quincy's spiritual particles. But now, possessing the power of Kachiki Rukia Zanpakuto, what manner of being was this? With no time for further contemplation, Yamamoto unleashed another torrent of flames from his blade, hurtling towards them. First dance, Tsukiyuki. Bai gently plunged his Hakazai Batsu into the ground. Instantly, an area of absolute zero wind and snow enveloped both him and Xiang Naihu. This should be insufficient to withstand his flames, Xiang Naihu stated as she slowly grasped the hilt of her sword, murmuring a low incantation. Dual blade style, wind breathing. Ninth form, Vetaten Typhoon. As her words echoed, Xiang Naihu soared into the air, her dual blades sweeping horizontally with a force born of her own rotation. A double gale transformed the domain of absolute zero into a tempest of ice and snow, firmly resisting Yamamoto's flames. Captain Commander, you surely would not dare to utilize that technique, would you? A smirk played on Xiong Nai's lips. While your technique can cover the entirety of the replicated Karakura town, you must have observed the scene when Aizen struck my comrade. You cannot afford to gamble, can you? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiong Nai's assertion was indeed correct. He could not take that risk. Should he fail to eliminate either Aizen or Ichigo, it would spell disaster for the Godii 13. Then it is settled. Xiong Nai turned her gaze toward Ichigo. Hey, are you planning to remain a spectator? The time for idleness has come to an end. Not far away. Yamamoto-sensei had already made his move, and Isshin slowly drew forth his Zanpakuto, claiming, Mr. Aizen, it is time for us to resolve this swiftly. Upon hearing Isshin's declaration, Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. Initially intending to summon Wanda Weiss, he reconsidered. Indeed, the girl known as Kan-Aim and the boy named Shiro possessed remarkable strength. Particularly, Shiro wielded Kachiki Rukia's Zanpakuto and had even awakened its Bankai. Their potential for the future was immeasurable, representing the greatest variable in this battle for Aizen. Let them first exhaust Yamamoto's strength. Possessing Wanda Weiss as a trump card, Aizen believed he could easily eliminate the old man. With this realization, a cold smile crept across Aizen's face. Let's play a little longer. As he spoke, Aizen unleashed a tremendous wave of sword pressure with his Kyoka Sujetsu. The ground split apart beneath this overwhelming force, rendering Isshin incapable of activating his Shinkai to evade harm. Have you realized that the ability I wield opens a dimensional rift? Isshin's expression reflected admiration. As expected of you, Mr. Aizen, your perceptive abilities are indeed formidable. However, it seems you have overlooked a crucial detail. As his words fell, Isshin executed a horizontal slash with his Zanpakuto, cleaving through Aizen's sword pressure. Zanpakuto, one of the 9 blades of the East, is a technique I learned in the psychiatric hospital. Once drawn, it can disregard distances of 1,000 meters, bringing all to submission. While it may not be capable of instantly vanquishing the formidable Aizen, severing his sword pressure was a trivial endeavor. Instantly, the ground and buildings beside Isshin were cleaved as if they were mere layers of cake. My panel strength is certainly not inferior to yours. So tell me, when did you begin to entertain the illusion that I would merely open a dimensional rift to evade your strikes? Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. Aizen, born a prodigy, had always believed he would one day transcend the boundaries of the Soul Reapers. Yet now, this youth, appearing significantly younger, possessed strength that could be compared to his own. This was incomprehensible to him. Aye, Daizenken. Just then, Isshin had already appeared before Aizen, raising his Zanpakuto high and delivering a fierce strike aimed directly at Aizen's face. Single shield. Aizen swiftly raised his hand, conjuring a pale green shield to protect himself. Isshin's strike cracked the shield, but that was the extent of its effect. The single shield, developed after Aizen obtained the Hogyoku, served as a close-range defensive skill. While its defensive capabilities were limited, it was sufficient to withstand Isshin's attack. Chapter 203. Second form. This individual's panel strength is indeed on par with mine. Recognizing the intensity of Isshin's strike, Aizen's expression shifted to one of seriousness. However, Isshin offered him no respite, relentlessly swinging his Zanpakuto at Aizen. Meanwhile, a short distance away, his clone had entered Sage mode, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual pressure. Whether it be the second-tier talent of Manifestation or the first-tier talent of Dominion, both required immense energy. In combat against a Soul Reaper of Aizen's caliber, Isshin lacked the confidence to simultaneously fight and accumulate power. Thus, his role was merely to buy time. After all, without the Dominion, it was impossible to slay Aizen, who could evolve infinitely. Hoka Ryuin Retsuzan. With a single strike that forced Aizen back, Isshin surged forward like a cannonball, gripping the hilt of his Zanpakuto with both hands. A fiery red blaze erupted from his weapon, striking fiercely at Aizen. In an instant, Aizen activated his single shield once more. However, this time, the shield could not withstand Isshin's onslaught, shattering under the force. With a resounding crash, Aizen could only deflect Isshin's blade, feeling a tingling numbness in his right hand from the impact. This power, Aizen furrowed his brows. This individual, clearly without a Zanpakuto, displayed such exquisite swordsmanship. Could it be that he truly is a Quincy? It seemed evident that, under normal circumstances, inflicting harm upon him would be quite a challenge. Ishin sighed in resignation, suddenly gripping the hilt of his Zanpakuto and charging at Aizen, shouting, "Open!" Immediately, a massive black-red whirlwind enveloped Ishin's form. Feeling this surge of spiritual pressure, Aizen's expression changed dramatically. Not far away, Ichigo, who had been observing from the sidelines, also narrowed his eyes. This familiar sensation. As expected, when the black whirlwind dissipated, Ishin was clad in a black combat uniform, and his Zanpakuto had transformed into Tensei Zangetsu. How is this possible? Aizen's mind reeled. He felt as though someone had altered the script he had meticulously crafted. Meanwhile, Kubo, who was negotiating the release of the next installment of the Thousand-Year Blood War arc, abruptly ceased his thoughts. Why did it feel as though something was amiss? Where had the problem arisen? Author, wait, why am I promoting for free again? Looking at the Soul Reaper uniform identical to his own, Ichigo was left in shock. Cyrus, right? You just stole it outright. Wait a moment. It is well known that Kurosaki Ichigo's father is named Kurosaki Ishin. It seems there is nothing wrong with that. What a joke. Aizen finally lost his composure, letting out an enraged roar. Kurosaki Ichigo is the experiment subject I cultivated myself. How could you possibly possess his Bankai? The series of events had exceeded his expectations, and the feeling of defeat beyond his control drove Aizen into a frenzy. Bakudo 88. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Aizen bellowed, his left hand morphing into a palm as he aimed at Ishin, launching a colossal lightning pillar over 100 meters wide directly towards him. Then, to Aizen's astonishment, Ishin abandoned the incantation and unleashed a binding spell of his own. Bakudo 81 Denku. Instantly, an invisible wall appeared before Ishin. The lightning pillar Aizen released was forcefully halted at the threshold. This individual, Aizen's expression twisted into a snarl. While Denku theoretically could repel binding spells below level 89, he was Aizen, a true six-sided warrior, a prodigy whose Kido was rated 100. How could the opponent's non-incantation Denku possibly withstand his Raijin cannon? You seem rather anxious at the moment. Just then, Ishin's form appeared at Aizen's side. I know you've set up 1,000,000 shields behind you, an ultimate defense skill concentrated with 1,000,000 layers of spiritual pressure. But attacking from this direction, you should have no recourse, should you? Prepare yourself. With that, Ishin swung Tensei Zangetsu in a wide arc, shouting one word, the world. The black and white crescent-shaped Getsuga Tensho struck directly at Lan Ran, instantly engulfing his form in sword energy and penetrating through more than 20 buildings, pinning him against a wall. Such strength. In the distance, witnessing Ichigo unleash Getsuga Tensho, everyone was left in shock. Though Ichigo wielded the same technique, the power exhibited by his opponent was astonishingly overwhelming, rendering his own efforts trivial by comparison. Coughing, Lan Ran stumbled from the rubble, his body marred with numerous wounds and several tears in his clothing. The broken Hogyoku at the center of his chest became visible. How could you wound me to this extent, you bastard? Lan Ran laughed bitterly in anger. As the Hogyoku seemed to resonate with his body, a faint blue pattern spreading over his wounds. Simultaneously, a pale white spiritual pressure slowly enveloped Lan Ran, transforming him as if he were encased in a cocoon. Ichigo could distinctly sense a dramatic enhancement in his opponent's attributes. You, a genius Shinigami, are gradually forsaking the very power that defines you, Ichigo taunted. What once made you feel superior is now beneath your contempt. Truly, it's like savoring food only to complain about the dishes afterward. Lan Ran ceased to respond, realizing that speaking would only provide Ichigo with a chance to disrupt his focus. He executed a Shuinpa, closing the distance and slashing at Ichigo. Zulfast. Ichigo's expression shifted slightly. Having entered his second stage, Lan Ran had relinquished the power of his Shurkai, opting instead to engage in direct combat. This audacity allowed him to utilize the powers of the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Yet, even with the enhanced perception from these abilities, Ichigo could barely track Lan Ran's movements. In a moment of urgency, Ichigo hastily aligned his Getsuga Tensho with Tensei Zangetsu, colliding against Lan Ran's strike. Boom! A force of annihilation obliterated everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Ichigo's hand erupted with blood, and he was propelled backward. It's over. Seizing the moment Ichigo was at a disadvantage, Lan Ran pressed the attack, swinging once more toward Ichigo. Chapter 204. The Crimson Beast. Just then, Ichigo's right eye, imbued with the Rinnegan and Sharingan, erupted with power, instantly swapping places with Shizuku Jin nearby. Shizuku Jin. Whoa, what the Lan Ran? Goodness, are you Lu Benwei? Ran swiftly withdrew his shuriken, but at that moment, Ichigo had already appeared in the distance, delivering a fierce Getsuga Tensho towards Ran. Oomph! Ran sneered, raising his left hand. Though wielding the same shield, its efficacy had transformed entirely. The Getsuga Tensho that had previously inflicted severe damage was now rendered impotent against Ran. The black sword energy danced upon the pale green shield before gradually fading into silence. Indeed, a solemn expression crossed Ichigo's face. To have fought against me for so long in my normal state, you have every reason to be proud. Just then, Ran materialized behind Ichigo. Before Ichigo's heightened senses could react, Ran's shuriken pierced through Ichigo's heart. Blood gushed forth from the blade of the shuriken. It's over, Ran declared, withdrawing his shuriken to continue with his plans against Yamamoto. As for Kaname, Tozen, and Shiro, they were now utterly exhausted and no match for him. But at that moment, Amaterasu, as Ichigo spoke, black flames ignited around Ran. What? Ran's face was filled with disbelief as he turned to see Ichigo's wound healing slowly. Ichigo's left, I was focused on him. Clearly, the black flames enveloping Ran were a result of Ichigo's gaze. You bastard, I pierced your heart. Why are you still alive? Ran roared in fury. I forgot to mention, I too am an immortal being, Ichigo replied, determined not to miss any opportunity to unsettle Ran. This is exactly what you've yearned for. Are you joking? Ran gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain of the black flames as he slashed at Ichigo's neck. In an instant, the blade pierced through Ichigo's throat once again. Yet this time, the sensation of cutting through flesh was unmistakably real. What? A look of shock spread across Ran's face. He had severed Ichigo's neck completely, destroying blood vessels and bone alike. How could he still be alive? Noticing that Ichigo's flesh had healed perfectly with no trace of injury, Ran finally accepted the truth of Ichigo's words. This terrifying rate of regeneration truly indicated that Ichigo was indeed immortal. Filled with this revelation, Ran closed in, unleashing a Raijin cannon at Ichigo. Then I shall utterly destroy you. I want to see how you maintain your immortality in such circumstances. Ran shouted. In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning engulfed Ichigo. I told you, I am an immortal being. After the lightning subsided, the remnants of Ichigo's flesh rapidly regenerated into new tissue, organs, and bones, ultimately restoring him to his former self. Muzan, are you trying to exhaust me? Ran fell silent, but soon broke into a cold smile. What of it? Even if you can regenerate infinitely, the gap in our strength remains. You cannot kill me. Can you? Really? Just as Ichigo's words fell, a crimson steam erupted from his body. Death Gate opened. Instantly, a massive chakra transformed into a blood-red vapor that enveloped Ichigo, even his hair igniting into crimson flames, standing upright. What power is this? Ran could no longer maintain his composure, displaying astonishment. The strength emanating from Ichigo was so formidable that it caused the surrounding space to freeze. Mr. Ran, I'm about to begin, Ichigo declared. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Seiho Ikamanji. When he reappeared, he was above Ran, launching a fist downward with tremendous force. The air itself seemed to crystallize, forming a vacuum around Ran as he barely managed to activate his shield before being thoroughly suppressed. A formidable power surged as he gazed upon his shield, which was incessantly shattering. A grave expression manifested on Ran's face. But at that moment, Xian had already materialized behind him, with an overwhelming display of destructive force. A punch surged towards his back once more. A futile endeavor. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Ran's lips. After being condensed through a million layers of spiritual pressure, the million shields emerged behind him, blocking this cataclysmic blow. However, at that instant, Xian appeared at Ran's side. With a third punch, Ran found himself unable to defend, as the speed of Duankong's release paled in comparison to that of a single shield. Consequently, Ran was struck squarely, his body plunging into a vacuum storm. Violently tore apart, punch after punch followed. Xian unleashed a barrage of vacuum fists, inflicting further damage upon Ran. In the blink of an eye, the immense pain his body endured became unbearable, rendering his consciousness fuzzy. At that moment, the Hogyoku embedded in his chest seemed to resonate, once again evolving. In the next instant, Ran's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His head reemerged, the whites of his eyes turning deep blue, while his pupils shifted to gold. Anger etched across his face. He could hardly believe that this boy had forced him to this point through sheer will. Do you have any other tricks? Lan Ran roared with excitement. If not, then it's time. Wait, I have one last move. Exin declared, positioning his hands on the ground, preparing for a leap. Yekai. Before Lan Ran could fully undergo his transformation, Exin soared high into the air, imbued with immense spiritual pressure and chakra, transforming into a blood-red dragon that charged toward Lan Ran with ferocity. Umph, an ultra-spiritual pressure barrier, Lan Ran exclaimed, and his eyes glimmered with a white light as an invisible spiritual barrier formed around him. He was confident that Exion's flesh would be obliterated upon collision with this barrier. Yet he sadly misjudged Exion's impending kick. Boom! The powerful strike, imbued with overwhelming spiritual pressure and chakra, struck Lan Ran squarely. Instantly, blood spewed from Lan Ran's mouth. The bones in his abdomen shattered as his body was propelled backward uncontrollably. Bang! 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 The ferocity of the force collapsed several buildings, traveling for kilometers before gradually coming to a halt. The exaggerated might left Yamamoto, who was not far away, momentarily stunned, watching in disbelief. This technique was even more formidable than his own. At the very least, his barehanded techniques could not reach such terrifying levels. Panting heavily, Exin observed Lan Ran, whose upper body was now missing a significant portion, leaving only half a face, still bearing a hint of fear. Had it not been for the Hogyoku, he would have likely been kicked to death by Exin. However, due to the existence of the Hogyoku, Lan Ran rapidly regained his peak condition, even undergoing a third evolution. At that moment, a seam resembling an eye appeared on his forehead, his eyebrows vanished, and 3 pairs of gigantic butterfly wings sprouted from his back. A hole adorned with the Hogyoku appeared on his chest, while his right hand fused with his Zanpakuto. Exin realized that Lan Ran had completely transcended the realm of Shinigami. Now, his power was likely on par with Uebach. Very well, very well. Lan Ran laughed in rage, his form instantaneously appearing before Exin, his blades slashing toward him. Boom! A seemingly ordinary slash unleashed enough sword pressure to cleave a third of Karakura town in twain. Yet, the next moment, Exin reappeared before Lan Ran, his face serious, exclaiming, "Hey, is it not over yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of a shadow clone resonated within Exion's consciousness. It's done. The excitement in the shadow clone's tone was palpable. Now let them witness it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the shadow clone vanished from ground. The spiritual energy of the entire Karakura town converged upon Exin. A sense of pressure surged around Exin, enveloping him in a gravity-like force, as though the entire Karakura town had fallen into a colossal gravitational field. Even Kanami's face broke into a cold sweat, while Shiro's complexion turned pale, his breaths becoming labored. Such spiritual pressure. A solemn expression crossed Yamamoto's features. If this individual were to stand against him, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. Exion's eyes glimmered with an orange hue, his pupils taking on a cross shape. Sage mode, standing opposite Lan Ran. The seriousness that had previously marked Exion's demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of confidence. Empowered by the immense spiritual pressure, he maintained the 8th gate state. And the Tianso Ajanyu reappeared in his grasp. Mr. Lan Ran, I am rather curious. How many more times can you evolve? Upon hearing Exion's words, tinged with mockery, Lan Ran's expression twisted into a grimace as he raised his left hand. From his palm emanated a murky pattern, a talent of rebellious arrogance, rising tides of denial. Paralyzed for an instant, obstructing eternal slumber. The crawling iron princess, the self-mutilating clay doll, combined and rebounded to the ground. Realize your own impotence. Keto number 90, Black Coffin. In the next instant, a black rectangular prism enveloped Exion's form. This is my completed incantation for the Black Coffin. Trapping you within will be effortless. A cold smile graced Lan Ran's face. With the Hogyoku's enhancement, his power was permanently elevated. Meanwhile, the other party's strength was likely temporary. As long as he could endure until that power dissipated, victory would be his. Good thought, but my urine is rather yellow. Allow me to wake you up. Spicy tea on, son. As Exion's voice echoed, the black rectangular prism abruptly exploded, revealing Exion's face, alongside a pair of eyes that were 1/3 cool, 1/3 cold, and 4/3 indifferent. The classic 334. How is that possible? Lan Ran's pupils constricted. The black coffin, released with all his might, had been effortlessly shattered by Exin. If I recall correctly, you have always prided yourself on being the strongest illusion-type spiritual attacker. A smirk crept onto Xian's face. Today, I shall let you witness a mental attack capable of slaying. Upon hearing Xian's declaration, Lan Ran furiously retaliated, "Do not feign mystery." Yet before he could complete his sentence, he forgot the name of the Kido he had intended to unleash. The spiritual pressure within him began to dull, leaving him unable to wield it. Not only that, but his combat techniques, research achievements, his Hueco Mundo, and his ambition to create the key to overthrow the Soul King, all of it faded from his memory. He had forgotten it all, as the memories, emotions, thoughts, and knowledge began to fade away. Lan Ran's mind resembled a photograph gradually losing its vibrancy over time, transitioning from yellow to blurred, ultimately becoming a tattered sheet of white paper. Although his physical form remained intact, his brain was still functional, and his heartbeat and pulse exhibited no anomalies. In a certain sense, however, he was already dead. All the memories he had accumulated over centuries as Lan Ran had vanished entirely. Now, he was even cleaner than an infant. Suspended in mid-air, Lan Ran suddenly plummeted towards the ground, his body convulsing violently, and a foul liquid seeped from his legs. He had lost all memories and experiences related to basic functions such as eating, drinking, and moving. Apart from instinctive breathing, he was utterly incapacitated. Would it truly end so effortlessly? Observing Lan Ran's descent from the sky, Xian's eyes glimmered with tiny white spots. He activated the talent sequence of the Kirin Guild's president, Kirin, from the Beast Maze, an ability known as Wanxiang. In some respects, this technique was even more terrifying than Jinghua Shuiyue. When pushed to its limits, it could completely format the brain, much like what happened to Lan Ran. This technique had a small range, but was exceedingly covert, swift, and perilous. If spiritual attacks could be categorized into ranged and melee, this technique would undoubtedly be the hidden dagger in the realm of mental melee. Unexpected, cunning, and merciless. However, to unleash this ability against a formidable opponent like Lan Ran required an immense amount of spiritual pressure. Thus, Xian had his shadow clone enter Sage mode to absorb the surrounding energy, which would ultimately transform into spiritual pressure. The outcome was immensely satisfying. Xian effortlessly eliminated Lan Ran with this move. Yet, as he had previously stated, could it truly conclude so simply? On the ground, Lan Ran bore a foolish, infant-like expression. Even drooling, he could not even stand, merely staring blankly at the sky with a hint of curiosity. What had transpired? Not far away, Shamarjan, poised to strike, watched in astonishment as events unfolded before him. Had Lan Ran succumbed to some form of mental attack, causing him to fall from the sky and even lose control of his bodily functions? Was this truly something a boy who appeared younger than Danshiro could achieve? Contemplating this, a fervor ignited in Shamarjan's eyes. He had followed Lan Ran to avenge Ranjaku, and now Lan Ran lay defenseless like a newborn, presenting the perfect opportunity. With this thought, Shamarjan instantly activated his Bankai, causing his Shinso to extend hundreds of times, thrusting downwards towards the fallen Lan Ran. It was over. Lan Ran, Shamarjan cried out. Xian was taken aback. If one is to commit murder, must they utter such easily reversible last words? Typically, those who speak such lines before taking a life find themselves the victims of a counterattack. As expected, an unforeseen event occurred. The Hogyoku embedded within Lan Ran seemed to sense its host was in danger, releasing a surge of energy that forcefully deflected Shamarjan's Shinso. Before Shamarjan could further articulate the profound depth of his cultural references, Xian unleashed a full-powered crescent moon slash towards the ground where Lan Ran lay. The dark sword energy collided with the barrier created by the Hogyoku, transforming into a beam of light capable of piercing the heavens. The barrier began to shatter, but it was too late. Through his Kinbunchika Haki, Xian sensed that Lan Ran had completed his final form. In that moment, a slit resembling an eye appeared on Lan Ran's forehead. His face turned black, and the skin previously present was torn in two, revealing the black visage on either side. 3 holes manifested in his upper body, with the Hogyoku nestled within the topmost hole, merging with his Zanpakuto and right hand. The original 6 massive butterfly wings sprouted a skull at each ridge, entirely devoid of Shinigami characteristics, resembling a hollow instead. At this juncture, his 6-dimensional attributes had reached their zenith. He had also attained immortality. From the inception of his transformation to this moment, Lan Ran had been akin to a chrysalis awaiting emergence, and now he had fully transformed into a butterfly. Indeed, it was remarkable. At this moment, Lanran's voice lacked its previous fury. Instead, it resonated with profound excitement and fervor. For he had reached the pinnacle of power, rendering the earlier mental assault utterly ineffective against him. In that instant of transcending the confines of the Shinigami realm, he realized that the boy before him was not of this dimension. Thus, he comprehended why this boy was so formidable and reconciled with the fact that he had repeatedly been pushed to the brink. He was not a being of this world, nor did he wield the powers of this realm. It was only natural. Yugen EXN, become my companion. Perhaps you are the man who can stand at an equal height and converse with me. Lanran's voice flowed like a waterfall through the mountains, deep and resonant, reverberating around them. From this moment forth, he no longer wished to remain an ordinary Shinigami, for he had discovered a kindred spirit who could perceive the world from a more profound perspective. Mr. Lanran, your belief that no one can stand at an equal level with you stems from the fact that you have always placed yourself on a pedestal too high. EXIN remarked with a hint of a smile. Even if you achieve immortality, what does it matter? Even if you ascend to become the supreme being, what does it signify? You have forsaken those instincts and companions who could stand by your side. Solitude is the price you must bear. Is that so? How regrettable. Lanran sighed, resigned, and began to chant the incantation for a Kido spell. The incantation for the 99th Kido, Goryo Tenmetsu. Yield, Mr. Lanran. You are now within my dominion. What? Lanran furrowed his brow, puzzled by EXIN's words. But in the next instant, the surrounding scenery vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of mysterious gray mist. EXIN's Shiba outfit billowed, his short hair whipping in the wind as he ascended until he was level with Lanran's gaze, pausing slightly above it. Judge from behind EXIN, an ancient stone chair materialized from the gray mist, and he slowly sat down, reclining lazily, resting his left hand against his face and softly uttering. Let's begin. What was transpiring? The unfolding scene compelled Yamamoto, as well as Kiname Tozen and Shiro, to halt their battle. Even the severely injured Dongshiro and others had regained consciousness, watching in disbelief as events unfolded in the distant sky. Yamamoto's gaze was fixed intently on the unfolding spectacle. Over half of Karakura town had vanished, leaving only an enormous, inconceivable hemispherical gray-white sphere before them. It appears that the vanishing fragments have been consumed by this white domain. He has seemingly utilized his final trump card, the talent sequence 1, Dominator. On Kanahu's face, a look of relief emerged. Captain Yamamoto, you ought to be grateful that Ichigo did not wield this ability against you. Although the old man Yamamoto was proud, he was never arrogant. Gazing at the white domain, he was momentarily unsure if he could confidently confront this unknown power. Within the realm of the Dominator, Ichigo languidly reclined on a stone chair shrouded in gray mist. Surrounded by an expanse of deep blue, situated at the abyssal depths of the dark, profound ocean. Rain, thunder, and the judgments of the four seas descended. 7 colossal chains, formed from gray mist, pierced through Aizen's body, binding him in every conceivable manner. The immeasurable pressure of the ocean inflicted torment akin to countless parasites eagerly burrowing into every inch of Aizen's skin, devouring his flesh and marrow. Aizen emitted a wretched wail. Caught between humanity and the void, a sound of utmost agony. At this moment, he was enduring tremendous wounds, stemming from the very essence of life being dissected and plundered. In this world, known forms of harm can be broadly categorized into 5 types. The first type is physical damage. The second type is elemental damage. The third type is mental damage. The fourth type is spiritual damage. The fifth type is damage from the laws themselves. The life essence damage inflicted within the realm of the Dominator transcends these 5 types, representing a higher dimensional form of harm. It embodies the creative power of the divine. Gods can create life and, naturally, can obliterate it. Even the Oken, representing infinite evolution, must bow in submission within this absolute realm of dominion. Chapter 207. Sun and Moon, is that all there is? Although the initial 3 judgments inflicted significant harm upon Aizen, the power of the Oken prevented him from sustaining severe damage. As he continued to taunt Ichigo, a mere mortal dares to stand above the divine? How laughable! I know you are anxious, but do not rush, Ichigo replied, leaning casually against the back of his chair, a playful smile gracing his lips, one that seemed etched into his very soul with disdain. If Aizen's caliber were on par with Ichigo's, perhaps Ichigo's entire family would live healthily and happily. Well then, since you are so eager, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. The judgment continues. In Aizen's eyes, filled with fear and confusion regarding the unknown, Ichigo slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Fourth judgment. Stars. In an instant, the world transformed into a profound starry sky. Surrounding Aizen were thousands of resplendent stars. Subsequently, countless stars began to rotate silently. They spun faster and faster, approaching the speed of light, ultimately coalescing into a smooth blue-white circular halo, reminiscent of the beautiful planetary rings seen through a telescope. A bizarre occurrence unfolded. Aizen's body was distorted by the gravitational pull of the halo, transforming into a liquid-like state as he was drawn into the ring, like a swirl of white paint being mixed on a palette. Aizen could not even muster a scream. He felt pain, despair, and fear, but more so the all-consuming void. Following this, he felt nothing. He was no longer himself. In another 10 seconds, no, in just 5 seconds, Aizen would cross the threshold of ultimate death. Unfortunately, the fourth judgment came to an abrupt halt. Stars ceased. This was because the Oaken was continuously releasing its spiritual pressure, resisting the rotation of the stars, preserving Aizen's life in the final moments. Yet, no one noticed that the surface of the Oaken had begun to develop cracks. Aizen's consciousness returned. He was still alive. The mass of white dye reverted to its final form, barely clinging to life. However, he had endured the fourth judgment. Ha ha ha! Is this your ultimate trump card? So trivial. The ultimate victor shall still be I, Aizen proclaimed, sending a request to the Uchiha clan for inclusion in their genealogy. A mere human aspires to become a god? Arrogance, foolishness, ignorance, hypocrisy, greed, filthiness, and overestimation of oneself. This is the essence of ugly humanity. Are you speaking of yourself? Ichigo, still reclining on his throne, coldly regarded Aizen. You have disguised yourself for so many years, even serving as a calligraphy instructor, publishing magazines, and presenting yourself as a trustworthy neighborly senior. This reflects your hypocrisy. You pride yourself on controlling everything, acknowledging Captain Yamamoto's strength while simultaneously looking down upon Shinigami. This signifies your arrogance and depravity. You have surpassed most, yet you still madly seek power from the Oaken to become the supreme being. This represents your greed. You always create the illusion that you could kill me at any moment, which illustrates your foolishness and overestimation. Now, you believe the judgment has ended, which signifies your ignorance. Upon finishing his words, Ichigo slowly rose, the chair behind him vanishing. He hovered in the air, resembling a true deity, standing before Aizen. He raised both hands, fingers together, positioned horizontally across his chest, maintaining a parallel distance of 10 centimeters between his palms, and began to slowly intertwine them. Final judgment. Sun and moon. In that instant, the world was engulfed in utter, absolute darkness. Aizen felt a bone-chilling sense of solitude and fear. Soon, 2 points of light appeared on either side of him. The right point radiated a golden glow, as if a flame, while the left point emitted a cold, yellow hue akin to frost. The 2 points began to spin, rapidly increasing in size. He immediately sensed an overwhelming heat and an unbearable chill. Before long, Aizen's body began to decompose, transforming into countless strands of energy, absorbed into the left and right points in forms of burning and freezing. Meanwhile, the Oaken could no longer withstand this power, comparable to divine laws, and began to shatter into dust. The 2 points of light, like greedy black holes, voraciously consumed Aizen's entirety. They grew larger, taking on the shapes of the sun and moon. Aizen's form diminished increasingly. No, Aizen cried out in a heart-wrenching struggle. The last vestige of despair he left for this world. Yet soon, that despair was also erased. In the boundless darkness, a blazing red sun and a frigid gray moon hung in the void. Aizen, who once fancied himself supreme, vanished entirely. Subsequently, the 2 celestial bodies drew closer. Spinning at high speed while radiating brilliant light, they spiraled in closer and intertwined, akin to a swirling tai chi. Ultimately, they began to merge, becoming smaller and smaller until they returned to a dim point of light. Throughout the entire judgment process, Ichigo's hands remained together, ultimately overlapping at his chest. The faint star point swiftly flew into the space between Ichigo's hands. With a clap, Ichigo's palms came together, and the star point vanished, akin to a firefly extinguished. The world returned to absolute solitude and darkness. Aizen Sosuke, eradicated. He returned to the primordial void of chaos, where his flesh, soul, and the cycle of causality, ceased to exist. 3 seconds later, the Dominion collapsed, transforming into countless gray-white particles that dispersed with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Karakura Town re-emerged. A mouthful of blood erupted from Yaisen, as if the very essence of his being had been drained, plummeting from midair. In that critical moment, Kanahui appeared below, catching Yaisen's descent. This is quite the predicament. A resigned smile crossed Yaisen's face. The act of vanquishing Aizen had appeared so effortless and joyous. Yet it had temporarily exhausted his strength. Even though his body possessed Musen's regenerative abilities, they paled in comparison to the toll of overexertion. "You have performed admirably," Kanahui said, her face adorned with a comforting and encouraging smile. "To obliterate an opponent of such caliber is no small feat, but now, I still require your strength." With that, Kanahui cast her gaze towards Yamamoto, who stood not far away. Given their formidable presence, coupled with abilities reminiscent of the Quincy, it was unlikely that Yamamoto would allow them to remain. Ishida Yuryu had been permitted to stay only because his current power posed no threat to the Godai 13. However, for Yaisen and the others, their fate was uncertain. Chapter 208. Fusion. Especially after Yaisen had just defeated the infinitely evolving Aizen, Yamamoto would never allow such a powerful being, capable of eradicating the Godai 13, to exist just as they had once annihilated all Quincy's. It cannot be said that Yamamoto was in the wrong. His intentions were for the sake of the Godai 13. Yet Kanahui and the others had their own reasons for not being able to remain here. "For now, I entrust my power to you," Yaisen uttered before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Captain Yamamoto, you surely will not allow us to depart unscathed." Kanahui held the unconscious Yaisen in her arms, standing at a distance from Yamamoto. "Naturally, you have sheltered the Espada and injured several captains. Come with me back to the Godai 13 to face judgment," Yamamoto declared, as the flames of his sword, Ryujin Jaka, ignited once more with a fierce blaze. "Indeed," Kanahui remarked, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Ultimately, they were destined to face this ultimate boss in a final battle. "You should step back. This upcoming fight is beyond your capability to intervene," Kanahui whispered softly. Bai nodded, her figure instantly appearing several meters away. "Corinne, assist us in regaining our strength." No sooner had Kanahui spoken than Corinne appeared beside them, placing her hands on both of them. Talent Sequence 10, Equivalent Exchange. In an instant, Corinne's complexion turned ashen, while Yaisen and Kanahui's faces gradually regained their color. Equivalent Exchange, the strongest life-based talent, possessed 5 abilities. The first allowed for the temporary enhancement of the current state by sacrificing future physical condition. The second enabled healing for oneself and others at the cost of one's own state. The third involved interrogating the deceased, also at the expense of one's state. The fourth permitted the resurrection of the dead, exhausting one's entire state in a single act. The fifth granted the body potent regenerative capabilities. The state can be stored, with a maximum limit of 12 months. Corinne had sacrificed her own state to restore Yaisen and Kanahui to their peak condition. Of course, although Yaisen had regained his state, the depletion from the Dominion was too great, rendering him unable to awaken in the short term. Thus, Kanahui resolved to utilize her final trump card. "Yaisen, I must borrow your strength," she said, without a hint of hesitation, lifting Yaisen's face in her hands and gently kissing him. "Huh?" Corinne stared in astonishment. Can this road actually lead somewhere? The Wuling Shunshe exhibited its prowess on this rickety path. But the next moment, something even more astonishing unfolded. Yaisen and Kanahui's figures began to merge slowly, ultimately transforming into a completely new form. Kanahui's hair shifted to a striking black-red hue, suddenly lengthening significantly, cascading down to her calves. Clad in a black Shinigami uniform, she appeared considerably taller. Her once delicate and charming visage now radiating a striking aura while retaining her inherent beauty. The black Tensai Zangetsu materialized in her hand. In her former Sharingan, I transformed into the Rinnegan, signifying the completion of their fusion, with their powers seamlessly intertwined. Yamamoto awaited in silence for Kanahui and Yaisen to finalize their transformation. Although there were compelling reasons to detain them, as the captain of the Godai 13, he held a sense of pride. That pride lay in engaging Kanahui in a fair battle. "If this is your utmost power, then I shall defeat you in a manner befitting equality." Yamamoto's expression turned solemn as he swung his sword with force. Bakudo, a colossal crimson whirlwind engulfed the area, enveloping Kanahui, who had absorbed Yaisen. Yet in the next instant, A surge of black sword energy pierced the heavens, resembling an eternal moon suspended in the sky. Gazing upon the distant sun, Yamamoto's sword pressure was effortlessly shattered by Kanahui wielding Tsukiakari. At that moment, Yamamoto appeared before Kanahui, wielding the flaming Ryujin Jaka with ferocity. In the midst of their intense battle, Kanahui reached a state of transcendence, where her spirit harmonized with the universe. In that moment, her swordsmanship experienced a remarkable elevation. Breath of Flames, first form, Sin Song. The new sword technique of the Breath of Flames was comprehended by Kanahui. Fiery red flames morphed into black, enveloping the Amaterasu flames. Clashing violently with Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka, the entire replicated Karakura town was cleaved in two by the sheer force of their swords. Ice Age, Bai exerted every ounce of her strength to erect 4 ice walls surrounding their battlefield, only for them to be rapidly melted and evaporated by the flames. The inferno blazed across the sky, its intensity causing Bai's lips to crack, blood seeping forth. Breath of Wind, fifth form, Mysterious Wind Decision Yin and Yang. Kanahui unleashed a close-range strike, as if summoning a powerful hurricane capable of sweeping away the entire Karakura town, aimed directly at Yamamoto. The overwhelming winds sent Kiruka Shunsui and the others, who had just regained consciousness, flying far away, colliding with the barrier before finally halting. Yet they were astonished to discover massive cracks forming in the barrier behind them, threatening to shatter at any moment. What a terrifying force! Not far away, the exhausted Shuhei, Hisagi, and others, struggling from the ruins, bore expressions of unparalleled shock. They suddenly realized that Kanahui had not exerted her full strength against them. Had such an attack been aimed at them, they would have surely been reduced to mere fragments. Captain, realizing this, Shuhei quickly turned his gaze towards the distance. The white Haori of Yamamoto Jizan had vanished, leaving only the black Shahakusho behind. Even his face bore some minor scars, but they were merely superficial injuries, inflicting no substantial harm. Indeed, it was impressive. Yamamoto Jizan's eyes sparkled with admiration. He remarked that not only at their age, but even now, his incompetent captains could not compare to her in the slightest. Alas, their power was too formidable. Otherwise, they could have served the Godiai 13 well. To receive praise from Captain Yamamoto was a tremendous honor for us. Holding the Tiansuo Zhanyu, which crackled with dark purple lightning. Kaname fused the power of Sunbird with the armed Haki and the power of the Reiku fruit, intertwining it with the Conqueror S Haki. I dedicate this Conqueror S Haki to you, representing our fights side by side. Even if you are unconscious, you shall not hold me back. Kaname's tone softened suddenly. In the next moment, she took a deep breath and whispered, thunder breathing, first form, flash of lightning, 32 strikes. With a whoosh, a sound explosion that could pierce eardrums erupted, as an overwhelming cascade of purple lightning formed brilliant trajectories in midair, attacking Yamamoto Jizan from 32 directions simultaneously. Chapter 209. Breath of Ice. Faced with the deluge of dazzling lightning, Yamamoto Jizan merely swung his Raijin Roka, transforming it into a whirlwind of flames that intercepted all of Kaname's lightning. Matamata, Kaname's Tiansuo Zhanyu unexpectedly morphed into a massive meteor hammer, imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Seizing the moment, as the lightning and flames dissipated, she launched her next assault. Earth Breath, second form, Hellish Paradise Falls. In an instant, her eyes radiated a blinding red light, as the meteor hammer seemed capable of shattering the very earth, crashing down upon Yamamoto Jizan. With a resounding boom, the flame-covered Raijin Roka collided fiercely with the meteor hammer. The entirety of Karakura town was reduced to ruins, the tremendous force obliterating the barrier. A ferocious wind swept through Karakura, rustling the garments of several ordinary passers-by. They stood frozen, gazing ahead, sensing an immense danger despite seeing nothing. Captain Yamamoto, if this battle continues here, you should be aware of the grave consequences, Kaname stated, swiftly retreating to a distant location. Let's continue elsewhere. Upon hearing her words, Yamamoto Jizan fell silent. Not only had she assisted the entire Soul Society in eliminating Aizen, a dire threat, but she also cared for the safety of ordinary humans. Were they truly aligned with the cause of the Soul Society? Allow me to witness your true intentions, Yamamoto Jizan mused, following suit. Damn it, we cannot intervene in this battle. Nearby, Hitsugaya gazed at the unfolding scene with a look of frustration. At that moment, Kairaku Shunsui placed a comforting hand on Hitsugaya's shoulder. Since we cannot intervene, let's focus on what we can do. He gathered the other captains, deciding to retract the barrier and manage the aftermath. They naturally joined in this effort, fully aware that such a scale of combat was beyond their participation. Simply not hindering Can-Aim was already their greatest assistance. Before long, the two arrived in a desolate and uninhabited suburban area, a true wasteland. Can-Aim and Yamamoto Jizan stood facing each other against the wind and sand. At this moment, both had no reservations, ready to unleash their full power. It seems that the ordinary form of Raijin Roka no longer poses a threat to you. Yamamoto Jizan resolved not to use the final technique of Raijin Roka, the infernal hellfire, as it would lead to mutual destruction. In his view, there was no reason to kill Can-Aim. Benkai Zenkato. In the next moment, the flames that had once engulfed the area were drawn into the blade of Raijin Roka, transforming its appearance dramatically. The blade now resembled charred coal, emanating searing heat, reducing all flora and fauna to ashes, even igniting distant mountains in fierce flames that could not withstand the intense heat. Bunky. Kanami's expression grew solemn. Pink patterns reappeared on her cheek, and a faint blue steam enveloped her. She had deliberately placed Muzan into a slumber alongside Ichigo to trigger her innate sequence, the 11th kill expert. Currently, she remained in her human form, having reached her limit at the 7th gate. It seemed similar to the method of enhancing power like that little devil, but this time, the amplification was noticeably diminished compared to the last. Yamamoto Jizan swung the Zenkato, appearing before Can-Aim in the blink of an eye. Can you withstand this strike? As he unleashed his blade, Kanami's pupils constricted, and she vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters away. With an earth-shattering roar, the ground was cleaved in two by Yamamoto Jizan's strike. Zenkato, Tosujiro, observing her burned left arm, a look of gravity crossed Can-Aim's delicate face. The Tosujiro concentrated the heat of Raijin Roka's flames at its tip, neither igniting nor releasing explosive flames, merely erasing everything it touched from existence. Even the Quincy S. Blood would not withstand it. With a crisp crack, Kanami's Tiansawa Zhanyu shattered into two pieces. Indeed, such a powerful strike cannot be blocked by ordinary weapons, Can-Aim remarked, drawing out Janbai and Jean. Gentle water flowed over Janbai, while sharp winds enveloped Jean. Under the immense pressure exerted by Yamamoto Jizan, Can-Aim's potential was fully awakened. Ice breathing. First form, National Silver Bullet Wave. With her twin blades crossed, water and wind merged, creating a flurry of snow. This was the result of Can-Aim combining Ichigo's demonic essence with the dual breathing technique. Within the frost, there was both the sharpness of the wind and the gentleness of water, as well as the ice capable of resisting Yamamoto Jizan's Zenkato. Thus, in close combat, Can-Aim would at least not be at such a disadvantage. With that, Can-Aim vanished from her position. In the next instant, their blades clashed once more. Bang! The tremendous force caused several nearby hills to collapse into countless fragments, yet they were swept away by the fierce wind before they could reach the ground. However, this time, Can-Aim's blade did not break, only her hands bled. A smile graced the face of the venerable Yamamoto. In this battle, where intensity reached its zenith, her progress could only be described as astonishing. The potential of that youth should not be underestimated. It seems this move has no effect on you either, Yamamoto declared. And suddenly, fierce flames erupted from his body, forming a fiery garment that enveloped him, leaving only his head exposed. The residual fire of the Tai Dao, Shizai, and the Huashur Jian were recognized by Xiang Naihu as well. She transformed her spiritual pressure into flames of 15 million degrees, enveloping her body and blade as if she were shrouded in the sun. Anyone foolish enough to approach the wielder unprepared would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Chapter 210. Predicament. In the next moment, Yamamoto slowly drove his residual fire Tai Dao into the ground. The surrounding world transformed into a blood-red hue. Everything in sight was drenched in crimson. Residual fire Tai Dao, South Fire, 10 quadrillion death burial formation. With a furious shout from Yamamoto, countless spirits clawed their way up from the earth, surrounding Xiang Naihu. Lu Hualuo, Xiang Naihu, Yu, and Lu Sheng Isin dared to assist pirates, leading the navy to the greatest defeat in history. The tone of Akainu was filled with rage. Haha, Xiang Naihu, Whitebeard is old and frail. Only I can succeed him as the new lord of the sea. You have obliterated my aspirations, and I shall demand your life in return. A sinister smile adorned Blackbeard's face. Lu Hualuo Xiang Naihu and Lu Sheng Isin, you have turned my brother into an extremist. He was meant to have a peaceful latter half of his life. I sacrificed everything. And yet this is the result. You have drawn him into the darkness again. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. I wish to create a world solely for Rin. The so-called peace of the ninja realm is but a farce. Obito removed his mask. I will make you feel my pain. Immediately, Uchiha, Sarutobi Hizashi, Danzo, Kagaya, Yuhua, and the young emperor driving the supreme throne. The enemies they once felled appeared before them. This was also one of Yamamoto's Bankai abilities. It was merely because Isin and others had traversed into this world that the usage of this power was altered. Initially, Yamamoto could only summon the spirits he had slain. But this time, it transformed into the souls of those Xiong Naihu and Isin had defeated. Let me see if you possess the ability to conquer your inner demon. Yamamoto murmured softly. Suddenly, a white light emanated from Xiong Naihu. Coincidentally, just at this perilous moment, her fusion time with Isin had also arrived. Glancing at the unconscious Isin beside her, Xiong Naihu gripped her Janbai and Gu Yuan tightly. No matter how many come to kill me, I will not allow you to suffer even a scratch. Xiong Naihu silently vowed. Reader, Lu Hualuo Xiong Naihu, Mikasa Ackerman. In the next moment, Akainu swung his magma-infused fist violently towards Xiong Naihu. Blood demon technique, lotus leaf ice. With a sweep of Janbai, ice flowers bloomed upon Akainu, entrapping him in a chilling embrace. Just as she prepared to end Akainu, Itachi's left eye suddenly opened wide. But alas, with my Rinnegan, I am completely immune to your Tsukuyami. Xiong Naihu appeared before Itachi, slashing her blade towards him. Bang! In that decisive moment, Itachi activated Susanoo, blocking Xiong Naihu's strike with a Yata mirror. This time, I'm no longer the frail being I once was. As he spoke, Itachi wielded Susanoo, bringing down the Toketsu sword with great force. If he struck Xiong Naihu, he would seal her within the Toketsu sword forever. Yet, even without the use of Kinbunchika Haki, Xiong Naihu skillfully evaded Itachi's Toketsu sword using Shuinpa, appearing behind him. With her blade enveloped in armament Haki, she struck fiercely at Susanoo's back. Crack! With just one blow, Susanoo began to crack and splinter. Seizing the momentum, Xiong Naihu unleashed another strike, shattering Itachi's Susanoo completely. However, before Xiong Naihu could finish Itachi, Obito made his move, his right eye emanating a force intending to consume her. But alas, universal pull. Xiong Naihu extended a hand towards Obito, and his form was uncontrollably drawn towards her, even interrupting Kamui. Swoosh! Xiong Naihu struck Obito with a solid blow. Amaterasu! Just then, black flames surged forth. Regrettably, at this moment, he was no longer a match for Xiong Naihu. Utilizing Kinbunchika Haki, she deftly dodged the black flames, transforming into a dazzling bolt of lightning that pierced through Itachi's body. Black water. Not far away, Blackbeard seized the opportunity, transforming the ground beneath Xiong Naihu into a viscous black energy akin to a swamp, intending to sink both her and Itachi. Simultaneously, Akainu broke free from Xiong Naihu's icy restraints, his right fist igniting with scorching magma, preparing to unleash a powerful blow at her. Akainu, the admiral, could never have expected that he would share a conspiracy with Blackbeard. Just then, Xiong Naihu suddenly laughed and said, "Have you forgotten that Blackbeard betrayed the 7 warlords, slaughtered the navy, and plundered their ships?" Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, as an admiral of the navy, why would he ally with Blackbeard? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, enjoy, Xiong Naihu activated Kamui, engulfing herself within and appearing behind Blackbeard. If I can send you away once, I can certainly do so twice. With a cold shout, Xiong Naihu leaped into the air, her blade ablaze with fierce flames, twisting midair to sever Blackbeard's head. Jiba cut. The moment she landed, Xiong Naihu unleashed the full power of her Rinnegan, releasing the Earth Explosion Star. Surrounding stones levitated under an inexplicable force, forming massive meteors that encased Akainu and lifted him high into the sky. Within the meteors were numerous explosive tags infused with armament Haki. With a cold shout, Xiong Naihu commanded the meteors to detonate one after another, leaving behind a rain of flesh and blood that stained the ground crimson. Fire release, dragon flame bomb technique. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. At this moment, Danzo and Hizashi simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, combining a flame-formed giant dragon with a massive air cannon, bombarding Xiong Naihu relentlessly. Swoosh! With a decisive upward slash of Janbai, Xiong Naihu cleaved through the combined ninjutsu, sending flames and hurricanes cascading to either side as she stood resolute amidst the chaos. As Kaori swiftly deflected the opponent's assault, she suddenly beheld Itachi's Shichishiki, once again descending upon her with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the fire release technique, Pants Dance, manifested, with the emergence of the Kamui space. A swirling inferno, leaving a crimson trail, surged toward Kaori's back, threatening to engulf her in flames. Chapter 211. Facing together, wielding twin blades, Kaori executed a sharp pivot, summoning a formidable whirlwind centered on her being, dispersing the surrounding attacks. Even Itachi's Susanoo was compelled to retreat before the might of this tempest. At that very moment, a blue energy enveloped Kaori's form, coalescing mid-air into the imposing silhouette of a samurai, Kakashi Susanoo. I hear you wield Kamui with remarkable finesse. Kaori smirked coldly, her gaze fixed on the troublesome Obito. Prepare to witness true Kamui. With that proclamation, her Susanoo produced two enormous shuriken. Kamui shuriken, she declared, hurling one towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other aimed directly at Obito. The first shuriken tore through the fabric of space, creating a vast rift. Sarutobi and his allies, caught unawares, were swiftly obliterated, drawn into the void by an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Itachi's Susanoo began to falter, its feet scraping against the ground as it resisted the immense suction. Before Obito could even utter a cry, he was shredded within the rift created by Kamui. Only you remain, Kaori panted, observing Itachi's desperate struggle. Having vanquished numerous captains and engaged in prolonged combat with Yamamoto, she now found herself ensnared in this illusion. Exhausted, she felt herself nearing the brink of collapse. Yet, she could not concede defeat, for behind her were those she vowed to protect. With one final surge of energy, Itachi was pulled into the rift, vanishing completely. In that instant, the blood-red world reverted to its original state. However, Kaori was on the verge of her limits. The dual toll on her mind and body rendered her vision hazy, and she nearly succumbed. If you remain in Soul Society, I can ensure your safety and prevent your confinement in hell. Should you choose to fight to the death, I will show no mercy. Yamamoto's voice resonated as he observed Kaori's precarious condition. Indeed, at this moment, I may not withstand even a single strike from you, Kaori replied wearily. Yet she drove her blade, Zangetsu, forcefully in her left foot, embedding it into the ground. Even at this juncture, she refused to fall. I may not be able to protect you completely, Kaori managed a bittersweet smile, her determination gradually solidifying. He redeemed my life, introducing me to places unknown, revealing the duality of human nature, and showcasing the lengths individuals go to achieve their aspirations. As she spoke, she aimed her blade at her abdomen. We have altered many tragedies and reshaped numerous destinies. Perhaps we have erred along the way, yet we harbor no regrets. We can only strive to render our choices seem justifiable through our efforts, whether it is safeguarding two members of Espada or clashing with the Godii 13. We have merely acted according to our convictions. They have never inflicted harm upon Soul Society or the human realm. That is a fact. In the next instant, Kaori plunged the blade into her abdomen. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness, yet it ignited within her a tremendous power. Talent Sequence 11. Expert Assassin activated. The Expert Assassin talent, belonging to the Doho organization S Zodiac, the Fighting Tiger, grants mastery in various combat techniques aimed at lethal outcomes. In battle, pain diminishes, injuries amplify strength, and in the throes of near death, power doubles. Through this means, Kaori unleashed her full potential. Yamamoto suddenly bore a smile. Since you have such resolve, I shall refrain from further admonitions. However, it seems your friend has awakened. Kaori was taken aback. Before she could respond, a hand rested upon her shoulder. I never expected that a momentary lapse would nearly spell disaster for you. Kaori, Ichigo slowly rose, cracking his knuckles with newfound determination. Although your relentless protection until the last moment moved me deeply, let us face this battle together. With that, Ichigo opened the death gate, and crimson steam enveloped him once more. At this level, I doubt it poses any threat to Captain Yamamoto, he mused with a hint of resignation. I apologize, boss, he lamented to Muzan. Do not come any closer. In an instant, Ichigo concentrated all his chakra into his heart, which surged back through his meridians, transforming the crimson chakra into a resplendent gold. Gangman open. Under immense pressure, Ichigo comprehended the ninth gate. Yamamoto, Kori, readers, author. You said the best is the gangman. Author. Apologies, I shall cease the pretense. With the gangman opened, Ichigo's eyes shimmered gold, his bare torso adorned with radiant energy patterns. With each step he took, the flora and fauna around him disintegrated to ash, and even distant mountains began to crumble. Excellent. This configuration suffices. Yamamoto observed as his blade returned to its flowing, fiery form. He thrust it into the ground, shedding his deathly garb to reveal his robust physique. My residual flames cannot be sustained, yet even with mere physical strength, you remain no match for me. A proud expression shone in Yamamoto's eyes as silence enveloped the two warriors. Can you not feign a little more sincerity? At least Itachi attempted to act. Yet Yamamoto showed no signs of pretense. Despite the inner thoughts that echoed in their minds, Ichigo and Kaori were unwilling to squander this hard-earned opportunity. In unison, they surged forward like lightning, charging fiercely at Yamamoto. Chapter 212. The outcome is clear. Come forth. I fear not any assault. Yamamoto retreated a step. Pride etched upon his visage. Sun and moon breathing, first form. Illusory moonlight. No sooner had the words left her lips than Kaori conjured numerous afterimages, each trailing with wide arcs of moonlit flames, converging upon Yamamoto in a relentless onslaught. Earth release, central decapitation technique. At the same moment, two hands enveloped in armed color and the domineering Hao Shoko appeared on the ground, firmly grasping Yamamoto-sensei. It was Ichigo's shadow clone technique. Yamamoto-sensei's six-dimensional attributes were already formidable. If he were allowed to use Shuinpa freely, it would be entirely futile. Meanwhile, Ichigo's main body remained stationary, entering sage mode, absorbing the surrounding spiritual pressure and energy to restore his body to its peak condition. The sound of collisions echoed as Kanami's assault was perfectly thwarted by Yamamoto-sensei. Even after triggering the passive of a killing expert, despite her pure physical strength and spiritual pressure, Kaname could not breach even the slightest defense of Yamamoto-sensei. With a swift backward movement, Kaname gasped heavily. The next strike would be her final blow. On her twin blades, 7 attributes of energy emerged simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, she employed her breathing technique to adjust her body to its optimal state one last time before charging forward. Starburst stream. As her voice faded, the clashing of fists and blades resonated repeatedly. Yamamoto-sensei swung his fists with no embellishments, relying on his speed to engage Kaname head-on. The 7 attributes on her blades cycled through, and she held her ground against Yamamoto-sensei without faltering. Both combatants roared in unison, not only clashing techniques, but also expressions, each striving to outdo the other in their dramatic displays. The surrounding explosions were akin to sonic booms. Even Yamamoto-sensei felt blood trickling from his ears. Meanwhile, Kaname, bleeding from all 7 orifices, remained oblivious, her mind consumed by a singular thought, to unleash all her strikes with relentless determination. She understood she could not defeat Yamamoto-sensei at this moment, yet she was willing to pay any price to buy Ichigo time to grow stronger. Witnessing Kaname, the finest in the world, fighting for him, Ichigo's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. Kaname, I will not let you down. With his hands clasped, he fervently absorbed the surrounding energy. Finally, the last strike collided with Yamamoto-sensei's fist. Like an eternal blade of destruction, both their blows were repelled. Now, Ichigo's eyes radiated power as he activated Tensho and swapped positions with Kaname. Simultaneously, he unleashed Shinki, transporting Kaname to an alternate space to protect her from potential dangers in the ensuing clash. Shun-Shun, the technique of the 9th gate, manifested. As Ichigo's fist transformed into gold, with a light yet powerful swipe, it became a massive golden energy hand, thundering towards Yamamoto-sensei. Yamamoto-sensei's previously squinted eyes widened at this cataclysmic assault. He had no choice but to respond with caution. Bakud numero 81. Dank. Even he dared not withstand this blow with his own body, raising his right hand to conjure an invisible barrier between himself and the golden energy hand. The explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky, causing the entire island nation to tremble under the shockwave. The immense power obliterated everything within a radius of several kilometers. The force of annihilation instilling fear in all who dared approach. Observing the far-off blaze that seemed to pierce the heavens, even the usually nonchalant Kairako Shunsui found himself dumbfounded, staring in awe at the spectacle. He felt fortunate to have a captain of such incredible strength. Time passed, and the flames gradually dissipated. Yet, the lingering spiritual pressure in the air still evoked a sense of suffocation. As the smoke cleared, Ichigo and Yamamoto-sensei's figures became visible. Ichigo's fists clashed against Yamamoto-sensei's, with blood streaming from the latter's hands while his complexion turned pale and weary, drenched in cold sweat. In contrast, Ichigo's eyes rolled back as he slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments prior, Yamamoto-sensei had utilized Danku and the dual bones technique from his white fighting style just to barely withstand Ichigo's strike. Even so, it had drained his last vestige of spiritual pressure. The only distinction between them was that he could still maintain his stance, while Ichigo had already fainted from exhaustion. Arrogant little brat. A smirk crept onto Yamamoto-sensei's lips. Just then, captain-level members led by Kairaku, Shunsui, appear before him, followed closely by Byakuya and others. Old man, Kairaku, sighed upon witnessing the grim scene. It seems these youngsters are quite capable of causing a ruckus. What shall we do next? That brat's final move forced me to use 2 techniques just to barely block it, so I suppose I have lost. After speaking, Yamamoto-sensei sheathed his blade, turning to depart. Treat them. Once they recover, let them decide whether to stay or leave. With that, he vanished from sight. This is the first time I've seen the captain in such a state, murmured Kiraku, Shunsui, astonished. These youngsters truly are remarkable. Finally, it was over. Time to enjoy drinks and blossoms again. Kairaku lifted Ichigo and Kaname, his demeanor regaining its usual nonchalance. The old man is still so awkward. He clearly admires them but pretends otherwise. He is not straightforward at all. Simultaneously, in the Shinki space, Estet slowly awoke, noticing the mysterious liquid on the ground. Her cheeks flushed. It felt as if she had experienced a long dream. Awakening still moved. Hey, miss. What kind of dream did you have that made you twist and turn in your sleep? Stark remarked, a look of exasperation on his face, as if 1,000 beasts raced through his mind. Well, now that the old man has left, the author is careening down the path with a 5-pointed star vehicle. Isn't he? Chapter 213. The unprecedented Estet, have I slept enough? Estet paid no mind to Stark's words, instead revealing a fervent smile as she slowly drew her western sword. Glancing at the still unconscious Tia, Estet began to speak. It seems her panel strength surpasses mine. So after defeating her, has my own power increased? Oh, no way. As Estet's battle intent surged, Stark felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Let the battle commence. Lily Nia is the quintessential onlooker, unbothered by the chaos. Continuously cheering in Stark, ear. Could you be quiet for a moment? Stark, feeling exasperated, struck his own head with the butt of his gun. Hey, that is off limits. Lily Nia exclaimed with fierce words. I hear you're the strongest among the Espada. Is that true? Estet, embodying a carefree demeanor, gazed at him with a look of rapture. During this time, I've been urged by Yikin to restrain my urge for battle. However, fighting is an innate talent and instinct within me. How can one simply suppress it? As she spoke, Estet appeared before Stark, her western sword swinging with ferocity. Although she could not engage in combat with Yikin's companions, she believed he would understand her desire to spar with them. Ha ha ha. She transformed into a frenzy, launching a fierce assault on Stark. With a resounding clash, Stark parried her strike with his gun before swiftly creating distance between them. He took on the persona of Lucian and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Estet. How intriguing. How delightful. Estet's figure flickered as she evaded Stark's shots. When she could no longer avoid them, she activated her armed Haki and braced herself against the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, scorch marks appeared on her body, particularly on the damaged military uniform over her chest, a testament to the author's keen understanding of the reader's psyche. She really is something. I could cry. Nevertheless, Estet charged at Stark, her sword enveloped in Haki, striking downwards with intent. What a nuisance, Stark thought, embodying a resigned expression as he dodged her strike. Just as he regained his footing, a massive ice sphere hurtled toward him from above. Faced with Estet snapping her fingers from afar, Stark could only feign a shot, shattering the ice sphere midair. Yet, in that moment, Estet closed the gap, relentlessly attacking with her sword. Stark grunted softly. He had just battled with Kiraka Shunsui and Yukite Jishuru, and he was yet to recover. Against Estet's fierce assault, his advantage in ranged attacks was rendered moot. Oh, I forgot to mention during my fight with Tia, I still have a trump card left unplayed, Estet declared, silently chanting the incantation for the essence of the demon. Mahapotemo. The moment her words fell, the surrounding space froze, halting Stark's evasive maneuvers midair. This is the end, she whispered as she approached Stark, ready to pierce him with her sword. However, at that instant, a ripple coursed through the space around them. Before his death could react, they were all unexpectedly thrust out of the alternate dimension. It was Yikin, unconscious yet instinctively releasing his Shinigami powers, inadvertently saving Stark's life. In the next moment, Isteth, Stark, and the others found themselves in the comprehensive medical clinic. Has the battle been interrupted? Isteth remarked, a hint of resignation on her face. Very well, next time we shall have a proper duel. With that, she activated her Kinbunchika Haki, sensing Yikin's room, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Yikin, my Yikin. Isteth hummed a tune as she dashed towards his room. Look at her go, Stark thought, feeling speechless at the sight of Isteth's retreating figure. One moment she was a battle maniac, and in the next, she transformed into a different persona for her beloved. He found it hard to believe she didn't possess a dual personality. Oh, Espada brother, you are here too? At that moment, Kiraku Shunsui emerged from the clinic, a playful smile gracing his features. Old man, you don't still want to fight, do you? Aizen has been defeated. In a sense, we have no need to continue this battle. Stark sighed, yet a sense of desolation washed over him. After all, in Hueco Mundo, everyone feared his power, and all he could find there was loneliness. Indeed, you could return to Hueco Mundo or remain with the Godii 13. I wouldn't mind, but others might not be so accepting of you. Kiraku mused. It seems your only option is to return to Hueco Mundo. Stark fell into silence. Must he truly return to that place? Just then, a familiar figure appeared behind him. If you don't mind, you could join our ranks. Stark turned to see Bai and Xianglin among the group, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. Although our captain can be a bit concerning, he is indeed a good person. Following him, you should not feel lonely, and this journey will surely be worthwhile. Hearing Bai's words, Stark felt a flicker of interest. With choices before him, he thought. It no longer concerned him. Kiraku lazily adjusted his hat and declared, let us go drink. Fine, if you remain silent, I'll consider it your acquiescence, Bai said, extending his right hand to Stark. I am Bai, this is Xianglin, and the other is Perona. At least give me some time to think. Stark sighed helplessly as he shook hands with Bai and the others. Yet, inexplicably, these few individuals exuded a sense of camaraderie unlike that of the Espada members. Perhaps, he mused, this is what true companionship feels like. Liwa Luo Xiang Naihu, draw your sword, for I am a knight of the Yagyu clan. Could you not be so childish? I am currently injured and lack the spirit to engage in battle. Then shall we compare our physiques? This will be a battle without suspense. I can merge with him. Can you? Oh, Moshi Green. I want to try that as well. Bai's face once again wore a look of exasperation at their banter. Can't you lot refrain from bringing the absurdity of Kimetsu no Yaiba into the recruitment of new members? Chapter 214, The Shinigami Substitute. A day later, Yikin finally awoke. Through Kanami's description, he couldn't help but reflect. Rather than saying Yamamoto intended to punish the two with his strength, it was more accurate to say he sought to draw out their potential, urging them to reach greater heights. In truth, Yamamoto was quite fond of talent. As for Shinji Hirako, following the battle, he was imprisoned in the Void Hell under the supervision of the newly established Central 46, sentenced to 15,000 years. This sentence was little different from life imprisonment. Shinji accepted this outcome with remarkable composure. Having long since prepared himself for such a fate after he chose to become Aizen's subordinate and committed heinous acts under his command. Regarding Shinji's fate, Renjika felt both joy and sorrow. He was alive, yet they would never see each other again. This, perhaps, could be considered the best outcome. Soon, Yikin was summoned to headquarters. Accompanied by Kaname and the others, he made his way to the grand hall of the headquarters. At this moment, the captains had long been waiting once more. Ichigo beheld the newly appointed captain, Fengxiao Lu Shijuro, alongside Mako Hireko and Katsu Nishi, who had taken the places of Aizen, Ikamaru Jin, and Tosen Kaname, respectively. However, upon seeing Ichigo and the others, their faces reflected little goodwill. After all, the battle in Karakura town had been an immense humiliation for them. Only Komazura approached to greet them, saying, Ichigo-sama, Kaname-sama, despite the misunderstandings that occurred earlier. I sincerely thank you for saving Karakura town. They had witnessed Ichigo single-handedly defeat Aizen, and naturally, Komazura felt a deep sense of gratitude for eliminating such a traitor from the Godii 13. However, I did not summon you here for pleasantries. Suifeng's expression remained grave as she opened the Grand Hall's door and declared, "Let us proceed. The Captain Commander awaits you inside." With that, Suifeng and the others entered the hall, followed closely by Ichigo and his companions. Indeed, at the end of the Grand Hall, the venerable Yamamoto stood with his wooden cane, while Vice Captain Tsubaki Jiro stood respectfully beside him. The captain-level individuals immediately positioned themselves along the sides, kneeling partially. Ichigo and his companions stood centrally among the captains, gazing steadily at Yamamoto, neither humble nor arrogant. "Captain Commander Yamamoto, although we had our conflicts, you must understand that we have consistently aided the Godai 13. Ichigo stated with a composed tone reminiscent of his former self. "As for the two members of Espada, Tio wishes to return to Hueco Mundo, while Stark intends to accompany us." "Such arrogance!" Suifeng interjected first. Ichigo smiled in response. "Captain Suifeng, I am not a member of the Godai 13, and I see no need to grovel. I do not believe I must demean myself while speaking to Captain Commander Yamamoto." As he finished speaking, Ichigo's imposing spiritual pressure radiated outward, causing those nearby to feel a sudden chill. Even Kichiki Byakuya, who had just returned from Hueco Mundo, changed countenance. Such powerful spiritual pressure. Upon hearing that this youth could severely injure Captain Commander Yamamoto, he felt a flicker of doubt. Yet at that moment, he believed the tale. This youth was indeed no ordinary opponent. Even for the Captain Commander, defeating him would require considerable effort. Kenpachi Zaraki wore a satisfied grin, as if he had discovered an intriguing quarry. This audacious brat is still too young." Yamamoto grunted. Ichigo did not perceive this as discontent from Yamamoto. Rather, he admired Ichigo's spirit, seeing a reflection of his own youth in him. "You may take him with you, but remember, if Stark dares to commit any transgressions in the human realm, my sword will unhesitatingly eradicate you all." As Yamamoto's words faded, Yukitake Jushiro presented a wooden plaque to Ichigo. "This is the Shinigami Substitute Badge. With this, you are like Kurosaki Ichigo, an agent of the human realm. Though I cannot predict how long you will remain here. You may call upon the Godai 13 for support whenever needed." "Understood," Ichigo replied, accepting the plaque with a grin. "In return, should the Godai 13 face any troubles, we shall promptly lend our assistance. I'm quite agreeable, am I not?" This fellow, Suifeng narrowed her eyes, increasingly irritated by him. Youth is indeed a blessing. Hiraka Shunsui could not help but exclaim. He may have fooled me this time, but it won't happen again." Shinji Hirako scoffed inwardly. Before parting, "I hope you will heed my counsel," Ichigo said, his expression turning serious. Yamamoto opened one eye, awaiting Ichigo's continuation. 17 months hence, Yawatch will return, launching another invasion against the Soul Society. Their most terrifying ability is to seize the Bankai of you captains. "What nonsense!" Hirako Shinji interrupted, not allowing Ichigo to finish. "Yawatch was eliminated by the Captain Commander 2,000 years ago. What are you rambling about? You are the most adept captain in spiritual attacks within the Godai 13, but alas, I see a future you cannot." As his words fell, Ichigo activated his Tsukishiro, ensnaring Hirako Shinji in an illusion. In this vision, he witnessed the most terrifying scene of his life. 17 months later, hollow manifestations in the Soul Society ceased to appear, leading to the disappearance of the souls residing in Rukongai. Moreover, the Soul Reapers stationed at the Siriidii were attacked by a rogue army, whose true identity was the Invisible Empire led by the Quincy ancestor Yawatch. The Invisible Empire declared war on the Soul Reapers. 5 days later, the Soul Society was obliterated by the Invisible Empire, resulting in the deaths of numerous Soul Reapers. Even Kuchiki Byakuya and other captains suffered grievous injuries as their Bankai were seized. Tsubaki Jiro was swiftly eliminated, and Kira Izuru was left gravely wounded. Even Captain Commander Yamamoto, during his battle against Yawatch disguised as Royd Lloyd, lost his Bankai and was ultimately slain. As the Soul Society faced annihilation, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared and engaged in a fierce battle with Yawatch. Had it not been for the Quincy S blood, he might have already perished at Yawatch's hands. Witnessing such a horrific future, Hirako Shinji collapsed to the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. Was this truly the fate awaiting the Soul Society? Upon observing Hirako Shinji's pallor, Yamamoto sensed something amiss and spoke calmly. Is it appropriate to alarm oneself over events that have yet to unfold? Even if they return, what can be done? Regardless of life or death, the Godai 13 shall fight to the bitter end. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Ichigo's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. He could only pray that the system would allow them to arrive in time to intervene during Yawatch's invasion. Having departed from the Godii, 13, Ichigo and his companions did not linger, but proceeded directly into the time-space tunnel. Urahara, Shiba Yuruchi, will you truly grant us no role at all? Author, I promise next time. Readers, we demand a vote for the next time. Author, wow. As they entered the time-space tunnel, the system's voice echoed in Ichigo's ear. Congratulations to the host for temporarily completing the plot of the Death God realm. The next world is the Pirate King Zifa arc. Exin and Xiangnai, who have adjusted to the level of the 4 emperors, while all members have automatically been elevated to the level of admirals. Due to Exin and Lihua Luo Xiangnai, who having comprehended an abundance of skills in battle, no rewards will be granted. Rewards include the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the Combat Technique Wind of Extreme Destruction from His Death, and the 3,000 Flames of Xianglin. To prevent the host from being overly blinded, the system now provides a brief overview of the plot. The current situation in the world of Pirate King is that Admiral Zifa, known as the Black Arm, has suffered a devastating attack from pirates while leading his training ship. His beloved students, except for Ein and Binz, have all been killed, and his right arm was severely injured. Instead of punishing the pirates, the Navy has allowed them to join the Shichibukai. Disillusioned with pirates, Zifa has transformed his right arm into a mechanical arm, equipped with Haki, to combat Devil Fruit users. Soon after, he formed the Inyo Navy, inviting Ein and Binz to join his ranks to hunt down nearby pirates. Up to this point, everything seemed relatively normal. However, the subsequent developments in the plot took an unexpected turn. Afterward, Zifa also absorbed Naruto and Sasuke. Indeed, these two, using the infinite Tsukuyomi, plunged the entire shinobi world into slumber, and they too fell into a space-time rift, arriving in this world. They joined Zifa's crew and soon encountered the Whitebeard pirates at sea, leading to a fierce battle. Whitebeard fell to Naruto and Sasuke, resulting in the disintegration of the Whitebeard pirates, which were then devoured one by the other emperors. Determined to end the era of great pirates, Zifa seized the Navy's trump card, known to rival ancient weapons, and the New World faced unprecedented calamity. Upon hearing the system's description, Exin remained silent for long while before processing the absurdity of the situation. How could it have come to this? Naruto and Sasuke ultimately wielded the power of the infinite Tsukuyomi, ushering in an eternal Blood Moon era in the shinobi world. And they crossed over into the world of Pirate King, only to kill the very Whitebeard they had fought so hard to save. Author, I shall call you the strongest in the realm of two-dimensional imagination. A hidden mission has now been issued. Defeat Naruto and Sasuke. With rewards of the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 3 Mortal Realm. The main mission is to defeat Zifa and shatter his ambitions. Exin let out a quiet sigh. Ultimately, had he changed anything at all? Otherwise, how could things have devolved to this extent? While lost in thought, Exin and his companions had already traversed to the world of Pirate King. However, they found themselves transported to a small island. As their vision and hearing returned, Exin beheld a sky filled with cannon fire and heard the deafening sounds of battle. He quickly scanned his surroundings and saw 2 factions engaged in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, an enraged voice pierced through the chaos. At that moment, a towering pillar of fire erupted, consuming the surrounding enemies. Ace, recognizing the familiar technique, Exin paused in surprise, followed by a wave of relief. Thankfully, Ace was still alive. The battle at the top was not in vain. Realizing Ace's survival, Exin rushed to support him. Soon, he spotted Ace, wearing a green shirt, looking somewhat worn. Ace's hands were engulfed in blazing flames as he relentlessly fought the enemies. Shouting, "Hold on, we must not let the big MOM pirate succeed." Hearing this, Exin immediately understood that they must have ended up on this island after being defeated by Zifa, subsequently facing an attack from the big MOM pirates. It appeared that with the alteration of the timeline, not only had Whitebeard too cleared the Whitebeard pirates, but even big MOM had begun to stake her claim. Exin contemplated this. If that were the case, the Beast Pirates would not remain idle either. They needed to act swiftly. With that thought, Exin swiftly appeared behind Ace. With a single kick, numerous members of the big MOM Pirates were sent flying, screaming in disarray. Who? Ace's expression changed as he sensed someone behind him. However, upon seeing Exin, his face transformed into one of astonishment. "How did you end up here?" Ace exclaimed in surprise. "Can I call it a coincidence?" Yikin replied. Though he was aware of the Whitebeard pirates' predicament, he was still unsure of their current status and inquired, "I recently heard that you were defeated by Zifa's new Navy forces. What happened to the others?" After being bested by Zifa, the Beast Pirates and Big MOM Pirates, along with a self-proclaimed Whitebeard too, launched a siege against us. Ace's face filled with rage as he recalled Whitebeard fighting against those two boys who seemed to have come from Wano, ultimately falling in battle. If it weren't for the injuries sustained during the war at the top, he would never have lost to such opponents. Hearing Ace's words, EXIN felt a twinge of discomfort. In a sense, by training Naruto and Sasuke to that extent, they had a hand in Whitebeard's death. And he too bore an inescapable responsibility. If it came to a confrontation with them, then let me personally sever this thread of guilt. EXIN's gaze gradually became resolute. Afterward, we were forced to scatter, and aside from our small team, only Marco and his small squad made it back to Pop's homeland. Upon hearing this, EXIN's heart sank. After this ordeal, the Whitebeard pirates must have suffered tremendous losses. However, dwelling on it further was futile. The most pressing matter was to assist Ace and the others in escaping, and then consider Zifa's situation. Fortunately, with the EXIN's reinforcements, the small team on the verge of annihilation suddenly turned the tide. Wherever Xiong Nai Hu and the others passed, members of the Big MOM Pirates fell in droves, causing them to retreat in disarray. Isn't this supposed to be a straightforward victory? Why has it suddenly turned into a disadvantage? Just then, a sneering voice rang out. Ace, give up resisting and join the Perispero Pirates. I am a man with a bounty of 700 million berries. You won't be wronged. As the words fell, a tall, slender man in a long yellow coat, wielding a candy cane, with a sharp face and heavy makeup, appeared. He had an elongated nose and a tongue that reached his chest, causing others to fear for him biting it while speaking. This man was none other than Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, a member of the Big MOM Pirates, the candy minister of Tato Land, and a user of the Sweet Sweets fruit. 700 million berries? Is that a lot? EXIN asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Crying, who are you? Pailosupilo glanced at EXIN, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the fellow's appearance, as though they had crossed paths before. The captain of the Lu Shang pirate crew, Lu Shang EXIN, was the very one who had busied himself during the Marineford War, only to be left hanging with a bounty of 501 berries. Yikin Iklemet, Sengoku. You truly deserve to be cursed. I have heard that you, of all people, possess no ship and fled in another submarine. Your pirate crew cannot possibly number more than the Straw Hat Pirates, can it? In a fit of rage, EXIN vanished from sight, charging toward Tokyo. However, in a world where everyone possessed the ability of Ken Bunchika Haki, the EXIN's lightning-fast movement was easily perceived. In the next moment, a sticky pink syrup materialized in his hand. Envelope pink, Yikin. This was the signature skill of the Candyman, trapping the target in candy that would invade their body and deprive them of all physiological functions, leading to their transformation into a true Candyman and eventual suffocation after 3 minutes. Yet, EXIN was well-versed in the lore of One Piece and recognized the capabilities of his opponent. Fire release, great fireball technique. EXIN unleashed a massive fireball that collided with the syrup, instantly melting it under the intense heat. What the? Pailua was taken back, spitting flames. What kind of power is this? Is it a devil fruit ability? But soon, he realized a grave truth. This opponent was his natural nemesis. Calm down. As long as I can create a large-scale syrup, even if he has an advantage due to his flames, he won't be able to completely neutralize my attack. I am quite the clever one, thought, a strange smile creeping across his face, reminiscent of the river god Tom. Candy Wave. Without hesitation, he summoned a swamp-like syrup to form a colossal encirclement, aiming to entrap EXIN. Fire release, great fire extinction. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Just as the syrup swamp ensnared EXIN, it was consumed by an even fiercer blaze. Among the flames was a fierce storm, annihilating the encroaching candy. Nanny? Pailua was flabbergasted. Such an attack has no effect. Against this individual, I possess no advantage whatsoever. Are you alright? I haven't heard your tale of 700 million berries for 3 minutes now, EXIN remarked, digging into his ear. I hear you are one to value seniority. If a rookie like me, with a bounty of 501 berries, manages to defeat you, will you accuse me of overstepping my bounds? You, Reign of Destruction, now agitated, summoned syrup to form a bow, which then condensed into countless arrows cloaked in Haki, raining down upon EXIN's position. How many times will you try before you give up? EXIN, wearied by the incessant attacks, formed hand signs once more. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. As EXN opened his mouth wide, a soaring fire dragon ascended, engulfing the descending syrup arrows. In the next moment, EXIN appeared before Poco, wielding them, enveloped in Haki, intent on delivering a lethal strike. Bang! At a critical moment, a trident intercepted EXIN's attack. A tall man with short pink hair, adorned with tattoos of skulls and wings on his arms, wearing a punk-style jacket and a scarf, stood between EXIN with such a level. You aspire to be Big Mom's foremost heir? If you had 2 more dishes on your table, would you still dare to dream such dreams? The man spoke. Recognizing the figure blocking his strike, EXIN realized it was Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Charlotte Linlin and one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. A special paramecia user of the Machi Machi fruit, with a bounty of 57 billion berries, known to fans as Katakuri. Oh, about seniority. I'm the eldest son of Mama. I cannot possibly be outmatched by this fellow, Popo began, but was abruptly interrupted by Katakuri. You, without allowing Pailuo to finish. Katakuri launched an attack, wrapping his trident in white machi, while his arms transformed into machi, spinning the trident to concentrate its destructive power before thrusting it towards EXIN. One sword style, Great Earthquake. EXIN, showing no hesitation, raised a high and struck down upon Katakuri's trident tip. In an instant, the Haki unleashed by both combatants sent him flying far away. Chapter 217. Can you perceive your own defeat? After the strike, Katakuri's trident also exhibited Haki, and the two engaged in a second round of combat. Thousand Birds Flow. EXIN's trident, enveloped in Haki and electricity, clashed against Katakuri's assault. As the weapons collided, accompanied by the sharp sound of electricity, the two found themselves in a stalemate. As expected of the strongest warrior under Big Mom, EXIN mused with intrigue. Is this new member finally here? Truly worthy of a challenge. The legendary pirate who once defeated Akainu. Seeing EXIN effortlessly block his assault, Katakuri's face lit up with fierce battle intent. Then let it come. As EXIN spoke, he sheathed down. Katakuri, puzzled by EXIN's actions, questioned, what does this mean? You excel in hand-to-hand combat. Weapons are of little use to you. To be fair, I shall forgo my weapon as well. EXIN declared, adopting a stance of Bagwazang. I will make you understand the price of underestimating your opponent. Katakuri replied, launching himself into the air, his legs transforming into numerous machi-covered tendrils, striking wildly at EXIN. Yao Bing, Katakuri's signature move, utilized his machi fruit ability to split his legs into numerous limbs and rapidly unleash them towards his opponent, akin to Luffy's Gum Gum Gatling. In truth, the techniques of both individuals bore little distinction. Oda certainly understood the art of recycling. Confidence glimmered in Katakuri's eyes, daring to engage me in close combat. With your ability to foresee part of the future through Ken Bunchika Haki, no one other than a monster of Shanks caliber can contend with me in melee. Yet in the next moment, a look of astonishment crossed Katakuri's face as he briefly glimpsed his own future. In the blink of an eye, EXIN appeared before his adversary, unleashing a devastating gust of energy that left his opponent reeling. How could this happen? This scene unfolded in an instant. The Roquan Fa Ba Shur Shun Kong Ji technique. Prompted by a neighbor's reminder, the author finally recalled that EXIN possessed such a move, and thus urged him to execute it. With a single strike, EXIN sent forth countless energy-infused palms that cascaded down upon the incoming machi projectiles, deflecting them with ease. However, the might of the Ba Shur Shun Kong Ji extended far beyond mere deflection. Having shattered Katakuri's machi projectiles, the residual force continued its assault upon Katakuri himself. In an instant, Katakuri found himself akin to a character in a fighting game, caught in an unending combo, his body convulsing mid-air as he endured an onslaught of energy strikes. Roquan Fa Ba Wa Komzan. With one final blow, EXIN sent Katakuri hurtling away. What? Witnessing Katakuri's sudden defeat, Perispero and the others were left dumbfounded. Although they were aware of EXIN's prowess during the Marineford War, even to the extent of slaying Akainu, they had never expected him to be so formidable, relying solely on martial arts. All members of the big MOM pirates felt a chill of despair. The likes of Ace and others would undoubtedly be impossible to eliminate now. As Katakuri neared the ground, he swiftly tilted his head back, rubbing his forehead against the surface, and executed a backflip to stabilize himself in a half-squat position. This peculiar stance left the onlooking white and others speechless. Is it not a rule to avoid allowing one's back to touch the ground under any circumstances? Katakuri, your observation Haki is remarkably strong. even surpassing my own. Isin clenched his fist and approached Katakuri, inquiring if he could foresee his own impending defeat. After battling Old Man Yamamoto, Isin had undergone a qualitative leap in both combat experience and the application of his abilities. If it were Kaido, he might have to take the fight more seriously. However, against someone like Katakuri, whose strength barely matched that of an admiral, martial prowess alone sufficed. Perhaps, yet to prevent my sister from witnessing my failure, I shall give my all. With that, Katakuri extended his right hand and forcefully struck the ground. The earth beneath him morphed into a writhing mass of machi, signaling the awakening of his devil fruit's power. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of machi enveloped Isin, ensnaring him tightly. The flowing machi would entirely wrap around his opponent, and over time, the agony of suffocation from lack of air would inevitably lead to Isin's demise. Bagua Zhang Hui Tian. Just as Isin was ensnared, his voice resonated from within. A colossal white energy shield erupted within the machi, sending the surrounding rice flour scattering. It seems that outside the mirror world, your abilities cannot be fully manifested, Isin noted, halting his rotation and casting a knowing glance at Katakuri. You have entirely forsaken your other abilities, opting for a pure martial confrontation with me. For the sake of fairness, I shall engage you here. Katakuri's eyes resolute met Isin's as he acknowledged the challenge. Excellent. Isin understood that Katakuri adhered to his principles of fair combat. Having shown leniency, Katakuri would not permit himself to unleash his full power against Isin. Wushuang Tianyangwen. At that moment, the ground beneath Katakuri once again erupted with machi, transforming mid-air into the shape of donuts. The donuts wriggled continuously until they morphed into massive black fists, raining down relentless blows upon Isin. Yet the next instant, Katakuri beheld Isin effortlessly evade his attacks, closing the distance and delivering a punch that sent him flying. The flowing machi. The ground beneath Katakuri transformed into a moving wall of machi as Isin advanced towards him, throwing a punch. Observation Haki? Isin furrowed his brow. Were it not for his overwhelming strength, he might not have been able to bypass Katakuri's observation Haki. Zuguan et fa ba si gongjiang. Isin shouted, transitioning from fist to palm, striking powerfully and breaking through Katakuri's machi wall. However, another donut materialized before him, transforming into a black hand that blocked Isin's ba shirkongjiang. How intriguing! A smile crept across Isin's face. It seems that under normal circumstances, overcoming your defenses with pure martial skill is indeed a challenge. In that case, Shengmin Kai. As his words faded, Isin became enveloped in green chakra. His skin turned a crimson hue, veins pulsating across his face as the space around him warped. What is this? Witnessing Isin's transformation, Katakuri's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Utilizing his observation Haki, he glimpsed his own future once more. Isin's speed was so extraordinary that his machi could not hope to catch him. Even though Katakuri had learned Isin's Basher Kongji, he could not perceive Isin's figure amidst the deluge of fists. Bang! Bang! The sound of Isin's fists and feet relentlessly striking against the machi-formed defensive wall reverberated. He could not hope to catch Isin. Even his defenses were struggling to keep pace with the relentless onslaught. Finally, Isin broke through Katakuri's defenses, appearing right before him. A straight punch landed heavily upon his face. Mirror machi. Katakuri instantaneously summoned a vast expanse of machi to envelop himself. Realizing Katakuri's sudden maneuver, Isin instantly comprehended that his observation Haki had detected his intentions, creating an absolute defense for himself, and then employing other attacks to gradually wear down Isin's stamina. Isin surmised Katakuri's plan. Unfortunately, it bore little significance. His form flickering, Isin deftly avoided the airborne punches, while the machi projectiles, imbued with armament Haki, descended upon him like iron. Isin navigated through the overwhelming barrage, easily evading Katakuri's strikes, and positioned himself before the machi surrounding Katakuri. Bagua Poshanyi. Isin enveloped his palm in Conqueror's Haki, shattering Katakuri's defenses. Sheng Lianhua. Katakuri was kicked into the air, and Isin continued his relentless assault with a series of kicks until Katakuri reached a certain height, at which point he unleashed the Ying Wu Yi, ensnaring Katakuri with bandages. Grabbing Katakuri from behind, Isin spiraled downwards at high speed. Boom! Katakuri's head slammed forcefully against the ground, while Isin executed a graceful backflip, re-establishing distance between them. A successful strike. Katakuri cried out in pain. However, at that moment, Isin kindly remarked, "Hey, your necktie has come undone." Indeed, upon landing, Katakuri's necktie had been dislodged, revealing a face adorned with stitches and sharp fangs. Katakuri hastily tightened his scarf, his expression turning exceedingly anxious. The memories of the past surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting him. Once, he was a person who lived by his own rules, eating in a rather uncouth manner, and due to his appearance, he was often mocked by those around him. Even when Perispero had previously advised him to cover his face to make friends, he had dismissed the suggestion. His principle back then was that anyone who dared to speak ill of him would face his wrath without hesitation. However, this blissful state was short-lived. His sister, Charlotte Brulé, had her face scarred by one of Katakuri's enemies, resulting in her disfigurement. In that moment, Katakuri realized that as an elder brother, his responsibility was to protect his younger siblings from harm. Consequently, he became taciturn, obsessively striving to establish a flawless image before them. To have his scarf twisted and his fearsome visage exposed to the public gaze was his greatest humiliation. At that very moment, Yishin made a shocking proclamation. Katakuri's defenses crumbled, and he conjured various weapons from the glutinous substance, launching a furious assault against Yishin. Yet, Yishin wore a crooked smile, reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior. By causing Katakuri to lose his composure, his formidable Kinbunchika Haki would inevitably falter. Indeed, Yishin's unpredictable attack trajectory left Katakuri at a loss, and he was sent flying by a powerful kick, bouncing through the air like a rubber ball. Suddenly, Yishin appeared above Katakuri, wrapping him in bandages and drawing him close. Delivering a brutal strike with his right hand and foot, the impact slammed Katakuri into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, eyes rolling back. Yet his elbows and feet remained steadfast against the earth, refusing to let his back touch the ground. This was the final stubbornness of a man who would not lie down even in slumber. Yishin resumed his original form and approached Katakuri. "I have been defeated." Katakuri's scarf was completely knocked away, and a look of apparent relief crossed his face. "End this for me." With that, he prepared to close his eyes. However, in the next moment, Yishin tossed Katakuri's scarf back onto his face. "Take this. I know you do not wish for others to see your true appearance." Confusion clouded Katakuri's features. "Why spare me?" "Because I aspire to become the Pirate King, and Big Mom is an obstacle I must eliminate. I know you and her so-called children are nothing but her puppets. I also understand that you wish to protect your siblings. Therefore, I want you to live and witness the day when I overthrow Big Mom, and then you will willingly submit to me." Upon hearing this, Katakuri burst into laughter. "Very well. I shall watch to see if you possess such capability." With that, a hint of admiration surfaced on Katakuri's face. For some inexplicable reason, from the very moment he laid eyes on Yishin, he felt that this young man would undoubtedly become a significant threat to Big Mom. "Luffy, huh? What you can perceive must extend beyond my Kinbunchaku." After uttering this, Katakuri relaxed his limbs and laid back against the ground, signifying his acceptance of Yishin. "I never expected that after a year of absence, his strength has grown so formidable," Ace remarked with a hint of astonishment. But in the next moment, Ace's expression turned grave as he shouted to his subordinates. "Hurry! We must board the ship. We still need to protect Marco and our father's home. Do you need our strength?" At that moment, Yishin addressed Ace and his crew. "Uncle Whitebeard's greatest concern is you, his sons. I believe you're well aware that you cannot rescue Marco with your own strength. Are you willing to set aside your pride and seek my assistance for the sake of your comrades?" Chapter 219. Fujitora hearing Yishin's words, Ace clenched his fists. "I understand that before our father passed, he questioned whether he had been a good father. If I cannot save Marco and the others, how can he be deemed a good father?" Ace then looked earnestly at Yishin. "Yuin Yishin, I implore you to lend us your strength. Although having outsiders interfere in the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates is a disgrace," he continued, unexpectedly kneeling before Yishin, "let me bear this disgrace alone." Yishin suddenly erupted in laughter. He was reminded of the time when Luffy had knelt before Hancock, grinning broadly to save a female warrior from Amazon Lily. "In a sense, you are quite similar to that kid, unbound by the unspoken rules of this world. After all, if it were Marco, he would never allow another force to resolve the Whitebeard pirates' troubles." Yishin pulled Ace to his feet. "Let us go. This is a splendid opportunity for me to make a name for myself. You are not looking to help. You merely covet our ship, you scoundrel." At that moment, Kanai rolled her eyes and whispered in Yishin's ear. Yishin responded, "Is the sound of your scheming so loud that even I can hear it?" "Author, I can hear it even in the third dimension. What do you think? With that, they boarded Ace's ship, which swiftly sailed towards Whitebeard's homeland. A village in a new world. Brother, why are you lying on your back? A tall, middle-aged woman, resembling an old witch with a long red nose and a menacing scar across her face, was gently wiping Katakuri's bloody body with a damp cloth while inquiring. This woman was none other than Katakuri's sister, Charlotte Brûlé, the very catalyst for his drastic transformation in character. Who knows? Perhaps this is merely the recognition that exists among men. Katakuri replied with a smile. It is rather astonishing that a youth not yet 20 could be so powerful. It feels like a jest. For some reason, during the fierce battle with Yishin, he recalled his former self, unafraid of anything. Anyone who dared to speak ill of him would inevitably face his wrath. Perhaps, in a much earlier time, he had seen a newspaper depicting Yishin pointing at a battered carp, accompanied by a caption that read, "You must remember, if my bounty falls below 10 digits, I shall return to wreak havoc here." How audacious he was. Upon seeing this newspaper, Katakuri couldn't help but chuckle, and a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. If one day he were to face such a formidable opponent, even if he were to be defeated, it would surely be an exhilarating battle. In this confrontation, he experienced Yishin's overwhelming strength and the spirit of fearlessness that drove him forward. Perhaps one day, Big Mom will be overthrown by that fellow. Katakuri could not help but reveal a powerful expression. By the way, Brûlé, when I said I had never touched the ground in my life, I was actually, before Katakuri could finish his sentence, Brûlé burst into laughter beside him. In fact, I have spied on you from the mirror world. You are nothing but a deceiver. Instantly, Katakuri's face turned crimson, and he was rendered speechless for a long moment. I understand that my brother has always wanted to present a flawless image before us siblings. However, he should simply be himself. After all these years, it is time to let go. Katakuri exhaled deeply. Yes, it is indeed time to release the burdens. Not far away, Perispero watched the sibling pair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Brother, it is fortunate you did not lose to Luffy. Had you seen that guy being defeated by Kaido, you would surely regret it. Soon, the group arrived at the village where Whitebeard had spoken. As expected, they found that this village had also been affected by the ravages of war. A plum man, sniffling and with thick lips, sporting a crescent-shaped mustache similar to Whitebeard's, wielded a sword that resembled a smaller version of its Songyun cut. This man self-proclaimed as Whitebeard II, the first Mama-S boy of the Pirate King, Edward Weevil. At this moment, he was engaged in battle with Marco. Bang! The sword, enveloped in armament Haki, struck Marco, leaving a gash on his body, causing blood to spurt from his mouth as he staggered backward. However, Weevil was also scorched by Marco's blue flames, sustaining some injuries. Clearly, the two were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. If we can just deal with Weevil's subordinates at that moment. The distant sound of cannon fire suddenly echoed. Through observation Haki, Ichin sensed that a dozen black cannonballs were hurtling toward him. The Navy? Observing the pristine warships adorned with the Navy's insignia, Ichin narrowed his eyes. The sword Janbai suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he slashed through the air, causing the cannonballs to explode mid-flight. Boom! 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 As sparks erupted in the air, through the flames and smoke of the explosions, Ichin spotted over 30 Navy warships in the distance. Such a scale likely indicated the presence of a vice-admiral. Leave them to you. Ichin gave a glance to Kanao and the others. She immediately understood, drawing her weapon, the Goiwan, and stepping lightly as she swiftly approached a Navy warship, bringing her blade down with tremendous force. Bang! The massive warship was cleaved in half by Kanao's strike, tipping sideways as it fell apart. Simultaneously, Mihawk and Zoro wondered, why are the memories of the dead suddenly attacking me? However, Kanao's observation Haki appeared to be even stronger than Kizaru's. Although she had split the ship in two, she had not harmed a single Navy soldier. Landing gracefully on the remnants of the ship, Kanao ignored the Navy, scrambling for their lives, and set her sights on the largest warship in the distance. At that moment, a man clad in a purple kimono, draped in a Navy coat, with a circle of beard and closed eyes, wielding a cane sword, stood on the gangplank. Upon seeing that figure, Kanao squinted her eyes slightly. This man must be one of the new admirals of the Navy, codenamed Fujitora. Chapter 220, Betting in the New World. Admiral Fujitora stood beside him, and the face of Colonel Rat was filled with astonishment. He picked up a photograph and compared it to the figure standing on the ship's wreckage, gasping in shock. This little girl is actually the vice captain of the Yagyu pirates, Kirihana Kanao, who shone brilliantly 2 years ago during the Marineford War, having defeated Moonlight Moria, Mihawk, and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Is it really her? If she is here, it means that the boy named Ichin is also present. A smile crept across Fujitora-'s lip. Under the orders of Fleet Admiral Akiji, Fujitora had come here to eradicate the remnants of Whitebeard's forces. Of course, Akiji had subtly indicated that to prevent the other emperors from taking advantage, it would be sufficient to eliminate Marco's division. If any escaped, remember not to pursue them too fiercely. This remark inevitably raised suspicions. Miss Kanao, I have long admired your reputation, Fujitora said with a smile. Today, do you intend to block my path? Indeed, Kanao nodded. Mr. Fujitora, your rise from a navy intern to an admiral through sheer strength is commendable. I've heard that aside from possessing the Zushi no Mi, your swordsmanship is also exceptional, and thus I wish to challenge you here. What? The two colonels beside Fujitora displayed expressions of disbelief. How does this girl know that Admiral Fujitora possesses the power of the Zushi no Mi? Have you been secretly investigating our navy all these years? Rat stepped forward, his face cold. You are indeed the greatest threat to the navy. So under no circumstances can we let you go today. As soon as he finished speaking, Rat's figure flashed, and the air was filled with the sound of dozens of footsteps, a combination of the navy's 6 styles, Jeppo and Soru. Bang! After a resounding clash of weapons, Kanao's Goiwan had already collided with Rat's katana. Boom! The armament Haki radiated outward, instantly shattering the remnants of the ship. Both Kanao and Rat plummeted toward the water. If I recall correctly, you used the powers of the Goro no Mi during the Marineford War. Although I do not know why you possess such power. As a devil fruit user, if you fall into the water, you will lose all your abilities. A smug smile appeared on Rat's face. As the calmest member among the Navy's admirals, Rat would not be fixated on the outcome of a duel with Kanao. As long as he could defeat her, he would employ any effective means. Truly, Rat Admiral, adept at utilizing the terrain, I greatly admire this combat talent. Kanao also wore a smile. But it seems you have overlooked one thing. Since I dare to appear on the ocean, it signifies that I naturally have the means to cope. As soon as she finished speaking, a mass of ice mist suddenly materialized in Kanao's left hand. Blood Demon Technique, Frozen Cloud. Kanao flicked her right hand, and the ice mist spread out, settling onto the water surface. Instantly, the water began to freeze at a visible speed, transforming into a snowy expanse spanning thousands of meters, its power rivaling that of Akiji's Ice Age. This girl actually, Rat's expression darkened. Setting aside the Goro no Mi's abilities, how could she also utilize ice-based attacks? What on earth is happening? Even Fujitora, not far away, could not help but furrow his brow. Although the might of the Navy is unfathomable, there remains the formidable support of other military forces from the world government. Yet, confronted with such a monstrous foe, can the Navy truly prevail in the days to come? With a resounding thud, the blade of the mole was severed. Seizing the moment while he was momentarily stunned, Xiang Nai, who delivered a powerful kick that sent the mole hurtling backwards for several hundred meters, crashing through a frozen warship before finally coming to a halt. The mole was unable to stem the flow of blood from his mouth. Xiang Nai, who gracefully descended to the ground without responding to the mole's words, and addressed Fujitora. Mr. Fujitora, I have no intention of opposing you. Miss Xiang Nai, who, capturing pirates like you is the duty of the Navy government, Fujitora replied, his smile unwavering even in the face of the mole's defeat. He leaped from the warship, stating, Then allow me to witness the true extent of your power, Miss Xiang Nai, who, his eyes, having chosen to remain closed in disdain for the world's wickedness, still sensed something profoundly different emanating from Xiang Nai, who, it was a resolute spirit that cherished loved ones and was willing to forge ahead regardless of the challenges and dangers faced. From the distance, he also perceived more possibilities in the youth named Exin, the potential to change the world. At that moment, Exin suddenly exchanged places with Xiang Nai, who, appearing directly before Fujitora. Admiral Fujitora, it seems disrespectful for my first mate to engage you. Instead, let me face you myself, shall we? Yiking, do you truly believe that with your strength, you can alter the future of this world? Fujitora inquired, slowly producing a die from his pocket and tossing it into the air. If the number was sufficiently high, he would wager the future of the world on this boy. The die landed showing a 6. Very well, Exin, come forth, Fujitora declared, drawing his staff, sword, and unleashing the power of his devil fruit. He intended to personally verify whether this youth possessed the strength to transform the world. In the next instant, an immense gravitational force descended upon EXIN. Yet, he raised his left hand defiantly. Xingla Tiansen. The power of Shinra Tensei collided with Fujitora's gravity, sending tremors through the very fabric of the earth. A wave of force surged outward, and even the space between the two was illuminated by flickering bolts of energy akin to an apocalyptic disaster, casting a shadow of terror across the world. After a brief clash, Fujitora vanished, executing the shave technique to reappear before EXIN, his staff sword imbued with overwhelming gravity. Aim to strike him down. Shinra Tenzin. In the face of Fujitora's close-range assault, EXIN showed no fear. Instead, he infused the power of Shinra Tensei along with his conqueror's Haki into his own blade. The two swords clashed once more, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The area surrounding the clash transformed into an unapproachable realm of annihilation. Anyone daring to enter would be mercilessly crushed by the combined forces of gravity and the shockwave of Shinra Tensei. Fujitora's right hand trembled, a groan escaping his lips as beads of cold sweat appeared on his brow. In that case, he muttered, abruptly reversing the direction of gravity, propelling EXIN into the air. As expected of Admiral Fujitora, you have quickly devised a counter to my abilities. But have you forgotten that I just employed this very technique? As the words left his lips, EXIN and Fujitora instantly switched positions, with EXIN back on the ground and Fujitora caught in the opposing gravity. What? Fujitora's expression shifted. He had assumed that the exchange of positions was a unique ability shared only between him and Xiang Naihu, much like Kizaru's. Yet, he was taken aback to find that he had miscalculated. Reluctantly, Fujitora rescinded his reverse gravity and landed back before EXIN. I must concede, EXIN, your strength surpasses my own. Fujitora sighed lightly, sheathing his staff sword. He acknowledged that he was not a match for EXIN, nor did he possess the right to witness EXIN's full potential. Mr. Fujitora, I will ensure that Marco and the remaining pirates can live here in peace. EXIN stated earnestly. Whitebeard has fallen, and the Whitebeard pirates have disbanded. At that moment, Marco, who had just concluded his battle, ran up behind EXIN, shouting angrily. Father is dead, killed by that scoundrel Zifa and his subordinates. And you expect me to stay hidden here? I understand, EXIN replied with a soft sigh. From a certain perspective, all of this was his fault. Thus, it was only right that he resolve it himself. But have you considered whether your father would wish for revenge or for you to protect his remaining sons from recklessness? EXIN fixed a piercing gaze upon Marco, posing a profound question. Marco fell silent. It was indeed an unresolvable dilemma. As a father, Whitebeard fought valiantly to ensure their safe escape. Yet his sons, how could they not seek vengeance for their father's murder? I will go. At that moment, Ace stepped forward, his face resolute. Marco, you are the most esteemed member of the Whitebeard pirates. We must honor Father S' wishes. Thus, you stay here with them while I accompany EXIN to settle this feud. Marco wished to protest, but Ace placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This is the most balanced solution available. With Ace's words weighing heavily, Marco could only nod in agreement. After all, the remaining individuals by his side were likely the last embers of the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Marco acquiesce, EXIN turned his attention to Fujitora. If it comes to a fight, I am prepared to battle you to the bitter end. Perhaps you believe you can summon endless reinforcements from the Navy, but I urge you to contemplate the cost of employing a strategy of attrition against me. Tianai Zhen Xing. As EXIN's words fell, he clasped his hands together, summoning a multitude of colossal stone spheres, each a kilometer in diameter, reminiscent of meteorites. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the hearts of every Navy soldier present. Even Fujitora could not suppress a sense of awe. How ostentatious, he mused. With a mere gesture, EXIN reduced the stones to dust, dispersing them into the air. I believe both Big Mom and the Beast Pirates would relish witnessing this spectacle. As Isin concluded his statement, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Bai. Instantly, Bai lifted the already frozen Weibo and placed him before Fujitora. Of course, we would not let Mr. Fujitora make this journey in vain. I trust you understand my intent. Ha ha, little brat, you are quite amusing. Fujitora laughed heartily, yet he began to harbor a different perspective towards these pirates. While others might label them as ruthless villains, through his observation Haki, he perceived that these pirates were willing to fight until the very end to protect what they held dear. He observed the ordinary pirates striving to keep enemies at bay, ensuring that not a single blade of grass or a common civilian was harmed. His intention was to capture only those notorious marauders, not this group who merely stood in opposition to the Navy without committing any heinous acts. Isin, young man, I have staked the future of a new world upon you. Utilize your strength to alter the world. With this parting remark, Fujitora turned and returned to his ship, not forgetting to take the unfortunate Weibuer along. If he returned empty-handed, it would be quite troublesome for Akiji. He retrieved the Den Mushi and called Akiji's office. How is the situation progressing? The boy Lu Sheng has appeared. Fujitora briefly recounted the battle's events. Upon hearing this, Akiji surprisingly revealed a smile. No worries. I was fared worse than you during the Marineford War. Send someone to monitor Marco and the others. If they confirm that they will not reassemble a new pirate crew, then let be. Understood. Fujitora hung up the phone, reclining in his chair as he reminisced about that arrogant boy from 2 years prior. What a sudden desire to relive the past. The young man typing at his computer heard this, and his eyes instantly glowed red. No. Let Conan visit his home and film an episode, sending him straight into another world. After handing over Whitebeard to Isin, instructed by to separate and head towards Fishman Island and other territories once safeguarded by Whitebeard. The reasoning was straightforward. After Whitebeard's dissolution, it was highly probable that he would seek refuge in those locations to regroup. Both Big, MOM, and the Beast Pirates would undoubtedly attempt to annex those areas. So venturing there would likely save some members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Meanwhile, he and Xiang Naihu would accompany Ace to the island where ZEF was located. This was twofold: to avenge the Whitebeard Pirates and thwart Zeph's plans, as well as to resolve matters with Zong and himself. Chapter 222. Zong reappears. Simultaneously, on a certain small island, a fierce battlefield emerged. Countless Marines surged forth from warships docked at the shore, wielding muskets as they launched a frenzied assault. In response, warriors clad in black vests, adorned with a skull and 2 swords insignia, took advantage of the advantageous terrain to mount a counterattack. These individuals were the new navy formed by ZEF. Not far off, a tall figure approached with measured steps. He bore purple short hair, donned square-framed sunglasses, and was bare-chested under a black cloak, wielding a massive pulverizer in his right hand, each step echoing with a resounding thud. This was ZEF, the renowned instructor of the 3 admirals during the Marineford War, who had trained countless mid-generation powers for the Navy. With a mighty swing of his right arm, ZEF unleashed a devastating gust of wind from his pulverizer, sending dozens of Marines soaring into the air. Annihilate all pirates, ZEF muttered to himself. The Marines responded. What does that have to do with us? We did not provoke you. In the throng, a young girl with sea-blue wavy hair brandished 2 daggers, elegantly slicing through the surrounding Marines. Wherever she passed, the Marines' weapons were either shattered or rendered ineffective. This girl was one of Zeph's prized pupils. I will always follow Master ZEF, I declared, swinging her daggers as she charged forward once more. Nearby, a man clad in oversized samurai attire from Wano, wearing a pink mesh shirt and pants that appeared somewhat eccentric, incessantly muttered the word lush, as if fearing he might suddenly ask if they were lounging about. As he chanted, the nearby flora began to grow at an accelerated pace, with countless Marines being thrust into the air by suddenly sprouting trees, their screams piercing the air. This individual was also one of Zeph's esteemed students, Binzi. I will only follow Master ZEF, Binzi proclaimed as he summoned countless vines that sent the surrounding Marines flying. Under the leadership of these 3, the new navy swiftly penetrated the island's core, where the explosive rocks were stored. Gazing at the laboratory resembling a beehive, ZEF extracted a glass container filled with explosive rocks, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Take it away. Upon Zeph's command, the new Navy members began transporting the explosive rocks outside. However, just as they prepared to retreat, a voice echoed, if you wish to uphold your justice, do not waste time in front of such individuals. At that moment, a figure with a massive Rasengan appeared in the air, crashing down towards F. How terrifying. He shares the same ability as that Bradison. As EF deflected the attack, he saw the gigantic Rasengan descending, and Akiji's expression reflected a hint of admiration. He brandished his sword, the Amatsukami, and clashed fiercely with the Rasengan. Boom! The entire island seemed to tremble. Akiji was sent flying over 100 meters, while the opposing figure executed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. Though you may not rival that fellow named Edward Newgate, your strength is commendable. You escort the explosive rocks aboard. I will amuse myself with him. As the smoke cleared A youth with golden hair, clad in a black robe, materialized before Akiji. It is indeed Naruto, who has traversed from the world of Hokage. Upon hearing the name Yagyu itching from your lips just now, it appears that he was the one who, 2 years ago during the war at the summit, rescued Whitebeard and others and issued a challenge to the Marine headquarters. Naruto's expression turned cold. He never anticipated that you, Ichin, had fallen so low. Not far away, Kizaru shook his numb right hand, and his previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of gravity. This is troublesome, he muttered silently. He was well aware that the individual before him, a mature youth, was one of the newly emerged supernovas in the new world, Uzumaki Naruto. The dark-haired youth in a black cloak stationed by the shore must be his companion, Uchiha Sasuke. No one knew where they had come from, not even in Wano country had their names been heard. Yet upon their first strike, they had jointly slain Whitebeard and even killed 5 or 6 captain-level figures, inflicting over half of the Whitebeard pirates' losses. Just like Ichin Yagyu, they made a grand entrance at their peak. The appearance of these two, coupled with Zephyr, indicated that not only could he not slack off, but even if he risked his life, survival was not guaranteed. It was rumored that behind the world government lay many undisclosed evils. Naruto's once bright and cheerful visage was now shrouded in a chilling, murderous intent. In that case, you, who conspire with the world government, shall die together. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto was enveloped in a golden aura. The Sage Fox mode was activated in an instant. Subsequently, Naruto vanished from his spot. This is bad. Sensing Naruto closing in, Kizaru was about to transform into light to escape. However, the next moment, a powerful flying kick sent him hurtling away. Bang! Kizaru was propelled far away, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. His cape was nowhere to be seen, and even his yellow suit was tattered and torn. Chapter 223. The only thing I can do for you. Yet before Kizaru could react, Naruto reappeared before him, unleashing a massive Rasengan aimed directly at him. This is bad. Kizaru's expression changed drastically. He clearly saw that this Rasengan was enveloped in Haki. Even if he attempted to escape using the Pika Pika no Mi, the Haki could still capture the nature of his body, meaning he would have to endure this blow. Luffy, Uncle is going to die today. Remember to burn some paper money for me monthly, even as a ghost. I must ensure my 5 insurances and 1 fund are in order. Kizaru helplessly closed his eyes, awaiting the moment of death. Not far away, Zephyr witnessed this scene and wanted to say something, but he could only stifle his words. Although he was my student, he also posed an obstacle on my path of justice. Zephyr consoled himself. In the next moment, the power of the Rinnegan was unleashed, and Ichin instantly swapped places with Kizaru. The Heavenly Hand power skill was activated. Ichin's right hand radiated brilliant electric light, colliding fiercely with Naruto's Rasengan. Boom! A tremendous fireball erupted, sending Naruto flying hundreds of meters, performing several backflips to dissipate the force. Meanwhile, Ichin's right hand, albeit seeping blood, rapidly healed under the influence of the Mugen's power. It has been a long time. You have both grown stronger. Ichin's face bore a smile that was hard to define as either joy or melancholy. Gazing at the once familiar youth, Naruto, Ichin couldn't help but repeatedly question himself. The path I chose for Sasuke led them to such a conclusion. What truly is the right path? Indeed, it has been too long. Long enough that the Ichin who once sought peace for the ninja world by any means has become unrecognizable to me. A deep sense of regret seemed to shadow Naruto's expression. Since you have strayed from your original intention, Ichin Yagyu, it seems we must engage in battle. Sasuke stepped forward. Once you taught us many things and bestowed upon us the path we should take. In return, we shall defeat you, allowing you to return to the ninja world and join them in the eternal infinite Tsukuyami. Is that so? Ichin murmured to himself, suddenly displaying a look of anguish. Naruto, Sasuke, I once thought that guiding you down a different path might change everything. At least when facing the likes of Kagaya and the others. You would not feel so helpless. Especially you, Naruto. I do not wish for you to face the torment of your children's lives and deaths. Yet, I never expected this path would lead you from one extreme to another, nor did I foresee that the ninja world, which once managed to maintain a fragile peace, has now plunged into an eternal blood moon. All of this is indeed my fault. However, at this point, wishing to return you to your former selves seems unrealistic. Thus, killing you is the only thing I can do for you. Upon hearing Ichin's words, smiles appeared simultaneously on Naruto's and Sasuke's faces. Excellent. With that, the two raised their right hands, adopting a hand seal posture. Seeing this movement, Ichin immediately understood and raised his own hand to form a seal. This was a gesture that every ninja in Konoha Academy would perform before combat exercises. Although Ichin had never attended the Konoha Ninja Academy, he had indeed guided both of them in their training for a considerable time. They were honoring the teacher-student bond that was about to be lost in this way. Ichin's expression fell into a trance as he recalled the scenes of training Naruto and Sasuke in the training grounds of Konoha long ago. Now, you both are far from achieving your ideals. Some dreams are not unattainable, but the prerequisite is that you must possess sufficient strength. Observing the two with defiant expressions, Ichin laughed heartily, beckoning them with his hand. Come at me. Let us see how I'll defeat you. Naruto charged towards Ichin first. Behind him, Sasuke helplessly covered his forehead and muttered, I know, Baka. In a moment of distraction, Ichin suddenly realized that both Naruto and Sasuke were rushing towards him. He quickly regained his focus and engaged them in close combat. Bang! Bang! The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed through the air. Yet Ichin's thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. The images of the two battling him seemed to oscillate between the past and present. Once, they were so full of vigor, brimming with hope for the future, but now they had become unrecognizable. Bang! A kunai kicked by Sasuke cut through his memories in an instant. Ichin hastily dodged the kunai, yet a wound was still etched across his face. Seizing the opening left by Sasuke in midair, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Sasuke flying. Just as he was about to pursue, Naruto tripped him with a sweeping kick, followed by a powerful kick that sent him soaring away. He rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing himself. Suspended in midair, Sasuke had already drawn the blade, Murakumo, that he had gifted him. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he directed the force of his descent toward his own figure on the ground with fierce intent. Isen, embodying a dragon-like agility, leapt backward to evade Sasuke's Murakumo, simultaneously unsheathing his own Zanbai. The clash of blades ignited sparks in the air. Yet Isen could not help but recall the innocence of their once youthful faces. Now, however, those faces were marred by a deep-seated animosity towards themselves. With a swift kick, Naruto sent his Zanbai flying, locking his hands together to initiate a struggle. Sasuke, he called out with a wicked grin. Seizing the fleeting moment of distress, Naruto executed a high kick that connected with Isen's chin before swiftly retreating over 100 meters away. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled towards him. Earth style, earth flow wall. Isen rapidly formed hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground, erecting a wall of earth to shield himself from the oncoming inferno. Under the immense force of the fireball, the earth wall began to crumble, mirroring Isen's turbulent emotions. In the blink of an eye, the fireball dissipated, leaving behind a haze of smoke. Yet, from the right side, a shadow cloaked in black, entwined with shuriken, emerged to divert Isen's attention, and in that instant, Naruto appeared on the right, delivering a kick to his face. Chapter 224, Rebirth, Chakra Mode. The impact left Isen's face etched with despair as his head collided violently against the wall. Earth style, center decapitation technique. Just as Naruto prepared to launch an attack, a massive hand suddenly emerged beneath him, dragging him down into the earth, leaving only his head above ground. However, this Naruto exploded into a cloud of smoke, revealing that it was merely a shadow clone. Another Naruto burst forth from the haze, unleashing a Rasengan towards Isen. Simultaneously, Sasuke's Murakumo, imbued with the Chidori technique. Aim for Isen's back. The sharp blade pierced through flesh as the Rasengan struck Isen simultaneously. Yet, having endured the blows from both opponents, Isen transformed into a surge of electricity, enveloping the two in an electrifying embrace. Lightning Stil, Lightning Krontechnik. With a cold declaration, Isen surged forth, grasping Naruto and Sasuke by their heads, driving them into the ground as he propelled them forward in a wild sprint. Long trails marked the ground beneath them. In the next moment, Isen leapt into the air, hurling both of them away. The tremendous force created two deep craters in the ground, and the shockwave sent the surrounding Navy and new Navy members reeling, their clothes flapping wildly. Nevertheless, through his observation Haki, Isen discerned that Sasuke had transformed into a shattered stone, while this Naruto was also a mere shadow clone. Readers, what a twist of infinite layers. Author, absolutely, this allows me to write endlessly. Truly, Mr. Isen, such a level of combat cannot be underestimated. Naruto and Sasuke emerged from behind the rocks. Now you two are nearly twice my age. It's time to abandon these childish games. Isin remarked as he slowly drew his Zanbai. The craters they created vanished, and the traces of battle faded away, leaving only Isin's Sharingan activated, mirroring Sasuke's. It turned out that the battle among the three was merely an illusionary contest, with none of them having moved an inch. To outsiders, it seemed as if they had merely stood still for a while. These two appear to be their students? I inquired of Zephyr, who stood nearby. Never mind. We must evacuate this area and relocate the explosive rocks. Zephyr commanded, and all the new Navy members hastily loaded the explosive rocks onto their ships, fleeing as if for their lives. His original intent was to utilize Naruto and Sasuke to eliminate troublesome pirates while acquiring the explosive rocks, drawing the attention of pursuing Navy forces. Now that his goals had been achieved, all he needed was to secure the explosive rocks to fulfill his ambition of world destruction. After them, witnessing Zephyr and his crew preparing to leave, Ace, who had witnessed the strength of Naruto and Sasuke firsthand, was not inclined to charge in recklessly. The lessons learned from the Marineford War 2 years prior, coupled with Whitebeard's demise, had long stripped him of his youthful naivety. Moreover, these two seemed to be Isin's disciples. It was only fitting for him to conclude matters personally. Pursuing Zephyr to prevent the explosive rocks from bringing about world destruction was now his immediate priority. Mr. Kizaru, you need not intervene in this battle, Ace urged, his tone laced with earnestness. Regardless, I implore you to cooperate temporarily. Once everything settles, we can discuss further. My mission here is to stop Zephyr and reclaim the explosive rocks. I have no interest in anything else. I must complete my task and return to leisure. Kizaru shrugged, boarding his warship and pursuing Zephyr. Meanwhile, Kanai remained behind, uncertain of the extent to which Naruto and Sasuke's powers had evolved over the years. Therefore, she deemed it necessary to stay, just in case. Mr. Isin, things are about to get serious, Naruto declared, his golden chakra suddenly transforming into a vivid green. His face adorned with flamboyant designs reminiscent of a traditional Chinese opera mask. Isin distinctly sensed a considerable increase in their power. Rebirth I chakra mode? He thought, recognizing the transformation immediately. It appeared that during his absence, they had ascended to the moon, acquiring the strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Sasuke's face was marked by black, striped tattoos, a manifestation of Otsutsuki Ishiki's power. This vessel ability, unique to the Otsutsuki clan, allowed the user to implant this power into another being, thereby becoming a vessel for resurrection. After slaying Ishiki, Sasuke had unwittingly absorbed a portion of his abilities. These two, one could say, were exceptional even among the Otsutsuki clan. Only Kagaya might stand a chance against either of them in a one-on-one confrontation. Mr. Isin, do not attempt to employ illusions again. We are now entirely immune. As soon as Naruto uttered these words, he launched himself at Isin like a cannonball, carving a deep trench into the ground as he passed. In an instant, Naruto's fist collided with Isin's Zanbai, sending tremors throughout the island, causing the earth to crack beneath them. Isin's body was already enveloped in crimson steam. The moment Naruto struck, he realized that this level of Naruto was beyond what he could contend with under normal circumstances. Thus, he opened the death gate, and indeed, even in this state, his strike merely matched Naruto's in a stalemate. In the distance, Xiang Naihu observed the fierce battle unfolding before her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the narrative of Bo Ren Chuan she had been following seemed rather dissimilar to the level of combat she was witnessing now. Were the promised shadow clones, the debilitating weaknesses, and the Uchiha's grappling techniques? With a resounding clash, the two combatants pushed apart from one another. However, Sasuke snapped his fingers mid-air, and suddenly, an overwhelming number of gigantic black cubes appeared, descending upon Exin like a torrential storm. These ominous cubes were a manifestation of Otsutsuki's abilities, characterized by their oppressive weight and their capacity to hinder an opponent's sensory perception. Unsurprisingly, as soon as these cubes materialized, Exin found himself unable to anticipate the next moves of either combatant, relying solely on instinct to react. With a thunderous crash, the enormous black cubes bore down on him. Exin flickered in and out of visibility, evading the colossal blocks in midair. Just then, a spiraling shuriken hurtled toward him. Before Jay could close in, the shuriken detonated violently, intending to engulf Exin in its explosion. There was no time to evade. Exin furrowed his brow and utilized Tiansho Li to swap places with a nearby cube. However, as he reappeared, Sasuke's blade, Murakumo, ablaze with black flames, swung viciously toward him. Simultaneously, With a flick of his left finger, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of black rods that pierced EX Saiyan's body. These rods, crafted from Yin-Yang release, directly impeded the flow of chakra within him. Deprived of chakra, how would he continue to fight? A chilling malice flickered in Sasuke's eyes as his blade descended mercilessly toward EX Saiyan. Without chakra, I still possess spiritual pressure. EX Saiyan's lips curled into a sly smile as he raised his left hand toward Sasuke. Breaking path, 73, twin lotus blue fire. With a thunderous roar, two immense azure flames erupted from EX Saiyan's palm. Even Sasuke was forced to utilize Tianshou Li to swap positions with an object nearby to narrowly evade the attack. Nonetheless, a portion of his dark cloak was scorched, revealing a burned arm that miraculously healed in the blink of an eye. The ability to heal without seals was indeed a terrifying power. This is quite troublesome, EX Saiyan remarked as he extracted the black rods from his body. His injuries swiftly mending due to the power of the Oni King physique. Perhaps it is we who should be saying that. Behind him, Naruto wore a cold smile. To possess such a multitude of powers, yet choose to wield them for malevolence is truly pitiable. If I were to say that every world has its own values and rules, you would surely dismiss it. EX Saiyan chuckled, feeling a bit of headache. Then let's resort to the most straightforward approach. With that declaration, a surge of black and red spiritual pressure enveloped EX Saiyan, revealing his form anew. Clad in the dark garb of the Shinigami, his blade, Janbai, was adorned with chains, its blade transformed into a striking blend of black and red. Since his previous technique, Tiansuo Zhanyu, had been severed by Yamamoto, only Janbai could bear the weight of his Bankai's power. Sensing EX Saiyan's power surge once more, both Naruto and Sasuke wore grave expressions. This adversary had quite a few hidden cards up his sleeve. Without hesitation, Sasuke activated his Susanoo, enveloping himself in a towering purple giant, while Naruto transformed into his tailed beast mode, manifesting the green chakra energy of the nine tails before EX Saiyan. I shall take my leave, EX Saiyan declared, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the ripples of air to signify his use of Moon Step. With a fierce cry, Sasuke wielded the katana of his Susanoo, targeting EX Saiyan's reappearance, but struck nothing but air. EX Saiyan darted across the Susanoo's form, swiftly appearing before Sasuke and delivering a powerful kick. The sound was akin to shattering glass, as EX Saiyan's foot connected squarely with Sasuke's abdomen, causing him to spew forth blood, feeling as though his very insides had been torn apart. The Susanoo dissipated into energy under the force of EX Saiyan's blow. Not far away, in his tailed beast form, Naruto seized the fleeting opportunity to unleash a high-velocity tailed beast bomb toward EX Saiyan. Sharp heavenly forest. EX Saiyan's left hand aimed at the tailed beast bomb, and the overwhelming shockwave redirected Naruto's attack back at him. Simultaneously, EX Saiyan appeared beneath the nine tails, delivering an uppercut that struck Naruto's abdomen. With a gasp, Naruto expelled blood as the nine tails head was obliterated, and EX Saiyan followed up with a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. In an instant, EX Saiyan landed, closing the distance to Naruto and Sasuke, ready to conclude the encounter. Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast. Naruto suddenly raised his right hand, summoning a truth-seeking ball that transformed into a small whirlwind, surging toward EX Saiyan. He had unwavering confidence in this technique, believing its might could pierce through anything within 100 kilometers. One word reigns over all. Alas, EX Saiyan unleashed a black and red sword energy that deflected Naruto's attack into the air, piercing through countless layers of clouds, as if creating a hole in the sky. But it was not over yet. Naruto's green chakra abruptly vanished, replaced by a crimson cloak of Nine Tails chakra. His appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His pupils turned blood red. Markings reminiscent of the Nine Tails adorned his forehead, and 9 tails of chakra materialized behind him. Upon witnessing this form, EX Saiyan fell silent. This was Naruto's most potent mode, activated at the cost of the Nine Tails vitality. This form operated on the principle of energy generated through nuclear fusion, merging the chakra of the Nine Tails with Naruto's to produce new energy, rapidly releasing vast amounts of power. Due to the connective nature of chakra, sacrificing the Nine Tails' life force simultaneously birthed new strength. When a user made contact with an enemy, this new power would swiftly consume their chakra, eroding their physical form akin to nuclear radiation. Moreover, upon entering this mode, Naruto's speed and strength experienced an overwhelming enhancement, conservatively estimated to be several times stronger than Guy at the 8th gate. This signified that Naruto had reached the pinnacle of a ninja's journey. which was also the beginning of body techniques. Thus, would we ultimately determine the victor through physical prowess? A look of resignation crossed EX-Saiyan's face. If you wish to gamble your life, I shall indulge you. Sacrificing a tailed beast was of little consequence. Naruto's face twisted into a sinister grin as he and EX-Saiyan vanished from their location. The two individuals seemed to transform into beams of light, intermittently appearing and disappearing after each intense collision, a cycle of relentless confrontation. Even the nearby Xiangnai, who could only rely on her kaleidoscopic Sharingan to barely perceive their movements. In Chapter 226, the battle of cataclysmic proportions unfolded. After engaging in a fierce exchange with the EX-Saiyan for dozens of rounds, Naruto finally seized an opening and delivered a powerful punch to EX-Saiyan's face. Instantly, EX-Saiyan's form was sent hurtling away at an astonishing speed. However, before he could gather his wits, Naruto had already materialized before him, launching another devastating strike. With a resounding impact, EX-Saiyan managed to block Naruto's initial blow, but was soon overwhelmed by a flurry of rapid strikes, culminating in a high kick that sent him soaring into the air. Rasen Shuriken. This time, there was no roar, only a chilling intent to kill. Naruto formed a standard Rasengan with one hand and hurled it toward EX-Saiyan. In heavy particle mode, striking the opponent would drain their vitality. Each strike significantly depleted the life force of the Nine Tails, compelling Naruto to streamline his actions to ensure that every attack struck true. Yet, even this Rasengan was potent enough to cause EX-Saiyan considerable distress. Xiang. As Naruto descended from the sky, EX-Saiyan retaliated with a punch, unleashing a wave of spiritual pressure that enveloped Naruto mid-air. Unfortunately, for EX-Saiyan, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Naruto effortlessly broke through the attack, delivering the Rasengan with tremendous force into EX-Saiyan's body. The resulting explosion engulfed a significant portion of the island. Fortunately, the explosive rocks had already been successfully removed. Otherwise, this maritime region would have been rendered barren. Observing this, Xiangnai, who silently drew her weapon, prepared to intervene should anything go awry with the EX-Saiyan. Nearby, Sasuke kept a watchful eye on Xiangnai who, ready to counter any rash movements on her part. Time passed, and, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of both fighters emerged. Naruto remained standing, while EX-Saiyan knelt on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his clothes torn, revealing a hollow chest, a clear indication that Naruto's Rasengan had thoroughly penetrated his body. Such an attack has no effect on you? Naruto gasped, having witnessed the Nine Tails depleting its own vitality to enable him to enter heavy particle mode. He had also compelled Sasuke to use Tsukuyomi on the Nine Tails, forcing it to burn its life force. Yet, he had not anticipated that merely consuming the Nine Tails' vitality would leave him feeling so profoundly weakened. I forgot to mention, EX-Saiyan's expression was one of resignation. I am the king of demons, blessed with thousands of years of life and boundless vitality. Your recent attempts were merely a tickle to me. You cannot outlast my endurance. It was known that Tsukasa had implanted a special drug within Muzan, capable of aging him 50 years in a mere minute. Even after battling the Demon Slayer Corps for an entire night, the effects of the drug would have lasted at least 3 hours, causing him to age 9,000 years. Yet, even then, Muzan had managed to kill Mitsuri and Ehei, severing Tanjiro's arm and leaving him on the brink of death, a testament to his formidable life force. Therefore, Naruto's attempts to drain his vitality were insignificant. What? A look of astonishment crossed Naruto's face. The next moment, he unleashed an enraged roar at EX-Saiyan. Stop fabricating nonsense. How could anyone possess a lifespan of thousands of years? Despite his words, Naruto's actions were earnest. The Crimson Chakra of the Nine Tails, combined with the chakra of the Rinnegan and Sage mode, converged in his hand, forming a golden chakra sword. This was none other than the final technique of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Divine Wheel Rebirth Explosion. In the original narrative, Otsutsuki Kagaya wielded this technique to cleave the moon in two, illustrating its terrifying power. With his composure shattered, Naruto resolved to unleash his most potent move to obliterate EX-Saiyan completely. Not far off, Sasuke activated Susanoo once more, summoning 8 colossal stone spheres through a space portal, 8-tailed beasts under his control via the Dojutsu, Dokuten, utilizing Susanoo as his vessel. He continuously absorbed the energy of the tailed beasts. In the blink of an eye, Susanoo underwent a remarkable transformation, taking on an almost corporeal form. A blue energy body composed of lightning emerged within its armor, and the weapon in its hand morphed into a longbow. The lightning-infused arrows were aimed directly at Exion below, representing Sasuke's most formidable skill, Indra's arrow. Is this the final move? Exion clapped his hands together, activating the ninth gate, the barrier gate. Golden energy surged around him, and shadows formed beneath his eyes. His previously white orbs now regained pupils, morphing into a cross shape. In their climactic confrontation, Exion dared not hold back, preparing to unleash his strongest strike with Bankai, the barrier gate, and Sage Mode. Moon Crescent Cross Charge. The Sword of the Heavens, forged from the transformation of the White Blade, materialized in Exion's grasp, as he carved two arcs of energy in the air. A colossal cross-shaped sword wave manifested before him, poised against the skills of Naruto and Sasuke. In unison, the three warriors hurled their techniques into the fray. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated across the sky as the moonlight cascading from above began to fade, giving way to a cataclysmic torrent of energy that engulfed the heavens. Blinding to behold, the ensuing shockwave rapidly shattered the island, reducing it to fragmented rocks that sank into the depths of the ocean. The surrounding waters were drained by the intense heat, transforming the area into a desolate basin. Farther away, Ace and his companions, pursuing Zifa, felt an overwhelming dryness in their throats, even their lips cracking. Yet, they were oblivious to their physical reactions, staring blankly at the dense clouds above, rendered speechless. Is such a level of combat truly attainable in this dimension? They could only surmise that the power of these individuals transcended all their previous understanding. In Chapter 227, The Mortal Realm, aboard Zifa's new naval vessel, the awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded before their eyes. What a terrifying battle! Zifa's face reflected relief from having narrowly escaped. Just moments ago, he had foolishly considered engaging Exion, but now it seemed utterly delusional. Such a level of confrontation could easily obliterate him in mere moments. Regardless of the circumstances, the explosive has fallen into our grasp. Henceforth, we shall proceed according to our own design. Zifa gazed at the explosive aboard the ship, his demeanor growing increasingly resolute. To obliterate the world is the answer that belongs to this realm. Time passed, and the fiery clouds that enveloped a vast expanse of sky gradually dissipated. The air remained thick with terrifying energy fluctuations, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. The island, at that moment, had been reduced to a basin beneath the colossal explosion, with the surrounding waters within a 20-kilometer radius beginning to flow backward. Suspended in the air like a waterfall, Naruto and Sasuke lay at the center of this basin. At this juncture, both bore extensive burn injuries, particularly Sasuke, who had been forcibly blasted to the point of losing half his body. Naruto was not faring much better, having lost an arm and with half of his facial flesh vanished. In their earnest effort with the Crescent Moon Cross, they had failed, utterly and completely. Yet, how could they have erred when they believed they were in the right? Confusion clouded Naruto's face. At that instant, a portal appeared out of thin air before the two. Xiang Naihu supported Issen's body as she emerged slowly from the spatial gateway. Just moments ago, Xiang Naihu had timely employed Kamui to draw herself and Isen into a different space, thereby allowing both to evade disaster. You have done nothing wrong. This is merely the consequence of an alternate choice, Isen said, his expression a mix of complexity. Yet, I must apologize to you. Regardless, it was I who led you to this choice, to tread this path. Therefore, I must bear this consequence. You may despise me if you wish, but I cannot allow you to continue down this dark road. With that, Isen's right hand crackled with electricity as he wobbled towards them. Observing Isen's intent to end his own life, both Naruto and Sasuke displayed no trace of anger. Instead, a sense of relief washed over them. They had exerted every ounce of effort in their relentless pursuit along this path. As Isen stated, the current outcome was merely the culmination of this journey, not a reflection of their wrongdoing. With a crackle of electricity piercing through, silence enveloped the scene. Congratulations, host. You have thwarted the ambitions of Sasuke and Naruto to destroy the New World. The reward for the host is the Forbidden Realm Sequence 3, Mundane Divine Domain. The essence of the mundane divine domain is ineffable. It can only be encapsulated by the phrase, creating miracles. Through divine power, grand miracles are forged. In my studies within the psychiatric institution, I witnessed such a magnificent miracle. Gaia, the Earth Mother, upon acquiring the top-ranking forbidden item, Shiva's Wrath, inscribed the name of Lin Chie's city, Sangnan City, upon it. Yet, at that moment, Michael selected Lin Chie and infused him with an immense quantity of divine power, embedding it within his subconscious, enabling him to activate the mundane divine domain, thus allowing Sangnan City, which ought to have been obliterated by Shiva's wrath, to survive for another decade. Consequently, upon obtaining this power, Isin, without hesitation, strained his severely injured form to unleash his divine power. In the blink of an eye, Isin's vitality began to rapidly wane. Of course, it was his own lifespan that was being consumed. What are you doing? The expression of Musin within Isin turned grim. Do you intend to deplete my life force to activate that ability? Musin, for these many years, you have committed countless atrocities. It is time to atone for your sins. Though you have traversed multiple dimensions with me and saved me numerous times, it is still far from sufficient, Isin declared within the realm of his mind. I curse you. You think yourself noble, so impressive, yet do not take my life. Musin's curses were in vain as he slowly melted away beneath Isin's continually unleashed divine power, ultimately transforming into Isin's strength, breaking through dimensions and transmitting to the world of Naruto. He was destined to alter the outcome of the Naruto universe, which meant he would relinquish his Demon King form. Meanwhile, in the Naruto world, the divine tree that had enveloped all ninjas suddenly collapsed under an inexplicable force. All ninjas tumbled out, bewildered by their surroundings. Weren't we imprisoned by Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi was the first to question. Others shared his confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Just then, several familiar figures appeared before Kakashi. They included Iruka, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, all of whom had been slain by Naruto. Even the Raikage A, who had perished over a decade ago, along with the QB, had returned to life. How can this be? We were dead. Their faces mirrored the same bewilderment. The only force capable of reviving the dead was Nagato's Rinne rebirth. Yet even he and Konan had been ensnared by Sasuke within the infinite Tsukuyami. Who then had orchestrated all this? At that moment, two beams of golden light descended from the heavens. Emerging from the golden radiance were the figures of Naruto and Sasuke, their expressions a complex tapestry as they regarded the assembled crowd. Upon witnessing Naruto and Sasuke, apprehension spread across every face. They had steeled themselves, prepared to resist with the full might of the ninja world, refusing to bow once more. Yet at that juncture, Naruto spoke. Your jutsu has been undone by Mr. Isin. He recounted his conflict with Isin in the world of One Piece to the Gathering. We chose a different path, believing the outcome would diverge, yet ultimately, we still relied on the infinite Tsukuyami to maintain a facade of peace. Sasuke sighed. Regardless, I must apologize for everything we have done until now. It was Mr. Isin who redeemed us, creating a miracle and granting us the chance for a fresh start. The determination in Naruto's eyes rekindled. Though this path is fraught with peril, it does not signify that we will easily surrender. One day, we shall uncover a definitive solution to eradicate war. Perhaps our generation may not find the answer, but we must leave some inspiration for the next. I, too, intend to continue my journey across the world, seeking resolutions to warfare. In my own way, I will bring hope to this world, Sasuke declared, gazing into the distance. Yuyo Isin, if this is the opportunity you have bestowed upon us, then this time, we shall not repeat the same mistakes. The final outcome of Naruto has reached the dawn. Chapter 228. Encounter battle simultaneously. Isin's countenance was ashen, half kneeling upon the ground, gasping for breath. Isin, Xiang Naihu observed him with a complex expression. She understood that in order to restore the ninja world to its former state, he had sacrificed his Demon King form. This meant he had fully reverted to his human state, relinquishing the traits of immortality. There is nothing significant. It is merely a matter of being more cautious in the future. Isin, having concluded his thoughts, gazed at the already vanished Naruto and Sasuke, silently murmuring to himself. I hope this time you can discover the true answer. Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Kawaki. First and foremost, we have not provoked you. Musin, I absolutely adore you all. The ensuing battle shall be entrusted to me. With that, Kaneo activated the Kimui space, drawing Isin into its depths. Her gaze shifted towards the direction where Zifa was fleeing, her resolve gradually solidifying. Days later, Woohoo, Luffy, transformed into a balloon-like figure, was ravenously stuffing meat into his mouth, his neck elongated reminiscent of a turtle. Not far off, a skeleton clad in a floral shirt strummed a guitar while singing loudly. I am a vibrant and energetic skeleton. This individual is none other than Brooke, the third to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Nearby, Frankie was holding two people's stinky feet, leaning to one side, his enormous mechanical arms clapping together, forming a heart shape, which appeared somewhat grotesque. It can only be said that Frankie understands the tastes of the gay community. Zoro, a short distance away, silently observed the antics of the others, his face betraying no emotion. After all, he was well aware that these three could not possibly muster a single coherent brain. Sighing, Zoro took a sip of his drink, a look of contentment gracing his features as he turned to the little deer. Chopper. Chopper. Drinking while admiring the blossoms is a most delightful affair, is it not? Oh, drinking milk is also quite nice. Chopper enthusiastically replied. It's not the cherry blossoms. It's me. Frankie dashed in front of the two, pressed a button on his nose, and instantly transformed his appearance, sporting a pink afro. Super. Achoo. At that moment, Chopper suddenly sneezed vigorously. How uncomfortable. Is it the volcanic ash that has blown into your fur? Just then, Robin, adorned in a low-cut tank top and a deep blue jacket, approached Chopper with a gentle tone. Then shall we take a bath together? A bath? Upon hearing this keyword, Sanji perked up instantly, transforming into a lecherous figure. Miss Robin, if you're discussing this with me, I surely won't feel sleepy anymore. Yo-ho-ho. Brooke's skeletal visage seemed to take on a more sinister expression as he leaned towards Robin, pointing at his face. Miss Robin, look, my face is equally uncomfortable. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Dumb. Robin immediately turned her head away. The little schemes of the two were audible even from 800 miles away. Hey, look over there. At that moment, Nami, who was gazing into the distance, suddenly displayed an expression of astonishment. Several warships were approaching, their sails emblazoned with a skull, with two swords crossed behind it. Not the Navy, Sanji observed and concluded. It's unclear whether they are friend or foe. Perhaps we should refrain from acting hastily. Yet Zoro, at this moment, had already drawn his 3 swords. I can sense the murderous intent from the other side. With one sword clenched in his mouth, a smile crept across Zoro's face. Life aboard the ship has been a tad monotonous. It's time to stretch our limbs. Sure enough, the next moment, cannonballs were suddenly fired from the ships, hurtling towards the Thousand Sunny. Gomu Gomu Novelun. Luffy transformed into a massive balloon, effortlessly blocking all incoming cannonballs, then, utilizing the properties of rubber, sent them hurtling back. Thigh meat shoot. Sanji, employing a simple yet forceful kick, sent a cannonball flying back with sheer force. The others showcased their abilities, collectively repelling the airborne assault. Some cannonballs were destroyed, while others soared back to their origin. On the new Navy warship, Zifa merely exchanged a glance with Ain and Binz, who immediately grasped his intentions. Casa Casa, Binz chanted repeatedly, as seaweed in the ocean surged at an astonishing rate, transforming into vast forests of kelp that blocked the cannonballs entirely. Ain, seizing the moment as the warship drew near, leaped onto the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, Binz, utilizing the rapidly growing vegetation, charged towards the Thousand Sunny alongside Zifa and the new Navy members. Straw Hat Brat, with a bounty of 400 million. Prepare to meet your demise. As Zifa landed on the Thousand Sunny, his right hand wielding a sea prism stone crusher swung menacingly towards Luffy. Why target pirates if you are not part of the Navy? In the face of Zifa's sudden assault, Luffy appeared utterly bewildered. Yet he fiercely blew with his right hand, a massive fist covered in armament Haki materializing in the air. Goma Goma no Elephant Gun. The enormous fist collided with Zifa's sea prism stone, resulting in a powerful clash that sent tremors through the Thousand Sunny. Memories of the Mary being torn apart on the sea surged back, provoking an attack. Oh, you dare to engage my captain without consulting me? A cold smirk appeared on Zoro's face as he swung his dual swords fiercely at Zifa. Casa Casa. Just then, Binz appeared near Zoro, summoning countless plants from the grass beneath Zoro's feet, ensnaring him. TSK. A look of irritation crossed Zoro's face as he swung his swords relentlessly, severing the surrounding vines. We're coming to assist. At that moment, Chopper, witnessing Zoro's predicament, rushed to help. Stay off the grass. This fellow's abilities are related to plants. Having just cut through a few vines, new ones erupted from the ground, causing Zoro to become flustered and unable to issue further warnings to the others. However, it was too late for Zoro's caution. Chopper landed on the grass first, only to be ensnared in an instant, rendered immobile. Yo-ho-ho, what is happening? Frankie and Brooke had also been ensnared by the vines, leaving Zoro alone, struggling to resist. Nearby, Nami wielded her climb attack, engaging Ain in close combat. Weather Wind Sword. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Nami swiftly dismantled her climb attack, using a section of it to direct an attack at Ain. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the half of the weapon. But as Zifa's prized pupil, Ain was not without her mastery of observation Haki. She quickly predicted Nami's assault, evading the whirlwind while her right hand glowed with a purple light, pressing against Nami's chest. Ugh! Instantly, Nami let out a muffled groan of discomfort, her form rapidly shrinking until only her outer garments remained, lying on the ground. Nami, caught in the clutches of vines. Chopper's face contorted with fury as he unleashed his enhanced strength, instantly transforming into a magnificent stag. With a powerful surge, he broke free from the vines, exuding an aura that seemed to convey a sense of gratitude to the heavens, as if to say he merely sought joy. Without hesitation, Chopper charged towards Ain, his colossal fist hurtling towards her with tremendous force. Retreat. Ain performed a graceful somersault, effortlessly evading Chopper's strike, her palm aglow with a violet radiance as it pressed against Chopper's head. In an instant, Chopper's form vanished, leaving only his light blue hat and clothes behind. Yamaro. As Ain approached with measured steps, Brooks struggled desperately, his skeletal visage etched with despair. What kind of otherworldly power is this? How can one simply make another vanish? Yet, after a burst of purple light, Brooke felt as if he had reverted to a youthful state, perhaps a decade younger. Such a delightful turn of events. Brooke immediately ceased his resistance. Come now, indulge me. At that moment, Robin seized the opportunity, her hands crossing as several spectral hands emerged from Ain, firmly grasping her. What have you done to my companions? Robin's expression was grave as she inquired. Just then, a charming figure emerged from Nami's coat, a delightful little girl. Unmistakably the younger version of Nami herself. Robin, quickly dispel your powers. Panic flashed across Nami's face. Alas, it was too late. Retreat. Ain gently placed her right hand upon the hands summoned by Robin. With a cacophony reminiscent of a mother scolding her child, Robin transformed into a youthful girl. Ain remained calm, explaining, the retreat fruit is my devil fruit ability that allows any entity to revert to its state from 12 years ago, including humans. At this moment, you should be around 18 years old, correct? Just imagine, if I were to touch you 2 more times, would you completely disappear? Chapter 229. Resolve it among yourselves, what? Miss Robin is already 30? My heart shatters. Sanji's face reflected abject despair. That is inconceivable. Upon hearing Robin's age, he became even more exhilarated. Women at that age are often at the pinnacle of maturity, gentle and considerate, yet adventurous too. Boom! Zifa's iron fist abruptly shattered Sanji's daydream. Sanji was sent flying a considerable distance. With a resounding explosion, Zifa seized Luffy's body before his unwilling gaze. With such meager strength, do you dare aspire to become the Pirate King? Do not indulge in fantasies. Zifa's tone dripped with disdain. Shall I simply crush you, the future Pirate King? Zifa smirked mockingly. How dull. Since you are Carp's grandson, let me see if you possess the strength to reclaim the humiliation of today in the future. For now, continue to languish in the new world, Straw Hat Luffy. With that, Zifa signaled Ain, instructing the other warships to fire upon the Thousand Sunny. As cannonballs soared through the air, a flash of death blades sliced through, causing the projectiles to detonate mid-flight. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, a figure clad in a kimono stood atop the mast, long hair flowing, wielding a katana that shimmered with a menacing violet glow. Kanahu, you! Zifa was taken aback. Gazing at Kanahu, unscathed, he found it hard to fathom how Naruto and Sasuke could allow her to escape unscathed. Blowing up a pirate ship is no different from killing their families. You should understand this principle. At that moment, Kanahu spoke. Today, the Thousand Sunny shall depart safely. I offer you 2 choices. Either stand aside, or I shall reduce your warships to mere scrap metal. The audacity of her proclamation left the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates wide-eyed. One person could dismantle all these vessels? Even my hawk might hesitate to make such a claim. After all, this Zifa is indeed a genuine admiral. Yet Zoro sighed, his expression tinged with reluctance. She certainly possesses that strength. Indeed, Luffy chimed in, his tone gravely serious. What? Nami and the others were left dumbfounded. For the proud Zoro and the carefree Luffy to utter such words, this individual's power must be formidable. But soon, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Zifa actually snorted dismissively. retreating to his ship, threateningly addressing Kano. I advise you not to entertain any notions about these ships. The explosive rocks aboard. Even you cannot escape unscathed. As for your affairs, resolve them yourselves. They will seek you for a showdown on the island where you intend to place the explosive rocks. Kanahu understood that Luffy and the others had witnessed the Mary being ignited and sinking to the depths. Hence, they cherished the Thousand Sunny dearly, fearing any harm would come to it. This was also the reason they were unable to confront Zifa and his ilk. They were too emotionally invested. As the warships slowly drifted away, Kanahu appeared on the Thousand Sunny using her spatial abilities. It has been ages, Luffy, Zoro. A smile graced Kanahu's lips. Indeed, it has been a long time, haha. Though I was just beaten up, Luffy laughed heartily. I've been working out lately, and you seem to have become quite brave too. Kanahu replied. Ah, Wei seeks vengeance, does he? Zoro, you have grown stronger. I can sense your resolve has intensified. Kanahu smiled gently at Zoro. There is still a significant gap between us. However, I promised her that I would defeat both you and my Hawk, standing atop the world as the most formidable swordsman in the New World. Zoro scoffed. What was that old man all about? Luffy inquired. Kanahu's expression turned somewhat resigned as she recounted Zifa's past to Luffy and the others. The matters concerning the Shichibukai left him disillusioned with the Navy, breeding a hatred that ultimately birthed a mad desire to annihilate both the Navy and pirates in the New World. Nami's face reflected a complex emotion. Although they were adversaries of the Navy, hearing Zifa's past stirred a sense of melancholy within her. It is hard to imagine that after losing his family, losing his beloved students, he would resort to such madness at the age of 70, a time meant for retirement and tranquility. As a true man, he does not require such cheap sympathy. Luffy's tone grew serious once more. He began as a protector, a Navy officer safeguarding his family and his sense of justice. He shall ultimately safeguard his unwavering belief in justice, even if it leads to his own destruction or that of the entire world. For such an individual, our duty is to fight with all our might until the bitter end. We either face defeat or vanquish him. It's as simple as that. It is truly perplexing to comprehend the male psyche. Is there truly no alternative to resolving matters beyond violence? Nami wearily pressed her forehead. However, Robin laughed. That is precisely why he can be our captain. Zoro and Sanji also revealed faint smiles. Indeed, their captain was quite the headache. By the way, Luffy, I have brought you a gift. With that, Kanaho stepped aside. Luffy beheld the familiar sight of the white whale pirate ship emerging behind her. Upon seeing the figures on the deck, a look of astonishment crossed Luffy's face. Ace. As soon as he uttered these words, Luffy leaped directly off the deck. Luffy! Chopper jumped after him, determined to save him, followed by Brook. Hey! Zoro was flustered. Rumors had spread that these three couldn't muster a single brain cell. He needed to clarify. It was no rumor, it was the truth. Observing the increasingly absurd scene before her, Kanaho smiled faintly and departed using her spatial powers. After all, the Navy's pursuit of Ace was far from over. Although Akiji, now part of the Navy, might not eradicate Ace and the others entirely to save face, they would need someone to complicate their operations, causing their mission to be forcibly aborted. It can only be said that Kanaho understood the intricacies of the situation. Subsequently, Zephyr ascended to the second Yndpont, the Psi Fa Island, burying explosive rocks within it. Despite the Navy's valiant resistance on the island, they were ultimately no match for Zephyr. Even when Luffy and the others arrived just in time, they were still defeated by Zephyr, who subsequently obliterated Psi Fa Island. Yet, no one anticipated that Akiji would appear nearby, extensively freezing the magma, thereby aiding Luffy and the others in successfully evacuating the villagers of Psi Fa Island. Nevertheless, even with his intervention, he could not prevent the destruction of the island's geological structure. Next, Zephyr only needed to annihilate the third Yndpont to trigger a full eruption of magma from these three islands, ultimately obliterating the New World and rendering it barren. He, along with his disciples Ain and Binz, would depart this world alongside the New World's demise. Watching Psi Fa Island gradually dissolve, Akiji wore a melancholic expression. Teacher, even if you risk everything, must you go this far? Has your hatred for the Navy truly reached such depths? Upon arriving at the third island, Akiji stood at the cliff's edge and began to sing softly. The sea watches the origin of the world. The sea knows the end of the world. If I were to truly vanish, the all-knowing sea would still guide the way. He sang that familiar tune, the sea's guidance, awaiting the arrival of someone dear to him. Time passed, and the towering figure he had always regarded with reverence gradually came into view. Zephyr. Akiji tossed the bottle of sherry he held to Zephyr, who stood a short distance away. Speaking of which, I truly dislike this song. Why must the Navy, which has lost its way, glorify such a tune? It's terribly dull. However, I, like you, have developed a taste for this sherry. At that moment, a smile graced Akiji's weathered face. Because I too wish to be a dashing man. This simple statement encapsulated Akiji's admiration for Zephyr. Indeed, to him, Zephyr was akin to Garp, a figure he would forever respect and revere. Humph, Zephyr chuckled softly. Are you lecturing a stubborn old man? I assure you, I will not cease this operation. Do you wish to die? Akiji silently clenched his fists. If such a conclusion were inevitable, then there was no choice. Zephyr's tone was resolute, because this is my answer to eradicate all evil and take the place of the Navy, which cannot truly execute justice. We shall save this sherry for our next meeting. At this point, Zephyr's voice began to show signs of impatience. Enough, I'm busy. It's best you leave quickly. After all, I have no intention of killing you. Nor do I wish to be killed, teacher. Akiji slowly extended his right hand. Layers of ice forming upon his palm, causing the atmosphere to grow charged with tension. Zephyr remained silent, merely smiling at his most cherished disciple. Indeed, among Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, only Akiji bore the closest resemblance to him. Unlike Akainu, who was blindly loyal to justice, or Kizu, who only sought to go through the motions. Akiji had once questioned the Navy's so-called justice. Chapter 230. The final lesson. After a brief moment, Akiji ultimately dissipated the ice in his hand, letting out a soft sigh as he walked past Zephyr. Teacher, you must know that someone will eventually stop you. With only this parting remark, Akiji vanished from Zephyr's sight. Zephyr said nothing further, merely clutching the straw hat he had snatched from Luffy, a smile unexpectedly breaking across his face. Akiji, it seems our promise to drink together cannot come to fruition. Zephyr murmured to himself. Known as the Navy's Confucius, he had once experienced many good days. Yet how had those beautiful times slipped through his fingers? Suddenly, a distant sound of cannon fire erupted. Zephyr recognized it as that straw hat kid coming to reclaim his hat. Wishing to become the Pirate King? Let me witness your resolve once more. Zephyr's gaze steadily grew more determined. At the same time, bang, bang, Sanji wielded two flintlock pistols, shooting down several new Navy members in rapid succession. A familiar voice rang out. Unfortunately, this time, Sanji was already well acquainted with Binz's combat methods. The moment he activated his observation Haki, he swiftly executed aerial maneuvers, evading the rising vines. Sanji darted amidst the vines, rapidly closing the distance to Binz. Damn it! Binz exclaimed, seeing his attacks failing to affect Sanji. He hastily drew forth several boomerangs, throwing them at Sanji one after another. Regrettably, these attacks were rendered ineffective against Sanji. In the blink of an eye, Sanji had approached Binz. Compared to these vines, Miss Robin's hands are indeed far more delightful. With a swift kick, Sanji struck Binz. Kara, Devil Wind Kick, Love Meteor Shot. Sanji transformed into a fiery figure, his right foot carrying immense force as it collided with Binz. Binz was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and losing consciousness. You may become infatuated with me, Miss Nami. Lighting a cigarette, Sanji gazed into the distance at Nami. Wearing a self-assured smile he deemed charming. At the same moment, bang, bang, with a headscarf tied around his head, Zoro entered his kingly mode, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Ain. Confronted by Zoro's tempestuous onslaught, Ain found her retreat fruitless, as her devil fruit ability faltered. After her dagger was sent flying, she could only attempt to distance herself while using her flintlock to impede Zoro's relentless pursuit. Unfortunately, even without activating his Kinbunchika Haki, the ordinary bullets proved ineffective against Zoro. He swiftly slashed through several bullets before closing in on Ain, severing her flintlock in two. With a flourish, he executed the Santoryu Sarayu Yuman, transforming into a blue dragon that entwined with Ain's form. Staring blankly ahead, Ain failed to comprehend Zoro's swift attack before collapsing to the ground. Naturally, Zoro used the back of his blade when engaging with a woman. If there were still lingering doubts, they must be severed. With that, Zoro sheathed his sword. After defeating Ain, amidst tantalizing sounds, Nami and Robin returned to their former selves. Other battlefields also concluded, leaving only Luffy and Zephyr engaged in the final clash over the Straw Hat's rightful ownership. Boom! Zephyr ensnared Luffy with his crushing machine, and with a thunderous explosion, Luffy was hurled far away, his coat disappearing in the process. You cannot shatter my justice. Though Zephyr proclaimed this, his face was alight with anticipation. Luffy, undeterred, transformed his hands into rubber machine guns, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Zephyr's machine. The two exchanged blows in a primal collision. Even if you defeat me, what of it? Gazing at the battered machine, Zephyr gasped for breath. Looking at Luffy, you remain a pirate. No one will appreciate your actions. I have no interest in such matters. Luffy replied resolutely. I will act according to my own principles. If I cannot defeat you, I cannot become the Pirate King. And that is all. Only adhering to your own whims? You truly are an impulsive brat. A smile crept on his Zephyr's face as he shattered the machine in his hands and flexed his iron arm. Then let me also take a chance. I will wager my life to completely obliterate your convictions. Bring it on. This is the final battle. In the next moment, both charged at each other. This time, Luffy even refrained from utilizing the powers of the Gomu no Mi, instead activating his Busashoka Haki to engage in a frenzied brawl with Zephyr. I am Z. You brat, do not think you could defeat me. I will succeed. I will become the Pirate King. Bang! Their fists collided, striking each other's faces. But after a brief moment of unconsciousness, they charged at each other once more. The dark arm, Zephyr, returned. In the distance, Akiji, silently observing the battle, suddenly smiled. He turned to Kizaru. Are you here to rescue him? If I save him, won't Akainu be displeased? Kizaru rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword. You are a Marine Admiral. Is it not inappropriate for you to be here solely to escort him? He is my teacher. Akiji chuckled. Yet you choose not to save him, which surprises me. There is nothing surprising about it. A boy who dreamed of becoming a Marine since birth, evolving into an elderly man who upheld his convictions until death. He is truly admirable, much like my dear Akainu. Is he not? Akiji laughed in return, his tone akin to boasting about his idol. I have taken your 2 disciples. You have no objections, I presume? None, thank you. As their conversation unfolded, the battle between Luffy and Zephyr reached its conclusion. This level of exertion leaves the body immobile. How regrettable, yet understandable, as joyous moments are fleeting. Zephyr lay on the ground, his face reflecting satisfaction. At that moment, Zoro, Sanji, Ace, and others arrived at the scene, gazing at the 2 figures. Binz and Ein followed closely, both wearing sorrowful expressions as they beheld Zephyr, battered yet reclaiming himself in his final moments. Dreamers must sever all obstacles and forge ahead. Take your straw hat along with my life. I do not want your life. Placing the straw hat back atop his head, Luffy grinned at Zephyr. I am no longer angry. However, if you wish to continue fighting, I am ready to oblige. No, I'm no longer angry either. Zephyr suddenly felt that the past pain and his anger had dissipated with this battle, replaced by contentment. Teacher Zephyr. At that moment, Ein rushed to Zephyr's side, tears glistening in her eyes. Ein, I have caused you trouble too, Haven Ti? A hint of guilt crossed Zephyr's face. We are fine, as long as you are safe. Ein's voice quivered with emotion. Regardless of Zephyr's actions, she was sincerely grateful to the teacher who nurtured her. Oh, the actors have gathered. Just then, Kizaru and a host of Marines appear before the group. How unfortunate. The Straw Hat Boy and Teacher Zephyr have both been gravely wounded. However, it matters not, as they're destined to perish anyway. Are you all coming at once? Zephyr readjusted his shattered sunglasses. A half-blade of grass clenched in his mouth, a smile playing on his lips. After causing such a commotion, it is time to pay the price for all that I have done. Otherwise, I would be too ashamed to face those who have gone before me. Zephyr turned his back to Luffy, his tone brimming with vigor. Straw Hat Boy, you still have your adventures ahead. Do not worry. Leave this to me. Dark Arm Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr. Sensing Zephyr's resolve to face death, Ein's expression changed dramatically as she rushed to stop him. However, an ice wall surged upwards, forcibly blocking her path to Zephyr. Witnessing the sudden ice wall, Kizaru's face momentarily displayed surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. So you have come as well. Kizaru instinctively glanced towards Akiji. Bang! Bang! Zephyr continued to send the advancing Marines flying, yet his smile remained unwavering. Farewell, Teacher Zephyr. Akiji soared into the air, his tone higher than ever before. Borisolino! Zephyr shouted joyfully, charging towards Kizaru. Achisaku Gahin no Tama. This time, the golden light points did not merely outline. They struck Zephyr directly amidst the overwhelming cascade of light. Zephyr's form staggered backward, yet he stood resolutely, refusing to fall. The ocean gazes upon the world, bearing witness to its origins and aware of its inevitable end. Should I truly vanish, the ocean, which knows all, will continue to illuminate the path ahead. The vice admirals, once mentored by ZFA, once again sing that familiar song, silently bidding farewell to their teacher. Amidst the melody, even as ZFA coughs blood and bears countless wounds, he persists in his relentless struggle, fighting, fighting, fighting. From Z to ZFA, he has realized his heroic dream. From ZFA back to Z, he has embodied his ideals and convictions. Now, let this teacher impart one final lesson to these unworthy students. In a personal note, some fans may have noticed a decrease in my updates. I now write only 3,000 words a day. Indeed, I have begun preparations for a new book. Following the conclusion of the plot in Gue Mieji Run, and transitioning into the world of Hua Ingrenja, I have come to realize that many readers may drift away. The reason is simple. Those who have experienced Gue Mie may not have explored Huaing, and those acquainted with Huaing may not have ventured into Haijai. Even if one has indulged in all three, the subsequent narrative of Qi Hong, Ji Tong likely remains obscure, belonging to the realm of niche anime. Furthermore, I acknowledge my own shortcomings. I have just caught up to the conclusion of the Birdcage arc in One Piece, and have yet to finish the 1,000-year Blood War arc of Bleach. Many character portrayals stem from a last-minute effort. I find myself referencing character profiles on minor platforms or searching Baidu for quick facts, which feels rather disrespectful to my audience. Writing fanfiction without a profound understanding is indeed my oversight. In an attempt to mask these flaws, I have resorted to excessive humor, hoping this would serve as a selling point. Yet it ultimately cannot conceal the inherent deficiencies. I sincerely apologize for my lack of respect towards my readers. I previously mentioned that my next work will feature a single female lead in a contemporary romantic narrative, with the protagonist being Yula. She is undoubtedly one of the most distinctive female characters in Yuan Shun. This time, the male lead will not be merely a comical invincible figure, but a fully fleshed-out character with genuine flaws. Yula aligns perfectly with the protagonist persona. This time, I shall not rely on the Yuanshin universe. Rather, I will transport Yula to the modern world and craft a genuine, original tale. I shall not abandon this book. After reducing the frequency of updates, I will focus on quality, for I possess a certain compulsion as an author. Even if it were to conclude unsatisfactorily, I must persevere until I reach 100,000 words. Thank you for enduring my lengthy reflections, and trust that I have never faltered in my commitment as an author. Chapter 231. One day, eventually ultimately, ZFA concluded his tragic yet brilliant life in the final battle. Luffy and his companions successfully escaped aboard the Sunny. After slaying ZFA, Kizaru did not pursue Ein and Binzi. To him, they were his junior siblings. Even if he were not idling, he would not unleash his wrath upon them. The morning sun shone upon ZFA's grave, a makeshift cross adorned with a shattered grinder, marking the final resting place of the once glorious navy. Ein pressed her hand firmly to her mouth, stifling her cries, and Binzi mirrored her silence. As Akiji had once remarked, a man who embodies his ideals is admirable. Thus, for him, shedding tears would be an affront. They silently gazed upon ZFA's grave, wishing to escort their teacher on his final journey. Behind them, Akiji turned to leave. As he passed by Kano, he spoke, "Take good care of them. Of course, I will look after them, as they are my junior siblings," Kanahu replied with a nod. "But that does not mean the Navy will spare you. Tread carefully." Sengoku is rather petty, having placed a bounty of 521 berry on Isen's head. He remains bitter about it, and is always prepared to return to the Navy headquarters to cause a ruckus. "Let him come," Akiji replied with a cold smirk, "and inform Marco and the others to behave themselves." With that, Akiji turned and departed. Their fate now lay in their own hands. I've saved them once, and if they choose to roam the seas as pirates, the consequences are theirs to bear. Just as Akiji began to fade from view, Kanahu called out to him, offering a final word. Having completed this exchange, she approached Ein and Binzi. "Come with us. You have nowhere else to go." Ein and Binzi remained silent. Observing this, Kanahu was not angered, but continued, "ZFA has passed away. In his final moments, he delayed for you, hoping you would embrace your true selves and live on. Yet you are pirates, even in ZFA's absence. Even with his plans to destroy the new world now abandoned, we cannot share the same path." Ein's expression was tranquil. With ZFA's death, she and Binzi fell adrift. Perishing here would not be an unworthy conclusion. We do not belong to this world. Kano's words caught them off guard. We come from another dimension, much like Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. You should sense that our abilities differ from this world's framework. Kanahu added an explanation. Now, Ein and Binzi fell into silence. Indeed, witnessing those two battle had always felt slightly dissonant. Initially, they could not articulate it, but now, with Kanahu's clarification, it all seemed to make sense. Very well, we shall accompany you. At that moment, Ein's demeanor became resolute. Binzi's face displayed surprise. He had not anticipated Ein's swift agreement. Since Fa wished for us to live well, we ought to honor his will. In this world, perhaps we have lost our reasons for remaining. Thus, I wish to explore other worlds, where perhaps a different scenery will allow me to discover new meaning in life. Upon hearing Ein's declaration, a look of relief spread across Kanahu's face. It should have been this way. Time always moves forward. To dwell in the past is to lose the chase of time, ultimately collapsing under its weight. Fa exemplified this. At 75, he could no longer see his path ahead, which led him to choose the annihilation of the new world. Thus, his gaze remained fixed on the glories of the past, culminating in his decision to end his life here. Yet Ein and Binzi are still young. Brimming with endless possibilities, they must forge ahead and not look back. 3 days later, Kanahu finally reunited with the remaining companions. During those 3 days, Isen had healed his wounds and departed from Kanahu's dimensional space. In response to Fa's demise, Isen appeared remarkably composed, for his thoughts aligned with Kanahu's. Meanwhile, Bai and Estes reported recent events to Isen. They had rescued Huji and Bista from the grasp of the Beast Pirates leader, Jean, and thwarted Big Mom's intentions to seize Fishman Island. The fierce battle between Isen and Zhuoming will soon reverberate throughout the New World. Whether it be the 100 Beast Pirates, Big Imon, or even the Navy, all will regard the terrifying power exhibited by Isen with trepidation. In a short span, the New World will temporarily return to tranquility. Marco will lead Ace and others to live peacefully in the homeland of Whitebeard for a time, awaiting the opportunity for resurgence. Indeed, they are pirates. Even if they profess to have grown indifferent and yearn for a tranquil life, such declarations are merely self-deception. Both Marco and Ace harbor fervent flames within their hearts. And how could they easily let them extinguish? However, as a consequence, Isen has lost Muzin and reverted to his human form. This signifies that he can no longer rely on Muzin's infinite regenerative abilities to indulge himself. To claim he feels no sorrow would be a fallacy, for it has been several years since he was consumed. Yet, there is no recourse. The cost of the mortal realm must be borne by someone, and his adventure remains unfinished. Moreover, Muzin, despite his malevolence, has granted him an extended life, which is not inconsiderable. As for his strength, he adopts a more pragmatic outlook. Since his cards are limited, the focus must be on playing them well. As he re-enters the time-space tunnel, the system's voice resonates in the ears of the group. The storyline of the Pirate King's Fa arc is temporarily concluded, and we shall soon enter the world of Zhu Xian Yuanqi. Due to the overwhelming strength of the participants, the storyline difficulty of this world will be significantly diminished. Thus, only Lu Sheng Yisin and Li Hua Luo Xiangnai who are permitted to proceed, while the others will temporarily return to the world of Demon Slayer to recuperate. Yisin and Xiangnai who? What is happening? Is it regarding Zuoshu Lai Chuan? A public display of affection, perhaps? Yet before they could react, a flash of white light enveloped them, and upon awakening, they found themselves at the foot of a mountain. At this point in the timeline, Zhang Xiaofan, possessing both Buddhist and Taoist heart methods, along with the bloodthirsty jewel, is about to face judgment from the Qingyun sect. Main quest, prevent Dao Xian Jinren from severely injuring Bai Yao. Side quest, slay the savage beast god. Upon hearing the system's voice, Isen comprehends the current progression of the story in this world. Zhang Xiaofan is in the East Sea, joining forces with the 3 renowned sects, Qingyun sect, Fun Xiang Valley, and Tian'in Temple, along with other righteous sects, to combat the demon cult. During this struggle, they have coincidentally encountered the current demon king, who leads a multitude to reclaim the divine beast Kuei Nio in the East Sea. In the process of preventing the demon cult from capturing Kuei Nio, Zhang Xiaofan, in a moment of desperation to save his senior sister Tianling, is compelled to simultaneously wield the Tai Chi Xianxing Dao into Fanban Rual under Kuei Nio's feet. Although he successfully rescues Tianling, he reveals the secret of Tian'in Temple's to Fanban Rual and the demon cult's nefarious treasure, the bloodthirsty pearl, drawing skepticism from the righteous sections. Master Pu Hong of Tianyin Temple, accompanied by Fa Xiang and Fa Shan, intends to clarify the past regarding Zhang Xiaofan, and thus heads to Qingyun Mountain. Meanwhile, those from the demon cult disguise themselves as members of Finxiang Valley, ostensibly to participate in this grand event, while secretly plotting to thoroughly dismantle the Qingyun sect. During the judgment, the four major factions of the demon cult, Demon King's sect, Changsheng Hall, Yihuan's sect, and Wan Du Min, collude with the infiltrator Song Song Dao Run within Qingyun sect. Song Song Dao Ren initially ambushes Dao Xianjun Ren, severely wounding him with the peculiar poison of the seven-colored centipede, and subsequently joins forces with the four factions to attack Qingyun sect. After a series of fierce battles, having temporarily repelled the demonic entities from the four factions, Fa Xiang discloses the truth behind the village massacre, revealing that Master Pu Ji is, in fact, the perpetrator of the massacre in Chaomiao village. The malevolent aura of the bloodthirsty pearl has incessantly influenced Xiaofan for years, and upon learning the truth, he descends into madness. At this moment, the daughter of the Demon King, Bai Yao, appears and drives away the righteous forces, attempting to take Xiaofan with her. The righteous faction is compelled to question whether Zhang Xiaofan has truly colluded with the demon cult, fearing that the genuine techniques of the Buddhist and Taoist families may fall into the hands of the demon cult, Dao Xian. Worried for the potential calamity Xiaofan could unleash upon the world, fiercely strikes at him with the Zhu Xian sword. In a bid to save Xiaofan, Bai Yao uses the love spell to block the Zhu Xian sword, and the Demon King takes Xiaofan down from Qingyun Mountain. This encapsulates the main storyline. And what Yi Sin must do is either assist Bai Yao in deflecting Dao Xianjun Ren's strike or ensure their departure from Qingyun sect beforehand. Regardless, he cannot afford to brazenly enter Qingyun sect alongside Xiang Nai Hu, as such an audacious act would render them targets of scorn. Instead, he must allow the demon cult's forces to breach Qingyun sect, seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing chaos to whisk the two away. As for Zhang Xiaofan's other beloved, Lu Sueki, it remains to be seen whether the bond of sisterly camaraderie or the affection for Zhang Xiaofan holds more significance. This is not a matter of moral coercion. In the realm of emotions, aside from that fleeting moment of infatuation, it ultimately comes down to who can make greater sacrifices. Bai Yao's willingness to infiltrate Qingyun sect for Zhang Xiaofan signifies that, from that moment, Lu Sueki has already lost completely. Chapter 232. Judgment. Meanwhile, at Qingyun sect, on Dezhu Peak, as the humid air lingers in the mountain, the people of Dezhu Peak have already risen. Tianbu Yi, having donned his attire, walks slowly to the open space in front of the Shou Jing Hall alongside Su Ru, where they find everyone waiting. Zhang Xiaofan stands at the back of the assembly. Durun, you take Lao Qi. The others need not accompany us, Tianbu Yi instructs. The others wish to voice their concerns, as this involves their little junior brother, who has been labeled a spy sent by the demon cult and may never return after this venture to Tong Tian Peak. However, they ultimately suppress their words. If they insisted on following, it would only serve to add to Tianbu Yi's burdens, which they wish to avoid. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan's senior sister, Tian Linger, steps forward. Father, I want to go too. What purpose do you have in going? To create chaos. Tianbu Yi coldly rebuffs his daughter's plea. Let her go, sighs Su Ru, Tian Linger's mother. Her maternal concern for her daughter prevails, given the perilous nature of Zhang Xiaofan's journey. Even with their protection, the odds of a successful return are slim. Perhaps this will allow her to accompany Xiaofan for a while longer. Tianbu Yi furrows his brow, begrudgingly nods in agreement, and then turns his gaze towards Zhang Xiaofan in the distance. Let us go. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summons his celestial sword and takes flight, followed closely by Su Ru. On the ground, Zhang Xiaofan's second senior brother, Hida Ji, finally coughs to draw attention. Little junior brother, be sure to exercise caution. I understand, Zhang Xiaofan replies. This is the first time in days he has seen concern etched on the faces of his senior brothers, stirring a wave of emotion within him as he nods appreciatively. Little junior brother, we should depart, remarks his eldest brother, Song Durun, with a sigh. Zhang Xiaofan acknowledges, moving beside Song Durun, unable to resist glancing at Tian Linger, who also looks back at him, her eyes brimming with concern, yet ultimately, no words are exchanged. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaofan once again positioned himself behind Song Darren, soaring into the azure sky. Gazing at the increasingly blue expanse above, It felt reminiscent of the commencement of the Seven Sex tournament, yet devoid of the initial thrill. Tontian Peak, towering into the clouds, remained majestic and ethereal, untouched by the mundane world, as if it opened its embrace to welcome their arrival. Song Darren, accompanied by Zhang Xiaofan and Tian Linge, descended upon the sea of clouds, where the distant Yuqing Hall atop the mountain resonated with the sound of distant bells. At this moment, Tian Bai and Su Ru had seemingly vanished, likely having ascended to Yuqing Hall ahead of them. Meanwhile, the Sea of Clouds was populated with numerous disciples from the Longmen and other sects. Upon seeing Song Darren and his companions, stirred with excitement, their gazes drawn to the figure of Zhang Xiaofan, standing behind. Whispers floated through the air, akin to the drifting clouds above. Song Darren and Tian Linge wore tense expressions, pretending to be oblivious to the attention surrounding them. After a brief moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, approaching the trio. Zhang Xiaofan recognized him as Chang Jian, a disciple of Longmen whom he had met during his previous visit to Tontian Peak and who had once crossed swords with Song Darren during the tournament. As old acquaintances, Song Darren greeted him with a respectful nod. Chang Shi Xiao, how fare you? Chang Jian promptly returned the gesture, but discreetly cast several glances at Zhang Xiaofan before replying. Song Shi Xiao, just moments ago, Shu Tian Bai arrived and instructed me to guide you directly to Yuqing Hall upon your arrival. That would be much appreciated, Chang Shi Xiao. Song Darren acknowledged. With Chang Jian leading the way, Song Darren, Tian Linge, and Zhang Xiaofan followed, traversing the sea of clouds and the gazes of countless Qingyan disciples, finally arriving at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. At that moment, the first rays of morning sunshine pierced through the horizon, casting a gentle light upon Tontian Peak. The clear waters on either side of the bridge shimmered, revealing a beautiful rainbow amidst the rippling waves. Zhang Xiaofan inhaled deeply, gazing into the vast expanse, feeling like a mere embellishment within an inconceivable grand tapestry. They continued walking across the Rainbow Bridge until they reached the edge of Bishi Pool, where the broad steps leading to Yuqing Hall came into view. However, the guardian spirit of Qingyun's sect, the Water Qilin, was nowhere to be seen, presumably still residing in Bishi Pool. A clear chime rang out from Yuqing Hall atop the mountain. Let us proceed. It lies just ahead, Chang Jian prompted. Song Darren agreed, but couldn't resist glancing at Zhang Xiaofan, who appeared lost in thought, staring blankly at the mountaintop. This place was far quieter than the Sea of Clouds, and along their path, Qingyan disciples were scarcely visible. A few young disciples tidying up greeted Chang Jian respectfully as they passed. Step by step, Zhang Xiaofan ascended, feeling increasingly weighed down in spirit. The ethereal realm ahead seemed to quicken his heartbeat with an inexplicable anxiety. What awaited him in that unknown space? Upon reaching the final step, he stood once more before the imposing Yuqing Hall, its grandeur making him feel as insignificant as an ant. Shall we enter? Chang Jian suggested. Both Song Darren and Tian Linge nodded in agreement. As Zhang Xiaofan took a step forward, he suddenly felt a tremor within him and turned his gaze to the side. There, in a corner of the steps, sat a figure leaning against the railing, clad in clean garments, yet dust-covered from sitting on the ground. His eyes, filled with confusion, were fixed on Zhang Xiaofan as he murmured to himself. It was his long-deranged Uncle Wang. A pang of sorrow surged within Zhang Xiaofan, and he instinctively moved toward him, only to be halted by Song Darren's gentle grip. Little shitty, let us enter first and not keep our elders waiting. You can visit Uncle Wang after you emerge. At these words, Song Darren dared not meet Zhang Xiaofan's gaze, for he found his own words absurd. Zhang Xiaofan paused, feeling a wave of sadness. Yet he understood the truth in Song Darren's words. He was in a precarious position, and after a moment, he nodded, forcing a smile toward Song Darren. Observing this exchange, Chang Jian whispered, "If there are no further matters, shall we proceed to meet our esteemed elders?" Song Darren affirmed, and he and Zhang Xiaofan moved forward. While Tian Linge furrowed her brow, "Elders? Chang Shi Xiao, are there other sect elders present?" After a moment of hesitation, Chang Jian responded, "Yes. Several esteemed monks from Tianyin Temple have arrived, along with seniors from Fengxiang Valley, all here to inquire about Shidizhang." Tian Linge paled, and Song Darren's brow furrowed in concern. Zhang Xiaofan silently stepped forward. "Chang Shi Xiao, let's enter." Chang Jian glanced at him, nodded, "Very well, follow me." Leading the way, he entered, and Zhang Xiaofan took a deep breath, his heavy steps following behind. Song Darren and Tian Linger exchanged anxious glances, recognizing the worry and helplessness mirrored in each other's eyes before trailing behind. Just as they crossed the threshold of Yuqing Hall, Uncle Wang, who had been seated in the corner, fixed his gaze upon the silhouette of Zhang Xiaofan. As Zhang Xiaofan vanished inside, Uncle Wang, for reasons unknown, wobbled to his feet, appearing like a bewildered child, scratching his head in confusion, and ambled toward the hall. For years, Uncle Wang had been cared for by Qingyun's sect, his madness never alleviated. Wandering aimlessly atop Tongtian Peak, even within the hallowed Yuqing Hall, he often ventured, yet never causing any disturbance, eventually becoming overlooked by the common disciples. Now, he surprisingly managed to walk in unimpeded, disappearing into the depths of the hall. Crossing the threshold, a solemn aura enveloped him. For this was the most sacred place within Qingyun's sect, still exuding its majestic might, awe-inspiring to behold. Within the grand hall stood many figures. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan's gaze was inexplicably drawn not to them, but to the distant shadow of the Sanqing deities at the far end of the hall. In front of the hall, incense and candles burned silently, releasing wisps of delicate smoke. In the center of the hall, seated upon the main throne, was Dao Xianzhenren, a figure of high virtue and ethereal grace. Beside him rested a small tea table, prominently displaying Zhang Xiaofan's treasured fire stick. To his right, a row of esteemed leaders from various sects, including Tian Bai, sat in attendance. Elders and disciples from the other sects stood or sat behind them. Familiar faces such as Qi Hao, Lin Jingyu, and others were also present, and at that moment, Lu Sueki quietly stood behind Master Shueiyue, alongside Wen Min, who regarded Zhang Xiaofan with eyes that sparkled with emotion. To the left of Dao Xianzhenren stood many individuals whom Zhang Xiaofan had never encountered before, including a kindly-faced monk and an elderly man with a gloomy countenance. As Zhang Xiaofan cast his gaze over the crowd, he recognized only a few familiar faces. Among them, F.A. Shan from Tianyin Temple, all of whom stood respectfully behind an elderly monk seated at the highest position. This benevolent-looking elder was likely a revered monk from Tianyin Temple. Accompanied by Song Darren, Zhang Xiaofan and Tian Linger approached, bowing to Dao Xianzhenren and announcing, "Master, Junior Brother Zhang from Dazhu Peak has arrived." The people around them stirred, their eyes suddenly drawn to the trio, causing both Zhang Xiaofan and his companions to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Su Ru, seated next to Tian Bai, frowned and said to them, "You stand over here." Relieved, Song Darren and the others complied and moved closer, just as Song Darren, who sat above Tian Bai, suddenly cleared his throat. Tian Bai's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he finally uttered a cold and resigned statement. "Lao Qi, you stand there. The sect leader and the esteemed elders have questions for you." Zhang Xiaofan's foot, which had just begun to move, halted abruptly as if he had collided with an invisible barrier. After a moment of silence, he responded softly, "Yes." Song Darren and Tian Linger exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting concern for Zhang Xiaofan. Yet they understood that this was not the time for hesitation and obediently positioned themselves behind Tian Bai. Dao Xianzhenren gazed down impassively, observing a solitary youth amidst the crowd, his expression tinged with slight tension and trepidation, his fists clenched tightly. Was this truly the orphan of ordinary talent from Xiaomiao village all those years ago? He sighed inwardly. "Zhang Xiaofan," Dao Xianzhenren called slowly. Zhang Xiaofan seemed to tremble slightly, gradually kneeling down and responding, "Disciple is here." Dao Xianzhenren regarded him and continued, "The esteemed elders beside you are all eminent figures of our righteous path, and they have come here for you. This is the abbot of Tianyin Temple, Pu Hong, and beside him is the esteemed monk Pu Kong, along with the venerable elder from Fenxiang Valley." Dao Xianzhenren could not forsake etiquette and felt compelled to mention the illustrious names of those present. However, Zhang Xiaofan's mind was elsewhere. His attention fixated on the two kind-faced old monks in front of him, clad in red monk robes adorned with golden threads, their white eyebrows resembling snow as they cast their gazes upon him. Pu Hong was one of the four great monks of Tianyin Temple, esteemed alongside Dao Xianzhenren of Qingyun sect and the leader of Fenxiang Valley, known as the three great figures of the realm. His status was unparalleled, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to even glimpse his presence. Yet, this time, he had unexpectedly broken tradition and traveled to Qingyun Mountain. Not only was Zhang Xiaofan astounded, but the news had also shocked Qingyun sect. highlighting Tianyin Temple's immense regard for the unexpected emergence of the Duff Fan Ban Ruo True Method. In the Grand Hall, Dao Xianzhen Ren's voice fell silent at some point, enveloped in a heavy stillness. All eyes fixated on the kneeling figure. Zhang Xiaofan slowly lowered his head, gazing at the blue bricks beneath him, and pondered deeply. Were these monks akin to that Pu Ji from years past? In the distance, a fire stick lay quietly on the tea table beside Dao Xianzhen Ren, seemingly resonating with its master's thoughts, a faint blue light flickering across its surface. Zhang Xiaofan, Dao Xianzhen Ren spoke again. I shall inquire about several matters, and you must respond truthfully. Zhang Xiaofan nodded yes. Dao Xianzhen Ren appeared to deliberate over his words before finally speaking. During the recent expedition to Donghai Liubo Mountain, a friend from Tianyin Temple identified that you employed the De Fan Ban Ruo True Method during your encounter with the remarkable beast Kuan Yo. Is this true? Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, and an atmosphere of tension enveloped the Yuqing Hall. Tian Bai shifted uncomfortably, only to find that everyone was silently fixated on Zhang Xiaofan. The air seemed to pulse with an invisible force, and unable to endure the suffocating pressure, Zhang Xiaofan finally replied, yes. What? An uproar erupted in the Grand Hall. Although they had anticipated this answer, the reaction of the Tianyin Temple monks was one of excitement, while Pu Hong, Pu Kong, and the others behind them remained composed and silent. In contrast, Tian Bai's expression darkened, and the faces of Tian Ling and the others turned pale with shock. Only Lu Sueki gazed at the silent figure without uttering a word. Dao Xianzhen Ren furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Pu Hong. Despite the agitation of the disciples, had closed his eyes, indicating that he would not speak for the time being. Dao Xianzhen Ren snorted coldly and turned back to Zhang Xiaofan, raising his hand to silence the clamoring crowd. Given his significant status, both the disciples of Qingyan sect and members of other sects quickly quieted down, and Dao Xianzhen Ren continued. Furthermore, it has been said that the fire stick in your possession contains the demonic artifact known as the blood-devouring pearl. Is this true? Another silence ensued as Zhang Xiaofan nodded again, yes. This time, however, the audience was unexpectedly quiet. The name blood-devouring pearl, laden with sinister connotations, had now been associated with a disciple of Qingyan sect. Dao Xianzhen Ren's expression gradually darkened. Do you have anything to say? Despite having anticipated this confrontation, Zhang Xiaofan's heart was still a void, and the fear of potential punishment caused his body to tremble slightly. I, he stammered, like a small boat desperately struggling against a vast and turbulent sea, uttering simple words without knowing what to express. Dao Xianzhen Ren's demeanor grew severe. How did you come by this blood-devouring pearl? His voice rose suddenly, sharp and commanding, causing Zhang Xiaofan's mind to buzz as confusion set in. Eventually, he began to recount his tale, detailing how he had been teased by the monkey Xiao Hui in his childhood, how he and Tian Ling had chased it to the secluded valley, and how the blood-devouring pearl had contended with the black stick, ultimately transforming into its current form. In the Grand Hall, the audience exchanged glances. Even Dao Xianzhen Ren, Pu Hong, Pu Kong, and the elder from Finxiang Valley furrowed their brows. The notion of the blood-devouring pearl being forged from the essence of living beings was unprecedented for these accomplished cultivators, indicating that the world indeed held countless wonders. While some among them harbored skepticism, the evident daze in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes and the despondency on his face suggested he was not deceiving them. Dao Xianzhen Ren pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Xiaofan. Very well, I shall tentatively accept your account of this unexpected forging. However, the blood-devouring pearl was already in your possession prior to this event. How could a mere child like you possess such a malevolent artifact? Moreover, the blood-devouring pearl feeds on the life essence of living beings, and since it had not yet been fused with the soul-capturing technique, how could you remain unscathed? Zhang Xiaofan was left speechless. For the true reason behind the matter was that the monk Pu Ji had initially sealed the bloodthirsty pearl using the authentic methods of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, on that day, Pu Ji had urged him to discard it at a secluded cliff. Yet Zhang Xiaofan chose to keep the pearl as a memento. At this moment, mentioning Pu Ji inevitably revealed everything. However, these were words that Zhang Xiaofan deeply harbored in his heart and was reluctant to voice. The kind-hearted old monk, with whom he had only shared a single night of fate, had only received a call of master from him when the oil lamp had flickered out. Yet, through all these years, he could not forget that individual, no matter how hard he tried. In an instant, It seemed as though the gazes and sounds of those around him became distant, and the scenery before him transported him back many years, where he stood defiantly before the old monk, a young boy resolute and unwavering, declaring, "I cannot speak." Speak! A thunderous command echoed, startling everyone, as it was Tian Bai, his brow furrowed, rising in anger. His expression was grave, yet his concern deepened, for Zhang Xiaofan had already admitted to a significant transgression against the Qingyun sect and the righteous path. According to the norms, he would surely face death. Tian Bai, both shocked and furious, noticed that his young apprentice seemed entirely unaware of the peril he was in, particularly with the people from Tianyin Temple and the Incense Valley present. Even if the Qingyun sect wished to protect him, they were powerless to do so. If this continued, Zhang Xiaofan's life would truly be in jeopardy. Helplessly, Zhang Xiaofan, like a spirit possessed, slowly lowered his head and remained silent. The others were taken aback, especially Su Ru and the others from Dezhu Peak, who had watched him grow. They were momentarily rendered speechless. Zhang Xiaofan had always been a quiet and resilient individual, yet at this critical juncture, he appeared as though he would say nothing, disregarding everything. Tian Bai stepped forward suddenly, but before he could speak or act, the previously silent abbot Pu Hong of Tianyin Temple suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Tianji, let us discuss this matter calmly, without resorting to violence." Tian Bai was taken aback, surprised that Pu Hong would intercede on Zhang Xiaofan's behalf. However, given Pu Hong's esteemed reputation, even the leaders of the Qingyun sect would not dare to disregard his wishes, and thus he could only grunt and sit back down. Dao Xianjunren cast a subtle glance at Pu Hong, his brow furrowed, as if in contemplation, and then turned to Zhang Xiaofan, asking, "Furthermore, where did you learn the great Fan Prajna true method?" The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense, as this inquiry subtly tugged at the undercurrents between the two major factions of the righteous path. The answer was bound to be earth-shattering. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan remained silent on his knees, not uttering a word for a long time. Dao Xianjunren's pupils contracted, his tone growing colder. "Will you not speak the truth?" Having watched Zhang Xiaofan's demeanor throughout, he suddenly averted his gaze, no longer observing him. Even Pu Hong, sitting before him, exchanged a glance with Pu Kong, their eyes flickering with an unspoken understanding, leaving others uncertain of their thoughts. The world around Zhang Xiaofan fell into silence, yet it felt as if an immense, invisible wall confined him, coldly pressing down on him. Zhang Xiaofan gradually felt breathless. Nevertheless, he still did not speak. Perhaps even he himself did not comprehend what he was holding on to. A loud bang echoed, startling everyone. Zhang Xiaofan looked up to see Dao Xianjunren slamming the fire poker onto the tea table, rising with a stern expression, evidently furious. "You wretch. Do not think that your silence renders you invulnerable." Zhang Xiaofan trembled, his expression complex, yet ultimately, he remained silent. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan in such a state, Dao Xian laughed bitterly in anger. Very well, you wretch. Today I will ensure that you face the sect leader's wrath." Suddenly, a shout erupted from a disciple of Qingyun's sect, causing a stir among the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, for Dao Xianjunren had held his post in Qingyun for many years, his authority unquestioned. It was unexpected that someone would dare to obstruct him, prompting even Zhang Xiaofan to turn his head. Amidst the commotion, it became evident that Lu Sueki resolutely stepped forward, moving to stand beside Zhang Xiaofan and kneeling down. Chapter 234. A scene out of control. Seeing Lu Sueki emerge, Dao Xianjunren was momentarily stunned, and Master Shui Wei was equally astonished, rising to exclaim, "Ch, have you lost your mind? Come back." Lu Sueki's complexion was slightly pale, yet she showed no sign of retreat as she knelt beside Zhang Xiaofan. Her unparalleled beauty, with snow-white teeth gently biting her pale lower lip, revealed an unwavering determination as she addressed the sect leader. "Master, I, Lu Sueki of the Shaozhu Peak, have something to say." Shui Wei frowned. "Zhang Xiaofan is a disciple of Dazhu Peak, guilty of serious crimes. The sect leader will make a decision. Do not speak out of turn, come back quickly." Lu Sueki's lips twitched slightly, and Zhang Xiaofan could distinctly hear her sudden, heavy breaths. It was evident that the pressure of kneeling beside him in front of everyone was immense. However, in this solemn and austere hall, the gazes of all those unfamiliar still failed to deter the beautiful woman. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at her, remaining silent. "Master, please allow me to speak for a moment." Dao Xianjunren glanced around, noting the eyes of the other sect members upon him, and could only nod. I wish to see what you can say. Lu Sueki replied. Thank you, master. Esteemed masters and uncles, I have no deep connection with Zhang Xiaofan, but after the seven sects martial gathering, I descended the mountain with him. In the ancient cave of Wanfeng Mountain and on the flowing waves mountain of the Eastern Sea, I witnessed Zhang Xiaofan engage in a life-and-death struggle against the remnants of the demonic sect, proving he is not a traitor to the demonic sect. At this moment, he may have unspeakable difficulties. I implore the masters to think carefully and not. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lu Sueki's words. The crowd turned to see an elderly man from the Incense Valley, a member of the dual monks from Tianyin Temple, whom Zhang Xiaofan had not noticed before. He appeared gaunt and tall, and his voice was somewhat sharp as he interjected. The outsider she refers to is likely myself, along with my fellow Taoist Pu Hong. Pu Kong and other comrades, right? Ha! Qinyin sect has gotten itself into such a predicament, and you still consider yourselves the righteous path. Do you think we do not deserve an explanation? The expressions of Dao Xianjunren and the other leaders turned grim. The Tsang Song Taoist, sitting nearby, coldly replied, Taoist Shangwan, since our sect leader has decided to publicly judge this person before you all, it is to provide you with an explanation. Shangwan sneered twice. Taoist Song Song, your disciple Zhang Xiaofan is shrouded in too many secrets. Besides harboring demonic artifacts, he also possesses the unorthodox methods of Tianyin Temple, and he is likely involved with our Incense Valley Supreme artifact, the Xuanhua Mirror. At this point, he paused, shifting his gaze toward Dao Xianjunren. Let me make it clear. The Xuanhua Mirror is our Incense Valley's treasure, and we must retrieve it. Tian Bai's anger mounted as he retorted with a sneer. Taoist Shangwan, if this treasure is of such importance, why did your Incense Valley not guard it properly, carelessly losing it, and now it seems to have become entangled with my disciple? It implies that those tasked with guarding the treasure are likely incompetent. Shangwan Su was enraged, abruptly standing up, and Tian Bai did not back down either, rising in response, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension, as if swords were drawn. Dao Xian hurriedly called out, Tian Shitty, what are you doing? Sit down. Tian Bai shot a fierce glare at Shangwan Su, but ultimately dared not defy the sect leader in public, slowly taking his seat instead. Dao Xian then turned to Shangwan Su and said, Brother Shangwan, we will certainly provide you with an explanation, so rest assured. Shangwan Su let out a cold laugh, and also returned to his seat. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Yu quickly admonished, Sure, why aren't you coming back? Unexpectedly, Lu Sueki, who usually obeyed her master, was transformed today. She raised her head to Dao Xian and declared, Master, regardless of what mistake Zhang Shidi has made, I implore you to investigate thoroughly, but he is absolutely not an infiltrator from within Qinjianmen. Her expression was composed, and she seemed unafraid of the world, resolutely stating, Lu Sueki, am willing to stake my life on it. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Even Zhang Xiaofan himself was slightly agape, staring blankly at the woman who knelt beside him, her snow-white skin and frosty appearance suddenly seeming to exhibit a hint of tenderness. Lin Jingyu, a fellow disciple, also pledged his life to vouch for Zhang Xiaofan. Almost simultaneously, as Lu Sueki finished her statement, Lin Jingyu could no longer contain himself, resolutely rushing forward to kneel in the grand hall. Ignoring the ashen face of his master, Song Song Daoren, who looked as if he had turned the color of pig liver, he exclaimed, Zhang Shidi has risked his life for Qin Yun. He is definitely not an external infiltrator. I grew up with him and know this to be unequivocally false. I implore the sect leader to reconsider. At this moment, Dao Xian's expression was exceedingly grim, yet as if stimulated by something, the Qingyun disciples erupted into a commotion. In a flash, disciples from Fenghui Peak, Longfeng Peak, and Dazhu Peak rushed out, kneeling together, proclaiming, We are also willing to stake our lives for Zhang Shidi. The crowd was taken aback, and upon looking closely, they recognized the three as Zheng, Qi Hao, and Tian Ling. At this moment, aside from the couple Tian Bai, Song Song Daoren from Longfeng Peak, and Zheng Shuchang from Fenghui Peak, all stood up in utter shock. The grand hall was thrown into chaos. Dao Xian, seething with anger, thought to himself that these rebellious disciples were attempting a coup today, right at a time when righteous allies could not afford such discord. His position as the sect leader of Qin Yun was utterly disgraceful, and his anger surged within him, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, he heard a gentle cough from behind. It was his disciple, Xiao Yi Sai, who quietly suggested, Master, perhaps you should take a moment to rest and address this matter later. Dao Xian instantly realized his error. let out a heavy huff, and slammed the table, causing the chaotic Qingyun disciples to fall silent, their gazes shifting towards him. Without uttering a word, Dao Xian strode toward the inner hall. The crowd exchanged glances, and only Xiao Yizai stepped forward with a smile, saying, "There was an urgent matter at the back mountain that required my master's attention. Please wait a moment." Shandong se a muking expression, Xiao Shizi. I've heard that Qinjianmen has strict rules. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Yizai's eyes, but he quickly restrained himself, responding, "Senior, you jest." He then turned and lightly coughed, approaching the various elders, whispering, "Masters, why don't you ask them to rise?" Zheng Shuchang and the others quickly reacted, stepping forward to help the disciples up, reproaching them sternly. Tianlinger was pulled back by Su Ru, who, while not scolding her, conveyed her own grievances. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, "Mother." Su Ru sighed deeply, shaking her head to signal her not to speak further. Tianlinger glanced at Tianbai, only to see him with a sullen face, his brows tightly knit, silent as he sat in his chair. Lu Sueki was led out of the Yuqing Hall by her senior sister Minxiang, their surroundings filled with curious gazes until they reached a secluded corner outside. Min quietly complained, but Lu Sueki kept her head down, remaining silent. After a moment, Master Shui Yu approached slowly. Min, ever protective of her junior sister, moved forward to explain in hushed tones, yet Shui Yu's expression remained grave as she walked directly to Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki dared not meet her gaze, bowing her head. "Master." Shui Yu stared at her, this proud and beautiful disciple of hers, silent for a long while before suddenly sighing. Her voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of sorrow. Both Min and Lu Sueki were taken aback. Shui Yu shifted her gaze from Lu Sueki and walked to the railing outside Yuqing Hall, looking out at the peaks piercing the heavens, the white clouds drifting ethereally, exuding an otherworldly aura. "Cheer! You have erred today, do you understand?" Lu Sueki lowered her head. "Yes, master, I have caused you trouble. It is my fault. However, Zhang Xiaofan is truly not." Shui Yu suddenly turned and fixed her gaze upon her. "Why would you stake your life for him?" Lu Sueki's complexion turned pale, unable to articulate a response. Shui Yu regarded her for a long moment, shaking her head with a low sigh. What a tragic fate. Lu Sueki hurriedly defended herself. "Master, I am not." Shui Yu interjected. "Do you not realize that when I said you have erred, it is not merely because you have put me in a difficult position?" Both Lu Sueki and Min were astonished. Min exclaimed, "Master, what do you mean?" Shui Yu offered a faint smile, her gaze drifting once more to the distance, as if lost in a long-forgotten memory. "You young ones, unaware of the heaven's vastness, in your moment of bravado, might be pushing Zhang Xiaofan onto the path of destruction." Lu Sueki's face drained of color. "Master?" Shui Yu's voice grew increasingly somber, as if recalling memories buried deep within. "It has been many years. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year has passed. Long ago there was someone who, like him, committed a grave error, yet we disregarded everything to plead for him, but ultimately..." She slowly turned to meet Lu Sueki in Min's eyes. The circumstances of that person from years ago, while not identical to Zhang Xiaofan as today, are indeed strikingly similar. However, that person was always someone your sect leader despised. Shui Yu spoke with a deep sadness, revealing for the first time before her disciples a semblance of her own heartache. Within the hall, Dao Xian had yet to return, but whispers began to ripple through the crowd. When Shui Yu and her two disciples returned, they found the crowd divided, yet Zhang Xiaofan remained alone on his knees. Lu Sueki hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting Shui Yu's stern gaze, she quietly moved to stand behind him. Moments later, Dao Xian slowly emerged from the rear hall, returning to his seat, and the grand hall fell silent once more. Chapter 235. We are ambushing you. Dao Xian did not immediately question Zhang Xiaofan. Instead, he appeared apologetic, nodding to the side at the monk Pu Hong, saying, "My disciples have been disrespectful, causing you to witness this, Brother Pu Hong." Pu Hong smiled gently. "No need for such formalities, Dao Xian." At this moment, Sang Song Daoren approached, holding Zhang Xiaofan's firewood stick, and placed it on the tea table beside Dao Xian. Dao Xian frowned slightly, looking at him with a hint of suspicion. Sang Song Daoren softly explained, "Brother, after you left, the situation became slightly chaotic. This item is of great significance. To be safe, I took it away and have now returned it." Dao Xian nodded. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, brother." Sang Song Daoren then stepped back, and Dao Xian's gaze returned once more to Zhang Xiaofan. as the tension enveloped the crowd. They understood that the moment ahead could very well determine the fate of the young man. Zhang Xiaofan, I ask you one last time, do you have anything to say? Sweat beads formed on Zhang Xiaofan's forehead as the situation had escalated to its direst point. Having spent many years within the Qingyun sect, he was acutely aware of the sect's aversion to probing into the secrets of their esoteric teachings. To reveal such information could lead to an uncertain fate for himself. Yet the venerable Puji, who had long since passed, would likely suffer far worse than mere disgrace. His very remains might be exhumed from the stupa of rebirth at the Tianyin Temple. Moreover, Puji was one of the 4 revered monks of Tianyin Temple. Whether the crowd would believe him was yet another concern. Battling within himself, he oscillated between thoughts of Puji's visage and the deep gratitude he owed to his sect. Yet, to betray Puji felt akin to being driven to death. In that fleeting moment, clarity eluded him. For those present in the grand hall would not grant him any further time. Dao Xian observed Zhang Xiaofan's fluctuating expression after his inquiry. The young man's brow glistening with perspiration, yet remaining resolutely silent. Recalling the scene when the disciples had pleaded on his behalf, an ancient flame of indignation ignited within Dao Xian's very core. It was as if a century prior, a figure clad in white knelt before the Yuqing Hall. Amidst the deities of the 3 pure ones and the earnest appeals of his fellow disciples, yet remained unyielding, imperious, and disdainful of the world. At the back, Shuiwei gazed at Dao Xian's countenance, her body trembling slightly, a fleeting sorrow flickering in her eyes, and she slowly lowered her head. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the hall, shocking everyone into silence. Dao Xian, having seemingly lost all patience, rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Xiaofan, exclaiming, "Wretched spawn, I took you in out of pity for your plight, yet it appears I have nurtured a tiger that threatens my very life." Zhang Xiaofan swayed slightly, lifting his head and parting his lips as if to speak. However, Dao Xian's expression hardened like ice. "If we do not eliminate you today, how can the Qingyun sect justify itself to the righteous world?" He continued, "Let me fulfill your demise." A pallor swept over the crowd. Tian Bai stood up abruptly, while the faces of Lu Sueki, Tian Linger, and Lin Jingyu turned ashen. Even the monk Pu Hong from Tianyin Temple seemed to falter, softly imploring Dao Xian, "Dao Xian, should we not reconsider?" Dao Xian scoffed. "This wretched spawn harbors the evil artifacts of the demonic sect and has committed grievous transgressions against our righteous path. His sins are profound." With that, he seized a firewood stick from the table, declaring, "Today, let you perish by your own malevolent devices." Zhang Xiaofan's mind buzzed, plunging into a void, as if all color had drained from his surroundings. He stared blankly as Dao Xian raised his arm, while his master Tian Bai's face turned a shade of iron, seemingly about to intervene amidst the chaos among the Qingyun disciples. Blood seemed on the verge of spilling in the hall. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed, stunning all present. In their astonishment, they beheld Dao Xian trembling violently, bellowing as he hurled the firewood stick as if it had burned his hand. The stick soared through the air, landing with a clatter at Zhang Xiaofan's feet. At that moment, a shadowy figure erupted from the stick, pausing mid-air with an eerie sound. It was a centipede of extraordinary size, resplendent in color, with 7 forked tails, wriggling and shaking its head with an air of arrogance. Zhang Xiaofan stood transfixed, his body trembling as he fixated on the creature hovering above. A vivid imprint in his memory. The 7-tailed centipede. Time seemed to rewind, thrusting him back to that dark night years ago, when Puji battled a mysterious figure in black, and he lost everything in a bloody haze. He trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming scent of blood. With determination, he grasped the firewood stick tightly. Yet at that moment, no one noticed Zhang Xiaofan's anomaly. All eyes and attention were fixed on Dao Xian. The esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect, with their vast experience, swiftly encircled Dao Xian, particularly to shield him from the 7-tailed centipede. As they cast glances at Dao Xian, their faces blanched. Dao Xian's right hand trembled, a visible wound on his middle finger, clearly inflicted by the centipede, as dark blood oozed forth. Alarmingly, a sinister black mist surged from the wound, ascending with alarming speed. The 7-tailed centipede was notorious for its lethal poison, and even Dao Xian, a master of great renown, found himself ensnared. In that brief moment, Dao Xian felt dizzy, struggling to maintain composure. However, his cultivation was far superior to that of Puji, and he quickly steadied his mind. With his left hand, he pointed like a blade towards his now numb right hand, inscribing symbols in the air to mitigate the encroaching black mist. At this juncture, Song Song Daoist rushed to his side, supporting him, and upon seeing Dao Xian's injury, he turned to Zhang Xiaofan, bellowing, "Zhang Xiaofan, you wretched spawn, how dare you harm the sect leader?" The crowd gasped in shock as Zhang Xiaofan protested, "No, it was not me." Dao Xian, surrounded by the disciples, appeared slightly better. Yet the poison from the seven-tailed centipede lingered ominously on his visage, the black mist clinging stubbornly. Nevertheless, his mind remained lucid, and after a deep breath, he commanded, "Seize this wretched spawn and interrogate him thoroughly." Song Song Daoist replied, "Do not worry, I am here." Dao Xian gasped, his heart lightened somewhat, and he nodded in acknowledgement. However, before he could speak further, Song Song's expression morphed from urgency to a ghastly snarl. Simultaneously, Dao Xian felt a chill in his abdomen, an acute pain jolting through him. As the vital energy he had summoned to suppress the poison dissipated in an instant. "You!" Dao Xian's expression shifted, and he struck out, aiming to take Song Song's life. Yet, at that moment, a swirling vortex materialized from thin air, and a colossal hand emerged to counter Dao Xian's strike. The collision sent Song Song staggering back several steps, while Xiang Naihu stood resolutely with the dagger in hand, positioning herself between the three. Song Song Daoist wielded a short sword, glimmering like water, unmistakably a rare artifact. Bloodstains marred the blade, crimson droplets falling onto the azure bricks of the Grand Hall. In the blink of an eye, Dao Xian's dark green robe was stained deep, his face paling as astonishment eclipsed his pain. "Who are you?" Dao Xian demanded coldly, eyeing Yi Sin. "I'm not of this world," came the reply. "Dao Xian, do you know that Song Song's sword was aimed at that person?" Dao Xian fell silent, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Chi Hao could no longer contain himself, his voice laced with confusion and terror. "Master, have you lost your mind?" Song Song Daoren cast a glance at him. Then his gaze fell upon Lin Jingyu, who stood beside Chi Hao, bearing an expression almost identical to his. Numerous disciples from Longzhou Peak, and even others from various branches of Qinjianmen, regarded him with incredulous looks, as if he were a madman. "Heh, Mel. Indeed, I have long been mad." Song Song Daoren laughed maniacally, his demeanor tinged with a hint of insanity. "It was here, in this Yuqing Palace, a century ago, when I witnessed the fate of my senior brother, Wan Jiani, that I became unhinged. Master." At this moment, Chi Hao and Lin Jingyu from Longzhou Peak spoke with voices thick with emotion. Yet behind them, the esteemed elders of Qinjianmen surrounding Dao Xian Jinren suddenly froze. The name Wan Jiani, laden with nightmarish connotations, cast a dark shadow over Qinjianmen. Dao Xian Jinren's eyes twitched. This was a name that had not been uttered in his presence for 100 years, and it seemed to strike a deep nerve within him. Xiao Yizai supported him, but was taken aback to feel Dao Xian Jinren's injured body tremble violently, as if the flames burning within his master were searing hot even through his robes. Song Song Daoren stood there in a frenzied state, as if years of pent-up resentment had finally erupted, leaving no one willing to apprehend the assailant who had harmed the supreme leader of Qinjianmen. "Dao Xian Jinren, given the circumstances, perhaps you should lay bare the events of that year?" Xin observed Dao Xian Jinren with a knowing smile. "Or, I would not mind unveiling that part of the past you are reluctant to confront." Chapter 236. That passed upon hearing Xion's words, Dao Xian Jinren's countenance darkened significantly. His hand clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, and he shouted sternly, "Nonsense! The matter of Wan Jiani." In those days, both Wan Jiani and Dao Xian Jinren were paragons within Qinjianmen. Xian interrupted, not allowing Dao Xian to speak yet. Wan Jiani later chose 4 individuals to accompany him to the wilderness, to slay demons in the sacred land of the demonic sect, Tianbai, Shang Zhengliang, Song Song, and Zhang Shuchang. All of them greatly enhanced their cultivation through his guidance, did they not? No one answered. The younger disciples were at a loss. But Tianbai and the others wore ashen faces, remaining silent. They tacitly acknowledged Xion's assertions, especially Song Song, who recalled how, despite losing an arm, Wan Jiani had risked his life to save him, nearly losing his own life in the process. Am I not correct? Indeed, Song Song replied with a bitter smile, his expression filled with sorrow. Wan Shixiang saved and protected me. I have endured for a century, solely for this moment. Pausing for a moment, Song Song's tone gradually became more frenzied. Yes, I have borne this for over 100 years. And only today do I have a chance to seek justice for Wan Shixiao. Back then, during our expedition from Qinjianmen to the wilderness, he pointed at Tian Bai, Zhang Shuchang, and Shang Zhongliang one by one. You have all enjoyed your positions as elders in comfort for a century. Yet do you remember how Wan Shixiang disregarded everything to save our lives? Do you recall who selflessly shared his insights on cultivation with us, enabling our rapid advancement? And you, he suddenly pointed at Xue Yu. You dared to say that I am so obsessed? Ha ha! Who does not know of your secret affection for Wan Shixiang, and that he later saved you and loved you? Yet you chose to abandon him in his time of need, only to come here now to mock me. Xue Yu's face turned a ghastly white. And you, Tian Bai, seemingly wanting to vent all his pent-up grievances. Song Daoren laughed maniacally as he pointed at Tian Bai. You tell me, how did Wan Shixiang treat you? And how did you repay him? Tian Bai's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly, while his wife, Su Ru, stood beside him, equally pallid. Yet neither spoke a word, allowing Song Daoren to continue his loud tirade of accusations. You are merely an ordinary, dull disciple under Zhu Peak, looked down upon even by your own master and seniors. Yet Wan Shixiang, upon encountering you, recognized your potential and devoted himself to nurturing you. He not only shared his cultivation insights, but also vigorously recommended you to join the expedition to the wilderness, allowing you to rise to prominence within Qinjianmen and attain your current position. Am I right? Tian Bai took a deep breath, his expression a mixture of pain. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Wan Shixiang's kindness towards me is profound. I can hardly repay it, even if I were to shatter into 1,000 pieces. At his words, not only the disciples of Dazhu Peak, but even those from other branches, including the astonished individuals from Tianyin Temple and Finxiang Valley, altered their expressions. Clearly, Tian Bai's acknowledgement indicated that Song Daoren's claims regarding Wan Shixiang carried significant weight. Song Daoren chuckled coldly. Good, you finally admit it. At least you possess a shred of conscience. But how did you repay him? Tell me. Tian Bai slowly lowered his head, his jaw clenched tightly, as if his body trembled slightly. Song Daoren laughed maniacally. Ah, you choose not to speak? I shall speak for you. You shameless wretch. Despite Wan Shixiang's deep regard for you, upon returning to Qinyan Mountain, you knew full well that he had affections for Su Ru from Shaozhu Peak. Yet you brazenly usurped his love. Is this not true? Tian Bai suddenly raised his head, but upon meeting Song Daoren's almost frenzied gaze, the searing flames within seemed to engulf him. Inexplicably, he felt a white figure standing behind Song Daoren, rendering him speechless as he lowered his head once more. He remained silent, but Su Ru suddenly stepped forward. Song Shixiang, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Wan Shixiang indeed held feelings, but from beginning to end, I regarded him with respect and admiration. He has been immensely kind to both of us. But my bond with Bai is entirely my own decision. It cannot be termed as usurping love. Moreover, Wan Shixiang himself, in our presence, once blessed our union. Song Daoren scoffed. Wan Shixiang's pride is immense. After being betrayed by both of you, would he cling to you like a mere mortal? He would rather suffer in silence than allow others to witness his pain. At that moment, Exan interjected in matters of love. It is not about who sacrifices more that entitles one to receive. If Su Shimi were a scheming individual, she would not have chosen Tian Bai as her partner. It can only be said that they fell in love under specific circumstances, and there is nothing more to discuss. Song Daoren snorted coldly, clearly unable to comprehend matters of love as a cultivator. He seemed unwilling to dwell any longer on the subject, turning his gaze towards the wounded, gasping Dao Xianjunren. His eyes filled with boundless hatred. Wan Shixiang treated me like a brother, nurturing me, and in the wilderness he risked his life to save me. I owe my life to him. It is lamentable that a century ago I was unable to save him, and from that moment forth I vowed to avenge him, no matter the cost. As he reached the final words, his voice rose in intensity, as if he were shouting to his own heart, or perhaps to the unseen eyes in the void. Xiao Yichai's face paled, but he was even more astonished to see the body he supported suddenly push him away. The leader of Qinjianmen, the supreme figure among the righteous in the world for 100 years, Dao Xianjunren, despite his wounds still bleeding and the black mist around him thickening, slowly took a step forward, driven by sheer will. His imposing presence momentarily overshadowed everyone around him, the dark green robe billowing without wind, revealing his tightly clenched fists, even his nails digging into his flesh. He gazed ahead, standing tall, confronting the Song Dao Run, as if facing an invisible white figure, laughing heartily. How surprising that you still remember that case from years past. Come, test me and see if I, as your senior brother, am worthy of being the leader. With a sidelong glance at Song, he suddenly opened his hands, and from the wound on his right hand, black blood gushed forth. The dark aura on his face gradually dissipated, yet his complexion paled further, though his voice turned piercing, laced with disdain. Do you think you are worthy? Song Dao Ren suddenly burst into laughter, saying, Indeed, you are formidable. In the past, among the Qingyun sect, you and Wan Shixiang were the unrivaled pair. I am no match for you, but someone will deal with you. Dao Xianzhen Ren's expression turned grave. Who? In the grand hall, everyone held their breath. The disciples of Qingyun sect exchanged glances, while those from Tianyin Temple and Fenxiang Valley, witnessing the internal turmoil, wore awkward expressions. Song Dao Ren's laughter echoed, when suddenly, from afar outside the Yuqing Hall, a deep voice resonated. Old friend Dao Xian, after 100 years. You still exude the same charm, congratulations. The voice thundered like a storm, and in an instant, cries of battle erupted outside Tong Tian Peak. Chaos ensued at the mountain's foot. Amidst the clamor, a distant shout rang out. The demons are attacking the mountain. What? The disciples of Qingyun sect turned pale. Dao Xianzhen Ren gasped, pointing at Song Dao Run, nearly incredulous in his fury. You dare betray the sect and collude with the demons. Song Dao Ren laughed maniacally. Indeed, I am colluding with the demons, so what? In my eyes, Qingyun sect is more filthy than the demons. To avenge Wan Shixiang, I care not if I descend into hell, let alone collude with the demons. Su Ru's face turned ashen. He has gone mad, truly mad. Tian Bu-yi, listening intently, wore a stern expression. He understood that over the years, Song Dao Run had amassed great power within Qingyun sect, even overseeing daily defenses. Today, as the demons launched a massive assault, it was alarming that they reached near Yuqing Hall before anyone noticed. The situation was dire indeed. In the midst of the chaos, he caught sight of his young disciple, Zhang Xiaofan, clutching a fire stick, standing there. Seizing the opportunity when others were distracted, he pulled him behind himself, but soon realized that his young disciple was acting strangely. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes glimmered with a reddish hue, fixated intently on Song Dao Ren's figure, muttering softly, It's him, it must be him. Outside the Yuqing Hall, several loud shouts from the disciples of Qingyun rang out, and in an instant, it seemed as if high-ranking figures descended from the sky, followed by a series of crashes as several Qingyun disciples tumbled in, rolling on the ground. At the entrance, 4 figures emerged. The 4 great masters of the demon sect. Yu Yangzi and Du Shun stood in the center, with Gui Wang and Sam Yao Xianzi flanking them, all casting a glance at the grand hall before stepping inside. The eldest, Du Shun, clucked his tongue. Old friend Dao Xian, it has been 100 years. How have you fared? Dao Xianzhen Ren's body shook, his pupils constricting. Du Shun laughed heartily. Indeed, it is I, the old immortal. A century ago at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, I was defeated by your sword, and now I see you still in your prime. It brings me great comfort. Dao Xianzhen Ren's gaze swept across the 4 figures. Simultaneously, dozens of demon sect members entered from outside the Yuqing Hall, observing their demeanor. It was evident that none were to be trifled with. The majority of the demon sect strength from the past century seemed to be gathered here. Among those recognized were the Qing Long of Gui Wang's sect, Yu Ji, and Bai Du Zi from Wandu Men, while the others were mostly masters from the 4 major sections. At that moment, the Xan sighed softly. Song, there are things you remain unaware of. Once we repel these intruders, I shall explain the events of the past to you. Startled, Song snorted coldly. It seems you are on the side of righteousness. Though you saved my life earlier, it will only ensure that you, along with Qingyun's sect, are obliterated today. Rest assured, if Qingyun does not perish today, neither shall you. With a confident demeanor, the Xian instilled a sense of foreboding in Song. Meanwhile, Xiangnai, who had already drawn her blade, focusing intently on Gui Wang and the others, ready to strike at Xian's command. The clamor of battle grew louder in the distance, punctuated by desperate cries, as the once idyllic Qingyun mountain appeared, shrouded in bloodshed, resembling hell itself. Dao Xianzhen Run inhaled deeply, striving to steady his mind. Today, strife arose not only from external foes, but also from within, marking the most perilous moment for Qingyun sect in 100 years. As the supreme leader of this millennia-old sect, he could not allow their legacy to be destroyed under his watch. Suddenly, a voice chanting a Buddhist incantation drew attention. Master Pu Hong had appeared beside Dao Xianjun, wearing a gentle smile. Brother Dao Xian, historically, evil does not triumph over good. My Tianyin temple has always stood united with Qin Yun sect against the demons and evil paths. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to command. Overjoyed, Dao Xianjun noted that, at the same time, those from Fun Xiang Valley, led by the elder Su Guan, had also stepped forward to stand behind him and Master Pu Hong. Observing the presence of Fun Xiang Valley, the Xian squinted, prepared for action. The four demon sect masters changed countenance. Du Shen looked at Pu Hong, inquiring deeply, "Which esteemed monk are you from Tianyin Temple?" Pu Hong smiled, "Old benefactor. How forgetful you are. 100 years ago, during the righteous demonic war, we met. How could you forget this humble monk? I am Pu Hong from Tianyin Temple. And this beside me is my junior brother, Pu Kong." The four eminent monks of Tianyin Temple held significant renown, with their presence equating to several additional masters for Qin Yun sect, not to mention the experts from Fenxiang Valley. Du Shun turned to Song Song Dao Ren, frowning. How did these people come to be here? Song Song Dao Ren's face displayed a hint of helplessness. These monks and the people of Fenxiang Valley arrived at Qin Yun Mountain unexpectedly this morning. I had no prior knowledge and could not send warning. Pu Hong and the elder from Fenxiang Valley exchanged glances, both chuckling. Gue Wang clapped his hands and laughed, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Today, let us see who is vanquished and who meets their demise. This proclamation was delivered with outrageous arrogance, causing the righteous figures to pale in revulsion, especially the final word death, which Gue Wang seemed to emphasize with a mocking tone. Dao Xianjun Ren sneered, about to retort when he noticed Yu Yang Zi from the demon sect, seemingly the least patient, waving his hand. Instantly, all the demon sect masters radiated various colors of light, evidently preparing to strike. The righteous forces, comprising Qin Yun sect and Tianyin Temple, immediately entered a state of alert, aware that they faced the most perilous righteous demonic battle in a century. Pu Hong quietly chanted, "Ba good, good." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, an unforeseen change occurred. As everyone's attention was drawn to the demon sect members, suddenly 10 beams of light erupted among the righteous crowd, with 2 sharp beams darting directly toward Pu Hong. At a crucial moment, Xiang Naihu appeared behind Pu Hong, striking fiercely with her blade and forcing back the 2 beams of light. The adversaries gasped in surprise, yet they did not linger for battle, swiftly retreating into the throng of the demon sect. Leading them was none other than Shangwan Su from the Burning Incense Valley, and those attacking others were also members of the same sect. The righteous faction, including the ambushed Pu Hong and Pu Kong from the Tianyin Temple, stood in stunned disbelief. Dao Xianjun, after a prolonged moment of shock, managed to steady his mind, pointing at Shangwan Su. "What are you doing? Has the Burning Incense Valley, too, allied with the demon sect?" Shangwan Su stood alongside the 4 major leaders of the demon sect and Daoist Songsong, all wearing grave expressions, evidently shaken by their recent failure in ambush. They were not members of the Burning Incense Valley. The Demon King's expression was equally grim. With the 2 eminent monks of Tianyin Temple unharmed, the annihilation of the Qin Yun sect would undoubtedly face formidable obstacles. Just as Dao Xianjun was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent, slowly turning to glare at Daoist Songsong, his face pale. Well done. You truly have managed to deceive us. But I never anticipated that you would have foreknowledge of this event." Daoist Songsong's face was similarly ashen as he regarded Exan, a glimmer of hatred surfacing in his eyes. Shangwan Su, the elder of Burning Incense Valley, had guarded the Xuanhua altar for many years without ever leaving the valley. Had it been Yunilan, the valley master, there might have been some credibility. Exin did not directly activate the divine perspective, but responded to Daoist Songsong based on the story's logic. Dao Xianjun did not expect your betrayal. Hence, he naturally did not consider this layer. It matters not. The Demon King's expression instantaneously regained its calm. Today's annihilation of the Qin Yun sect was their determined objective. Although the plan had deviated slightly, the heavy injury dealt to Dao Xianjun was sufficient to bolster their confidence. Moreover, while the 2 eminent monks of Tianyin Temple remained unscathed, the majority of their targets among the monks had sustained severe injuries, with 9 out of 10 suffering great harm. Even within the Qin Yun sect, 5 or 6 elders had been wounded. It was evident to all that the demon sect had already gained a significant advantage. Though there were still many elder experts within the Qingyun sect, the demon sect boasted even more formidable masters. Dao Xianjinren, despite his recovery, appeared as if he were a waning force. Was it truly the case that the righteous path had reached its end? This question weighed heavily upon the hearts of the righteous. In contrast, the members of the demon sect were all elated. After being expelled from the Central Plains for over a century and confined to the wilderness, how could they not feel invigorated at the prospect of finally reclaiming their pride? The Demon King felt that presiding over this situation, with the holy sect triumphing over the two colossal righteous factions, would undoubtedly elevate his status above all others within the sect. Perhaps from this day forth, he could restore the Demon King sect to the glory it once held during the era of the blood-refining hall of the black-hearted elder 800 years ago. With this thought, the Demon King laughed heartily towards the heavens. Dao Xian, old thief, quickly surrender your sect's treasured sword, the Zhu Xian, and submit to my holy sect, and I shall spare your lives. Ha ha ha. The dozens of demon sect experts behind him erupted in laughter, as if the grievances of a century could finally be unleashed today. Meanwhile, the distant cries of Qingyun disciples engaged in battle echoed from Tongtian Peak, seemingly foreshadowing the tragic fate of the Qingyun sect. Dao Xianjinren's pale face, however, bore a resolute expression as he sneered at the Demon King. Even if my Qingyun sect meets its end at your hands today, do not expect us to kneel and surrender. Very well, then let the slaughter commence. With the Demon King's command, the magical treasures behind him burst into dazzling light, and the members of the demon sect finally launched their assault. In an instant, the once solemn and dignified Yuqing Hall was filled with flying magical artifacts, vibrant lights, and the incessant roar of explosions. Amidst the chaos, as the elders and experts of the Qingyun sect defended against the frenzied attacks of the demon sect, Shuai led the young disciples to assist the severely injured masters of Tianyin Temple into the back hall. Dao Xianjinren also retreated, albeit with slightly unsteady steps. Exin knew he was headed to the rear to fetch the Zhu Xian sword. Tianbu Yi, witnessing this scene during his skirmish, felt a surge of anxiety. Scanning the surroundings, he repelled the demon sect adversaries with his red flame immortal sword and swiftly moved to the side of Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu, who were already engaged in battle but appeared pale, saying, "You are not needed here. Go protect the master." Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu were taken aback, but, seeing Tianbu Yi's grave expression, they dared not disobey. Moreover, with Daoist Songsong's sudden betrayal, it was akin to a bolt from the blue for the Dragon Head Peak disciples, causing their composure to shatter. They quickly responded and followed Dao Xianjinren. Xiang Naihu, protect Zhang Xiaofan, Exin commanded, then swiftly dashed towards Yu Yangzi, the head of the Changshang Hall, who was fiercely engaged in battle. Xiang Nai nodded and approached Zhang Xiaofan, who had been the focal point moments ago, but now stood there, seemingly forgotten, staring blankly ahead at the demon sect's front lines. "Can you still move? If you can, follow me." Zhang Xiaofan jolted and turned to look. A sudden shock gripped Xiang Naihu's heart as she noticed Zhang Xiaofan's eyes were bloodshot, his consciousness still somewhat clear. Yet there was an unmistakable aura of menace about him. Evidently, he had been long affected by the bloodthirsty pearl, which had insidiously altered his mentality. "This battle is beyond your capability to interfere. Come with me now. The affair in Xiaomiao village will be explained to you after the battle." Xiang Naihu's words left Zhang Xiaofan momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he awkwardly nodded, following closely behind Xiang Naihu. Was there perhaps another hidden truth regarding Xiaomiao village? This thought incessantly circled in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Amidst the thunderous clamor of colliding magical artifacts, Zhang Xiaofan rushed into the back hall, catching up with Song Darren and Tian Linger, then swiftly joined Qi Hao and Lin Jingyu. The group surrounded Dao Xianjinren, who glanced at them and nodded slightly. However, his gaze lingered momentarily on Zhang Xiaofan and Xiang Naihu before shifting away. Although their origins were unclear, it was evident from their recent actions against the members of the demon sect that they were aligned with him, even if they harbored ulterior motives. In such a dire situation, he could not afford to dwell on that. Zhang Xiaofan felt a tumult of emotions, gripping the firewood stick in his hand, which now shimmered with a faint azure light. Periodically, he experienced bouts of dizziness, overwhelmed by a surge of malevolent energy that surged into his mind, compelling him to envision bloody scenes. Yet, everyone was burdened with their own weighty concerns, and no one noticed Zhang Xiaofan's peculiar state. Moments later, Lu Sueki and Wen Min from Xiaozhu Peak appeared before the group. Chapter 238, slaying demons and gods. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan's demeanor, Xiang Naihu silently sighed within. Behind the facade of humanity, the transience of life reveals that tragedies often befall the innocent. Dao Xianzhenren too sighed, shaking his head slightly, but he said nothing. Continuing forward, before they could venture far, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Yuqing Hall, as several beams of blinding light shot skyward like towering pillars, shattering the hall's ceiling and piercing the heavens, accompanied by screams of despair. It was uncertain who had perished in that moment. The group turned pale, and it was evident that the fierce battle raging within Yuqing Hall was brutally intense, causing them to worry for their masters and fellow disciples. Dao Xianzhenren cast a deep gaze in that direction, his expression tense. Suddenly, he flicked his Dao robe and strode forward. The young disciples followed closely behind him. Witnessing this revered figure, once idolized like a deity, now standing tall and straight, yet his dark green robe soaked in blood, transforming into a shocking black stain. Even the sword hole left by the treacherous Song Dao run was vividly apparent. It was hard to fathom how Dao Xianzhenren could endure such severe injuries. As they traversed the rear hall, none of the young disciples were from the Chongmen sect, and thus none had ever been in this place. Merely following Dao Xianzhenren through the courtyard. Gradually, the clamor of Yuqing Dian receded, and they moved towards the back mountain of Tong Tian Peak. Dao Xianzhenren led the way, with the others vigilantly watching their surroundings. Although the majority of the demonic sect's followers were attacking the front mountain, no one could guarantee that some would not be lured to the back mountain by Song Dao run. Zhang Xiaofan walked behind the group, his eyes slightly reddened, an expressionless face masking the tumultuous waves within him, shocked by the calamity befalling Qing Yunmen and grappling with past blood feuds. Though he had never witnessed the massacre of the villagers of Chao Miao village, the memories brought forth the image of that ruthless, mysterious figure in black. It now appeared that it was most likely Song Dao run. Although 2 orphans from Chao Miao village survived, only Zhang Xiaofan had seen the black-clad figure engage in battle with Pu Ji. Now, with this realization, years of hatred surged within him, and a fire stick forged from the bloodthirsty, soul-capturing artifacts responded to its master's vengeful intent, awakening buried malice that further influenced Zhang Xiaofan. Under ordinary circumstances, not to mention Dao Xianzhenren's prowess, even Tianbu, you would have noticed Zhang Xiaofan's distress. Yet at this moment, no one had the presence of mind to consider him. Unbeknownst to all, this seemingly insignificant disciple of Qing Yunmen was grappling with extreme mental turmoil, caught in a battle between heaven and humanity. One misstep could lead to him being consumed by the insidious, bloodthirsty energy, plunging him into eternal damnation. Indeed, the concerns of Tianbu Yi, Shui Yu, and others were not unfounded. Although the secluded path at the back mountain of Tong Tian Peak was quiet, it was not long before several demonic sect followers charged out from both sides, immediately intercepted by Qi Hao and others. Dao Xianzhenren merely glanced at them, disregarding them entirely, continuing to move forward. This time, the demonic sect had dispatched their elite forces. Even those lurking in this area possessed considerable cultivation. Qi Hao, Lu Xueqi, and others found it difficult to manage the situation. Song Ren and others continued to protect Dao Xianzhenren as they advanced, leaving Qi Hao and Lu Xueqi to confront the enemies. At this moment, everyone harbored a shared doubt. Why did Dao Xianzhenren not fly through the air? Had his injuries worsened to such an extent? Yet none dared to voice their concerns. Before long, with a crashing sound, several more demonic sect followers surged forth, prompting Song Ren, Wenmin, and Tianling Air to block their path. Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jing you prepare to assist, but Song Ren urged, "We 3 are sufficient. You must protect the sect master." Lin Jing you gritted his teeth, pulling Zhang Xiaofan forward to catch up with Dao Xianzhenren. This time, however, they unexpectedly encountered no further demonic sect followers. Dao Xianzhenren led them along a secluded path to the back mountain and soon halted at a fork in the road. Lin Jingyu and Zhang Xiaofan followed suit, remaining silent, while Lin Jingyu turned to gaze at Dao Xianzhenren. Upon noticing them, Dao Xianzhenren paused, his expression shifting as if by divine coincidence, recognizing that these 2 were indeed the orphans from Chao Miao village. Beyond here lies the sacred site of Qing Yun Mountain, the Huanyu Cave. I must enter. You are to remain here and ensure no demonic sect member breaches this place. The other path leads to the ancestral hall. Fear not, for we, Before Lin Jingyu could respond, the nearby Xiang Nai, who nodded, "Rest assured, I will protect you both." Dao Xianzhenren was taken aback, looking towards Xiang Nai who, regardless of your past transgressions, Qing Yunmen remains blameless, nor do these disciples bear any fault. Xiang Nai, whose words carried a profound weight, causing Dao Xianzhenren's eyelids to flicker as his gaze involuntarily fell upon the Zhanlong sword in Lin Jingyu's possession. With a sigh, he turned and walked in another direction. Lin Jingyu watched Dao Xianzhenren vanish along the path, turning back with furrowed brows, his heart in turmoil, his breathing heavier. It was no wonder, for Qing Yunmen had unexpectedly faced calamity, and the one he regarded as a father figure, Song Dao Run, had suddenly betrayed them. How could he not feel disoriented? Zhang Xiaofan slowly lifted his gaze towards the distant mountains, the direction of Yuqingdian. Yet all he could see were dense woods, not even a glimpse of the eaves of the hall. However, down another path toward the ancestral hall, there were faint traces of buildings behind the trees, accompanied by the distant sound of bells. Having transitioned from the tension of the battlefield to this extreme seclusion, both of them found themselves momentarily unaccustomed. Lin Jingyu took deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, a dragon-like roar echoed from the front mountain, its resonance rolling across the distance as if it could alter the very heavens. Both were startled. Lin Jingyu reacted first. It's Ling Zun. Zhang Xiaofan discerned the source of the sound. Indeed, it was the furious roar of the water Qilin, a guardian spirit that had protected Qing Yun Mountain for millennia. Now roused to action. This made it clear just how fierce the battle at Qing Yun Men had become. Each was lost in their thoughts as they awaited Dao Xianzhenren. However, their momentary tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps, causing both to startle. They hoped it was Qi Hao and the others arriving. Otherwise, yet, as if fate conspired against Qing Yun Men, the figures that appeared were 5 followers of the demonic sect. Leading them was the impostor, Shangguan Su, who had just ambushed Master Pu Hong. Upon spotting them, he grinned wickedly and charged forward, while others scanned behind them. Zhang and Lin's expressions turned pale. Lin Jingyu's mind raced, realizing that these 5 were no ordinary adversaries. Not to mention defeating them. Whether they could withstand their combined strength was uncertain. However, they could not allow the followers to breach the Huanyu cave where Dao Xianzhenren had entered. In a moment of desperation, Lin Jingyu made a decisive choice. Xiaofan, I'll lead them away. You stay here? No need. Xiang Nai, whose hand rested on the hilt of her sword, eyes fixed on the flying sword wielded by the impostor Shangguan Su. You are Zhou, the assassin of the Changsheng Hall of the demonic sect, are you not? The 4 followers of the demonic sect faltered momentarily, and the impostor's demeanor turned cold. I did not expect a formidable presence here. Indeed, I am Zhou. May I ask who you are? The Li Run Zue is a treasure of the demonic sect, possessing tremendous power. Yet in the hands of someone of your despicable character, it has become a tool for treachery, a true disgrace to such a rare artifact. Xiang Nai Hu Sai Sopti. Zhou Yin's fury ignited, although this young girl appeared the same age as Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu. Her words bore a weighty arrogance that unsettled him. Who exactly are you? Someone not of this world, Xiang Nai who remarked, turning to Lin Jingyu. Lin Xiaoxia. The Zhanlong sword is not meant for you to wield. Shuahi and Xiang Nai drew forth their own Guyuan. In an instant, as the blade was unsheathed, a radiant brilliance erupted, akin to the resplendent sun in the heavens, blinding and impossible to gaze upon. In the next moment, the entire clearing was enveloped in a dazzling aura, casting its light far and wide. Amidst the piercing shriek, a blade of energy capable of cleaving mountains and rivers surged forth like a towering pillar, relentlessly charging towards Zhou Yin and the others. The leading figure, a cultist wielding a long spear, was taken aback and hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. With a crisp sound, the Zhanlong sword sliced through the spear as effortlessly as cutting through ice and snow, continuing without the slightest hesitation. As it descended, the cultist was cleaved in 2 from head to toe, blood showering down like rain. Xiang Naihu, showing no signs of pause, unleashed a demonic blade light amidst the crimson chaos, rushing towards the other 2 adversaries. The remaining cultists, hearts filled with terror, desperately wielded their magical artifacts in resistance, yet were swiftly consumed by the blade's glow, accompanied by the sound of shattering. Lin Jingyu, drenched in cold sweat, felt his consciousness nearly slip away. Zhou Yin, standing at a distance, turned pale and prepared to flee. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiang Naihu appeared beside him, and in an instant, His head was severed and fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoxia. To wield this sword, one must charge forward with unwavering resolve, attacking to defend. Even if one's cultivation is insufficient, the determination to vanquish all foes must be absolute. Otherwise, its divine power cannot be unleashed. Remember this, Xiang Naihu reminded him. Lin Jingyu, taken aback, took a while to respond. Miss, you are so powerful. Could you lend your hand to aid Qingyan? This battle does not require my intervention. Xiang Naihu shook her head, gazing towards the distant horizon. The legendary ancient sword, Zhu Xian, is about to make its appearance. Chapter 239. Zhu Xian. Lin Jingyu paused for a moment before turning his gaze. He noticed that the radiant pillar of light had intensified, becoming nearly blinding. His thoughts, however, were occupied with Zhang Xiaofan, who remained outside, prompting him to dash out immediately. Xiang Naihu sighed and followed closely behind. In no time, they returned to the previous location. Lin Jingyu looked into the clearing, his body shaking as he gasped in shock. There stood two figures at the crossroads, Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki of Shaozhu Peak. Yet most astonishing was the bloody scene surrounding them. The ground was stained crimson, and even the nearby trees bore the marks of violence, resembling a scene from hell. A figure in black lay on the ground, appearing gaunt, as if drained of life. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Jingyu's heart as he rushed toward Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaofan, are you all right? From the moment Lin Jingyu appeared, Zhang Xiaofan had not once turned to acknowledge him, instead maintaining a tense standoff with Lu Sueki, who held the Tianya divine sword, fully alert to Zhang Xiaofan's presence. Lin Jingyu, who regarded Zhang Xiaofan as a brother, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Lu Sueki's hostile stance. Lu Shiji, what are you doing? He positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Xiaofan, facing Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki's expression was complex, a mix of surprise, anger, and sorrow, her eyes reflecting a hint of sadness. At the sight of Lin Jingyu, confusion washed over her. In the face of such a grave enemy, must you turn against one another? Xiang Naihu suddenly appeared, like a specter, gripping Lin Jingyu's shoulder, then turning to Zhang Xiaofan. She cares for you deeply, risking everything to speak on your behalf, does she not? Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, looking towards Lu Sueki, who betrayed a flicker of concern in her gaze that never left him. After a moment, Lu Sueki slowly sheathed the Tianya sword, remaining silent. Lin Jingyu, puzzled by her demeanor, intended to inquire about the events that had transpired, but at that moment, a haunting wail emanated from the direction of the Huanyu cave, rising in intensity and shaking the very heavens. The brilliant light surged forth, and from within the luminous halo, a figure gradually ascended. Dao Xianjunren, bathed in resplendent light, had his right arm enveloped in a blazing white glow, rendering it impossible to discern what he grasped. Just moments ago, he had been gravely injured and unable to traverse the skies, yet now he appeared entirely unimpeded. As if the emergence of the ancient sword, Zhu Xian had revitalized his very essence. Clad in a dark green robe, his figure billowed within the pillar of light, his complexion rendered ghostly pale by the radiance surrounding him. He seemed utterly oblivious to Xiang Naihu, Zhang Xiaofan, and the others below, propelling himself towards the Yuqing Palace on the front mountain. Lin Jingyu and the others stood in stunned silence. The Zhu Xian ancient sword had yet to strike, yet its imposing presence was already overwhelming. They could scarcely imagine the magnitude of its power when unleashed. The four remained momentarily dazed before regaining their senses and hastily pursued towards the front mountain. Shortly after their departure, a graceful figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Gazing at Zhang Xiaofan's receding silhouette with an expression of profound complexity, remaining silent. This person was Bai Yao, the female protagonist of Zhu Xian, who, in her desperation to save Zhang Xiaofan, had resorted to the use of the infatuation curse to shield him from the sword of Zhu Xian. She was the only leading lady who had remained a constant presence from the beginning to the grand conclusion over all these years. Since Dao Xianjunren's departure, the battle between the righteous and demonic factions centered around the Yuqing Palace on Qingyun Mountain had grown increasingly fierce. Looking back over a century, beneath Qingyun Mountain's foothills, the three major sects of righteousness, Qingyun Sect, Tianyin Temple, and Fengxiang Valley, had united to combat the demonic cult, achieving a decisive victory. Yet now, Fengxiang Valley had no one present, and at Tianyin Temple, aside from the monk Pu Hong and a few others, the remaining elders and skilled disciples had been deceived and harmed by the cultists masquerading as members of Fengxiang Valley. Consequently, aside from Pu Kong, Fa Xiang, and a few others, it was primarily the Qingyun sect holding the line alone. Of course, this time they had also gained the support of Yexan, who stood against the Longshang Hall's leader, Yu Yangzi, and the Poison God. The Poison God wielded a dagger, cutting through longing with a fierce emerald glow. Yet Yexan, steadfast with the sword by, managed to remain composed, as the intangible powder and fierce green light could not breach his defenses. Observing the formidable challenge posed by Yexan, the San Miao fairy wielded a delicate white thread, nearly invisible as she danced gracefully, seemingly weaving an invisible net to ensnare Yexan. Alas, before Yexan's Amaterasu, that white net was swiftly consumed by the black flames that erupted from thin air, forcing the San Miao fairy to retreat in haste, fearing the repercussions. Both the San Miao fairy and the Poison God were leaders of their respective sects, their status unmatched, and their cultivation far surpassing that of other cultists. Thus, they immediately recognized that Yexan's black flames were no ordinary phenomenon. Above, Yu Yangzi and the Ghost King observed from a height, their expressions grim. Who is this youth? Even the Poison God and the San Miao sect master cannot subdue him. Yu Yangzi's face grew solemn as he turned to the Ghost King. We must not let our efforts come to naught in this battle. We must take action. Indeed, the Ghost King replied with equal seriousness, Brother Yu Yang, should we achieve great success today, your reputation within the holy sect will be unparalleled. Yu Yangzi said no more. Rising into the air, extending his arm as a flash of silver light passed, revealing a peculiar mirror with black and white sides in his grasp. The Ghost King, standing behind, suddenly wore a grim expression, and a glint of coldness flashed in his deep-set eyes. He seemed poised to act, but at that very moment a low, eerie howl resonated from the distant horizon. Suddenly, the towering peaks of the Qingyun mountain range, which had stood for countless millennia, appeared to tremble slightly. The celestial swords and treasures in everyone's hands began to emit a gentle warmth and hum, directed toward that brilliant light. The towering Tongtian peak rose into the clouds, and the once clear sky, after centuries of tranquility, gradually darkened. Only that resplendent light in the sky, like a fervent electric surge, broke free from its confinement and soared high above, racing toward them. In an instant it erupted. A dazzling radiance illuminated the world, and amidst the brilliance stood a figure, sword raised to the heavens. Everyone held their breath, gazing in astonishment at the sky. In that fleeting moment, the water Qilin in the Bai Shui pond roared, and all the water columns converged with a thunderous crash, forming an enormous water curtain that propelled the water Qilin skyward, heading toward that luminous point. Above in the heavens, the cries of spiritual beasts reverberated endlessly. The Tsangsong Taoist, who had been silently observing the battle beside the Ghost King and Yu Yangzi, turned pale upon witnessing the emergence of that light. As he saw the water Qilin ascend with a thunderous roar, he staggered and exclaimed, Zhu Xian. Both the Ghost King and Yu Yangzi's expressions changed simultaneously. Did you not say that only by cultivating the Tai Chi Xuanqing Dao to the Tai Ching realm could one wield the Zhuxian ancient sword and activate the Zhuxian sword formation? Sangsong forced a smile. Indeed, but I did not anticipate Dao Xuan would. At that moment, all combat had ceased, and Tian Bai and the others returned to the ground, their expressions filled with excitement. This legendary ancient sword, once wielded by the Qinjianmen's founder Qingye to intimidate the world, had re-emerged in the hands of the sect leader Dao Xuan at the most perilous moment for Qinjianmen. In mid-air, the water Qilin flew beneath Dao Xuan, growling softly, its beastly head lowered, seemingly filled with an inexplicable fear and respect for the ancient sword. Dao Xuan, enveloped in radiant light, slowly descended onto the water Qilin's head. Deep breaths were taken, and the sword was raised to the heavens. In the firmament, amidst the blossoming light, a resonant and peculiar incantation suddenly echoed, as if countless deities were chanting, mingling with the sinister laughter of demons from the abyss. An unnamed sense of dread engulfed all present on the summit of Qingyun Mountain. Suddenly, from the direction of the back mountain of Tongtian Peak, near the Huanyue Cave, a majestic purple aura surged forth, illuminating the water Qilin and Dao Xuan above it. Moments later, from various distant locations, 6 radiant beams of light emerged from the other 6 peaks of Qingyun Mountain, manifesting in colors of yellow, blue, red, green, orange, and indigo, converging together. Ultimately, these 7 beams of extraordinary light gathered above the already resplendent Zhuxian ancient sword in Dao Xuan's grasp. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, and thunder roared. A tremendous clap of thunder resonated through the air, and the crowd changed countenance. Sand and stones flew from the Tongtian Peak, and dust swirled. The 7 beams of light continuously surged, and above the glimmering Zhuxian ancient sword, a sword of vibrant colors slowly emerged, expanding in size, while from this primary sword, an increasing number of single-colored energy swords detached, spreading across the sky, enveloping the summit of Tongtian Peak in a breathtaking, kaleidoscopic display. Even Yisin paused in his assault, gazing up in awe. The Zhuxian sword formation is indeed a masterpiece. At this moment, Du Xin and the Samyao Xianzi also returned, and Sangsong Dao's face turned pale. This formation was created by Qin Jianmen's founder Qin Jianzi and later repaired with great effort by the Qingyue founder over a century. With the ancient sword Zhuxian as the catalyst, its power is unimaginable. We must retreat. The Ghost King's expression changed, but Yu Yangzi was already enraged. Nonsense. No matter how powerful he is but one man with one sword. What can he do? Sangsong Daoist shook his head in despair. Sect leader. This Zhuxian sword formation, powered by profound incantations, is already exceedingly formidable. When Qin Jianmen was founded, we barely managed to survive thanks to this formation's restraints. Later, with the emergence of the Qingyue founder, a genius of unparalleled talent, he gathered the spirit energy from the 7 peaks of Qingyun Mountain over millennia, forging it with the supreme sword spirit of the legendary Zhuxian, achieving miraculous feats that could split the heavens. We cannot resist it. Du Xin's complexion shifted, but though he had never witnessed such a formidable Zhuxian sword formation, he could not bring himself to abandon the hard-won victory. Yangzi, too, was reluctant. While the Ghost King decisively stamped his foot, this formation is too powerful. We cannot contend with it. Retreat. Yangzi, Du Xin, and Samyao Xianzi were momentarily stunned, about to argue, but in that brief hesitation, the dazzling Zhuxian sword formation in the sky began to change. Chapter 240, Breaking the Enemy. The 7-colored energy sword atop the Zhuxian ancient sword had evidently transformed into a colossal entity, spanning the firmament, dwarfing even the massive water Qilin. As for the myriad single-colored energy swords filling the sky, they were so dense they resembled a mist, evoking fear in all who beheld them. This rare and extraordinary sight brought no exhilaration, only waves of murderous intent and chilling dread. Dao Xuan, atop the water Qilin, swayed slightly, and as he chanted incantations, he swung the Zhuxian ancient sword with his right hand while his left hand formed seals resembling a sword, slicing downward. The Zhuxian ancient sword shimmered with light, and moments later, countless energy swords hovering in mid-air surged downward with an incredibly fierce momentum, charging toward the members of the demonic sect. The swords fell like rain, and the world was filled with a sense of slaughter. Countless demonic cultists raised their weapons in defense, but the energy swords pierced downward mercilessly, driving those with lesser abilities deep into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. On Tongtian Peak, anguished cries and wails filled the air, countless severed limbs and flesh flew about, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Even the members of Qin Jianmen and Tianyin Temple turned pale at this sight, with the Fashang of Tianyin Temple lowering his head slightly, murmuring prayers. The faces of the 4 demonic sect leaders changed dramatically as they witnessed their comrades suffering grievous injuries under this unimaginable formation. As the Zhuxian sword formation rained down its deadly swords, the 7-colored primary sword continued to spawn more single-colored energy swords, expanding its coverage, nearly encircling the entire summit of Tongtian Peak. The Ghost King waved aside a descending energy sword, feeling a tremendous shock. The malevolent energy contained within seemed inexhaustible, confirming Sangsong Dao's words that it had drawn upon the spirit energy of the 7 peaks of Qingyun Mountain, far beyond human strength to withstand. Moreover, this was merely the single-colored energy swords. Should that terrifying 7-colored primary sword strike, no one would escape unscathed. Among the 4 sect leaders, the Ghost King, known for his cunning, quickly devised a plan amidst this dire situation, suddenly noticing Dao Xuan's body trembling in the sky, clearly struggling. Everyone. Dao Xuan is gravely injured and cannot fully control this formation. We must unite our strength and attack a single point. Originally, the members of the demonic sect were in disarray, instinctively defending against the deadly sword rain falling from above. Upon hearing the Ghost King's command, they wasted no time. Under the Ghost King's lead, nearly all the skilled practitioners of the demonic sect soared into the air, rushing toward the easternmost section where the single-colored energy swords were least concentrated. Along the way, cries of despair echoed as the energy swords, reminiscent of demons laughing wickedly, painted the sky with horrifying yet vibrant splashes of blood. The members of Kinjianmen and Tianyin-Si stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to thwart the members of the demon sect. Even if they had remembered, their strength would likely have been insufficient to counter the relentless rain of swords falling from the heavens. Any movement on their part could have subjected them to the perilous downpour. Finally, after leaving nearly 100 corpses in their wake, dozens of experts from the demon sect surged forth from the easternmost edge. The four sect leaders, including Sangsong Doran, bore wounds yet managed to escape. The torrential rain of swords gradually diminished and slowly ceased. Countless scattered droplets of blood fell silently, transforming the scene into a ghastly spectacle, enveloping Tongtian Peak in a shroud of crimson. The ethereal swords in the sky faded away, and Daoshuan Rinjin descended gently alongside the water Qilin. At this moment, Tian Bai and the others finally came to their senses and rushed forward, but as they caught Daoshuan Rinjin, he suddenly leaned to one side and collapsed into Tian Bai's embrace, unconscious. The group fell into disarray, hastily supporting Daoshuan Rinjin into the Yuqing Palace, which was already in ruins. The once majestic structure had collapsed by more than half, strewn with debris. Tian Bai instructed the younger disciples to quickly clear a space, bringing over a chair for Daoshuan Rinjin to sit. The surrounding elders, eager to assist, hastily produced any potent elixirs they had, wishing they could feed them all to him at once. After a moment, Daoshuan stirred, exhaling a deep sigh as he slowly regained consciousness. Tian Bai and the others observed Daoshuan Rinjin's face, which was ashen and devoid of color, especially the wound on his abdomen, where the coagulated blood had inexplicably expanded several-fold, nearly staining the hem of his robe black. Concern etched on their faces, they could not help but feel anxious. Daoshuan Rinjin, clearly gravely injured, could not immediately speak upon waking. Tian Bai quickly administered 3 of his meticulously concocted Dahuangdan, and after a while, as the medicinal effects took hold, Daoshuan Rinjin's complexion improved slightly. At this moment, the surrounding elders and disciples gathered closer, including Lin Jingyu, Zhang Xiaofan, and Lu Sueki, who had also arrived. Seeing their master so severely injured, their expressions turned pale. Soon after, Song Darren, Chi Hao, and others returned as well. Daoshuan Rinjin, feeling somewhat revived, opened his eyes and saw the worried faces of Tian Bai and the others. He forced a smile and reassured them, stating he could still hold on and that it was nothing serious. Relieved, Tian Bai and the others felt a weight lift from their shoulders. One of them recalled the legendary ancient sword, Zhu Xian, and noticed Daoshuan Rinjin's hands were empty, devoid of any trace of the sword. Outside Yuqing Palace, the spirit beast, Water Qilin, did not return to the Bishui pool, but remained lying nearby, yet the ancient sword was nowhere to be seen. Daoshuan Rinjin slowly surveyed his surroundings, his expression shifting slightly as he noticed that the number of Kinjianmen members present had diminished by more than half. After I departed, what was the casualty count here? He inquired. Not significant, Inxin replied. Thanks to the valiant assistance of the esteemed monk Pu Hong from Tianyin-Si, we managed to avoid unnecessary losses. Indeed, according to the original text, Tianyun Doran and Shang Jingliang were destined to perish here. But fortunately, the Pu Hong abbot, who should have been gravely injured, was unharmed due to Shang Naihu's timely aid. Furthermore, Inxin single-handedly held off 2 sect leaders, sparing Kinjianmen from utter annihilation. Thank goodness, Daoshuan Rinjin sighed, deeming it a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Tian Bai's expression reflected both grief and anger. Master, such deep-seated enmity must be avenged, but for now, your health is paramount. Do not dwell on sorrow. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu approached as they shared a close bond with Wang Ershu. Lin Jingyu pulled him aside for a quick examination and found that apart from a few abrasions, he was otherwise unscathed, demonstrating a fortitude surpassing many members of Kinjianmen with far greater cultivation. The two sighed in relief, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of luck. Zhang Xiaofan's mood began to settle, as the fierce rage within him seemed to calm with the departure of Sangsong Doran, especially after the fierce battle with the black-clad member of the demon sect on the back mountain. With this thought, his gaze instinctively drifted to another direction. He saw Lu Sueki, who had witnessed his fierce transformation earlier, standing silently with a solemn expression, lost in her own thoughts. The demon sect members fought fiercely to carve a bloody path and escape from the Jushian sword array unleashed by Dao Xuanrenjin, descending from Tongtian Peak. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, the Ghost King regained his composure and called out to the panicked crowd to stop. The four major sects promptly regrouped, and after a brief moment, the Ghost King, Dushin, Yangzi, and Sanmiao Xinzi gathered in silence. Qinji Yunmen had suffered heavy losses, and the demon sect was not faring any better. Since their crushing defeat 100 years ago, the members of the demon sect had diligently worked to fortify their strength, and today, their power had surpassed any single sect of the righteous path, equaling that of the four major sects combined. However, in today's battle, not only did Dao Xuanrenjin unleash the Jushin sword array, but also at Yuqing Palace, numerous Qinjiamen elders perished together, followed by even more casualties under the Jushin sword array. All four sects suffered significant losses. At this moment, Sangsong Doran, due to his special status, also approached to stand among them. Yu Yangzi, with his haughty demeanor, turned his ire towards the casualties among his sect and cast a cold glance at him before turning away, showing no regard for him. Sangsong Doran's expression shifted slightly, but the Ghost King, possessing a deep and composed nature, managed to smile. Doran Sangsong, your Qinjianmen strength is indeed unfathomable. The Jushian sword array possesses a power that even the gods cannot predict. Impressive, truly impressive. Sangsong Doran shook his head and replied, Ghost King, you may not be aware that the Jushian sword array may have only exhibited half its true power. What? Sanmiao Xinzi gasped in astonishment. Sangsong Doran glanced at her, suddenly feeling a stir in his heart. He noticed that the beautiful woman, whose skin resembled frost, had displayed a ruthless demeanor during the fierce battle. Yet now, beneath that icy facade, there was an alluring charm that captivated the heart, a moment that left him momentarily entranced. Ahem. Dushin coughed a couple of times from his side, and Sangsong Doran, having cultivated for many years, quickly regained his composure. Recognizing that Sanmiao Xinzi, as the leader of the Hahuan sect, possessed seductive skills that were subtle and unmatched by ordinary women, he dared not stare at her any longer. Though I have not previously witnessed the Jushian sword array in action, the records within Qinjiamen recount that during the zenith of the Qingya Patriarch, when he clashed with the demon sect, he employed the Jushian sword array. Aside from the colossal, seven-colored main sword that spanned the sky, the remaining six-colored ethereal swords were arranged according to the positions of the 6 mountain peaks, with a range vast enough to encompass all 7 peaks of Qingyun Mountain. The power of the sword rain that fell was far beyond what we could hope to withstand today. The Ghost King remained silent for a moment before exhaling deeply. Your Qingya Patriarch is indeed remarkable. Dushin furrowed his brow. Does this mean that the might of the Jushian sword array is such that we may never hope to counter it in our lifetimes? Chapter 241, Fateful Entanglements, Part 1. The Ghost King shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. I beg to differ. Dushin and the others turned their gaze toward him. What is it, Ghost King? Do you have a different opinion? The Ghost King spoke softly from today's battle. It is evident that Dao Xian, despite being able to wield the Zhu ancient sword and activate the Zhu sword array, appears to be struggling. The power of the Zhu sword array has been significantly diminished. Furthermore, the immense energy required to sustain such a formidable array is not to be underestimated. I surmise that Dao Xian must be suffering from the recurrence of old injuries. He may not perish, but he is certainly on the brink of death. Indeed, this affirmation did not come from the likes of Poison God and his companions, but rather from Yu Yangzi, who had returned and could not help but voice his thoughts upon hearing this. Poison God cast a glance at the Ghost King, and his expression suddenly shifted. Ghost King, do you mean to say? The Ghost King interjected firmly, indeed. I intend to return to Qingyun. At this moment, Qingyun sect is at its most vulnerable since the era of Qinyi, a prime opportunity to eliminate the lingering threat. If we do not seize this chance, when shall we? Moreover, Qingyun sect would never anticipate that we would dare to return after barely escaping death. It would catch them completely off guard, ensuring our victory. The members of the demon sect exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Even Poison God, who had witnessed countless spectacles, was taken aback by the Ghost King's audacity. The Ghost King surveyed the crowd, his tone becoming increasingly fervent. Today is the perfect moment to avenge the century-long humiliation of our holy sect. I urge you all to swear an oath before the Holy Mother and the Bright King and fight with all your might. The followers of the demon sect looked at one another. They were not timid or cowardly, yet they had just escaped with their lives from Qingyun Mountain. and now they were being asked to charge back. The Ghost King's audacity, or perhaps his complete disregard for life and death, was indeed hard to accept. After a long pause, no one dared to respond. The Ghost King's expression grew increasingly grim, and he finally shook his head with a sigh. A splendid opportunity. Yet you all, with that, he let out a long sigh, his countenance reflecting despondency, and slowly walked back to where his disciples were gathered. Qing Long and Yu Ji approached him. Qing Long was about to speak when the Ghost King offered a faint smile. There is little to discuss, little to discuss. He sighed again. Very well, we shall speak of this another time. For now, we return to the mountain. But what about Yao? At this, both Qing Long and Yu Ji started. The latter's expression obscured by her veil, but her voice revealed her shock during the chaos at Yuqing Palace. Bai Yao mentioned she would seek you out. Could it be that? The Ghost King's expression shifted dramatically. I have not seen her since we ascended the mountain. Qing Long exclaimed. Could she still be on Qingyan Mountain? Sweat beads formed on the Ghost King's forehead as he resolutely commanded, Yaoer is my dearest kin. I cannot abandon her. I shall ascend Qingyan Mountain immediately. Qing Long implored, Sect leader, you cannot. This is truly. The Ghost King's gaze flashed with determination as he swiftly turned to the assembly of the demon sect and declared loudly, my resolve is firm. To avenge the century-long disgrace of our holy sect, I, the Ghost King, shall risk everything to honor the Holy Mother and the Bright King. At this moment, the Qingyan sect has suffered losses. Their leader Dao Xian is gravely injured and cannot wield the Zhu Xian sword array again. We shall march back to the mountain. If we succeed, it is the Holy Mother and Bright King who protect us. If we fall, we shall meet our end on Qingyan Mountain and in the afterlife. Pay homage to the Holy Mother and Bright King with a clear conscience. With that, the Ghost King did not spare a glance at the crowd and soared into the air, heading toward Qingyan Mountain. Qing Long and Yu Ji exchanged glances and promptly followed suit, with the disciples of the Ghost King sect trailing behind, leaving behind a stunned poison god and the rest of the demon sect, who stood frozen in disbelief. After a moment, Poison God and his companions snapped back to reality. But before they could speak, a commotion arose among the members of the demon sect, growing louder by the second. On the summit of Qingyan Mountain, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the area as the crowd gathered around Dao Xian, offering hushed words of comfort. Lin Jingyu and Zhang Xiaofan stood to the side, brushing off the dust from Wang Ershu's garments. Wang Ershu seemed to have a glimmer of recognition for the two, standing still as they tended to him. His gaze fixed vacantly on the distant water Qilin, chuckling foolishly. Zhang Xiaofan, witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow, prompting him to reflect on past events with a heavy sigh. Lin Jingyu, hearing this, empathized and placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the sorrow in the other's eyes, rendered speechless. Master Pu Hong surveyed the surroundings, noting the rivers of blood and the countless dead and shattered halls. Inside, deeply, pressing his palms together in prayer, Amit Ba, Dao Xian nodded slightly to Master Pu Hong, offering a bitter smile. Master, how is your condition? Master Pu Hong shook his head. I will not perish just yet, but you must take good care of yourself, sect leader. Dao Xian sighed and turned his gaze to the distance, suddenly noticing Zhang Xiaofan standing outside. As if struck by inspiration, he turned to Tian Bai and said, Junior brother Tian, have your disciple Zhang Xiaofan come here. Tian Bai's expression changed, but he dared not defy the order and turned to call out, Lao Qi, come here. The sect leader has something to say to you. Everyone was taken aback, particularly the disciples from Dezhu Peak. Zhang Xiaofan felt a jolt of anxiety, but, knowing he could not disobey his master's command, braced himself and walked over. Moments later, a space cleared, and Zhang Xiaofan stood alone before Dao Xian, whispering, sect leader. Dao Xian regarded him for a long while. You still refuse to reveal your secret? Zhang Xiaofan trembled, feeling every gaze in the room fixate upon him. Some filled with concern, others with disdain, but the majority were filled with suspicion and intrigue. Dao Xian sighed. Zhang Xiaofan, since joining my Qingyan sect, have we ever wronged you? Zhang Xiaofan immediately shook his head. No, sect leader, that is not the case. Master and mistress have treated me exceptionally well. As he spoke, Tian Bai visibly flinched, his expression a complex mix of emotions. However, Zhang Xiaofan's face contorted with deep anguish as conflicting thoughts battled within his mind. But I truly have my reasons. I cannot. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted, startling everyone as if struck by lightning. Zhang Xiaofan instinctively took a step back, looking toward the source of a shout, his heart racing. The voice belonged not to someone from Qingyun, but rather to Pu Kong, one of the 4 great monks of Tianyin Temple. Among the 4, Pu Kong was the lowest in rank, but possessed the most fiery temperament. In his youth, he had vanquished demons and monsters, wielding the Buddhist treasure, the floating gold bowl, to slay countless foes. As the years passed, and he deepened his understanding of Buddhist principles, he gradually retreated into seclusion within Tianyin Temple. During today's bloody conflict, Pu Kong unleashed his fury, battling the demon sect with his formidable skills. Now clad in blood-soaked monk robes that rendered him more akin to a hellish demon than a revered monk, which explained the shock on Zhang Xiaofan and the others' faces. The monks of Tianyin Temple had come to Qingyun Mountain with intentions of confronting the sect. It was intolerable that a mere disciple from Qingyun sect had learned the secret teachings of their supremely guarded Dharma, the Great Prajna. Now, Pu Kong glared at Zhang Xiaofan, his anger boiling over as he could no longer contain himself, unleashing a mighty roar akin to a lion's. Shaking the very ground beneath them, Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily stunned by his thunderous voice, unable to comprehend the situation. Behind him, Lin Jingyu stood beside him, grinning foolishly as they both gazed at Uncle Wang, who was equally astonished. Suddenly, a fierce-looking monk, drenched in blood and radiating an aura of fury, glared at Zhang Xiaofan as if he were a malevolent spirit intent on devouring him. The Yuqing Hall fell into an immediate silence. In a startling moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed within the dilapidated Yuqing Hall. Uncle Wang's face drained of color, turning ghostly pale as he trembled uncontrollably, pointing at Pu Kong and shrieking, "Ghost! Ghost! It's a ghost!" His voice was so piercing that, despite the midday sun, a chill swept over the hall, causing everyone present to shiver simultaneously. Even Pu Kong, who had been furious moments before, was taken aback, stumbling over his words in a desperate attempt to defend himself. "What do you mean? I'm not a ghost." Yet, Uncle Wang appeared as if possessed, shaking violently, while Lin Jingyu tried desperately to comfort him, to no avail. Uncle Wang shrank back, closing his eyes tightly, overwhelmed with fear, muttering incessantly, "Ghost! He killed someone! Don't kill me! Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the area, causing both Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu to stiffen. Particularly for Zhang Xiaofan, a faint red light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Pu Kong, agitated, exclaimed, "I don't even know this person. What are you all staring at?" Lin Jingyu gradually released his grip on Uncle Wang and approached Zhang Xiaofan, aware without looking that Zhang Xiaofan was struggling to maintain his composure, though heavy breaths betrayed their inner turmoil. "Why did he say it was you?" Lin Jingyu questioned, articulating each word slowly. His expression mirrored that of Zhang Xiaofan, both filled with dread, yet his eyes held a glimmer of clarity amidst the hatred. Pu Kong, fuming, retorted, "How would I know? He's just a madman." Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, while many from the Qingyun sect regarded them with furrowed brows. At that moment, a resonant chant echoed through the hall as Master Pu Hong, seated behind Pu Kong, spoke with a sorrowful tone, "Amit Ba, one who sows evil shall reap evil. Such sin, such sin." Upon hearing this, the hall fell into an eerie silence, and Pu Kong, like a statue, slowly turned to Master Pu Hong, his voice hoarse, "Brother, what are you saying?" Just then, Isin interjected, "Master Pu Hong, you may find it difficult to speak. Allow me to convey the truth." Upon Isin's words, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, puzzled by his knowledge of the matter. "You need not elaborate, for I too wish for the truth to be revealed to the world." Master Pu Hong replied, his complexion pale, uncertain whether it was due to physical ailment or guilt. He closed his eyes, bowing his head, and murmured, "Fa Xiang." Ever since Uncle Wang's sudden outburst, Fa Xiang had been looking pale and distressed. "Disciple is here," he responded. Master Pu Hong continued, "There is no need for concealment. Share your account with them. My junior made a grave mistake, and today we must not wrong Zhang again." A deafening silence enveloped Zhang Xiaofan's mind, as a voice echoed within him, tugging at his heart. Fa Xiang stepped forward, gazing at the myriad faces filled with disbelief, finally resting his gaze upon Zhang Xiaofan. It was indeed our Tianyin Temple that was responsible for the massacre of the villagers in Xiaomiao village at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. The revelation sent shockwaves through the hall, with gasps of horror, disbelief, and anger erupting like an explosion. Even the esteemed Dao Xian and Tian Bai could not suppress their shock. While Lin Jingyu unsheathed his sword, the dragon-slaying sword, its azure light shimmering. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank deeply, as if the very heavens had collapsed around him, leaving him feeling both absurd and tragic. The profound sorrow etched into his soul seemed to manifest as a vengeful spirit, mercilessly gnawing at his heart. After the initial storm of outrage subsided, Fa Xiang continued undeterred. The true culprit was my third master uncle, Master Puji, one of the four great monks. This pronouncement left the audience in stunned disbelief. Zhang Xiaofan swayed slightly, feeling utterly numb, as if the weight of the world had crushed him, rendering him a mere figure of ridicule. The deep sorrow, indelibly carved into his essence, now felt like a malevolent specter, relentlessly consuming him. What remains after such despair? The firewood began to glow, a faint azure light intertwined with a hint of gold. Yet it could not conceal the chilling crimson hue of blood. A fierce malice, previously unseen, surged forth, as if the bloodthirsty aura accumulated over millennia within the blood-devouring pearl and the soul-capturing artifact had awakened, mingling with the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits. Flooding into his chest, amidst the chaos, Fa Xiang's voice resonated clearly. Years ago, when Master Puji came to Qingyun to meet with Master Daoxian, he proposed a combined practice of Buddhist and Taoist teachings, believing it could unveil the mystery of immortality. However, he was gently rebuffed by the master. Daoxian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that did occur. Fa Xiang continued, disheartened. Master Puji descended the mountain and stumbled upon Caomiao village, choosing to spend the night in the dilapidated temple there. It was on that very night. His voice faltered, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of Zhang Xiaofan's increasingly labored breaths could be heard. Fa Xiang composed himself, maintaining his gaze on Zhang Xiaofan. That night, Master Puji discovered a figure in black infiltrating Caomiao village, attempting to abduct Lin Jingyu. Lin Jingyu was taken aback, and the crowd turned their attention towards him. Fa Xiang continued. Master Puji immediately intervened, but the black-clad figure had ulterior motives. The abduction was merely a pretext to acquire the blood-devouring pearl hidden within Master Puji. The crowd erupted in shock. The blood-devouring pearl was a relic Master Puji had inadvertently found in the great marshes of the West years ago. To prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world, he had sealed it with true Buddhist techniques and suppressed it with the precious jade beads of Tianyin Temple. However, it remained a mystery how the enigmatic figure in black had learned of this. The figure had first concealed a lethal seven-tailed centipede within Lin Jingyu, inflicting a grievous wound upon Master Puji. Tian Bai, astonished, exclaimed, the seven-tailed centipede? Could it be from Sangsong? This revelation drained the color from Lin Jingyu's face. Fa Xiang paused momentarily before continuing. After being gravely poisoned, Master Puji fought fiercely against that individual, ultimately sustaining severe injuries from the Qingyun sect's divine sword technique, nearly extinguishing his life. Yet, he managed to retaliate with a powerful strike, wounding the black-clad assailant, who fled in haste. It was amidst this fierce battle that Zhang Xiaofan arrived in Caomiao village. The expressions of those from the Qingyun sect grew increasingly grim. Afterward, Master Puji, fully aware of his impending demise, found it difficult to resign himself to the fact that his lifelong ambition remained unfulfilled. At that moment, a whimsical idea suddenly sprouted within him, to pass on the supreme dharma of Defan Ben Ruo from Tianyin Si to a disciple, allowing this young boy to enter Qingyun to learn its Taoist practices. In doing so, these seemingly disparate teachings of Buddhism and Taoism could coexist within a single individual, thereby fulfilling his lifelong wish. Daoxian Zhenrun let out a cold laugh, remarking on Master Puji's cunning foresight, yet questioned why he chose Zhang Xiaofan over the more gifted Lin Jingyu. Fa Xiang sighed, explaining that Master Puji believed Lin's exceptional talents would draw too much attention from the elders at Qingyun, risking exposure. The onlookers from Qingyun exchanged glances, with Tian Bu shaking his head, unable to suppress his admiration. Fa Xiang continued, stating that Master Puji genuinely appreciated Zhang Xiaofan's pure heart, thus discreetly imparting the long-hidden Fan Ben Ruo to him. Fearing that the blood-devouring pearl might still be in his possession and could fall into the hands of malevolent individuals should the cloaked figure return, he entrusted the pearl to Zhang, instructing him to dispose of it in a remote cliff. However, Fa Xiang could not help but lament that Zhang, likely out of sentimentality, had kept the sinister pearl close. In the great hall, the assembled crowd unraveled a mystery. the origins of the blood-devouring pearl, and how Zhang Xiaofan came to possess the Fan Ben Ra. At that moment, a pained expression crossed Fa Xiang's face as he slowly articulated that if things had unfolded differently, Master Pu Ji would merely be acting recklessly. Yet, unexpectedly, in his compassionate heart, he resolved to endure the torment of the blood-devouring pearl's malevolence, hoping to subdue it through his Buddhist teachings. Unbeknownst to him, over time, the pearl's dark power seeped into his very soul. While Master Pu Ji was oblivious to this due to the protective aura of his teachings, it was only when he was exhausted and had just left Zhang and the others that he realized, despite imparting his Buddhist truths to Zhang, the young boy may not successfully join Qingyun. Fa Xiang's face grew somber, his voice trembling slightly as he revealed that Master Pu Ji, now weakened and under the influence of evil forces, had contemplated the horrific act of slaughtering the entire village to force Qingyun to take the two orphans in. At this, Lin Jingyu could no longer contain himself, unleashing a furious roar and lunging at Fa Xiang with the Zhanlong sword. Dao Xian urgently commanded the others to intervene before they could stop him. Tears streaming down his face, Lin Jingyu struggled against those holding him back, shouting his intent to kill. The monks of Tian'in-Si, led by Pu Hong and Pu Kong, bowed their heads in shame, continuously reciting Buddhist chants. Dao Xian, after a long silence, appeared to be grappling with the staggering truth, eventually turning to Fa Xiang with a question about how they had come to know of Master Pu Ji's situation. Fa Xiang took a moment to respond, revealing that Master Pu Ji had once befriended an extraordinary being who gifted him a miraculous pill known as the 3-day death pill. This potion, when consumed, could awaken all of one's latent potential, ensuring survival for 3 days, but after that, death was inevitable. Master Pu Ji had taken the pill and managed to return to Tian'in-Si within the stipulated time to explain everything to his mentor, Master Pu Hong. Fa Xiang, who had been serving as master at the time, had overheard the details. Now, fully awakened, Master Pu Ji lamented the catastrophic consequences of his past actions, weeping for the irreparable sins he had committed. Fa Xiang gazed deeply at Zhang Xiaofan, stating that all these events were the fault of Master Pu Ji and that Zhang bore no responsibility. He implored the Qingyun elders not to hold him accountable. Dao Xian let out a gentle sigh, preparing to speak when suddenly, a low, chilling laughter echoed through the previously quiet hall. Blame? Who dares to blame me? The voice, filled with bitterness, belonged to Zhang Xiaofan, who slowly raised his head, revealing blood-red eyes that glimmered with a chilling intensity. Fa Xiang furrowed his brow, urging Zhang to take care of himself and to let go of the past, reminding him that there were still many days ahead. Yet, Zhang's voice cut through the air with a chilling finality, declaring his intent to make them all pay. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as he transformed into a figure of vengeance, his features contorted with rage. From a distance, Uncle Wang cried out in alarm, "A ghost! Another ghost has appeared." This time, his finger pointed directly at Zhang Xiaofan. The crowd gasped as Master Pu Hong, despite his injuries, stood up abruptly. Zhang Xiaofan's right hand, clutching a fiery stick, radiated a brilliant light. The blood-devouring pearl seemed to come alive, exuding a blue glow intertwined with dark energies, enveloping him and blurring his visage. Fa Xiang shouted for Zhang to discard the cursed object, warning him of the corrupting influence it wielded. Zhang Xiaofan, laughing maniacally, questioned the notions of righteousness and justice, revealing his disillusionment with their deceit. He lamented his lifelong struggle to keep secrets, questioning his own worth as he raised his arms to the heavens, his anguished cry echoing through the realm, stirring emotions in all who heard him. The gathered crowd paled, and Fa Xiang leaped forward, urging Zhang to relinquish the object before he fell into eternal damnation. Zhang, oblivious to Fa Xiang's approach, seemed lost in his own turmoil. Just as it appeared Fa Xiang would seize the fiery stick, a sudden cry rang out, followed by a flash of white light as Bai Yao emerged before Zhang Xiaofan, unafraid of the multitude of righteous warriors surrounding them. With tears welling in her eyes, Bai Yao, the sole daughter of the Demon King's sect leader, boldly grasped Zhang Xiaofan's hand, urging him to follow her, declaring that these heartless individuals sought to harm him. In a daze, Zhang agreed, feeling an inexplicable trust in her during this desolate moment, and instinctively tightened his grip on her gentle hand, following her lead. However, the assembly of righteous warriors could not allow such insolence. Moments later, many recognized Bai Yao's lineage. leading to a surge of outrage as the reality of their enmity with the demon sect surfaced, igniting suspicions regarding Zhang Xiaofan's true affiliations. Lu Sueki and Qi Hao's faces drained of color, while Tianlinger and others desperately defended Zhang Xiaofan, asserting that he had just been fighting against the forces of the demonic sect. Yet, their voices were feeble and swiftly drowned out by the tide of fury surrounding them. Moments later, the righteous practitioners in the Grand Hall encircled the two young individuals. Zhang Xiaofan, with blood-red eyes, trembled slightly, a grim smile etched on his face, his mind swirling with horrific and bloody images. Yet it felt as though his beliefs and convictions had been utterly shattered in that moment. In contrast, Bai Yao remained remarkably composed, firmly grasping Zhang Xiaofan's hand and standing resolutely by his side, whispering, "Xiaofan, do not fear. Even in death, I shall be with you." Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily startled, as if awakening from stupor. However, just then, a booming voice pierced through the chaos. "Who dares to harm my daughter?" With a swift motion, the Ghost King appeared in the Yuqing Hall, leaving the crowd astounded and in uproar. Shortly thereafter, Qinglong, Yuji, and other disciples of the Ghost King's sect emerged, encircling Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao. The Ghost King surveyed the surroundings, aware that the strength of his sect was indeed inferior to that of Qinjianmen and Tianyin Temple. Yet he stood unafraid, hands clasped behind his back, radiating confidence as he turned to Bai Yao with a smile, saying, "Yaoer, take Xiaofan and leave." Bai Yao nodded, prepared to move, but their disregard for the righteous practitioners could not succeed, especially given Zhang Xiaofan's unique status. Both Qinjianmen and Tianyin Temple would never allow him to escape. Dao Xian, the master of the Dao, bellowed, "Stop them." His command ignited the pent-up frustration of the righteous experts, who immediately surged forward, turning the once disordered Yuqing Hall into a tumultuous battlefield, with the righteous now attacking the Ghost King's sect. In mere moments, the Ghost King's sect found itself at a disadvantage. While Bai Yao clung tightly to Zhang Xiaofan's hand, her worry evident as she glanced around. Yet, the Ghost King maintained a serene smile, observing the unfolding chaos with composed detachment. The pressure on the righteous practitioners intensified as the Ghost King sect was forced into a tighter circle, perilously close to collapse. Just then, a sharp cry erupted from outside the Yuqing Hall, followed by flashes of strange light and a cacophony of anguished screams. The righteous were taken aback, and moments later, figures flew in. It was the poison god, Yangzi and Samyao Xianzi, leading the other factions of the demonic sect to provide reinforcements. The experts of the demonic sect joined the fray, and the tide of battle shifted abruptly. The poison god approached the Ghost King, a look of gratification on his face as he gazed at the chaotic battlefield ahead, smiling but murmuring, "Brother, you are indeed ruthless." The Ghost King chuckled softly, replying, "Elder, your selfless dedication to our sacred sect will surely be remembered for generations to come." The poison god grimaced, shooting him a glare. "Nonsense." The Ghost King remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, as the people of Qinjianmen and Tianyin Temple were caught off guard by a sudden counterattack. This battle was crucial for him. Yet, at that moment, a silver-white blade of light sliced through the chaos, effortlessly separating the two sides. A figure stepped forward, standing between the warring factions. "Let this end here. It seems you have forgotten that we are also variables in this equation." With piercing eyes, Xin scanned the crowd before articulating, "If you wish to continue fighting, we shall assist the side that retaliates against the one that strikes first. What say you?" The Ghost King's expression shifted, unable to discern the origins of this extraordinary youth with such profound abilities. That single strike had been formidable enough that even he dared not confront it directly. Should they truly align with Qinjianmen against the four major sects, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the poison god subtly signaled to the Ghost, who immediately understood. The four sect leaders launched a simultaneous assault, like lightning, targeting Xin. Xin sighed softly, drawing his blade, Zhanbai, which ignited with an astonishing, searing white light, enveloping the vast Yuqing Hall in mere moments, leaving the onlookers astounded and unable to halt their actions. With a wave of his right hand holding Zhanbai, a torrent of white light surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing against the combined might of the poison god and his companions, resulting in a thunderous clash. The already damaged Yuqing Hall crumbled further, dust swirling violently. The Ghost King and his allies instinctively took a step back, their faces reflecting disbelief. The members of the demonic sect turned pale, and the poison god, stamping his foot in frustration, exclaimed, "This individual possesses an overwhelming cultivation. We cannot withstand him. We must retreat." Ultimately, the Ghost King dared not gamble with the lives of his disciples. He sighed heavily and took to the air, signaling his followers to withdraw. Bai Yao grasped Zhang Xiaofan, ready to flee, but suddenly Lu Sueki appeared before them, her Tianyang divine sword shimmering with a blue light. Lu Sueki coldly declared, "Zhang Shidi is a disciple of my Qinjiamen. You must release him at once." Bai Yao, however, would not yield, retorting, "Will I leave him for you to slay? You may kill me first." Without further ado, she unleashed her heartbroken flower. Yet, after a clash with Xiang Naihu, both swords were sent flying back into their respective wielders' hands. Dao Xian, the master of the Dao, interjected, "Given today's circumstances, if we continue to battle, the centuries-old foundation of Qinjiamen will surely suffer irreparable harm. It would be wiser to cease hostilities. After all, Zhang Xiaofan is merely one individual, and it is unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the demonic sect, thereby granting an advantage to the burning incense valley in the 10,000 mountains." Chapter 244, The Final Battle. Dao Xian's expression darkened, yet he could not deny the wisdom in Xian's words. Presently, both Qinjianmen and the four factions of the demonic sect were significantly weakened, and the foundational cultivation of this youth appeared unfathomably deep. Having already been poisoned by the seven-colored centipede of Song Song Dao Run and subsequently forced to exert the powers of the Zhanxian ancient sword, he was at the end of his tether. If he engaged in further combat, he questioned whether he could still emerge victorious. However, moments later, a glimmer of determination surfaced in Dao Xian's gaze. His breath steadied once more, and he tightened his grip on the Zhanxian ancient sword. "Today, my Qinjiamen shall ensure that you troublesome individuals remain here, regardless of the cost." As he spoke, Dao Xian once again soared into the air, wielding the Zhanxian ancient sword, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god. A magnificent purple aura surged forth from the rear of the Tongtian Peak on Qingyun Mountain, rising with the speed of lightning, its unmatched force shooting skyward like a colossal purple pillar, suddenly manifesting in the vast world. The purple aura billowed and roiled, tearing through the air, ultimately descending upon the seemingly stone-like Zhanxian ancient sword. In the next moment, the Zhanxian ancient sword radiated with brilliance, even from a distance. Countless sentient beings could sense that something within that ancient sword was stirring, slowly awakening from its long slumber. The sword's radiant glow illuminated Dao Xian's countenance, his dark green robe billowing without wind, resonating with intensity. With his right hand gripping the sword, his expression was solemn. His left hand formed a sword seal, and a low chant, akin to a sacred hymn or an arcane incantation, reverberated throughout the realm. Suddenly, he thrust his left hand's sword seal upward, piercing the heavens. Almost simultaneously, 6 vibrant beams of light erupted from the other towering peaks of Qingyun Mountain, resembling a rainbow slicing through the sky, soaring through the air, and ultimately converging upon the Zhanxian ancient sword. In an instant, the ancient sword of Zhu Xian was engulfed by a radiant brilliance, akin to the sun descending upon the earth, rendering it impossible to behold. A splendid light burst forth from the sword, swiftly dispersing the black mist that had been swirling at the edge of the sky. Amidst the intense luminosity, the 7 hues coalesced, rising within the dazzling white light, transforming into a colossal 7-colored sword that shimmered with iridescence, a vibrant spectacle of colors dancing in the air. Subsequently, under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy from the 7 Veins mountain peaks, the massive colored sword began to enlarge gradually, simultaneously giving rise to numerous, smaller, monochromatic swords, which densely populated the sky. On the ground, a chorus of cheers erupted from the gathered crowd of Taoists, with countless young disciples, regardless of their affiliation with Qingyun men, displaying expressions of reverence and admiration as they gazed up at the magnificent sword formation, reminiscent of a myth. Among the jubilant throng, Lu Sueki silently lifted her gaze towards the resplendent and imposing Zhu Xian sword array. Rays of sunset-like brilliance cascaded from the sky, enveloping the crowd, illuminating her face. Yet, upon her serene and exquisite visage, no emotion was discernible. Only her bright eyes reflected the 7-colored light, shimmering with an enigmatic sentiment that remained unseen by others. Unconsciously, she glanced towards Zhang Xiaofan and Bai Yao, the latter resolutely shielding him behind her her expression one of unwavering determination. What bound their hands together, refusing to let go, connecting them steadfastly. Nearby, Exin, observing the vast sword array, exchanged a glance with Xiang Niu, catching a glimpse of unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. The multitude of sword shadows grew increasingly dense, a torrent of brilliance obscuring the entire sky. Gazing at the infinite reflections of swords in the celestial expanse, Exin nodded solemnly after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Indeed, it was a masterstroke of divine craftsmanship, capable of harnessing the mountain's spiritual energy to forge such an unparalleled sword formation. Truly remarkable. Everything around seemed to recede into the distance, leaving only two figures locked in a standoff, the universe expansive yet constricting, barely accommodating their presence. Their eyes met. Dao Xianjunren icily proclaimed, under the Zhu Xian sword, demons and malevolent spirits have never escaped alive. If you possess wisdom, yield now and confine yourself to Qingyun Mountain for life, and I may spare your life. Exin paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, dismissing the words with a slight shake of his head, a hint of derision etched upon his face. Seeing this, Dao Xianjunren ceased further discourse, inhaling deeply as he gripped the ancient sword of Zhu Xian tightly. Suddenly, with a flick of his left hand, amidst the myriad of vibrant swords, an orange energy sword broke away from the Zhu Xian sword array, emitting a piercing shriek as it hurtled towards Exin. Exin's eyes remained fixed on the incoming energy sword, watching as the orange blade, like a flash of lightning, approached within mere paces. Without warning, Exin raised his left hand, fingers splayed towards the direction of the incoming sword. In the air, an invisible current surged violently, forming an intangible barrier that met the sword's trajectory. In that fleeting moment, the world fell silent. With a thunderous roar, akin to the sun rising from the water's surface, an enormous sound erupted as the barrier glimmered with orange light, flickering with flashes of electricity before gradually fading away. These two entities, both formless, collided with the force of the world's most formidable treasures, enveloping the heavens in a cacophony of sound. The invisible sound waves swept through the air, reverberating atop Qingyun Mountain, causing every onlooker to experience a disconcerting buzzing in their ears, their faces paling. Although the spectators were already aware of the formidable prowess of these two individuals, the sheer magnitude of their initial clash, seemingly a mere test, was astonishingly unexpected. The outcome of this battle of skills remained shrouded in uncertainty, leading many to ponder the fate of Qingyun Mountain in the aftermath of such a tumultuous confrontation. Dao Xianjunren, if you were in your prime, I might not be your match. Yet, the outcome is clear now. Is it worth risking the integrity of the Zhu Xian sword for the sake of just 4 individuals? Exin spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, his eyes filled with solemnity. As the foremost figure in the Zhu Xian realm, even in his later years, Zhang Xiaofan's prowess, when combined with Tian Bai and Lu Sueki, was still far from being his equal. Though he was now a shadow of his former self, he was not to be underestimated. After a moment, Dao Xianjunren let out a faint, cold grunt, his left hand forming a sword gesture as his Daoist robe billowed, shimmering in concert with the radiant ancient sword of Zhu Xian. Suddenly, a tempest arose, the myriad sword shadows quaking as half of the sky seemed to tremble. In an instant, the heavens became a dazzling spectacle, nearly blinding to behold. Exin's countenance shifted, his focus sharpening. Indeed, within moments, from behind Dao Xianjunren, dozens of colored energy swords pivoted, quivering in the air, aimed menacingly at the beast god. An icy aura surged forth, and before long, a multitude of energy swords, indistinguishable in number, seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, slowly turning towards their target. An atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the realm. Yet, before any could marvel at the sight, Dao Xianjunren's grip on the ancient sword of Zhu Xian surged with a fierce intensity, as from within the sword array. Over 100 monochromatic energy swords coalesced into a gigantic rain of swords, 7 zhang in width and length, crashing downwards with tremendous force. Dao Xianjunren, the ancient sword's malevolence is surely born of the world's malevolence. Forcing it to do battle with me, the outcome is uncertain, and you risk becoming a victim of the sword's fury. You, who are no ordinary man, should comprehend the dire consequences of such an act against the heavens. Exin sighed softly, offering his final counsel. He understood, well, that should Dao Xianjunren continue to compel the ancient sword of Zhu Xian, he would inevitably suffer a backlash, leading to irrevocable ruin. Demons and malevolent spirits cannot fathom the benevolence of my Taoist heart. Moreover, how can my Taoist true arts, the supreme divine sword, be comprehended by your mere words? Dao Xianjunren remained unmoved, commanding the Zhu Xian sword with the intent to vanquish demons and malevolence. Enough. Counsel is futile. One must taste the bitter fruit of their actions. A cold glimmer appeared in Xian's eyes as he ceased holding back, enveloping himself in a swirling violet mist, transforming into a colossal purple giant hundreds of zhang tall, towering amidst the clouds, gazing down upon Dao Xianjunren from a distance. The onlookers atop Tongtian Peak were struck with astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. This extraordinary and unprecedented sorcery was unlike anything they had ever witnessed or even heard of in the annals of history. In midair, Dao Xianjunren's brow furrowed deeply as he faced the purple demon, which resembled an apparition emerging from the depths of the underworld. Not only he, but every righteous individual present stood in stunned silence. After a moment of stillness, a wave of murmurs and commotion rippled through the crowd. Amidst the awe, many felt an undeniable sense of inevitability, recognizing that this being, neither human nor ghost, could not possibly be a creation of heaven and earth. In the air, Dao Xianjunren inhaled deeply, slowly positioning the ancient sword of Zhu Xian across his chest. Brilliant, blinding white light continued to emanate from the ancient sword, enveloping not only the sword itself, but also shrouding his entire right arm in its glow. From the outside, the sky is filled with a myriad of sword shadows, and the Zhu Xian sword formation exudes an impressive aura. Dao Xianjunren appears almost divine. However, beneath his ethereal exterior, his complexion begins to pale slightly. Monstrous being, Dao Xianjunren's voice reverberates like a great bell, heavy and resonant, imbued with a touch more malice than usual. Will you not awaken and surrender? Monstrous being? A heart, standing atop the Susanu, let out a bitter laugh. Dao Xian's sect master, you are not far from succumbing to madness. I shall observe, and in the end, we shall see who becomes the true monstrosity. Synopsis. After indulging in a bit of alcohol at a roadside stall and engaging in light banter with a neighboring truck driver, Xian finds himself forcibly transported to the world of Demon Slayer. There he acquires the system of sweeping through the heavens, and thus begins his ascent. Xian, Musen Kabut Suji, what do you consider life to be? Musen, I regard life as my treasure brother. Xian, Madara Uchiha, do you wish to dance as well?